Chapter 1. Rebirth as a Saiyan. Left brain temporary storage. Readable reports. World of Dragon Ball. March 1st, 737, precisely at 8 p.m. Planet Vegeta. Within the incubation chamber number 23 of the Saiyan nursery, a small Saiyan child lay quietly with his eyes firmly shut. Outside the incubation chamber, the basic information of this Saiyan child was clearly recorded. Name, Saigo. Age, 2 years. Qualification, superior. Power level, 966. Cultivation duration, from March 2nd, 735, to March 1st, 737. Suddenly, beneath the tightly closed eyelids of Saigo, his eyes began to roll around. As his consciousness gradually clarified, Saigo sensed something amiss. Where am I? Why can't I open my eyes? He felt enveloped by a gentle and comfortable liquid, yet he was utterly unable to open his eyes. Have I traversed worlds? But I was just picking up that glowing 4-star Dragon Ball. How did I suddenly end up here? Could it be that the glowing 4-star Dragon Ball is real? Realizing that he might have indeed crossed over, and quite possibly still within the womb. No, wait. This feeling isn't that of being in a womb. Saigo suddenly noticed that he could breathe without obstruction, and as he attempted to inhale a few times, it felt as though he were diving with an oxygen tank in his past life. The air was pure and refreshing. Am I a test subject? The mere thought left Saigo in despair. Who crosses over only to become a test subject? How unfortunate. Not knowing what kind of world I've landed in, what race I belong to, whether a male or female, or even what my name is just tragic. I'm incredibly unlucky. Saigo began to move his limbs, attempting to adapt to this entirely new body, searching for any chance of escape. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, bringing him immense joy. The voice came rather abruptly, startling Saigo, causing his limbs to tremble involuntarily. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving for 2 years in the Dragon Ball world. The time simulator system is now officially activated. Activation in progress. Activation successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving an activation gift pack. The host can control the system with their mind, and others cannot perceive it. Daily simulation count automatically increases by 1, and simulation counts can be accumulated. Upon regaining his composure, Saigo was overjoyed. Thank you, System Father, for arriving just in time. Wait, just now, I seem to have heard the word Dragon Ball World. Could it be? With a thought, Saigo successfully summoned the system information panel. Name, Saigo. Age, 2. Gender, male. Race, Saiyan. Qualification, superior. Talent, great ape, large appetite with strong digestion, power boost after healing. Mental strength, 18. Power level, 966. Skills, artificial moon, flight technique. Space, activation gift pack 1. Simulation duration, 1 month. Simulation count, 1. Upon seeing the 3 characters Saiyan, Saigo felt an overwhelming joy. Wonderful. I'm a fighting race, the Saiyan monkeys. Awesome. Super Saiyan, here I come. After the initial ecstasy, Saigo gradually calmed down, feeling the surging power within himself, a unique combat potential inherent to the Saiyan race. Is my name in this life really Saigo? It doesn't sound very pleasant. But so be it, it'll make do with Saigo. Flight technique, an artificial moon. No wonder I felt I could fly, and create a moon now. It all makes sense. The superior Saiyan warriors are indeed terrifying, possessing 2 skills right from birth. Now I need not worry about losing control when transforming into a great ape. Let's see what's inside the activation gift pack. With a thought, Saigo opened the activation gift pack. Successfully opened the activation gift pack. Congratulations to the host for receiving new player rewards. Simulation count 6. Remaining simulation count, 7. Is that it? Saigo was taken aback, secretly lamenting in his heart. This system is rather stingy. Only such a meager reward? It could have at least granted a bit more power. After his complaints, Saigo began his simulations. On the night of March 1st, 737, you awaken a day early, discovering yourself entirely enveloped in liquid, utterly bewildered. On the morning of March 2nd, after pondering all night, you suddenly find that you can open your eyes. A glance reveals 2 peculiar beings, one recording something and the other lifting you out. Since they did not appear friendly, you dared not act rashly. Once they spoke, you realized you could comprehend their words. You inquired about your location and their identities. Though these 2 strange beings were somewhat perplexed by your questions, they explained that they were nurturing technicians, responsible for raising Saiyan infants. They stated that you were in the Saiyan nursery number 15 and mentioned that your cultivation duration was already sufficient. In the end, they murmured whether the lengthy cultivation period had caused memory issues. You paid little heed to this, completely absorbed in the word Saiyan. Soon, you understood that you had indeed crossed over to the Dragon Ball world and had become a newly cultivated Saiyan infant on planet Vegeta, named Saigo, with a superior qualification and a power level of 966, which brought you immense happiness. On the afternoon of March 2nd, the nurturing technicians gathered all the Saiyan infants who had completed cultivation in nursery number 15 and took them to the training camp, where they were to undergo a 2-month combat, training something you awaited with great anticipation. Unfortunately, after witnessing their so-called training, you were left utterly disappointed. The so-called training merely involved the children fighting each other. Leveraging your self-taught combat experience from your past life, along with your remarkable power, you emerged victorious, earning the right to live independently and an exemption from training. For this, you were quite pleased, as it was precisely what you had hoped for. On March 3rd, you embarked on a journey of self-training. You were well aware of the terrifying physical traits of Saiyans. Training in a high-gravity environment would undoubtedly lead to rapid power growth, making it easily noticeable by others. Thus, you decided to first practice the methods of energy sensing and controlling as mentioned in the original narrative regarding Gohan, to master breath control and sensing before enhancing your strength. Upon reading this, Saigo paused for a moment. The Gohan version of energy sensing and control methods? Is it the segment that teaches Biddy Lee? It must be. Nodding to himself, he continued reading. On March 5th, you successfully stirred the energy within your body. On March 7th, you mastered breath control after testing with the detector. You discovered your true power level to be 966, while the detector only registered 500, indicating your success. On March 10th, you successfully learned breath sensing. On March 12th, you commenced formal self-cultivation, applying the training methods from your past life. After training, you utilized the provided detector to measure your power, which increased by 50, raising your daily power gain to 50, filling you with hope for the future. On March 13th, you diligently practiced, gaining 50 in power. On March 15th, you continued your efforts, gaining 50 in power. On March 30th, you persevered in your practice, gaining 50 in power. This simulation concludes. You may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Power level 950. 2. Skill. Breath Control Novice 34100. 3. Skill. Breath Sensing Novice 25100. 4. Future Memory. 5. Training Method. 6. Experience in beating up Saiyan children. Saigo pondered for a moment and decisively chose the Skill Breath Control Novice 34100. Only by remaining undetected can one develop in peace. P.S. If anyone has suggestions, please feel free to mention them. I will try to incorporate them where possible. Wishing everyone a delightful reading experience. May you all remain forever young and prosperous. September 22nd, 2024, 11:12 additional note. So many people are questioning this. They say choosing future memory includes other options. Have you considered that if future memory truly encompasses the other options, would it still appear as a separate reward? Even if it does, you'd only have an empty memory pack to slowly explore and reacquire, which would take even more time. In other novels of the reincarnation type, characters often possess numerous rare skills and high-level techniques in their memories, yet they still have to begin their training anew. The protagonist spent so much time in the simulation and only achieved novice levels in 2 skills if he chose future memory. How long would it take in reality to reach the same level? In that case, it would also be seen as suppressing the protagonist. This is just my personal opinion. Please refrain from harsh criticism. Friendly reminder. The panel appears multiple times in the early stages, but no more than once per chapter. This will be corrected in the future. Chapter 2. Power Surge. Thereafter, Saigo utilized the remaining 6 simulation opportunities completely. First, he selected the Skill Breath Control 68100. Secondly, he chose the Skill Breath Sensing 50100. From the 3rd to the 6th, he chose Combat Power Rewards, resulting in a total increase of 5,700 in battle strength. Saigo gazed contentedly at the information displayed on the system panel. Name, Saigo. Age 2. Qualification, Superior. Talent, Giant Ape, large appetite with strong digestion. Battle Strength, Enhancement Post-Recovery. Mental Power, 18. Combat Power, 6666. Skills, Artificial Moon. Flight Technique, Breath Control Novice 68100. Breath Perception Novice 50100. Space None. Simulation Duration, 1 month. Simulation Count, 0. Saigo found the information in the original race and gender sections excessive and attempted to delete them. To his surprise, he succeeded. He greatly appreciated this humane design. Subsequently, Saigo indulged in a delightful slumber. During his sleep, He dreamt not only of becoming the king of the Saiyans, but also of marrying several wives. Just as he reached a pivotal moment in his dream, he was abruptly awakened. This sudden interruption infuriated Saigo. Two nursery attendants, noticing Saigo's drooling demeanor, assumed he was hungry and hurriedly offered him a bottle of pale nutritional fluid. "Lord Saigo, are you hungry? Quickly drink this, and we shall eat together afterwards." Saigo glared at the two before deftly accepting the bottle and drinking from it if he could consume it during the simulation. The taste at least must not be unbearable. After a few sips, he mused. TSK, there's a hint of a fishy taste. It's probably either human milk or beast milk. What gourmet delicacies could the Saiyans possibly create? If they could, beers wouldn't be so irate as to threaten their annihilation. While drinking the nutritional fluid, Saigo noticed one of the attendants leaving, whispering something to the other at the door. Due to the distance, he could not discern their words, but he caught a glance directed at him before the individual departed. This scene aroused Saigo's suspicion. He surmised it must pertain to him and promptly approached the remaining nursery attendant. "Hey, what is my current battle strength?" Oh. In response to Lord Saigo, "Your battle strength is now 1,000, an increase of 34 since yesterday, and an enhancement of 100 since the initial cultivation." Saigo nodded discreetly, finding this consistent with his own estimations and the simulation results. He then inquired, "Why did that person leave so suddenly?" "In answer, my lord, he went to report your status to King Vegeta. After all, you are the highest-born superior warrior, second only to Prince Vegeta." Saigo raised an eyebrow at this information and remarked, "All right, I understand you may attend to your duties." "Yes, my lord, please rest." Saigo absent-mindedly waved his hand and turned to walk back. Surely King Vegeta cannot be so petty? Broly's birth had a battle power of 10,000, which posed a genuine threat, yet I was born with only 900 now at 1,000 after cultivation. Is that not entirely reasonable? No, I must simulate again. Not daring to delay, Saigo summoned the system panel in front of few other younglings, and upon realizing they could not see it, he breathed a sigh of relief and began the simulation. On March 2nd, one of the nursery attendants glanced at him before departing, and the content of the conversation with another raised his concerns. Being astute, he recalled that Prince Vegeta had a battle power of 1,000 at birth, while he himself had merely 900 thus. King Vegeta would not target him. Although he yearned to escape, he understood that it was futile and firmly believed his conjecture to be correct. Amidst the anxious waiting, the other nursery attendant finally returned, and upon noticing that no one else followed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Saigo witnessed this and felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, inwardly cursing. "Where does this confidence come from, brother? If you sense something amiss, hurry and flee in the spaceship. With over 6,000 battle power, would I not easily seize a spacecraft? The individual in the simulation is certainly not me. However, if King Vegeta is unconcerned, then I can relax and lie low." With that, Saigo felt a sense of relief and continued to observe. He followed the nursery attendant to assess how many of his peers possessed superior warrior qualifications and what their current battle powers were. He discovered that among the 15, only he was a superior warrior, with 2 intermediate warriors and the remaining 17 all being lower warriors. Among these 17 lower warriors, to his astonishment, was Prince Vegeta's youngest son, Tarbell, whose battle power was a mere 180. At noon, after the 20 Saiyans had their fill, they were led by the nursery attendant to the training camp. Relying on his superior strength, he easily toppled all his peers, intentionally taking his time to enhance his combat abilities. Ultimately, he successfully secured the right to reside alone and an exemption from training. To avoid exposure, he followed the instructor to his familiar single dwelling. Upon entering, he closed the door and began his training. Not daring to pause, he trained until deep into the night, finally completing his daily training tasks. Using a detector to assess his progress, he found his battle power had increased by 50, and with satisfaction, he washed up and went to sleep. On March 3rd, he diligently trained, gaining another 50 in battle power. On April 1st, he continued his rigorous training, acquiring yet another 50 in battle power. The simulation concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Combat Power 1500. 2. Skill. Combat Novice 66100. 3. Memories of the upcoming month. Saigo pondered for a moment before choosing the skill. He understood that his ability to triumph in the simulation stemmed primarily from his significantly higher battle power, which rendered the movements of others sluggish in his perception. Thus, victory was a matter of course. The acquisition of this combat skill was most opportune. Meanwhile, at the Saiyan Royal Palace, a battle power of 1,000 after cultivation? Quite impressive. Very well. Inform the individual responsible for this training task to arrange for Saigo and Tarbal to be sent to a more remote planet once training concludes. Ensure Saigo looks after Tarbal after all. He is my son, albeit merely a lower warrior. King Vegeta, seated upon his throne, spoke with a hint of astonishment, his demeanor calm. Yes, King Vegeta, I shall see to it. The attendant, bowing deeply before retreating hastily, left the presence of King Vegeta, who murmured to himself, Tarbal, my son, as a father, this is all I can do for you. With Saigo's protection, you should at least be able to grow up safely. Saigo, huh? Who would have thought that two intermediate warriors could produce a superior warrior? It is truly unexpected. However, it seems his parents perished during a mission. What is a battle power of 1,000 matter? My son, Vegeta 4, was born with 1,000. After cultivation, he soared to 1,800. The strongest talent among the Saiyans will always belong to the royal bloodline. Vegeta, do not disappoint your father. Chapter 3. The Facade and the Path of Hardship revised. That same afternoon at 1 p.m., Saigo unsurprisingly achieved final victory, obtaining both the exemption from training and the right to reside alone. As the training camp instructor was preparing to escort Saigo to his secluded dwelling, the caregiver, who had previously departed only to return, approached them and discreetly dismissed the instructor. Once the instructor was out of earshot, the caregiver congratulated, Congratulations, Lord Saigo. You have been appointed by King Vegeta as the personal guard of Prince Tabul. Upon the completion of your training period, you will undertake missions alongside Prince Tabul. For an ordinary Saiyan, such news would undoubtedly elicit overwhelming joy, as it presented a rare opportunity for close interaction with the Saiyan royal family. It signified a future with fewer perilous assignments, greatly enhancing their safety. This was a coveted aspiration unattainable for most Saiyans. However, for Saigo, this prospect held little allure, particularly as he was aware of King Vegeta's underlying motives. The Saiyan royal lineage is not one that all Saiyans would readily revere. Understood. Is there anything else you wish to convey, King Vegeta? Saigo remarked with a placid expression. The caretaker, taken aback by Saigo's nonchalant demeanor, chose not to inquire further. Having encountered numerous Saiyans with diverse and peculiar personalities, he had grown accustomed to such eccentricities. In response, he stated, Lord Saigo, King Vegeta merely instructed you to safeguard Prince Tabul. There are no additional requests. To be addressed as Lord was quite unfamiliar to Saigo, especially considering that his current body was merely 2 years old. Very well, continue with your duties. By the way, I appreciate your attentive care over the past 2 years. The caretaker was taken aback, for it was the first time he had heard a Saiyan express gratitude. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him, gratitude, joy, and anxiety, as he began to reflect on whether he had inadvertently offended this esteemed Saiyan warrior. After a swift internal examination yielded no clarity, he nervously replied, There is no need for such courtesy, my lord. It is merely my duty. Upon witnessing his reaction, Saigo realized that his approach had likely deviated from that of a typical Saiyan superior warrior. With a stoic expression, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to depart. Indeed, the caretaker's face immediately brightened with a smile as he bowed slightly and swiftly turned to leave. Saigo quietly contemplated. It seems that I must alter my approach to matters going forward. At the very least, before my strength reaches a level of adequacy, I must feign a semblance of capability. He then proceeded to follow the instructor to his solitary abode. Once the instructor departed, Saigo closed the door and embarked on a rigorous training regimen, dedicating himself to his practice until the late hours of the night, only pausing for meals, ultimately achieving an increase of 50 points in combat power. In the days that followed, aside from the necessities of life, Saigo did not allow himself a single moment of idleness, enduring 5 consecutive days of arduous training. In the simulation rewards, aside from selecting a skill proficiency of 100 points on March 3rd, he opted for combat power for the remaining 3 days. On the evening of March 6th, after a similar training session as in the preceding days, he finally began utilizing the daily simulation. Exhausted from his diligent training on the night of March 6th, he collapsed into bed without even taking a wash. On March 7th, he continued his relentless training, gaining an additional 50 points in combat power. On March 8th, he persisted in his training, once more increasing his combat power by 50. By April 6th, after a day of intense practice, his combat power surged by 50. The simulation has now concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Combat power of 1500. 2. Select the first option. Saigo no longer looks down. He resolutely opts for combat strength. Presently, he is afflicted by an acute fear of inadequacy in power. The thought of insufficient strength without making a choice unsettles him greatly. After several days of diligent effort, his combat prowess has surged by several thousand. As Saigo attempted to access his personal information panel, he was suddenly greeted by a few lines of text that appeared on the system interface. Congratulations, host. Your combat power has reached 10,000. Simulated time 1 month. Upon comprehending the message, Saigo exclaimed with barely contained excitement, "Wow, I can enhance the duration of the simulation. If this continues, will reaching 100,000 or even 1,000,000 in combat power also extend the simulation time? The mere thought of boosting my combat power while simultaneously increasing the simulation duration filled him with exhilaration. If he could infinitely prolong the simulation, then he could potentially attain invincibility with just a single simulation. The very idea was electrifying and thrilling. However, once he regained his composure, he found it improbable. After all, this was not a realm of cultivation, where advancements were slow. It took him a while to calm his racing heart. Subsequently, he accessed his personal information panel. Name: Saigo. Age: 2. Qualification: Superior Talent, Giant Ape, Great Appetite, Combat Power, Increased Post-Recovery Mental Strength, 18. Combat Power, 11866 Skills, Artificial Moon, Flight Technique, Breath Control, Proficient 68100, Hand-to-Hand Combat, Novice 66100, Breath Perception, Novice 50100, Space, None. Simulation Duration, 2 months. Simulation Attempts, 0. His eyes fixated on the simulation duration section. He muttered a hopeful wish for its continuous extension. However, there must be a maximum simulation duration. After all, Saiyans could easily enhance their combat power. If it were a human from Earth, perhaps they would enjoy a longer simulation time. Alas, in this life, I am a Saiyan. After a brief wash-up, Saigo retired for the night, determined to continue his training the next day. Only with ample rest could he maximize his training effectiveness. In the days that followed, Saigo secluded himself in his single room, fervently training, oblivious to the world outside. A true hermit devoted solely to his craft. On April 6th, after just 24 minutes of training, his combat power ascended to an impressive 100,000, and as he had anticipated, the simulation time increased by another month, bringing the total simulation duration to an astonishing 3 months. However, the training speed in both the simulation and reality remained unchanged. Despite this, Saigo was far from discouraged. He felt immensely gratified with the time extension. If the enhancement could continue to grow, it would merely be a delightful surprise. After all, Saiyans were inherently a bug-level race. And with an additional advantage, what more could he possibly desire? After surpassing a battle power of 100,000, the simulation system exhibited little alteration, which did not dampen Saigo's fervor for training. Regardless of the relentless winds and pouring rain, his daily regimen of arduous practice continued unabated. On the morning of May 1st, following a hearty meal, Saigo proceeded with his customary simulation. On this day, possessing a battle power slightly exceeding 210,000, he deemed it the opportune moment to journey to Namek. Thus, he promptly made his way to the spacecraft launch center to inquire about the precise location of Namek. The staff, recognizing his identity as a high-ranking Saiyan warrior by the style of his battle suit, felt compelled to divulge the location without hesitation, also instructing him on how to operate the spacecraft. He felt a tinge of regret at not having to resort to forceful means. Nevertheless, he embarked on his voyage to Namek with a sense of trepidation tempered by relief. Regret, indeed. Was it not preferable to avoid coercion? In his heart, Saigo secretly grumbled. On May 15th, you successfully arrived at Namek and encountered the Grand Elder of the Namekians, who graciously granted your request. Chapter 4. The Guidance of Hidden Potential. The Grand Elder bestowed upon you the ability to harness your potential, causing your combat power to surge tenfold in an instant. You expressed your profound gratitude to the Grand Elder, yet shamelessly claimed the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek. Subsequently, through the dragon, you enhanced your innate abilities, acquiring Frieza's void survival skills, and ultimately wished for the gift of perfect memory. By May 28th, you had adeptly mastered your newfound strength and began attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan with the back energy gathering technique, but each effort ended in failure. On May 29th, your endeavor to transform into a Super Saiyan met with the same unfortunate result as did your attempts on May 30th. Even on June 30th, your efforts to achieve the transformation continued to falter. The simulation concluded. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. Combat power increased tenfold. 2. Guidance of hidden potential, beginner 30100. 3. Void survival 4. Talent enhancement 5. Perfect memory 6. Experience in transforming into a Super Saiyan 7. Future memory Saigo, observing the continuous failures in transforming into a Super Saiyan, felt a sense of frustration. Although he understood that his combat power fell short of the minimum requirement, he pondered whether his S-cells were insufficient. It was worth noting that the Saiyans of Universe 6, despite their seemingly low combat power, could effortlessly transform into Super Saiyans, likely due to an abundance of S-cells that reduced the difficulty of the transformation. As for why he hadn't considered transforming in anger, he simply had not encountered anything that made him exceptionally furious. Upon seeing the 7 available rewards, Saigo voiced his surprise. The Grand Elder's secret arts clearly did not involve a wish to the dragon. How could this option be among the rewards? Logically, that choice should not exist. After some contemplation, unable to decipher the matter, he decided to set it aside for the moment. He then began to deliberate on which reward would be the most advantageous. The first 2 rewards were undoubtedly excellent. However, the first option of a tenfold increase in combat power was only temporary, while the second offered long-term benefits. One was useful for both himself and others, while the other was solely for his own use. The third reward, the Void Survival, while still acceptable, shall not be considered for now. If it appears again in the future, I shall choose it then. As for the fourth reward, Talent Enhancement, he believes that the invasion of planet Vegeta by Frieza is imminent. According to the timeline in the original narrative, Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta in the year 737, though the exact date remains unknown. Therefore, the primary focus now is to enhance strength rather than augment talent. Consequently, talent enhancement is not a priority at this moment. After considerable contemplation, Saigo reached a decision. This time's reward has the potential to guide secret techniques. He cannot guarantee that such an opportunity will arise again. If the Dragon Balls could grant a wish for this reward, it would undoubtedly be his first choice. Any other desires could subsequently be fulfilled through wishes made with the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, with this guiding potential for secret techniques, he no longer merely contemplates survival. Instead, he envisions the possibility of leading the Saiyans to carve out a significant presence in this world. According to the simulation's details, the guiding potential for secret techniques can also be utilized on oneself. Regardless, it is not a loss. Subsequently, Saigo promptly selected the second reward. Selecting the second. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the secret technique potential guidance. Entry level 30100. Saigo promptly summoned the information panel and began to peruse its contents. Name, Saigo. Age, 2. Qualification, superior talent, giant ape, possessing a voracious appetite and robust digestion, with enhanced combat capability upon recovery. Mental strength, 18. Combat power, 213. 750 secret technique, potential guidance, entry level 30, 100 skills, artificial moon, flight technique, breath control, proficient 681,000, combat, entry level 66, 100, breath perception, entry level 50, 100 space, none simulation duration, 3 months simulation count, 0. Upon examining the information panel, Saigo noted the addition of a secret technique section. Out of curiosity, he clicked on potential guidance, which immediately revealed several lines of text. The secret technique of the Namekians is rarely acquired through postnatal learning. It is generally passed down through inheritance, with very few mastering it. The entry-level potential guidance can only enhance the target's combat power by tenfold. This technique can be used on oneself, but each individual is permitted to utilize it only once throughout their lifetime. After meticulously reading through the text, a radiant smile spread across Saigo's face in an instant. The effects of this secret technique are indeed astonishing. Merely at the introductory level, it can enhance the target's combat power by tenfold. Moreover, it can also be utilized on oneself. Saigo never dared to imagine that such an ability, only seen being employed on others in the original work, could be used on oneself. Moreover, if the enhancement in combat power is this substantial even at the novice level, how immense must the increase be at higher levels of proficiency? Saiyan was eager to test the effects and, without hesitation, placed his hand atop his head, only to withdraw at the next moment. No, this is incorrect. With a battle power of merely 210,000, even if it were to be multiplied tenfold, it would barely exceed 2 million. which falls short of the minimum battle power threshold required to transform into a Super Saiyan. It would be unwise to proceed at this juncture. It is far more prudent to first enhance my foundational strength. Besides, a battle power of 210,000 is sufficiently formidable to persuade King Vegeta. Saigo resolutely suppressed the urge to immediately harness his potential and turned back to continue his training. As the day's training came to a close, his combat power had increased by an impressive 50. For the following 2 days, Saigo remained deeply immersed in simulations and rigorous practice. Each simulation focused on enhancing his combat abilities, resulting in a cumulative increase of 9,000 over the course of 2 sessions. After 2 days of diligent training, he also gained an additional 100 in combat power. Even the smallest of gains is still a gain, and Saigo did not abandon his real-world training simply because he had an external advantage. He understood that his current strength remained inadequate. In a world fraught with potential peril, he could not afford to be even the slightest bit complacent. At least, at this stage, he must not relent. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was the morning of May 4th. Having learned from past experiences, Saigo resolved that all daily simulations would be conducted each morning to avert unnecessary losses. He aimed to make judicious use of external aids, akin to maximizing the utility of limited resources in gaming from his previous life. This principle was not lost on Saigo. With a mere thought, he summoned the system panel and initiated the simulation. On May 4th, after practicing for less than half an hour, Tabul and the caretaker approached him. Aware of their intentions, Saigo requested to meet King Vegeta before they departed. While the caretaker hesitated, Tabul acquiesced. 10 minutes later, Saigo successfully met with King Vegeta, employing persuasive rhetoric and a silver tongue to win the king's favor, rendering him submissive. Observing this, Saigo couldn't help but smirk, exclaiming, "What nonsense about a silver tongue? Isn't virtue enough? Why complicate matters?" Subsequently, at Saigo's request, King Vegeta escorted him to the secret base. Upon arrival, King Vegeta complied with Saigo's directives and returned to execute commands, leaving Saigo to train at the base. During this time, King Vegeta personally delivered his meals thrice daily. After a day of training, his combat power increased by 50. On May 5th, he trained again, gaining another 50 in combat power. By May 9th, Prince Vegeta III arrived at the secret base with 19 elite warriors for his tutelage. While instructing them, Saigo continued his training, adding another 50 to his combat power. By May 15th, all 20 elite warriors, including Prince Vegeta III, had mastered the art of freely controlling their internal energy. Saigo trained for another day, increasing his power by 50. On May 16th, he led the elite warriors in training at the secret base, gaining yet another 50 in combat power. On the morning of May 26th, he utilized a secret technique, potential guidance, which took merely a second and amplified his power tenfold. Throughout this process, he meticulously controlled his aura to minimize external leakage. Aside from the 20 elite warriors who had learned aura perception, no one else on planet Vegeta noticed. When Prince Vegeta III and the others arrived at the secret base, Saigo candidly acknowledged his newfound strength, leaving them astonished and envious. Afterward, he instructed Prince Vegeta III to secretly prepare a spherical spacecraft for his solitary journey to Namek. On June 10th, he successfully arrived at Namek and encountered the Grand Elder, seeking assistance in guiding his potential. However, the Grand Elder informed him that he had already undergone potential guidance and could not employ the same method a second time. Ultimately, he settled for a lesser alternative, obtaining the Grand Elder's consent to use the Dragon Balls once. Through his wish, he acquired the ability to survive in the void and the power of clairvoyance, further enhancing his innate talents. Subsequently, he attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan, but failed. Upon reading this, Saiyan was suddenly struck with a realization. Indeed, the potential bestowed upon each individual can only be utilized once in a lifetime. However, upon reflection, it is only natural. Such an extraordinary skill could hardly exist without limitations. One must learn to be content and avoid avarice. The ability to survive in the void is quite remarkable as well. With it, one need not fear the harshness of low or zero oxygen environments, and can even soar freely through the cosmos. Yet, what is this ability of probing the celestial eye? Is it perhaps meant for exploration? Saigo pondered for a moment, gently shaking his head before continuing to read. On June 11th, he endeavored once more to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet met with failure. The following day, June 12th, under the influence of the Elder's illusion, He recalled the heroic figures charging fearlessly across the battlefield from his past life, igniting a surge of fury that propelled him into the mimicry of a Super Saiyan form. Unfortunately, this transformation lasted but a fleeting moment before he reverted to his normal state, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Goodness, the Elder possesses the ability to conjure illusions? This is certainly something worth acquiring, remarkably practical. Yet, I wonder if this world harbors such a race? He mused, hope glimmering in his eyes, accompanied by a chilling resolve that seemed to lower the temperature around him. After a brief pause, he resumed his reading. Once fully rested, he attempted again. But despite the Elder's assistance, he failed to achieve even the mimicry of a Super Saiyan form, let alone the actual transformation. Saigo found this unsurprising. The effectiveness of illusions requires one to be utterly unguarded. Achieving the pinnacle of rage as he had in the simulation was evidently no simple feat. Preparedness would greatly diminish the impact, much like the fear one experiences watching a horror film. The first viewing evokes terror, while subsequent viewings lose that effect. On June 13th, he once again tried to transform into a Super Saiyan, only to fail yet again. By June 18th, he recognized that despite being a traveler from another world, his gentle nature and insufficient time had left him with an inadequate number of S cells to support the transformation. He decided to abandon the endeavor and bid farewell to the Elder, setting off to return to planet Vegeta. On the evening of July 3rd, he successfully arrived back on planet Vegeta. Chapter 5. Acquiring the ability to survive in the void. On July 4th, he resumed his training, concluding the day with a power increase of 50. By August 3rd, after a full day of training, his strength had again risen by 50. This simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Tenfold increase in combat power. 2. Combat power of 2603. Ability to survive in the void. 4. Celestial insight. 5. Talent enhancement. 6. Experience in transforming into a Super Saiyan. 7. Memories of the future. Upon reviewing the simulation details and the 7 available rewards, Saigo was filled with elation. What a splendid array of rewards from this simulation. Similar to the rewards on May 1st, there are also 7 options available for selection. It goes without saying that a tenfold increase in rewards would undoubtedly be the most desirable. However, Saigo feels somewhat discontent with his current combat power, which stands at a mere 222,950. Even with a tenfold enhancement, he would only reach 229,500, still unable to transform into a Super Saiyan form. This aspect has been tested over the past 3 days in simulations, and success has proven elusive. Saigo pondered extensively, concluding that his current combat prowess did not meet the transformation criteria. Furthermore, the quantity of S cells within him was insufficient, coupled with the prolonged period of peaceful existence in his previous life, eliciting an extreme level of rage proved to be unattainable. Another contributing factor might have been his inadequate control over his aura. These elements collectively resulted in his failure to transform. Otherwise, akin to the young Sun Wukong during Krillin's initial demise, despite possessing a sufficient number of S cells and reaching an apex of fury, he too did not achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. The underlying reason suggests that the 3 prerequisites for transforming into a Super Saiyan must complement one another, each maintaining a balance. Any deficiency in one renders the transformation impossible. Naturally, if any single condition vastly exceeds the standard, it may facilitate an easier transformation. This is exemplified by the Saiyans of Universe 6, whose combat strength and S cell count are extraordinarily high, allowing them to transform into Super Saiyans with relative ease, requiring minimal anger. Upon their initial transformation, even without employing the back energy accumulation technique, they could easily provoke their fury to succeed. Returning to the matter at hand. While enhancing his combat power tenfold is indeed appealing, Saigo was reluctant to utilize this once-in-a-lifetime secret technique at this moment. He preferred to await a higher level of strength in reality before employing it, which would yield even greater benefits. Moreover, in the simulations, Frieza had yet to arrive, alleviating any sense of urgency. The preceding simulations indicated that prior to August, planet Vegeta would remain unscathed, signifying that Frieza would not obliterate the planet between May and July. Thus, ample time was available, and Saigo remained entirely unperturbed. With the date of planet Vegeta's destruction still distant, achieving the Super Saiyan transformation before that day was entirely feasible. Furthermore, during earlier simulations, Saigo learned that Taboo did not face immediate exile to a barren planet after the 2-month training period. Instead, he was banished on May 4th. After considerable reflection, Saigo ultimately decided to forego the first reward. Unbeknownst to him, this decision would lead to profound regret in the future. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Saigo glanced down at the other available rewards, and upon spotting the void survival ability, he felt no need to consider any other options. He had previously resolved that if this reward were to reappear, he would inevitably select it. Now, with the void survival ability presenting itself for the second time, his decision was made. It was merely a waste of one simulation opportunity, which he deemed inconsequential. In his past life, he often indulged in casual gameplay. Now, with the daily increase of one simulation attempt, he could afford such indulgences. Moreover, even if he did not choose it this time, he suspected that within the simulation, he would still acquire this ability through a wish. Thus far, he had ventured to Namek only twice in the simulations, and on both occasions, he had wished for this very ability using the Dragon Balls. This was without any preemptive interference from him, indicating a profound affinity for this ability on his part, almost as if he would not rest until it was secured. Truth be told, the fact that Frieza's race possessed the capability of void survival was indeed extraordinary. With such an ability, there was no fear of planets being destroyed. With this line of thought, Saigo decisively chose the void survival ability. I choose the third option. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the new ability, Void Survival. Please check the talent section for details. As soon as the announcement concluded, Saigo eagerly summoned his personal information panel. Name, Saigo Talent, Grade Ape, High Consumption and Strong Digestion. Power increase after healing, Void Survival Mental Power, 18 Combat Power, 222, 900 Secret Skill, Potential Guidance, Entry Level 30, 100 Skills, Space, None Simulation Duration, 3 months Simulation Attempts, 0 Upon clicking on the Void Survival talent, several lines of text immediately popped up. It was a unique talent possessed only by a few races in the universe, allowing one to perfectly adapt to and survive in void environments. After reading it, Saigo couldn't help but smile widely. With this, he would no longer fear anoxic environments. His survival capabilities had significantly increased. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that this wish could have been articulated differently. Wouldn't it suffice to wish for the ability to swiftly adapt to various harsh environments? Indeed, it was settled. The individual within the simulation was certainly not a reflection of him, possessing none of his intellectual acuity. Saigo consoled himself, and indeed, his spirits began to lift. With a flicker of thought, he retracted the system information panel. Subsequently, he reclined back onto the bed, patiently awaiting the arrival of Tabul and the caretaker. It wasn't long before both Tabul and the caretaker appeared together. This Saiyan prince, Tabul, was remarkably different from the Saiyan Saigo had previously encountered. He exuded an aura of tranquility, devoid of the wildness typically associated with his race. Were it not for the iconic tail coiled around his waist, Saigo might have mistaken him for an ordinary earthling. Lord Saigo, let us proceed. You and Prince Tabul are set to embark. The somewhat peculiar-looking caretaker said respectfully. He too was a Saiyan, albeit a lower-tier warrior who shunned combat. Leaving planet Vegeta? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Without external assistance, he might have considered fleeing alongside Tabul. However, now that they had outside aid, the likelihood of successfully resisting Frieza had increased exponentially. How could he possibly entertain the idea of departure? The savior of the Saiyans shall not easily abandon his kin. Before departing, I wish to pay a visit to King Vegeta, if that is permissible. Saigo feigned a look of regret, fearing that the caretaker might refuse his request. As a Saiyan, it is unacceptable for me to leave without having met my king. The caretaker, evidently hesitant to make a decision, glanced towards Prince Tabor, seeking his counsel. Saigo initially believed that Tabor would refuse his request and prepared to employ force to compel him to guide the way. To his surprise, Tabor did not decline. Very well, I shall lead you, he replied, his expression devoid of displeasure and almost tinged with affability. Tabor had already reconciled himself with the whims of fate and sought to strengthen his rapport with his superior warriors, particularly his own bodyguards, through this endeavor. This wisdom had been imparted to him by his father, King Vegeta III, to learn the art of engaging with higher-ranked warriors, especially his own protectors. It was through such camaraderie that they would be motivated to safeguard him earnestly. The teachings of his father remained indelibly etched in the mind of Tabor, who, despite being merely a lower-tier warrior, held these lessons close to his heart. Such a request was effortless for Tabor. It not only fulfilled Saigo's wish, but also garnered his favor. A veritable win-win situation. Tabar had no reason to oppose it. Previously, he had been troubled by how to strengthen his relationship with Saigo, but now that an opportunity had presented itself, he would not let this rare chance slip away. Saigo also revealed a smile upon hearing this. Tabor, noticing this, began to laugh as well. Soon after, in the royal palace of the Saiyans, Saigo successfully encountered the legendary King Vegeta. The majestic hairstyle bore some resemblance to his own, albeit his was shorter, lacking the elegant widow's peak and the striking prominence of Vegeta's forehead. If King Vegeta's hairstyle resembled a grand conflagration, then Saigo's could be likened to a modest flicker of flame. The gaps between the tips of his hair were not as pronounced, and from a distance, it resembled a single droplet of water. Seated upon the throne, King Vegeta reclined casually on his fist, exuding an air of indifference, his face betraying a hint of impatience. With a dismissive wave, he declared, "Enough? Now that you have fulfilled your pre-departure wishes, let us make haste. The protection of Tabul's safety now rests upon your shoulders." Upon hearing King Vegeta's command, Tabul noted the king's disdain and urged Saigo to depart. "Saigo, let us go." Meanwhile, the caretaker remained outside the grand entrance of the palace, awaiting their return. However, Saigo had no intention of leaving. Observing that none present wore a scouter, he formulated a plan. Looking up at King Vegeta, he spoke with deliberate calmness, "But, King Vegeta, I do not wish to leave planet Vegeta. What do you propose we do?" Chapter 6. Discussing life with King Vegeta. At Saigo's words, King Vegeta exhibited little reaction, merely sitting in silence upon his throne, his gaze towards Saigo glinting with a hint of menace. It was instead one of the guards standing at the foot of the stairs who erupted in anger, shouting, "You dare defy King Vegeta's command?" Silence. Saigo shot a glance at the four guards and muttered under his breath. In the next instant, to the astonishment of everyone present, he appeared before them. With a series of muffled thuds, four guards collapsed to the ground. What? Both Tabul and King Vegeta were taken aback, completely unprepared for Saigo's sudden aggression. Witnessing Saigo's display of power and speed, they realized the extent of his formidable combat abilities. A surge of fear coursed through King Vegeta as he sprang to his feet, demanding, "Saigo, do you wish to revolt?" It must be noted that King Vegeta possessed a degree of wisdom. Recognizing the likelihood that he was no match for Saigo, he resorted to loud proclamations in hopes of drawing the attention of others outside the palace. King Vegeta contemplated retaliating, but considering that his own strength was comparable to that of his personal guard, he suppressed the urge to act. "Saigo, what are you doing? Stop this at once." Tabul shouted in terror, perceiving Saigo's actions as a path to self-destruction. Saigo calmly declared, "Vegeta, if you continue to shout aimlessly, I will not hesitate to eliminate both you and your son. I trust you can discern that it would be a simple task for me to do so." As he spoke, he ascended the steps one by one until he reached the very top, positioning himself before the throne. In the astonished gaze of Tabul and the furious glare of King Vegeta, he seated himself with an air of authority. Observing the king, whose forehead was etched with veins from suppressing his rage, Saigo leisurely inquired, "Do you wish to understand the source of my formidable prowess? Are you curious about the extent of my current combat power?" His intent was not to persuade King Vegeta through intimidation, but rather to express that previous attempts at a gentler approach had proven futile, ultimately necessitating force to reach an accord. Currently, Saigo has streamlined the process, eliminating much unnecessary effort. King Vegeta remains somewhat concerned about Tabor. Seizing the opportunity while Saigo speaks, he swiftly moves to Tabor's side, providing protection. His face shifts through a spectrum of emotions: fear, astonishment, confusion, and curiosity. Finally, with a serious expression, he inquires, "Saigo, what is your true intention behind this? You may as well reveal it. I will do my utmost to accommodate your desires." Although he is mindful of Saigo's proclaimed combat power, he cannot decipher Saigo's motives. Given Saigo's formidable strength, preserving his life is of utmost importance. Meanwhile, King Vegeta has already sentenced the caretaker in his mind. "You wretched fool. How could you report a combat power of merely over 1,000? How then can his displayed strength surpass mine? Execution. It must be done. Cursed incompetence." Saigo understood that as a king, one must possess a certain level of cunning. He recognized that this was merely a delaying tactic employed by King Vegeta. It was not fear of the overwhelming numbers that prompted his thoughts, but rather a desire to swiftly resolve the issue of King Vegeta's abdication in order to continue his training. Although his current strength was sufficient to sweep across the entirety of planet Vegeta, it was still woefully inadequate when measured against other genuine cosmic powers. King Vegeta, you need not resort to subterfuge. No matter how many you summon, they will not stand against me. My combat prowess exceeds your imagination, and your current scouter, which can only register up to 10,000, is utterly incapable of measuring my true capabilities. King Vegeta, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat, yet stubbornly retorted, "That is impossible. You cannot possess a battle power exceeding 10,000. Humph. Spare me such theatrics. Reveal your true intentions. Do not attempt to intimidate me with your fabrications. Whether it is a lie or not, you shall discover for yourself," Saigo replied, gazing down upon King Vegeta with a smirk. "Should you manage to defeat me, I will submit to your will." However, he paused deliberately, allowing the tension to build. King Vegeta instinctively clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration as he glared up at Saigo. In an instant, he made a decision. "If I lose, I will also submit to your will. I would even allow you to become the king of the Saiyans. But Tabor has nothing to do with this. Release him." Life or death battles were a common occurrence among the Saiyans. Typically, when two Saiyans harbored enmity, they could engage in a duel, where the victor would live and the vanquished would perish. The principle of survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme, was the truth upheld by the Saiyan race. Saigo shook his head in defiance, declaring, "No, this matter is entirely unrelated to Tabor. The outcome bears no significance for him." With that, Saigo descended gracefully, hovering before King Vegeta. "Come now, let us engage solely in a contest of martial prowess. Given my current capabilities, I trust you would prefer I refrain from employing energy attacks, yes?" King Vegeta's expression turned grave, prompting him to curtly command, "Tabor, you may leave. Ensure that no one enters." The latter part of his statement was imbued with a weighty emphasis. Yes, father," Tabor replied, his demeanor somewhat vacant as he turned to exit, oblivious to the true intent behind King Vegeta's words. Once Tabor departed, a palpable tension enveloped the standoff between King Vegeta and Saigo. With a fierce shout, King Vegeta unleashed a formidable aura, a tempestuous energy manifesting as invisible blades that ravaged the air around him. He was confident that his full power would be insurmountable for the inexperienced youth before him. As he unleashed his might, King Vegeta scrutinized Saigo's expression, only to discover an unsettling calm etched upon his face, further igniting his fury. "Do not underestimate me. I am King Vegeta. Prepare to meet your demise." In a swift motion, King Vegeta launched a ferocious assault, his strikes raining down with the ferocity of a storm, each aimed with lethal precision. Yet, Saigo evaded each blow with effortless grace. As time elapsed, King Vegeta's attacks grew increasingly erratic, revealing his growing desperation from striking nothing but air. Meanwhile, Saigo continued to evade effortlessly, interjecting with taunts. "Is this the extent of the Saiyan King's prowess? You have truly disappointed me. The Saiyan blood coursing through your veins is nothing short of a disgrace." Upon hearing such words, King Vegeta's fury intensified beyond measure. "Silence. What skill is there in merely evading? If you possess any true ability, then strike back and show me." In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had encountered someone making such a demand. With a light chuckle, Saigo evaded the attack while responding. "I have always taken pleasure in facilitating the desires of adults, so I shall fulfill your request." No sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding thud echoed through the air. In the next moment, all of King Vegeta's offensive maneuvers abruptly ceased. His eyes were bloodshot, and he instinctively clutched his abdomen, murmuring in disbelief, "Impossible. This cannot be." With a sudden loss of consciousness, King Vegeta collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing involuntarily, and his raised posterior reminiscent of a familiar scene. Saigo chuckled lightly, remarking, "No one has ever made such a request of me." "You are the very first." To avoid wasting time, he crouched down and forcefully slapped King Vegeta's large face. Smack. "Hey, wake up. Don't sleep now. Hey, still not awake? Let us continue the slapping." Smack, smack, smack. TSK, such a thick and hard complexion. My hand is sore from the effort. Seeing that Vegeta showed no signs of awakening, Saigo raised his hand, preparing to exert even greater force. To his surprise, Vegeta gradually stirred awake. Saigo, with a look of regret, set his hands down and rose to his feet. Ahem. Gasping in pain, King Vegeta clutched his throbbing abdomen while his other hand gingerly touched his burning cheek. Witnessing his pitiful state, Saigo urged impatiently, "Enough of this. If you're not dead, then get up already." Surely you don't want your subordinates to see you in such a disgraceful state? The excruciating pain paralyzed King Vegeta's thoughts. Upon hearing someone speak, he immediately rose unsteadily to his feet, his gaze fixed warily on Saiga. Realizing his defeat, his countenance fell into a state of despondency and despair. I can relinquish the throne of the Saiyan. Might you spare my life? King Vegeta implored despondently, his face devoid of any semblance of fighting spirit. Saigo chuckled coldly. King Vegeta, you have truly disappointed me. After facing such minor setbacks, you have already lost the courage to continue fighting. With such a disposition, how could you possibly lead the Saiyans to successfully resist Frieza? How could you guide the Saiyans towards glory? Upon hearing this, King Vegeta's expression turned incredulous as he anxiously inquired, How? How could you know we planned to rebel against Frieza? Where did you learn this information? Who are you? In light of the Saiyan survival being at stake, King Vegeta momentarily forgot his current predicament, his panic infused with an accusatory tone. He was convinced that the secret plan he devised could not have been leaked, as those privy to it were exclusively his most trusted confidants. It is worth noting that the plot to resist Frieza was scarcely known across planet Vegeta, with only a handful of individuals aware of its specific details. Furthermore, Saigo was a newly cultivated Saiyan, and thus could not have been exposed to this highly confidential plan. Do not be so anxious. As for how I came to know this, you may find it hard to believe, for ordinarily, anyone else would deem it a fabrication. Of course, it is not that your plan has been leaked. So, would you care to listen? Saigo replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta sighed in relief. It was not a leak of information, but how then did Saigo possess such knowledge? It was perplexing. Moreover, how could his power be so immense? Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? With these questions swirling in his mind, King Vegeta quietly requested, Please enlighten me, that I may find clarity. Rest assured, your life still holds some value, Saigo remarked with a dismissive glance at the despondent King Vegeta, then floated towards the throne. Once seated, he continued, Have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan God? Upon hearing the first half of this statement, King Vegeta felt a surge of relief and flew closer. However, he was taken aback by the latter question. Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. He repeated these words, finding them utterly unfamiliar. I have not heard of such a being. We Saiyans only have the legend of the Super Saiyan. Are you referring to the fabled Super Saiyan? You cannot possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan. Can you? The thought that Saigo might indeed be the legendary Super Saiyan made King Vegeta reflect on the recent events, which suddenly seemed utterly plausible. His expression shifted numerous times, alternating between astonishment, regret, and despair. Goku gazed at King Vegeta, who was performing a dramatic transformation, and lamented. It is unfortunate that I am not the legendary Super Saiyan. However, I have the potential to become one in the future. What? King Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. A mere Saiyan, not the legendary Super Saiyan, can still become one? What nonsense is this? Is it truly possible for an ordinary Saiyan to attain the status of the legendary Super Saiyan? Absolutely not. You heard me correctly. Theoretically, every Saiyan has the capacity to become a Super Saiyan. Yet, certain prerequisites must be met, but I shall spare you the details for now. Goku continued to explain. I can confidently assert that the legendary Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan, and the Super Saiyan God have all existed. However, much of the knowledge regarding Saiyans has been lost over time. The reason for my current combat prowess stems from the guidance bestowed upon me by the Super Saiyan God during my training. In my dreams, he imparted invaluable wisdom, including methods to enhance my fighting abilities. Thus, I have managed to elevate my strength to a level beyond your comprehension in a mere 2 months. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta's expression swiftly shifted to one of disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, and his mouth agape in astonishment. His body trembled involuntarily as he stumbled back several steps, his gaze reflecting utter incredulity, seemingly unable to accept the revelations before him. Perhaps the information conveyed by Goku had entirely surpassed his expectations or clashed profoundly with his long-held beliefs and understanding. This abrupt cognitive upheaval plunged his inner world into chaos, leaving him momentarily unable to organize his thoughts. The Saiyans possess such secrets? Why have I never heard of this before? Is it due to a disruption in their legacy? What transpired among the ancestors of the Saiyans? Why did the Super Saiyan God choose Saigo as the recipient of his dreams? These were the 4 questions plaguing King Vegeta at that moment. After a prolonged silence, King Vegeta finally emerged from his tumultuous thoughts. his expression complex as he gazed intently at Saigo for a few seconds. Subsequently, feeling somewhat relieved yet intertwined with anticipation, he gracefully knelt on one knee and respectfully proclaimed, "I, Vegeta 3, pay my respects to King Saigo. I hope you can rescue our Saiyan race and lead us to dominate the universe." King Vegeta's swift submission took Saigo by surprise. After all, prior simulations had only conveyed fragments, devoid of intricate details. However, being addressed as king felt remarkably gratifying. "Rise. Until we vanquish Frieza, you remain the publicly acknowledged king of the Saiyans. Understand?" Saigo admonished, and refrained from incessantly speaking of dominating the universe. The cosmos harbors more formidable beings than merely the Frieza clan. Have you forgotten those two who surpassed Frieza and once graced our Vegeta star? If I recall correctly, you were left beneath their feet, weren't you? Chapter 8. Discussing life with King Vegeta, and, as Vegeta 3 stood up, the reminder from Saigo resurrected an embarrassing and humiliating memory in his mind. His pupils constricted sharply, and cold sweat cascaded down his brow, as if he beheld sheer terror. He became increasingly convinced of the veracity of Saigo's earlier words. The Super Saiyan God could indeed exist. The Super Saiyan might truly be real. The god of destruction, Beerus, that monster who had extinguished any will to resist within him. In that moment, the memories surged back with vivid clarity. Thud, thud. Vegeta 3's face was etched with fear as he stumbled backward. Witnessing Vegeta 3 ensnared in his painful recollections, Saigo swiftly extended his hand and unleashed a wave of energy. Whoosh! Boom! The force from Saigo sent Vegeta 3 reeling backwards, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Simultaneously, he broke free from his tormenting memories. Leaning back with his hands propping him up, gasping for air. Humph! Remembered, have you? In the future, do not constantly parade around with that "I am the strongest" facade. Those unaware might genuinely believe you are. As Saigo delivered his admonishment, he noticed signs of awakening in the previously fallen guards. He promptly descended from the throne and approached the side of King Vegeta 3. "Hurry up and rise. Your loyal guards are regaining consciousness. Once they are alert, instruct them to seek out reliable elite warriors. The number need not be excessive. I require only the finest. Remember, it matters not whether they are superior fighters. I demand 20 of the best. Do you comprehend?" After taking several deep breaths to steady his emotions, King Vegeta 3 stood up, casting a cautious and appreciative glance at Saigo. Only when he received a nod from him did he advance towards the throne, though he refrained from sitting down. No sooner had King Vegeta established his stance than the 4 elite warriors on the ground began to gradually awaken, struggling to rise. After a considerable time, their minds slowly cleared. As their vision sharpened, Saigo's figure came into focus before them, igniting a blaze of vengeful fury within their hearts. One among them erupted in rage. "You worthless fool! How dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Are you prepared for death?" With widened eyes and clenched fists, they prepared to charge at Saigo. At that moment, a sudden reprimand echoed from behind. "What are you doing? Cease at once. Is it not enough that you have embarrassed yourselves? Withdraw." Upon recognizing the voice of King Vegeta 3, the 4 halted abruptly. Breathing heavily, their initial fury gradually gave way to reason, yet their gaze remained fixed upon Saigo, silently vowing that one day he would pay for his treachery. Their furious stares lingered for a while before they clenched their teeth, suppressing their rage, and turned to return to their positions, striving to resist the urge to look at Saigo. On the platform, King Vegeta 3 ground his teeth in frustration. These fools, they have no comprehension of their opponent's strength and still harbor grudges. Thankfully, King Saigo has not unleashed his wrath. Otherwise, I would be powerless to restrain him from slaughtering you. Growing increasingly agitated, he issued a command. "You 4, immediately seek out 20 elite warriors, disregarding their qualifications and focusing solely on the highest combat power available. Remember, this must be done covertly. Those currently away must be summoned back at once." The elite warriors, having just regained their composure, promptly turned to face King Vegeta 3, replying, "Yes, King Vegeta." Interestingly, as they passed by Saigo, they all discreetly threatened him in unison, "You'd better watch your back." Saigo, too, responded with a cheerful remark. The few individuals were so infuriated that their eyes seemed to blaze with fury, wishing they could immediately flay Saigo alive. Ultimately, they could only shoot him a fierce glare before departing in a storm of anger. Once they left, Vegeta 3 could no longer maintain his composure. In an instant, he flew before Saigo, his face a mask of contrition, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. "Your Majesty Saigo, I apologize for the embarrassment. It is entirely my subordinate's fault for failing to discipline them. Please, punish me. Saigo waved his hand and proclaimed, I shall not concern myself with how you have conducted your affairs in the past, nor shall I hold you accountable. However, if you desire me to ascend as the king of the Saiyans and lead them towards greatness, henceforth, you must adhere to my directives without question. Can you accomplish this? To ensure his commitment, he presented an irresistible temptation. If you follow my instructions, the legend of the Super Saiyan shall transform into reality. The outcome rests in your hands. Indeed, Vegeta 3 fell into the trap, for he had long dreamed of becoming a Super Saiyan. Now that a glimmer of hope emerged, he could hardly allow it to slip away. Overcome with excitement, he knelt once more, pledging his loyalty. Your Majesty, henceforth you shall be the king of the Saiyans. Your words will serve as the compass guiding us forward. Should you command us to the east, we shall never venture west. Truly, no Saiyan could withstand the allure of the Super Saiyan. Saigo mused silently, yet spoke aloud. Excellent. Rise, and let me explain how you can obscure Frieza's surveillance. Come closer. After approximately 10 minutes, Saigo finally concluded his instructions. Vegeta 3 hesitated for a moment before voicing his concerns. Saigo, does this not play directly into Frieza's trap? Is it necessary to recall the subordinate warriors who have already been dispatched? Foolishness. Saigo rebuked. Why can't you comprehend? Our strategy is to create confusion, making Frieza believe we are actively complying with his orders to summon all Saiyans. Not only should we recall them, but we must also send others to seek them out and bring them back. The more ostentatious our efforts, the more convinced the enemy will be that we are doing everything possible to gather our kin. This will afford us more time to prepare, thereby increasing our chances of successfully resisting Frieza. It is a multifaceted strategy. Why would we not pursue it? If you fail to grasp this, you must still follow my directives. After all, recalling our people is inevitable. We might as well have the enemy assist in spreading the word, conserving considerable manpower and resources, and encouraging our wandering kin to return. Having heard this, Vegeta 3, not one to be easily misled, quickly grasped the insight. Indeed, Saigo, your method is truly ingenious. You are, without a doubt, the savior of our Saiyan race. Saigo felt a sense of delight within. Yet his visage betrayed a look of disdain as he waved his hand dismissively and said, Cease the flattery. Engage in more productive endeavors. By the way, do you possess a secret base? Vegeta the Third nodded rapidly. Yes, indeed. Your Majesty, what do you desire? That suffices. Lead the way promptly. And ensure the 20 elite warriors I summoned do not wear the scouters acquired from Frieza. Surely, you have developed your own scouters, correct? Indeed, we do. Excellent. Then, equip the latest scouters for a total of 20 individuals, including yourself. Oh, I almost forgot. Include Bardock's team and Pargas's team within that count, making it a total of 20. Once everyone is gathered, bring them to me. For now, guide me to the secret base. Understood. Please follow me. Chapter 9. The Hidden Agenda. Soon, the two arrived at the secret base. Sighing at the exceedingly rudimentary facilities within the base, Saigo felt a reluctance to voice his critiques. This so-called secret base was merely a concealed natural cave, indistinguishable from the abodes of primitive tribes. However, for extraterrestrial beings unfamiliar with the art of sensing energy, it indeed served as a rather secluded refuge. Firstly, the cave was situated far from any populated areas, nestled deep within the mountains. Secondly, the entrance was shrouded by dense foliage and scattered rocks, making it nearly imperceptible unless one observed meticulously. Vines and weeds artfully concealed the cave's mouth, creating a natural barrier. Lastly, within the innermost part of the cave lay a spacious, flat area, ample enough to accommodate several hundred individuals, where tranquility reigned, interrupted only by the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. At this moment, Saigo was alone in the cave, as Vegeta 3 had departed to attend to prior obligations. It was time to commence training. Training empowers me. Training brings me joy. Onward. After a moment of self-encouragement, the Saiyan immersed himself in his daily training. Meanwhile, King Vegeta, upon returning, urgently issued 3 commands. First, cease the dispatch of lower-ranking warriors to the savage planets. Second, solicit assistance from the Frieza force to convey the summons for the Saiyans who have yet to return. It is imperative to await Frieza's visit to planet Vegeta, as a mere handful of individuals would not adequately showcase the Saiyan spirit. For those who have lost contact, it is necessary to send someone to ascertain whether they still thrive. Third, effective immediately. All returning clan members are strictly prohibited from undertaking any tasks other than searching for their kin, in order to prepare for Frieza's impending visitation to planet Vegeta. In a remarkably brief span of time, these 3 commands reached the ears of every inhabitant of planet Vegeta. Confusion reigned as to why King Vegeta had suddenly issued such directives, particularly among the Saiyans. The tradition of dispatching lower-ranking warriors had been a long-standing practice, and the abrupt prohibition bewildered many. However, upon considering the necessity of preparing for Frieza's arrival, they acquiesced, believing this to be the true rationale. After all, when one resides beneath a shared roof, one must bow one's head. The Saiyans were still beholden to Frieza's whims, hoping that by pleasing him this time, they might suffer less ostracization in the future. Frieza's spies embedded among the Saiyans reported back both overtly and covertly. It was not long before Frieza himself received the news. Oh, has King Vegeta truly issued these 3 commands? At that moment, Frieza was not seated in his customary throne but elegantly perched before a white table, gently swirling a glass of wine. Indeed, Lord Frieza, we have confirmed multiple times. Not only our operatives on planet Vegeta, but also those loyal to King Vegeta have conveyed the same message, replied a pink-skinned extraterrestrial, his face marred with fleshy lumps. Frieza continued to swirl his drink, his gaze fixed upon the liquid within the glass. Mr. Dodoria, what do you suppose has prompted these wild monkeys to issue such commands? Have they caught wind of our scheme? The individual singled out by Frieza was none other than Dodoria himself. Upon hearing Frieza's inquiry, Dodoria, regardless of whether the plan had been compromised, quickly knelt, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. Rest assured, Lord Frieza, our plan has remained undisclosed. Please, trust in my assurance. Simultaneously, Dodoria glanced at a nearby figure, who understood his intent and knelt without hesitation. Lord Frieza, I too can guarantee that our plan remains secure. I implore you to discern the truth. Accompanying the master is akin to accompanying a tiger. Over time, both individuals have gained a certain understanding of Frieza's manner of handling affairs. Given the current circumstances, without a guarantor, it is likely that Dodoria's fate is grim. Frieza remains indifferent, his attention solely fixated on his drink. Mr. Saigo, might I inquire why the Saiyans have suddenly issued these commands? One of those advocating for Dodoria is a tall and relatively handsome extraterrestrial with long green hair. Your Majesty, my subordinate believes the Saiyans are acting to curry favor with you, seeking to elevate their standing within the ranks. Saigo, without a hint of hesitation, promptly voiced his thoughts. To please me? I beg to differ. However, the actions of that wild monkey, King Vegeta, certainly save us considerable effort. We can eliminate them in one fell swoop. Frieza ceased his swaying, casting a cold glance at the 2 kneeling before him, and continued, Very well. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Saigo, since the wild monkeys have come to us for assistance, let us aid them. It will grant me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, a splendid reputation for benevolence towards my subordinates. Yes, my lord, we shall proceed at once. Wait, let us temporarily halt our plans to avoid detection by those wild monkeys. As you command. Frieza watched the 2 depart, raised his goblet, and drained its contents, savoring the lingering taste on his alluring lips, seemingly unfazed by the news he had just received. On May 4th, after training until 10 o'clock at night, his combat power increased by 50. Since the issuance of King Vegeta 3's 3 commands and the alteration of Frieza's strategic approach, the mortality rate of Saiyans on missions has significantly decreased. Without needing Saiyo's reminder, King Vegeta 3 could deduce that the high mortality rate in previous missions was undoubtedly due to Frieza's machinations. This realization ignited a furious resolve within King Vegeta 3 to ensure Frieza pays the price. Complicating matters further, King Vegeta 4 outright refused to return to planet Vegeta immediately. To avoid disrupting their plans, King Vegeta 3 reluctantly acquiesced, hoping for King Vegeta IV's safety while away. On May 7th, Saiyo learned from simulations the precise date of Frieza's arrival on planet Vegeta, August 6th. Of course, he understood that this was merely a simulated timeline, with many uncertainties in reality, such as the fact that the King of the Saiyans is not King Vegeta 3. With time still on his side, Saiyo resolved to commence simulations the following day to master the instantaneous movement technique of the Yard Rats. A day passed swiftly. On May 8th, Saigo awoke early. Noticing that Vegeta 3 had yet to deliver the meal, he decided to commence his simulations. On May 8th, after imparting fundamental teachings on energy control to 20 elite warriors, He, under the guidance of Vegeta 3, journeyed to the spacecraft launch center and embarked alone on a spherical spaceship bound for planet Adatra. What urgency compelled such a hasty departure to planet Adatra? Is there a lapse in judgment? With insufficient strength, what folly is there in venturing out aimlessly? Saigo inwardly complained, pondering whether the simulated beings would be affected by the Saiyan race's characteristics. Don't they understand the importance of cautious development? Saigo shook his head in disapproval of his actions within the simulation, yet he continued to observe. On June 8th, you successfully arrived on the planet Adetla. The Adetlan people, known for their hospitality, treated you as an esteemed guest. However, upon learning of your notorious reputation as a Saiyan, they sought to expel you from their planet. In response, you refrained from inciting conflict or causing bloodshed. Instead, you chose to win them over with virtue and effective means, ultimately securing an audience with the Grand Elder of the Adetlan people. Chapter 10. The online teaching of energy control. You straightforwardly expressed your intentions to the Grand Elder, who acknowledged your request but stated that in order to learn the secret techniques, you must first undergo a trial. Brimming with confidence, you assured him that the trial would pose no obstacle, as long as you could learn the secret skills. On June 9th, with the Grand Elder's blessings, you resolutely entered the trial's sacred realm. Soon after, you failed and met your demise. The simulation came to an end. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Future memory. 2. Experience from the Adetlan people's trial. 1. 3. Experience in bullying the weak. 1. 4. The most comfortable posture for spaceship travel. Upon seeing the displayed content on the simulator, Saigo could not suppress an expletive. What the hell? How did my death get displayed? It's utterly baffling. How can I avoid such pitfalls? After calming himself, he glanced at the available rewards, his eyes filled with disdain. I'll choose the second option. I am curious to see how many attempts it will take to pass the trial. Ding, selection successful. Congratulations on obtaining the experience from the Adetlan people's trial 1. Shortly thereafter, Saigo noticed that 20 individuals were approaching and instinctively retracted the system panel. Soon, Prince Vegeta 3 arrived with 19 elite warriors. Upon reaching Saigo, Prince Vegeta 3 respectfully announced, King Saigo, I have brought the 19 elites. The accompanying 19 Saiyans were left astonished, rendered motionless as if nailed to the ground. Their gazes were fixated ahead, filled with disbelief. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, enveloping the world in an unusual silence. Is this a trick? Is this real? A youthful voice trembled as it broke the silence, drawing the attention of those around, yet disbelief still clouded their minds. Some covered their mouths, fearing an involuntary exclamation. Others turned pale, their legs shaking uncontrollably, while a few found their legs growing weak, nearly unable to stand. Shock surged through them like a tidal wave, rendering them incapable of thought or speech. Their once unwavering beliefs began to falter, and their understanding of the world was utterly upended. They could hardly fathom that King Vegeta would report to a mere child, although it was evident that the child possessed the qualities of a superior warrior. They had assumed this was a private summons by King Vegeta. To their astonishment, King Vegeta bowed and reported to him. This revelation shattered their perceptions in their minds. King Vegeta was a proud ruler who would never lower himself to others, not even to Frieza. Witnessing the king's respectful demeanor left them utterly astonished. The most shocked were undoubtedly the Paragus squad, for they recognized that the one whom King Vegeta respected was none other than the protagonist, Saigo, who had previously drawn their attention due to his unusual power. The other 4 members of the Vegeta 3 squad were the ones trembling in disbelief. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the crowd, Vegeta 3 stepped forward and proclaimed, Warriors, your presence here signifies that you are the elite among our Saiyan race, unwaveringly loyal to our warrior heritage. This means you are permitted to partake in the top-secret initiative personally overseen by King Saigo. I implore each of you to guard your tongues. Should any information escape, our Saiyan race would face extermination. Vegeta 3's words ignited a flurry of chatter among the others. King Vegeta, are you truly relinquishing the throne to this child? King Vegeta, are you in your right mind? King Vegeta, are you certain you're not jesting? King Vegeta, do you feel feverish? King Vegeta, this cannot be a joke. King Vegeta, have you been threatened? If so, speak up. Your subordinates would gladly remove him. The cave erupted into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. Silence. Vegeta 3, noticing Saigo's growing impatience, bellowed, prompting the crowd to hush. He continued with resolute clarity. Firstly, Saigo shall henceforth be our Saiyan king, and I, Vegeta 3, shall obey him without question. Anyone who opposes this is in direct conflict with me. Secondly, I am entirely lucid. neither speaking nonsense nor suffering from any fever. I am as normal as can be. Thirdly, I am not under duress. This is entirely my volition. If given the chance to choose again, I, Vegeta 3, would still be 100 times willing to see Saigo ascend to the throne as our Saiyan king. Fourthly, the combat prowess of King Saigo far surpasses that of both myself and my squad members. If you doubt this, feel free to inquire with Belia and the others. Are they not mere fodder against King Saigo? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other 3 squads turned in unison towards the remaining 4 members of Vegeta 3's team. The individuals named, including Belia, flushed crimson with embarrassment, their heads bowed in shame. The remaining 15 warriors, witnessing the reaction of Belia and his companions, immediately grasped that Vegeta 3 was indeed not spinning tales. Vegeta 3 himself felt a slight twinge of discomfort, yet having long served as the king of the Saiyans, his resilience to embarrassment had been finely honed. Casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly, he continued, Fifthly, King Saigo is our Saiyan deity, who has bestowed dreams upon him, training and guiding him to lead us Saiyans towards glorious salvation. If King Saigo does not assume the mantle of our ruler, then who shall? Shall I permit any one of you to take that role? The crowd exchanged glances, then collectively shook their heads. Sixthly, if you still regard me, Vegeta 3, as the former king, do not question my decisions. Now, does anyone harbor doubts? The 19 elite warriors pondered momentarily, confirming that Vegeta 3 had not lost his senses. Without hesitation, they knelt in unison, respectfully proclaiming, Subordinates, pay homage to King Saigo. There is no need for such formalities. Henceforth, let us abolish the custom of kneeling at every turn, King Saigo stated earnestly. Vegeta 3 concurred, indeed. I shall convey this message. The 19 elite warriors, still kneeling, echoed in unison, Thank you, King Saigo. We shall remember this henceforth. They then rose to their feet. Excellent. Stand at attention. The mini Saigo online lesson commenced in earnest. From this moment, I shall instruct you on how to freely control the energy within you, which you refer to as ki. Once you master the art of controlling your energy at will, the detectors shall be incapable of discerning your true combat strength. King Saigo, can one's combat strength truly be controlled at will? Vegeta 3 inquired, astonished. Saigo understood that they would not believe unless he demonstrated it personally. Very well. This is an opportunity to showcase his abilities and unite their hearts. Has the self-developed detector been brought? Yes, it has. Paragus, please bring forth the latest detector. Here it is. Proceed. Chapter 11. Online Instruction for Control Apprentices Continuation. What is the detection limit? Saigo inquired after seeing Vegeta 3 properly donned with the detector. The detection limit is 20,000. Saigo pursed his lips in disdain, exclaiming, The upper limit is far too low. From now on, ensure that the maximum is designed to be as expansive as possible. Now, test my battle power and see how much I possess. Understood. I shall instruct our scientists to develop this promptly, responded King Vegeta 3, who then activated the detector and aimed it at Saigo. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 1,000. Wait. How could your battle power be only 1,000, Your Majesty Saigo? King Vegeta 3 exclaimed in astonishment. He suspected he had misread the device and checked again, only to find the display still reading 1,000. The others were equally bewildered. Wasn't it said that King Saigo could effortlessly defeat Belia and the others? How could his battle power be merely 1,000? What's the rush? This is the result of me suppressing my own power. Let me share some good news. I can reduce my battle power to a mere 500. Do you believe that? The group instinctively shook their heads, but upon reflection, they nodded in agreement. As Saigo observed the skeptical expressions on their faces, he endeavored to suppress his own aura. Simultaneously, the detector before Vegeta 3 emitted a series of beeps, beep, beep, beep. To his astonishment, his battle power had indeed plummeted to 500. Saigo, you are truly remarkable, Vegeta 3 exclaimed, recognizing this technique as nothing short of masterful. Is that so, King Vegeta? Belia, accustomed to addressing Vegeta 3 as King Vegeta, was met with a rebuke. Belia, from now on, you need not call me King Vegeta. Refer to me as Vegeta 3, or even Captain Vegeta if you prefer. He then cast a glance at the others, devoid of any lingering attachment, and continued, You all are to do the same. From now on, there shall be only one king among the Saiyans, and that is Saigo. Of course, during the secret operation, you must still address me as King Vegeta when we are outside. Otherwise, we risk revealing ourselves to the enemy. Having said that, he turned back to the detector, a mix of astonishment and excitement illuminating his face. Saigo has truly mastered the art of freely controlling his battle power. How splendid. If we can learn this, we shall not be easily detected by our foes. Beep, beep, beep. Saigo is currently augmenting his battle power. 10, 0, 0, 0. 20, 0, 0, 0. 30, 0, 0, 0. His power continues to rise. It was clear to all present that Saigo could not possibly possess only a battle power of 1, 0, 0, 0. The crowd was taken aback. A battle power of 10, 0, 0, 0 already surpassed the majority of Saiyans. What astonished them even more was the fact that his power was still increasing. Simultaneously, they felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Saigo, compelling everyone to steady themselves. To be overwhelmed by such an aura would be utterly humiliating. Beep, beep, beep. 10, 0, 0, 0. 15, 0, 0, 0. 16, beep, beep. 19, 0, 0, 0. 20, 0, 0, 0. Suddenly, the detector worn by Vegeta 3 exploded into shards, prompting a startled scream from him. In that moment, no one harbored any doubts. If one were unworthy of being a Saiyan king with a battle power exceeding 20, 0, 0, 0, then they were even less deserving. Each individual stood tall, gazing at Saigo with profound respect and awe, their fervor unmistakable. Saigo, with a calm demeanor and a gentle smile gracing his face, declared that his battle power exceeded 20,000, though he chose not to disclose the precise figure at this moment. Thus, he commenced the formal instruction on how to master one's own energy. The theoretical teaching was brief, as Saigo promptly adopted Gohan's methods for controlling energy, taking only a few minutes to convey the technique. The method has been imparted to you. Now, practice it individually in pairs, utilizing a detector for mutual assessment. Once you can control your energy at will, congratulations on your initiation. After your initiation, I shall guide you on how to cultivate and enhance your battle prowess. Return to your endeavors, and remember to keep your progress concealed from others. Yes, Lord Saigo. Following the departure of Vegeta 3 and the others, Saigo embarked on a path of rigorous self-training. After a day of cultivation, his battle power surged by 50. From May 9th to May 15th, Saigo engaged in 6 additional simulations, each time opting for battle power rewards. His real training culminated in an overall increase of 850 in battle power. By May 15th, the 20 Saiyan warriors had achieved a preliminary mastery over their own energy control. On May 16th, these 20 elite warriors returned to the secret base to train under Saigo's guidance. Although the training intensity was formidable, the Saiyans, accustomed to high gravity from a young age, persevered through sheer determination. By May 25th, after 10 consecutive days of intense training, the warriors exhibited remarkable improvements, with battle power increases starting from 200. This ignited their enthusiasm for training, to the point where they wished to practice through the night, though Saigo intervened, advising that a balance of work and rest would expedite their growth and battle power. This time, the group believed wholeheartedly in Saigo's wisdom and followed his teachings and directives. The 20 elite warriors were organized into 4 squads, with minimal variance in the battle power enhancements among members of the same squad. The Bardock squad stood out, as Bardock himself experienced a remarkable increase of 350 in battle power over the 10 days, elevating him to the ranks of intermediate and advanced warriors, while others in his squad only saw increases of around 200. The Paragus squad demonstrated a more balanced enhancement, with increases ranging from 330 to 360. In the squad led by Vegeta 3, disparities were notable. Vegeta 3 achieved the highest increase of 450, the most significant among the 20. In the intermediate warrior squad, one member only increased by 250, while the remaining 4 improved by 300 to 320, with their battle powers reaching the 5 to 6,000 range. The battle powers of the 3 squads are as follows. Bardock squad. Bardock, 123, 500, 120, 000, Salerba, 8260, 8000, Toma, 8750. 7500, Dedebo, 6730, 6500, Pabujan, 6210, 6000. Paragus squad. Paragus, 9360, 9000, Malandon, 7350, 7000, Kaiboma, 7350, 7000, Harlan, 6330, 6000, Phazon, 5330, 5000. Vegeta 3 squad. Vegeta 3, 10, 450, 10. 000, Belia, 9430, 9030, Bagius, 9430, 9030, Hafiz, 8880, 8500, Roga, 8350, 8000. Intermediate Warriors Squad Zell, 6120, 5800, Morak, 5810, 5500, Colin, 5700, 5400, Dean, 5500, 5200, Roy, 5250, 5000. The Bardock squad has consistently fought on the front lines. Even those with merely lower-tier warrior qualifications have experienced a subtle enhancement in their innate abilities due to their extensive combat experience. Simultaneously, Bardock's strength is currently the highest on planet Vegeta, second only to Saiga. Upon learning of their power increases, everyone felt immense satisfaction, as they had never anticipated that training could elevate their combat prowess. In their understanding, combat strength naturally escalated with age, and the notion of training to enhance it had never crossed their minds. Chapter 12. The Secret Development of the Gravity Training Chamber. In other words, both aptitude and strength are predestined by the heavens. They firmly believe that lower-tier warriors could never surpass higher-tier ones. In the realm of martial arts, many races across the universe are barbaric, entirely incomparable to humans on Earth. Yet, in terms of strength, the various races of the universe are vastly superior. On the morning of May 26th, 20 elite warriors arrived early at the cave, instinctively commencing their training without Saiga leading them. They saw hope for strength enhancement, and their enthusiasm for training was unprecedented, as if they were determined to make up for the time they believed they had squandered in their earlier lives. Little did they know, the speed at which they perceived their power was deemed too slow by Saiga. A mere increase of a few hundred in combat strength daily would mean it would take ages to manifest a Super Saiyan. Thus, after finishing his meal and completing his simulations, Saiga summoned Vegeta 3. Captain Vegeta, do we have our own scientists? Only 2. Vegeta 3 replied, holding up 2 fingers. Saiga, what do you need the scientists for? Are they reliable? Saiga did not answer his question, but instead, with a serious expression, inquired again. Vegeta 3 straightened his posture and assured, rest assured, they are absolutely reliable. Well then, instruct them to secretly develop a gravity chamber with gravitational levels as high as possible, large enough to accommodate 20 to 30 individuals for training. The sooner it is constructed, the better. Saiga nodded and commanded, yes, I shall attend to this immediately. Though Vegeta 3 was somewhat curious about the necessity of a gravity chamber, he refrained from questioning it. After days of adaptation, he had learned the importance of fulfilling his duties as a subordinate. Some questions are best left unasked. Execution is all that is required. As Vegeta 3 departed, the others remained oblivious to his exit, wholly engrossed in their training. They understood the urgency of the moment. None could predict when Frieza might launch an assault on planet Vegeta. Furthermore, they had learned from Saiga just how terrifying Frieza's true combat prowess was. Given their current strength, the arrival of Frieza's forces would only herald death. Thus, they trained with the fervor of warriors, pushing themselves relentlessly, striving to enhance their battle power by hundreds each day. After delivering his orders, Saiga turned to join the grueling training regimen. Training is both a painful and joyous endeavor. Among 20 men and 1 woman, the presence of normal male humans would inevitably lead to a surge in testosterone levels. Moreover, these 20 men were Saiyans. Consequently, during training, the men were vociferous in their exertions. Yet, Saliba paid no heed to anyone but Bardock, her gaze solely focused on him. While the other mature males could only wail in frustration, Bardock, singularly focused on diligently enhancing his power, remained oblivious to Saliba's affections. Saigo teaches that as long as it is a mutual desire, he wholeheartedly supports anyone in establishing a family. With family, bonds between individuals are formed, fostering concerns and deeper considerations. Having family encourages one to care for and regard them, promoting calm and sincere communication with others. A clear mind and a gentle disposition contribute positively to the increase of S cells within the body. Only when the S cells reach a sufficient quantity can one aspire to transform into a Super Saiyan. Everyone deeply engraves Saigo's teachings in their hearts, striving for transformation. Ultimately, Bardock and Celebi come together, yet their commitment does not hinder their training, they simply acknowledge their bond. Bardock introduces Celebi to Jine, who does not oppose the union and expresses her relief that it has finally come to fruition. That evening, Saigo could no longer restrain himself and finally unleashed his secret technique, potential guidance. Placing his hands atop his head, the technique was activated. In the next moment, a tremendous and powerful aura erupted from within him with an explosive force. Upon realizing the precarious situation, Saigo's expression shifted, and he inwardly murmured a word of dismay. He hurriedly endeavored to suppress the surging energy within him, yet he was unable to rein it in to a normal range. His internal aura continued to swell and surge uncontrollably. The detector on the stone table emitted a continuous beeping sound, its readings fluctuating rapidly. Beep. 1500, 2000, 2500, 3000. Fortunately, the time required for potential guidance was brief. In less than 5 breaths, he successfully completed the process. The readings on the detector finally stabilized at 10,000. Sensing that the energy no longer overflowed, Saigo seized the moment to further compress his aura. Beep. 5000, 4500, 4000, 3500, 2000, 1000. Upon observing the numbers on the detector, Saigo finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, his mastery of energy control allowed him to maintain discretion. Otherwise, he would have already exposed himself. Little did he know. In the very next moment, he sensed the approach of 20 familiar presences drawing near at an alarming pace. A wry smile crept across his face. Realizing that he had inadvertently alerted them, I should inform them at the cave entrance, he thought, and in an instant, he vanished from his location. Along the way, he heard the voice of the simulation system. Ding, congratulations, host. Your combat power has successfully surpassed 1 million. Simulation time has been extended by 1 month, bringing the total to 4 months. The simulation time has reached the system's upper limit. Any further increases in combat power will not extend the simulation time. Has the simulation time reached its limit? Could this possibly be related to the incident before my transmigration when I retrieved that 4-star Dragon Ball? It seems I can only recall the moment of my fall, while the rest remains a blur. Upon hearing the sound from the system, Saigo paused momentarily, yet quickly resumed his rapid approach toward the cave entrance. Having traversed this threshold, the manner of his crossing became inconsequential. The past was but a distant memory, while the present continued to unfold. Forward he must gaze. As his form materialized once more, he found himself at the cave's mouth. Just as he arrived, Vegeta 3 and Bardock, among others, reached the entrance, each deliberately suppressing their auras to resemble their pre-training strength. Everyone, return. I momentarily succumbed to temptation while testing a technique. Nothing else occurred, Saigo proclaimed as they arrived, before promptly turning back toward the secret base. This left 20 elite warriors staring at each other in bewilderment. And after a considerable pause, they retraced their steps. The following day, as dawn broke, Saigo has once again embarked on his daily simulation. On May 27th, after meticulously arranging all affairs and acquiring the coordinates of Namek and Yardrat, he boarded a spherical spacecraft bound for Namek. Upon glimpsing the contents of the simulation, Saigo could not help but voice his criticism. With only a modicum of strength, venturing out on the very first day, how desperate is one to seek adventure? This individual is certainly not a reflection of me. On June 11th, Saigo successfully arrived on Namek and was received by the Grand Elder. He expressed his aspirations. Yet the Grand Elder's attempts to guide his latent potential ended in failure. When he sought to utilize the Dragon Balls, he was informed that they had recently been used and had turned to stone. At this revelation, Saigo furrowed his brow in confusion. What is happening? Is there truly a requisite interval for the usage of the Dragon Balls within the simulation? With this realization etched in his mind, he continued to read on, shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, he endeavored to transform into a Super Saiyan, but to no avail. On June 12th, he persisted in his attempts to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation, yet again met with failure. On June 13th, after fruitlessly striving for half a day and bidding farewell to the Grand Elder of Namek, he set forth on his journey to Yardrat. Chapter 13. Mimetic Super Saiyan form. On June 29th, during his flight, he encountered the wandering cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Due to his inadvertently revealed battle power being detected, Frieza, upon realizing he was a Saiyan, commenced an unrelenting pursuit. This is dire. It appears this simulation is doomed. How fortuitous it is that Frieza should be en route between Namek and Yardrat, with a mere battle power of over 3 million. Facing Frieza leaves him with no chance of victory. Contemplating this, Saigo's lips involuntarily curled in disdain. He sensed that the simulator was conspiring against him. Such coincidences are far too extraordinary. On July 8th, fully aware that revealing his battle power would preclude any opportunity for a sneak attack from Frieza, he had no choice but to alter his course and continue fleeing. On July 30th, he remained in flight. Is Frieza's tenacity akin to that of a hound? How relentless his pursuit! He must be vanquished. What a squandered opportunity! Saigo gazed at the content on the simulator, his teeth clenched in frustration. Silently, he screamed within. Fight back. Don't flee. If you keep running, you'll either be killed or starve. On August 8th, he descended upon an unnamed desolate planet, resolutely deciding to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Frieza. Utilizing his mastery of energy manipulation, he evaded the searches of Frieza's army while simultaneously addressing his hunger. Despite having gone many days without sleep, he dared not close his eyes, fearing that he might be reduced to ashes along with the nameless planet in his dreams. While he still possessed some energy, he proactively sought out Frieza. Aware of Saigo's strength, Frieza had already undergone 3 transformations, employing his ultimate form to confront him. Frieza extended an olive branch, but without uttering a word, Saigo launched his attack. Yes, just like that. Take him down. No room for cowardice. Saigo silently cheered for his simulated self, feeling a sense of vindication. In the end, you were subjected to various humiliations by Frieza, treated like a volleyball and kicked like a soccer ball. Ultimately, having grown weary of the amusement, he extended an invitation once more. With a mighty cry, you proclaimed that Saiyans shall never be enslaved. Frieza's patience was entirely depleted, and he conjured a colossal energy sphere to hurl at you. You braced yourself, fighting valiantly against it. In the face of life and death, an immense power suddenly erupted within you, successfully repelling the energy sphere and engulfing Frieza. Yet, in the process, you lost your sanity and began a ruthless slaughter of Frieza's minions. Lost your sanity? Could it be the transformation into a mimetic Super Saiyan? It is indeed plausible. Remember how Goku activated the mimetic Super Saiyan form during a life-threatening crisis, only in a moment of desperation. There can be no doubt. Saigo increasingly felt that his initial conjectures were indeed correct. Now, an opportunity had arisen. Caught off guard, Frieza found himself battered and bruised, and in his fury, he unleashed his full power. Ultimately, you perished. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Mimetic Super Saiyan Form 2. Psychic Confinement Sphere 3. Telekinetic Manipulation 4. Combat, Proficiency Level, 12, 341, 000, 5. Super Energy Wave, Mastery Level, 6, 661, 000, 6. Flight Technique, Proficiency Level, 1, 210, 000, 7. Key Control, Mastery Level, 998, 108. Key Sensing, Mastery Level, 1, 250, 000, 9. Future Memories 10. Experience in Evasion. Although he had long anticipated this outcome, the emergence of the mimetic Super Saiyan form in battle was an unexpected twist for Saigo, even though he was aware of his impending demise. Witnessing the stark words "you died" still left a heaviness in his heart. Damn. To think that his first blood in the simulation was claimed by that wretched Frieza. It was frustrating. The notion of succumbing to Frieza's hands left Saigo with a palpable sense of discontent. How many times did the mimetic Super Saiyan form enhance one's abilities? He recalled it being at least half of the Super Saiyan multiplier, right? Multiplying 350, 000 by 25 only yielded around 70 to 80 million. Goku, with a battle power of 3,000,000, using a 20 times Kaioken was still no match for Frieza, who could withstand the Spirit Bomb without faltering. Even with an additional 5 times boost, it truly seemed futile. Saigo murmured to himself for a moment before his gaze fell upon the 10 available rewards, prompting an involuntary exclamation of awe. It was his first encounter with such an extravagant selection of rewards. After scrutinizing the 10 options, he began to ponder which reward would be the most advantageous. With the exception of the last 2 rewards, the other 8 were exceedingly enticing. How he longed to select them all. Why must he choose only one? After expressing his grievances, he resumed his contemplation. The fact that the mimetic Super Saiyan form was ranked first indicated that the system deemed it the most valuable reward. The second and third options were superpowers, essentially granting an additional talent, their worth being self-evident. The 4th to 8th rewards were skill-based, which could be considered later. Thus, he was left with the top 3 rewards to deliberate upon. After much reflection, Saigo finally made his decision. He chose the first option. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the mimetic Super Saiyan form. Details can be found in the talent section. He quickly summoned his personal information panel, navigated to the talent section, and clicked on the mimetic Super Saiyan form. The mimetic Super Saiyan form is a unique transformation exclusive to Saiyans. Upon transformation, the pupils vanish, and the hair turns a vivid crimson, exhibiting a golden aura akin to that of a Super Saiyan, with both rational and irrational states. Generally, Saiyans cannot master this form. which is prone to loss of control. Upon transformation, it grants 30 times the battle power of the untransformed state. Does the mimetic Super Saiyan truly possess 30 times the battle power in its normal state? Such strength. It is equivalent to a version of the Super Saiyan form that has been weakened by nearly half. Quite impressive. After reviewing the information within the description box, Saigo could not help but display a satisfied smile. In the next moment, however, his expression shifted to one of cunning malevolence. Since Frieza's 2 superpowers could be unleashed this time, he surmised that more would be forthcoming. He would test it again tomorrow. Frieza, you shall obediently serve as my cash machine for enhancing my talents. The abilities of telekinesis and confinement sphere are simply irresistible. He cackled with delight. On that day, the training persisted, resulting in a power increase of 50. On May 28th, in a simulated confrontation with Frieza, I was brutally defeated. Yet I acquired the extraordinary ability of telekinesis. In reality, after a day of training, my power increased by 50. On May 29th, I again sought to challenge Frieza in the simulations, and although I met the same fate, I was rewarded with the ability of the confinement sphere. In reality, my training yielded another 50 power. On May 30th, I continued to approach Frieza, this time regrettably receiving a rather unimpressive reward, ultimately choosing the skill of combat, proficiency 566-1000, with a power increase of 50 in reality. From June 1st to June 27th, over the course of 27 days, I opted solely for combat power in my simulations, culminating in a total increase of 162,000 power. I did not slack off in reality either. After 27 days of diligent training, my power rose by 1350. Throughout this training period, no other events transpired, until the night of June 27th, when an unexpected situation arose. Chapter 14. The Journey of Gravity. Training. On the night of June 27th, just as I was preparing to retire for the evening, I was abruptly interrupted by the call of Vegeta 3. Your Majesty, good news. The gravity chamber you requested has been constructed. Leave, unless it is of utmost urgency. Do not disturb me at night. With that, Vegeta 3 was forcefully expelled from the cave by an overwhelming aura, shattering numerous obstructive rocks along the way and widening the existing passage. Once he managed to steady himself outside the cave, Vegeta 3 stood dazed at the entrance for a moment. Eventually, he silently committed to memory the habit of my abruptness, before turning back. His solitary figure, cloaked in the dark of night amidst the symphony of chirping insects and croaking frogs, appeared somewhat desolate. The following day, after a restful night, I rose early and began my simulations. Last night, it seemed I had heard Vegeta 3 mention the completion of the gravity chamber. Thus, I decided to test it out. On June 28th, utilizing the gravity chamber brought by Vegeta 3, I trained under double gravity, narrowly avoiding a mishap, resulting in a power increase of 100. On July 7th, I trained for a day under double gravity, leading to another 100 in power. On July 8th, under triple gravity, my power increased by 150. On July 17th, I again trained under triple gravity for a day, gaining 150. On July 18th, training under quadruple gravity for a day yielded 200. On July 27th, I trained under quadruple gravity once more, achieving another 200. On July 28th, I trained under quintuple gravity for a day, resulting in a power increase of 250. On August 6th, Frieza made his appearance. Seizing the opportunity while Frieza was still in his cradle form, I unleashed my full power, successfully vanquishing him. With my extraordinary strength, I navigated through Frieza's forces as if in a realm devoid of challenges, culminating in a resounding victory for the Saiyans in this battle. After harvesting the high-level warriors of the enemy, you return to continue your training under 5 times the normal gravity, enhancing your combat power by 250. Upon witnessing this, Saigo expressed profound skepticism, questioning whether he truly possessed such diligence. Could it be possible that after vanquishing his foes, he would return to train relentlessly? Surely, this individual could not be him. He proceeded to read further. On August 7th, he persisted in training under 5 times the normal gravity, increasing his combat strength by 250. On August 8th, he trained for an entire day under 6 times the gravity, enhancing his strength by 300. By August 16th, he found time to participate in a coronation ceremony organized by all the Saiyans in his honor. Following the ceremony, he continued his 6-fold gravity training, laboring late into the night, resulting in an additional strength gain of 300. In this simulation, I would dub you the Emperor of Training. Saigo could not help but exclaim. He continued to read on. On August 17th, he trained under 6 times the gravity for a day, gaining 300 in strength. On August 18th, he persevered under 7 times the gravity for a day, accruing 350. By August 28th, he trained under 8 times the gravity for a day, amassing 400 in strength. On September 8th, he endured 9 times the gravity for a day, resulting in a strength increase of 450. On September 18th, he trained under 10 times the gravity for a day, gaining 500 in strength. On September 28th, he continued under 11 times the gravity for a day, augmenting his strength by 550. On October 8th, he trained under 12 times the gravity for a day, enhancing his combat power by 600. On October 18th, he trained under 13 times the gravity of planet Saiyan for a day, gaining 650 in strength. Finally, on October 27th, he trained for another day under 13 times the gravity, yielding an additional 650. The simulation concluded. Please choose one reward from the following options. 1. Combat power of 45,002. The exhilaration of defeating Frieza 3. The thrill of becoming the king of Saiyans 4. Memories of the future among these 4 rewards. The first is undoubtedly the most advantageous. There is no need for hesitation. I choose the first option. Ding selection successful. Congratulations, host, on gaining an additional combat power of 45,000. The simulation has concluded. Saigo sensed the locations of Vegeta 3 and the others. Realizing they had yet to embark on their journey, he swiftly moved outside the cave and discovered that dawn had only just begun to break. Well then, it was prudent to assess the extent of his battle prowess first. Upon returning to the cave, Saigo summoned his personal information panel. Name, Saigo. Age, 2. Qualification, superior talent, great ape characteristics, substantial appetite with robust digestion, enhanced combat power post-recovery, void survival, mimicry of Super Saiyan abilities, telekinesis. Sphere of confinement mental power, 18 combat power, 348, 500 secret technique, potential guidance, entry level 31, 100, skills, artificial moon, flight, entry level 50, 100. Key control, mastery 661, 000, martial arts, mastery 661, 000, key perception, entry level 68. 100 space, experience necessary to pass the trials of the Yard Rat People X, 1 simulation duration, 4 months simulation count, 0 finally, 35 million. It has not been an easy journey. After nearly 2.5 years of traversing, this is the extent of my combat power, quite slow indeed. What does it mean to have guaranteed success in the trials of the Yard Rat People? Is it a certainty of passing? I shall hold on to this for now. They have arrived. As Saigo's thoughts shifted, the information panel vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta 3 rushed into the cave in a flurry. His first words echoed the sentiments of the previous day. Saigo, I bring good news. The gravity chamber has been successfully developed. Although he was unaware of Saigo's intentions for the gravity chamber, the completion of the task assigned to him filled his heart with unbridled joy. And the gravity chamber? Have you brought it with you? Saigo inquired, glancing at the empty space behind Vegeta 3. The latter appeared somewhat embarrassed, responding, the gravity chamber is too large. I was unable to bring it along. Upon witnessing the blank expression on Saigo's face, he quickly added, I shall fetch it immediately. I take my leave. With that, he darted away in a flash, employing high-speed movement. Once again, I am rendered speechless. Ever since this individual relinquished his position of power, he has transformed into an entirely different person. His response to commands is immediate, and his efficiency is strikingly high. Truly a sycophant. Perhaps he never envisioned that one day he would find himself in such a predicament. Soon, upon hearing a dull, abrupt thud of a heavy object striking the ground, Saigo exclaimed, boom. It's here. With those lingering words resonating in the air, he vanished from his original position in the blink of an eye. As he emerged outside the cave, the faint illumination allowed him to immediately discern an elliptical structure before him. Saigo has discovered that in the world of Dragon Ball, beings of every race, whether Earthlings, Saiyans, or even the Kais, share an affinity for circular architecture. Saigo King, this is the gravity chamber designed by our scientists. Do you find it satisfactory? Vegeta 3 inquired at the entrance of the chamber, his face adorned with a flattering smile, exuding nothing but pride and honor, devoid of any hint of seeking accolades. Chapter 15, The Commencement of Gravity Training, continued. Do you know how many times the gravity can be intensified? Saigo asked as he soared to the doorway. They say the maximum gravity can only reach 50 times that of planet Vegeta. Vegeta 3 reported, confirming the information with curiosity. Saigo King, what grand purpose do you have for this gravity chamber? Bang, bang. Saigo gently patted the gravity chamber, exclaiming, "This truly is an extraordinary instrument for enhancing combat prowess." Observing that Vegeta 3 had yet to comprehend its significance, he inquired, "Captain Vegeta, have you ever pondered why our Saiyan strength generally surpasses that of most cosmic races?" Vegeta 3 shook his head, countering, "Is it not due to the unique nature of our Saiyan lineage?" "Indeed, it is both yes and no." Saigo nodded, then shook his head, smiling as he elucidated. "Our heightened combat abilities stem not only from our racial traits but also from our prolonged exposure to high-gravity environments, which gradually enhances our strength over time. In a similar vein, by increasing the gravity within this chamber, you will experience an extraordinary gravitational pressure, compelling every cell in your body to strive against it. Through continuous adaptation to this formidable gravity, your muscular power will significantly increase, and your reaction speed will quicken, naturally elevating your combat capabilities. Each training session represents a challenge to your limits, and every breakthrough signifies a substantial surge in strength. Within this gravity chamber, where gravity can be altered, you will learn to unleash your potential under extreme conditions, transcending your own limitations to become a more powerful warrior. Would you not agree that this is an exceptional tool for enhancing combat strength?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta 3 finally grasped the concept, gazing at Saigo with admiration, exclaiming, "Saigo King, you are truly remarkable. This method of enhancing combat power is perfectly suited for us Saiyans. I deeply admire your wisdom." In that moment, Saigo's stature in Vegeta 3's eyes soared, and he felt immense satisfaction in having previously stepped aside for Saigo, deeming it the wisest decision of his life. What could have evoked such admiration from our Captain Vegeta for Saigo King? Haha. Silence, Pabugen. Should you dare to be so audacious before Saigo King again? If he does not chastise you, then I shall take it upon myself to discipline you. Very well, I concede. I admit my fault. I promise it shall not happen again. Captain, you possess great magnanimity. Spare me this once, please." In Bardock's heart, Saigo's position was steadily rising. Even surpassing that of Vegeta 3, he would not tolerate any disrespect towards Saigo King. Others also pointed fingers at Pabugen, giving him a warning glance. Bardock quickly approached the gravity chamber, silently nodding at Saigo, then shifted his gaze to the chamber above, uncertainly asking, "Is this the gravity chamber?" "You have arrived just in time. Starting today, you will train in the gravity chamber, and I am confident you will come to love it." Upon concluding his words, Saigo boldly stepped inside, followed closely by Vegeta 3. Observing this, Bardock and the others promptly entered as well. As they crossed the threshold into the gravity chamber, lights illuminated the interior with a uniform brilliance, suggesting the presence of a sophisticated sensor-activated lighting system. Before them stood imposing and robust metallic walls. Centrally positioned was a remarkably intricate apparatus, unmistakably a control console featuring a gravity control system, adorned with a prominent, luminous screen. Looking back, Saigo noticed that everyone had entered and commanded, "Captain Vegeta, since everyone is here, set the indoor gravity to twice the normal level." "Understood," replied Vegeta 3, swiftly making his way to the control panel. Saigo urged, "Everyone, disperse quickly and brace yourselves for the sudden surge in gravity." With a flurry of movement, the crowd swiftly scattered, their senses heightened. The air thrummed ominously, and then boom. Despite their preparations, the abrupt increase in gravity forced them to stoop, resembling a group of frail elders. Even Saigo struggled to maintain his footing. That was close. A moment's lapse could have led to embarrassment. It seems that even those with formidable strength may not readily adapt to such intense gravitational forces. Mastery of high gravity requires rigorous training. Saigo, relying on his formidable strength, effortlessly straightened his posture, feeling a surge of luck within. In contrast, his companions wore grim expressions, exerting every ounce of their energy just to maintain an upright stance. Let us all strive diligently in our training. Once we fully acclimatize to the intense gravitational force, we shall gradually increase the weight. Saigo proclaimed. By the end of today's session, you shall comprehend the extent to which your combat abilities have enhanced. Observing some struggling under the weight, their faces flushed, Saigo advised. If it becomes unbearable, feel free to train outside. Rest assured, Saigo, we can endure. Vegeta 3 replied, gritting his teeth with difficulty. Saigo said nothing further. Feeling the doubled weight, he attempted to take a few steps and discovered his movements were somewhat sluggish. Drawing upon his breath, He realized that it was not much different from being outside. He contemplated quietly to himself, while utilizing his breath could alleviate some of the gravitational force. It would ultimately diminish the effectiveness of his training. Perhaps it would be best not to summon his breath after all. Saigo sensed the presence of others and discovered that they were all employing their breath to counteract the force of gravity. No wonder. I wondered how each of them managed to stand upright. It turned out they were all utilizing their breath. This simply would not do. I promptly exclaimed. Do not use your energy to resist gravity, for such an approach will greatly diminish the effectiveness of your training. The intense gravity serves to continually hone our physical forms. Only by strengthening our bodies can we accommodate and enhance our energy. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left astounded. If they refrained from using energy for resistance, would they not be crushed by gravity? Nevertheless, the warriors, unwilling to fall behind in their training, collectively ceased their use of breath. In the next moment, urgent and labored breaths echoed around them. Every individual's body suddenly sank lower, their legs bending even more, as if an invisible force was firmly pressing down upon them. Sweat erupted instantaneously, with every pore on their foreheads, backs, and arms seemingly wide open. Their muscles tensed, striving to withstand the overwhelming gravity. Under this immense gravitational force, some could not help but cry out. X-18 in an instant, the cries resounded one after another. When the shouting subsided, despite their flushed faces, they miraculously managed to stand upright. Upon witnessing this scene, Saigo could not help but smile. He then commenced his daily training regimen. After a day of rigorous practice, Saigo's combat power surged by a remarkable 100, effectively doubling his daily enhancement. This was a testament to the worthiness of his relentless efforts. In Chapter 16, he finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Under the gravitational pressure of 2 times that of planet Vegeta, he trained for 10 days before fully acclimatizing. It was not until he could walk under this doubled gravity with the same ease as before that he deemed himself completely adapted. After 9 days of simulation, Saigo selected combat power rewards exclusively, amassing a total of 405,000 in combat power. On July 8th, as dawn painted the sky in hues of gray and white, Saigo was prepared for his daily simulation. On this day, he attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan but met with failure. The following day, he continued his attempts but again encountered defeat. On the same day, he learned of an infant with an innate combat power of 10,000. Indeed, it was Broly, the son of Paragus. Saigo advised that Broly should undergo individual training, expressing his intention to take him as a disciple. Paragus, upon hearing this, suffered from restless nights for several days. On July 10th, Saigo successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, drawing the attention of others. The news of his transformation ignited excitement among all Saiyans. On July 11th, he formally ascended to the title of King of the Saiyans before the entire Saiyan populace. Unbeknownst to him, Frieza had also received this news. On July 12th, Frieza, leading a formidable army, suddenly descended upon planet Vegeta. Saigo effortlessly vanquished Frieza. The Frieza force was swiftly annihilated, and afterward, he returned to the gravity chamber to resume his training. What? Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Frieza would still receive news. In reality, Frieza should not expect to receive any information. He had become devoid of value. Considering he had provided Saigo with 2 super abilities, it would be more merciful to eliminate him swiftly, ensuring it would not be a painful demise. In a fleeting moment, Saigo had already devised a plan for Frieza's end. Moving forward, on July 25th, he participated in a grand coronation ceremony held by all Saiyans in his honor, and remarkably decided to take a day of rest. On July 26th, he resumed gravity training, increasing the gravitational force to 3 times that of normal, resulting in a daily combat power increase of 7,500. Upon reaching this point, Saigo's gaze came to a halt, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness! How could a single day of training under 3 times the gravity of planet Vegeta yield such remarkable results? 7,500 divided by 3 equals 2,005. What on earth is happening? Based on the previous training pace, a day of training under 3 times the gravity should only result in an increase of 150 battle power, right? Could it be that attaining Super Saiyan status has also enhanced the training speed? Contemplating this, a flicker of excitement danced across Saigo's face. If that truly is the case, it would be utterly wonderful. Suppressing his exhilaration, he continued to read on. On August 6th, he commenced training under 4 times the gravity, gaining 10,000 battle power. On August 16th, he began 5 times the gravity training, achieving an increase of 12,500 battle power. On August 26th, he undertook 6 times the gravity training, resulting in a boost of 15,000 battle power. Finally, on September 6th, he initiated 7 times the gravity training, earning an impressive 17,500 battle power. With each line that Saigo read, a surge of exhilaration coursed through his heart, igniting a thrilling sensation within him. On September 16th, he trained under 8 times the normal gravity for a day, enhancing his combat power by 20,000. On September 26th, he endured 9 times the gravity for another day, boosting his strength by 22,500. By October 6th, after a day of training in 10 times the gravity, his power increased by 25,000. On October 16th, he faced 11 times the gravity, resulting in a rise of 27,500 in his combat prowess. Again, on October 26th, he trained under 12 times the gravity, achieving an increase of 30,000. On November 6th, he braved 13 times the gravity, enhancing his strength by 32,500. And repeated the same on November 7th for an identical boost. As this simulation concluded, he was presented with 3 reward options. 1. Combat power of 1,875 million. 2. Initial form of Super Saiyan 3. The spirit of a dedicated warrior. Upon glimpsing the first reward, Saigo could not contain his astonishment. Is it truly 1,875 million? He exclaimed. At that moment, he became increasingly confident that Saiyans would experience a 50-fold increase in their training speed upon transforming into Super Saiyans. He pondered whether all Saiyans would similarly enhance their training talents by the same factor after achieving this transformation. If that were the case, none on planet Vegeta could rival him. However, he speculated that the training speed of Vegeta 4 might surpass his own significantly. Alternatively, it was possible that all ordinary Saiyans experienced a uniform increase in training speed post-transformation. As for the unborn Broly, no ordinary Saiyan could possibly compete with him. Regaining his composure, Saigo reviewed the 3 reward options and, without a hint of hesitation, declared, "I choose the second one." It was evident that selecting the initial form of Super Saiyan, which would accelerate his training speed, was the logical choice over the mere combat power of 1,875 million. Moreover, an announcement chimed, "Selection successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the initial form of Super Saiyan. Please check your talent panel." Saigo couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring to himself, "At last, I can transform into a Super Saiyan. It hasn't been an easy journey." With a mere thought, he summoned his personal information panel. Name, Saigo. Age, 2. Qualification, superior talent, grade A. Notable traits, substantial appetite with robust digestion, enhanced combat prowess post-recovery, survival in the void, mimicry of Super Saiyan. Initial form of Super Saiyan. Abilities, telekinesis, sphere of seclusion, mental power, 18 combat power, 3, 799, 600 secret technique, potential guidance, entry level 31, 100, skills, artificial moon. Flight, entry level 45, 100, key control, mastery 681,000, martial arts, entry level 66, 100, key sensing, entry level 60. 100, experience, must surpass the trials of the Yardrat People X1 simulation duration, for months number of simulations, 0 upon clicking on the Super Saiyan option. Several lines of text immediately appeared. The Super Saiyan transformation is a unique state exclusive to Saiyans. The initial form upon first transforming is referred to as the Super Saiyan initial form. During this transformation, the individual's hair and eyebrows turn golden. Typically, the hair, excluding the bangs, stands erect, varying from person to person. After transformation, one gains a combat power that is 50 times that of their normal state. Additionally, the excitement and aggression levels are significantly amplified, often leading to extreme states of rage, which can be challenging for novice transformers to suppress and control. The transformation of a Saiyan into a Super Saiyan is an arduous endeavor. The greater the quantity of S cells within, the higher the baseline power, thereby facilitating the transformation. However, a certain level of combat strength is requisite for a successful metamorphosis. It is reminiscent of memories long held. After traversing 2.5 years, I have finally attained Super Saiyan status. How embarrassing for those who have crossed over. A smirk graced Saigo's face as he self-deprecatingly mused. With a mere wave of his hand, his personal information panel vanished without a trace. He tilted his head back, his gaze seemingly piercing through the mountains, directly locating the figure seated upon their exclusive vehicle. Since I have achieved the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, there is no longer any need for concealment. It is time to confront Frieza. Frieza, come forth. I am ready. Chapter 17. Exterminating Frieza's minions soon, Bardock and the others arrived punctually at the gravity chamber, prepared for yet another day of rigorous training. Upon entering the chamber, however, they discovered that the gravity had not been activated today. This prompted a flurry of bewildered inquiries among them. Saigo, do you have any instructions for us today? Inquired the astute Vegeta 3. Saigo nodded slowly and spoke with conviction. Indeed, today there is a mission for you all. But before that, allow me to share some splendid news. I have attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Therefore, our plans against Frieza can commence ahead of schedule. The warrior's pupils dilated in an instant, their previously calm expressions morphing into ones of sheer astonishment. They stared wide-eyed, as if struggling to comprehend the words they had just heard. What? King Saigo, is this truly the case? Have you genuinely become a Super Saiyan? Someone exclaimed eagerly. In that moment, all eyes in the assembly were fixated on Saigo. Amidst their expectant gazes, Saigo nodded resolutely, affirming, indeed, from this day forth, we shall no longer live in fear of Frieza. You may commence the eradication of his minions today. Upon receiving this confirmation, the warriors fell into a brief, stunned silence, which was soon overtaken by waves of disbelief and excitement washing over their faces. Is this real? Is it truly happening? Someone murmured, their voice trembling with incredulity. However, the shock quickly transformed into exhilaration. A vibrant flush of excitement spread across their faces, and their eyes sparkled with fervor. They began to cheer, embracing one another, their laughter and shouts reverberating throughout the mountain wilderness. Wonderful! Wonderful! At long last, we are finally free from Frieza's tyranny. Long live King Saigo! Long live King Saigo! Long live King Saigo! The fervent and synchronized chants of the crowd shattered the dawn's tranquility. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory on the horizon. In that moment, all weariness and pressure were cast aside, replaced by boundless aspirations and hope for the future. The tightly clenched fists and intense gazes seemed poised to welcome the impending Frieza army. Once their fervor had subsided, Saigo raised his hand, and the deafening roar of cheers ceased abruptly. The warriors stood tall, their chests out and their gazes sharp, awaiting Saigo's command. Return swiftly and eradicate those vermin. Then, issue a proclamation to all races in the universe. From this day forth, the Saiyans shall no longer serve Frieza's army, nor shall we aid in his tyranny. The Saiyans seek peaceful coexistence among all races of the cosmos. By the way, I believe our kin have nearly all returned, correct? Paragus promptly stepped forward, responding loudly. Report to King Saigo. Aside from the fourth squad of Vegeta, all who could be contacted and located have returned to planet Vegeta. Paragus, the primary coordinator for the return of their kin, remembered precisely how many had returned and from where. In the forefront of the crowd, King Vegeta 3 wore an expression of frustration, his teeth nearly grinding in exasperation. If Vegeta 4 were to return, he would undoubtedly become a key player in this highly confidential plan. With his remarkable talents, he would surely rise above the other 19 individuals and become the foremost under the reign of the Saiyan King. To rebel at such a tender age, what will he become when he grows up? Once this troublesome individual returns, I shall ensure he learns the importance of honoring his father's commands. Humph. In light of this, since he has not yet returned, there is no need to seek him out or make further contact. The Saiyan King stated with unwavering authority. Now, you shall return and eliminate those pesky rodents who prefer to lurk in the shadows. Yes, we shall obey the command. X-19, however, only Vegeta 3 hesitated. Words caught in his throat. Saigo waved his hand and declared, there is nothing to hesitate about. I have other plans for the Vegeta 4 squad. Upon hearing this, Vegeta 3's eyes lit up instantly, realizing that Saigo must have some special arrangements, which could only be a positive development. Yes, I shall adhere to your command, Saigo. With renewed zeal, the assembled crowd retreated like a receding tide. Soon after, a small-scale bloodbath erupted on planet Vegeta. Frieza's minions were annihilated, as they eliminated the vermin. The Frieza force received alarming reports. Not only were there mysterious shouts echoing across planet Vegeta, chanting praises for King Saigo, but even their spies embedded within the planet suddenly lost contact, and the Saiyans' declarations reached Frieza's ears without fail. Bang! A pristine table shattered explosively. Immediately, Frieza's sinister laughter reverberated through the air. Ha ha ha! These wild monkeys truly dare to rebel against me, the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza? with merely a few thousand unruly primates. They presume to challenge my authority? Dodoria, Zarbon, issue an immediate command for our forces to set forth to planet Vegeta, and summon those 5 special forces as well. Ha ha ha. I shall see what audacity these wild monkeys possess to openly defy me. Upon noticing that Dodoria and Zarbon remained kneeling, Frieza's expression darkened. And he coldly ordered, "Why do you hesitate? Do you wish for death?" Trembling in fear, Dodoria and Zarbon exclaimed, "Your Majesty, please forgive us. We shall depart at once." The two scrambled away in haste. Frieza flicked his tail, muttering to himself, "These damned wild monkeys, daring to play tricks on me. Humph. Even if they transform into hideous apes and amplify their battle power tenfold, I wonder what audacity they possess to defy me." He continued, "Very well. It is time to fulfill Lord Beerus's instructions. They have lived far too long. They should be grateful to me rather than rebel against Frieza. All Saiyans must perish." Bang. Crash. In a fit of rage, Frieza's furious glare shattered a cup on another table, scattering its shards across the floor. Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, after an hour had passed since Vegeta 3 and the others departed, Saigo skillfully manipulated the gravity chamber through his energy, boldly soaring back to the Saiyan royal palace. Landing in the expansive courtyard. At this moment, the vast palace was utterly deserted, likely because everyone had been dispatched to clear away the refuse. As Saigo anticipated an interception, envisioning a moment to showcase his powers, he was met with an eerie solitude. Continuing his training? No. Even if the celestial deities descended today, he would first attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan, confident in the procedure's success, for it was a product of the system. Just a transformation, and Frieza would likely suspect a malfunction in his scouter. Suddenly, with a tightening of his hands, Saigo ceased to suppress the energy within him, fervently channeling it towards his back. As time progressed, an immense aura radiated from him, growing increasingly formidable and astonishing. Soon, this energy reached its zenith, unleashing a cataclysmic storm of power that erupted from Saigo. Boom. Bang. A triumphant cry erupted, accompanied by a dazzling flash of golden light. His hair transformed into a brilliant gold, standing upright, his eyes shifting to a light green, with a golden aura enveloping him. The Super Saiyan Saigo made a stunning debut. Chapter 18. Maintain composure. Given that Saigo's original hairstyle was already upright, he bore no bangs. Resembling the hair of Vegeta and his son, albeit with less exposed forehead and shorter, flame-shaped locks, each strand less pronounced. Success. Transforming into a Super Saiyan proved to be no challenge, gratitude to the system. Saigo felt the surging power within him. A faint yet undeniable impulse to seek out a worthy adversary. Even the sight of the gravity room in the distance ignited a desire to unleash a devastating energy wave upon it. Is this the essence of a Super Saiyan? Indeed. The exhilaration is palpable. Every fiber of his being is infused with a yearning for destruction and an inexplicable rage, his blood boiling and dancing with fervor. Truly, they are a warrior race, living up to their formidable reputation. After expressing his sentiments, Saigo returned to his usual state, yet something felt amiss. Was the transformation into Super Saiyan truly so overwhelming? Even in his normal form, remnants of exhilaration and rage lingered. It took several breaths for him to regain his composure. No wonder it is said that Son Goku struggles to maintain rationality when he transforms into a Super Saiyan. The negative emotions are magnified exponentially, causing an ordinary individual to potentially lose their sanity. It is no surprise that Broly easily succumbs to uncontrollable rage. Even a regular Saiyan transformed into a Super Saiyan exhibits immense destructive desires, let alone the legendary Super Saiyan. Must Broly be eliminated? Absolutely not. This is a matter of pride for the Saiyans. A method to enhance Broly's mental fortitude must be devised. In the future, he would experiment to discover a solution. While Saigo was deep in thought, seeking ways to bolster Broly's mental strength, chaos erupted on planet Vegeta. All active scouters exploded and malfunctioned the moment Saigo ceased to suppress his energy, leaving many bewildered Saiyans feeling as though they were facing a formidable threat. What is happening? Has an enemy with a power level exceeding 20,000 arrived on planet Vegeta? Did your scouter explode too? Who could this intruder be? An enemy with such power? Could it be Frieza's forces? Frieza's forces? Captain, we must report this immediately. Come down. Our Saiyan scouters have the same detection limits. I trust that King Vegeta has already received the news, and there is no need for us to worry. Similar scenarios unfolded across various gathering places on planet Vegeta, where ordinary Saiyans, oblivious to the latest confidential matters, were left in the dark. Only the 20 elite warriors trained in Saigo's secret methods understood the situation. Each of these elite warriors led 2 smaller teams of higher power levels to eliminate Frieza's minions. In a temporary squad led by King Vegeta 3. One warrior exclaimed in panic, "King Vegeta, a target with a power level exceeding 20,000 has appeared. Could it be Frieza and his crew? Should we move to intercept?" Sensing the enormous energy, King Vegeta felt a cold sweat on his brow, yet the aura seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, he became overjoyed, exclaiming, "Warriors, do not fear. The individual with a power level surpassing 20,000 is one of us. Our future king, King Saigo. In truth, I have stepped down for some time. But I had to operate in secrecy to contend with Frieza. Warriors, our new king, King Saigo, has transformed into a Super Saiyan. From this moment forward, we shall no longer cower before Frieza. We shall no longer act according to his whims. Charge, warriors. For freedom, let us crush those filthy rats sent by Frieza." In his heart, he fervently cheered, "Goodness. The aura of King Saigo is overwhelmingly powerful. Is this the aura possessed by a Super Saiyan? It is utterly suffocating. Vegeta 3 must become a Super Saiyan. I am determined to follow in the footsteps of King Saigo." Indeed, the revelation from Vegeta 3 was so astonishing that his temporary companions were rendered speechless, standing frozen in place for several seconds without a reaction. "Vegeta King, is what you say true?" A Saiyan, regaining his composure, dared to ask in a hushed tone. The trembling legs and evasive gaze unmistakably conveyed his panic and fear. Given Vegeta 3's past demeanor, the speaker might as well have already reported to the King of Hell. At the moment those words escaped his lips, the others instinctively stepped back, their gazes filled with a mix of pity and trepidation, just as they anticipated that Vegeta 3 would unleash his wrath upon him. They were taken aback when he exuberantly proclaimed, "From this day forth, you need not refer to me as Vegeta King. For I am no longer the King of the Saiyans. Henceforth, there shall be only King Saigo. You may call me Vegeta 3 or Captain Vegeta." His expression bore no trace of pretense, only genuine excitement and admiration. Inside, he was already exulting. How splendid! The aura of King Saigo is truly formidable. He must indeed be a Super Saiyan. What a terrifying yet alluring presence. Though the temporary squad members heard Vegeta 3's words, they remained incredulous, astonished by his unusual behavior, unaware of his true intentions, and maintained a skeptical attitude. Observing their reaction, Vegeta 3 could not help but inwardly chuckle at his predicament. It seemed he had only instilled fear in his kin, and they held little trust in him. Thus, he promptly concealed his smile and asked sternly, "What is it? Do you not dare to call me by my name or address me as Captain?" Little did he know, as he adopted a serious demeanor. The others internally exclaimed, "This is the Vegeta King I know." Relief washed over them. In unison, they fervently replied, "No, no, we would not dare." Vegeta 3, infuriated, clenched his fists, prompting immediate vigilance among the others, who instinctively recoiled, as if bracing themselves for a hasty retreat. Vegeta 3 was seething with rage, ready to berate them as spineless wretches, when suddenly he recalled the teachings of Saigo about aspiring to become a Super Saiyan. Beyond possessing formidable combat strength, one must also harbor a sufficient quantity of S-cells within. The method to augment S-cells lies in cultivating a gentle disposition, the more tranquil and stable one's temperament, the swifter the increase in S-cell count. Thus, the greater the number of S-cells, the easier it becomes to transform into a Super Saiyan. With this thought, Vegeta 3 took several deep breaths to quell his anger, adopting what he deemed a serene expression, and with a smile, he gently proclaimed, "Without further ado, let us swiftly complete the task entrusted to us by King Saigo. Then, we shall pay our respects to the new king. Let us proceed." Vegeta 3 strode ahead with determination, while the others exchanged glances filled with curiosity before following closely behind. As he walked, Vegeta 3 repeatedly reassured himself, "I must not succumb to anger. I shall remain calm. I aspire to be a Super Saiyan. No anger. Calmness is key. Calmness is essential." In time, this day would be humorously dubbed the Awakening Day of the Old King. Not only did the temporary squad members led by Vegeta 3 react thus, but the other 19 elite warriors encountered similar sentiments, with some even boldly declaring their intent to report to King Vegeta, confident that the king would punish them. In response, the 19 elite warriors displayed neither anger nor panic from beginning to end. Rather, they welcomed such reports, asserting it was of no consequence. Time would reveal all truths. Chapter 19. Prepared for battle, awaiting Frieza. Meanwhile, on the central technological planet belonging to Frieza, a fleeting yet potent energy fluctuation was detected emanating from planet Vegeta. The energy monitoring center's alarms blared unexpectedly. Beep, beep, beep. Whoop. What is happening? Why is the alarm sounding? Investigate immediately. Yes, sir. However, when he arrived at the monitoring station where the alarm had sounded, the noise ceased abruptly. Operator, what just transpired? Sir. We suddenly detected an overwhelming energy reaction from planet Vegeta, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. An overwhelming energy reaction? What was the energy level? Report, sir. The energy reaction reached 200 million. What did you say? 200 million? Are you certain you did not misread? I assure you, sir. I distinctly saw that it reached 200 million energy intensity. Then why has it dissipated now? Sir, I do not know. Enough. Saiyans cannot possibly possess such high energy levels. Be more vigilant in your duties from now on. Others may not be as lenient as I am. Understood, sir. Unbeknownst to the commander, his actions had, in a certain sense, irrevocably extinguished Frieza's chance of survival. On planet Vegeta, the purging operation swiftly came to an end. 20 elite warriors gathered alongside 200 ordinary soldiers within the royal hall of the Saiyan King. Saigo seized the opportunity to reveal his true prowess before everyone. The over 200 Saiyans held Saigo in the highest regard, transforming into fervent devotees. With the enthusiastic promotion from these zealous followers, particularly the former Saiyan King, Vegeta III, who was also part of the promotional team, Saigo seamlessly ascended to the position of the new Saiyan King. No one dared to voice opposition, as no one found any cause for dissent. That evening, the Saiyans on planet Vegeta were engulfed in a frenzy of celebration. In their revelry, some untrained elite warriors even transformed into great apes, delighting the crowd with a rather risky performance. During the day, Saigo diligently completed his training regimen, enduring the strain of triple gravity for an entire day, which indeed resulted in an increase of his combat power by 7,500. Meanwhile, within the monitoring center under Frieza's command, as Saigo once again exhibited his prowess before the crowd, an operator, upon noticing the alarm lights flickering to life, swiftly turned them off, grumbling, "Is this wretched machine truly malfunctioning?" The following morning, on planet Vegeta, the exhilarated Saiyans, who had reveled throughout the night, stood ready for whatever was to come. Atop the Saiyan royal palace, with a look of exasperation, Saigo gazed at the determined Vegeta III, who insisted on protecting him. After numerous attempts to persuade him, Vegeta III stubbornly held his ground. Saigo, with solemnity, declared Vegeta III as the king of the Saiyans. "I command you to assist our fellow clansmen. I truly do not require your protection here. If a battle with Frieza were to erupt, I may not even be able to safeguard you. Consider this. Can you truly participate in a fight where the power levels exceed 100 million? Even the slightest residual force from such a clash could prove overwhelming for you. Do you comprehend this?" The Saiyans have always been inclined to heed the commands of the strong, particularly the edicts of their king. Despite the obstinacy of King Vegeta III, upon receiving the order, he had no choice but to comply, though his countenance betrayed a reluctance that could be encapsulated in 3 words: unwillingness. "Yes, I accept the command. Your Majesty, take care." Since learning of Frieza's true combat power, which soared to an astonishing 120 million, King Vegeta III and a cadre of elite warriors had fervently suggested evacuating the young Saiyan, Saigo, via spaceship. However, Saigo asserted that his transformation into a Super Saiyan would render dealing with Frieza as effortless as crushing an ant, vowing that he would never jest with his own life. This assurance led to the gradual dismissal of the notion to send him away. Thus unfolded the recent scene where King Vegeta III staunchly insisted on safeguarding Saigo. "I will. I value my life more than you can imagine. Rest assured," Saigo promised. With solemnity, King Vegeta III bowed to Saigo before turning to depart. As he gazed at the retreating figure of the king, Saigo couldn't help but reflect on the peculiar nature of fate. Who would have thought that the once lofty King Vegeta would now be reduced to my subordinate? And a rather obedient one at that. Since I am a Saiyan in this life, I shall embody the spirit of the warrior race. Just wait. With King Vegeta III's departure, the palace rooftop was left with only Saigo, granting him the opportunity to finally utilize his unique abilities. In a flash of inspiration, the system interface materialized before him. Saigo suddenly recalled that he had yet to develop his energy attack techniques, and this simulation presented the perfect opportunity. On July 9th, Yu rose early, eagerly awaiting Frieza's arrival. Before Frieza appeared, Paragus joyfully announced that his newborn son Broly possessed an astounding power level of 10,000. Aware that Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, you did not dare to delay. You promptly issued orders for Broly to undergo solitary training, ensuring he would not be raised alongside other infants. Oh, Broly has been born? That means Kakarot was also born today? Upon reading the initial message, Saigo was filled with excitement. However, upon seeing the words joyful announcement, he was immediately engulfed in confusion. Why is he announcing the birth of his son to me? He is not my child. After a brief moment, he stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes as he murmured, the legendary Super Saiyan has finally come into existence. I must devise a strategy to enhance Broly's mental fortitude at the earliest opportunity. Saigo shook his slightly throbbing head and continued reading. After a long and arduous wait, at precisely 9 a.m., Frieza and his army finally arrived at planet Vegeta. The impending battle was palpable. Frieza's forces were swiftly overwhelmed by the well-prepared Saiyan great apes. Frieza intended to take matters into his own hands, planning to annihilate both the Saiyans and planet Vegeta. However, he was suddenly ambushed by you, who unleashed the full might of a Super Saiyan, delivering a fatal blow with a single punch. With Frieza's demise, the morale of the enemy troops crumbled. Their fighting spirit diminished. Before long, you led the Saiyans to a complete victory over the enemy forces. Upon witnessing this, Saigo felt a sense of relief. Having feared that he would wait in vain today, the arrival of the enemy was indeed a welcome development. The reason everyone was prepared for battle today was due to intelligence shared by King Vegeta III, indicating that Frieza's forces could reach planet Vegeta in as little as a day if they set their sights on an attack. Having served as the Saiyan King for many years, King Vegeta III had also embedded spies within Frieza's ranks, though most had been eliminated. On July 10th, you exiled Kakarot to Earth. Subsequently, you began to study energy techniques. Having mastered the control of your ki, you soon succeeded in executing the Kamehameha wave. However, feeling that the name Kamehameha did not suit you, you renamed it the Super Kamehameha wave. On July 11th, you continued to delve into the Super Kamehameha wave. On August 12th, you persisted in your research of the Super Kamehameha wave. On September 8th, your studies of the Super Kamehameha wave continued. On October 8th, you remained focused on the Super Kamehameha wave. On November 8th, you still dedicated yourself to the Super Kamehameha wave. This simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Skill, Super Kamehameha Wave, Mastery 666-1000. 2. Experience from ambushing Frieza 3. Future Memories Chapter 20. The legendary Super Saiyan. After contemplating the 3 available rewards, Saigo decisively proclaimed, I choose the first one. A chime resonated, confirming his selection. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Super Ki Blast, Mastery Level 666-1000. Please check it in the skills section. With a thought, the system panel immediately transformed into his personal information display. Name, Saigo. Age, 2. Talent, Superior Gift, Great Ape Characteristics, Large Appetite with Strong Digestion, Enhanced Combat Power Post-Recovery, Void Survival, Mimicry of Super Saiyan Abilities, Telekinesis. Sphere of Seclusion Mental Power, 18. Combat Power, 3, 807, 100 Secret Technique, Potential Guidance, Entry Level 31100, Skills, Artificial Moon, Flight Technique, Entry Level 58100. Key Control, Mastery Level 701000, Martial Arts, Mastery Level 661000, Key Perception, Entry Level 90100. Super Ki Blast, Mastery Level 666-1000. Experience, Added Tralian Trial Guaranteed X1 Simulation Duration, for month simulation count, 0. He swiftly located the Super Ki Blast skill and selected it. At the Mastery level, this skill temporarily triples his combat power. If the skill is not in use, his original combat power returns. For instance, if his normal state combat power is 100, then utilizing this skill would elevate it to 300. Threefold increase in temporary combat power? Saigo exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. If I transform into a Super Saiyan and then use this skill, wouldn't that result in a temporary combat power increase of 150 times my normal state? Wow, this is incredible, he thought. I must test its might against Frieza. With this skill, who needs to resort to sneaky punches? This time, I will obliterate him with a blast. Hey, Frieza, let's see how you can transform into your mechanical form now. A temporary combat power of 150 times means nearly 600 million combat power. That should reduce you to cosmic dust. At that moment, a sinister smile crept across Saigo's face. as if he could already envision Frieza being annihilated by his super ki blast, reduced to mere cosmic particles. Soon after, he began to meditate, quietly awaiting Paragus' arrival. Yet, the thought of delivering joyful news weighed heavily on his heart. Before long, he indeed sensed Paragus' energy rapidly approaching the palace. Even before his arrival, Paragus' voice boomed. Saigo. Good news. There is great news. Saigo, suppressing the urge to strike, opened his eyes and gazed at the rapidly approaching Paragus, striving to calm his emotions. Your subordinate Paragus pays his respects to King Saigo. Paragus, while reporting, did not forget to bow. Though the joy and anticipation on his face had likely been present throughout his journey. King Saigo, I bring you good news. My son Broly has been born, and his combat power upon birth is an astounding 10,000, showcasing remarkable potential and extraordinary talent. I believe it would be most fitting for him to serve as your personal guard. What do you think? In response to Paragus' eager expression, Saigo sincerely congratulated him, saying, First and foremost, Paragus, I must congratulate you and your wife on the birth of such a gifted child. If I am not mistaken, your son Broly may indeed be the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Paragus' eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being trembling with excitement, as he stammered. BB Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan? King Saigo, you wouldn't jest with me, would you? Is my son truly the legendary Super Saiyan? This cannot be. Suddenly, recalling Saigo's transformation into a Super Saiyan, he assumed Saigo was merely joking, and his speech became more coherent. How could my son be a Super Saiyan? He doesn't even have blonde hair. I distinctly remember that when you transformed into a Super Saiyan, you had yellow hair and light green eyes. Please, do not jest. Broly has black hair and black eyes. He cannot possibly be a Super Saiyan. Despite Paragus' words, his feelings towards Saigo were not akin to the lofty demeanor of the late King Vegeta. Instead, he felt a sense of closeness and pride. Appreciating the camaraderie that allowed for light-hearted banter with his superior, Saigo pointed to his serious and earnest face, slightly furrowing his brow, and asked, Take a good look with your own eyes, right now. At this very moment. Does my face appear to be joking? Furthermore, did you truly comprehend what I was saying? I spoke of the legendary Super Saiyan, not the ordinary Super Saiyan transformations that mere Saiyans like us can achieve. Have you grasped that this time? The legendary Super Saiyan? No, it can't be. As Paragus processed Saigo's words, a look of astonishment once again spread across his flushed face, and he stammered, What is the difference? Simultaneously, he felt a mixture of joy and anticipation, intertwined with a tinge of trepidation. Saigo took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and prepared to articulate the distinctions between the Super Saiyan and the legendary Super Saiyan. A few minutes later, Paragus finally comprehended the differences between the two. Upon finishing, Paragus immediately knelt on both knees, pleading, Saigo King, please accept Broly as your personal guard. I am utterly ignorant of this so-called legendary Super Saiyan and cannot possibly guide him. Only you possess the ability to nurture his potential. I humbly bow before you. Paragus understood that, according to Saigo King's explanation, the legendary Super Saiyan could easily succumb to external influences and lose control. And he had never even heard of this legendary form, let alone guide him in it. His reasoning was quite straightforward. Since Saigo King was knowledgeable about the legendary Super Saiyan and its characteristics, he must possess a solution to Broly's propensity for losing control. Saigo Wang is undoubtedly the most suitable mentor for Broly. Rise. You, get up first. Saigo looked helplessly at Paragus, who had knelt down once more. Noticing that he remained motionless and showed no intention of rising, Saigo finally said, I never said I wouldn't accept you, so please stand up. Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Paragus' face lit up with joy, and he repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Saigo Wang. Thank you, Saigo Wang. As Saigo observed the other party preparing to bow, he swiftly dodged to the side, exclaiming, Stop, stop, stop. If you bow again, I shall no longer accept it. Internally, he muttered, Begone, begone. What ill fortune! Is this not a reduction of my lifespan? The ingrained habit of the Saiyans to genuflect at the slightest provocation must be eradicated, bowing to heaven, earth, and parents, kneeling before the heavens, the earth, and ancestors. From now on, anyone who kneels without cause shall face punishment. If one finds joy in kneeling, then let them be compelled to kneel endlessly. Chapter 21. Successfully eliminating Frieza. Upon hearing this, Paragus immediately rose from the ground, bowing respectfully, and with satisfaction declared, My subordinates express gratitude to King Saigo on behalf of Broly. This time, Saigo did not evade the gesture and accepted his homage, then gently replied, Enough. Let us keep this matter confidential from others for the time being. You shall place Broly alone in a nurturing chamber for his development. To prevent any misunderstanding, he reiterated. Remember, Broly must be in a separate nurturing chamber. Assign a dedicated guardian, and inform them that this is my command. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. The rest shall be entrusted to time. Saigo, initially skeptical, soon realized that within 2 years, it would be impossible to simulate anything capable of enhancing mental fortitude. Now, all that remained was to await Frieza's arrival. The waiting period felt interminable. The 2 hours seemed to stretch into an entire day. Suddenly, Saigo, who had been deep in meditation, opened his eyes and gazed skyward. At last, the moment had arrived. The wait had been exasperating. He levitated gracefully into the air, heading towards the spaceship that was on the verge of breaking through the atmosphere. This time, Frieza was indeed serious, deploying no less than 5 massive spaceships, accompanied by numerous spherical personal vessels. As Frieza did not conceal his energy signature, Saigo was able to pinpoint his location with precision when the fleet reached the skies above planet Vegeta. The 5 large spaceships occupied the center, traveling at a slightly slower pace than their counterparts. Simultaneously, dozens of brilliant orbs of light suddenly illuminated the sky. A mere glance from Saigo was sufficient. Confronting Frieza solely with the Great Ape transformation would be inadequate. However, the collective strength of the Great Ape Saiyan army far surpassed that of Frieza's forces. Roar! Warriors! For the glory of the Saiyans! Charge! 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 The thunderous roars of thousands of transformed Saiyan Great Apes nearly compelled Saigo to cover his ears. Upon looking down, he noticed that many of his kin had completed their transformation, each one howling towards the heavens, and subsequently, they ascended into the sky in a relentless surge. Truly, flying monkeys. Witnessing this spectacle, Saigo was unexpectedly reminded of a scene from a game in his past, where a monkey character was sent flying, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. Additionally, Saigo observed a rather intriguing phenomenon. The lower-ranking warriors, despite transforming into great apes, had not lost their sanity. What was happening? Was it not said that lower-ranking warriors would succumb to madness upon their transformation? Why was there no chaos or infighting among them? Sai, initially concerned about the possibility of confusion between friend and foe, was taken aback by the absence of such a scenario. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for an explanation. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the colossal ape soaring into the sky, and he recognized the battle attire as strikingly familiar. It belonged to the mighty Vegeta 3. Saigo suddenly realized that it must be him. Indeed, it certainly has to do with Vegeta 3. It is astonishing that the royal Saiyan bloodline possesses such an effect. As long as he transforms into a great ape alongside them, and as long as he is present, the lower-class Saiyans will not lose their reason and spiral into chaos. This elucidates the situation and also explains why so many Saiyans survived the war against the Zephyrians. In this regard, Saigo felt envious of the unique advantages afforded by the royal bloodline, while simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. Thus, he could maintain his focus. Looking up at the sky, he noticed that Frieza's army had already breached the atmosphere, with countless minions descending like shooting stars. In an instant, the sky of planet Vegeta was illuminated by hundreds and thousands of energy attacks, with slender rays descending from above, while thick beams surged upward. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosions and reverberations. The war had begun. The Frieza force quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. As the chaos ensued, Saigo swiftly charged towards the colossal spaceship that showed no intention of descending. It was the vessel of Frieza. Meanwhile, within the ship, Frieza was listening to reports from his subordinates, his expression darkening ominously. What did you say? Our legion is retreating steadily? Are you certain? Repeat that. Your Majesty. Our forces are indeed at a disadvantage. What should we do? The unfortunate reporter felt a sharp pain in his chest before succumbing to unconsciousness. Frieza lowered his finger, snorting coldly, his visage contorted with rage. Humph. Speaking is such a laborious task. Such worthless beings are of no use. Mr. Sabo, our special forces are also struggling against these wretched monkeys. In truth, Frieza had already discerned through his detector that his painstakingly established special forces were unable to contend with the Saiyans who had transformed into wild monkeys. Yet he was reluctant to accept this reality. Your Majesty, several of your elite team have perished. What shall we do now? Sabo replied, his heart pounding with anxiety. To witness yet another death before him was indeed terrifying. What a bunch of useless fools. To deal with these wild monkeys, I must intervene personally. Humph. With a grim countenance, Frieza coldly declared, then they need not live any longer. With a resounding crash, a massive hole was forcibly created in the top of the spaceship. Frieza, fueled by fury, had decided to disregard the fates of others and burst forth from the ship's roof. Instantly, those within the vessel fled in panic, including Saigo and Dodoria. Frieza surveyed the battlefields below, and indeed, his forces had suffered countless casualties, his expression darkening to an extreme. Yet, in the next moment, a sinister smile crept across his face. Wouldn't it be better for those damned wild monkeys to await their demise obediently? Must they compel me to take action personally? And in doing so, cause the death of so many of my soldiers? How infuriating. Well then, let us enjoy the fireworks once more. Frieza laughed maniacally, raising a finger as a small, dark red energy sphere materialized above it, rapidly expanding to the size of a large tank. Just then, a thunderous shout erupted from the left. Frieza. The detector Frieza wore emitted an alarming series of beeps. Turning his head, he was taken aback to find a Saiyan boy, untransformed, had stealthily approached. This boy was none other than Saigo. Upon seeing the fluctuating combat power readings on his detector, Frieza momentarily lost his composure. Even the energy sphere he had just begun to form ceased to grow. Combat power of 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 380,000. Frieza was utterly astonished, cold sweat involuntarily beading on his forehead. However, what instilled the greatest dread was the shocking realization that the power detector he wore, with a testing limit of 5 million battle power, had exploded in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the Saiyan youth before him had transformed instantaneously, his hair gleaming a vibrant yellow. Yellow hair? At that moment, Frieza could no longer maintain his composure. He yearned to transform and gauge the true strength of a Super Saiyan. Yet, before he could even reassess and initiate his transformation, he was met with the terrifying sight of the Saiyan unleashing a thunderous roar, followed by a powerful energy attack that radiated a striking purple hue with a white core. Perish, Frieza. Super Kamehameha. No. Boom. Chapter 22, Elimination of Frieza's Remnants. Boom. The colossal Kamehameha wave instantaneously engulfed the cosmic tyrant, who had not even had the chance to transform. The once mighty emperor of the universe, who had reigned with dominance, could only utter a single word of denial before he was completely obliterated from existence in this universe. The mighty super spirit bomb unleashed by Saiyan Goku did not dissipate after engulfing Frieza. Instead, it surged forth at an astonishing speed towards other colossal spaceships. With a thunderous roar, it struck 3 more large vessels, resulting in catastrophic explosions that left only fragments, transforming them into cosmic debris. On the other ships, those who had not engaged in battle let out mournful cries. Frieza's soldiers, locked in combat with the Great Ape Legion, were incredulous upon hearing the news of Frieza's demise. Erupting in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. How could Lord Frieza perish at the hands of the Saiyans? The king is dead. Everyone flee for your lives. Run. In an instant, the Frieza force was devoid of morale, consumed by a singular instinct to escape. They were engulfed in terror, while the transformed Saiyan warriors reveled in exuberance, their triumphant roars echoing through the cosmos. Roar, and roar, and roar, and long live King Goku. Long live King Goku. Warriors, charge. First, annihilate the ships. Let not a single one escape. Yes, and charge. And the Saiyans are filled with indomitable spirit, while the Frieza force has descended into utter disarray. After swiftly annihilating the colossal spacecraft, Saigo also lent his prowess to the destruction of the densely packed personal spherical spacecraft. However, the sheer number proved overwhelming, allowing a few fortunate minions to evade capture. Nevertheless, those elite soldiers attempting to flee were systematically eliminated by Saigo, who deftly outmaneuvered them. Particularly, Captain Jinyu shall never again have the opportunity to transform into a frog. As for the remaining minions, they posed no significant threat, and the slow process of their eradication continued. The notion of surrendering for survival was utterly non-existent. This was not the time for captives. Consequently, the Frieza force, comprising hundreds of thousands, faced near total annihilation. The Saiyans are incapable of surviving in the void. Thus, a few adversaries who harbored the delusion of escaping into it were relentlessly pursued and vanquished by the Saiyans. Following the conclusion of the battle, the Saiyan team responsible for the artificial moon mission took the initiative to obliterate the artificial moon, resulting in the Saiyan great apes reverting to their humanoid forms. Saigo maintained his Super Saiyan form, allowing all Saiyans to witness firsthand the true essence of a Super Saiyan. King Saigo. King Saigo. King Saigo. The restored humanoid form of Vegeta III was the first to shout, followed swiftly by an increasing chorus of Saiyans joining in the fervent call. King Saigo! King Saigo! In an instant, the resounding cries echoed throughout the skies of planet Vegeta. Some even shed tears, a rare display of emotion among the Saiyans. At that moment, the diminutive yellow figure in the sky loomed remarkably large in their hearts. Simultaneously, the Saiyan spirits coalesced like never before. Perhaps upon receiving the order to resist Frieza, many felt trepidation, some harbored doubts, and even during their transformation into great apes, they hesitated to ascend into the fray. Yet, when they witnessed the Frieza force being mercilessly overwhelmed by their elite warriors, hope for victory ignited within them, prompting their fervent rush onto the battlefield. Ultimately, this accelerated the triumph of their struggle. It is understandable that fear gripped these individuals, as they had long been oppressed by Frieza. Instilled with terror from the bloodshed he wrought, Frieza had once conducted a tournament on planet Vegeta, ostensibly for sport, but in reality, he deployed his elite strike force to ruthlessly massacre the participating Saiyans, rendering even the great apes powerless against Frieza's elite. Consequently, the former king of Vegeta was compelled to submit to Frieza, yet he harbored an enduring desire for vengeance. This incident has remained a deep-seated sorrow within the hearts of the Saiyans, contributing to the scarcity of elite warriors among them. In that bygone era, over 100 elite warriors existed, with more than 200 intermediate warriors. Now, however, the combined number of intermediate and elite warriors totals less than 200. With only around 150 remaining, the elite warriors have dwindled to just over 30. Can the Saiyans harbor no animosity towards Frieza? Warriors, we have triumphed. Let us rejoice. Saigo hovered in the air, arms outstretched, amplifying his voice with his energy as he proclaimed, "Boom! We have emerged victorious. We are victorious. Long live King Saigo." The Saiyans erupted once more, a cacophony of thunderous cheers and shouts resonating through the atmosphere, as the skies above brightened significantly. The gray and white clouds seemed to possess a will of their own, drifting away in response. Henceforth, this day would be commemorated in Saiyan history as the day of the old king's ascendance, marking the moment the Saiyan dynasty officially declared its resurgence to the cosmos. The Saiyan king, known as the supreme Saiyan of prophecy, is depicted as the first to lead his people towards glory. In stark contrast, the monitoring planet of Frieza presents a chaotic scene. At this very moment, the monitoring center is in disarray, filled with the cacophony of alarms and frantic shouts. Is this a deception? The mighty Frieza has been slain? It is hard to fathom that the Saiyans could vanquish Frieza, nearly obliterating his vast army in the process. When did the Saiyans become so formidable? At such a critical juncture, is there still time to ponder the might of the Saiyans? Hurry and report this news to King Cold. Delay at your own peril. Yes, Commander. The officer, drenched in sweat and fear, murmurs to himself. So the earlier reports of a power level exceeding 200 million on planet Vegeta were indeed true. This cannot be revealed to others, only you two. Lasso and that operator can be compromised. No, it must be the entire monitoring room. Before long, several more lives inexplicably perished. Soon, King Cold received the news of Frieza's demise at the hands of the Saiyans. What did you say? Frieza was killed by the Saiyans? King Cold's eyes brimmed with confusion and disbelief, shaking his head in incredulity. Impossible. This cannot be. I have seen the Saiyans. They are certainly no match for Frieza. Could there be others involved? Upon this thought, King Cold shook his head again. The likelihood of any other being surpassing Frieza's power in the North Galaxy is minuscule. Others would not dare overstep their bounds. Could it be that Frieza encountered the legendary Super Saiyan spoken of by our ancestors? It must be. Is the Super Saiyan truly that formidable? Hey, intelligence officer, do we have any information regarding the enemy's power levels? My lord, I have indeed received word from Frieza's men, stating that the enemy's power level is 200 million. However, I have yet to verify its authenticity. Upon hearing this, King Cold's eyes widened, and his voice unconsciously rose several decibels. A power level of 200 million? No wonder Frieza was no match. Even in my current form, I would not stand against him. I must utilize my final form to contend. No, only a mere 200 million dares to slay my son. I shall exact my vengeance. And the sooner, the better, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. Zofield, immediately order all soldiers to assemble and march on planet Vegeta. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Wait, how long will it take us to reach planet Vegeta? My king, at maximum speed, it will take approximately half a year. A year? Why so long? Enough of this. Time is of the essence. Depart immediately at the fastest pace. Yes, I take my leave. Chapter 23, the Saiyans embrace a nationwide training regimen as night swiftly descended upon planet Vegeta. An exhilarating atmosphere enveloped the Saiyans, who gathered to partake in a lavish feast of meat. Their jubilant voices soared, echoing with fervor as laughter and cheers intertwined, seemingly striving to pierce the heavens. It was a celebration filled with joy, where each individual reveled in the delightful ambience, collectively commemorating this unforgettable occasion. The sole imperfection of the evening lay in the absence of gourmet delicacies. The offerings were limited to merely boiled or roasted meats. Nevertheless, this triviality did little to diminish the profound elation that resonated within the hearts of the Saiyans. As the banquet progressed, the revelry continued unabated outside the royal palace, where the sounds of merriment and dance resounded vibrantly. Within the palace itself, once again, Saigo summoned 20 elite warriors to deliberate strategies against their foes. Warriors, I am aware that we have just secured a hard-fought victory, liberating ourselves from the clutches of Frieza, and I see the joy radiating from each of you, Saigo stated, pausing deliberately as his gaze swept over the 20 individuals below, their faces alight with mirth. However, in an instant, his smile faded, and he continued, "Yet, I must convey to you that our peril has not yet dissipated." At these words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the jubilance on the faces of the warriors evaporated, replaced by disbelief and unease. The thought had never crossed their minds until Saigo's admonition reminded them that Frieza had wielded his power across the cosmos for countless years, suggesting that he was undoubtedly backed by formidable forces. However, they remained oblivious to the true nature of the adversaries lurking behind Frieza. "Saigo, what course of action do you propose we take?" inquired the third Prince Vegeta, demonstrating the composure befitting a former king of the Saiyans. He recognized that Saigo's assertion bore a weight of truth, likely indicating the presence of a formidable enemy. Otherwise, Saigo would not have taken the initiative to convene them. As far as I know, Frieza belongs to the Frost Demon race, and given his formidable prowess, it stands to reason that others of his kind are not to be underestimated. Therefore, we must prepare thoroughly, until we have entirely neutralized this latent threat. We cannot afford to be complacent, not even for a moment, he declared. From tomorrow onward, the 20 of you shall serve as instructors, teaching our kin how to harness their energy and train effectively. Are you capable of this task? The elite warriors, roused from their revelry, responded in unison. Their spirits ignited. We can. Saigo was immensely satisfied with their passionate and spirited demeanor. Seizing the moment while they were all present, it was time to convey the orders. By the way, allow me to offer a suggestion. You could initially instruct a portion of the individuals and then have those who have mastered the teaching assistant shouldering the educational responsibilities. Naturally, everyone should be treated equally. Furthermore, the gravity chamber must be constructed by the scientist with utmost dedication, striving to ensure that all Saiyans can utilize it in the shortest possible time. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened. They had been pondering how to expedite the teaching process for all Saiyans. Indeed, X20. Subsequently, 20 individuals surged towards the grand gates of the palace, likely eager to scout for promising talents. Before long, within the royal palace, Saigo could hear the cacophony from beyond its walls. However, this clamor did not persist for long and gradually subsided. The planet of Saya, which had been bustling throughout the day, finally succumbed to tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional chirps of insects and the rustle of creatures. Indeed, from this day forth, Planet Vegeta has officially been renamed Planet Saya. The name Vegeta has become a relic of the past. The following day, as dawn broke, the Saiyan martial arts curriculum had commenced in 20 distinct locations across Planet Saya. A multitude of students were raptly attentive, anxious not to miss any detail, resulting in an eerie silence throughout each classroom, save for the instructor's fervent discourse, where even the sound of a falling pin could be distinctly heard. During the lessons, the 20 elite warriors had no time to engage in personal training. Yet, upon Frieza's arrival, their strength had surged by several hundred compared to their pre-gravity chamber capabilities. With the gravity of planet Saya doubled, a single day of training could yield a power increase equivalent to what would have taken them days of prior effort. The mightiest among them was Bardock, boasting a battle power of 14,100, accompanied by his teammate Toma, who held a power level of 10,000. The most balanced group was that of King Vegeta 3, whose squad, after 10 days of training under double gravity, all exceeded 10,000 in battle power. Paragus' team was less fortunate, with only Paragus himself reaching 11,600. As for the intermediate squads, their battle powers ranged between 6 to 7,000. When the 20 elite warriors transformed into great apes, their strength multiplied tenfold, each boasting a minimum battle power of over 60,000, significantly surpassing Frieza's elite forces. Among Frieza's 5 elite squads, only Captain Jinyu had ever exceeded a battle power of 100,000, while the leaders of the other 4 squads hovered around 70,000. The members of these 4 squads possessed abilities comparable to those of Jinyu Force. As the sole individual aside from Frieza to possess a battle power exceeding 100,000, Saigo was afforded the same treatment as Frieza, reduced to mere fragments. In stark contrast to the earnest Saiyans diligently honing their skills, Saigo leisurely sought solace within the palace. Alas, the sweltering heat of July on planet Saya compelled him to yearn for a natural, cool oasis where he might refresh himself. Fortunately, the palace's lofty architecture provided a gentle breeze, offering a modicum of relief. But he realized he had yet to utilize today's simulation. It was imperative to bolster his strength. This was to ensure that the power levels of the members of the Ice Demon clan aligned with those depicted in the original narrative. Saigo rose, focused his thoughts, and summoned the system interface, deciding to simulate achieving full power in Super Saiyan form. With determination, he mentally repeated the phrase for attaining Super Saiyan full power, then promptly initiated the simulation. On July 10th, after exiling Kakarot to Earth, you began to experiment with the daily training of the Super Saiyan transformation. During that day's meal, you frequently crushed your utensils and the bones of the food. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the fated child Kakarot nearly slipped my mind. Upon reading the first piece of information, I recalled my oversight. After completing the simulation, I shall send Kakarot into exile on Earth. With that thought, I continued to peruse the details. On July 11th, you persisted in your daily training as a Super Saiyan, shattering an abundance of crockery. Thus, you resolved to forego utensils for your meals. By August 9th, your Super Saiyan training persisted, and you finally achieved the ability to maintain the transformation for an entire day. Albeit your strength remained elusive to master. On September 9th, you succeeded in sustaining the Super Saiyan form for 5 consecutive days. You were now capable of dining with utensils, though occasionally still damaging them. By September 25th, you had achieved long-term maintenance of the Super Saiyan transformation and had learned to wield its power with finesse. You realized you had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan potential. Chapter 24. Sending Kakarot to Earth on September 26th, you resumed training in the gravity chamber. Commencing with triple gravity, enduring a day of arduous practice, resulting in a power increase of 7,500. On October 1st, King Cold launched an assault with his formidable army. Upon his arrival, he unleashed his full might, and you discerned that your energy was somewhat inferior to his. Indeed, as you anticipated, King Cold's speed and strength surpassed yours. You were utterly overwhelmed in hand-to-hand combat. Nevertheless, through sheer tenacity, you persevered and ultimately triumphed in the struggle. After the battle, you were immensely relieved to have stood on the right side during the clash. Upon reaching this juncture, a perplexed sense of urgency gripped me. Would King Cold lead his forces to attack planet Vegeta on October 1st? But is King Cold truly that formidable? Can even a fully powered Super Saiyan not stand against him? Is this individual not even weaker than Frieza? Could it be that the full power of a Super Saiyan is merely a unique stable state? Perhaps it merely enhances one's ability to harness the true strength of the Super Saiyan form and prolong the transformation? With these doubts lingering, I continued to delve deeper. Following this battle, I recognized that my strength remained insufficient, and the so-called Super Saiyan was merely a state, incapable of augmenting true power. Realizing that understanding one's base strength is paramount, I resolved to persist in my training. Even within the simulation, I shared this sentiment. My brows furrowed in contemplation, I mused. I had ample reason to suspect that the full power of a Super Saiyan is indeed just a special state of transformation. On October 2nd, you trained under triple gravity for a day, resulting in an increase of 7,500 in power. On October 6th, you continued your training under triple gravity for another day, garnering another 7,500. On October 7th, you adjusted the gravity to 4 times and trained for a day, gaining an increase of 10,000. On October 17th, you endured a day of training under 5 times the gravity, achieving a power boost of 12,500. On October 27th, under 6 times the normal gravity, you trained for an entire day, resulting in a power increase of 15,000. On November 7th, under 7 times the normal gravity, you dedicated another day to training, which augmented your power by 17,500. On November 9th, once again under 7 times the normal gravity, you trained for a day, leading to a further increase of 17,500 in power. This simulation has now concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Super Saiyan Full Power. 2. Combat Power, 502, 503. Skill, Mastery in Combat, Proficiency 996, 1000, 4. Future memories from the simulator. It is evident that the Super Saiyan Full Power truly requires a significant investment of time. Thus, selecting the first reward offers the most value. I choose the first option. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Super Saiyan Full Power. Please check your talent section for details. With a flicker of thought, Saigo summoned his personal information panel and quickly located the section on talents. Talent. Giant Ape, Impressive Appetite and Robust Digestion. Combat Power Enhancement After Recovery, Void Survival, Mimetic Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan Full Power. The previous designation of Super Saiyan had now transformed into Super Saiyan Full Power. He tapped on the words Super Saiyan Full Power, and several lines of text immediately appeared. Super Saiyan Full Power is a unique form that Saiyans assume after transforming into a Super Saiyan, which does not increase combat strength. This special state mitigates the excessive excitement experienced during the transformation, allowing the user to unleash greater power. This form not only enhances the user's efficiency in harnessing their strength, but also preserves their rationality, maintaining their combat intelligence from before the transformation. Indeed, after a thorough reading, Saigo finally comprehended that Super Saiyan Full Power is a unique condition of the Super Saiyan transformation, enabling a prolonged transformation duration while retaining clarity of mind, thereby maximizing the potential of the transformed power. In other words, the strength and energy utilization after transformation reach their zenith. According to this understanding, King Cold's ultimate combat power must be at least 250 million. This wretched being even deceived his own son. The critical point is that Frieza naively believed it, convinced that he was the most formidable warrior in the history of the Frost Demons. I wonder if a figure like Cooler exists in this world. If so, should he and King Cold join forces, with his current strength, he would indeed be outmatched. It appears that enhancing his base power must be a priority. With this thought, he retracted his personal information panel. Silently rising from his comfortable chair, he strode purposefully towards the entrance of the royal palace. Before commencing regular training, he must first ensure that Kakarot is sent to Earth. After all, he is the fated child of the Dragon Ball world, without a head bump. He would likely remain an exceedingly ordinary low-class Saiyan warrior. Soon enough, Saigo entered the nearest nursery, room 15, adjacent to the royal palace. The staff, all familiar with the esteemed Saigo Wang, showed him the utmost respect, undeterred by his youth. "Ah, Saigo Wang, what brings you here? We are honored to see you," they exclaimed. "Please, take a seat. Allow me to fetch you a glass of water." "There's no need for that. I have come to inquire about the newborn from the Bardock family," Saigo stated directly, as time was of the essence and he wished to return to his cultivation promptly. "Oh, please wait a moment, Saigo Wang. I will find that information right away," replied one of the staff, hurriedly making his way to a computer. With rapid keystrokes, he worked diligently. Within mere seconds, he returned, his face alight with excitement. "Saigo Wang, please follow me. Captain Bardock's newborn is located in incubation chamber number 4 of nursery room 4. Allow me to guide you there." Saigo followed the nursery attendant to the entrance of room 4. "Zax, could you please summon Bardock for me? Just tell him I have matters to discuss." "Oh." "And bring Kin along as well." On the way, Saigo had learned the name of the caretaker who had nurtured him, Zax, also a low-ranking Saiyan warrior. However, his interests lay not in combat, but solely in the art of nurturing infants. "Yes, King Saigo, I shall attend to it at once. Please wait a moment." Zax was a man of decisive action. After bowing, he hurried away with vigor and enthusiasm. After nearly 5 minutes, Bardock and Kin arrived at room 4. "We pay our respects to King Saigo," they both said. "You summoned us. Is it regarding Kakarot?" On their way, Bardock and Kin had gathered that King Saigo seemed to be concerned about their son, but they were puzzled as to why he would care about Kakarot, whose combat power was recorded as the lowest in Saiyan history. Due to Saigo's influence, Bardock had not ventured to carry out his mission on Childstar, leaving him unaware of certain future events. "Indeed, it is about Kakarot," Saigo stated plainly, eschewing any roundabout explanations, believing that being forthright would facilitate achieving his goals. "I plan to send Kakarot to Earth. It is the most suitable place for his growth and development." Chapter 25. Sending Kakarot to Earth continued. Bardock and Kin exchanged astonished glances, eager to inquire why Earth would be the ideal environment for Kakarot's upbringing. Yet, Bardock was aware of the rumors surrounding King Saigo that he had received prophetic dreams from the god of Super Saiyans, which had shaped his current path and the plight of the Saiyan race. He had shared these revelations with Kin, which was why she hesitated to speak. From the inception of the secret plan to resist Frieza, to the successful overthrow of his tyrannical rule, all of it was attributed to Saigo's leadership, which had yet to falter. Combat power can be controlled. It can be enhanced through training. The legend of the Super Saiyan is now a reality. We have recalled our exiled kin. We have toppled Frieza's oppression. Each of these achievements underscored Saigo's correctness. Thus, Bardock and Kin found themselves at a crossroads, uncertain of how to proceed. Were they ordinary Saiyans, they would likely have acquiesced without hesitation, feeling honored by the king's direct involvement in their affairs. But Bardock and Kin were unique among their kind. They cared deeply for their offspring, especially after being influenced by Saigo's teachings, which had instilled in them a profound appreciation for family and the desire for their loved ones to remain united. Kin's reluctance was particularly evident, etched upon her face. Upon witnessing this scene, Saigo took a deep breath and inwardly berated himself for his lack of resolve. After all, he had traversed dimensions. Did Kakarot truly need to suffer on Earth? Enough. To hell with fate. I shall not facilitate this any longer. Very well, since you both are unwilling. I shall not impose my will upon you. I firmly believe that Kakarot can thrive on our Saiyan planet just as well. Saigo spoke earnestly, urging, you two may return to your training. And, Jine, it would be wise for you to rest thoroughly before resuming your training. Otherwise, you may inadvertently set the stage for lingering ailments. Saigo had no intention of playing the game of feigned indifference. He had genuinely resolved against sending Kakarot to Earth. After stating his decision, he intended to return to his training. However, after taking only a few steps, he was called to a halt. Saigo, please wait a moment. Saigo turned to see that the speaker was none other than the cherished kind. At that moment, she had become remarkably resolute, though her eyes still betrayed a sense of reluctance. I concur with your arrangements regarding Kakarot, she stated. With her words, her shoulders relaxed slightly, hinting at a tendency to lean back, but Bardock, knowing Kind's disposition well, promptly supported her. Bardock cast a deep glance at Kind before turning his rugged face toward Saigo, affirming firmly, I too am willing to adhere to your directives. Initially, Bardock had intended to express his lack of dissent, but considering Kind's feelings, he, being one of the few Saiyans with a touch of humanity, opted for silence. Now, upon hearing Kind's agreement, he naturally felt no inclination to oppose. Saigo understands the immense courage required for a mother who has just given birth to make such a decision. After a moment of silence, he gently spoke, then please spend more time with Kakarot. The sooner he is sent to Earth, the better. His voice trailed off significantly by the end. Saigo is uncertain whether this decision is right or wrong. No amount of consolation can soothe a mother's profound sorrow and reluctance at parting with her own child. Saigo departed with a heavy heart, and as he left, Bardock and Jine surprisingly remained silent in their farewell. Bardock merely nodded resolutely, his expression seemingly conveying a message of reassurance, assuring that he would handle matters competently. Upon returning to the royal palace, Saigo plunged into the gravity chamber, activating 3 times the normal gravitational force, engaging in fervent training in a bid to obliterate all worries through relentless exertion. As dusk fell, Kakarot departed from planet Saya aboard his spherical personal spacecraft. Among those bidding farewell were Bardock and Jine, along with 19 elite warriors, though they pondered the rationale behind King Saigo's decision to dispatch only Kakarot. A fledgling warrior with a mere combat power of 2, they understood that the king's intentions must hold significance. All they could do was offer their farewells, while also etching the name of the planet Earth, situated at the universe's edge, into their memories, hoping that one day they might comprehend the king's motives. Time passed swiftly, and night descended. After concluding a day of rigorous training and preparing for the night, Saigo lay quietly in bed, summoning his personal information panel. Name: Saigo. Age: 2. Qualification: superior talent, grade ape. Notable traits: large appetite and robust digestion, power enhancement post-recovery, void survival, mimicry of Super Saiyan, full power Super Saiyan. Abilities: telekinesis, confinement sphere. Mental strength: 18. Combat power: 3, 814, 600. Secret technique: potential guidance, entry level 31, 100. Skills: artificial moon, flight technique, entry level 66, 100. Key control: proficient 3, 661, 000. Martial arts: proficient 8, 610, 000. Key perception: entry level 89, 100. Super Kamehameha Proficient 6. 661. 000. Experience. Must surpass the trials of the Yardrat inhabitants X1 simulation duration. For months simulation attempts. 0 at last. He had attained the full power form of Super Saiyan. After reviewing his status, Saigo reflected with a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. The pace of cultivation within the simulation had accelerated, and indeed, the speed of training in reality had also increased. It became evident that once a Saiyan successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, their training efficiency would likewise enhance. This reminded him of the Cell Saga in the original narrative, where the combat power of Goku and the other three Saiyans skyrocketed, surpassing even the speed of a rocket launch. It appears that my previous conjecture was indeed accurate. It is quite plausible to recall the instance when Sun Wukong confronted Cell. He spent less than a day in the hyperbolic time chamber, yet several months elapsed within, allowing him to attain an astonishing battle power of 700 million in his standard form. The thought alone is chilling. However, if we consider that Saiyans experience an accelerated training regimen upon transforming into Super Saiyans, coupled with the fervent sparring between father and son, and their capacity to recover with the use of Sinza beans, it becomes entirely conceivable for their power to soar once more. Indeed, this rationale holds merit. Given that Sun Wukong, a lowly warrior, could achieve a standard limit of 700 million in his Super Saiyan form, I cannot help but wonder what my own standard limit might be at Super Saiyan. Saigo has discovered what is likely a new secret about the Saiyans, greatly enhancing his training speed. With this advancement, when King Cold arrives in a month or two, or even if Frieza comes, he will no longer have to fear defeat. The Saiyan race truly is remarkable. Tomorrow, he shall continue. At this moment, the atmosphere is charged with enthusiasm, as everyone yearns to rush into the gravity chamber for an all-night training session. Yet, upon reflection, it seems that a harmonious balance between work and rest would yield better results. Thus, I must suppress the excitement bubbling within and attempt to embrace slumber. Perhaps due to a day filled with intense training, it is not long before a wave of drowsiness washes over me, and in an instant, my mind slips into a state of dormancy. The time for rest has arrived. Chapter 26, Secret Techniques, Instantaneous Movement, and the Refinement of the Divine Method. July 11th. According to convention, after satisfying his hunger, Saigo commenced his daily simulation. Prior to initiating the simulation, Saigo decisively utilized the experience gained from the trials of the Aditler aliens. For this time, he aspired to master the art of instantaneous movement. On July 11th, you resolved to journey to the planet Aditler to learn the divine skill of instantaneous movement. Before your departure, you meticulously arranged all matters and embarked on the journey alone. On August 11th, you successfully arrived at the planet Aditler. Due to your formidable prowess, you swiftly met with the Grand Elder of the Aditler and were granted the opportunity to learn the secret technique. You accompanied the Grand Elder to the trial's secret realm. On August 20th, you successfully passed the trial and earned the chance to learn the secret technique. Eagerly, you began your studies of the instantaneous movement technique under the tutelage of the second Elder of the Aditler. By September 20th, you had successfully mastered the secret technique of instantaneous movement. However, you discovered that you were still unable to traverse star domains, compelling you to continue your diligent training. On September 30th, you finally sensed the presence of Vegeta 3 and others on the planet Saya amidst the starry sky. After bidding farewell to the Aditler, you instantaneously transported back to the planet Saya. On October 1st, King Cold launched an attack, and you successfully obliterated him during the confrontation. Following the battle, you immersed yourself in the gravity chamber, training under 3 times gravity for a day, enhancing your combat power by 7,500. On October 11th, you trained for a day under 4 times gravity, increasing your combat power by 10,000. On October 21st, you trained for a day under 5 times gravity, augmenting your combat power by 12,500. On November 1st, you trained for a day under 6 times gravity, raising your combat power by 15,000. On November 10th, you continued training for a day under 6 times gravity, further elevating your combat power by 15,000. This simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Secret Technique of Instantaneous Movement. Entry Level 30100. 2. Combat Power of 450,000. 3. Future Memories. 4. Techniques of Confrontation without hesitation. Saigo promptly declared. Choose the first option. Ding selection successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the secret technique of instant teleportation, beginner level 30100. Please refer to the secret technique section for further details. With practiced ease, Saigo summoned the personal information panel and located the teleportation technique within the secret skills section. Upon a mere click, several lines of text appeared. The Adatrollan version of teleportation is a unique skill developed by the Adetrolans. It allows the user to move instantaneously from one location to another without traversing any path or consuming any time. However, the successful execution of this technique necessitates the ability to sense the target's presence. Only then can the user teleport to their position. During the initial stages of mastery, the user must remain undisturbed, and the target's presence must be sufficiently strong, requiring approximately 5 breaths to fully capture the target's essence. After watching the training, Saigo couldn't help but express his frustration. It's one thing to find instant teleportation so challenging to master, but the difficulty in achieving proficiency is another matter entirely. Despite all the time invested, I still find myself at a mere beginner level. Well, now that I've grasped the basics, the focus must shift towards enhancing my skills. For now, the priority is to elevate my regular combat prowess. Having vented his thoughts, he commenced his daily training under 3 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. Time swiftly flew by, and soon 18 days had passed. On July 29th, after concluding a day of rigorous training, Saigo's regular combat power reached an impressive 52,882,100. This remarkable achievement was the culmination of 18 days of arduous training and 18 instances of simulated battles, each yielding combat power rewards. During those 18 days, the first 8 were spent training under 3 times the normal gravity, resulting in a power boost of 60,000. The following 10 days were under 4 times the gravity, where his strength surged by an additional 100,000. In total, he accrued 48,900,000 from the simulated battles. I have become frighteningly strong. Even if Gula and King Cooled were to join forces, they might not stand a chance against me. Saigo reclined comfortably on his bed, gazing at his personal information panel, softly reciting words of satisfaction regarding the results of his arduous 18-day training. Content. He stowed away the panel, ready to drift into slumber, pondering the next day's endeavors to simulate a visit to Namek in hopes of discovering methods to enhance his mental fortitude. As Saigo succumbed to dreams, an uninvited guest arrived at the fringes of the universe, coincidentally during the deep hours of night on Earth's eastern continent, unnoticed by the majority of its inhabitants. Only 3 individuals residing above the Earth took notice, yet none chose to react. The following day dawned. On planet Saiyan, within the royal palace, as dawn broke, the protagonist began a new day of simulation. On July 30th, after organizing affairs, he embarked alone in a spherical spacecraft towards Namek. By August 15th, he successfully arrived at Namek, where he was greeted warmly. In casual conversation, he learned that the Namekians were already aware of the Saiyans' overthrow of Frieza's rule. Upon expressing his purpose, the Grand Elder of Namek readily agreed to his request to utilize the Dragon Balls. Through his wish, he acquired 2 secret techniques, the method of divine refinement and the fusion technique, enhancing planet Saiyan in the process. He expressed profound gratitude to the Namekians for granting him the use of the Dragon Balls, suggesting that a bond of alliance should be established between the Saiyans and the Namekians, promising mutual assistance in times of life-threatening crises. The Grand Elder promptly consented. On August 16th, he set off back to planet Saiyan. On the evening of September 30th, he successfully returned. On October 1st, King Cold launched an invasion of planet Saiyan. Faced with King Cold, who unleashed his full power upon arrival, the protagonist transformed into a Super Saiyan and effortlessly defeated him. After the battle, he instructed Vegeta 3 and the others to clean the battlefield and immediately entered the gravity chamber, adjusting the gravity multiplier to 5 times for training. After a full day of training, his combat power increased by 12,500. On October 11th, under 6 times the Saiyan gravity, he trained for another day, raising his combat power by 15,000. On October 12th, he began to practice the secret technique of divine refinement. On October 22nd, he continued his training in the same technique. On November 29th, he remained focused on the method of divine refinement. As this simulation concluded, he was presented with a choice of rewards. 1. Combat power of 115,002. Spiritual power of 0. 48.3. The secret technique of divine refinement, entry level 9. 104. The secret technique of fusion, entry level 4. 105. Future memory 6. Mastery in combat, 666. 107. Alliance with the Namekians 8. 1 enhancement of planet Saiyan. Such a multitude of rewards this time. Upon seeing the 8 options, he was genuinely astonished. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such an abundance. Was this an attempt to distract my thoughts? I shall not be deceived. I choose the 3rd option. A determined man, once he sets his sights on a goal, must advance resolutely, undeterred by distractions. A mere 115,000 combat power. A trivial 0.48 spiritual power. The fusion technique is insignificant. The alliance with the Namekians holds no allure, and a single enhancement of planet Saiyan is nothing to covet. As long as I choose swiftly, I shall have no regrets. Saigo consoled himself internally. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the secret technique of the Spirit Refinement Method, entry level 9100. Please check the secret technique section. P.S. Just finished. My typing speed remains as slow as ever. Chapter 27. 61 days of preparation. He quickly clicked on the Spirit Refinement Method in the secret technique section. The Spirit Refinement Method is an ancient and highly esoteric technique designed to enhance one's mental capacity, exceedingly difficult for the average person to master. And even rarer are those who can attain proficiency. At the entry level, one can only increase their mental capacity by 1 point after a rigorous practice of 100 days. Upon reading the introduction to the Spirit Refinement Method, Saigo's pupils suddenly narrowed in disbelief. 1 point of mental capacity in 100 days? Such a lengthy cycle? Is it truly that arduous to elevate one's mental prowess? Saigo recalled that his mental strength was at an impressive 18 points. Yet he remained uncertain whether other elite warriors possessed a similar level of prowess. Perhaps it was a common trait among Saiyan elite warriors to exceed 10 points in mental fortitude, endowing them with formidable strength and the ability to retain their sanity even after transforming into a great ape, with the exception of the legendary Super Saiyan. Regrettably, he was unable to access the personal information of others. Wait a moment. He could wish for this through the Dragon Balls. While the Earth's Dragon Balls might not suffice, the Namekian Dragon Balls would undoubtedly fulfill such a request. He resolved to seek an opportunity to try this in the future. With this thought, Saigo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for his own ingenuity. Truly, I am a genius. For now, however, it was time to focus on training. Subsequently, Saigo immersed himself in rigorous practice. With 5 times the normal gravity. At the end of the day, his battle power had increased by an impressive 12,500. The next day dawned, marking yet another session of simulation training. Saigo was keen on enhancing his proficiency in the sacred refinement technique. During the simulation, aside from the brief interruption caused by the Kurd King, he dedicated all his time to cultivating and improving his mastery of this secret skill. Naturally, he chose the sacred refinement technique, entry level 21100, as his reward. Originally at entry level 9, it had now progressed to entry level 21, marking an increase of 12 points in proficiency, which equates to 1 point of improvement every 10 days. At this rate of cultivation, one might wonder how long it would take to reach the maximum level. Saigo couldn't help but voice a complaint, but then he reconsidered. If enhancing one's mental prowess were so effortless, the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world would indeed be extraordinarily formidable. After his moment of grievance, just as Saigo was about to embark on a new day of training, he suddenly sensed the energy of Bardock and 20 elite warriors rapidly approaching the royal palace. Why are they all coming together? Could it be that they have completed their training assignment? Saigo reflected for a moment. They only began their instruction on July 10th, and today is August 1st, marking a span of 21 days. In this brief period, given the exceptional aptitude of the Saiyans, it is indeed plausible that they have mastered the skills. Their collective arrival must surely indicate their desire to continue training in the gravity chamber. It must be so. Saigo decided to wait for them a little longer. And upon their arrival, his suspicions were confirmed. They had come to utilize the gravity chamber to enhance their strength. It was yet another day of training under 3 times the normal gravity, resulting in a power increase of 7,500, bringing his total combat power to 52,902,100. Under the thrice-weighted gravity, he trained continuously for 2 days, both days focusing on improving the proficiency of the secret technique, the refinement of the spirit. In total, he gained 24 points in proficiency over these 2 sessions. In reality, he continued his training under the same gravity, which further boosted his combat power by 15,000. This was primarily to accommodate the 20 elite warriors, including Vegeta 3, with only 1 gravity chamber available. They had no choice but to start anew under 3 times the gravity. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Until September 30th. Saigo focused his daily simulations on enhancing the proficiency of the refinement of the spirit technique. After 57 days of simulations, he finally elevated the proficiency to 6,291. 000. The advancement in proficiency level proved beneficial, allowing him to reduce the time required to increase his mental strength by half. Consequently, he now needed just 50 days of training in the refinement of the spirit technique to gain a single point in mental strength. In reality, after 57 days of training in the gravity chamber, his combat power had significantly increased. In order to accommodate those 20 elite warriors, Saigo had to allow them to adapt to 3 times the Saiyan gravity for 10 days before progressing to 4 times the gravity. Thus, every 10 days, the gravity multiplier was increased. By September 30th, they had successfully acclimated to 8 times the Saiyan gravity, with Saigo's standard combat power reaching 53,719,600. As for the 4 elite squads, their combat power had also seen considerable enhancement. Bardock Squad, Bardock, 26, 385 Toma, 18, 775 Salaba, 18, 686 Dadibo, 16, 033 Pabujan, 14, 631 Paragas Team Paragas, 21, 996 Malandon, 21, 395 Kaiboma, 21, 395 Hallen, 19, 563 Phazon, 19, 563 Vegeta 3 Team Vegeta 3, 28, 495 Berea, 25, 470 Bajasi, 25, for 70 Hafis, 23, 618 Roga, 22, 385 Zer Team, Elite Mid-Level Warriors, Zer, 18, 952 Molak, 18, 241 Colin, 17, 730 Dean, 17, 530 Roy, 15, 275 from the combat prowess of the current 20 elite warriors. It is evident that the training velocity of the Saiyans is predominantly influenced by their innate qualities. Generally speaking, those with superior aptitude experience a swifter progression in their training. However, there are occasional exceptions. Among these 20 individuals, Bardock initially possessed the highest combat power. Although his current strength is no longer the greatest, his training speed rivals that of mid-level warriors, serving as a living testament to this principle. The other Saiyans, lacking access to gravity chambers, face limitations in their power enhancement. Nevertheless, being Saiyans, even a mere 30 days of training can yield an increase in combat power ranging from 600 to 1,050. Typically, adult Saiyans achieve combat power exceeding 1,000. Remarkably, even newborns who have recently completed their maturation phase surpass 500 in combat power post-training. Concerning Saiyan newborns, on August 8th, Saigo issued a decree prohibiting the birth of offspring by those whose combat power falls below standard. This was a mandatory order that every Saiyan was obliged to follow. Upon the announcement of this ban, the Saiyan community erupted in dissent, clamoring for a reasonable explanation from King Saigo. Once they understood that the combat power of the parents would determine the potential aptitude of their progeny, compliance ensued. Consequently, the frequency of disputes among couples diminished significantly, with some even opting to abstain altogether. All efforts were directed towards the future generations, all for the honor and supremacy of the Saiyans. The fervor for training among the Saiyan populace was thoroughly ignited. What was once diligent training transformed into life and death exertion. On the evening of September 30th, Saigo issued another command for all warriors to enter a state of preparedness, as they would face Frieza's father, King Cold, the following day. Each warrior was instructed to be ready, to perform their designated roles, and to remain composed. The battle strategy would mirror that employed against Frieza, utilizing the Great Ape tactic. Even if the Kurdish king prefers to conceal his strengths, he possesses exceptionally formidable subordinates, boasting a combat capability of 2 to 300,000. When the Saiyans transform into their Great Ape form, they also reach a power level of over 200,000. Even if they cannot eliminate the enemy, they can at the very least stall them, thereby effectively minimizing the casualties on their own side. The Saiyans are indeed treasures, each possessing a formidable battle power exceeding 10,000. Whenever a Saiyan meets an unfortunate end, the heart of Saigo aches anew, feeling the pang of loss. Having chosen the path of revitalizing the Saiyan race, he must forge ahead resolutely, prioritizing humanity, transforming the traditional perspectives of the Saiyans, and embracing comprehensive development to lead them towards a glorious future. Chapter 28, The Invasion of King Kurt, October 1st, 8 o'clock a.m. King Kurd's grand army arrived in the outer space of the Saiyan planet. A seasoned strategist, King Kurd, despite reaching the Saiyan planet, refrained from hastily disembarking. Within one of the colossal spaceships, a report was made to the king. My lord, the energy readings from Vegeta planet are not robust. The highest recorded battle power is merely 12,000, while others hover around 1. Gazing through the spaceship's viewport at the Saiyan planet, King Kurd furrowed his brow, questioning Eyes. Are you certain? The individual delivering the report, Eyes, a frog-like creature and the king's dedicated intelligence officer, felt the weight of the king's scrutiny. King Kurd's expression tightened further. For reasons he could not fathom, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. The Saiyans, who had once exhibited the prowess to vanquish Frieza, were now undetectable in terms of their power levels. The readings matched his prior intelligence on the Saiyans' battle capabilities, revealing no fluctuations whatsoever. This perplexity left him wondering if the defeat of Frieza was merely a singular, extraordinary technique employed by the Saiyans, one that could only be enacted once. My lord, Eyes asserted confidently, my subordinates have conducted multiple scans, and the results remain unchanged. He firmly believed that the detectors were infallible. Having accompanied King Kurd in cosmic battles for many years, the detectors had never erred. Nevertheless, after a thoughtful pause, King Kurd issued a command that baffled all present. Eyes, acknowledge your orders. Yes, my lord. I command you that when we officially engage the Saiyans in battle, you shall remain aboard the ship, monitoring their battle power. Should the need arise, ensure that the data is relayed to my eldest son, Gula. Do you understand? Yes. I comprehend, but my lord. The Saiyans' battle power peaks at merely 12,000. Surely we need not be this cautious? Do not question the reasons. Merely execute your orders. Yes. I assure you I will fulfill the task. Satisfied, King Kurd nodded and turned to the others. Relay my command. Prepare for immediate descent. All personnel shall engage in battle, unleashing their full strength while remaining vigilant against unforeseen pitfalls. Yes, my lord. The display of power from King Kurd was significantly inferior to that of the Frieza army, consisting of merely 3 colossal spaceships. Yet, even with only 3 vessels, the Legion far outnumbered the Saiyans, boasting a formidable force of 60,000 warriors. As King Kurd descended, the warriors on planet Saiyan sensed his presence through their heightened awareness, each one brimming with anticipation, eager for the confrontation to commence. Regarding the few formidable foes whose overwhelming auras instilled fear, particularly the suffocatingly potent presence of King Kurd himself, the Saiyans felt trepidation but remained unperturbed. For they had already devised a strategy. The formidable threat posed by King Kurd would be addressed by King Saigo, while the other powerful adversaries would be confronted by 20 elite warriors transformed into great apes. Once King Kurd's spacecraft breached the atmosphere and launched its offensive, the Saiyan warriors on the ground sprang into action. The Moon Creation Squad seized the opportune moment, collectively manifesting over 100 artificial moons that ascended into the sky. In an instant, the heavens above planet Saiyan radiated with brilliance. Roars of fury erupted, piercing the sky with their intensity. The warriors of the Saiyan race have all transformed into their giant ape forms. Warriors, charge! Roared the third Prince Vegeta, taking the lead as he soared into the sky. With fervor, thousands of Saiyan giants ascended, racing toward the clouds. Even in their giant ape transformation, the Saiyans maintained control over their energy levels. This led Eyes, who remained aboard the ship, to believe that the Saiyan race was destined for annihilation, convinced that King Kurd would surely avenge King Frieza. The king is far too cautious. The Saiyans in their ape forms possess only a battle power of 120,000, which is nowhere near the strength of Zofield and his companions. Eyes scoffed. However, before he could relish his thoughts, he was interrupted by the panicked shouts of his subordinates. Lord Eyes, it's terrible. Our soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. Furthermore, our scanners have detected an overwhelming power level of 800 million below us. Lord Eyes, it's dire. We can no longer locate the king's power readings. What? Eyes was thrown into a state of utter disarray, his already large eyes widening in terror as cold sweat poured from him. For a moment, he stood frozen in shock, his body trembling. After a while, he regained his senses and screamed at a frantic pace, "Quick! Immediately relay this information to King Gula." "Yes, my lord. Activate the ship and flee planet Vegeta. Hurry." "Understood." Eyes dashed toward the ship's hatch, intent on sealing it shut to escape. Yet, just as he reached the door, he caught sight of a massive, brilliant energy sphere hurtling toward him at an alarming speed, aimed directly at his ship. No, with a thunderous roar. The energy sphere engulfed the ship, triggering a series of catastrophic explosions that obliterated it entirely. The assailant targeting the vessel was none other than Saigo. Saigo had long sensed the presence of life aboard a certain spacecraft. To thwart any potential escape by the enemy, he opted to unleash a devastating super ki blast to obliterate it. The other two large spacecraft were devoid of occupants, a deliberate decision by Saigo to spare them. Hovering high above, he surveyed the battlefield below, observing the enemy in a state of utter defeat, while his own warriors engaged opponents of comparable strength. No casualties among his kin this time, a commendable outcome. With the realization that no Saiyans had perished, Saigo resolved not to intervene further, choosing instead to observe the unfolding battle from his vantage point in the sky. Should he witness a Saiyan great ape struggling, he would lend assistance with a ki blast. If any enemy attempted to flee, they would be met with the same fate, a swift ki blast. As for his confrontation with King Cooled, Saigo afforded him a similar treatment to that of Frieza, albeit with one distinction. He granted King Cooled the chance to speak. Let us rewind time by 2 minutes. Although King Cooled had accompanied the main force out of the spacecraft, he hesitated to strike immediately, instead skirting the periphery, meticulously searching for the Saiyan who had slain Frieza. His cautious approach aligned with Saigo's intentions. Noticing the absence of allies nearby, Saigo flew directly before him, a mere 3 to 4 meters apart. Beep, beep, beep. A combat power of 2.5 million? Remarkably high for someone so young. Could you be the one responsible for Frieza's demise? King Cooled was taken aback upon perceiving the combat power that Saigo intentionally projected. He had never anticipated that a Saiyan could possess such formidable strength. Simultaneously, he concluded that Saigo was indeed the murderer of Frieza, as none of the great apes below boasted a power level exceeding 500,000. King Cooled, why not fulfill your role as a cosmic monarch instead of opposing us Saiyans? If Frieza had not harbored the intent to eradicate our race, he would not have met his end. Saigo refrained from responding directly to King Cooled's inquiries, opting instead to retort. Splendid. Since your frost demons seek total annihilation, I shall reluctantly escort you to the depths of hell. Saigo scoffed. With that, he effortlessly transformed into his Super Saiyan form, his combat power soaring from over 5 million to a staggering 800 million. Without hesitation, he unleashed a super ki blast that annihilated King Cooled in an instant. In his final moments, like Frieza before him, he uttered the same word, no. After an hour of relentless warfare, it finally drew to a close. This time, not a single enemy emerged alive. The Saiyan warriors suffered numerous injuries, yet not a single life was lost. This achievement is unparalleled in history. As the last adversary fell, a tremendous cheer erupted across the skies of planet Saiyan. A group of Saiyans, still in their great ape forms, eagerly shouted the words King Saigo is invincible. King Saigo. Invincible. King Saigo. Invincible. King Saigo. Invincible. The resounding cries of the great apes reverberated through the heavens, compelling many to cover their ears. Fortunately, the uproar did not last long before it subsided. Simultaneously, the lunar squad successfully eradicated the remaining artificial moons. At that moment, the great apes transformed back into their humanoid forms, yet their gazes remained fixed upon the sky, the location of their king. Captain Vegeta, please come up. The rest of you, swiftly clear the battlefield. King Saigo called down below. Yes, King Saigo. A chorus of Saiyans responded, their voices resonating with strength. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta 3 ascended. King Saigo, what are your orders? Have someone return these 2 spaceships. They are spoils of war. King Saigo paused, then added, also, once you are done, check if there are any new gravity chambers. If so, arrange for their immediate use. Vegeta replied respectfully, yes, I shall attend to it promptly. Saigo nodded slightly and soared towards the royal palace. Vegeta 3 gazed at Saigo's retreating figure, his face a canvas of admiration. In the aftermath of the battle, no one reveled in victory. While joy was undoubtedly present, there was a conspicuous absence of wild abandon. After silently tending to the battlefield, everyone unanimously returned to their training. Following 2 fierce confrontations, particularly this latest clash, the Saiyans, through the utilization of their ki perception, gained a profound and immediate understanding of their enemy's extraordinary combat prowess. They finally recognized the stark reality: the Saiyans were still relatively weak. This was not a time for celebration. Had they not possessed the unique racial ability to transform into great apes, and had it not been for the presence of King Saigo, Either of these two battles would have proven insurmountable for them. Therefore, enhancing their combat strength became their most pressing priority. They aspired to become formidable warriors like King Saigo, capable of defeating foes without relying on their great ape transformation. This was their deepest yearning. To rapidly amplify their power, the only path was through diligent training. They had heard that even the seemingly invincible King Saigo dedicated countless hours in the gravity chamber, honing his skills relentlessly. If such a powerful being was striving for improvement, what justification did they have for complacency? The Saiyans are undeniably a formidable and ambitious race, holding a profound reverence for the strong and an insatiable desire for power. As a typical Saiyan warrior, there exists not a single individual who does not aspire to grow stronger. Naturally, there are exceptions among the Saiyans, those who harbor little interest in training or combat. However, once these individuals commit to training, their progress often surpasses that of their peers with comparable innate abilities. Take, for instance, Bardock's wife, Jine. After giving birth to Kakarot on July 9th, Jine rested for only half a day before resuming her training the very next day. By September 30th, over the course of 81 days, she trained for 70 days without the aid of a gravity chamber, achieving an impressive increase in battle power of 2,100, culminating in a total power level of 2,550. Jine's remarkable training aptitude evokes envy among the lower-tier warriors, who fantasize about possessing such extraordinary potential themselves. As noon approached, Saigo received the news that scientists had constructed 2 additional gravity chambers. He promptly allowed Vegeta 3 to select a number of elite warriors to train within these chambers. To Saigo's astonishment, all the elite warriors, along with the newly chosen 20, unanimously believed that he, as the king of the Saiyans, must utilize one chamber solely for himself, rather than training alongside his subordinates. Saigo, with but a single mouth, found himself at a disadvantage when faced with the multitude of 40 voices, and thus reluctantly acquiesced. What left him speechless was the fact that Vegeta 3 and his companions had vacated the old gravity chamber, replacing it with a brand new one situated in the palace square. At 10:30 in the evening, as Saigo prepared for his pre-sleep tasks, he recalled that he had yet to express his care for his brother, Tongzi. He immediately commenced his simulation. On the evening of October 1st, after a day of rigorous training, you succumbed to fatigue and swiftly drifted into slumber. On October 2nd, you dedicated yourself to mastering the secret technique of the spirit refinement method, witnessing a slight enhancement in your mental fortitude. By November 2nd, your unwavering focus on this method yielded a modest increase in your spiritual strength. On December 2nd, your concentration on the spirit refinement method resulted in yet another slight improvement in your mental prowess. On January 2nd, 738, you continued your devoted practice of the technique, experiencing a minor augmentation in your spiritual capacity. By February 1st, your steadfast commitment to the spirit refinement method bore fruit as your mental strength experienced an additional elevation. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Mental strength 1. 2. Mastery of the spirit refinement method, proficiency 641. 1000. 3. Liver Emperor talent 4. Future memory. Upon contemplating the available rewards, Saigo did not hesitate in his decision. He chose the second option. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the secret technique of the spirit refinement method, proficiency 641. 1000. The mastery level has been updated. Please refer to the technique section for further details. Saigo skillfully accessed his personal information panel. Name: Saigo. Age: 2. Qualification: superior talent, grade A, high consumption and strong digestion. Combat power increases after recovery. Void survival. Mimetic Super Saiyan. Full power Super Saiyan. Super abilities: telekinesis, confinement sphere. Mental strength: 18. Combat power: 53, 742, 100. Secret techniques. Potential guidance. Entry 31. 100. Instant transmission. Entry 33. 100. Divine refinement method. Mastery 6, 411. 000. Skills. Artificial moon flight technique. Entry 80. 100. Key control. Mastery 2. 331. 000. Martial arts. Mastery 1. 251. 000. Key perception. Entry 96. 100. Super key blast. Mastery 6. 671. 000. Space. Simulation duration. 4 months. Simulation times. 0. Chapter 30. Potential enemies. Gazing at the endless display of personal information, Saigo couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Indeed. As one grows, the information concerning them proliferates. Subsequently, a training frenzy erupted daily on planet Saiyan, leading to a rapid enhancement of the Saiyan collective strength. On October 15th, in the distant western galaxy, on a planet named Gula number 123, with a combat power reaching 800 million, how could a Saiyan possess such formidable power? It seems that my father and that foolish brother of mine are in grave danger. They are likely already dead. Gula calmly analyzed. He then snorted, "Humph. Frieza. That worthless fool. What use is his high combat power at birth? He has always considered himself invincible, neglecting training, and instead, suppressing his own strength. Utterly foolish. If only he had maintained his training like me, he wouldn't have met such a fate. Truly a waste." Gula, an exceptionally gifted ice demon, is the eldest son of King Cold. His demeanor is calm and cautious, avoiding any actions lacking certainty, though his talent does not surpass Frieza's. His dedication to training has led to a relentless increase in his combat power, ultimately surpassing that of King Cold, due to his overwhelming strength before Frieza's birth. King Cold sent him to the southern galaxy to conquer uncharted territories, ruling over all the planets he subdued. Gula stands at 173 centimeters, with a robust muscular physique, blood-red eyes, and purple-black lips. 2 lines resembling blood tears mark his face beneath his eyes. His chest, head, and shins are adorned with white armor, while the remaining areas are covered in gleaming purple scales. Like other ice demons, Gula has 3 toes on each foot. Reports indicate that the combat power of that Saiyan is 800 million, nearly double that of my final form. Is it truly the case that a golden-haired, green-eyed Super Saiyan has emerged among the Saiyans? Cooler's expression darkened considerably at the thought that the prophecies of his ancestors were indeed true. A Super Saiyan had manifested, and with combat prowess exceeding his own. This unprecedented gravity weighed heavily upon Cooler, who perceived the situation as exceedingly troublesome. I once heard my father mention that Frieza was tasked by the god of destruction to confront the Saiyans. Otherwise, he would never have risked his life. However, that Saiyan, let us assume he is indeed a Super Saiyan. Having slain my father and brother, I cannot afford to let this transgression go unpunished. Yet, returning now would undoubtedly be akin to courting death. Cooler remained seated upon his elevated throne, resting his head upon his hand, quietly contemplating strategies, while those beneath him dared not utter a sound. Suddenly, he inquired, "Captain Frieza, how long will it take to reach planet Vegeta from planet 123 at maximum speed?" "Your Majesty, I have already calculated that it will take a minimum of 10 months to traverse the distance to planet Vegeta," replied Frieza, the captain of the mechanized troops and Cooler's most competent subordinate, renowned not only for his formidable combat abilities. He was also well-versed in the languages of 7,000 extraterrestrial races. For Cooler, who harbored ambitions of expansion, such a skill was indispensable. It was imperative that he did not annihilate every race he encountered due to language barriers. Dominating the universe was not merely about slaughter. It was about strengthening his dominion. If he were to decimate the indigenous populations of each planet he visited, his power would mean little to others who were unaware of his might and did not fear him. What value would there be in such carnage? Thus, Cooler typically employed a policy of colonial governance towards the native inhabitants. 10 months? Cooler mused, calculating how long it would take to elevate his combat strength to 1 billion. After a brief moment, he commanded, "Relay my orders, cease all expansion of the forces, and conduct 2 months of intensive training to enhance our combat capabilities. We shall launch an offensive on planet Vegeta in 2 months." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately," Frieza responded before swiftly departing. It had been a long time since I felt such pressure, after 2 months of rigorous training. The billion combat power was merely a target set by Gula after 2 months of training, yet it could very well exceed that. It is worth noting that Frieza, in a mere 4 months, managed to ascend from a combat power of merely 1 or 200 million to achieve a formidable golden form that could rival even Super Saiyan Blue, employing unknown means. As the eldest son of King Cold, Gula, despite any shortcomings, possessed the potential to dominate an entire galaxy. After diligent training, his strength would inevitably surge. Unbeknownst to the Saiyans on planet Saya, the events unfolding in the Western Galaxy were beyond their awareness, even to the likes of Saigo. It was not until June 4th, 738, that Saigo became aware of the existence of a potential adversary. On that fateful morning, Saigo dutifully engaged with the simulator as per his routine. On June 4th, he devoted the entire day to practicing the divine refinement technique. The same dedication continued on June 6th, July 4th, August 4th, September 4th, and October 2nd, with each day spent honing his skills. However, on October 3rd, Gula led an unexpected assault on planet Saya. Saigo perceived the overwhelming strength of Gula's forces and chose to confront him directly, proposing a duel. The victor would gain dominion over the opponent's army. Upon using a detector, Gula noted that Saigo's displayed base power was merely 5 million, considering that Saigo could reach 800 million upon transformation. And witnessing the thousands of mighty great apes beneath him, Gula ultimately acquiesced. Saigo instructed Gula to relay the terms of this wager to his entire army, to mitigate casualties. Gula complied, while also requesting Saigo to issue commands to his fellow Saiyans, which he did willingly. Thus commenced the titanic clash of kings, with spectators filling the skies above planet Saya. Prior to the battle, Saigo suggested taking the fight into space, surprising Gula with his ability to survive in the cosmos. Initially, Saigo faced Gula in his base form, but found himself outmatched. He swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan, albeit only achieving a stalemate against Gula's base form. Seeing that his normal form could not contend with Saigo, Gula unleashed his ultimate form, prompting Saigo to morph into a pseudo-Super Saiyan form to gauge Gula's strength. Yet again, they reached an impasse, with Saigo clearly at a disadvantage. Neither could prevail over the other, leading Gula to propose a cessation of hostilities to avoid losses. However, Saigo was resolute in not letting Gula escape, transforming into a full-power Super Saiyan and unleashing all his might. In a moment of panic, Gula, shedding the demeanor of a cosmic emperor, pleaded for mercy. Yet, Saigo, well aware of the treachery inherent to the frost demons and recognizing Gula's formidable talents, disregarded his desperate entreaties and ultimately ended Gula's life. The members of the Gula Legion witnessed your annihilation of Gula. Yet not a single soul contemplated fleeing or seeking vengeance. Ultimately, you resolved to accept these captives. The simulation has concluded. Chapter 31. Preparing for Gula, please select one reward from the following options. 1. 12 proficiency points in the secret technique of refining the divine. 2. 300 proficiency points in the combat skill. 3. 300 proficiency points in the flight skill. 4. 50 proficiency points in the super energy wave skill. 5. Future memory. 6. Loyalty of the Gula Legion. Incredible. Is there truly a Gula in this dimension? Saigo exclaimed. Could it be that I have not traversed the realms of time and space or the GT dimension, but rather an unknown parallel universe? Wait, if Gula indeed exists, how did he receive the news? Upon deeper reflection, I suddenly recalled that during the invasion led by King Kurd, one of the 3 spaceships was occupied. Was it possible that the individuals aboard were intentionally left by King Kurd? Perhaps as a precaution, at the very least to relay information to Gula. That must be the case. If not, there exists only one other possibility, that the old rascal, King Kurd, had already informed Gula before his arrival. Saigo found his thoughts increasingly reasonable. Beyond these 2 scenarios, he could hardly conceive of any other plausible explanation. That damn old man, even in death, had to play tricks. Indeed, as one ages, their cunning sharpens. One must not underestimate anyone, particularly those of advanced years. Unable to restrain his curses, Saigo simultaneously felt grateful for being a man of connections. Fortunately, he was forewarned, allowing him to prepare 4 months in advance. After a moment of self-reassurance, Saigo began to contemplate how to select among the rewards. He promptly eliminated the option of future memories. The 3 skills were also disregarded. This left him with the choices of proficiency in the art of refining spirit and the allegiance of the Gula Legion. The proficiency in the art of refining spirit was clearly aimed at enhancing mastery of this secret technique, with a daunting increase of 1 proficiency point every 10 days. Underscoring its difficulty, the allegiance of the Gula Legion, on the other hand, was evidently enticing. Selecting this option would grant him immediate loyalty from an entire legion. For the final reward, Saigo felt a surge of desire. By choosing this, he would not need to recruit soldiers, but could directly transform the Gula Legion into Saigo's legion. Once again, he faced a moment of arduous decision-making. Saigo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and once again weighed the pros and cons of the final reward. The benefits were already known. Now he had to speculate on the potential drawbacks of choosing this reward. If the Gula Corps were to directly rebel against Gula, thinking of the worst-case scenario, the insurgents would unlikely arrive unscathed on Saya's star, and it could even provoke Gula to unleash a massacre, leaving no survivors among the rebels. On a more optimistic note, if the Gula Corps fully rebelled against Gula and successfully reached Saya's star, it would bolster the strength of the Saiyans. However, simultaneously, Gula might, out of fear of the Saiyans' power, choose to conceal himself and secretly enhance his own strength. Based on the simulated results and the impression that Frieza could attain Super Blue status in just 4 months, it can be inferred that Gula's innate talent, although perhaps not as formidable as Frieza's, would still allow him to elevate his combat power to unimaginable levels in a short span of time. Therefore, this reward must be declined. At least for now, it should be avoided to prevent alerting the enemy. In such a case, one would have to remain vigilant against Gula, who might prove to be a formidable opponent. It is inadvisable to operate in the shadows while the enemy is in the light. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Saigo resolved to forego the final reward and instead opted for the first one. A chime echoed, signaling a successful selection. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 12 proficiency points in the secret technique of the Divine Refinement Method. The 12 proficiency points have been duly added to the Divine Refinement Method. With a mere thought, he summoned his personal information panel. Name: Saigo. Age: 3. Qualification: Superior Talent, Giant Ape Characteristics, Large Appetite with Robust Digestion, Enhanced Combat Power Post-Recovery, Void Survival, Mimicry of Super Saiyan, Full Power Super Saiyan. Super Abilities: Telekinesis, Sphere of Confinement Mental Power, 18 Combat Power, 66, 184, 600 Secret Techniques, Potential Guidance, Entry Level 31, 100, Instantaneous Movement, Entry Level 45, 100. Divine Refinement Method, Proficiency 25, 571, 000, Skills, Artificial Moon, Flight Technique, Entry Level 95, 100, Key Control, Mastery 3, 331. 000, Combat, Mastery 1, 251, 000. Key Perception, Mastery 1, 010, 000, Super Key Blast, Mastery 6, 681. 000, Space, Simulation Duration, 4 months Simulation Count. 0. He deftly navigated to the Secret Technique section and clicked on the Divine Refinement Method. An explanation promptly appeared. The proficient level of the Divine Refinement Method indicated that for every 25 days of practice, mental power would increase by 1. As Saigo read, he discovered that the time required to gain an additional point of mental power had indeed been halved. He dismissed the explanation panel. With a proficiency of 2,557, he was merely 7,000 points away from ascending to the next level. He anticipated that the time required for an additional point of mental power would similarly diminish. He glanced upward at the combat power section. His base combat power had reached an impressive 66, 184, 000. Saigo felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his current strength. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Wait. In the simulation, the mimicry of Super Saiyan had matched Gula evenly. Therefore, when Gula arrived on November 3rd, he would likely possess a comparable strength. 66, 184, 000 multiplied by 30 yields approximately 1,985, 400, 000, indicating that Gula's combat power would be around 2 billion. 2 billion combat power. As he recalled, Gula's most formidable form was only a little over 400 million. It seemed that Gula had undergone training upon receiving intel. However, it remained uncertain how long he had been training. If he had only trained for several months to reach 2 billion combat power, his talent would indeed pale in comparison to Frieza's, falling significantly short. By November, it was likely that the mimicry of Super Saiyan would be overkill against Gula. Nonetheless, he was curious whether Gula's army would surrender upon his demise. They should not underestimate him. If they truly resist, he would not mind engaging in a little exercise. With a mere thought, he retracted the simulator. The new day of training has commenced for Saigo. Today marks the 3rd day of his rigorous regimen under the formidable gravity of 33 times that of planet Saiyan, including today. It will require a total of 178 days to fully acclimate to the 50-fold Saiyan gravity. This means that once he has completely adapted to this immense weight, there will remain but a single day before the arrival of the Gula army, a perfect opportunity for preparation. Time passes swiftly, before one knows it. The morning of November 2nd has arrived. After 420 days of relentless training, Saigo has finally adjusted to the 50-fold gravity of planet Saiyan, achieving a combat power of 99. 694, 600. Furthermore, he has accumulated 298 simulation attempts, having intentionally conserved these since June 4th as a precautionary measure. The other Saiyan warriors have also experienced significant enhancements in their combat abilities after 420 days of training, particularly those who have utilized the gravity chamber. As of November 1st, 7:38, The combat power of 30 elite warriors has surpassed 300,000, excluding Tabul, who is not trained in the gravity chamber. Among them, the highest combat power belongs to Vegeta 3, reaching 586,045, making him the second strongest Saiyan after Saigo. The distribution of combat power is as follows. 3 warriors possess power between 500,000 and 600,000. 10 warriors fall within the 400,000 to 500,000 range. 26 warriors have combat power between 300,000 and 400,000. 40 warriors range from 200,000 to 300,000. 60 warriors are between 100,000 and 200,000. And the remaining individuals possess power ranging from 10,000 to 100,000. To this day, the Saiyans truly embody the title of a warrior race. Aside from the 500 newborns currently in gestation, all other Saiyans on planet Saya boast a combat power starting from 10,000. Most astonishingly, every Saiyan has mastered the techniques of aura control and aura perception. As for Saigo's soul disciple, Tabul, he has undergone a total of 499 days of training, elevating his combat power from 180 to 21,637, with a daily increase of 43 points. Although he has been designated as a low-level warrior, his royal lineage accelerates his training pace, surpassing even those Saiyans who have merely crossed the threshold of elite warrior status. He currently ranks as the second fastest in training speed, following Vegeta 3. On November 2nd, as dawn breaks, Saigo rises early, poised to lavishly expend the hard-earned over 200 simulation attempts. After addressing his hunger, he embarks on his daily training routine. Presently, dedicating 10 hours a day to training under 50 times the gravity has become a cherished habit. After a day of training, his combat power increases by 125,000. On November 3rd, under the command of Gula, the army invaded the Saiyan planet. Embracing a resolute attitude towards the adversary, you unleashed your full power in the Super Saiyan form. With a single, potent energy wave, you effortlessly resolved this crisis in less than half an hour. Following the defeat of Gula, you returned to your training regimen. After completing 10 hours of daily training under 50 times the normal gravity, your combat power increased by 125,000. Observing this, Saigo nodded in silent approval. One should never show mercy to an enemy. Indeed, this resonated with him. On the evening of January 1st, 739. After fulfilling your daily training tasks, your combat power rose by another 125,000. On March 1st, under 50 times the normal gravity, you dedicated an entire day to training, resulting in an additional increase of 125,000 in combat power. This simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Combat power of 15,000,002. Super Energy Wave, Mastery 6, 691,000. 3. Flight Technique, Mastery 1, 210,000. 4. Key Control, Mastery 4, 181,000. 5. Key Perception, Mastery 6, 61,000. 6. Future Memory. After reviewing the simulation, there was no hesitation. Saigo immediately chose the combat power reward, not only for this simulation but for the subsequent 49 as well. He consistently opted for the combat power reward. However, after the 51st simulation, an unexpected occurrence transpired. On November 2nd, after completing your daily training tasks, your combat power increased by 125,000. On November 3rd, after defeating Gula's army, you continued your training. After 10 hours of daily training under 50 times the normal gravity, your combat power again rose by 125,000. On March 1st, 739, after a full day of training under 50 times the normal gravity, your combat power increased by another 125,000. This simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Combat power of 15,006. Future Memory. According to tradition, Saigo chose the combat power reward, selecting the first option. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 305 for 100 combat power. What is going on? Upon hearing the voice of the simulation system, Saigo was utterly astonished. Clearly, it was supposed to be 15 million combat power, yet only a little over 300,000 had been credited. Could it be that the system had deducted some? However, Saigo knew that his golden finger possessed no intelligence. Even if he were to inquire, it would yield no response, a fact he had long since verified. Saigo, perplexed and filled with doubt, summoned his personal information panel. Name: Saigo. Age: 3. Qualification: superior talent. Giant ape, exceptional appetite and robust digestion. Power increases after recovery. Void survival. Mimicry of Super Saiyan. Full power of Super Saiyan. Super ability: telekinesis, sphere of seclusion. Mental strength: 18. Combat power: 850 million. Secret techniques: potential guidance, entry 31, 100. Instant transmission, entry 66, 100. Divine refinement method, proficient 25. 571,000. Skills: artificial moon flight technique. Mastery 181,000. Key control: mastery 3, 691,000. Martial arts: mastery 1, 251,000. Key sensing: mastery 1, 001. 000. Super spirit bomb: mastery 6, 681,000. Space: simulation duration: 4 months. Simulation count: 247, with a combat power of 850 million. Could it be that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, my regular power cannot continuously increase? Saigo gazed at the figures behind the power metric, pondering whether he had reached his limit. Only by breaking through could he continue to enhance his regular strength. This thought seemed highly plausible to him. He promptly initiated a new round of simulation to validate his hypothesis. On the morning of November 2nd, utilizing the latest detection device, he discovered with delight that his regular combat power had indeed reached 850 million, prompting him to reward himself with an additional day of training. However, on the morning of November 3rd, a check with the detector revealed that his combat power had not increased. Leaving him bewildered, he resolved to train for another day. Yet, at the conclusion of that day's training, he found his combat power still stagnant. Determined, he decided to train once more the following day. By the evening of November 4th, with no increase in combat power, he became convinced that he had encountered a bottleneck and resolved to attempt a breakthrough into the Super Saiyan transformation. On November 5th, after a series of attempts, he effortlessly succeeded in breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, causing a tremendous stir on planet Saiyan. Broly was nearly provoked into a competitive and combative frenzy by Saigo's overwhelming aura. Fortunately, the duration of Saigo's transformation was brief, and Broly, fearing the potential catastrophe, quickly informed him. Saigo, astonished and aware that he had narrowly averted disaster, realized that Broly was not suited to remain on planet Saiyan for extended periods until he possessed sufficiently strong mental strength. More precisely, he could not approach those who had already transformed into Super Saiyans. Oh, now it makes sense. Saigo's eyes gleamed with understanding as he murmured, I see. The Super Saiyan form also has a regular limit. Until that limit is surpassed, combat power will not increase. No wonder after the previous simulation, despite selecting combat power rewards, his total combat power had not risen. This must be akin to what Goku described in the original work, the impenetrable limit of the Super Saiyan in full power state. It is no wonder that he would say at that time, even with relentless training in Super Saiyan form, there would be no progress. His emotions had reached their limit. Without a breakthrough, he could not continue to enhance his combat power. Saigo felt confident in his conjecture. Chapter 33, The Ascension to Super Saiyan 2. However, he was acutely aware of the potential for Broly to spiral out of control due to his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, and he diligently kept this concern in mind. He continued to read on. On November 6th, you trained in the gravity chamber for an entire day, resulting in an increase of 250,000 in battle power. The training speed has improved again, doubling? Saigo calculated mentally and exclaimed with delight. This is truly wonderful. I had previously felt that the training speed was somewhat sluggish. But now, with an increase of 250,000 in battle power each day, this is quite satisfactory. With a heart full of joy, he continued to read. On November 9th, you ventured out with Broly in search of methods to rapidly enhance your mental strength, with your first destination being Planet Adetla. On December 9th, you successfully arrived at Planet Adetla and sought the wisdom of the Grand Elder of the Adetla people regarding any swift means to bolster your mental prowess. Regrettably, there were none, and you, along with Broly and Frieza, had to bid farewell. On January 13th, 739, you reached Planet Kanasha, where your desires went unfulfilled. Realizing that most races in the universe spoke the universal language, you decided to split your party, Frieza would venture alone while you and Broly would continue together. On February 25th, you successfully arrived at Namek and managed to enhance Broly's mental strength not through the wish of the Dragon Balls, but via a unique technique known as mental fortification from the Grand Elder of the Namekians. As a token of gratitude, you forged an alliance with the Namekians and instantly transported back to planet Saiyan to bring them 7 gravity chambers to augment their power. You resolved to remain on Namek for further cultivation. On February 28th, Broly requested to elevate the gravity multiplier to 3 times. You were astounded and envious of Broly's terrifying adaptability. After confirming multiple times that he had completely acclimated to the double gravity, you agreed to increase it to 3 times the gravity of planet Saiyan the following day. On March 1st, you trained under 3 times the Saiyan gravity for a day, gaining an increase of 15,000 in battle power. This simulation has concluded. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. Battle power of 845,002. Super Saiyan 2 Form 3. Future Memories 4. Alliance with the Namekians. After reviewing the 4 available rewards, Saigo decisively chose the Super Saiyan 2 form. I select the second option. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Super Saiyan 2 form. Please check the details in the talents section. Under the immense pressure, the thought of training in the gravity room for an hour surged within me. I swiftly accessed my personal information panel, scrolled down to locate the talent section, and clicked on the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. A box appeared, displaying several lines of explanation. The Super Saiyan 2 form is a term denoting the Super Saiyan who has transcended the previous Super Saiyan state. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, one possesses double the battle power of a Super Saiyan and 100 times the battle power in their base form. It is only by transcending into the Super Saiyan 2 form that a Saiyan can continue to enhance their base combat capabilities. A Saiyan must advance to the next transformation to further augment their strength, otherwise they remain stagnant for a lifetime. Indeed, this was the case. The weight that had burdened Saigo's heart finally lifted, as he discerned the underlying reason. After all, the system would not err, no matter the circumstances. Simultaneously, Saigo realized that he could no longer indulge himself. He must earnestly strive to enhance his abilities. Should an unforeseen event occur, such as Broly losing control, his Super Saiyan 2 power would be woefully inadequate. The only solution would be to eliminate the uncontrollable Broly, for otherwise, he would only grow stronger, potentially leading to his own demise. Such a scenario was one Saigo wished to avert. After a brief period of emotional adjustment, he commenced a new round of simulations. Upon the conclusion of this session, the figure representing his battle power no longer read 850 million, but had ascended to 880 million, just as anticipated within the simulation. After surpassing Super Saiyan 2, his base power could continue to rise. In the subsequent simulations, he consistently opted for battle power rewards. Having utilized a total of 53 simulations thus far, he still had 245 remaining. Once all simulations were exhausted, his battle power underwent a remarkable transformation. Name, Saigo Battle Power. 8. 23 billion simulations remaining. 0 now. There was no need to transform into Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan forms. He could effortlessly contend with Cooler. Satisfied with the figures displayed in his battle power metrics, Saigo retracted his personal information panel. He then summoned Bardock and Tabul to facilitate Saigo's needs. King Vegeta 3 had arranged for 2 teams to alternate guarding the palace, one during the day and another at night, standing ready from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening. When sending Kakarot to Earth, King Vegeta 3 had likely learned from Paragus of Saigo's intention to take Broly as a disciple. Resolutely, he brought Tabul before Saigo, who ultimately consented to accept Tabul as a pupil. However, Saigo had yet to grant Tabul permission to train in the gravity chamber, wishing to observe his reaction. Remarkably, after such a lengthy period, Tabul had not voiced a single complaint. Given his disposition, it was certain that his S cells were proliferating rapidly. Once he attained a certain power level, transforming into a Super Saiyan would likely be effortless. Summoning him was intended to initiate his gravity training. Shortly thereafter, Bardock and Tabul entered the palace. Your subordinate pays respects to King Saigo. Your disciple bows to the master. When the two received the summons from Saigo, they were filled with excitement, for it had been 420 days since anyone had been called upon by him. In his previous life, Saigo was an archetypal recluse, a true homebody who would seldom venture outside unless absolutely necessary, devoting himself to exercise and solitude. For someone like Saigo, who had been confined to his abode for a mere 420 days, it was hardly a significant issue. Moreover, he found immense joy in his daily cultivation practice. Although it could be somewhat monotonous, it was not unbearable. As a Saiyan in this life, the thrill of training invigorated him, and his battle prowess soared with each session, naturally uplifting his spirits. 420 days? A little more time would pose no challenge. With a wave of his hand, Saigo dismissed any formalities and instructed Bardock. Come up here. Despite his confusion, Bardock complied without hesitation. Saigo levitated into the air, instructing, do not resist or panic, for such actions would interrupt the incantation. He extended his hand, poised to rest it upon Bardock's head. Upon witnessing this, Bardock comprehended Saigo's intention and promptly knelt on one knee, saying, Your Highness. It suffices for me to simply crouch. Saigo wore a smile on his face, thinking to himself, my determination to transform the Saiyans has not been in vain. With proper guidance, the savage label that has plagued the Saiyans can be eradicated. Remember to remain calm. No matter what occurs, do not panic. Saigo descended and stood upon the stone slab, resting his right hand on Bardock's head as he spoke. Yes, I understand, sir, Bardock replied solemnly. He assumed Saigo intended to conduct some sort of experiment, his expression grave, yet devoid of any hint of fear. Saigo closed his eyes. Unleashing the secret technique of potential guidance. Chapter 34, The New Era of Saiyans, 9 Honors and 9 Disgraces. A second passed. Bardock felt no change within himself. 2 seconds began. Bardock could distinctly sense his own aura becoming uncontrollable. The previously suppressed energy suddenly surged forth, amplifying at an astonishing rate that left him incredulous. Boom. A formidable aura erupted explosively from Bardock's body, overwhelming the bull below the platform in an instant. As he attempted to unleash his own energy and resistance, he was swept away by a fierce tempest of aura, barely managing to halt his momentum near the gates of the royal palace. At that moment, the rotating guard stationed outside the palace rushed in. Upon seeing Tabul, one guard inquired, Tabul, what is happening inside? As he spoke, his gaze pierced into the interior, where he discovered King Saigo and Captain Bardock seated upon the throne, the source of the overwhelming energy being none other than Captain Bardock himself. This revelation astonished the incoming guard. He had not anticipated Captain Bardock's strength to have escalated to such heights. With a look of astonishment, Tabul gazed toward the elevated platform deep within the palace, feeling a tinge of envy, and replied, It's nothing. King Saigo is experimenting with a certain technique. You may all return. Inform the others not to panic. Just say it is an experiment conducted by King Saigo. Very well. Should anything happen to Saigo, Tabul, remember to call for us. We shall remain outside. They withdrew. Logically, the rotating guards possessed battle powers in the hundreds of thousands and had no need to show such deference to Tabul. However, he was the first and only disciple of King Saigo, not to mention the son of Captain Vegeta III. The respect due was certainly warranted. Yet, Tabul had never held himself in high regard, nor had he ever abused his status. Instead, he mingled freely with the other Saiyans, displaying no concern for his lineage. He was exceedingly polite and rarely lost his temper. With a smile, Tabul waved his hand and said, Thank you for your hard work. It is no trouble at all. It is our honor to stand guard for King Saigo. Others would be fortunate to even have the chance. The guard captain replied, turning to exit, his face beaming with pride. Tabul shifted his gaze back to the depths of the palace, feeling the overwhelming aura, and couldn't help but exclaim, What a terrifying presence. I never imagined Uncle Bardock had grown so powerful. With this, our Saiyan race gains yet another formidable warrior. Tabul's face radiated joy, accompanied by a tinge of envy, yet devoid of any trace of jealousy. After enduring 420 days of rigorous gravity training, Bardock's combat power had soared to over 460,000. Excluding the combat strength that had been drawn out, even if he unleashed his full potential, Tabul would find it impossible to withstand him at close range. Meanwhile, on the throne, Saigo's guidance of Bardock's potential was nearing its conclusion. Sensing the boundless potential within Bardock, Saigo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, the Saiyan's potential knows no bounds. It merely depends on the extent of individual development and guidance. All right, we have reached the limit of entry-level potential guidance. In the next moment, Saigo opened his eyes, withdrew his right hand, and felt a slight fatigue wash over him as he stepped back to sit upon his throne. Taking a few deep breaths, with his gaze lowered, he softly inquired, How do you feel? Bardock clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible energy surging from within, leaving him both astonished and elated. Is this still me? This power is extraordinarily immense, beyond my wildest imagination. King Saigo, how did you accomplish this? However, upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Saigo's fatigued expression and instantly became alarmed, hastily asking, "Are you all right?" Unbeknownst to him, he was merely seeing what Saigo wished him to see. Saigo did not wish for the Saiyans to become aware of his extraordinary abilities, fearing that their desire for shortcuts might overshadow their determination to grow stronger step by step. Over time, this would prove detrimental to the Saiyans. Thus, he feigned an appearance of frailty. In truth, while he expended some physical and mental energy, he was merely experiencing mild fatigue, far less than the extent he was portraying. "It's nothing. A brief rest will suffice," Saigo remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Bardock was deeply moved by this display. Once reassured of Saigo's well-being, he took a moment to attune himself to the surging power within him, realizing he had grown nearly tenfold stronger than before. "Your Majesty Saigo, what manner of technique is this? It is truly remarkable that you can assist others in enhancing their strength." A look of unprecedented admiration and reverence surged across Bardock's resolute face, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. In that moment, Saigo seemed to become the singular deity of his faith. "Oh, the god of Saiyans. This power is truly immense. Beyond imagination. I never realized I could be this formidable." Bardock, overwhelmed with emotion, instinctively knelt down while restraining his aura. "Your Majesty, the grace you have bestowed upon me is beyond measure. How, pray tell, shall I repay such kindness?" Even though Bardock is a steadfast Saiyan man, impervious to tears, at this moment, his eyes could not contain a few stray droplets. Witnessing this resolute figure, typically unyielding in the face of any challenge, now weeping profusely, Saigo could not resist teasing. "Captain Bardock, why not recite the 9 glories and 9 shames of the new era Saiyans for me?" To my astonishment, Bardock took it to heart. Wiping away a tear, he replied in a resonant voice, "Indeed, I shall bear this burden. Your will is the guiding light for my path ahead." He stood up gracefully, cleared his throat, and began to recite with utmost sincerity. In an instant, the hall resonated with the resounding and powerful voice of Bardock, compelling everyone to lend an attentive ear, reluctant to interrupt. To take pride in loving the empire is an honor. To bring harm to the empire is a disgrace. To take pride in serving one's community, and to feel shame in straying from it. To honor strength and capability, and to feel disgrace in ignorance and folly. To cherish diligent labor, and to feel shame in a preference for ease and idleness. Take pride in unity and mutual assistance, and feel shame in harming others for personal gain. Take pride in honesty and integrity, and feel shame in forsaking righteousness for profit. Take pride in abiding by laws and regulations, and feel shame in violating them. It is an honor to take pride in humility and courtesy, while it is a disgrace to exhibit arrogance and barbarism. It is commendable to strive through arduous efforts, yet it is shameful to indulge in extravagance and debauchery. Report, I have recited as instructed. Please provide your guidance. Bardock recited the 9 glories and 9 shames of the new era Saiyans in one breath. Upon completion, he stood tall and straight, his gaze resolute, resembling a soldier awaiting inspection. The 9 glories and 9 shames of the new era Saiyans were crafted by Saigo, drawing inspiration from memories of a past life, with only slight modifications and additions. Accompanying this proclamation were the 5 prohibitions of the new era Saiyan Code, which were also issued on October 1st, 737, mandating that every Saiyan not only memorize and comprehend them, but also take tangible actions in accordance with these principles. The issuance of these 2 decrees resulted in a prolonged period during which all Saiyans, regardless of their activities, were incessantly murmuring, as they endeavored to memorize and comprehend the essence of the 2 proclamations. If there are matters beyond one's comprehension, it is essential to consult those who possess the knowledge. If that fails, one must gather all the uninformed individuals to seek enlightenment together. Naturally, such circumstances arise only in the initial days. Subsequently, as understanding dawns, those who are unaware will consciously approach the knowledgeable for guidance. Chapter 35. The 5 prohibitions for Saiyans in the new era in this day and age. It can be confidently asserted that any articulate Saiyan is capable of reciting them flawlessly in one breath. Bravo! Saigo clapped his hands and laughed, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Very good." Instinctively uttering these 2 brief phrases, memories of his previous life working in a factory surged forth in his mind. 3 catchy yet ultimately futile phrases echoed incessantly within him. "Go away. How unfortunate." Saigo shook his head, casting aside the toxic and enchanting phrases. and then turned to Bull, who had just approached, asking, Bull, would you like to try this secret technique? However, I must inform you that this secret technique can only be utilized once in a lifetime by each individual. Furthermore, the earlier it is employed, the lesser the potential enhancement in strength. This technique exponentially amplifies a person's power. The greater the strength at the time of its application, the more formidable the resulting power that is unleashed. The shortcomings have already been conveyed to you. What is your choice now? Tabor's eyes flickered back and forth a few times before he reached a decision. He expressed gratitude to his teacher for the opportunity to grow stronger and chose to defer his actions until he had attained greater power. Saigo nodded and said, As long as you understand, do you harbor any grievances about my decision not to allow you to train in the gravity chamber? In response, Tabul answered without hesitation, Master, I hold no resentment in my heart. I am grateful to you. How could I possibly complain? It is you who has spared me from being dispatched to the desolate planets. It is you who has liberated the Saiyans from Frieza's grasp. And it is you who has empowered our race to grow ever stronger. I can only feel honored, proud, and elated to be your disciple. All right, enough. Is this flattery a lesson from your father? Saigo said, feigning disdain despite the joy in his heart. Does your father have nothing better to do than teach you how to flatter? In earnest, Tabul replied, Master, what I just expressed are my heartfelt words. My father has not taught me to say such things. With a commanding gesture, Saigo declared, Halt. Cease at once. Recite to me the 5 prohibitions of the inner and outer code. Yes, I shall recite it immediately. The disciple began. The 5 prohibitions of the new era Saiyans. Internally, 1. One must not harm kin. 2. One must not lose one's temper indiscriminately. 3. One must uphold decorum. 4. One must not violate laws and regulations. 5. One must not forsake righteousness for profit. Externally, 1. One must not engage in battle without exerting full effort. 2. One must not oppress others without cause. 3. One must not take lives without justification. 4. One must not plunder without reason. 5. One must not insult others without provocation. Report to the teacher. I have completed the recitation. Please provide your guidance. Tabor emulated Bardock's posture, standing upright and resolute. Saigo nodded in satisfaction and admonished, Remember, once you ascertain the enemy, spare no effort and give it your all. If you cannot prevail, call for assistance. Survival is paramount. Only by living can one grow stronger and venture further. Do you comprehend? Tabul replied resolutely, I understand, Master. From this day forth, you shall utilize the gravity chamber in the palace square independently. It is ideal to double the gravity every 10 days, but be aware that excess can be detrimental. Saigo stated authoritatively, Yes, I shall obey. I will strive diligently to cultivate my strength and soon match your prowess. Tabul responded after a brief pause, internalizing Saigo's counsel, observing the diminutive figure before him, who bore the weight of the entire Saiyan race, yet seemed suited for camaraderie, evoked in him a sense of stooping humility. Tabul silently vowed to train earnestly, determined not to disappoint him. In due time, he would be able to share in the responsibilities. Upon hearing Tabul's response, Saigo was not the only one pleased. Even Bardock cast him an appreciative glance. Captain Bardock, why not attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan now? With your current strength, you should have reached the minimum combat power threshold for the transformation. By the way, did you test your combat power before arriving? Saigo directed his gaze toward Bardock. Upon hearing that he could transform into a Super Saiyan, both individuals present perked up, initially doubting their ears, exchanging glances of inquiry, and upon receiving confirmation, their faces instantly lit up with surprise and anticipation. Replying to King Saigo, I tested my combat power yesterday. It is rather shameful. I possess a combat power of 460,035. Bardock answered with a look of contrition. He was already aware that many higher-ranked warriors had surpassed him in combat power. Currently, Vegeta 3 was the strongest under Saigo. Oh, 460,000 power? Your strength has rapidly increased. Why the long face? Saigo inquired, perplexed. Bardock, feeling increasingly ashamed, lowered his head and responded in a muffled tone. I am unworthy of your guidance, having allowed Captain Vegeta and the others to surpass me. Please, punish me. Bardock's demeanor resembled that of a student who had erred, awaiting the teacher's reprimand and guidance. Thus, this was the reason. Seagerton suddenly comprehended the reason, letting out a silent laugh, and earnestly remarked, Captain Badak, this is where you have erred. Bardock suddenly lifted his head, as if bracing himself to embrace the punishment of fate, embodying the demeanor of one generously prepared to face death. Saiyan chuckled lightly. You must understand one fundamental truth. While I oppose the practice of ranking newborns among the Saiyans, it is undeniable that one's innate potential does exert a certain influence on the pace of strength enhancement and the upper limits of power. I believe you have already noticed that, generally speaking, warriors of intermediate and advanced ranks, under identical training conditions, exhibit a greater increase in combat prowess compared to the majority of lower-tier warriors. Gradually, day by day, this difference becomes pronounced over time. Do not concern yourself excessively with comparisons to others. Rather, measure your progress against your past self. Are you not significantly stronger now than you were before? Bardock nodded thoughtfully, as if he began to grasp something profound. Saigo, seizing the moment, remarked, when one sets their goals too lofty and the outcomes fall short of expectations, it is all too easy to lose confidence. This is the predicament you currently face. Such a mindset is exceedingly detrimental to the enhancement of your abilities. If this continues, it will surely lead to your downfall. He glanced up at Tabor. You both must remember, while it is commendable to aspire for grand ambitions, your paramount goal should be to surpass your own limitations. Only by consistently exceeding the person you were yesterday can you progress and ultimately achieve the lofty aspirations you have set for yourself. Understand that every individual is distinct. In the realm of martial arts, there are always those who surpass others, and in this world, remarkable talents abound. The issue is simply that you have yet to encounter them. Therefore, refrain from making hasty comparisons with others. Instead, measure yourself against your past self. That is the path to continuous improvement. If you can manage to outdo yourselves each day, you have already attained success. In conclusion, Saigo said with a hint of gravity, comparing oneself to others can lead to frustration. Do you wish to drive yourselves to despair? If that is the case, feel free to compare yourselves to me. My combat power has only recently surpassed 100 million. If you wish to give up, now would be the time. He silently added, indeed, it has only just exceeded 100 million, and it hasn't even been 2 hours. However, this milestone has been achieved with considerable effort. Chapter 36. Bardock transforms into a Super Saiyan indeed. Upon hearing Saigo's words, Bardock and Tabor were left in utter disbelief, their eyes wide as they struggled to comprehend the content of their teacher's statement. The phrase "my combat power has only just surpassed 100 million" echoed incessantly in their minds. The guilt that once adorned Bardock's face had vanished, replaced by shock, reverence, and admiration. Tabor mirrored this sentiment. To their astonishment, their teacher's combat prowess had reached the extraordinary level of 100 million. How remarkable! No wonder he was chosen by the god of Super Saiyans. What they did not realize was that Saigo had understated his capabilities, had he spoken the unembellished truth. Their astonishment would have turned to sheer terror. Teacher, you are incredible! Your combat power has indeed surpassed 100 million. Tabor exclaimed with genuine admiration, a fervent light shining in his eyes. Bardock shared this enthusiasm. Though he remained silent, he too transformed into a fervent devotee, his gaze brimming with boundless respect, adoration, and gratitude towards Saigo. In that moment, he gained clarity, feeling a great weight lifted from his heart. It became apparent, the essence of growth lies not in comparing oneself to others, but in striving to be better than the person one was yesterday. As long as one improves daily, that is true success. Noticing Saigo's inquiring gaze directed at him, Bardock straightened himself, regaining his former vigor, and proclaimed, "Thank you, King Saigo, for your guidance. I have understood. In the future, please anticipate the performance of your subordinates." Upon hearing this, Saigo felt quite satisfied. Finally realizing that his efforts had not been in vain, his words no longer wasted. With keen eyes, Tabor promptly poured a glass of water and said, "Teacher, please have some water." Indeed, this disciple has proven worthy of his training. Regardless of future accomplishments, at the very least, he possesses remarkable discernment. Thank you. Saigo expressed his gratitude, accepting the cup and draining its contents. It's nothing. You are too polite. Tabor waved his hand dismissively. No, this is not merely a courtesy. No one is inherently meant to serve others. It is I who want to say thank you to you. That is basic etiquette. Saigo countered. It is an honor for a disciple to serve his teacher. Tabor replied with a cheerful smile, feeling utterly at ease in the presence of Saigo. Without an ounce of tension, both physically and mentally relaxed, Saigo composed himself and spoke to Bardock with great eloquence. Bardock, considering that your previous combat power reached 460,000, it now stands at an astonishing 4.6 million, surpassing the minimum transformation threshold of 3 million for Super Saiyans. You should be able to transform successfully. Upon hearing this, both Bardock and Tabor were taken aback, their pupils narrowing into mere pinpoints in an instant. They had mentally prepared themselves for a potential breakthrough to 1 million. Yet they were utterly astounded to discover that their combat power had surged tenfold, reaching a staggering 4.6 million. This was an increase of a full 10 times. Not merely 1 or 2. What an extraordinary augmentation. The mighty King Saigo possesses an astonishingly formidable secret technique. It is no wonder that after merely employing this technique once, he appeared utterly fatigued. Such selflessness in considering the well-being of the Saiyans truly establishes King Saigo as the greatest Saiyan monarch in history. In this moment, Bardock and Dabur gazed upon Saigo with profound respect, elevating his stature in their hearts once more. Unbeknownst to Saigo, who continued to eloquently elaborate on the transformation into a Super Saiyan, the thoughts of the two remained unvoiced. Bardock, give it a try. The key to transforming into a Super Saiyan lies in rage. Reflect upon something that incited your utmost fury. The angrier you become, the easier it will be to succeed. Come, take a chance. Bardock, filled with eager anticipation, closed his eyes and began to meticulously recall the events that had ignited his anger. No Saiyan could ever refuse the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan. As Saigo and Tabul observed Bardock close his eyes, anticipation adorned their faces. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Boom. The aura surrounding Bardock erupted suddenly, ascending rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his energy reached its zenith. A fierce gale emerged from his overwhelming presence, sweeping outward with relentless vigor, nearly whisking away the weaker Tabul. Fortunately, Saigo positioned himself in front of Tabul, providing protection against the force. At the apex of Bardock's energy surge, his fists clenched involuntarily, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace. In the next moment, his hair began to transform abruptly into a golden hue, only to swiftly revert to black. Within mere seconds, his hair oscillated between yellow and black a dozen times. Just as Saigo believed Bardock was on the verge of success, Bardock suddenly opened his eyes and collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down, as if the endeavor had drained him of all his strength. Uncle Bardock, are you all right? Tabul inquired with concern, waiting for Bardock to regain his composure. Once Bardock had caught his breath, he stood up despite still panting, his forehead glistening with perspiration. Saigo inquired, how do you feel? I still feel a bit off. Bardock replied, his words fragmented as he had yet to fully recover. However, there was no trace of despondency in his eyes. Rather, they shimmered with determination. That indicates you are on the verge of transformation, Saigo encouraged. Take a moment to rest and attempt it again. Remember, do not solely focus on your anger. While invoking your fury, channel the energy within you towards your back. Do not suppress your emotions, let them out vocally. A loud shout can summon the latent energy within you. This approach should lead to success. Upon hearing this, Bardock's gaze ignited with fervor, as if victory were assured. Yes, thank you for your guidance, King Saigo. I will certainly succeed. If you achieve your transformation, it will be the greatest gratitude you could offer me. Saigo replied with a gentle smile, then turned to Dabur. Dabur, proceed to the gravity chamber outside to train. Remember, do not rush. Take steady, deliberate steps to lay a solid foundation, and let those outside remain undisturbed, focusing on their own tasks. Yes, master. I shall take my leave. Dabur bowed before swiftly exiting. After 5 minutes, Bardock finally felt rejuvenated and prepared for his second attempt at transformation. Before commencing, he recited Saigo's instructions once more. Anger. Gather energy in the back. He then closed his eyes and earnestly attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted from Bardock, surging to its zenith in mere moments. In the next instant, his hair transformed to a brilliant golden hue, maintaining this form for 2 seconds. Unlike the fleeting change from before. Excellent. There is hope. Saigo recognized the potential and urged, push harder. Give it your all. Shouted out. Chapter 37, Normal Saigo versus Super Saiyan Bardock. As soon as Saigo finished speaking, Bardock abruptly opened his eyes. Aya! He bellowed, unleashing a cathartic scream. In that moment, his hair and eyebrows turned a vivid gold, with the bangs standing erect. His pupils shifted to a light green, his physique grew more robust, and he was enveloped in a golden aura, surging upward and emitting a continuous, crackling sound. Crackle, 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 crackle. As Saigo clapped and extended his congratulations, he exclaimed, Bardock, congratulations on successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan. You must remember this sensation, anger, exhilaration, and the desire to obliterate. With diligent practice, you will be able to transform into a Super Saiyan at will. After his transformation, Bardock's demeanor was one of icy indifference, accentuated by the menacing scar that marred his face, which made him appear formidable and unapproachable. As he felt the vitality coursing through his cells, Bardock could distinctly sense an unending surge of immense energy being generated within him, continuously erupting outward. This power was extraordinary. Bardock, in disbelief, clenched his fists, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his stern visage. He felt an overwhelming confidence, believing he could effortlessly defeat 100 versions of his former self. Saigo explained. Captain Bardock, have you forgotten that when we Saiyans transform into Super Saiyans, our battle power surges by 50-fold? This means that in your current Super Saiyan form, you possess an astounding combat strength exceeding 200 million. It is not merely a matter of 100 of your former selves. Even 1,000 would stand no chance against you now. Saigo Wong, could you impart your wisdom on how to master the Super Saiyan form? Noticing Bardock's eager demeanor, Saigo felt a surge of excitement himself. Perhaps the innate warrior spirit of a Saiyan was stirring within him. Certainly. Let us proceed outside, preferably into the sky. To avoid causing any damage to planet Vegeta, your guidance is greatly appreciated, my lord. After you. With that, Saigo and the Super Saiyan Bardock soared out of the royal palace, ascending rapidly into the heavens. Their swift flight went unnoticed by the guards stationed outside. In the stratosphere, Saigo and Super Saiyan Bardock faced each other from a distance. Are you not going to transform into a Super Saiyan? Bardock inquired, surprised by Saigo's lack of transformation. Let us begin. Hold nothing back and see if you can provoke my transformation into a Super Saiyan. Saigo beckoned with a smile. With a burst of energy, Bardock, in his Super Saiyan form, felt a surge of indignation at being underestimated. Clenching his fists, he charged towards Saigo without uttering a word. In the blink of an eye, he reached Saigo's left side, launching a full-force attack aimed squarely at Saigo's left cheek. Bang! Saigo steadfastly thwarted Bardock's assault, or rather, did not move at all, absorbing the powerful punch with his face. Bardock, initially reveling in his successful strike against Saigo, wore a smug grin that quickly vanished as he realized Saigo remained utterly unfazed, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. What? Bardock exclaimed, his smile evaporating as his eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively retreating from Saigo. Your aim is commendable, Saigo remarked with a smile, expressing his admiration. Yet, he swiftly added, however, your strength leaves much to be desired. With a flick of his hand, he taunted, come on, continue, with all your might. At that moment, Saigo appeared almost possessed by a sinister spirit, exuding an unmistakable aura of provocation. Ah, Saigo, you truly underestimate me. Bardock, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, could not tolerate such an affront and roared as he charged once more. The air was filled with thunderous clashes as the sounds of their battle echoed across the sky, transforming the previously overcast heavens into a clear expanse. Meanwhile, numerous inhabitants of the Saiyan planet leapt into the sky, eager to observe the confrontation between Saigo and Bardock up close. Through their sense of energy, they discerned that the combatants were indeed Saigo and Bardock. They were puzzled by the sudden surge in Bardock's energy, compelling them to draw nearer to uncover the truth. When they finally discerned the forms of the fighters, they were utterly astounded, unable to believe their eyes. To their shock, it was Bardock who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, not Saigo. Even more astonishing was the fact that Saigo was engaging Bardock on equal footing, utilizing only his base form while seemingly gaining the upper hand. Good heavens! How did Captain Bardock become a Super Saiyan? Has he truly achieved that transformation? They whispered in disbelief. Just yesterday, during the power assessment, Captain Bardock's battle power was merely 460,000. How is it that today he is transformed into a Super Saiyan? Do you not recall the sudden surge of overwhelming energy that erupted earlier? Upon reflection, that energy felt remarkably similar to Bardock's. One remarked, perhaps it was indeed Bardock. Another chimed in, I thought it was Saigo experimenting with a new technique. I never imagined it would be Captain Bardock. Humph. That's what happens when you lack the skill to sense energy properly. I've known it was Captain Bardock since early this morning. I just didn't know how he attained the Super Saiyan form. Are you looking down on us? Oh, so you wish to disrupt our unity, do you? I shall report you for undermining our collective spirit. Wait. Brother, I barely recall what I just said. This esteemed brother, this esteemed gentleman. Please, just let me go. I no longer wish to memorize the 9 honors and 9 disgraces of the new era Saiyans, or the 5 prohibitions that govern them. I am utterly exhausted. Brother, Please, grant me mercy. Very well. Since you sincerely acknowledge your faults, I shall spare you this time. We Saiyans must unite in camaraderie. Indeed. Unity and friendship are paramount. Brother, you are my dear sibling. Thank you for your understanding. Enough of your bickering. Focus intently on the battle. This is a rare opportunity for observation, and how much one can learn depends solely on oneself. Ah, the king of Saiyans delivered a splendid uppercut. Ouch! Just watching it is painful. Both airborne and grounded Saiyan warriors were utterly astonished by the fierce battle unfolding high above, one that surpassed their wildest imaginations. Is this the power possessed by Super Saiyans? Is this the might of the king of Saiyans? To think he can suppress Bardock even in his base form is truly remarkable. If the king were to transform into a Super Saiyan, how formidable would he become beyond comprehension? The thought was too overwhelming to entertain further. Vegeta 3, suspended in the air, suddenly had a realization. He turned to his side and inquired of Tabul, Tabul, do you understand why Captain Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan so suddenly? Can you enlighten me? Once an imperious monarch, Vegeta 3 now addressed his own son with a tone of earnest supplication. He recognized the rift that had formed between them since he had decided to send Tabul to the desolate planet, and he felt a profound sense of remorse, yearning to mend their relationship. Chapter 38, the final preparations. Regrettably, Tabul maintained a demeanor of indifference toward Vegeta 3. Were it not for the fact that he was Tabul's biological father, it seemed as though Tabul would have had no interaction with him at all. I'm sorry. I cannot divulge that information, father. Tabul replied without turning his head, his tone casual and devoid of emotion. Although he uttered the word father, it lacked any warmth. Then, may I inquire, since Captain Bardock was able to transform into a Super Saiyan, do I stand a chance? Vegeta 3 sighed, a hint of trepidation in his voice. This time, Tabul finally turned to him, gazing deeply. If you still harbor aspirations of reclaiming the throne, even if you become a Super Saiyan, I shall thwart you. No. No, no. Son, do not misunderstand. I harbor no such intentions. Vegeta 3 was taken aback by Tabul's words, flailing his hands in panic. He quickly scanned the surroundings, relieved to find that no one was paying attention, and lowered his voice, admonishing, Son, such words must not be spoken lightly. Do you understand? As for the king of Saiyans, I wholeheartedly support him, though I am less than pleased with the others. Tabul regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze for several seconds, sensing that he was not deceiving him, and could not help but exclaim, It is best so. If my father wishes to transform into a Super Saiyan, he must maintain a tranquil mindset in his daily life. Once his combat power reaches a certain level, repeated attempts will surely lead to a successful transformation. I understand the significance of a peaceful disposition and the necessity of attaining a specific combat strength, yet I remain oblivious to the method of transformation. Vegeta 3 sought to seize the opportunity to inquire about the secrets of the Super Saiyan transformation. If you wish to glean the precise techniques from my lips, father, do not harbor such hopes. When the time is ripe, I am certain my master will divulge it to you. Tabul was well aware of Vegeta 3's intentions, and after uttering a brief remark, he decisively turned away, lifting his gaze to continue observing the battle. Vegeta 3 hesitated, contemplating whether to place a hand on Tabul's shoulder, but ultimately refrained, letting out a resigned sigh before rejoining the spectators. In his eyes, there was a glimmer of yearning. Half an hour later, in the stratosphere above, the atmosphere was charged with intensity. Bang, bang, bang. This shall be the end, Saigo proclaimed after successfully parrying Bardock's assault. He lowered his head, gesturing for Bardock to observe below. If the battle continued, the onlookers would lose all motivation to train. Bardock, witnessing Saigo unscathed, not even a bead of sweat gracing his brow, could only imagine the profound astonishment swelling within him. Saigo Wang is indeed formidable. My current level of skill is simply insufficient to command his serious attention. Saigo Wang must feel a sense of satisfaction for being able to practice with me for such an extended period. Upon this realization, Bardock swiftly returned to his usual demeanor. Saigo Wang, your strength is truly formidable. Even with all my might, I find myself utterly ineffective against you. At this moment, Bardock's face bore the marks of bruises and contusions, yet he remained unfazed, his eyes brimming with admiration, longing, and a hint of bitterness. Saigo comforted. Great strength is not achieved overnight. As long as you persist, you will surely reach my level. I believe in your potential. With a face full of yearning, Bardock responded. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. That is good to hear. Saigo glanced at the throng of tiny figures below, feeling a slight headache. Captain Bardock, I must trouble you to explain things to that group down there. Remember, do not disclose my secret techniques or the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan. As for everything else, you have the freedom to speak as you wish." Having said this, without waiting for Bardock's reply, Saiga vanished in an instant. "Hey, you." Bardock's words trailed off as he found himself staring at an empty space. A gentle breeze swept past. Bardock's eyes widened, his pupils constricting as a storm of emotion surged within him. What kind of speed is this? There is no trace of movement. Is this truly the power of King Saiga? It's astonishing. Wait a moment. Once Bardock regained his composure, he cautiously glanced down, noticing the small black dots gradually enlarging. A wave of frustration washed over him as he scratched his cheek. How on earth am I supposed to explain this? Darn it. King Saiga is far too clever, leaving me with such a mess. Hiss. Although King Saiga didn't use his full strength, his actions were undeniably ruthless. As Bardock grappled with his mounting anxiety, Saiga had already returned to the royal chamber, engrossed in reviewing his personal information panel. Name: Saiga. Age: 3. Qualification: superior talent, grade ape appetite, large. With strong digestion, void survival, mimicry of Super Saiyan, full power Super Saiyan, second form abilities, telekinesis, sphere of confinement, mental force, 18. Combat power, 8. 23 billion secret techniques, potential guidance, entry level 32, 100, instantaneous movement, mastery 701,000, divine refinement method, proficiency 25, 571. 000, skills, artificial moonflight technique, mastery 1, 251. 000, key control, mastery 2, 351. 000, martial arts, mastery 2, 001. 000, key perception, mastery 1, 851. 000, super key wave, mastery 6, 681. 000, space, simulated time, 4 months simulation count, 0. Well, this is quite satisfactory. My proficiency in martial arts has significantly increased. I am just 800 away from reaching the proficient level. The proficiency of my flight technique and key control has also improved considerably. It was worth the half hour of effort. Conversely, the combat prowess had scarcely increased, a fact that fell well within Saigo's expectations. When the disparity in strength is so pronounced, even sparring cannot significantly enhance one's combat capability. It could be said that the recent battle, aside from honing combat experience and skill proficiency, merely served to provide Bardock with a practice partner. With ample time remaining, it would be prudent to complete his training before discussing preparations for the impending conflict with Gula. Concluding his musings, Saigo immersed himself in the gravity chamber. At that moment, the palace courtyard housed 2 gravity chambers, likely delivered by the bull not long ago. After a day of rigorous training, his combat power had increased by 250,000. As night fell, the clock struck 9. Saigo summoned Bardock and Vegeta 3. It is quite late, yet your presence is required for an important matter. Saigo sat face to face with the two, his opening words sending shivers down their spines. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta 3 interjected eagerly. Leaving no chance to showcase his readiness, Saigo, what is it that you wish to command? I shall dedicate myself entirely to the task. Saigo was aware of the hidden intentions in his heart, merely seeking to inquire about the means to transform into a Super Saiyan and the methods to significantly enhance his power level. In response, Saigo feigned ignorance. Saigo, if there is something on your mind, please speak openly, Bardock said, his expression grave, suspecting that what Saigo was about to reveal might be of great significance. Saigo spoke in a low voice. Prepare the warriors for battle tomorrow. A fierce confrontation may be imminent. In light of the events simulated, Saigo surmised that since Gula had personally conducted the training, there was no reason for his subordinates to remain idle. They must have undergone rigorous drills as well. Given Gula's intensity in training, it was reasonable to assume that the soldiers of the Legion had also been subjected to formidable preparation. Gula had remarkably elevated his final combat strength to 2 billion in a brief span. Thus, his 3 trusted commanders would possess at least several 100,000 in strength. Should they refrain from transforming into giant apes, tomorrow would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 39. The Assault of Gula and the Gula Legion. A formidable challenge? Are we facing an invasion tomorrow, or are we poised to invade others? Vegeta 3 still harbored vestiges of a mindset that relied on plunder for survival. Saigo shot him a fierce glare, admonishing him not to always think of invading others. Is self-reliance not commendable? If one wishes to become a Super Saiyan sooner rather than later, it is best to relinquish the notion of plundering from others. Vegeta 3, slightly abashed, scratched his head. Recalling that Saigo detested any suggestion of aggression towards others, particularly when it involved occupying other planets. According to my unique abilities, a Gula army is set to invade our Saiyan planet tomorrow, and their strength must not be underestimated, with numbers reaching into the hundreds of thousands. The leader is a formidable creature named Gula from the Frost Demon race, whose power vastly surpasses that of Frieza and King Cold. We must not let our guard down. Seeing the grave expression on Saigo's face, Bardock and Vegeta 3 also wore solemn looks, especially upon hearing the enemy's numbers, which were alarmingly high. The ability to command such a vast legion indicates their extraordinary strength, far exceeding that of Frieza and his forces. Noticing their silence, Saigo continued, "Tomorrow, we will employ the Great Ape tactic. We must minimize our losses. You are to make arrangements at once." "Yes, we shall make immediate preparations." Bardock and Vegeta 3, finally regaining their composure, responded in unison. "We take our leave. Rest well." Having learned from previous experiences, Bardock and Vegeta 3 held unwavering faith in Saigo's foresight. However, as they departed, they bore expressions laden with concern, evidently shaken by the scale of the impending threat. Frieza's army was merely in the tens of thousands, whereas the foes they were about to confront numbered in the hundreds of thousands. A stark contrast indeed. It would be remarkable if they were not intimidated. In the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos, Gula received intelligence from the mech unit leader, Frieza, regarding the overwhelming battle power emanating from planet Vegeta. A battle power of 230 million, you say? Humph. This must be his base power. There is a high likelihood of a special technique that allows for a temporary boost to 800 million. A mere 800 million battle power? With my current prowess, I could crush him with a single finger. Humph. I had thought my limit was 1 billion, yet my talent has proven to be extraordinary, allowing for such rapid enhancement in less than 2 months. Frieza, command the troops to advance at full speed. I want to see all the wild monkeys on planet Vegeta exterminated by tomorrow. Gula, seated on his throne, issued his orders with a disdainful demeanor. "Yes, my lord." The golden-haired Frieza placed his right hand over his chest and departed with the command. "Humph. My father always claims that my foolish brother possesses the greatest talent in our race as history. In my view, the one with the greatest potential is I, King Gula. If they all perish, then the universe shall know only me as its sovereign." The following morning, after completing the simulation and selecting the rewards, a smug yet somewhat sinister smile crept across Saigo's face. He was eager to witness the expression on Gula's face when the reward was finally utilized. An hour and a half later, Gula's immense fleet of spaceships arrived in the outer space of planet Saya. "Gula, shall we land directly?" "No. Captain Frieza, order the fleet to circle the planet first. We must instill fear in these wretched monkeys." "Yes, my king. Attention all units. Complete a full circuit around the planet before landing. Acknowledge receipt. Unit 1 acknowledges. Unit 2 acknowledges. End of transmission. Unit 1 acknowledges. Unit 3 acknowledges. End of transmission. Unit 1 acknowledges. Unit 4 acknowledges. End of transmission. Unit 1 acknowledges. Unit 15 acknowledges. End of transmission." Subsequently, 15 colossal spaceships formed a long arc, encircling planet Saya. Only after a complete orbit did they begin to penetrate the atmosphere. Was this a display of power? Saigo, standing atop the palace, sensed the Gula army circling above before descending, feeling rather speechless. He realized that in this world, it was not only the Saiyans who reveled in extravagance. Even those with a modicum of power enjoyed the spectacle. In his previous life, they would undoubtedly be crowned the kings of surfing. Logically, with Gula's technological prowess, there was no need for such a circumvention. They could have landed forcefully without issue. It was evident, even without thinking too deeply, why Gula would choose this route, both a demonstration of strength and intimidation. As the Gula fleet breached the atmosphere, 20 Saiyan-made lunar squads on the ground sprang into action. In an instant, a flurry of pristine energy spheres ascended into the sky, and with a series of explosive sounds, each sphere suddenly expanded, transforming into brilliant orbs of light, illuminating the skies of planet Saya in a spectacular display. Unfortunately, the Saiyans, lacking appreciation for such beauty, transformed into towering, formidable great apes, soaring into the heavens. Simultaneously, the ships of the Gula army detected the combat power of the transformed Saiyans, causing a commotion in the command center. "Captain, the Saiyans have transformed into great apes. Their combat power has increased tenfold, with many reaching millions." "What? Are you certain? I would stake my life on it. How could this be? The Saiyans are this formidable. Immediately consult the king and Captain Frieza on our next course of action. Understood. As the events unfolded aboard spaceship number 6, a similar scenario transpired simultaneously on other vessels. Inside spaceship number 1, Gula could no longer remain seated upon receiving the news. He sprang to his feet, his face etched with astonishment. After a moment of stunned silence, he demanded, "Are there dozens of combatants with a power level in the millions? Captain Frieza, are you certain you have not made an error?" "Great King Gula, I have confirmed multiple times that the detection devices are functioning correctly. It is not merely our spaceship number 1. The other ships have reported identical findings." Frieza replied, his voice tinged with urgency. With the confirmation, Gula's expression grew increasingly grim. Yet he maintained his composure amidst the turmoil. How could the battle prowess of the Saiyans, transformed into wild monkeys, be so astonishing? What transpired in this regard? If we were to charge recklessly, the losses would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Such a course of action is simply untenable. These legions have been painstakingly nurtured by me, and I cannot allow them to falter here. I recall that these wild monkeys hold a profound reverence and fear for the strong. Perhaps I could employ this to my advantage. In a matter of moments, Gula made his decision and promptly issued his order. "Frieza, command the troops to remain on standby. I shall personally confront these wild monkeys." "Yes, Your Majesty. All units, attention. Attention. I am number 1. I am number 1. Chapter 40. Gula's calculated scheme. Beneath the Gula Legion, a multitude of flying giant apes observed as the vessels above abruptly ceased their movements, causing them to halt instinctively as well. What has happened to the enemy? Why have they suddenly come to a standstill? Has anyone emerged? Are these truly the adversaries spoken of by the esteemed Saigo king? In my opinion, the enemy must have been so intimidated by our combat strength that they have been rendered speechless, frozen in place. Surely they are now hurriedly deliberating their next course of action. Brother, I concur with your sentiment. I was thinking the same. Go on, go on. Just a moment ago, you didn't voice your thoughts, and now you claim to share the same opinion. How shameless. I say, enough of your bickering. We ought to inquire with the captains whether the enemy intends to engage or not. We cannot simply wait idly. I wish to return to my training. What's the rush? I have heard that Saigo King taught those captains the principle. If the enemy does not move, I shall not move. If the enemy moves, we must strike with thunderous might. Now that the enemy is intimidated, we shall refrain from acting first. We must have just cause for our actions. Understood. This is also a lesson from Saigo King. Remain calm and composed. Brother, you are quite well informed. I had not heard of this. Impressive. Indeed, indeed. Oh, brother. My back itches a bit. Could you help scratch it for me? Certainly. At that moment, Saigo teleported to the highest point above the colossal ape horde. Gazing at the 15 spacecraft that hovered silently in the sky, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. After all, this was not part of the simulation. Wasn't Gula supposed to charge headlong into battle? What was transpiring? Just as Saigo pondered this puzzling situation, Vegeta 3, the great ape, soared up beside him and questioned in a hushed tone, "Saigo, what is happening? Should we proceed with the assault?" Accompanying him was Bardock, who intended to confront the enemy in his human form, ready to transform into a Super Saiyan if the odds became unfavorable. Bardock, too, was perplexed and directed his gaze towards Saigo, clearly eager to inquire about the same matter. Saigo raised his head and, after a moment's contemplation, declared, "Pause the offensive. However, remain vigilant. At the slightest hint of danger, strike immediately. Captain Vegeta, descend and steady the warriors. Urge them to maintain their composure while I ascertain the enemy's intentions." "Understood, my lord," responded Vegeta 3, the great ape, casting an envious glance at Bardock before descending. As he touched down, the central ship hovering above suddenly opened its hatch, and a figure emerged, a humanoid being adorned in hues of purple and white, accompanied by a lengthy white tail. This figure was none other than Cooler. Saigo instantly recognized Cooler's identity. He swiftly glanced at Bardock, saying, "Captain Bardock, do you sense it? This individual exudes an overwhelming aura. Even in your Super Saiyan form, you would not stand a chance. Withdraw." During Cooler's Legion's encirclement of planet Vegeta, Bardock had previously expressed his desire to engage Cooler in battle, a proposition that Saigo had deferred, suggesting they would address it upon encountering Cooler. Is this indeed Cooler? Undoubtedly powerful, so formidable it is almost suffocating. As Bardock sensed the immense energy emanating from Cooler, beads of sweat formed on his brow. Despite the bitterness of defeat, he clenched his fists with unwavering resolve. "King Saigo, I still wish to take my chances. Please grant me permission. Saigo furrowed his brows and regarded Bardock for a few moments before ultimately conceding. Be careful then. Let's go and see what tricks Gula has in store. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the two soared to face Gula. Before they could utter a word, Gula cheerfully spoke up. Hee. Surely this imposing warrior is the current king of the Saiyans. Am I correct? Throughout, Gula's gaze remained fixed on Bardock, while Saigo, clearly Bardock's son, was deemed an inconsequential child. I am the Cosmic Emperor Gula, and I have come here to discuss a matter with the king of the Saiyans. Saigo immediately tugged at Bardock's battle attire, leaning in to whisper, do not refute, observe his intentions. The subordinate had overstepped. Bardock turned his face, responding quietly. He then lifted his gaze toward Gula, his expression somewhat grave, and stated, if there is something to discuss, speak up. With such fanfare. I thought you intended to invade our Saiyan planet. Gula chuckled, replying with feigned seriousness, oh, esteemed new Saiyan king, you were quite rude, lacking even the most fundamental etiquette. This emperor is still unaware of your illustrious name. However, it matters not. I intend to conquer your Saiyans. Let us engage in a duel of kings. The victor shall have absolute dominion over the vanquished. Should you triumph, my entire legion shall surrender to you. If I prevail, you Saiyans must obediently heed my commands. What say you, Saiyan king? Bardock scoffed. Spare me your prattle. Let me witness your true might. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging forward with a powerful fist aimed directly at Gula's face. Gula remained unfazed by Bardock's onslaught, maintaining a smile, but as Bardock transformed, a hint of surprise flickered across his features. Bang, bang, bang. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? The Saiyan King has certainly undergone a remarkable transformation, Gula mused, effortlessly deflecting Bardock's relentless strikes while mockingly commenting. But alas, this is insufficient to contend with me, Gula, the Cosmic Emperor. Is this your utmost strength, Saiyan King? Gula suppressed his revulsion, feeling nauseated every time he uttered Saiyan King, wishing fervently for these wretched monkeys to meet their demise. Yet, to mitigate the losses among his troops, he found it necessary to endure. His esteemed reputation among his subordinates far surpassed that of Frieza. Silence. Show me your true power. Let me witness how formidable the so-called Cosmic Emperor truly is. Bardock retaliated, striking Gula back. As he seized this moment, his breath became erratic, and he retorted sarcastically. Deep within, however, Bardock was ensnared in self-doubt. Cursed be this. Every assault has proven futile. This monster. What sustenance does the frost demon race consume to attain such formidable strength? Though Bardock felt trepidation, he could not afford to waver in spirit. Even in defeat, he would charge forth valiantly. Heh, Saiyan King, if this is indeed your genuine prowess, then I shall gladly accept the authority over your kind. Gula forced down the rising bile in his stomach, grinning as he spoke. I trust you, Saiyan King, will keep your word. By the way, you have yet to inform your kin of your decision. Perhaps you should take this opportunity to notify them before I unleash my power. Otherwise, you may miss your chance to communicate with them. Gula had been perpetually anxious about the dozens of Saiyan great apes, each possessing a power level in the millions, lurking beneath the surface, poised to strike. Despite his formidable strength, he harbored doubts about his ability to intercept all of the Saiyan great apes in such a short span, given the proximity of his fleet. Chapter 41. Each one schemes. A being of such immense power could easily pursue and obliterate a spaceship. Should multiple Saiyan great apes launch a coordinated assault, it would result in the loss of at least several ships along with tens of thousands of subordinates, a scenario Gula could not bear to contemplate. Thus, he was willing to endure a semblance of humiliation in order to subdue the Saiyans without bloodshed, leading to the series of events that had just transpired. Watching from the sidelines, Saigo finally grasped Gula's solitary venture. So that was it. Gula feared that his subordinates would crumble under the onslaught of several Saiyan great apes, leading to unacceptable losses. It must be said, Gula was indeed a commendable leader, far superior to the merciless Frieza, who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. Understanding Gula's intentions, Saigo boldly called out to Bardock, who was preparing for another assault. Captain Bardock, return. You are no match for him. As he approached Bardock to shield him from any sudden attacks by Gula, Bardock replied apologetically, I regret disappointing you, my lord. Upon witnessing this scene, Gula's blood-red eyes narrowed in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before him. He gazed at Bardock, incredulously asking, Isn't the king of Saiyans you? After scrutinizing the diminutive Saigo, who barely stood a meter tall, he scoffed. Have your Saiyans truly fallen so low? You allow a mere child, barely weaned, to assume the throne? A legendary Super Saiyan bowing before a little brat is utterly ludicrous. Haha. Bardock, transformed into his Super Saiyan form, felt his temper flare at Gula's disrespectful remarks. Despite knowing he was outmatched, he instinctively readied himself to charge. Captain Bardock, control your emotions, Saigo urged, raising his voice. Fortunately, he managed to restrain Bardock just in time. Otherwise, a rescue operation would have been necessary. With a sharp intake of breath, Bardock abruptly halted, suppressing his ire. His cold gaze fixed upon Gula, as though he were gazing at a corpse. He then turned back to stand beside Saigo, silent yet vigilant. His eyes unwaveringly locked on Gula, akin to a devoted guardian. Gula was taken aback to witness this young Saiyan child commanding the Super Saiyan Bardock with such ease. Could it be that this was indeed the current king of the Saiyans? Saigo paid no heed to the tumultuous thoughts swirling within the mind of the formidable Gula. He approached with a measured demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he addressed him. You are the Cosmic Emperor Gula, are you not? I am the reigning king of the Saiyans, known as Saigo. You may refer to me as King Saigo, a title my subjects bestow upon me with reverence. By the way, I wholeheartedly concur with your proposal, though I wonder if your words carry any weight. Upon hearing this, Gula's countenance darkened, his fury nearly reaching a boiling point. The audacity of Saigo's request to address him as King Saigo was utterly preposterous. How could the illustrious Cosmic Emperor Gula ever bow to a mere child? A Saiyan still wet behind the ears. Did these wild monkeys truly lack an understanding of their place in the cosmos? The very thought was repugnant, a source of nausea. How dare they underestimate me, the Cosmic Emperor Gula? Soon enough, I shall ensure that all of you wild monkeys meet your demise. With great effort, he managed to force a semblance of a smile, responding with faint nonchalance. Of course, my word is my bond. I, King Gula, am known for my unwavering reliability. But tell me, little Saiyan King, can you truly command your people? Gula, confident in his formidable strength, felt no unease. Rather, he harbored doubts and disdain regarding Saigo's ability to command the loyalty of the Saiyans. Saigo, fully aware of his own capabilities, felt emboldened and disregarded Gura's disdainful demeanor. With a subtle smile, he turned to Bardock and commanded, Captain Bardock, heed my orders. Your subordinate is at your service. Go forth and deliver a message. I shall engage in a one-on-one duel with the enemy's king. The victor shall possess absolute authority over the vanquished. Inquire if they harbor any objections. If none, then proclaim thrice, Saigo, the unconquerable king. Do you comprehend? Indeed, I understand, Bardock replied, a surge of pent-up frustration escaping with his emphatic declaration, his voice resonating with fervor and devoid of hesitation. Take care. Without casting another glance at Gura, he controlled his descent into the fray. Meanwhile, Saigo continued to regard Gura with a serene smile, further aggravating Gura's irritation. After a mere 15 breaths, the triumphant shout of Saigo, the unconquerable king, reverberated across the heavens, each utterance louder than the last, echoing throughout the sky. Once the echoes faded, Saigo extended his hand and inquired, My subordinates have expressed no dissent. What of yours? Clap, clap, clap. Gura, witnessing this spectacle, felt immense satisfaction. Astonished that this Saiyan youth could indeed command an entire legion of Saiyan warriors, he clapped wholeheartedly, exclaiming, Excellent. As the cosmic sovereign Gura, my words shall not be challenged by my subordinates. Saigo smiled at him, remaining silent while maintaining a poised gesture, the meaning of which was self-evident. Suddenly, Gula felt an intense surge of frustration, as if a lump had lodged in his throat, yet he quickly regained his composure, a smile returning to his face, only to retract it moments later. He tilted his head back and shouted, Frieza, come down here. In response to Gula's call, within mere seconds, Frieza, adorned with golden hair and possessing a pale blue complexion, enveloped in a white aura, hastily descended from the spaceship, arriving by Gula's side in the blink of an eye. Great King Gula, what is your command? Frieza inquired with reverence, his eyes discreetly assessing Saigo across the way. Perplexed as to why a Saiyan would choose a child as their leader, upon noticing the combat power displayed on the scouter, his confusion deepened. The Saiyan child's fighting prowess was shockingly low, barely reaching 5,000. What merit did such a being have to ascend as the king of a clan? Even if the recent golden-haired Saiyan were to take the throne, with a combat power exceeding 200 million and exuding a royal demeanor, he would not have felt such bewilderment. Relay my orders. I shall engage the Saiyan king across from me in a one-on-one duel, with the victor claiming absolute authority over the vanquished. Ensure this command is disseminated. Should anyone dissent, I will require you to enforce military law, Gula declared with unwavering confidence. He believed that the so-called Saiyan king, after nearly a year, could muster a maximum combat power of only 900 million, far from a match for his initial form. Assuming victory was assured, he felt justified in issuing such an unusual command. Typically, Gula would not have given such orders, as he valued the lives of his subordinates, often advising them to ensure the survival of their soldiers. This earned him immense respect within his ranks, his formidable strength being but one reason. Frieza regarded Gula with astonishment, as if meeting him for the first time, and cautiously asked, "My king, are you certain about issuing this command?" Among Gula's legion, only Frieza dared to question his orders. As the commander of Gula's elite mech unit, and serving as his strategist, Frieza often collaborated with Gula on strategies for invading other planets, seeking to conquer and govern targets while minimizing casualties. Consequently, faced with Frieza's uncertainty, Gula did not express anger but rather added, "Inform them that this emperor shall not be defeated. Execute the orders." Recognizing Gula's steadfast resolve, Frieza understood that any attempt to counter his king's wishes was futile. Especially in front of others, even if he could change Gula's mind, he would surely face dire consequences. "Understood. I shall relay the message immediately," Frieza replied. Harboring a few clandestine thoughts of his own, contemplating alternative arrangements upon his return. Just as he was about to depart, Gula called out to him, "Issue the command here." To prevent any disbelief. Chapter 42. Saigo vs. Gula. Gula had anticipated that Frieza would secretly make some arrangements upon returning, yet upon witnessing Saigo's cheerful demeanor and outstretched hand, he restrained the impulse to eliminate the insufferable Saiyan at once and instead forced out a rigid declaration, "Yes, my lord." Frieza promptly manipulated the detector several times, initiating commands. "Attention all. Attention all. I am number one. I am number one." King Gula is about to engage in a duel with the Saiyan king. The victor shall possess absolute authority over the vanquished. Following the duel, no one is permitted to act independently. Violators will face military justice. Acknowledge receipt. Once Frieza concluded, he deliberately removed the detector and pressed the amplification button, ensuring that Saigo could hear him clearly. "ZZZZ. Number one. I am number two. I am number two. Orders received. Orders received. Over. Number one. I am number three. I am number three. Orders received. Orders received. Over. Number one. I am number 15. I am number 15. Orders received. Orders received. Over." Frieza pressed the amplification button once more and reattached the detector, then moved back to stand beside Gula. "Captain Frieza, you should return to command the troops. Remaining here puts you at risk," Gula stated without turning. His concern for his strategist's potential peril was entwined with another motive. Frieza needed to maintain order in his absence. Frieza held significant importance in Gula's hierarchy, a fact he cherished dearly. "Understood, King Gula. I take my leave." With a rush of energy, Frieza ascended towards the ship above. "Now, young Saiyan King, shall we commence?" A triumphant smile graced Gula's face, convinced of his assured victory. Little did he know, this approach aligned more closely with Saigo's intentions. Gula gazed at Saigo as if he were a fool, a knowing smile playing upon his lips as he controlled his body and floated forward. Observing Saigo's relaxed demeanor, Gula could no longer contain himself. His blood-red eyes narrowed, and in an instant he vanished from sight, employing high-speed movement to launch an attack. In the next moment, Gula's figure materialized behind Saigo, revealing his true form. He showed no mercy. Despite Saigo's youth, his powerful fist, propelled by fierce wind, hurtled towards Saigo's back, his face adorned with a savage and cruel delight. As the blow neared its target, his wicked grin grew increasingly exaggerated and triumphant. However, a resounding bang echoed. The tail of Saigo suddenly loosened from his waist, and with an astonishing speed, it struck Gula's heavy fist. "What?" Gula focused intently, and was taken aback to find that the little monkey had managed to block his full force strike solely with its brown tail. "Impossible." With a cry of disbelief, Gula, filled with shock and confusion, swung his fist once more. Bang! Yet, the attack proved futile again. Gula remained incredulous, thinking it absurd. "I am Gula, the Cosmic Emperor with a battle power of 800 million. How could this little monkey possibly thwart my assault with just its tail?" I refused to believe it. The thought filled him with both dread and astonishment, yet he was unwilling to accept the reality. Fueled by anger, he launched a flurry of attacks once more. Bang, 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 bang. All of his strikes were effortlessly blocked by that tiny tail. which even lashed out at his face. For Gula, it was an utter humiliation. Yet, at this moment, the fear in his heart far outweighed any sense of disgrace. Impossible. Impossible. This cannot be. Gula was now completely unsettled, shouting frantically, his body trembling involuntarily, leaning slightly backward. His eyes wide with terror as he created distance between himself and Saigo. Who on earth are you? You cannot be a Saiyan. No Saiyan has ever possessed such strength. Saigo maintained a calm demeanor as he slowly turned around, scoffing. The illustrious cosmic emperor Gula cannot possibly possess such meager strength, can he? My patience is finite. Unveil your full power swiftly, lest you find yourself meeting your demise in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing Saigo's words, Gula felt a surge of delight within. For it was he who had spoken first. When I reveal my true power, you better not attempt a sneak attack, he thought, reassured that he was not as shameless as some who would resort to ambush tactics against a mere child, only to end up with a bruised visage. Saigo regarded Gula, who appeared somewhat flustered, with disdain and taunted him. Gula, incensed by the mockery, felt a rush of anger, yet he quickly contemplated how, once he transformed into his ultimate form, this audacious Saiyan would no longer be so brazen. He resolved to extract a hearty measure of vengeance for the affront he had suffered. With that thought, Gula felt considerably better, laughing heartily. Prepare to witness the might of Gula, the cosmic emperor. Open your eyes wide. With a thunderous cry, Gula commenced his transformation into his ultimate form, his already formidable aura surging exponentially as he unleashed the latent power within him. Meanwhile, within the detection room of the 15 spaceships, the staff erupted in jubilant cheers. Magnificent! King Gula has finally unleashed his full strength. His combat power has skyrocketed to 1 billion. Fortunately, we had previously elevated our detection device's limit to 20 billion. Otherwise, such immense power would have rendered the instruments obsolete. Indeed, King Gula is invincible. His power has climbed to 2 billion and continues to ascend. Soon, the news reached the ears of others aboard the spaceship, igniting a chorus of ecstatic shouts. Long live King Gula! Long live King Gula! This jubilant scene unfolded across all of Gula's ships, with some even prematurely celebrating with beer. On the other hand, the Saiyan giants positioned directly beneath the battlefield of Saigo and Gula wore expressions of grave concern. This is troubling. Why has Gula's aura suddenly surged? It is approaching the strength of King Saigo, they exclaimed. The frost demons are truly monstrous. How can there be such a powerful being? Indeed, with such overwhelming power, can King Saigo prevail? Silence. King Saigo's hair has not yet turned golden, signifying that he has not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. Once he unleashes his full strength, Gula will surely be no match for him. Exactly. The victor of this duel will undoubtedly be King Saigo. I envision using the captives above to assist our Saiyan kin with logistics, ideally to aid in researching detectors with even higher combat power limits. Yes, that is a splendid idea. It will grant us more time to cultivate and enhance our strength. However, the fate of these captives awaits the decree of King Saigo. You should refrain from frivolous discussions. At the forefront of the colossal ape assembly stood Bardock, his visage etched with bitterness. He realized that he was utterly incapable of matching King Saigo's pace. Even before transforming into a Super Saiyan, he found himself on par with the transformed aura of Gula. Bardock, still in his Super Saiyan form, possessed an even sharper awareness of the intensity of the two combatants' energies on the battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, King Saigo's base power vastly eclipsed Gula's transformed strength, exceeding it by nearly threefold. Chapter 43. The Doom of Gula in the Midst of the Battlefield. Gula finally completed his transformation, unleashing the entirety of his latent power. In his ultimate form, Gula's physique expanded considerably, appearing more robust than ever. His head sprouted 4 horns that extended backward, while his eyes morphed into crimson orbs devoid of pupils. White shoulder armor emerged, and 2 sharp blades extended from his wrists. Haha. Apologies for the wait, Saiyan King. You are among the select few capable of prompting this emperor to unveil his ultimate form. Allow me to extend my congratulations on your extraordinary fortune to perish at the hands of my final transformation. Are you prepared to meet your demise? With that proclamation, his mouth snapped shut, shielded by a protective white shell encasing his face. Gula, now transformed, brimmed with confidence. Believing that his current strength would utterly obliterate this audacious Saiyan monkey before him, his confidence was well-founded. In his ultimate form, his combat power soared to an astounding 25 billion. Finally witnessing Gula's ultimate transformation, Saigo felt a sense of fulfillment. In his previous life, He had always thought the facial concealment in Gula's ultimate form was remarkably impressive. The seemingly inevitable battle had persisted until this moment, solely so he could behold it with his own eyes. Now, with his wish granted, it was time to unleash his true power and bring this confrontation to a close. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Saigo instantly transformed into his full-power Super Saiyan form, for he possessed no inclination towards suffering, relishing instead a contest of equals with his adversaries. Although his regular form was more than sufficient to confront Gula, having fulfilled one of Gula's desires, he decided to repay him with the full might of his Super Saiyan form. Upon completing his transformation, he beckoned Gula with a playful gesture, laden with provocation. In a flash, Gula could no longer endure the breach of his defenses, unable to tolerate Saigo's blatant disdain, especially in light of the indifferent gaze that accompanied his transformation. His mask flew off, revealing gritted teeth, and he appeared utterly deranged. That accursed wild monkey. Regardless of your status as a Super Saiyan, you shall perish at my hands. His voice thundered, a veritable roar of fury. With that, the door slammed shut once more. In a swift motion, Gula vanished from sight. Enveloped in a violet aura fueled by a seething rage, he appeared before Saigo in an instant, unleashing an overwhelming battle power of 25 billion. His fists raining down upon Saigo's modest chest with the ferocity of a tempest. The sound of their clash resonated like the wrath of a thunder god, threatening to shatter the eardrums of all present. Yet, Saigo remained unyielding, impervious to the meager force of 25 billion, which posed no harm to him whatsoever. Below the battlefield, the formidable Saiyan apes bore expressions of sheer astonishment. Moments later, they regained their composure, erupting into a fervent discussion. What an incredible power! The resonance of that collision is utterly intoxicating. Is this the might of King Saigo in his Super Saiyan form? Truly aspirational. Victory is assured. We are destined to win. Ha ha ha. King Saigo's aura must surpass that of the enemy by more than a factor of 2. The mighty King Saigo is truly formidable. How splendid. As for Bardock, who can transform into a Super Saiyan, his gaze is filled with unwavering determination and longing. Naturally, all the Saiyans present yearn for such strength, dreaming of the day when they too might attain the power of King Saigo. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship on the battlefield, in stark contrast to the spirited Saiyans, the soldiers of the Gula Legion, upon realizing that their enemy's combat power exceeds 20 billion, while their own King Gula possesses merely 25 billion, are mostly despondent, as if they have already witnessed their own slaughter at the hands of the Saiyans. Only a scant few revel in secret delight. In the oppressive atmosphere, silence reigns, as the fighters have seemingly lost their will to battle. The presence of an adversary with over 20 billion in combat power renders escape impossible. Furthermore, the damage to the detection system has adversely affected the spaceship's propulsion, leaving it barely able to maintain balance. The prospect of normal interstellar navigation is utterly unattainable. On the battlefield, it is inconceivable. This cannot be. How can those wretched wild monkeys possess such formidable combat power? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept it. This king does not believe it. Die, die, boom. Gula's aura surged once more, yet his combat power remained unchanged. His fury merely accelerated his energy flow. After all, the Ice Demon clan does not share the Saiyans' ability to enhance their strength through frantic roars. Gula's roar is nothing more than a cry of rage. It only serves to render him irrational, making his attacks chaotic and uncoordinated. Saigo found it rather uninteresting. He had allowed Gula to enjoy a complimentary massage for half a day, yet in the end, the guest remained unsatisfied, and the attendant began to usher them out. Truly tedious. With a swift motion, Saigo's right hand formed a blade-like shape, thrusting forward towards Gula's left chest. In an instant, his hand pierced through Gula's torso, and the next moment, violet blood oozed forth, cascading down his hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sizzle. Saigo withdrew his hand with a flick of disdain, cleansing it with a breath before turning his gaze towards the cornered Gula. Oh, boastful King Gula, do you have any final words? Uft. Cough, cough. Saigo, I implore you, spare me, please. Gula, shaken from his fury, cast aside all pride as the specter of death loomed near, begging for mercy. I beseech you, Saigo, grant me my life. Cough, cough. I am willing to submit to you, if only you would spare me. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Purple blood continued to seep forth, yet Gula paid it no mind, consumed solely by the desire to survive. The former bravado had vanished from his countenance, replaced entirely by a visage of desperation. There was no longer a trace of the imperial demeanor befitting a ruler of the cosmos. Saigo, with a mere thought, summoned his personal information panel and swiftly utilized the loyalty of the Gula Legion present in the space. Afterward, he discreetly stowed the panel away. In a gesture of goodwill, he alerted Gula, saying, "Once the Emperor of the Universe, Gula, before your demise, I wish to present you with a surprise, one that you will undoubtedly appreciate. I implore you to remain calm and composed." Meanwhile, within the 15 spacecraft hovering above the battlefield, the soldiers, who were initially prepared for a desperate struggle, had their expressions transformed. They no longer harbored animosity towards Saigo and began to orderly move towards the spaceship hatches. Shortly after, a multitude of soldiers from the Gula Legion, nay, the Saigo Legion, streamed forth from the spacecraft, swiftly filling the sky. "All hail King Saigo!" The resounding chorus of hundreds of thousands of warriors echoed, reverberating through the air. "Gula, my dear king, how do you find this surprise? Is it grand enough?" Saigo inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the flustered Gula. "Impossible! Impossible! Cough, cough. This cannot be. How could Shavija betray me?" Gula exclaimed. His voice strained. "Shavija? Cough. Come to me, you wretched traitor. Cough." Despite his grievous injuries, Gula disregarded his wounds and coughed forth copious amounts of purple blood, his gaze fixed intently on the sky, summoning Shavija with all his might. However, time passed, and Shavija did not materialize before Gula. At that moment, Gula's heart sank. In the past, Shavija had always responded to his summons if he pointed east. Shavija would not dare head west. Yet now, after several breaths, there was still no sign of him. This realization compelled Gula to accept the bitter truth. His once loyal Shavija and his subordinates had all defected to Saiyan allegiance. No. Gula's voice erupted in a mixture of despair and familiarity. At that opportune moment, Saigo cast Gula into the vast expanse of the sky and unleashed a super energy wave. Boom. A colossal beam of energy, tinged with purple and white, surged forth in an instant towards the grotesque visage of Gula, engulfing him entirely. Thus, the saga of the once mighty cosmic Emperor Gula, who had once reigned supreme across the universe, came to a definitive close. Chapter 44. The Fate of the Gula Legion in this moment. The soldiers of the former Gula Legion exhibited no emotion towards Gula's demise, as if they were mere ripples upon a stagnant pool. Upon the restoration of normalcy, Saigo collected his breath and slowly raised his head, exclaiming, "Frieza!" Suddenly, from the crowd above, an individual surged forth with great intensity, swiftly diving downward. This individual was none other than Frieza, with his golden hair and pale blue skin. Commander of the Namek battalion, Frieza pays his respects to King Saigo. Frieza bowed respectfully in greeting. No need for such formalities. Saigo waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Bardock, Vegeta 3, and Tabul also arrived, with Vegeta 3 having reverted to his humanoid form. Saigo promptly pointed at several of them and commanded, "Frieza, lead your troops to follow Captain Vegeta and Captain Bardock. Ensure everything is settled as swiftly as possible." "Yes, I shall obey your orders," Frieza replied respectfully, bowing deeply. Saigo then turned to King Vegeta 3 and Captain Bardock, stating, "You two must promptly assist Captain Frieza in organizing the soldiers of the Legion. Henceforth, the logistics will be entrusted to certain Legion soldiers, and as for our kin, regardless of their innate abilities, they shall all partake in training." King Vegeta 3, Bardock, and Tabul exchanged perplexed glances, harboring a sense of caution towards Frieza. Bardock hesitantly interjected, "Your Majesty Saigo, such crucial matters of logistics should not be entrusted to outsiders so casually. Might we reconsider?" King Vegeta 3 echoed, "Indeed, Your Majesty Saigo. It is unwise to delegate logistics to outsiders. Please contemplate this further." Before Saigo could utter a word, Frieza, visibly incensed, interjected, "Rest assured, esteemed captains, my troops and I remain utterly loyal to King Saigo, and we shall flawlessly execute every task and command he bestows upon us. I pledge my integrity." "Integrity? You, a spineless sycophant, dare speak of integrity? Just moments ago, you were a subordinate to the so-called Cosmic Emperor Gula, now reduced to rubble. With the demise of your former leader, you immediately bow in submission to the enemy. Such behavior is indeed suspect." "Humph, a traitor like you speaks of integrity?" scoffed Vegeta 3. "You." Frieza glared furiously, yet upon realizing that this was akin of Saigo, he quelled his rage, huffing, "Were it not for King Saigo's orders. Do you think I would wish to work alongside you? The sight of you repulses me." "What did you say? You scoundrel! Are you seeking your own demise?" Vegeta 3 roared, his temper flaring, hands cracking ominously as he flew directly before Frieza, his expression menacing. Do you wish to brawl? If you dare, refrain from transforming into a great ape. Let us spar. Frieza mocked. He was acutely aware that once Vegeta 3 transformed, his power would exceed 1,000,000. While he himself possessed a mere 500,000, making him no match. However, in their humanoid forms, the outcome was uncertain. What Frieza did not anticipate was that even in his humanoid form, Vegeta 3's combat prowess would surpass his own, albeit by a few thousand. In a prolonged engagement, Vegeta 3 would undoubtedly prevail. Sensing that Frieza's energy was slightly inferior, Vegeta 3 crossed his arms and sneered. I need not transform into a great ape to deal with you. My humanoid form is more than sufficient. Turning to Saigo, he requested, King Saigo, I humbly ask for your permission to engage in combat. Frieza, undeterred, echoed, I too earnestly request your consent for us to battle. Saigo was taken aback by the unexpected conflict between the two individuals, feeling a throbbing headache. He raised his hand to halt their increasingly absurd exchange, and with a stern expression, he declared, Enough? If you two wish to fight, that is your prerogative. However, you must first ensure the safety of the warriors above. The scientists must also be properly accommodated. This matter is settled. Should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. Once this task is completed, you may engage in your quarrel as you see fit, but do not let it escalate to the point of causing fatalities. After Saigo finished speaking, he immediately vanished at high speed. Vegeta 3 and Frieza glared at each other, both unable to conceal their disdain. Bardock and Tabul exchanged a glance, recognizing each other's helplessness and wariness, silently nodding in agreement. Captain Frieza, please take us to meet our future comrades. Bardock spoke up. It is my duty. Greetings, Captain Bardock. I look forward to your guidance. Frieza swiftly appeared before Bardock, smiling as he said, Come, I shall show you our warriors. And I would appreciate it if Captain Bardock could provide some context. The group ascended into the sky, engaged in lighthearted conversation. Vegeta, observing the scene, felt a sense of confusion. He could not comprehend why Bardock and Tabul would accept a traitor to manage the logistics for their Saiyan brethren. However, he dared not defy Saigo's orders, hastily calling out, Hey, wait for me. Time passed quickly. 4 days had gone by since Gula's invasion of planet Saiyan. On the 7th of November, after several days of integration, the Saiyans and the soldiers of the Saigo Legion had begun to accept one another. The extraordinary talents of the Saiyans evoke immense envy among the ordinary soldiers of the Saiyan Legion, who have come to realize that combat power can be freely controlled and significantly enhanced through rigorous training in gravity chambers. The high-tech weaponry and delectable food possessed by the Saiyan Legion are particularly adored by the Saiyans, who cannot help but extol the virtues of the exquisite cuisine. Under the leadership of Frieza, the Mech Battalion boasts a plethora of advanced scientific technologies and several exceptional scientists, including innovations in laser weaponry, cutting-edge medical devices, sophisticated mech technology, and advanced spacecraft technology. Remarkably, these scientists can fabricate a gravity chamber in just 4 days, a feat that previously took a month, showcasing their prowess far surpassing that of the 2 scientists originally present on planet Saiyan. Upon receiving the news, Saigo instructed them to devote their utmost efforts to the production of the gravity chamber, persisting until there were enough for everyone to utilize. Interestingly, neither Vegeta 3 nor Frieza engaged in combat, as they stated. It was due to the absence of permission from King Saigo that their opponent managed to narrowly escape a sound thrashing. Over the course of 4 days, there were 4 simulations, each resulting in an increase in combat power by 120 million. In reality, through training, combat power augmented by 4 million. Name, Saigo age, 3 qualifications, superior talent, great ape appetite, large with strong digestion post-recovery combat power enhancement void survival, mimetic Super Saiyan, full power Super Saiyan, second form mental strength, 18 combat power, 8. 35125 billion secret techniques, potential guidance, entry level 32100, instant transmission, entry level 80100, divine refinement method, proficient 25571 million, skills, artificial moonflight technique, mastery 1001000, key control, mastery 4561000, martial arts, mastery 1511000, key perception, mastery 1501000, super key blast, mastery 6691000, space, simulation time, 4 months simulation count. 0 Chapter 45. Broly's terrifying potential since the manufacturing speed of the gravity chambers has significantly increased. The number of Saiyans able to train within them on planet Saya has also risen. By July 10, 739, an additional 63 gravity chambers had been established, allowing for a total of 260 Saiyans to partake in their utilization. The Saiyans training in the gravity chambers experienced a rapid surge in combat power, inciting envy among those who had yet to access such facilities, as well as among warriors of other races within the Saiyan army. On July 10th, a significant day marked the conclusion of Broly's developmental period. Within the confines of the incubation chamber number 25, few had visited over the past 2 years. Apart from the Paragus couple and Saigo, others were strictly prohibited from entry. However, the chamber now harbored 6 figures: Saigo, Paragus, his wife Fino, Bardock, Vegeta 3, and Tabul. Saigo stood near the cultivation chamber, observing Broly, who remained with his eyes tightly shut inside. A sense of inexplicable oppression hung in the air as the others, albeit at a distance, displayed expressions of unease. Has Broly truly attained a combat power of 40,000? Saigo inquired, suppressing a flicker of trepidation in his heart. The 3 companions, apart from the Paragus couple, were taken aback by his words. Your Majesty, Saigo, are you certain? Broly has only just completed his training. How could he possibly possess such power? Yet, I cannot shake off a slight feeling of foreboding, one of them remarked, doubt creeping into their voice. Is it a ruse? Uncle Paragus, does Broly possess such exceptional talent? What? A combat power of 40,000 right after training? This surpasses even our royal lineage's natural capabilities. Could it be that he is the fabled Super Saiyan? Your Majesty Saigo, did you already know? Before Saigo could respond, Paragus, with an expression of pride, interjected. You are indeed correct. Captain Vegeta, both Saigo and I, along with Fino, have been aware that Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, which is why we have solely focused on his training for the past 2 years. Is it truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Your Majesty Saigo, this cannot be allowed to continue. Our royal lineage has a solemn decree. Upon discovering a legendary Super Saiyan, immediate eradication is mandatory. If he is allowed to grow unchecked, it will become exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. Your Highness, this child cannot be spared. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly addressed Saigo. He then turned to Paragus and Fino, stating, Captain Paragus, it's not that I am speaking without reason. The royal edicts have warned that the legendary Super Saiyan is prone to uncontrollable rage. My concerns are solely for the safety of our entire race, devoid of any selfish motives. I hope you can comprehend my position. Fino, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear, terrified that Saigo would order the execution of his son. He fell to his knees and pleaded, Your Highness, I beseech you, do not harm Broly. I can offer my life in exchange. Please spare him. He is but a child. Paragus echoed Fino's pleas, also kneeling in desperation, even prostrating himself. Your Highness, I too implore you not to harm Broly. I can trade places with him. Please, let him go. You could exile him to a distant planet. Yes, exile him to a desolate world. Would that be acceptable? Unbeknownst to them, Broly in the incubation chamber began to tremble slightly, his brows furrowing. Had they been attentive to him, they would have sensed the energy within him stirring and coalescing, tiny bubbles forming around him. Enough. When did I ever say I would harm Broly? He is our Saiyan warrior. I cherish him dearly. Why would I wish to inflict harm upon him? Saigo, visibly irritated by their presumptions, pointed at the 3 of them in sequence. You 3, have you ever witnessed me mistreating any of our kin? Instead of fretting over such matters, you should devote your efforts to training. Everyone else, except for Paragus and Nofi, leave. Your presence is vexing. At that moment, it seemed as though Broly had heard Saigo's words, as his previous agitation subsided, and his furrowed brow relaxed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Had more time elapsed, the scene could have unfolded quite differently. Bardock and Vegeta 3 displayed expressions of shame. Yes, we take our leave. Tabul, appearing innocent, wished to distance himself from the situation. But upon seeing Saigo's fierce gaze, he could only modify his initial retort to, Yes, I shall withdraw. He obediently followed Bardock and the others out. Once the group had exited, Saigo shook his head in resignation, realizing he could not entirely alter the traditional views of the Saiyans. He then turned to Paragus, saying, Release Broly at once. I have always honored my word. As previously stated, I shall take Broly as my disciple. Really? Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Paragus exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, and in his excitement, he prepared to bow to Saigo repeatedly, a fervor mirrored by Fino, though neither succeeded in their intentions. Saigo, with keen perception and swift action, steadied the two individuals bowing before him, his countenance betraying displeasure as he declared, "Should you persist in this manner, I shall not accept Broly as my disciple." Paragus and Fino, overwhelmed with joy, nodded repeatedly, their hearts in perfect harmony as they exclaimed in unison, "Oh, thank you. Saigo Wan. We shall no longer kneel. We shall no longer kneel. Thank you, Saigo Wan." The two supported each other as they rose to their feet, tears of joy still flowing, their eyes glistening with gratitude and reverence, reflecting boundless admiration. As the emotions of the two individuals began to stabilize slightly, Saigo declared, "Very well. Let us promptly release Broly. I yearn to witness the legendary warrior of our Saiyan lineage." "Indeed," Paragus responded with utmost respect, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he gazed at Broly within the incubation chamber, a blend of pride, relief, and envy flickering across his features. Before long, under Paragus's guidance, Broly was adorned in the latest specially crafted battle attire, a striking yellow-green ensemble that only he could don on the entire Saiyan planet. Bardock, capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, had seen his battle suit evolve from a dull gray-white to a vibrant yellow-white, while elite warriors sported blue-white outfits. Intermediate warriors donned blue-black, and lower-ranked warriors were clad in gray-white garments. The battle attire of the Saiyan King is a specially crafted design, featuring a black and white scheme complemented by a regal cloak of deep purple on the outside and crimson red on the inside. Presently, the combat suits on planet Saiyan have undergone a significant upgrade, utilizing advanced technology derived from the original Gula Legion's state-of-the-art battle gear, capable of withstanding energy and physical attacks with a combat power of up to 50,000. This remarkable enhancement starkly contrasts with the previous suits, which could only endure strikes from adversaries with combat power under 5,000, thus showcasing an unparalleled superiority in performance. However, Saigo remains unsatisfied with this achievement. After ensuring the widespread adoption of gravity chambers, he has urged scientists to continue their research into innovative battle suits. In addition to the upgrades in combat attire, detection devices and spaceships have also received significant enhancements. Chapter 46. Bestowing secret techniques upon Broly. As Saigo gazed upon Broly, clad in a vibrant yellow-green battle suit, he noticed that Broly's hair did not resemble the typical spiky style commonly seen among most Saiyans. Instead, it cascaded in a naturally voluminous, downward manner, thick and jet black, with a length surpassing that of his peers. Meanwhile, Broly curiously scrutinized the individual before him, who stood slightly taller. "Broly, quickly pay your respects to King Saigo. He shall be your mentor from now on. Do you understand?" Paragus, observing Broly's prolonged gaze fixed on Saigo, felt a twinge of unease and hastily nudged him, urging him to comply. "Dad?" Broly turned to glance back, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Dad, I am aware that he is King Saigo. I heard everything you just said, but why must I pay my respects to him? He seems rather weak to me. The person who annoyed me before appears to be stronger than him." Currently, Saigo is indeed restraining his aura. Broly, endowed with an innate and formidable talent, has learned to sense the strength of others without requiring instruction. Upon hearing Broly's words, Paragus was taken aback, exclaiming, "Silence. Broly, King Saigo is the sole ruler of our Saiyan race. Without King Saigo, our family would have long been annihilated by Frieza. Do you comprehend this? Apologize to King Saigo at once." Upon realizing this, Broly's perception of Saigo shifted dramatically, gratitude spread across his face, and his gaze became clear. "Thank you, big brother, for saving me and my parents." "You child," quickly addressed King Saigo, or refer to him as teacher. Fino, equally startled, crouched down to impart his guidance. Saigo interjected, "Ah, Broly, I do not mind being called that. From now on, you may refer to me as big brother or Saigo big brother. Broly, would you like to learn from me?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, which he recognized from his days in the cultivation chamber, Broly's eyes brightened. He soared over and exclaimed, "Saigo big brother, it's you. I remember you used to come and talk to me every day. I still want to hear that story about the gourd kid saving his grandfather. Could you tell it to me now?" Upon witnessing the scene, Saigo's lips curled into a subtle smile, secretly reflecting, 2 years of hard work have not been in vain. He then remarked, "Haha, Broly, let's put that aside for now. Are you hungry? Let's go have a meal first." "Hey, Saigo, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten about my hunger. So, Saigo, let us hasten to our meal. Afterward, I still wish to hear the tale of the Calabash brothers. Broly playfully clung to Saigo, exhibiting a familiarity that overshadowed the presence of his biological parents. Saigo was not surprised that Broly could communicate normally at the tender age of 2. This was a common outcome for Saiyan infants who underwent nurturing. And there had yet to be a single instance of anomaly. Come, I shall take you to savor some delicacies. Let us go. Paragus and Fino stared blankly at the receding figures of Saigo and Broly, utterly perplexed as to why their son had grown so close to King Saigo. Fino, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, Paragus, what kind of tale is this Calabash baby that has so captivated our son? It seems to have led him to forsake his own parents. A hint of bitterness crossed Paragus's face, yet he reassured her, should we not feel joy that Broly can walk so closely with King Saigo? Fino, let us be open-minded. This is the best outcome we could hope for. We should express our gratitude to King Saigo. Not long after, within the royal palace, Saigo addressed Broly. Do you realize that there lies a deeply hidden, terrifying power within you? After narrating an enthralling tale of the Calabash babies rescuing their grandfather, Saigo spoke earnestly to Broly. To his surprise, Broly nodded seriously and replied, Brother Saigo, I am aware of it. In fact, the closer I get to you, the more I feel an urge to unleash my strength upon others, though I have managed to suppress it each time. Upon hearing this, Saigo furrowed his brows. Yet he did not immediately step back. Instead, he revealed a harsh truth. It is better to know sooner than later. Broly, you are the legendary Super Saiyan, a warrior of our Saiyan race, a rarity that occurs once in a millennium. Your power will double with each passing year without the need for training. You were born with a battle power of 10,000, and now, having just celebrated your second birthday, your battle power has already reached 40,000. Even if you do not train, by the age of 18, you will possess an extraordinarily high level of battle power. Upon hearing this, Broly's eyes sparkled with excitement, wishing he could instantly become 18 years old. Ignoring the exuberance in Broly's eyes, Saigo continued, however, that is not the most terrifying aspect. The most frightening part is that once you engage in battle, your fighting prowess will escalate ceaselessly until you completely lose control, transforming into a creature that knows only destruction. At that point, neither I, your parents, nor any of our kin will be spared. Through their interaction over the past half hour, Saigo was convinced that Broly could grasp the magnitude of the crisis he faced. Indeed, upon hearing this, Broly's face became a mask of concern. He could sense that Saigo was not merely indulging in hyperbole. The sincerity in his gaze was unmistakable, revealing the true horror of transcending, possessing an exceptionally acute sixth sense. Saigo, what should I do? Broly inquired, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he found himself at a loss for solutions and thus turned to Saigo for guidance. He had an instinctive feeling that Saigo must possess a remedy, otherwise he would not be standing here at all. Saigo patiently elucidated that to address this hidden peril, one must continuously fortify one's mental fortitude. Only with a robust spirit can one avoid losing control. Upon hearing this, Broly's eyes sparkled with hope. Yet he was soon engulfed in despair as he realized he lacked a method to enhance his mental strength. But, Saigo, how can I improve my mental fortitude? He lamented. The current Broly was no longer the unrestrained powerhouse of his former self. Rather, he exhibited traits reminiscent of the newer iteration of Broly, possessing unparalleled talent but lacking in composure. I possess a method to enhance your mental strength. Would you care to learn? Saigo replied with a mysterious smile, outlining his terms. However, my teachings come with conditions. You must agree to them and adhere to them for me to impart this knowledge. Is that true? Broly exclaimed in joy. Saigo, I will accept any conditions you propose, and I will certainly fulfill them. Please, teach me. His eagerness was palpable, making one wonder if Saigo had ensnared him in some manner. Broly genuinely feared the prospect of losing control one day, potentially leading to indiscriminate slaughter, especially of his own parents, which terrified him profoundly. Just moments ago, he had contemplated asking Saigo to exile him to a desolate planet. Very well, my conditions are few. Only 3, Saigo stated. First, you must not engage in any training to enhance your combat abilities without my permission. Second, you must refrain from displaying anger. Should anyone provoke you, come to me first, and I will assist you. Third, you are forbidden from engaging in combat with anyone without my consent. Can you adhere to these 3 conditions? Saigo presented 3 conditions to Broly, awaiting his decision. To everyone's surprise, Broly readily accepted without a moment's hesitation, exclaiming, no problem. Brother Saigo, I can fulfill these 3 conditions. When it comes to promises, I always deliver. Without hesitation, Saigo imparted the secret technique of the refinement method to Broly. Remarkably, Broly demonstrated his extraordinary talent, mastering it in less than half a day. Truly terrifying. At the same time, Saigo understood that Broly was ill-suited to remain on planet Saiyan for an extended period. It was imperative to transport him to another planet conducive to quiet cultivation. However, before departing, it was essential to create a few more Super Saiyans. Who should be chosen? Perhaps Tabor, one for Paragus, and one for Celebi, as it wouldn't do to have all males. Lastly, let it be Vegeta 3. In no time, Saigo finalized the candidates for the Super Saiyan preparation. Chapter 47. The Unique Courtship Rituals Among Saiyans. Time flew by, and soon it was the morning of March 4th, 740. After swiftly sending Broly away with instant teleportation, Saiga summoned the candidates for the Super Saiyan transformation. In the Grand Hall of the Saiyan Royal Palace, Tabul, Vegeta 3, Paragus, and Celebi stood in a neat line, facing the steps of the throne with unwavering posture. You must be aware of the reason I have summoned you for here today, am I not correct? Saigo, seated upon the throne, inquired with deliberate intent. In response, Master, your disciples have a rough idea, yet we wonder. Would you truly execute your extraordinary technique 4 times in succession? Tabul asked with a hint of trepidation. Before Saigo could respond, the expressions of the other 3 changed drastically. If their desire to transform into Super Saiyans resulted in significant losses for Saigo, they would be deemed great sinners. Tabul, what do you mean by that? Asked Vegeta 3. Turning to Tabul for confirmation, Paragus and Celebi cast questioning glances as well. Tabul glanced at Saigo, who remained silent, allowing him to explain. Last time, when Master enhanced Uncle Bardock's power alone, he appeared utterly fatigued. Father, Uncle Paragus, and Celebi, do you think Master could perform that special technique on all 4 of us without consequence? As he spoke, he knelt before Saigo, saying, Master, please take care of your health. We Saiyans cannot afford to lose your leadership. At that moment, the other 3 understood the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, they too knelt. Please, King Saigo, take care of your health. They implored. We willingly postpone our power enhancement. We voluntarily forfeit this opportunity. Compared to their own aspirations of becoming Super Saiyans, their heartfelt desire was for Saigo to live a long and healthy life, which would ultimately lead to the strength and glory of their race. In the past, they would have unhesitatingly chosen to become Super Saiyans over caring for others, even if that person were also a Saiyan. However, now, the Saiyans had received advanced education, and their perspectives had undergone a significant transformation. Previously, Saiyans revered strength and had little regard for collective or familial bonds. In contrast, the contemporary Saiyans embraced both admiration for strength and collectivism, placing collective honor above all, followed by admiration for strength, and lastly, familial values. This transformation was undoubtedly attributed to Saigo's iron-fisted measures, having personally eliminated several troublemakers who, despite their power, sought to disrupt the harmony of others' families or unjustly bully non-Saiyan warriors. Saigo dealt with these transgressions without leniency, employing decisive actions to serve as a warning. He firmly believed that only through bloodshed would they remember and amend their ways. Furthermore, Saigo's genius lay in integrating all Saiyans into the Saigo core, ensuring their loyalty and unwavering commitment to his directives. This integration had brought forth a new visage of the Saiyan race. Seeing this, Saigo felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that his efforts in guiding them were not in vain. However, his expression remained resolute as he assured them, "Do not worry. I have refined that secret technique. It can now reluctantly guide the potential of 4 individuals simultaneously, though the cost now involves the sacrifice of lifespan, rather than merely depleting physical and mental stamina." Kneeling on the steps, the 4 individuals were instantly struck with shock upon hearing the words of their master, Saigao Wang. They wished to voice their thoughts, but were swiftly interrupted by Saigao's raised hand, declaring, "There is no need for further discussion. My decision is final and unalterable. You may deliberate amongst yourselves on who shall proceed first." Observing the resolute expression on Saigao's face, they understood the futility of their attempts to change his mind. After exchanging glances, they all knelt down in unison, exclaiming, "We, your humble disciples, express our profound gratitude to Saigao Wang for your immense benevolence." Following this, they performed a deep bow, producing a resonant sound in unison. Soon after, they all stood up together, for they were well aware that Saigao had little fondness for such displays of reverence, fearing that prolonged kneeling might invite admonishment. Vegeta III stood up immediately and declared, I wish to be the last to proceed. He reasoned that given Saigo Wang's generosity in allowing their father and son duo to partake in this potential enhancement, it would be exceedingly inappropriate for him to claim the first position. Despite the likelihood that being last might diminish the effectiveness of the power enhancement, he felt no regret. The other three, witnessing this, eagerly expressed their desire to be the last as well. Clearly, they were all aware of the potential implications of being last. Yet they remained resolute. Master, your disciple wishes to be the last. I humbly report, Saigo Wang, that I too wish to proceed last. Enough. Sometimes, excessive humility can lead to adverse outcomes. Saigo felt a sense of exasperation, pondering whether this could be likened to shooting oneself in the foot. He then provocatively declared, What? Are you all cowards, too afraid to vie for the top position? No sooner had he spoken than resounding cries echoed throughout the royal hall. Report. I dare to take the first place. Report. I, too, dare to take the first place. X3 witnessing this scene, Saigo nodded in satisfaction and said, Celebi, you shall go first. It is high time for our Saiyans to have a female Super Saiyan. Yes. Celebi proudly puffed out her chest and responded in her wild, resonant voice. She then swiftly ascended the steps and stood before Saigo. Take a step forward. Now crouch down. Remember, do not resist or panic. Yes, I understand. Celebi complied, taking 2 steps forward and crouching down. As Saigo placed his hand atop her head, he could not help but admire the exquisite silhouette, inwardly exclaiming, What a transgression! What a transgression! This was not the vision he sought, as it had nearly collided with his face. His eyes had barely managed to avert their gaze after catching but a fleeting glimpse. Subsequently, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to channel her latent potential. The secret technique of potential guidance was initiated. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom. A tremendous and overwhelming aura erupted from Celebi, far surpassing her original combat prowess, manifesting as a relentless tempest of fierce energy that ravaged the surroundings. The 3 individuals standing below the steps, caught in the proximity of her power, were compelled to summon their own energies for resistance, enabling them to maintain their footing. After a brief pause, Saigo finally completed the guidance of her potential. With eyes opened and hand withdrawn, he declared, It is done. You should now temper your aura. Once I have guided all 3 of them, I will instruct you on how to transform into the Super Saiyan form. Celebi sensed the surging energy within her, both astonished and elated. This power, it was undeniably formidable, infinitely stronger than before. Celebi gathered her thoughts, her excitement causing her to release the tail that had been coiled around her waist. She extended it forward, placing it before Saigo. Her cheeks flushed as she expressed her gratitude. I am deeply thankful for the grace bestowed upon me by King Saigo. Saigo gazed at the thick, brown tail before him, perplexed, and inquired, Thank you is one thing, but what does it mean for you to extend your tail? The moment the question escaped his lips, Celebi's face turned as crimson as a fiery sunset, her usual exuberance replaced by an unexpected shyness. Upon witnessing such a scene, Saigo felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be? Is it truly as I fear? Chapter 48. The introduction of 4 new Super Saiyans. Filled with doubt, he glanced at the astonished expressions of Vegeta III and Paragus below. Furrowing his brow, he directly inquired, Vegeta III, please elucidate what this means. He then picked up a nearby cup of water, took a sip to steady his nerves, and silently prayed, Please let it not be as I suspect. Ahem. Vegeta III glanced at Celebi, cleared his throat a couple of times, and mustered the courage to explain, Your Highness Saigo, this is our Saiyan way of expressing affection. Whenever a Saiyan is attracted to an opposite sex, they extend their tail before their desired partner. If the other reciprocates by extending their tail to touch and entwine, it signifies mutual consent to unite and procreate. Saigo had barely time to swallow the water before he sprayed it all out. Truly, one fears what one encounters. Is the courtship ritual of the Saiyans truly so peculiar? I am quite eager to experience it. No, wait. With a sudden force, I slammed the cup down, sending water spraying everywhere, and exclaimed sternly, This is sheer nonsense. Celebi, you have already formed a family with Captain Bardock. How can you act in such a manner? Does this behavior honor Captain Bardock? If you truly wish to repay me, then dedicate yourself to training and enhancing your strength. That would be the greatest tribute you could offer. Celebi was reminded of the familial values that Saigo had imparted to her, and an overwhelming sense of shame washed over her. She immediately knelt down, burying her face, and began to apologize. Yes, I deeply regret my actions, Lord Saigo. In a moment of excitement, I neglected your teachings. Please, do punish me. Rise, Saigo replied. I merely sought to guide you in unlocking your potential. There is no need for such fervor. When one is overly excited, it can cloud one's judgment and lead to erroneous decisions. Remember, in times of challenge, do not lose your composure. Only by remaining calm can one effectively navigate every situation. With that, Saigo began to impart his wisdom once more. Yes, I am truly grateful for your leniency, Lord Saigo. Celebi rose to her feet, yet a faint blush lingered upon her visage. Please proceed to the lower platform, she instructed. Next, to Bull. Subsequently, Saigo guided Bull, Paragus, and Vegeta 3 in unlocking their potential, significantly augmenting their combat abilities to tenfold. Celebi, 9. 87 million. Bull, 5. 48,172 million. Paragus, 13. 52 million. Vegeta 3. 16. 8 million. Among these four individuals, only Vegeta 3 has not achieved a tenfold increase. His original battle power stood at 1. 6,925 million, which would logically suggest a potential of 16. 925 million. However, he currently possesses only 16. 8 million. Saigo speculated in silence. This could possibly be related to their innate abilities. Although Vegeta 3 is a high-ranking warrior and possesses the Royal Saiyan bloodline, his base form, prior to transforming into a Super Saiyan, could only reach a maximum battle power of 16. 8 million. As for the other three, it was evident that they had yet to reach their limits. Tabor, please impart your methods to them. Then, let each one commence the attempt to transform into the Super Saiyan form. Leaning back against the throne, Saigo's eyelids drooped. His demeanor weary as he issued his command with great effort. Let the attempts begin here in the palace. I wish you all the best of luck. The four individuals at the foot of the stairs felt a twinge of discomfort at this scene. Their hands instinctively clenched tightly as they silently vowed to themselves that they would succeed in transforming into Super Saiyans. Yes, their subordinates, disciples, would undoubtedly achieve success. Saigo wearily waved his hand and closed his eyes to enter a state of quiet contemplation, though not dramatically exhausting. Guiding the potential of four individuals consecutively indeed took a toll on his energy. In his heart, he silently commended himself. Splendid. My innate talent for performance. If I had not pursued acting in my previous life, it would have been a significant loss to the entertainment industry. The four Bull, witnessing this, exchanged silent glances and respectfully bowed to Saigo before tiptoeing out of the royal hall. Unbeknownst to them, at the very moment they stepped outside, Saigo opened his eyes and stealthily moved behind the grand entrance to observe discreetly. At that moment, there were no guards outside the royal hall. When summoning the four members of the Vegeta 3, he had instructed them to relay news of the experimental techniques and to assure others not to panic. Not long after, the four individuals gathered in the square and began their attempts to transform into Super Saiyans. Bull naturally took on the role of instructor and was the first to attempt the transformation. However, to Saigo's astonishment, Bull succeeded in transforming on his very first try. Was it truly that easy for Bull to become a Super Saiyan? Could his inherently gentle disposition result in an abundance of S cells within him? This thought struck Saigo as quite plausible. After all, a gentler temperament would indeed facilitate the proliferation of S cells, especially considering his combat power surpassed the minimum threshold for transformation. Subsequently, the transformation attempts of Celebi, Paragus, and Vegeta 3 corroborated this notion. Among the trio, Celebi was the first to achieve the transformation, but it took her 5 attempts to succeed. Celebi and Bardock have united in matrimony, and she has undoubtedly been influenced by him. Bardock may have subtly imparted the conditions necessary for transforming into a Super Saiyan, coupled with transcendent philosophies of nurturing that transcend time and space. Consequently, her temperament has softened compared to her previous fiery disposition. With an increase in the S cells within her, her combat prowess far exceeds the minimum threshold required for transformation, making her successful metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan entirely unsurprising. The second individual is Vegeta 3, who has achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan for the 7th time. Lastly, there is Paragus, who attained this transformation on his 9th attempt. After the four of them stabilized their Super Saiyan forms, they attempted the transformation several more times with success. They had originally ascended into the sky but suddenly descended, striding purposefully towards the royal palace. Upon witnessing this, Saigo swiftly employed his high-speed movement to return to his throne and feign slumber. Hardly had he closed his eyes when he sensed that Bull and the others had already entered the royal palace. Without waiting for their report, Saigo inquired. Now that you have all successfully transformed into Super Saiyans, what brings you here instead of solidifying your transformation? Vegeta three-stepped forward, deliberately modulating his voice as he responded. Your Majesty Saigo, it is thanks to your blessings that we are able to attain Super Saiyan form. However, we wish to engage in a friendly match to acclimate ourselves to our surging battle powers in new forms. We have come to seek your permission. I consent. Saigo replied without hesitation, but let the battleground not be on the ground. Let it be in the skies. Be mindful not to employ energy attacks. He admonished them to consider their fighting methods. The potential for energy attacks to inadvertently strike planet Saya was a risk too great to bear. Even a battle power in the thousands could obliterate a planet. What might happen with energy attacks in the hundreds of millions? Understood. Thank you, King Saigo. They chorused. Thank you for your guidance, Master. We shall not disturb your rest any further. May you enjoy a well-deserved respite. The four of them tiptoed out of the royal palace and soared upward into the heavens. Before long, the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of their clashes. However, Saigo was not in the mood to appreciate the spectacle. As soon as they departed, he swiftly made his way to his personal gravity chamber in the palace courtyard for his daily training. There was little merit in watching their sparring when the enhancement of his own strength was far more pressing. Chapter 49. Enhancing Skill Proficiency, Part 1. Saigo remains completely indifferent, yet the others on planet Saya cannot afford to be so nonchalant. The sudden eruption of battle in the skies instantly captures their attention. Such a formidable aura. Could it be that Captain Paragus and his team have transformed? Is it possible that they too have ascended to the status of Super Saiyans? I find your conjecture highly plausible. Perhaps they have indeed attained the same power as Captain Bardock. Indeed, I too believe they have become Super Saiyans. Otherwise, such an overwhelming presence would be inexplicable. You are all correct. Just yesterday, I happened upon Captain Vegeta and his trio at the Power Testing Center. Though their battle power exceeded 500,000, the energy they emitted yesterday pales in comparison to what we witness now. The difference is akin to heaven and earth. What methods do you think Saigo employed to enable Captain Bardock and his companions to transform into Super Saiyans? When will it be our turn? I cannot say for certain what methods were used, but one thing I can assert. Saigo's techniques are undoubtedly extraordinary. Nonsense. Who doesn't know that Saigo's methods are remarkable? What I wish to know is when it will be our turn. I am equally curious. Why not inquire with Saigo himself? Off you go, then. If I dared approach Saigo, would I still be here watching? I might very well find myself amidst the battlefield in the skies. Enough. Silence. Always dreaming of instant ascension. Although Saigo's methods are indeed remarkable, I suspect they must carry some form of side effect. Otherwise, why would there be such a lengthy interval before another Super Saiyan is born, and only four at that? Humph. Instead of idly speculating, you would do better to train diligently. I shall commence my training now. Will you join me? Hey, wait for us, Captain. Are you not going to watch? Battles of this caliber are a rare sight. If you wish to watch, do so on your own. Wait, Captain, don't leave me behind. On planet Saya, there exist countless scenarios where individuals aspire to become one of the four legendary Super Saiyans in the aerial battlegrounds. Yet, not a soul perceives this as unjust. They merely lament their own inadequacies that prevent them from catching the eye of the mighty Saiyan King. In stark contrast to the previous battle between Saiyan and Bardock, which was observed by many, this time, the curious onlookers on Saya spent no more than 5 minutes watching before resuming their daily training routines. However, in a distant locale, an unexpected yet sensible observer is closely monitoring the clash of the four Super Saiyans on planet Saya. Now, for more Super Saiyans have emerged. What manner of race are these Saiyans, capable of producing Super Saiyans in rapid succession? They surpass even the Frost Demons, who dwell in the icy realms of Frieza. One can only hope that the new Saiyan King, Saigo, will steer his people away from the treacherous paths of their past. Otherwise, the cosmos may once again be plunged into chaos. Alas, why does the North Galaxy endure such calamities? May the Saiyans truly seek redemption. If they can turn from their malevolent ways, oh, how I would relish the opportunity to boast to that diminutive West Kai about my living champions of righteousness, far surpassing the long-deceased martial artist's prowess. I can only imagine the expression on his face. Ha! Saiyan Saigo, can you truly transform your race? An hour later, on the planet of Saiyans, the fierce battles among the four Super Saiyans have finally concluded. When they found Saigo, he had already been training for over an hour. Interestingly, Bardock had also arrived. Is there something amiss? Saigo inquired after completing another set of exercises. Vegeta 3 promptly responded, Your Majesty Saigo. We have just convened and deemed it necessary to inform the other clansmen about the fact that utilizing your special techniques may diminish your lifespan. We have come to seek your guidance on this matter. Saigo wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed the others, inquiring, "Do you truly feel the same way?" "Indeed," came the unanimous affirmation. Saigo's gaze sharpened, and he fell into contemplation. For now, the issue of loyalty was not a concern. However, having created 5 Super Saiyans in succession, it would be remiss not to provide an explanation. Such an oversight would not only contradict the principle of treating kin equally, which he had always taught, but it could also foster dissatisfaction among the others or instill the misguided notion that they could become Super Saiyans solely through their own efforts, ultimately diminishing their fervor for training. If that were to occur, even those who succeeded in transforming into Super Saiyans would lose their drive to progress further. This was a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. By unveiling the fabricated dangers, he could ensure they did not overly rely on their unique abilities while simultaneously invigorating their enthusiasm for training, an advantageous duality. This idea is indeed feasible. Without lifting his head, he declared, "Very well, I concur. Moreover, let them know that this secret technique can only be employed once by each individual, and its effectiveness is proportional to their foundational combat strength. Furthermore, I shall mention that I will continue to refine this technique. After all, they must have something to look forward to, mustn't they?" Upon concluding, he received affirmations, "Yes," and "Understood," from his subordinates, the other Saiyans. Upon learning that Saigo was expending his life force to guide the potential of Bardock and Vegeta 3, felt a deep admiration and respect for him. Although they secretly desired Saigo to guide their potential as well, the thought of exhausting his lifespan extinguished such notions. Another reason for their dissuasion lay in the fact that Bardock and Vegeta 3 revealed a truth that inspired both envy and reverence. Saigo's current strength was entirely the result of his own diligent training from the outset. They also learned of Saigo's unwavering commitment to daily practice. In the end, the Saiyans managed to quell their desires, harboring a glimmer of hope that Saigo might soon optimize the technique that could assist others in unlocking their potential. On that day, Saigo chose not to bring Broly back to planet Vegeta, opting instead to allow Bull and the others a few days to acclimate to their transformations before proceeding. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was March 16th, 740. As dawn's light began to break, the exclusive palace of the Saiyan King, the Hall of Nurturing the Heart, derives its name from the esteemed Saigo, as it was previously an unnamed edifice. Saigo, unusually, indulged in a languid mourning, for he had pressing matters to attend to. He intended to exhaust all the accumulated simulation attempts to enhance his skills and various proficiencies. With a total of 236 simulation attempts at his disposal, he resolved to master the key circle slash before venturing to Namek. Aiming to elevate his skill levels as much as possible, ideally without depleting his attempts. With determination, he summoned the system panel and initiated the simulation. On March 16th, you embarked on the study of the new skill, key circle slash. Amidst your training, you did not forget to deliver sustenance to Broly. By noon on March 18th, after 2.5 days, you successfully mastered the new skill, key circle slash. Following the delivery of food to Broly, you continued your research, seeking to amplify its power. By March 30th, your proficiency with the key circle slash continued to improve, and its execution became increasingly effortless. By April 30th, you achieved a remarkable feat, doubling the power of the key circle slash. On May 30th, you enhanced its potency by 50% and gained the ability to unleash multiple key circle slashes simultaneously. On June 11th, you further augmented the power of the key circle slash by a quarter, enabling you to effortlessly launch and manipulate several key circle slashes at once. You also mastered the capability to combine multiple key circle slashes into a singular super key circle slash, or to split each key circle slash into 3 smaller ones. On July 1st, you dedicated yourself to honing your skill in breath control. By July 15th, you continued your training in breath control. End of simulation. Chapter 50, Elevating Skill Proficiency, Part 2. Please choose one reward from the following options. 1. Key circle slash, perfect. 2. Breath control, mastery 666, 1000. 3. Future memory without hesitation. Saigo selected the first reward. Ding selection successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the new skill key circle slash, perfect. For details, please refer to the skill panel. With deafness, you summoned your personal information panel, located the skill section, and clicked on key circle slash, which immediately revealed several lines of text. The key circle slash demands a high level of proficiency in breath control from its user. A perfect level key circle slash can inflict cutting damage on targets surpassing 4 levels of combat power. You can manipulate all launched key circle slashes at will, with a maximum control limit of 18 key circle slashes. Furthermore, you can combine multiple slashes into one, enhancing power, or split one into 3, which reduces power. Truly, it is a divine technique among mortals. After reading the skill description, Saigo could not help but marvel at the fact that a perfect level key circle slash could damage opponents by surpassing 4 combat power levels. No wonder even the formidable Frieza employs this technique. It is indeed extraordinarily powerful. One must also acknowledge Krillin's martial arts talent. Were it not for the limitations of his race and innate abilities, he would undoubtedly be among the foremost in the protagonist team. To elevate the proficiency level of the chi circle slash to perfection with merely a single simulation was entirely beyond Saigo's expectations. Initially, it was presumed that the utmost achievement would be mastery. However, it astonishingly reached the level of perfection. Consequently, a profound sense of joy ensued. Onward, there remained 234 attempts. May every skill flourish as effortlessly as the chi circle slash, ideally attaining perfection in a single endeavor. Saigo fervently prayed in his heart, then commenced a new round of simulations. After 4 arduous hours, he finally exhausted all simulation opportunities, achieving his desire to elevate all existing skills to perfection. Moreover, he perfected his proficiency in instant teleportation as follows: skill category, breath control, perfect, capable of manipulating the intensity of his aura at will, with a minimum combat power of 0.01. While maintaining rationality, he can flawlessly harness and utilize the energy within his body. Aura perception, perfect, able to sense the biological energy of targets within the same universe. Only by memorizing the energy signals can he accurately pinpoint a target's location. Combat, perfect, capable of completely evading attacks from opponents whose strength does not exceed twice his own. Super spirit wave, perfect when employed. The skill's power receives a 4-fold temporary enhancement, with the ability to control its direction at will. Flight technique, perfect, minimal energy consumption, exceedingly swift flight, and nearly silent while airborne. Artificial moon, perfect, capable of instantaneously creating an artificial moon with minimal energy expenditure. The artificial moon can last up to 6 hours. Secret techniques, instant teleportation, perfect within the same universe. He can instantaneously capture a target's energy signal, regardless of aura intensity, as long as the target is alive. He can seize the energy signal and teleport nearby. Upon completing the simulations, Saigo gazed upon his flawless skills and perfected instant teleportation, feeling as if he had consumed honey, his heart brimming with sweetness. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, "Perfect level skills and secret techniques are truly a feast for the eyes. Absolutely exquisite." Glancing at the time, he realized over 2 hours had passed. Alas, I have squandered the time of a colossal beast. He resolved to continue training, recognizing his current weakness. Until all skills reach perfection, I shall maintain a regimen of 50 times gravity training daily. Let us go. Saigo swiftly tucked away his personal information panel and formally rose from his slumber. After hastily attending to his physiological needs, he plunged headfirst into the gravity chamber, embarking on a day of rigorous training. In the days that followed, Saigo became utterly engrossed in simulations and practice, as if ensnared in a quagmire from which he could not escape. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 45 days had elapsed. Saigo has finally perfected the mastery of his current secret techniques and superpowers. In the realm of secret techniques, potential guidance, perfect, which enables the enhancement of a target's combat strength by up to 20-fold, contingent upon the target's inherent potential, with each surge of vitality and abundant mental fortitude. He can continuously channel potential into 12 targets. There have been only 168 simulations aimed at refining the proficiency of the divine refinement technique, proficiency, 45,731,000. In the domain of superpowers, telekinesis, perfect, allows him to manipulate objects within his line of sight with merely a thought, devoid of any need for gestures. The speed of his telekinetic attacks is astonishingly swift, and should the target's strength not exceed twice his own, evasion becomes impossible. Additionally, the sphere of confinement, perfect, enables him to immobilize a target with a mere flicker of intention, rendering not only their body motionless but also silencing their voice. Unless the target's strength surpasses his own by more than double, escape from this binding is unattainable. And in reality, after training for 45 days under the immense gravity of 50 times that of planet Saiyan, Saigo experienced a remarkable increase in combat power, raising it by an astounding 11.25 million. His total battle strength reached an impressive 15.73,826 billion. At the tender age of 5, he finally possessed a level of strength sufficient for self-preservation. On May 1st, as dawn broke, the spacecraft launch center on planet Saiyan was bustling with activity. The launch pad was surrounded by an eager crowd, some even soaring into the sky. Their collective gaze was fervently fixed upon the small spacecraft atop the launch pad, particularly on the figure standing before it. Their eyes filled with intense anticipation. Even as the spacecraft ascended into the clouds, the onlookers remained unwilling to depart. The small spacecraft, designed to accommodate a maximum of 100 individuals, successfully breached the atmosphere of planet Saiyan. Inside, Saigo, Broly, and Tabor were present, accompanied by Frieza and his 11 subordinates, totaling 15 people. Amidst the respectful farewell from Vegeta 3 and others, the small vessel departed planet Saiyan, heading toward Namek. Within the spacecraft, Saigo admired the breathtaking celestial scenery through the window. Without turning around, he inquired, "Frieza, are you proficient in the language of the Namekians?" Without hesitation, Frieza responded, "Your Majesty, Saigo, I am well versed in the Namekian language and possess considerable expertise in it. Truly, a linguistic prodigy, adept in the tongues of 7,000 cosmic races. Had even mastered the language of the Namekians." Saigo marveled inwardly and then tentatively inquired, "Do you possess the language of the divine?" Upon uttering these words, he turned back with an expression full of hope directed at him. This left Frieza bewildered. After a swift mental search, he confirmed that he had never learned nor even heard of such a divine language. He could only respond with an apologetic yet curious demeanor, saying, "I sincerely apologize. Among the languages I have studied, there is none known as the language of the divine." "What precisely do you mean by the language of the divine, Your Majesty? I have not come across it." Meanwhile, Tabor and Broly shared Frieza's curiosity, their eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge, fixed intently upon him. A flicker of disappointment crossed Saigo's eyes, but he soon rationalized that it was entirely normal for him not to comprehend the language of the divine. The language of the gods is one that only deities can master, so it is quite understandable that he would not possess such knowledge. After offering this explanation, Saigo inquired, "By the way, Frieza, I have heard that you are proficient in the languages of 7,000 cosmic races. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, a hint of pride illuminated Frieza's countenance, tinged with a touch of self-satisfaction as he replied, "Indeed, Your Highness Saigo, I am well versed in the languages of 7,000 cosmic races. However, many of these races have become extinct. Additionally, 333 of these languages are from my home planet." The three companions of Saigo were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that Frieza's homeland would boast such a multitude of languages. With so many languages on your home planet, does that imply there are numerous races? Perhaps 333 races as well? Saigo inquired with curiosity, recalling that in his previous life, a single continent had around 400 races and over 2,000 languages. Yet, according to the conventions of the Dragon Ball universe, a race typically possesses only one language, suggesting that there could be at least 2,000 ethnic groups. Without hesitation, Frieza began to recount the races from his home planet. "Your Highness Saigo, my homeland originally had a total of 100 races and a population of 1 billion. However, after years of following the Frost Demons in their military campaigns, the numbers have dwindled significantly, and now it is estimated that only around 200 million remain. Are you considering recruiting soldiers from my homeland?" His face revealed no trace of worry. Rather, he appeared eager for Saigo to enlist troops from his native land, hoping that all the inhabitants of his planet could forge connections with the Saiyans. The Saiyans of the present are not the same as those of the past. He believed that the future overlords of the universe would undoubtedly include the Saiyans. Although Frieza was fiercely loyal to Saigo, he could not help but contemplate the future of his homeland. Were it not for the well-being of his planet, he and his fellow compatriots would not have allied themselves with the Frieza clan, thus perpetuating the suffering of countless innocents. Having followed Cooler in his conquests across the cosmos for many years, Frieza had long recognized that this is a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. Even if he acknowledged the immorality of senseless slaughter, he and his fellow warriors had no choice but to become weapons in the hands of others, ensuring the survival of their homeland. After all, weakness invites oppression. Why do you ask such a question? Upon hearing this, Saigo was taken aback and inquired, "Isn't it merely a question of how many ethnic groups there are? How does that relate to recruiting soldiers?" However, the response came, "Your Highness Saigo, you may not be aware that many soldiers from the Frieza force, the Gula Legion, and even the Kurdish royal army hailed from my homeland, the planet Breach. While they may not possess the formidable combat prowess of my subordinates, with around 10,000 warriors still capable of fighting, the average combat strength of adults exceeds 1,000. If you could recruit from my homeland, it would be an honor for both me and the people of Breach." Frieza felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Overwhelmed with trepidation yet resolutely continued his explanation. "The reason I inquired is somewhat self-serving. I desire for my compatriots to lead normal lives, free from the threat of invasion by other alien races. I have overstepped my bounds. I implore you, King Saigo, to punish me." With that, he knelt down with a thud. With his keen intellect, he understood that serving a ruler was akin to walking alongside a tiger. Making unilateral decisions on behalf of those in power was a perilous endeavor. Typically, such actions would jeopardize one's life. Yet, for the sake of his homeland, Frieza felt compelled to take this risk. The conviction to make such a decision was bolstered by the realization, after more than a year of interaction and integration, that the transformation of the Saiyans was entirely attributable to Saigo's emergence. Moreover, the imperial decree that mandated equal treatment for all subjects, forbidding internal conflict, along with the 2 edicts of the new era Saiyan Empire outlining the 5 prohibitions and the 9 honors and 9 disgraces of the Saiyan people, solidified Frieza's resolution to gamble on the belief that Saigo was not a bloodthirsty individual. Upon listening, Saigo discerned that Frieza harbored intentions of seeking refuge for his homeland. However, the notion of dominion over the universe was far from his aspirations, thus amassing a multitude of warriors would serve little purpose. Presently, the number of non-Saiyan warriors on planet Saya was already considerable, rendering the recruitment of additional forces unnecessary. Nevertheless, should Frieza's homeland remain unsettled, it was likely that he, as a diplomat, would struggle to fully dedicate himself to his responsibilities. A compromise was essential. After deliberate contemplation, Saigo articulated, "I have no desire for universal supremacy. Nor will I permit the Saiyans to oppress other races. There is no need for further military expansion." Upon hearing this, Frieza recognized that his gamble had paid off. At least his life was not in jeopardy. Yet, he felt a profound disappointment and regret regarding Saigo's resolute decision against conscription. Consequently, until methods for controlling energy and training under increased gravity were sanctioned, they could not be communicated back. Even with interstellar communication, no one dared to disclose a single detail. Saigo was unaware of Frieza's inner thoughts and continued speaking. However, Frieza, initially despondent after hearing the earlier words, suddenly lifted his head in response to the word however, his face alight with hope as he gazed at Saigo. "To give a man a fish is not as beneficial as teaching him to fish. I permit you to transmit the techniques of breath control and gravity training back to your homeland, empowering it further. Relying on the strength of others is but a fleeting form of power, a mere extension of someone else's might. True strength arises only when one becomes strong in their own right. Do you comprehend?" This decision resonated deeply with Frieza, and he exclaimed with delight, "I am immensely grateful for your generosity, Saigo." He could not grasp the concept of teaching to fish, but he understood the essence of the latter part. Thus, he bowed in reverence. "Sai, I have grown indifferent to the sight of people in this world readily kneeling. I can scarcely muster the energy to comment further. Kneel if you must. No matter how one attempts to evade fate, it remains inescapable. Those who should not perish may engage in reckless behavior, yet they do not necessarily meet their end." Turning my gaze towards the 2 little ones beside me, I continued, "To Bull, Broly, this is a lesson I wish to impart to you. Let it be etched in your memories. I have taken note of it, Brother Saigo." "Indeed, Master. Your disciple shall remember." Saigo nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards the still kneeling Frieza. "Rise," he commanded. "However, you must inform everyone on the planet Breck that they cannot act in the name of the Saiyan Legion, especially not to engage in acts of murder and arson. Should I discover anyone committing such heinous deeds, I do not wish to be burdened with the task of cleaning up the mess afterwards. Do you understand? Recruiting soldiers is permissible, but one must consider their qualifications. It is essential not to accept just anyone. Cultivating talent requires substantial resources." As Saigo spoke, Frieza had already risen to his feet, promptly assuring, "Rest assured, King Saigo, I am the former ruler of the planet Breck, and the decrees I have issued will be diligently upheld. You have my word." I assure you that no race on Breck will commit misdeeds in the name of your people. Should such an occurrence arise, I will provide you with a thorough explanation. And at that time, I shall submit myself to your judgment. Satisfied with the outcome, Saigo appreciated the attitude displayed. Rest assured, should any insurmountable challenges arise, assistance from the Saiyan planet will be promptly procured to address them. Yes, my subordinates extend their gratitude to King Saigo on behalf of the citizens of the Breach Star for his kind intentions. Subsequently, Saigo, Broly, and Tabul commenced their training in the divine refinement techniques. Frieza and his contingent of 11 warriors were tasked with overseeing the vessel's navigation, diligently adhering to Saigo's directives to establish a suitable cruising speed as they smoothly sailed towards Namek. Given the current velocity of the ship, a swift arrival at Namek could be achieved in as little as 10 days. However, Saigo pondered that since they were already engaged in the divine refinement techniques, it would be prudent to extend their training for an additional couple of days to enhance their mental fortitude. There was ample time, and there was no need for haste. Furthermore, the persistent visibility of decimal points had become somewhat irksome. Dragon Ball Wish. May the decimal points in everyone's accounts shift 2 places to the right. Chapter 52. Arrival at Namek. Part 1. Upon witnessing Broly and Tabula enter a state of focused training, Saigo commenced his own simulation without any particular intention, merely to observe if any novel discoveries would emerge during the process. On May 1st, he, alongside Broly and Tabula, boarded a small spacecraft bound for planet Namek. As the gravity system aboard the vessel had yet to be installed, he was compelled to practice the secret technique of divine refinement, urging Broly and Tabula to join him in their training. By the morning of May 25th, the spacecraft had traversed the cosmos, and upon successfully arriving at planet Namek, Saigo encountered the familiar yet foreign faces of Nail and 2 other Namekians, who awaited his arrival at the landing site. Contrary to any expectations of conflict, it was as anticipated. The 3 were emissaries sent by the Grand Elder of Namek to welcome him. Disembarking from the ship, Saigo utilized instant transmission to send Nail and the others back to planet Vegeta, before returning to planet Namek in the same manner. The astonishment of everyone present, including Bardock on planet Vegeta, was palpable. Under the guidance of Nail and his companions, Saigo was able to meet the Grand Elder of Namek, subsequently enhancing the mental prowess of both Broly and Tabula. Through negotiation, they successfully forged an alliance, gaining both the right to use and collect the Dragon Balls. Utilizing the Dragon Balls, he acquired the methods for the Eye of Insight and the Divine Aura training technique, further strengthening planet Vegeta through his wishes. Ultimately, he returned 6 petrified Dragon Balls to planet Vegeta, leaving only 1 on planet Namek. Upon reflecting on the simulation of the day, Saigo was taken aback. He had not anticipated the ability to safeguard the Dragon Balls of planet Namek. This revelation was indeed advantageous, particularly since Saviza was fluent in the Namekian language, facilitating the process of making wishes. Refocusing his thoughts, he continued with the simulation. On May 26th, after confirming that Broly would not become agitated by Tabula and himself transforming into Super Saiyans, he permitted Broly to commence training. Saigo and Tabula shared a gravity chamber with him, starting at twice the gravity of planet Vegeta, while the combat-oriented Namekians began their training at the standard gravity of planet Vegeta. By the morning of June 1st, Broly requested an increase in gravity. Saigo was astonished by Broly's extraordinary adaptability and the rapidity of his power enhancement, yet he acquiesced to the request for increased gravity, despite most combat-oriented Namekians still acclimating to the standard gravity environment. On July 29th, as the day's training concluded, Saigo was horrified to discover that Broly had fully adapted to 17 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. Although Broly expressed a desire to further increase the gravity, Saigo declined, insisting that adaptation should be gradual, and insisted he train for another day under the current gravity. Saigo paused momentarily, contemplating the implications of Broly's progress. Since the gravity had begun to rise on June 1st, reaching 3 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, and considering the span of 59 days until July 29th, the notion that he could fully adapt to 17 times the gravity in such a brief period was astounding. 17 minus 2 equals 15. 60 divided by 15 equals 4? This implies that Broly can double his Saiyan gravity in just 4 days? No, it should be 3 days. In merely 3 days, he can enhance his Saiyan gravity. What a monster! Contemplating this, Saigo couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Broly. Such innate talent, who could possibly rival it? It is simply outrageous. Shaking his head gently, Filled with both admiration and jealousy, he continued to read on. On August 29th, you began your training under 25 times Saiyan gravity, concluding the day with a battle power of 125,000. On September 22nd, you trained for a day under 30 times Saiyan gravity, increasing your battle power by 150,000. On September 23rd, you spent the entire day training under 31 times Saiyan gravity, boosting your battle power by 155,000. On September 25th, you again trained for a day under 31 times Saiyan gravity, adding another 155,000 to your battle power. The simulation has now concluded. Please choose one reward from the following options. 1. Battle power of 9. 755 million. 2. Eye of Insight 3. Method for cultivating divine aura 4. Mental strength 2 5. 1 enhancement of Saiyan planet 6. Alliance with the Namekians. Having reviewed the events within the simulator, Saigo felt a sense of relief. During his absence, nothing untoward had transpired on the Saiyan planet, which put his mind at ease. His gaze returned to the 6 reward options. Over 9 million in battle power was undeniably tempting. However, Saigo was intrigued by what the Eye of Insight could be, as it ranked second. Furthermore, the method for cultivating divine aura was also of great significance, being a crucial factor in achieving divinity. As for the last 3 rewards, he decided to set them aside for the moment. Which reward should he choose? Saigo pondered deeply, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the first 3 rewards. After a moment's deliberation, he resolutely clicked on the second reward. Ding! Selection successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the special ability Heavenly Eye of Investigation. For further details, please refer to the superpower section. With a thought, he summoned his personal information panel. Name, Saigo. Age, 5 qualities, superior talent, giant ape appetite, enormous with strong digestion, void survival, mimetic super Saiyan, full power super Saiyan 2 superpowers, telekinesis, perfect, confinement sphere, perfect, heavenly eye of investigation, special ability, mental power, 18 combat power, 15. 73826 billion secret techniques, potential guidance, perfect, instantaneous movement, perfect, divine refinement method, skilled 45, 731. 000, skills, artificial moon, perfect, flight technique, perfect, breath control, perfect, martial arts, perfect, breath perception, perfect, super key wave, perfect, energy sphere / perfect, space, simulated time, for months simulation count. 0. He extended his index finger and tapped on the heavenly eye of investigation, instantly revealing a plethora of explanatory information. The Heavenly Eye of Investigation is an exceptionally unique ability that can disregard all means of concealment, allowing one to perceive the fundamental information of targets not exceeding one's own prowess, including the target's name, mental power, and combat strength. Should the target's strength or mental power surpass his own, certain functions of this special ability will become ineffective. To disregard all means of concealment, this ability is somewhat extraordinary. Although there are certain limitations, they pose no significant issue. Quite commendable. I have not squandered this opportunity. Thus, life has become considerably more convenient. Saigo contemplated this deeply. After exhaling a long breath to dispel all distractions, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of the divine refinement method. 24 days later, on the morning of May 25th, the group of Saiyans finally arrived at Namek. With a swift motion, the small spacecraft landed steadily upon the soil of Namek. At the precise moment the ship came to a halt, the commander, Frieza, opened the hatch and led 11 warriors out in a flurry, forming 2 neat lines as they proceeded forward in an orderly fashion. As for the few Namekians who had come to greet them, despite their curiosity regarding the early arrival at the landing site, they refrained from inquiring or attempting to drive the newcomers away, choosing instead to avert their gazes. They sensed the faint energy signatures of the 3 Namekians and perceived no immediate threat. Moreover, this was their planet. Witnessing the scene unfold, the Namekians felt a surge of indignation, yet they dared not express it. Beyond the great elder's orders, they recognized the formidable strength of the esteemed guests he had mentioned, all of whom surpassed them in prowess. Thus, they resorted to silent telepathic communication. How audacious! They dare to disregard us. Neru, do you think we can defeat them? Neru, can you sense whether we stand a chance? Silence. These individuals are honored guests personally designated by the great elder. Do not cause any trouble, or I will not be merciful. Do you understand? Yes, they replied in unison. The reception party consisted of the three strongest combatants among the Namekians, with Neru recognized as the most powerful on Namek at present. Though they appeared youthful, their abilities were formidable. Through their mental exchange, Neru discerned the discontent of the other two. To be honest, he felt a twinge of discomfort at their blatant disregard. However, setting aside the fact that these were esteemed guests as instructed by the Great Elder, he was acutely aware that even as adversaries, they would not be able to match the strength of these newcomers. The mere presence of the initial warriors emanated energy far surpassing his own, and he shuddered to consider the might of those who would follow. Fearing any missteps from his companions that might displease the visitors, he once again engaged in telepathic communication to caution the others. Cruz BAS. Listen closely. Even if you feel uneasy, suppress it and do not create chaos. I bear troubling news. The energy radiating from these initial warriors far exceeds my own. If they are this powerful, one can only imagine the strength of those yet to emerge. Both of you must remain composed. Do you hear me? Upon hearing Neru's words, Cruz and Boss's eyes widened in shock. They could scarcely believe that even the newcomers' lower-ranking warriors posed such a formidable challenge. What manner of beings were these? Chapter 53, Arrival at Namek. Part 2. Nailu observed the reactions of the two individuals before continuing to communicate telepathically. Listen, you two are the most formidable warriors among the Namekians, second only to me. If anything seems amiss, immediately relocate the Grand Elder. The farther away, the better. If the newcomers are indeed as the Grand Elder described, without malice, then do not act rashly to avoid provoking trouble. Respond if you understand. Understood. I will not act recklessly. I promise. Nailu, I comprehend. However, who are these beings that have arrived? I do not know. The Grand Elder did not specify, merely stating that there would be distinguished guests today. Attention, the main individuals are emerging. The three of them immediately directed their gaze towards the spaceship's hatch. And as they beheld three young children emerging, they were left in shock and confusion. Nailu, what is happening? Why are there merely three little ones? Could it be that the main individuals are still aboard the ship? No, the ship is empty. Moreover, have you sensed it? The two children on the left emit a faint aura, but the one on the right possesses an incredibly ominous and oppressive energy that is quite unsettling. Indeed, Nailu, you are correct. Could he be the leader of these individuals? He is so young. Precisely. I share that sentiment. Such youth, yet possessing immense strength. What kind of monster is this? Cease your discussion. Do not allow others to discover us. Remember what I instructed you. Understood. X2 After the training period concluded, Broly adhered to Saigo's guidance and refrained from actively training to enhance his combat power or practicing energy control and perception. He diligently focused on mastering the secret technique of the divine refinement as per Saigo's instructions. Even without active training, upon reaching the age of 3, his combat power soared to 80,000, a level far beyond that of Nailu and his companions. As the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's innate ferocity and wildness were particularly pronounced, instilling fear in many. Not only did he exert a certain level of dominance over his own kin, but even beings from other races hesitated to approach him. The three Namekians were a testament to this. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's admonition, they would have long since retreated, rather than foolishly waiting in place. As Saigo, Broly, and Tabor descended the gangway together, Saigo led the way, flanked by Broly and Tabor, who trailed a pace behind him on either side. The Namekian landscape bears no significant difference from my imagination, Saigo remarked, gazing at the endless expanse of verdant hues. The oceans and lakes shimmered in green, while the very ground beneath them was likewise cloaked in the same vibrant color. Curiously, Broly inquired, Saigo, have you visited Namek before? Never, Saigo retorted, albeit silently adding to himself that he had indeed traversed it several times in simulations. As they conversed, their feet had already touched the soil of Namek. The first sensation was one of remarkably light gravity, far less than that of planet Vegeta, estimated to be merely 1/10. Otherwise, Bulma would not have exhibited no reaction upon arriving on Namek, as described in the original tale. The gravitational pull here was scarcely distinguishable from that of Earth, negligible to the point of being disregarded. At this moment, Broly finally caught sight of the trio of Namekians not far away. Observing their peculiar appearance, he exclaimed, Saigo, those three must be Namekians, right? They look so strange. Their entire bodies are a vibrant green, their arms segmented, and they have two antennae atop their heads. Aha, they are quite comical in appearance. Before Saigo could reprimand, the expressions of the two nearby Saiyans visibly contorted with rage, and they began to unleash a torrent of invectives. That insufferable little brat. You want to— They threatened to charge forward. Enough. Nyla's voice rang out sharply. Cuz, base, do not act impulsively. Have you forgotten what I just instructed you? Do you not remember the teachings of the elder? He sternly commanded them to remain composed. Do you hear me? Nylu was genuinely apprehensive that their reckless actions might provoke an unforeseen escalation, leading to irreparable consequences. According to the elder's guidance, if they were deemed esteemed guests, it implied that the elder had foreseen their arrival as beneficial to Namek. Should Cuz and Base's impulsiveness turn these esteemed guests into adversaries, they would bear the burden of guilt for Namek. Furthermore, although the words of the ferocious little boy were harsh, they contained undeniable truths. In comparison to Saigo and his companions, they indeed appeared rather peculiar. Nylu, despite feeling a twinge of discomfort, had spent considerable time under the elder's tutelage, allowing him to master his emotions adeptly. Typically, Cuz and Base would heed Nylu's directives without question, regarding him as their most trusted figure aside from the elder. Upon hearing Nylu's admonition, their anger dissipated significantly, and they replied in unison, albeit begrudgingly, yes. Yet, their eyes, sharp as daggers, remained fixated on Broly in the distance, harboring a lingering resentment. The trio's position was approximately 30 meters from Saigo and his group, a distance at which normal individuals would struggle to hear ordinary conversations clearly. However, the Namekians were far from ordinary. Their auditory systems were remarkably advanced, enabling them to perceive sounds from great distances. Thus, they had caught every word Broly uttered. In contrast, Saigo and Broly could only discern fragments of Nylu's louder remarks. Brother Saigo, what are those three Namekians saying? Can you hear them clearly? Something about insufferable little brat and enough? Are they arguing? Broly, still oblivious to the fact that his words had incited disdain and fury, found Nylu and his companions' unusual behavior quite astonishing. Saigo halted his advance, turning back with an expression of utmost seriousness. He admonished, Broly, refrain from making casual remarks about others' appearances, especially in their presence. This is the bare minimum of respect. Judging others by their looks is utterly unacceptable. If you encounter individuals or matters that do not please you, you may choose to ignore or distance yourself. But do not critique them openly. Such behavior is exceedingly discourteous. Do you understand? Noticing Broly's shift from jest to solemnity, Saigo continued, to illustrate. If someone were to comment that our Saiyan tales are peculiar or unattractive, would you feel at ease? Broly promptly shook his head, clearly recognizing the impropriety of his earlier actions. It is indeed discomforting. Saigo affirmed, those three Namekians likely overheard your inappropriate remarks, which is why they are vociferously expressing their displeasure. While we may not discern their words, they can certainly hear ours. You must understand that this universe is vast, home to many races we have yet to encounter. Each possesses unique talents, and I suspect that one of the Namekian's special abilities is heightened hearing. When we formally meet shortly, I urge you to offer a sincere apology. Will you do that? Broly, without a trace of hesitation or reluctance, solemnly replied, I understand, Brother Saigo. I will remember your words moving forward. Saigo's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he turned to glance at Tabul, who was munching nearby, without uttering a word. Tabul promptly declared, Teacher, your disciple shall certainly heed your teachings. I shall not judge others by their appearance. Saigo believed Tabul's words, for in that little-known, grim chapter of history, he had married someone strikingly similar in appearance to a whole egg. Unlike the typical Saiyan who favored strong women, Tabul found solace in the company of those who were gentle and refined. Excellent. Saigo expressed his satisfaction with a single remark before turning around and continuing onward. Chapter 54, Arrival at Namek, Part 3. Not far away, Nylu and his companions overheard the conversation among Saigo and his group in its entirety. The expressions on Kuzu and Boss's faces were filled with astonishment and shame. They could hardly believe that they were outmatched in perception by a mere child. They had failed to grasp such a fundamental truth as not judging by appearances. Nylu was not only shocked by Saigo's statements, but was also taken aback by the fact that this seemingly inconspicuous child was the leader of the group. Despite being the weakest in presence among them, he was their commander. This child named Saigo was indeed extraordinary. Wait a moment. Did he just say they were Saiyans? Were not Saiyans, according to legend, known for their ferocity and cruelty? Why was there no hint of malevolence in the other two? It seemed that rumors should not be taken at face value. With this thought in mind, Nylu quickly scanned Kuzu and Bas, who were still enveloped in shame, and communicated telepathically to alert them. Did you hear what others said? Despite being so young, their awareness surpasses yours. You seem to forget the teachings of the elder. I hope you can remember this lesson well. In the future, do not judge by appearances and remain calm in difficult situations. Furthermore, these individuals are Saiyans. You must control your emotions when they sincerely apologize. Do you understand? As Kuzu and Bas absorbed the final words, they remembered hearing the child named Saigo mention that they were Saiyans. Their faces paled, and as they gazed at the approaching trio, fear flickered in their eyes. And they swallowed hard. Why yes, we understand. Just as they concluded their telepathic exchange, Saigo and his companions arrived before them. Nilo composed himself and stepped forward, greeting them in the universal language of the cosmos. Welcome, esteemed guests. I am Nilo, sent by our elder to receive you. In compliance with the elder's command and out of respect for the strength of Saigo and his companions, Nilo adopted a humble demeanor, his calm expression betraying no hint of other emotions, as if he had not heard Broly's earlier remarks. Hello, Saigo replied with a smile, promptly stating his purpose. I am Saigo, here on important matters to discuss with your elder. Please guide us. The adage holds that one should not strike a smiling face. Nilu's demeanor left no room for criticism, especially since he was in a position of request. Very well, the elder has indeed instructed me. Please follow me. Nilo was surprised by Saigo's attitude, which was entirely different from the rumors he had heard. After speaking, he stepped aside and gestured as if to take flight and lead the way. Please wait a moment. Saigo called out to him, nodding toward Broly. Broly, do not forget what you are to do. One must be brave and accountable. Yes, Broly, upon being called out, displayed no signs of displeasure. Rather, he wore an expression of remorse, slightly bashful. He sincerely addressed Nairu and the others, saying, Greetings. My name is Broly. I noticed that you all look somewhat different from us, and thus I uttered some unfortunate words. I deeply apologize. I hope you can forgive me. After bowing slightly, his sincerity was palpable. Upon witnessing this scene, the anger within Nairu and his companions dissipated significantly. Simultaneously, at such close proximity, they could more distinctly sense the terrifying energy that resided within Broly, along with an oppressive aura of ferocity that made them acutely aware of his formidable nature. An illusion took hold, making them feel as though the individual before them was not merely a man, but rather a primeval beast poised to strike at any moment. Merely meeting Broly's gaze sent shivers down their spines. In that moment, both Kiz and Bas, without needing Nairu's guidance, instinctively waved their hands dismissively, signaling that they bore no ill will. It's quite all right. We didn't take it to heart. They chimed in unison. Even Nairu, typically composed and calm, felt a twinge of fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet, he maintained a facade of calmness, responding, Hello, Broly. Your words were merely unintentional. You need not concern yourself with them, nor have I. He added with a chuckle, moreover, we Namekians indeed look quite different from ordinary folk. Beneath his cheerful exterior, he silently lamented the emergence of such a creature among the Saiyans. Observing that Nairu and his companions had forgiven him, Broly turned to Saigo with a joyful smile, exclaiming, Saigo, look, they've already forgiven me. He was on the verge of suggesting that it was time to move on from the incident, since they have pardoned you. This matter is now settled. Saigo, noticing Broly's hopeful expression, nodded resignedly, disregarding the presence of Nairu and his companions, and imparted a serious lesson. Remember, when out in the world, never judge others by their appearance. If others harbor no hostility, do not provoke conflict lightly. Nearby, Tabor, Frieza, and the other 11 warriors appeared somewhat reserved, silently absorbing Saigo's teachings. Even Nairu and his companions nodded in agreement, recognizing Saigo as the leader of their group. Only Broly, embodying the role of the rebellious student, posed the question that lingered unspoken among the others. But what if someone does harbor hostility and seeks trouble? At this, all present perked up their ears. If someone is indeed looking for trouble, then they deserve a lesson. Saigo replied without hesitation, pausing momentarily before continuing. If your safety is threatened and someone seeks to do you harm, do not hesitate. Cast aside any feelings of pity and use your utmost strength to eliminate the threat, or seek assistance when the opportunity arises. With that, Saigo took the opportunity to impart survival advice for when faced with danger. He emphasized that in situations where one is outmatched, it is crucial not to confront the adversary head-on, but rather to find a way to seek help from the Saiyan planet. As soon as I receive a message, regardless of the sender or their location, I shall summon the collective strength of my clan to provide aid. After passionately declaring this, my gaze swiftly swept across Broly, Tabor, and Frieza, along with the remaining 11 warriors. Do you all comprehend? Yes. We understand, Master. X-12 Brother Saiga, I understand. Teacher, your disciple comprehends. The trio of Neru watched in astonishment, their pupils dilating in shock. This child named Saiga surely holds a significant position among the Saiyans. Otherwise, the others would not show him such deference. They were momentarily stunned. It was not until Saiga's voice resounded once more that they regained their composure. Neru, I kindly ask for your patience for a brief moment. I wish to escort a few subordinates back before paying my respects to the elder. Might it be convenient? You still wish to return someone? The distance between planet Saiyan and Namek is considerable. Did he not intend to pay a visit to the Grand Elder? If he truly wished to meet the Grand Elder, what could possibly be his aim in doing so? Upon regaining his focus, Neru's mind raced, yet he remained perplexed as to why Saigo would act in such a manner. He furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, Esteemed guest, you are Saigo, are you not? May I be so bold as to ask how long it might take you to return your subordinate? Should it take too long, our Grand Elder may require rest. Neru's confusion was not his alone. Even those apart from Broly shared the same sentiment, particularly Tabor, who had the most interaction with Saigo and could not fathom the reasoning behind his actions. If such effort was made to arrive at Namek, why then send some subordinates back? Was this not a waste of precious time? Naturally, despite their bewilderment, Tabor, along with Frieza and the other 11 warriors, chose to keep their inquiries to themselves, refraining from pressing for answers, especially with outsiders present. With a mysterious smile, Saigo replied, It won't take long. It can be accomplished in less than a minute. Chapter 55, The First Meeting with the Grand Elder of Namek. As he spoke, he turned to Captain Frieza. You 12 may return now. Stand hand in hand beside the spaceship. I shall send you back. Understood, echoed the 12 warriors, including Frieza, who, despite their doubts, executed Saigo's command with unwavering resolve. In an instant, they sprang into action, demonstrating incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they stood hand in hand beside the small spacecraft. The astonishing speed displayed by Frieza and his companions left Neru and the others wide-eyed and agape, utterly astonished. Such velocity. We couldn't even perceive their movements. Are they truly monsters? How have they trained to achieve such prowess? Saiga noticed the three individuals, Neru and others, widening their eyes in astonishment, and could not help but chuckle softly. Please, wait a moment, he proclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than, whoosh, his figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear between Frieza and the spacecraft. He gently placed his hands on Shiviz's arm and the surface of the ship, briefly attuning himself, and in the blink of an eye, he captured the faint energy signature of Vegeta 3 amidst the vast cosmos. Found it. Onward, he declared. Though his words were not fully uttered before, swish. In an instant, Saigo, Frieza, 12 others, and a small spacecraft vanished from their original position. What? Exclamations of disbelief filled the faces of the remaining 4, save for Broly. As Saigo and the others disappeared, they closed their eyes, concentrating their senses in an effort to locate them on the planet Namek. Alas, after several agonizing seconds, they were horrified to discover that it was utterly impossible to sense Saigo and his companions' energy signatures on this planet. In other words, Saigo and the others had completely departed from Namek. What kind of technique is this? Neru and his companions were thoroughly frightened, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads as they opened their eyes. They could hardly fathom that the Saiyans possessed such a miraculous ability, not to mention the astonishment of Neru and his companions. Even Tabor, a disciple of Saigo, was experiencing an internal upheaval. The energy of his master was entirely undetectable on this planet. Even the less adept Frieza and the others could not sense it, indicating that Saigo and his comrades had indeed left Namek. However, why had he never witnessed his master employing such a technique? Unlike Neru, whose proficiency in sensing energy was lacking, Tabor was more skilled, and he realized that the level of Neru and his companions was insufficient to detect the ethereal energy of Saigo. As Tabor opened his eyes, he caught sight of Broly, who was struggling to suppress his laughter. It dawned on him that Broly must know what had transpired, and he immediately inquired, Broly, you must understand the nature of this miraculous technique employed by our master, right? Please enlighten me. Unable to contain himself any longer, Broly burst into laughter at Tabor's earnestness. Neru and his companions were drawn to the sound, realizing Broly was mocking them. Tabor's face darkened, urging, hurry up and explain. Stop dawdling. With an air of nonchalance, Broly chuckled once more, finally managing to articulate, what Brother Saigo just executed is a remarkable technique known as instant transmission. enabling one to traverse vast distances instantaneously. Tabur, your earnest attempt to sense Brother Saigo's energy was simply hilarious. Your eyebrows were twitching, resembling two maggots wriggling about. Instant transmission? Tabur furrowed his brows, mentally repeating the term. Yet it evoked no recollection within him. Silently, he pondered Broly's amusing remarks. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the conversation, suddenly, whoosh, the figure of Saigo appeared unexpectedly. Teacher, Saigo, why did you take so long this time? Tabul's face was adorned with admiration, taking great pride in his teacher's remarkable skills. Meanwhile, Broly was puzzled. Based on his previous experience with instant transmission, it should not have taken this long at all. As Saigo made his entrance, he was greeted by the cordial salutations of the two, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. He remarked, I was delayed as I had a few matters to attend to before returning. His gaze drifted past them, landing on the trio of Nairu, who remained in a state of stupor. He continued in a gentle tone, I apologize for the wait, and I kindly ask you to lead the way. Upon hearing Saigo's voice, Nairu and his companion snapped back to reality. Oh, esteemed guest, this way please. Yes, esteemed guest, this way. They echoed in unison. Subsequently, the three of them soared into the sky, leading the way ahead. Saidao, Broly, and Tabul followed closely behind. The six of them soared gracefully towards the location of the Grand Elder, leaving behind fleeting white streaks, akin to shooting stars darting across the beautiful skies of Namek. Before long, they arrived above the residence of the Grand Elder of the Namekian people. As the three individuals paused alongside Nairu, they gazed down upon a white edifice perched atop a solitary peak, which, from their elevated vantage, bore an uncanny resemblance to an oversized loaf of bread. One could scarcely believe that the residence of the highest leader of a race could be so unadorned, especially situated upon such a lofty summit. It was truly perplexing. Esteemed guests, our Grand Elder awaits you in the stone dwelling below. Before your descent, I kindly ask that you maintain silence, for the Grand Elder, advanced in years, cherishes tranquility, Nairu implored earnestly. Thus, it became clear why they had taken a moment to pause. Saigo contemplated briefly in his heart before nodding in affirmation. No problem. It is indeed our duty to respect the elderly and cherish the young. Broly, Tabul, did you both hear that? Yes. We understand, Master. I heard you, Brother Saigo. Nairu, witnessing this exchange, breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Saigo and the others would disregard his request, for the reputation of the Saiyans was notoriously abysmal, with no positive tales to speak of. Simultaneously, his fondness for Saigo, the trio, and the Saiyans surged to new heights. Yet, a sense of caution lingered. Saiyans are truly not as brutal as the rumors suggest, or is it that what we perceive is merely a facade they have deliberately crafted? This matter is of great significance and warrants caution. With this thought in mind, Naira resolutely communicated telepathically with his two compatriots. Cuz, BAS. Do not forget the tasks I entrusted to you. BAS and Cuz, who had been silently admiring the Saiyan trio for their understanding and respect for the elderly and young, momentarily paused at Nairu's transmission, quickly responding. Understood. Rest assured, Nairu. I remember. Naira subtly nodded twice, a gentle smile returning to his face as he gestured downward, expressing his gratitude. I sincerely appreciate your understanding, esteemed guests. Please, follow me. With that, he descended directly. The five companions followed closely behind. With a series of 6 crisp, brief sounds, they landed at the entrance of the stone dwelling. Upon landing, they realized the building was remarkably large, far exceeding its appearance from the high altitude. Only upon descent could they discern the two elongated, circular spires adorning the top of the structure, resembling the antennae atop the heads of Namekians. Chapter 56. Forming an alliance with the Namekians before the stone door, Nairu rhythmically tapped 3 times on the grand entrance, then softly announced, Great Elder, I have brought the esteemed guest you mentioned. He then stood quietly, awaiting the elder's response. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a brief pause, a frail voice emerged from within. Please let the 3 esteemed guests enter. It was evident that speaking was somewhat taxing for the Great Elder. Upon receiving permission, Nairu skillfully opened the white door, turning slightly to look back as he softly said, Esteemed guests, the Great Elder invites you. He then gently stepped over the threshold and entered. The 5 behind him followed suit, with Cuz and Ba intentionally remaining at the back of the group. As they stepped inside, they ascended towards a circular passageway above. Upon traversing the circular corridor, an immense figure came into view. Even though he had seen the Great Elder's colossal size on television in his previous life, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. The moment Saigo beheld the Great Elder, towering at over 10 meters, he was filled with astonishment, internally reflecting, "How small I truly am." Regaining his composure, he smiled and greeted respectfully, "Esteemed Great Elder of the Namekians, greetings. I am Saiyan King Saigo, and this is my disciple Tabor, while the other is my brother Broly." "Broly, Tabor, please greet the Great Elder." "Greetings, Great Elder. I am Broly, a Saiyan." "Greetings, esteemed Elder. My name is Tabor, and I too am a Saiyan." Following suit, Broly mimicked the demeanor of Saigo in greeting the Elder. Nairu and his companions were taken aback by Saigo's words, astonished that this child before them was, in fact, the king of the Saiyans. The sudden visit from a monarch of such lineage surely signified matters of great importance. Instantly, their vigilance heightened. The supreme ruler of the Saiyans possessed formidable strength and influence that could not be overlooked. The Elder, despite his eyes being closed, bore a countenance suffused with mirth, indicating his excellent spirits. "You three are truly remarkable children. May I refer to you as King Saigo? Dear Elder, you may address me as you wish. I have no objection to my name being used," Saigo replied with composure. "Very well, henceforth you shall be known as King Saigo. I apologize for my limited mobility. I trust you will excuse me." "Please, Elder, you need only sit comfortably," Saigo continued. "I have come to propose an alliance with your esteemed Namekians, and I humbly seek your assistance in a small matter. Would you be inclined to forge an alliance with the Saiyans?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present varied greatly. Tabor and Broly displayed only confusion, unable to comprehend the rationale behind allying with such a seemingly weaker race. Although perplexed, they refrained from voicing their doubts. In contrast, Bas and Kiz exhibited astonishment mixed with reluctance. They wished to distance themselves from the infamous Saiyans, particularly in an alliance. Only Nairu wore a face of both shock and gravity, grappling with the notion of why Saigo sought the Elder for such a purpose. He had pondered if the request was related to the Dragon Balls, for it was known, albeit discreetly, that the Namekians were capable of crafting the wondrous orbs. It would be reasonable to assume this was the intent. There was also speculation regarding the Elder's unique abilities, but other possibilities had not crossed their minds. Moreover, the prowess exhibited by Saigo and his companions far surpassed that of the Namekians. Yet, now, this seemingly illogical proposal had been put forth, leading the others, aside from the Elder, into a whirlpool of wild conjecture. Before they could unravel their thoughts, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. To their utter astonishment, the Elder did not hesitate in granting his consent. "Young King Saigo, I am most willing. My Namekian kin shall indeed form an alliance with you and your Saiyans." A collective gasp escaped the onlookers upon hearing the Elder's swift acquiescence, particularly from the Namekians, Naru, Bas, and Kiz, who felt an urge to inquire further. However, being mindful of the Elder's frail condition and the ominous possibility that he had foreseen an impending calamity on Namek, they restrained their curiosity. The trio instinctively clenched their fists, their hearts heavy with a sense of helplessness, grappling with the reality that they were ill-equipped to confront the forthcoming crisis, even contemplating an alliance with the Saiyans. "Bas, Kiz, you two shall convey my intentions to our kin. From this day forth, we Namekians and the Saiyans shall forge a bond of alliance." "Understood. We shall take our leave. Elder, please take care of yourself." They responded in unison. Once Bas and Kiz departed, the Elder turned to Saigo Wang and inquired, "What assistance do you seek from me? Speak freely, and I shall lend my aid wherever possible." Before Saigo could respond, Naru hurriedly interjected, "But Great Elder, your health." He could roughly surmise that Saigo sought assistance from the Great Elder, likely requesting him to employ his secret techniques to enhance strength or to purge the malevolent aura from the Saiyan named Broly. However, regardless of the approach, both options demanded immense mental and physical exertion. Given the Great Elder's current condition, Naru harbored concerns about potential complications. "Naru, there is no need for your worry. I can sense that I still have around 20 years left to live. There is ample time, and it is of no concern," he reassured. "Rest assured, my child. I yearn to witness the Namekians ascend to unprecedented heights under your leadership and the assistance of King Saigo and his kin. That would bring me immense satisfaction." "Yes, Great Elder." Naru, acknowledging the Elder's determination, ceased his objections. Yet, the awareness of the Elder's limited lifespan weighed heavily upon him. akin to a vice gripping his heart. At that moment, Saigo articulated his request. Great Elder, I wish to inquire whether it is possible to enhance an individual's mental fortitude. My brother, Broly, is a legendary Super Saiyan, an extraordinary talent that is prone to losing control. Would augmenting his mental strength prevent him from succumbing to such volatility? A legendary Super Saiyan? Nair's expression turned to one of shock, fear unfurling within him like a tempest. So, he is indeed the fabled Super Saiyan. No wonder his aura is so wild and ferocious. Yet, is it not said that the legendary Super Saiyan lacks rationality and wreaks havoc indiscriminately? How is it that he stands before us unscathed? Meanwhile, Tabor's face was etched with confusion and curiosity upon hearing the term legendary Super Saiyan. A legendary Super Saiyan? I have never heard of such a thing. Do we Saiyans possess this unique bloodline? My teacher never mentioned it, nor did my father ever speak of it. No wonder I feel an inexplicable pressure when facing Broly. It seems the legend is indeed true. However, what distinguishes our transformed Super Saiyan forms from this legendary Super Saiyan Broly? Chapter 57. Enhancing Broly's mental fortitude. Naru and Tabor's reactions paled in comparison to that of the Great Elder, whose tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. His sharp, profound gaze fell upon Broly, whom Saigo had indicated. The Elder's aged visage trembled slightly, and with great difficulty, he raised his right hand to point at Broly. His speech faltering. He is truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Are you certain? In the previous foresight, there was no concrete impression of the individual known as Broly, nor any indication that he was the possessor of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. It was merely known that Saigo would arrive accompanied by two other Saiyans. Ultimately, he witnessed the scene of Saigo and his companions engaging in animated conversation with Nail and the Namekians. Any further foresight pertained to future events. Thus, he concluded that Saigo and his companions harbored no ill intentions towards Namek. The Elder's response, however, left Saigo both astonished and intrigued. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, the Elder did not exhibit such fervent reactions even in the face of his own demise or the near extermination of his kin at the hands of Vegeta and Frieza. Indeed, Elder, I am most certain that Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, beyond any doubt. After responding, Saigo seized the opportunity to inquire, Elder, is there anything amiss? Or perhaps you possess additional insights regarding the legendary Super Saiyan. Would you be so kind as to share? Saigo possesses a modicum of understanding. If an opportunity arises to extract some secrets, it would be most advantageous. The Grand Elder did not hasten to respond to Saigo's inquiry. Rather, he continued to scrutinize Broly with his profound gaze before once more closing his eyes, exclaiming in wonder, incredible. The legendary Super Saiyan possesses intellect as well. It appears certain traditions may be flawed. Saigo, I concur with your perspective. By fortifying his mental prowess, he should be less prone to losing control. Come here, child. I can assist you with this minor endeavor. At Saigo's prompting, Broly hastened to the Grand Elder's side. His stature still falling short of the Elder's knee at a mere 3 years of age. Child, step to my left. Broly complied without hesitation. The Grand Elder, sensing the turbulent energy radiating from him at close range, felt a wave of oppressive force wash over him, confirming that the individual before him matched the descriptions from ancestral memories precisely. He marveled, such a uniquely formidable aura. Raising his enormous left hand, he gently enveloped Broly's head, commencing a secret technique to enhance the boy's mental capacity. At that moment, Broly appeared akin to a headless knight. After a brief interval, the Grand Elder withdrew his palm, marveling once more, truly unfathomable potential. Child, you must ensure your strength is wielded for righteous purposes. Do you understand? I will. Thank you, Grand Elder, for augmenting my mental power. Broly expressed his heartfelt gratitude, then inquired eagerly, his face alight with anticipation, Grand Elder, does this mean I can train normally now? I have never trained before, but I am eager to cultivate my abilities like Brother Saigo. Naru, standing behind, was taken aback, his pupils dilating in disbelief. He had never trained? Such immense power without any prior cultivation was utterly astonishing. The legendary Super Saiyan was indeed extraordinary. What terrifying talent! It was both enviable and fearsome. The Grand Elder chuckled softly, exclaiming, what a remarkable talent you possess. You must utilize it wisely. As for your ability to train, I believe it is certainly possible. However, you must diligently practice methods to enhance your mental power. Only then can you avoid the risk of losing control. Really? That is wonderful, Broly exclaimed, turning to Saigo. Brother Saigo, did you hear? I can train normally now. This is fantastic. Naru, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. Shoo. Saigo, while genuinely pleased for Broly, motioned for silence with a finger to his lips, softly admonishing, lower your voice. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to the Grand Elder once more? Oh, thank you, Grand Elder. Thank you so much. Broly joyfully expressed his gratitude to the Elder once more, deliberately lowering his voice. Ah, my child. It was merely a trifling effort. There is no need for such formality. The Elder replied with a gentle smile, gradually continuing. Are there others in need of fortifying their mental prowess? Saigo shook his head. He had no desire for the Grand Elder to uncover his secrets. Just moments ago, he had said nothing, yet the Elder was already aware of Broly's methods for enhancing mental fortitude. It was evident that he had probed into Broly's memories. Can I do that too? Tabor inquired tentatively, cautiously glancing at Saigo. Upon noticing his lack of opposition, he lifted his gaze eagerly towards the Grand Elder. No problem. My child, come forth. Hiki. Thank you, Grand Elder. Tabor chuckled as he positioned himself to the left of the Elder's throne. The Grand Elder silently placed his large hand upon Tabor's head. Child, your potential is indeed boundless. The innate talent of your Saiyan lineage is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Tabor was instantly filled with joy. Really? I am merely a low-ranking warrior. Are you certain you aren't mistaken, Grand Elder? I don't possess the same extraordinary combat power as Broly from birth. It was impossible for him not to envy Broly's gifts. Now, learning that his potential was akin to Broly's filled his heart with elation. Indeed, your potential is undeniably profound. Now, I shall perform the secret technique. Remain still. After a brief interval, the Grand Elder's forehead glistened with perspiration, and his breath became somewhat labored. Fortunately, he withdrew his hand. Otherwise, Naru might have intervened forcefully. Grand Elder, are you all right? Grand Elder, are you well? The four of them expressed concern, surprised that enhancing another's mental strength could be such a strenuous endeavor. After a few breaths, the Grand Elder let out a soft sigh. I am fine. Do not worry. It seems age has caught up with me. Even utilizing the secret technique twice has left me fatigued, haha. Naru called out with concern. Child, I assure you, I am well. You are Tabor, correct? I sense that someone has previously guided your potential. Am I right? How did you know, Grand Elder? Tabor asked, astonished. Once a person has undergone the secret art of potential guidance, it leaves behind certain traces. I never imagined that aside from us Namekians, there would be others in this universe who possess such techniques. Truly, this world is full of wonders, and exceptional talents abound. As he spoke, he adjusted his posture to face Saigo more directly. Saigo is aware that the Grand Elder has discovered through the reading of Tabol's memories that he too possesses the ability to harness latent potential, a profound secret art. Very well, King Saigo, you may now convene to deliberate the specifics of the alliance. Naru, should you find yourself uncertain, do not hesitate to consult the second Elder for guidance. Now, go forth. Upon hearing the words, Saigo, Naru, Broly, and Tabor understood that the Elder was weary. They silently bid their farewells and quietly departed from the stone dwelling. In an effort not to disturb the Elder's rest, the group soared into the distance as soon as they exited the stone house. During their journey, Naru expressed his intention to introduce Saigo and the others to the second Elder, Jisen, to which Saigo had no objections. Before long, the Saiyans and the Namekians have officially forged an alliance. The Saiyans shall extend their technological assistance to the Namekians, providing advanced spacecraft, gravity chambers, and detection devices, and will offer support against external threats when necessary. In return, the Namekians will furnish manpower and undertake certain educational responsibilities without the need for warrior assistance, requiring only specialized healing methods. However, the Council of Elders insists on a shared fate, resolutely declaring their commitment to aid the Saiyans in times of crisis, to which Saigo reluctantly acquiesces. Ultimately, both parties reach a consensus regarding the custody of the Dragon Balls, securing the approval of the Grand Elder. Henceforth, the Namekian Dragon Balls will be personally safeguarded by Saigo. P.S. The main text is sufficient. Here, I shall briefly supplement some of the book's settings. 1. The duration of simulations has been previously mentioned. The maximum simulation time for each session is 4 months. This has been simply explained in the original text. 2. Saiyan-related settings. A. Regarding innate talent. In this narrative, Saiyans, prior to successfully transforming into Super Saiyans, experience a fixed training pace in the gravity chamber. For instance, the protagonist, under 1x Saiyan gravity, trains for 1 day, assumed to be 10 hours, gaining a power increase of 50 before achieving Super Saiyan status. Of course, additional practice each day will yield further enhancements in combat prowess, as exemplified by the forthcoming appearance of Prince Vegeta 4. Once capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, a Saiyan's training speed is generally multiplied by 50 times their original talent, with the exception of Broly. For simplicity in calculations, all Saiyans capable of transformation adhere to a standardized training speed. Thus, when the protagonist transforms into Super Saiyan 1, their training speed under 1x gravity for 10 hours will yield a power increase of 50 by 52,500 upon becoming Super Saiyan 2. The training speed will be 50 by 50 by 5,000 under the same conditions, and so forth. Super Saiyan 3 resulting in 50x50x2x for 20,000. And black-haired Super Saiyan 4 yielding 50x50x2x4x10 200,000. This applies to all ordinary Saiyans, excluding the progenitors of Super Saiyan bloodlines like Bardock, who will follow the protagonist's training speed for ease of calculation. Strictly speaking, this may be inaccurate, as each individual's original talent should be multiplied by the corresponding factor for each breakthrough stage. B. Regarding the limits of realms, each Saiyan possesses a maximum combat power at every realm, which varies among individuals within the same realm. Even before achieving Super Saiyan status, there exists an upper limit. It is not solely the Super Saiyan transformations that have this limitation. Upon reaching the maximum of their original realm, one must break through to continue enhancing their power. However, it is not a strict requirement to reach the limit of each realm to advance to the next. This is contingent upon the individual. 3. As a preliminary revelation, the personal setting for Son Goku during his battle with Buu is a base power level of 60 billion. During the God of Destruction arc, his base power level is established between 100 billion and 200 billion, contrary to what was stated in the original work, where Beerus claimed he could not defeat Frieza, whose power was merely 120 million. It is likely that Goku, at that time, was accustomed to concealing his true power, thus creating an illusion for Beerus. The God of Destruction, Beerus, possesses a battle prowess equivalent to that of a king, excluding his destructive abilities and the mastery of Ultra Instinct. For those unable to accept this, you may choose to depart at this juncture. Acknowledging our mutual presence, hello to you all. Firstly, I wish to issue a gentle caution. I am not particularly adept at composing narratives revolving around romantic entanglements between men and women. I shall endeavor to do my utmost. Yet I foresee the possibility of my writing appearing rather uninspired. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed patrons for their generous support. I was utterly taken aback by the sudden influx of esteemed individuals yesterday, initially suspecting an error in the data. In conclusion, I wish to express my appreciation for the gifts from the following patrons. Don't Squeeze the Little Yellow Duck, the Serene and Unfettered Punglotion, the Fond of Cured Pork username 83662521, Suega, user 98892839, Blue Rainbow, Asanya, the Ethereal and Immaterial Pitters, and the Connoisseur of Soft-Dried Noodles, Siafong. Thank you for your generosity, yet I implore you all to exercise prudence in your expenditures. Earning a living in these times is quite challenging. If you find yourself with some leisure and ample resources, a few clicks on complimentary gifts would suffice. To the dreamers of the mundane world, I express my gratitude and respect. Oh, I almost forgot. Esteemed patrons, take a glance at what I have inscribed in my profile. I write wherever inspiration leads me. A rather capricious endeavor indeed. Therefore, it is best not to take it too seriously. Haha. Chapter 58. Broly's Inhuman Talent. Afterward, Saigo assumed the role of a porter, teleporting back and forth between Namek and planet Saya, successfully transporting 7 large gravity chambers. Each gravity chamber is capable of accommodating 50 individuals for regular training, while the combat-capable Namekians number only 210, which is more than sufficient. On Namek, there exist 7 substantial villages, each housing 100 inhabitants and overseen by an elder responsible for daily management. Each large village is further divided into 10 smaller villages, each comprising 10 individuals, including 3 combat-capable Namekians. The aging chief elder has relinquished village affairs, entrusting them to the second elder, Jisen. Presently, there remain a total of 700 Namekians on Namek. At noon on that day, a fervor for cultivation swept across the planet. Saigo, Broly, and Taboo occupy one gravity chamber, while Neru, Bas, and Kiza utilize another. Although this may seem like a squandering of resources, it is an unavoidable circumstance. The formidable prowess of the Saiyans has long allowed them to acclimate to the gravitational forces of one times that of planet Vegeta, rendering it impossible for them to train alongside the likes of Naru and his companions. Among the Namekians, Naru and his two allies are distinguished as the only three warriors possessing combat powers exceeding 1,000. Naru boasts the highest battle power at an astounding 23,000, while Base and Kiz stand at 4,000, yet they too swiftly adapt to the one-time Saiyan gravity. As for the remaining combat-oriented Namekians, their powers are below 1,000, making it exceedingly difficult for them to quickly adjust to elevated gravitational conditions. If the combat-oriented Namekians struggle, one can only imagine the challenges faced by other types of Namekians, who require even more time to acclimatize to such intense gravity. Thus commenced the relentless cycle of training. Before one could blink, the date had advanced to February 1st, 741. After 246 days of gravity training, the combat strength of the Namekians had significantly surged. In stark contrast to their previous capabilities, the improvement was nothing short of monumental. Even the 43 medical Namekians, spurred by the efforts of Saiyans and the combat-oriented Namekians, had achieved around 15,000 in battle power after enduring over 200 days of gravity training. The 207 ordinary combat-oriented Namekians had also approached a formidable 30,000 in strength. Each one required 12 days to adapt to one-time Saiyan gravity, while the medical Namekians took a slightly longer 15 days. Among them, the exceptionally gifted Naru, Base, and Kiz displayed remarkable enhancements in their powers, particularly Naru, whose training speed rivaled that of lower-tier Saiyans. Their battle powers were as follows: Naru, 101, 150, Base, 51, 250, Kiz, 51, 250. However, this merely reflects the advancements of the Namekians. The power increases of Saiyan warriors like Saigo, Broly, and Tabul were even more astounding. Broly, in particular, exhibited an alarming rate of adaptation to high gravity and power enhancement. He could double his strength every 4 days under one-time Saiyan gravity, showcasing a terrifying capacity for adaptation. Under 2 times Saiyan gravity, a mere 10 hours of normal training resulted in a 20,000 boost in battle power. By the time he turned 3 on July 9th, his strength had surged from 3.12 million to an impressive 6.24 million. By December 10th, he had fully adapted to 50 times Saiyan gravity and, that very night, transformed into his Super Saiyan form, sending shockwaves through the Namekian populace and reshaping their understanding of the legendary Super Saiyan. On the planet Saya, an immense surge of energy was detected. Fortunately, thanks to a timely warning from Saiga, it did not cause a significant disturbance. After transforming into his Super Saiyan form, Broly's training speed increased 50-fold. Under the standard gravity of Saya, a day's training previously yielded a power increase of 10,000, which now soared to 500,000. By January 30th, 741, after completing his training, his combat power had escalated to a staggering 30,412 billion. Remarkably, in just the last 50 days of training, he had augmented his power by 25 billion. The thought that his strength would double with each passing year filled Saigo with concern. He feared that Broly's mental fortitude might not keep pace with his burgeoning power. Thus, he urged Broly to diligently practice the secret technique of spiritual refinement to enhance his mental strength, postponing gravity training for the time being. In a mere 196 days, Broly completely acclimated to the intense gravity of 50 times that of Saya, an astonishing feat indeed. On this particular day on the planet Namek, within one of the gravity chambers, Saigo scrutinized the two figures, Broly and Tabor, their inherent battle prowess evident at a glance. Target: Broly, psychic energy. Battle power: 1,304, 120,000. Target: Tabor, psychic energy. Battle power: 35, 106, 720. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed a terrifying force. In less than a year, the newcomer has surpassed all expectations and even surpassed Bardock. Saigo felt a mixture of astonishment and envy, fantasizing about being a descendant of the legendary Super Saiyan lineage. How wonderful that would be. Unfortunately, the Dragon Balls of Namek did not possess such extraordinary miraculous powers. After a brief moment of contemplation, he cautioned Broly, "Broly, your strength is escalating too rapidly. From today onward, focus on enhancing your mental fortitude. Do not rush to increase your combat prowess." "I understand, Brother Saigo." Broly replied through telepathic communication. Ever since he had mastered this method of communication, he had developed a fondness for it, frequently engaging in telepathic exchanges with others. His enthusiastic agreement stemmed from Saigo having informed him about the unique characteristics of the Super Saiyan transformation, which doubled one's power level with each passing year. Thus, he felt no concern regarding his combat strength. For now, he only needed to concentrate on fortifying his mental capabilities. Be careful not to rely too heavily on telepathy, or you may forget how to speak, Saigo admonished playfully. Haha, that certainly won't happen, Broly replied with a grin. Saigo helplessly shook his head and turned to comfort Tabul, saying, Tabul, you must continue to strive for improvement. Of course, do not compare yourself with Broly. He's an exceptional case. To possess such strength at your age is already remarkable. Teacher, I understand. Broly is an unparalleled genius among our Saiyan race, a once-in-a-millennium talent. I certainly will not foolishly measure myself against him, Tabul replied with a calm demeanor. After more than 200 days of interaction, he had grown accustomed to Broly's prodigious abilities, or perhaps he had become completely desensitized to them. Anyone who would foolishly draw comparisons with Broly must truly be lacking in common sense. Seeing the situation, Saigo nodded in satisfaction and encouraged, That's wonderful. You, your father, and Captain Bardock have all mastered the full power of Super Saiyan. Now, it's simply a matter of diligent practice to reach your limits and transcend into a new realm. Yes, Master, I shall strive diligently. Tabur's eyes ignited with determination. Though he could not compare to Broly, he aimed to match his fellow clansmen and aspire to be the strongest. Saigo, pray tell, what is your current combat power? Broly inquired with curiosity. Previously, whenever they asked Saigo about his combat power, he would casually dismiss the question with a vague figure, perhaps a mere fraction above you. Roughly around 2 billion. I haven't tested it in quite a while, but I estimate my base power to be around that mark, Saigo said nonchalantly, while advising Broly. For now, refrain from attempting to transform into Super Saiyan. Wait until your mental prowess reaches 90, then try to transform. This will prevent you from losing control. Broly pressed on, What is my mental prowess at the moment? Currently, your mental prowess is just above 40, still halfway from 90. Keep training, Saigo encouraged. At that moment, Saigo's mental prowess was only 21.5, lower than that of Broly and Tabur, hence he could not ascertain their precise levels. However, based on Broly's previous mental prowess of 21, after enhancement through the Elder's secret techniques, it would have doubled to 42. With over 200 days of training, if he gained an additional 2 points, he should have approximately 44 points of mental prowess. Upon realizing just how far he still had to go, Broly lamented, Oh, dear. How can there be such a disparity? Saigo, do you possess any methods to swiftly enhance my mental prowess? He understood all too well the arduous nature of increasing his mental strength. 200 days had only yielded a mere 2 points. At this rate, he could only wonder when he would finally reach the coveted 90. Broly was not worried about being surpassed by others, but rather found the practice of the secret technique for mental refinement to be exceedingly tedious and devoid of any sense of achievement. Saigo rolled his eyes at the remark and admonished, What are you thinking? If you possess a method to swiftly enhance mental fortitude, do share it with me. I, too, wish to expedite my mental prowess. With a sheepish grin, Broly scratched his head and replied playfully, I was merely inquiring. You two continue your training here. I shall return to planet Saya for a moment. After Saigo made his departure, he executed a swift teleportation, vanishing with a whoosh from his original position. Broly, filled with envy, remarked, I truly admire how Saigo can return at will. If only I could master such a technique, it would be immensely convenient. Alas, it is far too difficult to learn. I simply cannot grasp it. Tabur interjected, saying, If it were that easy to master, there wouldn't be only one master of the technique. Have you seen anyone else wield it? I think not. Indeed, the inability to learn is just that, an inability. Yet, I still feel a tinge of envy. What Tabur failed to notice was the glimmer of cunning in the depths of Broly's eyes. Chapter 59, The Timeless Trick of Vegeta 4 Planet Saya. The Residence of Vegeta 3. Whoosh. The figure of Saigo suddenly materialized, startling the golden-haired Vegeta 3, who gasped in surprise. Upon recognizing the visitor, he exhaled in relief, his face immediately blossoming into a smile as he respectfully proclaimed, Your subordinate pays homage to King Saigo. Saigo's nostrils flared slightly in acknowledgement as he directly commanded, Vegeta 3, go and find Shibuya, have him prepare the spacecraft. We shall depart shortly. At this moment, Saigo noticed that Vegeta 3 was still maintaining his Super Saiyan form and inquired, Have you not already mastered the full power of the Super Saiyan form? Why continue training in the Super Saiyan state? In response to King Saigo, Vegeta 3 articulated, I believe that if regular training in the Super Saiyan state can lead to the full power form, then maintaining the full power form for an extended period may facilitate a breakthrough to a new realm. Vegeta 3 candidly expressed his reasoning, which, upon reflection, was indeed logical and compelling. Nonsense, Saigo retorted with a stern expression. To transcend to the next realm, you must first hone your current base power to its limits before attempting a breakthrough. Otherwise, no matter how long you sustain the Super Saiyan form, it is but a futile endeavor, a mere waste of time. Restore your base form at once. Yes. Vegeta 3 chuckled awkwardly as he reverted to his base form. To mask his embarrassment, he proactively stated, King Saigo, please rest. I shall seek out Captain Shibuya immediately. I take my leave. Without waiting for Saigo's response, he turned and exited. He is aware of his own awkwardness. Saigo mused. At last. There is a semblance of humanity. The training must continue. In his heart, Saigo scoffed, just as he was preparing to depart for the royal palace. He sensed the rapidly approaching aura of Vegeta 4. Previously, when Saigo returned to planet Saya, he had encountered Vegeta 4, allowing him to recognize the unique energy that emanated from him. However, Vegeta 4 had yet to lay eyes upon Saigo. Thus, Saigo paused in his tracks, seeking a suitable spot to sit, eager to observe what urgent matter Vegeta 4 had in mind for his father, Vegeta 3. It was about time to meet him, especially since he had been vociferously requesting an audience. The nature of his business remained a mystery. As for that so-called destiny, one could only wait and see. Father, will you teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan? Before he could arrive, his voice had already preceded him. Vegeta 4 returned to planet Saya on July 10, 740. Originally, his team comprised 5 members, yet 2 had perished in battle, leaving only 3 survivors. The moment Vegeta 4 discovered that the Saiyan King was no longer his father, Vegeta 3, and that he was no longer the Saiyan Prince, it was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. He caused quite the uproar at the spacecraft docking center, only to be subdued effortlessly by the staff of the day. Ultimately, it was Vegeta 3 himself who intervened to escort him home. As for the other 2 instigators, they too were taken back by their parents. Unsurprisingly, the 3 survivors of Vegeta IV's team received the nurturing care of their biological fathers and were compelled to apologize to the staff. Subsequently, they were also forced to pay their respects at the home of their deceased comrade. Initially, the 3 stubborn individuals were reluctant, but after receiving their father's affection once more, they complied. After 200 days of rigorous training, Vegeta 4 and his 2 companions underwent a significant transformation, no longer displaying such arrogance. Most crucially, they found themselves outmatched by any warrior on planet Saya. They had no choice but to concede. Ultimately, they became wholeheartedly convinced and resolved to enhance their strength. Father! With a resounding cry, the diminutive figure of Vegeta 4 burst through the doorway. Upon spotting Saigo leisurely seated in a chair, his eyes flickered momentarily, and in the next instant, he lunged forward. Thud! He knelt on both knees, bowing his head to the ground. In a place unseen by Saigo, a mysterious light flickered in his eyes. Simultaneously, he proclaimed, Disciple Vegeta 4 pays his respects to the master. Saigo leaned back in his chair, gazing with keen interest at the 4th prince of Vegeta sprawled on the floor, jesting. Is that not our Saiyan prodigy, Prince Vegeta? What brings you to seek me as your mentor? I recall someone returning, loudly demanding I relinquish my throne. On the previous 2 occasions when Saigo had encountered the 4th prince, he had simply vanished, never engaging formally. Vegeta 4, propping himself up with both hands on the ground, lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he earnestly defended himself. Master, I was unaware of your invaluable contributions to our Saiyan race. You are our savior, our guiding light. I implore you to overlook my ignorance. If only that gaze were a touch more sincere, Saigo might have been swayed. Stop. Do not utter such nonsense. He languidly raised a hand to halt further discourse, fully aware of Vegeta's true nature. This was not a character easily subdued. If one could easily bend to another's will, he would not be the formidable Vegeta. Let me clarify. My only disciple at present is Tabul. As for you, it would be prudent to address me as King Saigo. And do return to your true self. You possess no talent for acting. With such poor performance, why subject yourself to this charade? Embrace your authentic identity. And as long as you refrain from unjustly oppressing the weak or senselessly slaughtering your kin, I might yet regard you with some esteem. Currently, Vegeta 4 had not formally joined Seiko's ranks, thus maintaining his original demeanor. Indeed, he was the most gifted of his royal line in history. Let us not speak of Gray, for he is an unfamiliar name in this tale. Yet he was also the most competitive, bloodthirsty, and arrogant warrior in history. According to King Vegeta 3, one could see reflections of the ancient Saiyan kings within him. As expected, Vegeta scoffed, rising from the ground, his gaze deepening, pupils narrowing with an air of hostility, his face etched with defiance as he declared, "Humph. Though you may be the king of the Saiyans now, it does not guarantee your eternal reign. This throne was meant for me. You merely stumbled upon the favor of the Super Saiyan God by sheer luck. In terms of talent, my battle power at birth soared to 1,000, reaching 1,800 after training. You, born with a mere 900 and only achieving 1,000 through cultivation. Why is it that the blessing of the Super Saiyan God has fallen upon you and not me, King Saiko? Will you accept my challenge? The losers shall forever relinquish their claim to the Saiyan throne. Do you dare?" Vegeta was filled with resentment. In terms of talent, he was the pinnacle among normal Saiyans. He has also become aware of Broly's existence and has heard that Broly's current strength surpasses that of Bardock. He would not be foolish enough to challenge the legendary Super Saiyan. How could an ordinary person compete with someone who possesses extraordinary abilities? That would be nothing short of inviting disaster upon oneself. Saigo gazed at the confidently exuberant Vegeta 4, utilizing his probing eye to assess his battle power. Target, Vegeta 4. Mental strength, 19. Battle power, 280, 320. His mental strength is quite impressive. It surpasses mine from before by a slight margin. Truly deserving of the title of the mightiest royal warrior in the history of the Saiyans. Subsequently, a playful smile graced his lips as he jested, Vegeta 4. With a battle power of merely 280,000, it seems premature for you to reclaim the throne. Perhaps it would be wiser to concentrate on strengthening your abilities first. Yet inwardly, he pondered. Did Vegeta 3 not mention that he commenced his training on July 10th, 740? How brief a time it has been. To elevate his battle power to 280,000, could it be a manifestation of his innate talent? Admirable. Vegeta 3 claimed he practiced 2 additional hours daily compared to others. Truly, he embodies the spirit of relentless dedication. Saigo harbored 2 sentiments towards this secondary character from the original narrative. He admired his resilience and decisiveness, as well as his later display of humanity and familial devotion. However, he disapproved of his arrogance, stubbornness, and the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents in his earlier days. Regaining his composure, he spoke slowly. By the way, you must be aware of the Super Saiyan transformation, correct? Allow me to remind you that merely possessing sufficient battle power is inadequate for achieving the Super Saiyan form. One must also possess a proficient level of S cells. Furthermore, to rapidly enhance the S cells within your body, a tranquil mindset is essential. While saying this, he deliberately scrutinized Vegeta 4 before shaking his head in regret. What a pity. With your current temperament and the aura of violence surrounding you, hastening the increase of your S cells will likely prove exceedingly difficult. Chapter 60, a scene of filial piety. A different Vegeta, your father must have advised you on the need to alter your mindset, though he probably did not mention its connection to transforming into a Super Saiyan form. Without my consent, they shall not disseminate this information. I hope you can also keep this secret, as the time for revelation is not yet ripe. As for your aspiration to become the Saiyan King, should you possess the capability, I would readily abdicate in your favor. Moreover, your father likely informed you that I detest bowing. Do you wish to rise on your own? Or do you require my assistance? When it comes to relinquishing power, Saigo's expression bore no trace of pretense. The role of a clan leader, let alone the ruler of a nation, is not one to be taken lightly. Had it not been for his astute maneuver of integrating all personnel from Planet Vegeta into the Saigo Legion, the inherently belligerent nature of the Saiyans would have rendered them anything but compliant. One must consider the original disposition of the Saiyans. Even with Saigo's formidable strength to instill fear, it was impossible for him to monitor the actions of every Saiyan at all times. Given their innate characteristics, prolonged periods without conflict would certainly lead to restlessness. While rebellion was out of the question, clandestine excursions remained a possibility. However, once they were fully incorporated into the Saigo Legion, all such issues were effortlessly resolved. If indeed Vegeta 4 possessed the requisite leadership abilities, he would not mind being a figurehead, and in such a scenario, he would relish the leisure. Upon hearing Saigo's words, Vegeta IV's expression shifted dramatically, from shock and resentment to elation, followed swiftly by rage. He had not anticipated that Saigo could so easily push the Saiyan throne aside, albeit under certain conditions. For someone who had yearned since childhood to become the mightiest Saiyan king in history, this revelation was undoubtedly a tremendous blow. He glared fiercely at Saigo, his height slightly exceeding Saigo's, as his anger surged uncontrollably. Ignoring the other's strength, he raised his hand and shouted, "You scoundrel! What do you take the Saiyan throne for? How could you so readily relinquish it? If you are indifferent, why do you even aspire to be the Saiyan king?" His elation stemmed from Saigo's revelation of the method to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet his fury ignited at Saigo's blatant disregard for the Saiyan throne. This attitude infuriated him, especially as he had been tirelessly fighting in pursuit of becoming the strongest Saiyan king in history. His body trembled slightly from rage. His breathing grew rapid, and he clenched his jaw tightly, prominent veins bulging on his forehead. Ignoring the outstretched finger of Vegeta 4, Saigo spoke with an air of tranquility, unhurriedly articulating, "What is the purpose of being a king of our clan? Is it not to ensure that our people no longer suffer at the hands of others, thus enabling them to lead a better life? In your eyes, what constitutes a better life? Is it living without worry for sustenance, or possessing such formidable strength that none dare to oppress? Presently, we Saiyans are steadily progressing, moving towards a brighter future. At this juncture, if a person of exceptional capability were to step forward and share this burden and responsibility, I would certainly welcome them. Planning for the advancement and future of our kin is not a privilege reserved solely for the Saiyan king. Even as an ordinary Saiyan, I would strive to contribute to our people's development. The decision to have your father abdicate was merely a pragmatic measure. Surely, you are aware of the nature of our Saiyan lineage in times past. Moreover, with the looming threat of Frieza, do you truly believe your father would have trusted me and cooperated under conventional means? It was a time for extraordinary measures, nothing more. If you genuinely aspire to be the Saiyan king, as long as your abilities are outstanding, I would have no objections. Regarding the second prince, Vegeta's talent is beyond question." Thus, Saigo had no desire to oppose him. Having already embraced Vegeta 3, it would be unreasonable to cast aside the even more gifted Vegeta 4 or to foster enmity. If necessary, I would even employ forceful measures to integrate him into Saigo's ranks. As for Vegeta 4, listening to Saigo's words, the anger on his face gradually faded. Yet his expression remained stern. The hand he had raised lowered slowly, his chin retreating towards his chest. The words of Saigo left him feeling a sense of suffocation. Although Saigo could not see his expression, he could observe the slight bulging of his cheeks, as if he were engaged in an internal struggle. Saigo's conjecture was indeed not mistaken. The heart of Vegeta 4 was engaged in an internal struggle. If the Super Saiyan God had chosen to bestow a dream upon him, would he have executed it with the same finesse? In his mind, he fervently deliberated upon this question. After several breaths, he suddenly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, clarity had emerged. Not only had the anger on his face dissipated, but his gaze softened, imbued with sincerity, admiration, and a sense of relief. He began to comprehend why the Super Saiyan God had chosen Saigo over himself. The ability to treat all Saiyans with equality is a realization not granted to everyone, particularly among the Saiyans of old. Thus, he raised his gaze to Saigo. Although he could not discern specific power levels, he felt an inexplicable aura of oppression envelop him. For a moment, staring at the figure before him, slightly shorter than himself, he experienced an illusion of immense stature. After a few moments of silence, he solemnly spoke, "Thank you, King Saigo, for sharing this with me. You truly embody the enlightened and wise ruler my father spoke of. In this regard, I fall short of you. My father, too, pales in comparison." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "The position of the Saiyan king shall forever be yours. I, Vegeta 4, pledge to assist you unconditionally until you no longer wish to bear that title. Lastly, I sincerely wish to become your disciple, not for the throne of the Saiyan king, but to grow stronger. I desire to become a formidable force for the Saiyans. I implore you, King Saigo, teach me." With that, he bowed deeply. His once proud posture humbled. This time, Vegeta 4 genuinely sought to apprentice under Saigo. His previous displays were mere tests to ascertain whether Saigo truly embodied the wisdom and enlightenment attributed to him by others. The results of his inquiries left him both astonished and convinced, leading to profound respect. Saigo unhesitatingly revealed the transformation conditions of the Super Saiyan form and showed no concern for the Saiyan King's position, demonstrating an extraordinary magnanimity. Was this not enough to validate the rumors surrounding him? It was indeed sufficient. Moreover, he could sense that Saigo spoke the truth. That serene detachment, coupled with a gaze both profound and clear, was not something easily feigned. Furthermore, Seeking Saiga as a mentor was not an act of shame. Now, every individual within the Saiyan Empire could be considered a disciple of Saiga. The distinction lay merely in whether Saiga personally accepted them. Akin to the difference between a named disciple and an official disciple, the former would receive only rudimentary teachings, while the latter might be granted comprehensive knowledge. The disparity in treatment and status was vast. Witnessing this exchange, Saiga felt unexpectedly taken aback, internally exclaiming, "This script is not as it should be. Vegeta, where has your pride and integrity gone? How could you so easily capitulate? I had prepared an elaborate script, intending for you to endure trials and tribulations before I would formally accept you as my disciple and impart my wisdom to you. How can you, or dare you, seek guidance from one who has usurped your throne? Is it perhaps due to your youth, your character yet unformed and easily swayed?" With a gaze of scrutiny, Saigo examined the fourth Prince Vegeta, contemplating the most prudent course of action. Throughout this time, the fourth prince maintained a posture of submission. Just then, the previously fleeing third Prince Vegeta returned, accompanied by Frieza. "My son, Saigo King, has this unruly offspring caused you any trouble?" Upon entering, the third prince noticed his son bent over, seemingly in an act of contrition, causing a jolt of alarm within him. He rushed forward, and before Saigo could utter a word, he delivered a sharp kick to the fourth prince's knee, berating him, "Kneel before me, you rebellious wretch. It was one thing for you to defy my summons, but now you dare to disrespect King Saigo. Are you tired of living? Apologize at once. If you fail to earn King Saigo's forgiveness, prepare to kneel for the rest of your days." After this scolding, he too knelt before Saigo, imploring, "Saigo King, it is entirely my fault for failing to discipline him properly. I beseech you to show mercy and forgive my ungrateful son just this once. I assure you, I shall enforce strict discipline henceforth. Please have compassion." The kick delivered to the fourth prince ignited a spark of anger within him. But witnessing his father kneeling in supplication on his behalf flooded him with an unfamiliar warmth of paternal love. In an instant, his anger and rebellious spirit dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented and peculiar sensation. He turned away, gazing in astonishment at this simultaneously familiar yet unfamiliar figure of his father. As if meeting him for the first time, opening his mouth yet finding no words to express. "Both of you, rise." Saigo observed the third prince's actions with a mix of exasperation and a hint of satisfaction. With a gesture of his fingers, he activated his extraordinary telekinetic abilities, effortlessly lifting the father and son from the ground and straightening their postures. As they exchanged glances, each could see the surprise and shock reflected in the other's eyes. They were convinced that Saigo's method was not a mere technique derived from ki, for they had sensed no fluctuation in energy. Even Frieza, who had been standing by as an inconspicuous observer, was taken aback by Saigo's remarkable ability. None could have anticipated that Saigo possessed such extraordinary powers. Truly, he was favored by the heavens. Saigo paid no heed to their astonished and admiring gazes. He glanced back and forth between the father and son, furrowing his brow slightly. In a calm tone, he remarked, "Captain Vegeta 3, you have misjudged Vegeta 4. Immediately, Vegeta 3 cast a questioning look in response. Saigo continued, stating that the individual merely wished to become his disciple, harboring no intention of defiance, let alone offense. He advised, in future encounters, refrain from forming premature judgments. Await a clearer understanding of the situation before drawing conclusions. Such prudence can avert numerous unnecessary misunderstandings." Upon hearing this, King Vegeta 3 cast an appreciative glance at his son, nodding discreetly, then turned back with a gentle smile, his earlier apprehension dissipating. He respectfully replied, "Indeed, I shall keep this in mind." A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes as he inquired, "Might you consider accepting my son as your disciple?" Listening to King Vegeta 3's query, Saigo narrowed his eyes, his gaze settling contemplatively on Vegeta 4. For a moment, the atmosphere grew thick with silence and tension, leaving the Vegeta duo and Frieza feeling the weight of the moment. Fortunately, this oppressive atmosphere did not linger long. After a mere 5 breaths, Saigo finally spoke. "Vegeta 4, I shall accept him as my disciple, but only when the time is right." His tone was calm yet undeniably resolute. A flicker of joy passed through Vegeta Ivy's eyes as he hastily asked, "When will that be?" However, before he could finish, his father interrupted him sharply. "Silence. Saigo has graciously agreed to take you as a disciple. You are already immensely fortunate compared to others. The timing of your acceptance is for Saigo to determine. What concern is it of yours?" Faced with his father's fierce gaze, Vegeta 4 could only grit his teeth, swallowing the rest of his words. What choice did he have? He could not best his own father, nor could he dare to act against him, for that would contravene the laws of the Saiyan Empire, and invite undue scrutiny. What could he do but endure? Though King Vegeta III scolded him outwardly, inwardly he was elated. Good son, at last, you have performed a commendable deed. I was contemplating how to persuade Saigo to take you as a disciple. But here you are, having sparked his interest yourself. Truly, you are my offspring. Chapter 61. Technology is a double-edged sword. Saigo gazed upon the somewhat familiar scene before him, momentarily lost in reverie, as if witnessing the affectionate bond between father and son in a past life. A subtle smile unfurling at the corners of his mouth. In his heart, he mused, what would it be like when the Saiyans cease to be wild and ferocious? When countless Saiyans simultaneously transform into Super Saiyan 4? At that moment, would the combat prowess of the 7th universe still be at the bottom? If not, then we shall endeavor to uplift other races, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the universe. Ah, how long for that? The Universal Power Tournament? Surely. I will be able to blend in as an audience member then, won't I? As Saigo indulged in his daydreams. The others dared not disturb him with a single word. After a considerable time, Saigo's thoughts gradually returned to the present. His gaze drifted towards the relatively distant Captain Frieza, inquiring, Captain Frieza, how are the preparations for the spacecraft and accompanying personnel coming along? In response to King Saigo, the spacecraft is fully prepared and ready for takeoff at any moment. The accompanying personnel, as per your previous arrangements, number 12, including my subordinates, Frieza replied, straightening his posture. Upon hearing this, Saigo nodded slightly, and then rose to his feet. Vegeta 3, Vegeta 4, you two shall accompany me as well. This time, we need to negotiate a collaboration on a highly advanced technological venture with individuals from other planets. Should we succeed, we will be able to carry our spacecraft, gravity chambers, and healing pods with us wherever we go. By the way, do we have any negotiation experts among us? We must avoid returning empty-handed after an arduous journey. Frieza volunteered, saying, Your Majesty Saigo, I can alleviate your concerns. He then recounted his experiences. During my service to the Frozen Demon clan, I not only held the position of strategist but also served as the head of diplomacy and foreign trade. I am quite adept in business matters. Do you possess knowledge of commercial affairs? Surely, you do not resort to coercive tactics, I hope? That would be utterly unacceptable. Saigo pondered within himself, his brow furrowing slightly as he cast a gaze of inquiry upon his companion. Are you truly a master in the realm of commerce? What I seek is a mutually beneficial collaboration, one founded on genuine willingness rather than on base tactics. My aspiration is for a negotiation that guarantees success, a technology that is undeniably advantageous for our Saiyan race, and indeed all beings across the universe. Should we seize this technology or secure the universal rights for its distribution, we shall not want for resources or sustenance. Hearing the gravity with which Saigo regarded this business venture, Frieza felt a profound weight of curiosity and seriousness, wondering what kind of technology could elicit such earnestness from Saigo. Realizing Saigo's firm stance, Frieza hesitated to make promises. In previous negotiations, he had not shied away from employing forceful methods to compel cooperation. However, he fully understood that remaining close to a monarch without offering anything of value would soon lead to being forgotten. At present, the Brekians had not yet established formal ties with the Saiyans. Thus, he was determined not to forfeit any opportunity to serve Saigo, for opportunities once lost may never return. He envisioned a day when the Brekians could fully align themselves with the powerful Saiyans. Resolutely, Frieza pledged himself, declaring to Saigo that he would stake his life on securing this collaboration. Should he fail, he vowed to accept the ultimate consequence. Observing Frieza's hesitation, Saigo recognized him as a somewhat unserious business aficionado. Ah, you are our Saiyan Empire's foremost diplomat. It is ill-advised to speak of life and death so lightly. Saigo waved his hand dismissively. Let us proceed with your trial. Success would be splendid, and should there be unforeseen circumstances, I shall devise alternative strategies. By the way, are you familiar with those contracts, the formal agreements or documents that both parties sign? Noticing Frieza's perplexed expression, Saigo realized he was unfamiliar with the concept of contracts and opted for a different approach. While contemplating a backup plan, he thought, let us bring him along. If I can finalize the deal, he won't need to negotiate. Perhaps Dr. Briff will be accommodating. I hope he understands contracts. Fortunately, Frieza's response did not disappoint him. Cooperation agreements? I can read them. His reply was imbued with confidence, clearly indicating that he was indeed knowledgeable. Upon hearing this, Saigo nodded slightly, casting an appreciative glance at him. Indeed, at last, he proves to be of use. Subsequently, he turned, grasping the edge of his cloak, and with a flick, issued a command, "Excellent, follow me." As he spoke, he took the lead towards the grand entrance. Frieza and Vegeta the Third followed closely behind him. Just as they stepped out the door, Vegeta the Third could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Saigo, what exactly do you mean by high technology?" Vegeta the Fourth and Frieza were equally intrigued by the technological marvel Saigo had mentioned. However, their patience exceeded that of Vegeta the Third, which had prevented them from asking sooner. Upon hearing Vegeta the Third finally articulate his question, the two of them perked up, eager to listen. "Since someone has taken the initiative to inquire, I shall share," Saigo continued, walking leisurely forward while explaining. "It is a technology that condenses objects into the size of a capsule for convenient transport. Would you not agree that this qualifies as high technology? The inventor of such a marvel is undoubtedly a rare genius among scientists. Thus, when I advise you to never underestimate any scientist, there is indeed a sound reason behind it." He elaborated, "Without scientists, we would not possess the gravity chambers, detectors, mechas, healing pots, and a plethora of other practical technological advancements. In fact, the very existence of lighting devices would be in jeopardy without the contributions of scientists. However, on a different note, if not for scientists, perhaps the world would not witness as much oppression and extermination as it does today. Consider this, were it not for these spacecrafts, regardless of who they are or how malevolent or powerful they might be, they would be confined to a single planet, wreaking havoc. Would this not significantly reduce the carnage? Therefore, it is imperative that all forms of technology be utilized for righteous purposes, enhancing the lives of our kin and humanity at large." This embodies the true essence of their creation. In the company of his subordinates, Saigo seizes every opportunity to impart sound philosophies, encouraging them to pass these teachings along, fostering a culture of knowledge that transcends generations. Over time, this practice cultivates a rich heritage. Upon discovering a remarkable technology capable of compressing objects into the size of capsules, Vegeta and his son, along with Frieza, were taken aback, utterly astonished by the existence of such unfathomable advancements. The trio began to envision the convenience of carrying gravity chambers and vast quantities of food with them, their excitement palpable. However, their enthusiasm was quickly subdued as they pondered the darker implications of such technology. It dawned on them that the very advancements in spacecraft technology have facilitated countless genocidal atrocities throughout the universe. Though not the root cause, without such sophisticated vessels, intergalactic pirates would lack the means to wreak havoc across the cosmos, limiting their malevolence to their home planets, where their chaos would be contained. In this moment, they came to realize that technology serves both the virtuous and the nefarious. It is indeed a double-edged sword. As they approached the Space Launch Center, the trio remained silent, allowing Saigo to relish the tranquility. Just before preparing for their instantaneous journey to Namek, Paragus arrived at the center, drawing Saigo's attention. Once everyone was assembled, Saigo executed his teleportation technique. In the blink of an eye, the group, along with a small spacecraft, materialized near the location of Broly and Tabul on Namek. Is this Namek? For the first time stepping onto the verdant soil of Namek, Vegeta, his son, and Paragus gazed around in wonder. Their surroundings were a tapestry of endless green, lush vegetation, emerald lakes, verdant hills, and expansive plains. It seemed as though everything on this planet was enveloped in shades of green. In this lush setting, the dark hair of Vegeta 4 shimmered with a faint green glow. After surveying their environment, their attention was drawn to the familiar structure of the gravity chamber not far away, where they sensed two powerful yet fluctuating energies emanating from within. Could the occupants of the gravity chamber be Namekians? The intensity of the energy was formidable. Vegeta 4 wore a serious expression, initially suspecting it to be that of the Namekians, but as soon as the thought escaped his lips, he swiftly corrected himself. No, this energy belongs to a Saiyans. His face then contorted with shock. Could it be Tabul and Broly? The essence was terrifyingly potent. Chapter 62. Departure to Earth. Mischievous Broly since his return to planet Vegeta. Vegeta 4 had yet to encounter Tabor and Broly. He had met Tabor briefly at birth. Yet Tabor's low battle power had relegated him to the status of a low-class warrior. It was a source of profound shame for Vegeta 4 to acknowledge that someone of royal blood could be deemed so insignificant. His disdain for Tabor was palpable, prompting him to take his squad on missions to avoid the sight of him. As for Broly, Vegeta 4 had never laid eyes on him since his birth. Even though he had since learned to sense energy signatures, he was unable to immediately identify the sources of the two distinct auras as belonging to Tabor and Broly. However, After a more thorough examination and considering certain rumors, he confirmed that the individuals in the gravity chamber were indeed the long-unseen Tabor and Broly. Indeed, the figures within were none other than Broly and your brother Tabor. It is time for you to finally meet. I recall this is your first formal introduction. As Saigo responded, the door of the gravity chamber swung open, revealing them. Look, they are emerging. Before he could finish his sentence, Broly and Tabor rushed out of the gravity chamber, their excitement palpable. Brother Saigo, you have finally returned. Are we ready to depart? Huh, father? What brings you here? In contrast to Broly's exuberance, Tabor maintained a composed demeanor, greeting Saigo and the others in turn. Disciple Tabor, greetings to my master. Father, you have arrived. Tabor, allow me to introduce you to Uncle Paragus and Uncle Frieza. However, there was one person who momentarily left him speechless. Despite Tabor's usual calmness upon seeing his brother, Vegeta 4, who bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Vegeta 3 and was heralded as the most gifted Saiyan in history, his eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy, which quickly vanished. With a warm smile, he leaned slightly forward and greeted, Tabor, it is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Vegeta. Now, Tabor had come to terms with the notion that a Saiyan's fate was not solely determined by their birth battle power. While innate talent was undoubtedly significant, it was not the sole factor. Personal effort and willpower played crucial roles as well. Indeed, where there is a will, there is a way. This is the lesson imparted to him by Saigo, a principle he has steadfastly held in his heart. After the conclusion of his training period, Vegeta 3 frequently mentioned his elder brother, Vegeta 4, recounting tales of his formidable excellence, while Vegeta 4 found himself diminished to a mere shadow of worth. At that time, an inexplicable resentment towards this unseen elder brother took root within him. It was only through Saigo's arrival and guidance that he was able to release this burden. As for Vegeta 4, gazing at his half-brother before him, he was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Despite his remarkable talent, he had yet to find a master and was unable to transform into the Super Saiyan form. Meanwhile, his younger brother, branded as a laughable lower-class warrior, had not only become Saigo's foremost disciple, but had also attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. This reality stirred a complex mix of feelings within him, simultaneously imparting an unprecedented sense of pressure and urgency. This, in turn, became the driving force behind his relentless training. Since he began training in the gravity chamber, while others increased the gravity of planet Saiyan once every 10 days, he did so every 5 days, while others trained for 10 hours daily. He extended his regimen by an additional 2 hours, and while others took periodic rest days, he persisted in his training. It was this indomitable spirit that enabled him to achieve his current combat prowess in a remarkably short span of time. It was not until Vegeta 3 gently nudged his shoulder that Vegeta 4 regained his composure and turned to Tabor, sincerely exclaiming, I have long heard from Father about your birth. Alas, I was on a mission at the time and could not return in time. Tabor, you are formidable now. However, do not grow complacent, for I will soon catch up to you, perhaps even surpass you. Vegeta 3, overhearing this embellishment, chose not to expose the truth, fully aware that Vegeta 4 had indeed been present at Tabor's birth. Yet, for the sake of brotherly harmony, he opted to overlook this minor falsehood. Tabor, in response, nodded earnestly, his face radiating sincerity as he replied, I believe in you, Brother Vegeta. He understood that with Vegeta IV's innate talent, it was merely a matter of time before he would catch up. In recent years, Tabor had witnessed countless Saiyans. He recognized that even with identical training environments, durations, and intensities, those endowed with superior warrior talent would inevitably surpass those of intermediate or lower-class talents. Talent, it seemed, was preordained, a fact he could not alter. The only recourse was to embrace the reality of this predetermined hierarchy, as Saigo had taught him, and to devote himself wholeheartedly to the pursuit of transcending his own limits. Only by continuously surpassing oneself can one become stronger and travel further. Upon hearing Tabor's words, Paragus, Vegeta 3, Vegeta 4, and Saigo all exhibited expressions of astonishment. Even Frieza appeared quite taken aback. It was unexpected that Tabor did not seize the opportunity to deliver a few jabs, but instead offered affirmation and trust. Vegeta 4 had prepared his retort for potential mockery, but the current situation rendered him momentarily speechless, his mind going blank. A sudden silence enveloped the scene for several seconds. Ah, yes. Vegeta 3 was the first to shatter this silence, shaking his head as he looked at his two sons, growing increasingly fond of them. I believe you can fully unleash your talents. It won't be long before you become the foremost warrior, second only to Saigo. Upon hearing this, Broly immediately grew displeased, correcting him with insistence. You wish. Apart from big brother Saigo, the mightiest Saiyan shall undoubtedly be me. Upon hearing this, Saigo felt compelled to interject. You overestimate me. Broly. No ordinary Saiyan could possibly surpass the lineage of Super Saiyans that can only achieve temporary superiority. At that moment, Vegeta 3 recalled that Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan and, contemplating the tales of this legendary transformation, began to doubt whether Saigo could truly rival Broly. Consequently, he amended his statement, saying, then let us say the second strongest. My son, I firmly believe you can become the mightiest Saiyan after Saigo and Broly. Having uttered this, he felt an immediate sense of discomfort and hastily added, Oh, and Dabu, you too. You both share the title of the third strongest. With a hearty laugh, he reveled in his own fantasies, completely oblivious to the grim expressions of Vegeta 4 and Dabu, who were both disheartened, while each harbored a fervent desire to rank as the third strongest Saiyan, if not the strongest. They felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at their father's shameless proclamation in public, yearning to escape the situation. Subsequently, Saigo made a series of arrangements. Paragus, Dabu, and Broly would remain on Namek, ensuring mutual support in case of any unforeseen circumstances. As for Vegeta 3, Vegeta 4, Frieza, and the other 11 warriors, they would all journey to Earth together. Soon after, a small spacecraft departed from the planet Namek. The spacecraft on planet Saiyan, some of which have been modified to include gravity devices, with the exception of the spherical single-pod vessels, glide gracefully through the cosmos. Saigo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Vegeta 4, who was diligently pouring sweat in the gravity chamber. Truly, he is a man endowed with the talent of a relentless warrior. His dedication to training is nothing short of fervent. No wonder he has achieved a battle power of 280,000 in such a short span of time. Upon learning from Vegeta 3 that Vegeta 4 dedicates an additional 2 hours to training each day, Saigo could only regard this with admiration. Although he understood that such relentless commitment could lead to both physical and mental strain, ultimately diminishing the effectiveness of the training. He also recognized that some individuals would not reconsider their choices until faced with failure. Thus, he resolved to allow Vegeta 4 to pursue his endeavors freely. After calming his breath, Saigo prepared to engage in the mystical art of spirit refinement to enhance his mental acuity. As the king of his lineage, he could not afford to possess a feeble spirit. Moreover, he sensed that mental fortitude held tremendous significance. Rather than idly waiting to reach Earth, he deemed it prudent to occupy himself with meaningful tasks, alleviating the tedium of the journey. The purpose of this expedition, aside from disclosing certain information to Vegeta 3 and his companions, involved additional matters of importance to Saigo. Earth was a peculiar and fascinating realm, and he harbored no concerns regarding Saiyan planet encountering issues. He had already conducted simulations during his time on Namek. The ensuing 4 months would witness both Namek and Saiyan planet remaining undisturbed. Consequently, Saigo instructed Frieza to adopt a slower flight speed. Originally, the journey from Namek to Earth would take a mere 6 days, but at the current pace, it would extend to 12 days. As he closed his eyes in preparation for his spiritual training, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Thud, thud. It was Frieza's voice. Yet, having only just embarked, what could possibly require his attention? Although Saigo felt somewhat perplexed, he nevertheless spoke up. Please come in. With a creak, the door swung open. 2 figures entered, one being Frieza and the other a person who left him utterly astonished. His pupils constricted as he inquired, Broly, how did you make it here? Broly wore a playful grin, sidestepping the question with an airy, I just came over. Hey, Saigo, big brother, I want to join too, is that alright? Upon closer inspection, it was evident that a hint of pride graced his features. Noticing this smug demeanor, Saigo suddenly entertained a possibility. Could it be that he had mastered instant transmission? Incredible! Such martial arts talent! Even piloting a spaceship. He would have no hope of catching up. It was clear that he had never taught him. He had merely demonstrated it in front of him. Was it not less than 10 times? And yet, he had grasped it so swiftly? The innate potential of a Super Saiyan, was it truly this formidable? Such thoughts raced through his mind. His pupils, which had previously contracted, suddenly dilated as he fixed his gaze upon him. In a tone laced with curiosity, he inquired, You haven't mastered the technique of instantaneous movement, have you? Indeed, Broly, without hesitation, readily confessed, I observed how convenient this technique is for you, Saido brother. So I studied it a few times and practiced it a bit until I managed to learn it. Shifting the subject, he added, Saito brother, may I accompany you? Training alone is exceedingly dull. Please, let me join. Initially, his expression radiated with pride, but as he continued speaking, he tempered his demeanor, fearing Saito might refuse his companionship. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Saito cast an envious glance at him, pondering, now that you've come, how could I possibly send you back? How I envy you. Why am I not of the super bloodline? Yet, he merely responded nonchalantly, since you're here, let us go together. He then turned to Saviza, who was staring at Broly as if he were a creature from another world, and asked, Saviza, do you have any other matters to attend to? Saviza, still in a state of shock, snapped back to reality upon hearing Saito's voice and quickly replied, No, Your Highness Saito, I have no other affairs. He tactfully suggested his departure, stating, Then I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, please feel free to summon me. Once Saviza exited, Saito gestured to the chairs beside him, saying, Please, take a seat. You can join us, but once we return, refrain from wandering about aimlessly, understood? Focus on enhancing your mental strength. You are well aware of your situation. He continued, By the way, did you inform your father and Tabol of your arrival? We would want them searching the world for you. Hearing Sato's agreement, Broly's face lit up with joy, and he quickly dashed to the chair. However, upon hearing the latter part of Sato's admonition, he appeared embarrassed, scratching his head as he replied, No, I didn't. I was afraid they wouldn't allow me to come. Really? Saito shot him a disapproving glance, saying, What are you hesitating for? While the distance is still short, hurry back and inform them. After all, you've already mastered instantaneous movement. If you fail to return shortly, it would only prove that you should not have come here clandestinely. Okay. I'll go back right away. Broly eagerly responded, See you soon, Saito brother. Then, before Saito, he effortlessly activated his instantaneous movement and vanished from sight. Sato's gaze fell upon the now empty chair, and he sighed. What a monster. Chapter 63. Arrival on Earth. First encounter with Dr. Brief, 12 days later, on February 13th, 741. The Saiyan group has finally arrived on Earth. Their arrival, noted only by the green-skinned and black-skinned beings atop a certain tower, went largely unnoticed by others. It is imperative to highlight the remarkable technological prowess of the ancient Gula Legion spacecraft. Their radar-evading and sound-dampening technologies are merely minor achievements. The true pinnacle lies in their propulsion technology, capable of instantaneous flight and the utilization of advanced synthetic materials. The location chosen for the spacecraft's descent was a mountainous region of the West Continent. Present-day Earthlings are not yet prepared to confront the existence of extraordinarily powerful extraterrestrials. Is this truly Earth? The gravity is akin to that of Namek, yet the air and environment are far superior. Indeed, it seems even better than our Saiyan planet. However, why is there not a single powerful aura to be felt? The combat power seems rather feeble. As Vegeta and his son, along with Frieza, disembarked from the spacecraft, they could not help but express their astonishment. They no longer required a detector to sense the biological auras on Earth. They found no individuals of substantial power. The detectors they carried were merely for the sake of convenient communication, such as Earth. Saigo gazed upon the lush, verdant vegetation surrounding him, feeling an inexplicable tranquility envelop his heart. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, savoring the long-forgotten essence of Earth's air, quietly relishing this moment of serenity. Although he harbored no emotional ties to this world, lacking friends, family, or a familiar homeland, the mere mention of Earth stirred a flicker of nostalgia within him. The ability to hear the name Earth and to once again set foot upon its soil was indeed a stroke of fortune. Having resolved to elevate the overall level of this universe, why not simultaneously uplift Earth? Moreover, the fusion of Earthlings and Saiyans could yield exceptionally gifted hybrid Saiyans. A mutually beneficial endeavor that seemed too advantageous to overlook. As onlookers witnessed this scene, they remained silent, unsure of the reasons behind Saigo's demeanor, yet respectful enough not to intrude. After a brief interval, Saigo opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He commanded, Broly, Frieza, Vegeta 3, and Vegeta 4. Accompany me. I shall lead you to Dr. Brief, the founder of Capsule Corporation. The rest of you stay here. Understood. The group chorused in unison, voicing no objections to Saigo's directive. Subsequently, Saigo guided the four towards the capital of the West Continent, West City. Along the journey, he provided a brief introduction to Dr. Brief, the illustrious founder of Capsule Corporation. The others were astonished to learn of the corporation's immense wealth, capable of purchasing several Earths. And they held profound admiration for Dr. Brief, the visionary behind the revolutionary capsule technology. According to the future memories simulated on Namek, Saigo arrived at Dr. Brief's villa with remarkable ease. The security personnel stationed outside the villa remained completely oblivious to his presence. Typically, a normal individual would need to schedule an appointment to meet Dr. Brief, a fact Saigo was aware of from his simulated future memories. While such appointments are the standard practice for ordinary people, Saigo had no intention of wasting time and opted for an unconventional approach. "Who are you?" Dr. Brief, though somewhat flustered by the sudden appearance of these unfamiliar figures in his home, maintained a composed demeanor, his high intelligence enabling him to respond calmly to unexpected situations. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind about the necessity of changing his security personnel, as it was evident that these visitors were not ordinary individuals. Given their ability to approach him unnoticed, if they were indeed hostile, they would not simply stand there observing him. In an instant, Dr. Brief made a decisive choice, abandoning the idea of summoning his security staff, as their arrival might exacerbate the situation. "Greetings, Dr. Brief. I apologize for meeting you in such an unorthodox manner. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Saigo, a Saiyan. These individuals beside me are also my kin. This is my brother Broly. This is Frieza. And these two are Vegeta 3 and his son Vegeta 4. Saigo smiled as he introduced each member and directly stated their purpose. "We have come here unannounced in search of cooperation. Would you have time to sit down and discuss this matter in detail?" As soon as he finished speaking, Broly, Frieza, and the Vegetas promptly greeted Dr. Brief. "Hello, Dr. Brief." They chorused. They were well aware of the gravity of their mission, having understood from Saigo that their purpose was to forge a partnership with the man before them, and they were anxious about the potential repercussions should they fail. Furthermore, with Saigo leading by example, they felt no embarrassment in following suit. "Greetings, Dr. Brief," he acknowledged, relieved to learn that their visit was for the purpose of discussion. However, he was also taken aback and intrigued by the Saiyan identity of Saigo and his companions, and his interest in their proposed cooperation waned as he asked, "Aren't you Earthlings?" "Indeed." Saigo nodded in affirmation. "We are the warrior race of Saiyans." Meanwhile, atop the Kami's lookout, an elderly Namekian, the current guardian of Earth, was drenched in cold sweat. Leaning heavily on his staff, he struggled to maintain his balance, his face a mask of terror. The Saiyan warrior race? It cannot be mistaken. They are the very people mentioned in the Chronicles of the Guardians, a legendary race known for their mercilessness. Yet, they do not appear as savage as the tales suggest. Although some possess a hint of malevolence, they predominantly exude righteousness, despite an underlying wildness. Furthermore, they exhibit such courtesy. What could this mean? Is it all merely a fayade? The arrival of the Saiyans on Earth, is it a blessing or a curse? Beside him, his attendant Mr. Bobo observed the Guardian's distress with concern. "Kami, are you all right?" His preoccupation was not with the nature of the Saiyans, but rather with the Guardian's well-being, fearing that the Kami might pass before selecting a successor. Should that occur, he too would be bound by the constraints of the situation. "Mr. Bobo, I am fine, do not worry," replied the Kami. At Dr. Brief's villa, the conversation continued. "A warrior race of Saiyans? I presume a nation named for battle must excel in combat." Dr. Brief had regained his composure. From Saigo's demeanor, he sensed no malice in the visitors, allowing him to relax as he continued to tend to his flowers with a white watering can. It became evident that the group, led by the diminutive Saigo, had intentions that would not allow them to depart easily. After all, they were the ones seeking assistance, and he had no reason to rush. "You are correct. We Saiyans are indeed quite adept at combat," Saigo humbly acknowledged, stepping closer to Dr. Brief. "Doctor, may I take over the watering? You should rest." Dr. Brief paused momentarily, surprised by the maturity exhibited by the youthful Saiyan. Yet, he quickly realized that a leader must possess significant capabilities, perhaps indicating that Saigo's true age far surpassed appearances. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Saigo took the watering can, continuing the task at hand. Witnessing this, the others, Frieza and the rest, were taken aback. They could not allow their king, Saigo, to work while they stood idly by. They quickly gathered around, eager to volunteer their assistance. "King Saigo, allow us to handle the watering." "King Saigo, let me do it." "Brother Saigo, I also wish to water the flowers. Let me give it a try." Unbeknownst to them, as they rushed in, Dr. Brief attempted to create some space, only to stumble and nearly lose his footing. Oh dear. Saigo, swift and agile, quickly appeared beside Dr. Brief, extending one hand to support him while holding a watering can in the other. With concern, he inquired, "Dr. Brief, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Noting the doctor's gray hair, it became evident that he was of advanced age, a time when one must be particularly cautious to avoid mishaps. In Chapter 64, titled The Watering of Vegeta 4, P.S., in these chapters, the protagonist embarks on a journey to Earth alongside the Saiyans. Many have criticized this narrative, claiming the protagonist is unworthy of being a king. Some even direct their ire towards the author. Frankly, such criticism seems excessive, suggesting a lack of proper upbringing and fostering a tendency to jump to conclusions. They seem to believe that an ordinary person could seamlessly assume the role of a tribal king without any adjustment or training, as if the protagonist's previous identity was that of a sovereign or a leader of a formidable faction, or perhaps he possesses an innate royal disposition. This narrative is crafted according to a revised outline. Originally, it was not intended this way, but after reflection, it seemed reasonable that the protagonist, in his inaugural interactions as a king with outsiders, would exhibit certain shortcomings. Subsequently, others will awaken him to this reality. I apologize for any disruption this may have caused to your reading experience. For those who can accept it, I invite you to continue reading. Thank you all for your support. 2024, 12, 14, 2236. Before Dr. Brief could respond, Saigo turned to reprimand Vegeta 4 and his companions, saying, "Are you all unaware of Dr. Brief's age? How can you be so reckless and expect to accomplish anything?" The four felt a twinge of shame and slowly lowered their heads, particularly Vegeta 4, who stood closest to the doctor, had one less person crowded around. Dr. Brief might not have needed to shift at all, thus avoiding the near mishap. At that moment, Dr. Brief steadied himself and regarded the young man supporting him, finally breaking into a warm smile, his white whiskers twitching with satisfaction. "Your name is Saigo, correct? Please do not blame them. They meant no harm. It was my own lack of balance, haha." His gaze lingered on Saigo, growing increasingly pleased. "Might I inquire about your age? You appear quite youthful. Yet I hear them address you as King Saigo. Is your name indeed King Saigo, rather than simply Saigo? Please forgive me. I almost caused you harm." Saigo first expressed his apologies before addressing the inquiry. "My name is indeed Saigo. They call me King Saigo because I have been elected as the king by all the Saiyans. It is a common way they refer to me, and I hope it does not cause you any embarrassment. As for my age, well, I am nearly 6 years old." Dr. Brief was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. He had speculated that Saigo might be the progeny of a prominent Saiyan, yet he was astonished to learn that Saigo was, in fact, the supreme ruler of all Saiyans. Even more surprising was the fact that Saigo was merely a little over 5 years old. To ascend to the throne of a race at such a tender age indicated a remarkable prowess and capability that could not be underestimated, and perhaps even posed a considerable challenge. Contemplating this, Dr. Brief resolved to treat Saigo as if he were a fully matured adult. Little did he realize that he was in the presence of the highest sovereign of an entire lineage. Dr. Brief scrutinized Saigo with an approving gaze, his satisfaction deepening. As a monarch of his kind, Saigo's humility and respect for others were truly commendable. "You need not stand on ceremony with me. Simply call me uncle," he exclaimed, raising his right hand to scratch his gray-white hair, chuckling heartily. "Though my hair and beard may be white, I'm only in my early 40s. It's merely that my frequent intellectual endeavors have caused my hair to turn white prematurely, haha." With that, he broke into a jovial laugh. Saigo was amused by his humorous language. "Truly? Haha. I must admit, I hadn't noticed that at all. Oh dear child, when I ask you to call me uncle, why do you insist on addressing me so formally? If you continue with this business, perhaps it would be better if you returned home, and we needn't discuss that collaboration of yours anymore, for I am not in want of money." Upon noticing Saigo's reluctance to call him uncle and his persistent formality, Dr. Brief immediately took offense and deliberately adopted a stern expression. As for the other four, he didn't spare them a glance. Had he done so, he would have seen the glint of coldness in their eyes, seemingly dissatisfied with his final remarks, especially Vegeta 3, who appeared hesitant to speak. Meanwhile, Saigo remained oblivious to his teammates' expressions, focusing solely on Dr. Brief. Seeing the situation unfold, he followed suit and said, "Oh, come on, uncle. Dr. Brief, please don't take offense. It's just that I haven't adjusted yet. I specifically came to Earth to seek your collaboration. Surely, you wouldn't want me to return empty-handed after such a long journey? Now that's more like it. Since you acknowledge me as your uncle, how could I let you leave without something to take back?" Dr. Brief's demeanor brightened at Saigo's recognition, and he eagerly took Saigo's hand, leading him toward the villa. "Come along. This is not the place for business. As a guest, I must treat you well. Dr. Brief, please wait a moment." Saigo effortlessly halted Dr. Brief, and amidst his astonished gaze, casually tossed the watering can behind him, Strangely, the watering can floated directly toward Vegeta 4, ultimately hovering right before him. Vegeta 4, the task of watering the plants falls to you. Everyone else, please follow me. This was not an intentional act of targeting Vegeta 4. Rather, it was fitting, given that Dr. Brief had nearly stumbled while trying to make space for him. Understood. Vegeta 4 replied somewhat stiffly as he accepted the watering can. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of astonishment, for he had sensed no fluctuations in Saigo's energy whatsoever. The method employed by Saigo mirrored precisely what he had demonstrated against the father-son duo on planet Saya. Wow. Saigo, what kind of technique is this? It's so incredible. You didn't even exert any force, yet the watering can floated right into my hands. Is this some sort of superpower? I've heard tales of a rare few possessing such abilities. Could you be one of them? Dr. Brief inquired, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this topic, Vegeta and his son, along with Frieza and Broly, perked up their ears, intrigued by the nature of Saigo's mysterious technique, which seemed to align with what Dr. Brief referred to as superpowers. Saigo candidly acknowledged, indeed, this is a superpower known as telekinesis, which can be quite convenient at times. Telekinesis? How enviable. It certainly sounds advantageous. So, does that mean you can move things without using your hands? Dr. Brief expressed a hint of envy, then quickly shifted the conversation to a more serious note. But remember, you must not use this power for nefarious purposes. Rest assured, Uncle, I will not misuse this ability, Saigo assured him. Dr. Brief nodded in satisfaction and continued walking alongside Saigo. By the way, are Saiyans naturally strong? I, as an adult, was just effortlessly halted by you. Or did you use your superpower just now? I did not employ my power earlier. We Saiyans are a warrior race, so our strength is indeed greater than that of ordinary people. You Saiyans are truly robust, he remarked. Meanwhile, Vegeta 4 stood still, holding a watering can, until Saigo and the others moved out of sight. He then withdrew his gaze, staring blankly at the white watering can in his hand, and glanced around to notice the abundant vegetation. Taking to the air for a better view, he soon found himself enveloped in confusion. How long am I supposed to water this? At that moment, a young girl's crisp voice rang out from below. Hey, who are you? How can you fly in the air? 3 hours later, Saigo has finally reached a collaboration with Dr. Brief, and together they will establish a new technological conglomerate, the Universal Saya Star Universe Technology Group. This new entity is the result of the merger between the Universal Capsule Corporation and Saya Star Universe Technology. As a vital component of the Universal Saya Star Universe Technology Group, the Universal Capsule Corporation will primarily oversee all business operations on Earth. Saiyan Universe Technology is responsible for all business beyond Earth and will offer mutual assistance when necessary. At the insistence of Dr. Brief, the group's shares are divided as follows. Dr. Brief holds 30%, Saigo possesses 60%, and the remaining 10% is reserved for incentive equity. During this time, Frieza showcased his professional business acumen, earning the respect of those around him. As noon approached, Dr. Brief arranged an extraordinarily lavish lunch to entertain Saigo and his companions. Thanks to Saigo's prior notification, they were spared the embarrassment of insufficient fare. After the meal, in the grand living room of the villa, everyone reclined comfortably in plush seats. Dr. Brief has 2 daughters. Today, only one is at home as the other is visiting a friend. The one at home is Tais, who harbors a passion for writing novels and adventure. At this moment, she is eagerly pestering Vegeta 4 to recount tales of the Saiyans, occasionally teasingly tugging at his tail. She prods and pokes, eliciting a look of disdain from Vegeta 4, whose face flushes slightly, yet he refrains from expressing his annoyance. As Tais had assisted him with the watering task. Hey, Vegeta 4, please tell me about you Saiyans. I beg you, Tais implores, placing her notebook on her lap and adopting a pitiful expression. And how did you fly in the sky? Are Saiyans born with the ability to fly? Do Saiyans possess special powers like Gak? Gak, who is that? Vegeta 4 inquires, intrigued by Tais' mention of Gak, which seems to connect him to the Saiyans. Her tone suggests that this Gak person also possesses some extraordinary abilities, piquing his interest further. A glint of mischief sparkles in Tais' eyes as she proposes. Want to know who Gak is? How about we exchange information? You share details about your Saiyan heritage, and I will tell you who Gak is. Humph, not a chance. Vegeta 4 scoffs, turning his head away with a derisive laugh. Were it not for Tais' assistance with the watering duty, he would have dismissed this delicate Earth girl entirely. With a mere breath, he could send her flying if he desired. The conversation between Vegeta 4 and Tais successfully captured the attention of Saigo and the others nearby. Saigo, if possible, Could you indulge my daughter's curiosity? She has a penchant for collecting novel information and documenting it, which she later transforms into stories. Naturally, if it pertains to any racial secrets, you need not disclose those. I hope that is acceptable? Dr. Brief gazed at Tice with an expression filled with affection. He would never stifle a child's wholesome interests. Rather, he would offer encouragement and support. Previously, he had taken great pleasure in gathering various curiosities and novelties for Tice. This, of course, posed no issue. The fundamental aspects could certainly be disclosed. Saigo nodded in agreement. Noting that basic information was hardly a grand secret and could be shared without consequence, he then addressed Vegeta 4, advising him to have a thorough discussion with Tice regarding matters of their Saiyan heritage, while merely suggesting he exercise discretion in his explanations. Observing Vegeta IV's reluctance, he added, "Consider this the first condition of formally accepting a disciple." However, a different thought lingered in his mind. "Apologies, Vegeta. Since Tice is so fond of clinging to you, I shall play the role of a matchmaker. May the alternate version of you in another realm soon master the Super Saiyan transformation." Upon hearing this, Vegeta IV's face lit up with joy, and he promptly rose from his seat, inquiring, "Really?" When he witnessed Saigo affirming with a couple of nods, a broad smile spread across his face. He turned to Tice, his gaze brimming with warmth and gratitude. "Let us go. What aspects of our Saiyan heritage would you like to know? I shall gladly answer any questions you have." "Wonderful," Tice exclaimed, springing up from the soft sofa and taking Vegeta IV's hand, leading him upstairs. "Come to my room so we can discuss this properly. I'll take notes while you speak. It's too noisy here. Hey, let go. Don't pull me. I can walk on my own. If you keep pulling, I want to say anything." All right. Just hurry along." Dr. Brief watched Tice's hurried ascent up the stairs with a blend of affection and slight exasperation. He remarked, "Then I shall thank you on Tice's behalf." "Oh, it was merely a simple gesture. Now that we have forged a partnership, we are like family. It would be quite unnecessary for you to express gratitude, Uncle." Saigo feigned a hint of dissatisfaction as he spoke. Indeed. It was my oversight, Uncle. You little rascal, so cunning and astute. It's hard to believe such eloquence comes from a mere 5-year-old. Truly, this world is home to prodigious youths, Dr. Brief remarked, his admiration for Saigo reaching a level of fondness and respect. A 5-year-old could not be an ordinary child if he were to become a king of his race. With his articulate speech, measured demeanor, impeccable politeness, and extraordinary abilities, where else could one find such a remarkable individual? Furthermore, the immense power exhibited by Saigo and his companions, along with their snippets of cosmic knowledge, sparked within Dr. Brief the desire to firmly bind himself, his family, and the universal group to the Saiyans. Only by aligning with the Saiyans could he shield himself from the uncertainties posed by external threats. Otherwise, why would he willingly relinquish such substantial benefits? Upon hearing Dr. Brief's praise, Saigo's spirits soared, yet he never considered himself a genius. His countenance remained composed, and sincerity shone in his eyes as he smiled and replied, "Uncle, you flatter me. Surely, there are countless prodigies and geniuses far superior to myself in this world. They simply lack the fortune to be discovered. Take you, for instance. You are undoubtedly a genius, having created the unparalleled universal capsule, a technology of extraordinary sophistication. Truly, a genius among geniuses." Dr. Brief, taken aback by Saigo's compliments, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Your way with words is remarkable. Nonetheless, I must admit, I enjoy it. Indeed, your uncle is also a genius, a technological savant. And you, too, are a genius, an extraordinary little prodigy endowed with immense strength and superpowers. We are all geniuses." Laughter filled the air, as those present joined in merriment. Chapter 65, Tice and Vegeta 4. Half an hour later, Saigo and his companions finally emerged from Dr. Brief's villa. The security personnel at the entrance were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment, as they witnessed Dr. Brief personally escort several unfamiliar individuals out. It was perplexing how these four had exited when they had never entered before. Just before departing, Saigo turned to Tice and inquired, "Tice, did the answers provided by Vegeta 4 meet your expectations?" Tice, having inherited Dr. Brief's keen intellect, found that Vegeta 4 had only introduced her to fundamental concepts, such as the Saiyans' ability to transform into great apes, with their strength amplifying tenfold in that form. Saiyans possess the ability to regulate their combat power. The Saiyans possess advanced spacecraft technology, gravity manipulation techniques, medical advancements, and sophisticated battle suit technology. During the era of the cosmic pirate Frieza, the Saiyans played a significant role, but they have now liberated themselves from the clutches of piracy. The current king of the Saiyans is Saigo, among other basic facts. However, Taisi sensed that Vegeta 4 was concealing further truths. To delve deeper into the Saiyans' history, her eyes darted swiftly and a smirk danced on her lips, only to be replaced by a frown as she exclaimed, "I'm not satisfied. He is so stingy, he didn't elaborate at all." Much of what he said left me utterly perplexed. With a mischievous glint, she discreetly winked at Vegeta 4, revealing a playful smirk. Yet, upon hearing her words, Vegeta IV's brow furrowed immediately, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Taisi. He could not comprehend why she deviated from their prior agreement. Anticipating that Saigo would inquire whether Taisi was content with his explanations, he had arranged for her to respond positively when asked. In return, he promised to divulge more information regarding the Saiyans at a more opportune moment. To his astonishment, she had blatantly disregarded their pact. Taisi had never encountered such a cold and menacing stare, sending a chill down her spine, prompting her to burst into tears as she turned to flee into Dr. Brief's embrace. Wah! So terrifying. Daddy. Dr. Brief, bewildered, crouched down and enveloped Taisi in his arms, compassionately asking, "Oh dear, Taisi, what troubles you? Do not cry. You will ruin your beauty. Be a good girl and stop crying." Despite his reassurances, Taisi offered no response, continuing to sob against Dr. Brief. While comforting Taisi, Dr. Brief cast a glance at the enraged Vegeta 4, and upon meeting that ferocious gaze, he could not help but shudder involuntarily. As Bikini, the wife of Dr. Brief, observed the scene, her eyes narrowed with amusement as she covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled, exclaiming, "Oh dear." Tai so advanced in age yet still indulges in tears. However, her usual teasing of Tai did not bear fruit this time. Consequently, Bikini's playful demeanor faded, and she crouched down to comfort her, saying, "Oh, Tai, be a good girl, no more crying." After several hours of interaction, Saigo discovered that Dr. Brief's wife was not perpetually whimsical as depicted in the original narrative. Her jokes were measured, a far cry from the indiscriminate humor attributed to her in the text. Occasionally, she would engage in light-hearted banter, yet one aspect remained unchanged, her fondness for handsome men. Within mere hours, she had gazed at the dashing Vegeta 3 and Frieza countless times, not with furtive glances but with earnest admiration, generously bestowing compliments upon them. Nevertheless, she refrained from jesting about their marital status, unlike her character in the original tale. Despite this, her behavior left both Frieza and Vegeta 3 feeling quite overwhelmed. Presently, they stood at a distance, seeking to evade Bikini, whom they found rather peculiar. Saigo observed the series of events unfold and noticed Vegeta 4 glaring at Tai with a fierce intensity. He could not help but gently admonish Vegeta 4, "Calm yourself. Regain your composure." Upon hearing Saigo's reprimand, Vegeta 4 snapped to attention, realizing Tai was sobbing in Dr. Brief's embrace. He thought to himself, "Alas, I have heard that Saigo despises those who bully the weak. I have truly disappointed him." Yet, the audacity of this ungrateful girl ignited his ire. Although he was grappling with these thoughts, he swiftly suppressed his murderous intent and demeanor, though traces of anger lingered in his gaze. He believed that if he failed to secure mentorship, this Earth girl would be the root cause. How unfortunate. Outwardly, he begrudgingly apologized, "I apologize. I could not contain my emotions." However, his tone was brusque, and his eyes were filled with disdain as he regarded Tai. If looks could kill, Tai would have perished countless times over. He acknowledged that scaring her to tears was indeed his fault, yet he could not forgive her inconsistency. Since Tai was dissatisfied this time, he resolved to address her more earnestly in the future, for only when she was appeased would the first condition be deemed fulfilled. Saiga, with the intention of uniting two individuals, naturally sought to create opportunities for them. Initially observing their harmonious interactions, he believed that, over time, their relationship would naturally flourish. Crucially, he was confident that as long as their feelings were mutual, Dr. Brief would not object. However, Saiga was taken aback to discover that Dr. Brief's favored choice was none other than himself, rather than the seemingly formidable Vegeta 4. Had he known this, the situation would undoubtedly have been different. Vegeta 4, still harboring resentment, was reluctant to engage in any discourse with Taizika, yet he could not outright defy Saiga's command. With a disdainful huff, he retorted that if she was dissatisfied, she should come to Planet Saya and confront him directly. Should she manage to arrive, he would entertain a proper conversation with her then. With that, he soared towards his spacecraft. Given his disposition, Extending an apology to Saigo was already the utmost he could concede. To expect him to remain in the company of such a duplicitous woman was out of the question. He would much prefer to have Saiga accept him as a disciple on his own terms than endure another moment with her. Since the prospect of successfully becoming a disciple was rather bleak in the near future, he resolved to make things difficult for that insufferable Earth girl. Vegeta 3. Witnessing his son's audacity to display disdain towards Saiga, was taken aback. Only upon noticing that Saiga bore no displeasure did he exhale in relief. With a somewhat frantic tone and a countenance filled with regret, he addressed Saiga, saying, "Your Majesty Saiga, my son is rather thoughtless. I beg you not to take it to heart. I shall promptly discipline him." After receiving a nod from Saiga, he swiftly pursued his rebellious offspring. Chapter 66. Broly's instant transmission. As soon as Vegeta 3 departed, coupled with the tumultuous events that had transpired, Saiga, Broly, and Frieza found it inappropriate to linger any longer and took their leave. Dr. Brief, having witnessed Saiga and the others ascend into the sky, was filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that his daughter's words held such truth. The Saiyans indeed possessed the ability to fly. However, at this moment, the most pressing concern is to soothe his daughter's emotions. Gently, he patted the back of Tais, who was sobbing in his embrace. There, everyone else has left. And yet you are still crying? You are already a 9-year-old young lady. Isn't that a bit shameful? He chided playfully. But, that gaze from Vegeta 4 was so terrifying, it frightened me. Tais explained in a delicate voice, burying her head deeper. Brief recalled that chilling gaze and felt a shiver run down his spine. It took him a moment to regain his composure. Considering Vegeta IV's reaction, he sensed something amiss. He gently pushed Tais away from him and asked softly, "My dear daughter, tell me, did you two have any prior agreement that you ultimately broke?" Under her father's scrutinizing gaze, Tais wore a look of shame and slowly nodded her head, emitting a soft sound through her nose. Brief sighed internally upon witnessing this, and patiently continued, "Sweetheart, do you understand what mistake you made this time?" Tais instantly shook her head. Brief explained further, "I know you wish to learn more about the Saiyans. It is a desire we both share. However, such matters cannot be rushed. We must take things step by step. If we leap too far, we risk falling. Do you not agree?" Tais nodded in agreement. With a smile, Brief continued his gentle admonishment. "Your gravest error was acting independently and violating an agreement with another. Naturally, they would be upset. Imagine if someone promised you something, yet when the time came, they suddenly reneged on their promise. Would you not feel angered?" Tais stiffly nodded, a look of guilt crossing her face. Brief then elaborated. "You may not yet realize that Vegeta IV's introduction of you to the Saiyans was contingent upon his desire to become a disciple of their king. Your earlier dissatisfaction may jeopardize his chances of succeeding in this endeavor. Now, do you understand why he was so incensed?" Tai's face was painted with shock, guilt, and anxiety, prompting her to ask, "Then what should I do, father? Should I apologize to him? Should I tell the Saiyan King that I am satisfied?" "Yes, you must indeed apologize, and it would be best to do so in person to truly demonstrate your sincerity," Brief advised earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tai's expression faltered. But, their planet has 10 times the gravity of Earth. How could I possibly go there? 10 times Earth's gravity? Brief was astonished internally, yet he reassured her, "Fear not. I will devise a set of anti-gravity attire for you. Then, the intense gravity of their planet shall pose no challenge. It is essential to consider whether you wish to go or not. Of course, I am determined to go." The mere thought of the contemptuous demeanor of Vegeta 4 towards Earthlings ignites an unwavering resolve within Taisi. Not only do I intend to journey there, but I also plan to acclimatize myself to 10 times the Earth's gravity before embarking. Let him see that Earthlings are not to be underestimated. With that, she clenched her small fists and raised them in determination. "Father, you must assist me." "Very well, I shall certainly help." At the landing site of the spacecraft, Broly addressed the remaining 6 individuals. "All right, I will escort you back to prepare. Subsequently, I shall return to fetch you to Earth." 9 warriors were designated to remain on Earth, covertly safeguarding Dr. Brief and his family, as well as the executives of the Capsule Corporation. In fact, 3 warriors were specifically assigned to protect Dr. Brief's residence. Understood. As for blaming Vegeta 4, that is entirely unfounded. It was never his fault. Moreover, it is quite rare for him to apologize for frightening someone. Saigo turned to Broly and inquired, "Broly, can you attempt to sense the energy of your Uncle Bardock? If you are unable to, I shall personally escort you back." "All right, Brother Saigo, I will give it a try," Broly replied eagerly. for he had never attempted to execute instant transmission over such a considerable distance. Saigon entrusted this task to him, demonstrating both his high regard and deep trust. After speaking, he raised his right hand, resting the tip of his finger against his brow, entering a state of profound concentration. The others gazed at Broly with astonishment and envy, particularly Frieza. It was unexpected that Broly had mastered the wondrous technique of King Saigon. Vegeta and his son were utterly engrossed in observing every movement of Broly, as if seeking to discern some hint. Notably, Vegeta Ivy's eyes were fixed, unwavering and intent. In the end, however, they could not unravel the mystery. Suddenly, Broly joyfully opened his eyes and called out to everyone, "I've found it. Come quickly and touch me." Although the others were somewhat perplexed by his words, they complied without hesitation. Saigo observed the unease etched upon their faces and, with a swift movement, made contact with the back of Vegeta 4. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Broly, witnessing this, felt a twinge of discontent yet activated his instant transmission. In the next instant, whoosh, the entire company vanished from their location. Fortunately, Broly had indeed transported them back to planet Saiyan. As they stood firmly upon the soil of their destination, recognizing it through their energy senses, each of them raised a thumb in silent praise, offering a wordless tribute to his remarkable achievement. Truly, he was an undeniable prodigy. They recalled that Broly had only recently begun training alongside King Saigo. Less than a year had passed, and he had already mastered this formidable technique. Had they known that Broly had merely observed the instant transmission a few times before mastering it, they might have been left utterly astounded. Even Vegeta 4 could not suppress a silent exclamation of awe. What an extraordinary being. The reason was simple. He positioned himself close to Broly, eager to discern the technique that had elicited envy and astonishment from his father and the others. Being so near, he harbored a secondary intention to covertly learn the instant transmission. However, the outcome was evident. He could glean nothing substantial. Only perceiving Broly's energy expand in an instant to an immeasurable distance, soon surpassing the limits of his own sensory range. Once the others departed, Saigo expressed his praise, saying, "Broly, you truly excel. However, it is imperative that you remember not to become arrogant, understood? Moreover, you must return to Namek shortly and dedicate yourself to enhancing your mental prowess. That is your primary task at this stage. Compliments should be measured, and admonishments should not be excessive. A balanced approach yields the best results." With a smile in his eyes, Broly quickly replied, "Brother Saigo, I understand. By the way, may I visit Earth periodically to savor its delectable cuisine? The food there is simply irresistible. Even the thought of it makes my mouth water," he chuckled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he swallowed. In all honesty, the culinary creations of both the Saiyans and the Saigo core pale in comparison to the gastronomic delights of Earth. It is as if one exists in hell while the other resides in heaven. After indulging in a meal from Earth, one is left yearning for more. Entirely disinterested in the offerings of planet Vegeta, even Saigo himself is no exception. After contemplating, Saigo nodded in agreement to Broly's request, stating, "No problem." Broly then exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful. Thank you, Brother Saigo. I will return to Namek to train right away. Farewell, esteemed elder brother." Saigo waved goodbye to him, watching him depart. Subsequently, Saigo deliberately sought out a natural lake, where he captured a plump fish to store in his spatial realm, before once again teleporting to Earth. Today, upon merely encountering someone, Saigo possesses the ability to remember their unique aura, in the presence of his impeccable aura perception, no matter how great the distance. As long as a being is alive and exists within this universe, he can sense them. This ability far surpasses the instantaneous movement utilized by Sun Wukong in the original tale. At least, he could not perform such teleportation across the cosmos. Upon teleporting above Dr. Brief's villa, Saigo carefully attuned himself to the extraordinary energy of Earth, effortlessly detecting 3 unusual biological energy fluctuations high in the northern sky of West City. Found it. The 3 individuals possessing these distinct biological auras are positioned quite high. 2 are above, and 1 is below. It must be Master Cat, the heavenly god, and Mr. Bobo, right? The one below should be Master Cat. Earthly deities, are you prepared to embrace the new era? Saigo muttered to himself before executing a sudden teleportation. In the next instant, whoosh, he vanished from his spot, sending the enormous flock of birds, which had just begun to approach, scattering in all directions in fright. Chapter 67. Encounter with the Celestial Being and Mr. Bobo atop Kalinta, on the verge of the Celestial Palace. The figure of Saigo emerged abruptly, positioned directly behind the Earth God and Mr. Bobo. At the moment of his appearance, both the Earth God and Mr. Bobo turned in unison, their expressions markedly different. The benevolent incarnation of the Earth God, Piccolo, tightened his features at the sight of Saigo, puzzled by the Saiyan King's intent in seeking him out. In contrast, Mr. Bobo, the Earth God's attendant, remained remarkably composed, his peculiar eyes reflecting a calm akin to a still pond, seemingly indifferent to Saigo's sudden manifestation. However, both were intrigued by the manner of Saigo's unexpected arrival. Just as the Earth God pondered how to initiate a dialogue, Saigo took the initiative. Greetings, Mr. Bobo and the Earth God. I am Saigo, a Saiyan. I apologize for my abrupt intrusion into your domain and hope for your understanding. Following his swift self-introduction, the Earth God was taken aback. His eyelids, which had naturally drooped with age, appeared to rejuvenate in that moment, widening in astonishment. He could not fathom how the Saiyan King, named Saigo, was acquainted with both him and Mr. Bobo. Despite his advancing years, he retained confidence in his memory. How could it be that they had never met, yet the stranger recognized them both? Even Mr. Bobo, who typically exhibited an unruffled demeanor, displayed signs of surprise and confusion in his eyes. Greetings, King Saigo. I am curious about how you came to know us. You only just arrived on Earth today. I apologize. I did not mean to intrude upon your privacy. This is merely part of my duties as the Earth God, and I hope for your understanding. The elderly Earth God realized he had spoken too freely, his face reflecting an expression of regret as he hastily offered an explanation. Yet, his curiosity remained unabated, even intensifying. Mr. Bobo, observing with keen interest, began to scrutinize Saigo, as if attempting to see through him. Meanwhile, Saigo cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Bobo. The familiar yet foreign figure, with his ring-like eyes, sausage-like lips, and skin as dark as coal, he donned a rather unique attire. The challenge lay in the fact that, when silent, it was difficult for most to discern any expression upon his face. Of course I know you both, Saigo replied, though we have not formally met. I have been aware of you for quite some time, especially you, Earth God. It is quite remarkable that a Namekian like yourself would become the Earth God, while your home planet, Namek, still lacks a deity. With a mysterious smile, Saigo unleashed a bombshell that left the celestial beings utterly astonished. The Namekian? I am the Namekian? The old deity, upon hearing this revelation, was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. His left hand, unaccompanied by a cane, trembled as it pointed towards Saigo, inquiring with palpable astonishment. Upon hearing the revelation, Saigo feigned surprise and retorted, "Oh, are you unaware of your own race? How peculiar indeed. Undoubtedly, you are a genuine Namekian. I am utterly convinced of this. I embarked on my journey from Namek to Earth, considering Namek as a mere transit point. Am I truly a Namekian? So, I am from Namek." The deity, having finally uncovered his lineage, was moved to tears for the first time since ascending to divinity. At last, I comprehend my origins. No wonder I differ from ordinary earthlings. As he spoke, he erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. I have finally discovered my true identity. His laughter was a blend of joy and tears, evoking an inexplicable sorrow in Saigo. The complete form of Piccolo had endured decades of waiting for his relatives upon his initial arrival on Earth, a torment that no one could truly fathom. Yet, even after decades, or even centuries, he never relinquished his quest to find his kin. Not even his separation from the malevolent entity deterred his relentless pursuit of family and homeland. The malevolent counterpart shared this obsession, but unlike the benevolent form, his intentions were rooted in vengeance rather than a desire to reunite with his race. Mr. Bobo, the divine being, could no longer maintain his tranquil demeanor. While genuinely pleased for the deity, a sense of worry crept into his heart. It was evident that Mr. Bobo's eyes had diminished slightly, shifting from large circles to a third smaller in size. "Mr. Bobo, I am perfectly fine. I am simply overjoyed." The deity's laughter eventually subsided, and he appeared more invigorated. He then expressed his gratitude to Saigo, saying, "I am profoundly grateful to you, Saigo, for illuminating my true heritage, a mystery I believed would haunt me throughout my life. Who would have thought that fortune would smile upon me today, revealing this long-sought answer? Thank you. Truly, thank you." Saigo was not surprised by the deity's reference to him as King Saigo, for the divine being could hear the conversations of any individual on Earth if he so desired. Given that he monitored beings like Saigo, who suddenly appeared on Earth, it was clear he was a remarkably diligent deity. Saigo held a deep respect for him, far surpassing that for certain deities who merely shirk their responsibilities. "No need for such gratitude. I assumed you were already aware of your origins." Saigo feigned a hint of regret. He then shifted the conversation, adding, "However, it is never too late to learn. Congratulations on finally uncovering your lineage. The deity, wiping away his joyful tears, replied, I am grateful for your unintentional act, King Saigo. Otherwise, I might have remained oblivious to my heritage until my dying day. I am the one who should be expressing gratitude. Thank you, King Saigo. The celestial being, at such close proximity, was able to discern the essence of Saigo's soul with greater clarity. Upon realizing that his spirit was not malevolent, he felt a sense of relief and inquired about the situation on Namek. By the way, Saiga, if I understand correctly, you have visited my homeland, Namek? Could you enlighten me about what kind of place it is? Of course, though my account may not be entirely precise, Saiga replied without hesitation. The celestial being was instantly filled with delight, exclaiming, no problem. Just share whatever you know. Thank you. At that moment, the benevolent deity, Piccolo, seemed less like a god of earth and more like an elderly man longing for home. The wrinkles on his cheeks danced with evidence of his indescribable excitement. Ahem. We came to Earth directly from Namek. Saiga cleared his throat and began to narrate. He divulged everything he knew about Namek, its general location, the approximate population, the fact that there is no night there and the year consists of only 130 days, and the recent formal alliance between the Namekians and the Saiyans. He shared all these details with the celestial being, even mentioning the strongest warrior among the Namekians. However, he refrained from discussing the Dragon Balls. Saiga, could you explain what battle power is? And how much do I possess now? The elderly celestial being inquired after absorbing the information. He was intensely curious about the concept of battle power, and even more so about his own, eager to know if he could attain recognition on Namek. Saigo gazed directly into the eyes of the celestial deity, effortlessly discerning the desires within. He activated his special ability to probe the divine vision. Target, Earth deity. Mental power? Combat power, 220. Indeed, it was apparent that mental power remained elusive. However, this was to be expected. Anyone who ascended to the rank of a deity, even a minor one, would not possess a significantly lacking mental prowess. Regrettably, your current combat power stands at a mere 220, placing you at the bottom tier on the planet Namek, Saigo remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, the deity's pupils constricted, and a tempest of emotion surged within him. He had believed that, as a talented individual capable of becoming the Earth deity, his combat power would not be so deficient. Even if he could not rank among the elite, he anticipated being at least of moderate standing. To his dismay, he found himself relegated to the role of a mere underachiever on Namek. The deity, somewhat unwilling to accept this, inquired, could you enlighten me on how combat power is assessed? Clearly, I have not undergone any testing, so how is it that you, King Saigo, discern the extent of my combat power? Even Mr. Bobo displayed a hint of intrigue on his face, evidently curious about the matter and the concept of combat power. Combat power, as it is known, reflects the magnitude of energy within an individual, or one might say, the intensity of their aura. You are all aware that every person or creature possesses a unique aura, are you not? Saigo continued after observing the deity's nod. The intensity of this aura determines the level of combat power. Deity, your combat power is indeed among the pinnacle on Earth. However, in the grand scheme of the universe, you remain rather feeble. As for Mr. Bobo, at this juncture, Saigo paused momentarily, activating his special ability once more to scrutinize the divine vision. Target, Mr. Bobo? Mental power? Combat power, 1030? What on earth? I cannot penetrate this. What does this combat power signify? Is it truly only 1030? Or is it something unfathomably higher? Relative to the former, Saigo was inclined to believe the latter, his thoughts swirling in tumult. Evidently, Mr. Bobo's identity transcended that of a mere celestial attendant. He undoubtedly possessed other roles. Since he chose to remain incognito, it was best to feign ignorance. After contemplating this internally, Saigo cast a deeper glance at Mr. Bobo before continuing, Mr. Bobo, your combat power has reached 1030. Such a level of combat power would be considered mid to high tier on both the former Saiyan planet and Namek. Your strength and talent are truly formidable. To possess a combat power of 1030 in Earth's relatively low-gravity environment is indeed remarkable. Realizing he was in the presence of a hidden powerhouse, Saigo dared not offend him lightly. Flattering words flowed effortlessly from his lips, although his remarks were laden with double meanings that others might not discern. Who could resist such praise? Though Mr. Popo is an enigmatic old creature of unclear origin, the corners of his rosy lips involuntarily curled upon hearing Saigo's praise. However, in the next moment, his expression became composed once more, leaving one to wonder whether this was due to a recollection of his true identity or another reason altogether. It appears that the so-called combat power is merely the energy residing within each individual. Upon hearing this, the celestial being was struck with enlightenment, astonished by Mr. Popo's formidable strength. His aged visage displayed a flicker of emotion, as if he were meeting Mr. Popo for the very first time. And his tone brimmed with admiration as he remarked, "Mr. Popo, it turns out you possess such remarkable combat prowess. No wonder you always appear so at ease and unruffled during our training sessions." "Indeed," replied Mr. Popo, "it is simply a matter of age granting me such strength. Moreover, I have never been acquainted with the term combat power until today. It was not my intention to conceal anything." His calm demeanor radiated sincerity as he explained his perspective. In truth, ever since Mr. Popo became the Earth's celestial being's attendant, he had never left the planet and thus remained oblivious to the concept of measuring strength through combat power. "My dear Popo, I understand now. I merely lament my own inadequacy." The celestial being's aged countenance betrayed a hint of melancholy and regret. Had he known of his lineage and the existence of many powerful beings in the universe during his prime, perhaps, with diligent training, he too might have attained remarkable strength by now. The celestial being's mind wandered through such musings. Chapter 68, Encounter with the Celestial Being and Mr. Popo continued. Meanwhile, Mr. Popo wore a worried expression, concerned for the celestial being's physical and mental well-being. "Are you all right, celestial being?" he inquired. The celestial being was roused by his voice and quickly regained his customary composure, though a trace of happiness lingered on his face. "I am well, Mr. Popo. There is no need for concern." Having said this, he turned his attention to the inscrutable Saiyan king, Saigo, whose profound gaze hinted at a question. "King Saigo, I wonder what urgent matter brings you here? If I can be of assistance, I shall certainly do my utmost." Although he was a celestial being, he understood the principle that one does not seek an audience without purpose. Since Saigo had sought him out specifically, it was clear that there was something he desired. And it could not merely be the sharing of lineage. Having discerned Saigo's intentions and confirmed he was not a malevolent individual, the celestial being felt inclined to offer his help should it be needed. Let this be a chance to forge a benevolent connection for the sake of Earth. He thought to himself, perhaps, on some future day, Earth may require their assistance. To his surprise, the deity did not anticipate that Saigo would proactively seek assistance. Given the other's eagerness, Saigo decided to candidly reveal his intentions. He had a modest request. He wished for the deity to enhance the combat abilities of Earth's inhabitants. In other words, he aspired for the deity to disseminate the martial arts across the planet, but not the half-hearted variety. He sought the promotion of the cultivation methods of Qi. What is Qi, you may wonder? Surely, you are aware, for we once referred to it as energy, much like this. As he spoke, he effortlessly conjured a small orb of energy between his index finger. The deity, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of emotion, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had contemplated that Saigo might inquire about the Dragon Balls, given that Saigo was acquainted with them and had no reason to be unaware of their existence. However, he was taken aback that Saigo's request was to elevate the combat prowess of Earth's denizens. The relationship between Earthlings and Saiyans was tenuous at best. What could possibly be the motive or significance behind such a request? The deity was further astounded to witness Saigo's effortless manipulation of the Qi at his fingertips, skillfully controlling the size of the energy orb at will. This spectacle left him profoundly amazed. It is already a remarkable feat to channel Qi from within, let alone to do so with such finesse as Saigo displayed. With a mixture of curiosity and astonishment, the deity inquired, "Could you enlighten me as to the reasoning behind this?" With a mysterious smile, Saigo replied, "From this day forth, Earth shall be regarded as my homeland. I cannot bear to witness the feebleness of its inhabitants. Is this reason sufficient? In your native land, the Namekians and we Saiyans have forged an alliance. Thus, Namek also holds a place in my heart. I have always been unwavering in my commitment to assist them in enhancing their combat prowess. Should you harbor doubts, feel free to verify. I trust you possess the capability to do so." Pausing momentarily, he added, "Of course, we shall extend our assistance, such as providing gravity chambers and healing pods, though they are not offered free of charge." The god of Earth gazed deeply at Saigo for several seconds, as if attempting to penetrate his thoughts. Ultimately, like Mr. Popo, he could discern nothing of substance, yet a desire to validate Saigo's claims began to form within him. Naturally, this would occur after Saigo's departure. As the guardian of Earth, I extend my gratitude to King Saigo on behalf of the Earthlings. In truth, after absorbing King Saigo's invaluable insights, I too have been inspired to elevate the strength of our people, and in this regard, our thoughts align. However, what precisely is the function of these gravity chambers and healing pots? In fact, the notion had already taken root in the mind of the god of earth following the arrival of Saiga and his companions, though he had yet to implement it. Upon hearing Saiga elucidate further, the god of earth exclaimed, "I see. So this healing pod is a miraculous device capable of mending grievous wounds in a remarkably short time, far surpassing my healing spells. And this gravity chamber, which can adjust gravitational forces at will, indeed has the potential to rapidly enhance one's strength when used appropriately." His face illuminated with admiration and gratitude. He continued, "King Saiga, had you not made this special journey to enlighten us with cosmic knowledge, I may have spent my entire life unaware of such advanced technology. It appears to be time for us to embrace the fresh and innovative aspects of the universe. The people of Earth must also strive to keep pace with the cosmic tide. For this, I am deeply thankful to you, King Saiga, for your willingness to lend a helping hand." Regardless of Saiga's ultimate intentions, the god of Earth would not let this opportunity slip away. He now understood from Saiga that the overall strength of Namek and planet Vegeta far surpassed that of Earth, not to mention other planets inhabited by beings of even greater power. Yet, he had misconstrued the situation in the vastness of the universe. Few races could compare to the Saiyans. However, should he be the sole bearer of martial knowledge, he would be unable to disseminate it widely in a short span of time. "There is no need for thanks," Saiga replied. "I simply cannot bear to witness the frailty of the Earthlings. While I can provide some advanced equipment, the specific implementation must be left to your ingenuity, dear God." After Saigo spoke, an expression of anticipation appeared on his face. He wondered if, with his intervention, Earthlings would no longer be regarded as mere weaklings, but might instead produce one or two exceptional individuals capable of ascending to the pinnacle of the universe. Although he had resolved to intervene in Earth's development, the specifics of implementation would naturally require the divine's personal touch. It was unreasonable to expect him to manage every matter single-handedly. This was a given. Saigo's assistance was already immensely appreciated. The deity nodded gravely, taking over the conversation. However, he harbored his own reservations. Until he discerned the veracity of Saigo's claims, he would not dare allow him to engage directly. After all, Earth was under his jurisdiction. He could not simply take the words of a stranger at face value. Experience had taught him caution. A being of such caliber as a deity would possess a mind far from ordinary. Once everything was clarified, Saigo announced his departure. "Farewell." He waved his hand and vanished instantaneously. Originally, he had intended to remind the deity to assess character when promoting martial arts, but he reconsidered. Those who had lived through the era of the Demon King Piccolo should not require such reminders. What an astonishing ability! The deity marveled, having witnessed Saigo's instantaneous movement. "Mr. Bobo, might you explain what technique Saigo just employed? It bears a certain resemblance to my own teleportation ability, does it not?" A flicker of intrigue crossed Mr. Bobo's eyes as he replied, "Deity, what Saigo demonstrated is indeed a variant of teleportation. However, it appears his method utilizes a unique manipulation of energy, achieving a form of teleportation that differs in caliber from your own. Yet, for a mere mortal to grasp such an advanced technique, Saigo's innate talent must be extraordinarily high. Had Saigo still been present, he would have been astounded by Mr. Bobo's keen observational prowess, as he had discerned the fundamental essence of the teleportation merely by witnessing it once. The deity, taken aback, mused aloud. "I never would have imagined that humans could master the art of teleportation. Such a talent is indeed formidable. However, Mr. Bobo, this is the first time I have heard you extol someone's virtues so highly. It seems Saigo's abilities are truly unparalleled." Mr. Bobo, however, chose silence, reverting to his usual taciturn demeanor. The deity, accustomed to this behavior, understood that Mr. Bobo would not divulge anything he did not wish to discuss. Regardless of the inquiries posed by others, he had long recognized that Mr. Bobo's identity and origins were shrouded in mystery. Yet, knowing of Mr. Bobo's enigmatic nature, what could one do? Asking again is merely asking in vain. As long as one is assured that Mr. Bobo would not engage in any actions detrimental to the Earth, there is little to be concerned about. Just like the recently departed King Saigo, if he confirmed that the other party harbored no malice, he would naturally not remain in doubt as he does now. Huh? How did King Saigo end up at Master Rashi's place? The Supreme Being, concentrating his mind, quickly discerned that Saigo was indeed at Master Rashi's residence at this moment. Never mind. King Saigo should mean no harm. I shall seek verification first. As for whom to consult, He already had 2 candidates in mind and intended to visit them both. Mr. Bobo, I must take my leave for a moment. Very well. Supreme Being. In the next instant, the Supreme Being's figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Mr. Bobo gazed downward, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light, as if he could see through the ground of the Supreme Being's palace, directly perceiving Saigo at the pinnacle of the Corin Tower, murmuring, "Could it be you?" BGM, it is him. It is indeed him. Chapter 69. The permanent transaction with Master Roshi. Directly beneath the Supreme Being's palace lies the Corin Tower. At its apex resides Master Roshi, a place little known on Earth, marking the conclusion of the Corin Tower trials. From a distance, the summit of the tower resembles a flower bud poised to bloom. Master Roshi, who had been leisurely reclining in a chair, would have sensed the arrival of Saigo and others when they first came to Earth, had he not been resting. While he was in the midst of his repose, an unexpected presence materialized in his domain. Perhaps due to his accustomed tranquility, Master Roshi slowly opened his eyes, yet without moving closer, his gaze remained half-closed. Upon fully opening his eyes, he found a strange young boy standing before him. Habitually sensing the boy's aura, he noted its peculiar nature, fluctuating in intensity. However, regardless of its variations, he could ascertain that the boy's prowess seemed inferior to his own. Yet, the fact that the boy could appear unnoticed in his territory puzzled him. Moreover, Master Roshi checked the stairway below and outside, finding no one else present. Clearly, the boy had arrived here through his own abilities. He then sluggishly rose from his chair, yawning and stretching, finally rubbing his sleepy eyes and inquiring, "Whose child are you? How is it that you can come here all alone at such a young age? Speak, what is your purpose for ascending here?" Evidently, the cat sage was unaware of the arrival of Saigo and his companions on Earth, mistaking Saigo for an exceptional martial artist who had successfully completed the Corinta trial. It is not surprising, as individuals in the Saiyan Empire have become adept at controlling their own energy, easily maintaining their battle power around 100. The mastery of energy control exhibited by Saigo, who could refine it to perfection, is truly extraordinary. He could, if he so desired, reduce his battle power to a mere 0.01, a feat he had previously tested, confirming the system's description. Coincidentally, today, the cat sage was taking a leisurely break, oblivious to the happenings on Earth, and thus remained unaware of Saigo's visit. "Hello, cat sage." Saigo greeted, "I am Saigo, a Saiyan, and I have come here to propose a long-term trade with you." The cat sage paused momentarily, taken aback. After all, what commodities could he possibly offer for trade? A permanent transaction? Curiosity piqued, he inquired. "I have no goods here. What is it that you wish to trade with me? Please, enlighten me." Saigo candidly expressed his desire to acquire all the celestial beings in your possession, as well as any that may be cultivated in the future. "I wonder what conditions you might impose." Celestial beings? Upon hearing this, the lingering drowsiness of the cat sage dissipated instantly. His eyes narrowed slightly as he posed a series of inquiries. "You claim to be a Saiyan, which implies you are not from Earth, correct? How did you come to know that I possess celestial beings? Since you are familiar with celestial beings, you must also be aware of their extraordinary effects, yes?" Upon hearing this, Saigo nodded and replied, "First and foremost, I am a Saiyan, certainly not a denizen of Earth. Secondly, I am aware of the miraculous effects of the sacred beings. As for how I became privy to your possession of them, it is not convenient for me to disclose that at the moment. Lastly, I have just ascended from the Heavenly Temple, where I recently encountered the Supreme Kai and Mr. Bubbles, and have forged a collaboration with the Supreme Kai. The specifics of this partnership you may inquire about with either the Supreme Kai or Mr. Bubbles." Upon hearing this, Master Cat was taken aback. Just ascended from the Heavenly Temple? And he has indeed established a collaboration with the Supreme Kai? He does not appear to be lying. Could it be that the Supreme Kai informed him of my possession of the sacred beings? I must go and inquire further. Just as Master Cat was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of a shadowy figure floating outside the tower. Upon closer inspection, it was Mr. Bubbles, soaring on his magic carpet. "Long time no see, Mr. Bubbles. What brings you down here? Would you care to come in for a visit?" "Master Cat, it has been quite a while." Mr. Bubbles responded warmly. Saigo was not lying. He has indeed just forged a collaboration with the Supreme Kai. This may require your assistance to come to fruition. Whether you wish to engage in a transaction with him is entirely at your discretion. With that, Mr. Bubbles excused himself, guiding his carpet upward, swiftly vanishing from the sight of Saigo and Master Cat. Saigo withdrew his gaze, only to discover that the cat sage was still in a state of rapt contemplation. Seemingly lost in thought, likely astonished and bewildered by Mr. Bobo's unexpected arrival. To be honest, Saigo himself felt somewhat perplexed, yet since he was here to assist, he chose not to dwell on it further. Gratitude was more fitting. Observing the cat sage in his stupor, he had no intention of hastening him. After a considerable while, the cat sage finally emerged from his multitude of thoughts. His previously squinted eyes suddenly widened into two symmetrical ovals, revealing a pair of blue irises filled with astonishment. What is your origin, that you could summon Mr. Bobo himself to convey a message? In the past, it had been nearly impossible for Mr. Bobo to depart the celestial palace. Whenever the cat sage was needed, the divine would communicate directly through spiritual means, and Mr. Bobo's visits were exceedingly rare. Yet today, it was Saigo who had taken the initiative to descend. How could this not astound the cat sage? Me? Saigo pointed to himself with his right index finger, equally bewildered, entirely unaware of what schemes someone of Mr. Bobo's stature might harbor. I hail from planet Saiyan, a true warrior of the Saiyan race. He continued, oh, and I am also the current Saiyan king. What more could I possibly be? The cat sage, observing Saigo's demeanor, sensed no deceit in his words. His eyes, once wide with astonishment, instinctively narrowed again. The current Saiyan king? At such a young age, he has attained the position of a clan leader? Indeed, those who arrive here are not to be underestimated. Since even the divine had chosen to collaborate with him, it indicated that he was likely not a malevolent figure. The old deity would hardly be mistaken in his judgment. Yet, what was the nature of the aura surrounding him? Although it felt weak, it inexplicably stirred a sense of foreboding within. The Celestial and Mr. Bobo must have sensed it as well, yet they opted to work with him, which was quite intriguing. Very well. Even if one were to doubt the old deity's discernment, surely one could trust Mr. Bobo's judgment? Selling him the sins of beans was feasible. But he needed to inquire what Saigo could offer in exchange. With a plan forming, the cat sage cleared his throat and said, ahem. Henceforth, I shall call you Saigo. I am amenable to a permanent trade for the sins of beans, but what do you propose to offer in return? Initially, he had intended to gift the beans to Saigo freely, but since Saigo had suggested a trade, they might as well engage in one. He was also quite curious about what Saigo's bargaining chips might be. The celestial bean lay idle, serving no purpose, and he contemplated selling it instead. Little did he realize that this decision would soon leave him regretting it too late. Just then, Saigo revealed a mysterious smile, remaining silent as he waved his hand. And a magnificent blue fish appeared before them. This fish, larger than both the cat sage and Saigo combined, prompted the cat sage to widen his previously squinted eyes, now resembling two glistening orbs, radiating brilliance. His nostrils flared instinctively. Ah, that distinct, fresh scent. A long-forgotten aroma. The fragrant allure was overwhelming, causing his staff, taller than the cat sage himself, to tumble to the ground with a loud thud. The cat sage could not help but swallow, slowly parting his lips in preparation for a feast. However, an unexpected, prolonged cough erupted, reminding him of the presence of others around him. Clearing his throat, he coughed discreetly a couple of times, closing his mouth and swallowing his saliva once more. Casually, he picked up his fallen staff, casting furtive glances at the blue fish, as if it possessed an irresistible, arcane allure drawing him closer. Upon witnessing this scene, Saigo stifled a laugh and remarked, my bargaining chip is fish. If the cat immortal agrees to trade all existing celestial beings, as well as those to be produced in the future, I assure you that whenever you wish for fish, I will promptly deliver it upon receiving your message. Before he could finish his statement, he observed the cat immortal eagerly nodding his head with such rapidity that it left a blur in its wake, firmly interjecting, agreed. Agreed. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Just a moment. I shall search for the celestial beings. With that declaration, the cat immortal vanished from sight, commencing a frantic search through various containers. Clatter. Clatter. After rummaging through an array of items, he finally unearthed 7 clay jars nestled deep within the clutter, each emblazoned with the words celestial beings. Meow? So this is where they were. The cat immortal exclaimed with delight, Saigo, here they are. Almost before the words had left his mouth, one jar hurtled towards Saigo with remarkable speed. Had Saigo been an ordinary person, he might have struggled to catch it due to its velocity, yet with his formidable prowess, the jar appeared to move as slowly as a snail, and he effortlessly caught it. Upon opening it, he found it brimming with vibrant green celestial beings. A surge of joy welled up within Saigo as he sealed the jar and effortlessly waved his hand, storing it within his spatial realm. Subsequently, with another flourish, he collected 5 additional jars. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the cat sage, who was approaching with 2 jars of celestial beings in hand. The sage's expression flickered with emotion, but in the next moment, he feigned ignorance and approached, presenting the 2 jars filled with celestial beans. These are the 7 jars of celestial beans, he remarked. Cultivating these beans is no simple task. The yield varies each year, and these have been accumulated over centuries. Celestial beans are intended for martial artists capable of ascending. It is worth mentioning that the martial artists of Earth have languished over the past few centuries, with few capable of making the ascent. Otherwise, you would not be privy to such an abundance of celestial beings. What the cat sage refrained from saying was that, due to the lack of individuals passing the trials of the Korin Tower in recent centuries, the cultivation of celestial beings had ceased. However, since Saigo expressed a desire to learn, resuming cultivation would not be an arduous task. It merely required time. Cat sage, may I inquire if I could learn the art of cultivating celestial beings? Saigo asked, his eyes glinting with determination as he accepted the 2 jars. If he could master this skill, it would provide him with an additional source of celestial beings. Once the cultivation of celestial beings became widespread, an inexhaustible supply would be within reach. In that eventuality, the scarcity of celestial beings would be a mere myth. You wish to learn the cultivation of celestial beings? The cat sage squinted, sizing up Saigo before shaking his head. You lack the fundamental prerequisites for cultivating celestial beings. Even if you were to grasp the methods of cultivation, you would still be unable to produce the beings. Oh, might you elaborate on the conditions necessary for cultivating celestial beings? I shall endeavor to meet them. Saigo seized the opportunity to inquire. This was a rare, god-tier item in the Dragon Ball universe. Acquiring the knowledge was imperative. After all, it was a venture that promised nothing but benefits. To his surprise, the cat sage shook his head, stating, I cannot disclose the specific conditions at this moment. If you are truly eager to learn, then strive diligently, particularly in the realms of mental fortitude and vitality. Alas, I have said too much. You may take your leave now. It happens to be lunchtime, and I am in the mood for fish. By the way, you do not eat fish, do you? At last, he gazed at Saigo with an air of wariness. Chapter 70, Dragon Knight Experience Card. Observing the reaction of the cat sage, Saigo could not help but chuckle inwardly. Since he was reluctant to articulate his thoughts plainly, Saigo chose to let it be. However, he had silently committed to memory the 2 crucial pieces of information regarding mental power and the dimension of life. He was not inclined to believe that the cat sage was merely speaking idly. He would return to study these matters thoroughly. Presently, there were other tasks to attend to. With a swift motion, he stored away the remaining 2 jars of celestial beings and then produced a state-of-the-art detector, presenting it with a flourish. This is a detector equipped with ultra-long-distance communication capabilities. Should you desire fish, simply send me a message, and I shall deliver it post-haste. Now, allow me to instruct you on its use. Ultra-long distance? How far does that extend? The cat sage inquired, astonished. It can facilitate communication across star systems, rest assured. This device is far more efficient than you might imagine. Saigo explained casually. This button here is the power switch. Do you understand what that means? Not really. It is the mechanism that activates the device. Only by pressing this button can you access the communication and additional functionalities. Oh, I see. Please, continue. After investing 2.5 minutes, Saigo finally succeeded in teaching the cat sage how to operate the detector. Once the cat sage grasped the usage, he promptly aimed the device at Saigo and pressed the detection button to commence the scan. Beep, beep, beep. As the beeping ceased, the cat sage gazed quizzically at the combat power reading displayed on the detector. Saigo, is your detector malfunctioning? I would surmise your strength to be above 100. Yet the reading shows only 100. With a light chuckle, Saigo explained, Cat sage, my combat power is certainly beyond a mere 100. The detector is functioning properly. The reason it only registers 100 is that the aura I am currently displaying corresponds to that level of power. I believe you, cat sage, possess a greater understanding of aura control than I do. Unbeknownst to the cat sage, the detector's reading of 100 was merely the result of Saigo intentionally revealing a fraction of his energy. Otherwise, the device would have indicated a meager 0.01 combat power, which might have left the cat sage utterly astounded. The cat sage nodded, her head swaying gently, and replied, I see. So it seems, Saigo, you have attained a level of aura control that is truly remarkable. Her words brimmed with admiration. I shall not disturb your meal any longer, if I delay. The fish may well perish entirely. As Saigo turned slightly, he added, until we meet again, cat sage. If you wish for fish, do remember to send me a message. With that, he straightened the index and middle fingers of his right hand, placing them at the tip of his right brow before swiftly gesturing forward. The motion was so natural, a habitual gesture of Saigo's, one he occasionally mirrored with his left hand in both his past and present lives. Interestingly, it seemed that the fated child of this world, Sun Wukong, also favored this gesture, a shared quirk between the two. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gaze of the cat sage, Saigo abruptly vanished from sight. How extraordinary! The cat sage exclaimed, astonished. He has mastered such a technique of instant movement. Could it be that he is exceptionally suited for training in divine energy? With a look of amazement, she murmured to herself. Then, after a few twitches of her nose, her gaze fell upon the large fish before her. Shaking her head and her eyes sparkling with anticipation, she thought, never mind, I shall first savor this delightfully enticing fish. And other matters can be addressed later. How fresh it smells. Meanwhile, in a forest on Earth, Saigo's figure suddenly materialized. This time, in his instant teleportation. He had randomly selected a more primal essence as his target. As he fully manifested, he focused his gaze and realized the creature he had unwittingly chosen, a massive dinosaur. A Tyrannosaurus Rex, which he could only have previously encountered in books and films. As fate would have it, this T-Rex was voraciously devouring another dinosaur that was still clinging to life. Saigo exclaimed, "Oh my! At last, I have the rare fortune of encountering a dinosaur. It appears to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex, if I am not mistaken." Saigo was not entirely certain. After all, he had never truly encountered it. The contents of books are not always veritable. At that moment, his exclamation caught the attention of the feasting Tyrannosaurus Rex, which abruptly lifted its blood-stained maw, tilting its head slightly to regard the diminutive figure before it with an eye the size of a saucer. It seemed to convey a message: who dares to disturb my meal? Ah, it is but a tiny creature, not even sufficient to fill the gaps between my teeth. How utterly tedious! I shall continue my banquet, perhaps due to its insignificance or the presence of food. The Tyrannosaurus Rex merely gazed for a second or two before returning to its culinary endeavors. It opened its cavernous mouth, the sound of crunching echoing as it devoured its meal. Am I to be considered ignored? Saigo chuckled softly. However, this utterance seemed to provoke the displeasure of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. With a sudden motion, it raised its colossal head and unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Saigo. Roar. It then opened its massive jaws, revealing enormous and razor-sharp fangs, lunging towards Saigo. Given Saigo's prowess, evasion was unnecessary, yet the unbearable stench emanating from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth, which had not been cleansed for decades, was truly intolerable. Saigo covered his mouth and nose, swiftly retreating several meters away, only releasing his grip once he stood a good distance off, inhaling the fresh air. That was close. He narrowly escaped a dire predicament. Saigo was preparing to find a temporary refuge when, unexpectedly, a Tyrannosaurus Rex charged towards him, relying on its massive size within mere moments. The colossal creature closed the distance of 10 meters, lunging forward with its formidable jaws, intent on devouring the small intruder that dared to disturb its meal. Saigo soared gracefully into the sky, evading the ferocious assault of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Are you unaware of the foul stench emanating from your mouth? Please refrain from thrusting that putrid visage so close to my face. After uttering these words, he shook his head and chuckled, exclaiming, honestly, what folly it is to converse with you, for you comprehend not a word. To his surprise, the Tyrannosaurus was undeterred. With a thunderous roar, it leaped from the ground, nearly sinking its teeth into Saigo's feet. Saigo had no choice but to pinch his nose and ascend to a greater height. From his lofty perch, he gazed down upon the relentless Tyrannosaurus Rex, and a thought emerged in his mind. Since you were so proactive, why not take a turn as a dragon knight? In 2 lifetimes, I have never ridden a dragon. Fortunately, one is readily available. With this thought, Saigo grinned and dove from the sky. Stay still. Allow me this chance to be a dragon knight. Otherwise, I shall teach you how to be a dragon. On the ground, the previously roaring T-Rex immediately opened its enormous jaws, preparing to receive this unexpected morsel, though it was not substantial enough to fill its gaps. The fact that this little creature had continually interrupted its meal could not be overlooked. However, in the next moment, it was filled with terror as it discovered its mouth had inexplicably closed, and that the tiny interloper was now perched upon its snout. It found itself unable to open its jaws, unable to shake its head up or down, left or right, and unable to take a step. Fear enveloped it entirely. The T-Rex finally realized that this diminutive being was beyond its capacity to confront. In a futile attempt to flee, it encountered an even more terrifying revelation. No matter how much strength it exerted, it could not move. In sheer panic, It could only wildly roll its large eyes and gasp for breath. Now you know fear? I preferred your fierce demeanor from before. Saigo could not resist mocking it. Fully aware that the T-Rex could not comprehend his words. It was a rare sight to witness fear upon the face of the mighty dinosaur. And he took a moment to relish the view. Thus began his journey of dragon taming. His methods were remarkably unconventional. Subduing the dragon through sheer force. Chapter 71. The fate of Dr. Gero, unable to comprehend commands? No matter, telekinesis will ensure it remembers the instructions. Enjoying the dragon's roars? No worries. Telekinesis can teach it to be silent. Fond of bouncing about? Fear not. Telekinesis will guide it to walk steadily. Should it remain disobedient, a mighty fist shall serve as a lesson. Finally, after 2.5 hours, Saigo has become a competent dragon knight. And the Tyrannosaurus no longer exhibits its former ferocity, having learned to obey. With a single command from Saigo, the Tyrannosaurus comes to a halt, remaining still in place. As if the very atmosphere holds its breath, Saigo gazed at the natural cavern before him. A wave of nostalgia washing over him as he recalled his life in the caves of planet Saiyan. This shall be the place. Little tyrant, bow your head. The Tyrannosaurus responded obediently, lowering its massive form, its tail and rear raised high, as it gradually inclined its head. Saiga leapt to the ground, turned around, and gently patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the side of its jaw, saying, "From this moment on, you are free. Go." The Tyrannosaurus, of course, could not comprehend Saiga's words and remained motionless, seemingly awaiting the next command. It could not understand human speech, only recalling a few commands from its training sessions with Saiga. Beyond those commands, it remained oblivious. Saigo had no choice but to unleash his extraordinary powers, manipulating the mighty Tyrannosaurus Rex to move 200 meters away. Upon realizing that Saigo was no longer in sight, the dinosaur let out a thunderous roar that echoed into the heavens, before turning away and sprinting into the distance, fleeing from this place that had instigated such doubt in its very existence. The speed at which it ran was unmatched, the fastest it had ever achieved. Observing the retreating figure of the T-Rex, Saigo chuckled to himself, pondering whether this encounter would engrave the lesson into the creature's memory that humans are not to be trifled with. However, he decided it was best to exhaust his simulation attempts before contemplating further. Saigo pondered this thought. Subsequently, he cast a few glances at the natural cave before employing instantaneous movement to return to the palace of planet Saiyan. After exchanging a few words with the guards stationed outside the royal hall, he entered the palace, his form flickering as he materialized before the throne. Once seated, he initiated a mental command to summon the system panel. This time, he decided to let his own abilities shine. Saigo murmured softly, his gaze fixed upon the simulation button on the virtual screen. Yet, he refrained from hastily clicking it. Instead, he summoned the Dragon Balls from Namek with a mere wave of his hand. An inexplicable intuition stirred within him, suggesting that the Dragon Balls would play a pivotal role in the simulation. Subsequently, he delicately tapped the simulation button, officially commencing the temporal simulation. On the afternoon of February 13th, after securing the Namekian Dragon Balls, he employed instant transmission to traverse back to Earth. Driven solely by the desire to ascertain whether this world harbored the fervent spirit of that exhilarating race. With a mastery of key sensing and instant transmission, he precisely located various human settlements. Over the course of 2 hours, he visited 200 villages, yet failed to uncover the elusive target he sought. As he perused the content of the first day's simulation, Saigo found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to feel elation or reproach. It appeared that certain grievances were deeply entrenched. Before the commencement of this endeavor, he had not employed his consciousness to influence the outcome, and yet here he was, faced with such a reality. With a heart laden with complexity, Saigo pressed on. On February 14th, after a full day of exploration, he had visited 700 human villages, but still found no trace of his sought-after objective. By February 18th, after a day of relentless searching, he returned empty-handed. On March 18th, he inadvertently stumbled upon the lair of pirates, and without hesitation, he chose to rid the world of their menace. He then continued his quest. Yet another entire day passed without any sign of his target. By April 18th, he persevered tirelessly in his search, yet still yielded no discoveries. Surprisingly buoyed by an inexplicable sense of well-being. Thankfully, it seemed that the absence of his target was definitive. Otherwise, in Saigo's eyes, a flicker of realization sparkled, and soon thereafter, he appeared considerably more at ease. He continued to read on. On May 18th, in the slums of Shido, he fortuitously encountered Dr. Gro, who was preparing to join the Red Ribbon Army. With the intention of recruiting Dr. Gro, Saigo promised to fulfill his wish, to which Dr. Gro agreed to serve him loyally upon its completion. Saigo requested some time from Dr. Gro, indicating he was engaged in another matter. Considering Dr. Gro's extensive knowledge, he inquired whether the doctor had ever encountered the particular race he sought. Regrettably, Dr. Gro confessed that he had never heard of it. Consequently, Saigo asked Dr. Gro to wait for a month in Shidu, promising to grant his wish after that period. Initially reluctant, Dr. Gro changed his mind after witnessing Saigo's prowess and experiencing a moment of teleportation, expressing his willingness to wait for 1 or 2 months. At this juncture, Saigo's eyes brightened with enthusiasm, and he murmured to himself, "At this time, Dr. Gro has not yet joined the Red Ribbon Army? Splendid. He must be brought under my banner." However, he pondered, what could Dr. Gro's wish be? The details remained unspecified. Humanity is driven by a myriad of emotions. What, then, could be the motivation for Dr. Gro to join the Red Ribbon Army before he had actually done so? Saigo silently etched this information into his mind. It appeared imperative to hasten his meeting with Dr. Gero. Such a distinguished scientist must not be allowed to fall into opposition. Gathering his thoughts, he continued to read. On June 1st, he sought out Dr. Brief, only to be informed that he had no knowledge of the race he was inquiring about. Saigo remained silently contemplative, unable to suppress the introspection that arose within him. Was his affection for the realm of his past life truly so profound? On June 6th, you sought the divine being's assistance in locating the elusive race you yearned for on Earth. Regrettably, the deity informed you that such a race did not exist on this planet. Yet you felt an unexpected joy, requesting the deity to gather the Dragon Balls, hoping to reconfirm whether this world genuinely lacked that despicable and loathsome race. The deity, initially reluctant to assist, acquiesced under the threat of the lives of all humanity. Upon this revelation, Saigo's countenance darkened. Would he truly jeopardize the lives of innocents so easily? Preposterous. He was no such person. This flawed system was merely simulating nonsense. It was evident that the detestable race was likely extinct. What was the point of this futile search? A sheer waste of time. If he was so patriotic, why not find a way back home instead? Ridiculous. After venting his frustrations, he gritted his teeth and continued reading. On June 8th, the deity successfully returned with the 7 Dragon Balls. Your wish was to inquire of Shinran about the existence of the race you sought, and you were informed that such a vile race did not inhabit this world. In the presence of the deity, you gathered the 7 petrified Dragon Balls and expressed your gratitude before departing. After bidding farewell to the deity, you returned to the Saiyan royal palace, enlisting the help of Frieza to fulfill Dr. Gero's wish, which consumed 2 of your wishes. For the third, you wished to strengthen planet Saiyan. After securing and concealing the petrified Namekian Dragon Balls, you teleported to Dr. Gero's residence in West Capital, successfully earning his loyalty. See, I knew the Namekian Dragon Balls would prove useful. Truly, I am an oracle. At this moment, Saigo felt elated, not only due to the favorable outcome of the simulation, but also because of his prescient deductions, or perhaps due to the unexpected joy of securing Dr. Gero's allegiance. On June 13th, the location for the Universal Saiyan Technology Group's headquarters was finalized, and Dr. Brief invited you to attend the groundbreaking ceremony. This simulation had concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Dr. Gero's loyalty. 2. The location of the nefarious pirate headquarters. 3. 1 enhancement for planet Saiyan. 4. Dr. Brief's wish. 5. Memories of the future. Excellent. Although there were no combat power options this time, it was still quite satisfactory. If the android technology could be widely applied, there would be no concern regarding the combat capabilities of the 7th universe, and there was no fear of betrayal for nefarious deeds. They could all be incorporated into the Legion. Indeed, I am a genius. As for certain matters that arose within the simulator, it is best left unmentioned. Saigo nodded repeatedly, the gloom that had clouded his heart dissipating instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, I choose the first option. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on gaining the unwavering loyalty of Dr. Gero. From now on, Dr. Gero shall never betray the host. Before the system's announcement could conclude, Saigo focused his thoughts and summoned his personal information panel. Name, Saigo. Age, 5 qualifications, superior talent, giant ape appetite, large with strong digestion, void survival, mimicry, Super Saiyan, full power Super Saiyan 2 abilities, telekinesis, perfect, confinement sphere, perfect, divining eye, special ability, mental strength, 21. 98 combat power, 16. 49624 billion secret techniques, Potential guidance, perfect. Instant transmission, perfect. Divine refinement technique, expert, 457. 31 million. Healing technique, perfect. New illusion technique, perfect. New skills, artificial moon, perfect. Flight technique, perfect. Breath control, perfect. Martial arts, perfect. Aura perception, perfect. Super energy wave, perfect. Aura slash, perfect. Space, 7 Sinzabine Sony 233 million simulation time. 4 months simulation attempts, 213 loyal subordinates. The Saiyan Legion boasts a formidable count of 456. 664 members, led by Dr. Gero. Notably, the journey from planet Vegeta to Namek spanned a duration of 24 days. During this period, there were 24 simulations conducted, each assessing combat power, resulting in an increase of 720 million. In reality, through the advanced cultivation techniques of the mind refinement method over the same 24 days. Mental strength augmented by 0.96, culminating in a total mental strength of 18.96. On Namek, a rigorous training regimen was maintained for 246 days, primarily aimed at acclimatizing to the 50-fold gravity of the Saiyan planet alongside Broly, which enhanced battle power by 37.98 million. Out of the 246 simulations, 45 were dedicated to mastering the secret techniques of healing and illusion. Interestingly, through the wish-granting capabilities of the Dragon Balls, the acquisition of these two techniques only required a single simulation each. However, the number of simulations needed to elevate their mastery to perfection varied. Illusion was the first skill learned, requiring 42 simulations to achieve perfection, concurrently increasing mental strength to a total of 21. 5. The Dragon Balls on Namek, once utilized, can be summoned again after a mere 130 days, a fact that Saiyan only recalled upon his arrival on the planet. In reality, adhering to a principle of abstaining from personally using the Dragon Balls, Saiyan waited until after 130 days had elapsed before employing the Namekian Dragon Balls in simulations, ultimately wishing to master the healing technique. Subsequently, with just one simulation, he perfected the proficiency of the healing art. The journey from Namek to Earth took an additional 12 days. Throughout these 12 days, Saiyan continued practicing the mind refinement method at a proficient level, leading to an increase of 0.48 in mental strength, bringing the total to 21.98. It is worth noting that mastery of the mind refinement method requires 25 days of training to yield a single point of mental strength. By the time of arrival on Earth, on the morning of February 13th, a total of 214 simulations remained in use. In the Saiyan Legion, there are a total of 450. 030 warriors and scientists from various races, along with 634 Saiyans. Originally, including Goku and Vegeta, the count would have been 636 Saiyans. However, these two have yet to join the Legion and thus are not included in the tally. During their time on Namek, they wished to learn the coveted healing technique, a specialized skill exclusive to the Dragon Clan and healing-type Namekians, which is typically beyond the capabilities of ordinary combat-type Namekians. Additionally, there exists an illusion technique, a mental prowess that is solely wielded by the Grand Elder among the Namekians. This technique can be directly inherited from the previous Grand Elder to the succeeding one. Healing technique, perfect. This technique possesses remarkably potent healing properties. As long as the target has a breath of life, any degree of injury can be swiftly healed, including but not limited to severed limbs and gaping wounds, while also restoring the target's original stamina. However, it has a drawback. Casting the skill demands a tripartite consumption of energy, stamina, and mental fortitude, with the ability to heal only 10 targets in succession when fully charged. Nevertheless, if employed intermittently, it can be utilized continuously, with a requisite interval of 3 minutes between applications. Illusion technique, perfect. This technique serves as a unique mental assault, allowing the user to induce a state of mental dis after reviewing the various data on the personal information panel. The protagonist was struck by an idea and retracted the simulation system. Without delay, having learned through the simulation that Dr. Gero had not yet joined the Red Ribbon Army and had gained his loyalty, it seemed prudent to intervene more decisively in the development of Earth. First, the protagonist resolved to seek out the Child of Destiny, Sun Wukong. With Vegeta exhibiting such formidable combat power, it would be remiss not to assist him in recalibrating his life's trajectory. As the saying goes, one should distribute fortune evenly. It is unjust to favor one over another. Moreover, the early demise of the venerable martial arts sage, Sun Gohan, was indeed a pity. Thus, It would be beneficial to allow him to train son Wukong in martial arts. Furthermore, it was imperative for Wukong to learn the distinctions of gender, literacy, and numeracy. Ideally, he should also cultivate the ability to discern right from wrong, developing a sound moral judgment. This plan should be feasible. With that thought, the protagonist's fingertips moved, activating their telekinetic powers. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls from Namek soared into the air, and with a mere wave of the hand, they were drawn into a spatial realm. Sensing the auras of Bobo and the Cat Sage in the direction of Earth, the protagonist promptly employed instant transmission to journey there. Unknown to Saigo, the Earth deity had just returned to the Divine Hall, where he was currently in conference with the Cat Sage. "Karen, I require your assistance," the deity stated, his face displaying a hint of weariness, yet his eyes remained vibrant and keen. The deity had visited 2 places on this occasion. The first was to the Oracle Matron, where he sought glimpses of the fragmented future. The second was to King Yenluo, facilitating a mental communion with the Northern Realm's sovereign. Undertaking such journeys in quick succession was an immense drain on the vitality, stamina, and mental acuity of a minor celestial being like him. Although the benevolent good body of Bic was the Earth deity, he could not afford to underestimate the Cat Sage, a venerable figure who had outlived him. Despite their differing divine statuses, they typically performed their respective duties without excessive interaction. Throughout the ages, the deity had regarded the Cat Sage as an equal in divine rank, even harboring a sense of reverence. It is worth noting that before the complete Bic had divided into good and evil bodies, he had received guidance from the Cat Sage. This debt of gratitude compelled even the evil body of Bic to show the Cat Sage a degree of respect. He could annihilate Earth's martial artists. Yet he never contemplated assaulting Karen Tower or the Divine Hall. If the evil body of Bic could exercise such restraint, one can only imagine the good body's disposition. The deity, unwilling to witness the evil body wreaking havoc upon the world, had clandestinely instructed Martial Master to learn the Sealing Wave, thereby enabling him to imprison the evil body of Bic and prevent Earth from descending into a hellish realm. "Deity, please express your needs plainly. I shall not shy away from any assistance I can provide," the Cat Sage offered, gently patting his slightly bloated belly, nearly suppressing a belch that thankfully remained unvoiced. "I wish to reinvigorate the practice of martial arts on Earth. Do you possess any effective strategies?" the deity declared straightaway. The deity's role encompassed the oversight of the myriad facets of existence. He intervened only in matters of great significance that humanity could not manage. Generally, he would merely observe the unfolding events, refraining from action unless they posed substantial harm to humanity or the planet. Upon hearing this, the Cat Sage halted his soothing motions on his belly and inquired, "What has prompted this sudden desire to revive martial arts? Is it due to that Saiyan named Saigo?" "Ah, I recall he is the king of Saiyans." The deity nodded slightly in affirmation, responding, "Indeed, it is owing to King Saigo, to be precise. It is because Earth truly needs to cultivate individuals of formidable prowess. Otherwise, should a malicious and powerful invader ever arise, there would be no one on Earth capable of withstanding them." As the conversation unfolded, the celestial being's countenance grew increasingly grave, even beading with a hint of perspiration. Memories of the foreboding scenes witnessed during the divination and the insights gleaned from the mental communion with the Northern Realm King surged within his mind, regardless of the source. Each thought sent shivers down his spine, for he understood that time was running perilously short for Earth. A profound sense of urgency enveloped him. Listening intently, the Cat Sage refrained from immediate response, choosing instead to remain silent for a considerable moment. Finally, he slightly opened his narrowed eyes and spoke. "It appears you have verified the situation, and it is indeed dire. After a period of tranquility spanning several centuries, it is perhaps time for us to stretch our limbs. However, not everyone is worthy of imparting martial arts. They must first undergo a trial." The celestial being concurred, stating, "That is only natural. Even when considering the education of those of dubious character, it is prudent to delay such endeavors for a few years." Upon hearing this, the Cat Sage regarded him with astonishment, pondering inwardly, even a being like him, who harbors no tolerance for malevolence, can utter such words. It seems the situation is far more critical than I had imagined. Given the pressing timeline, we should convene the current surviving champions of righteousness who have successfully passed the Corinta trial. Their assistance would significantly alleviate our burdens and expedite the promotion of martial arts. "An excellent idea. It would be a favor for Corinta to make that journey," the Cat Sage replied. "Well then, seeing as you appear fatigued, I shall undertake the task myself. By the way, that lad, Saigo henceforth, I shall refer to him as King Saigo, mentioned that he has brokered a collaboration with you. What is this arrangement? It pertains to hastening the overall martial capabilities of Earth, or as they term it, the combat power level. I see, the cat sage mused. Fortunately, Saigo has chosen a teleportation point near the center of Corinta, leaving half the distance to the summit. Had he opted for a location near the cat sage's domain, he might have overheard the discourse between the celestial being and the cat sage. Remarkably, Saigo's arrival did not capture the attention of the celestial being or the cat sage. Is perfect mastery of aura control truly just a fade? Such mastery allows one to manipulate the outward manifestation of their aura, reducing it to a mere 0.01 combat power level. However, one individual did catch a glimpse of Saigo's presence, Mr. Bobo, whose curiosity was piqued. In the past, he only ventured to the temple's edge in the company of the celestial being and otherwise exhibited little interest in observing the myriad facets of the world. Yet now, he actively sought to track Saigo's movements. Shifting the glimmer from his eyes, Mr. Bobo murmured, "I hope it is you. I have waited long enough." Subsequently, he resumed his usual expressionless demeanor, quietly awaiting the return of the celestial being. Meanwhile, Saigo, endowed with an exquisite sense of aura, successfully detected 2 living entities in the east with notably pronounced energy signatures. Most importantly, one of these beings radiated a primal essence unique to the Saiyan race. Although the energy was faint, it was still easily discernible to Saigo in his current state. "I have found them. It must be them, the Sun family. I am here to alter your fate." With that declaration, he immediately executed a technique of instantaneous movement, transporting himself forthwith. Chapter 73. The gears of destiny begin to turn. Bowsy Mountain. The figure of Saigo suddenly emerged beyond 100 meters from the humble abode of the old Sun Wukong. After concealing himself slightly, he released a faint aura, approximately equivalent to a combat power of 1 or 200, believing it would suffice to lure the old Sun Wukong out. As for Sun Wukong himself, it was still too early to make his appearance. From a distance, one could observe Sun Wukong following closely behind the elder Sun Wukong. His eager demeanor indicative of someone who had endured a life-altering experience after a fall from a cliff. In the realm of Saigo's secret paths, the protagonist's plunge into the abyss invariably leads to extraordinary encounters. There exists a certain rationale behind the narrative choices of most web novel authors from previous lives. Indeed, the web literature has not deceived me. Subsequently, I quietly awaited the arrival of the illustrious Sun Wukong. Nearly 5 breaths had passed when I sensed the energy of Sun Wukong rapidly approaching my location. With a sly grin at the corner of his mouth, he immediately took the lead, maintaining a certain distance ahead. After leaping and bounding for half a minute, they finally came to a halt. One must not underestimate this half-minute duration. For a martial artist of Goku's caliber, such as the illustrious Son Gohan, if he were to sprint at full throttle in a straight line, this brief span would have covered a distance of 600 to 700 meters. This distance was utterly unattainable for Goku, who had yet to master the art of sensing energy. After Saigo came to a halt, he did not hastily turn around. Instead, he awaited the gradual approach of old Sun Wukong. "Who are you? What is your purpose in luring me out?" Upon nearing, old Sun Wukong was taken aback to discover that the one who had drawn him out was merely a child. Despite his astonishment, he remained vigilant. Having lived for so many years, he understood well that stature does not determine everything. Some individuals may appear imposing, yet are but fragile shells, easily toppled with minimal effort. However, as he sensed the suddenly intensified and formidable aura emanating from Saigo, his entire being became taut with alertness, ready to flee at a moment's notice. "I have long admired your esteemed reputation, elder Sun Wukong." As Saigo spoke, he liberated the tail coiled around his waist and slowly turned to face the elder Sun Gohan. The brown tail swayed gently behind him. Upon hearing that the other party was familiar with him, Gohan was momentarily taken aback. When his gaze fell upon that unmistakably familiar tail, his face instantly lit up with a mix of surprise and joy. You are a kinsman of Goku. Are you not? You have come to find him, to bring him back, haven't you?" He was astonished to discover that Goku indeed had kin still existing in this world, and that they possessed such formidable strength. Yet, amidst his delight, a profound sense of reluctance began to creep into his eyes. Saigo nodded and then shook his head. Wrapping his tail once more around his waist, he remarked, "I have merely come to observe Kakarot, or as you refer to him, Sun Wukong. His true name is indeed Kakarot. However, I am not here to take him back." Witnessing the elderly Son Gohan's emotions shift from reluctance to joy and then to anger, he added, "Now is not the appropriate time to bring him home." Upon hearing this, The fire of rage in old son Gohan's eyes momentarily froze, and a hint of joy surfaced on his face as he murmured, "Not the right time? Then what was the purpose of summoning me here?" Saigo offered a slight smile before commencing his introduction and stating his purpose. "Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Saigo, hailing from the illustrious warrior race known as the Saiyans, much like the legendary Sun Wukong. The primary reason for my visit is to inform you that we can commence training Sun Wukong now. Our Saiyan physiology is remarkably unique, and there is no need to worry about any adverse effects on his development." Upon hearing this, the venerable Son Gohan was left quite astonished. Saiyan? No wonder that Son Goku, despite plummeting from such a great height, merely sustained a head injury, while the rest of his body remained largely unscathed. In just a few days, not only had his wounds healed, but he was also lively and full of vigor. It appears that his constitution is indeed extraordinary. This revelation brings clarity to the situation. However, what manner of race are the Saiyans? What purpose did they have in sending Goku to Earth? The child before me, who claims to be a Saiyan, is remarkably young yet possesses formidable strength, suggesting honesty in his words. Feeling no malice emanating from the Saiyan, coupled with the confirmation of his kinship with Goku, as evidenced by that distinctive tail, which is not easily imitated. The tension that once gripped old Son's heart began to dissipate, replaced by his customary amiable demeanor. In light of this, I shall take the time to properly mentor Goku. Excuse my boldness, young one, but may I inquire about the dwelling place of your Saiyan race? I have spent the better part of my life on Earth, yet I have never heard of your kind. Upon hearing this, Saigo smiled and briefly introduced the warrior race of the Saiyans. Upon listening, Sun Wufan displayed a look of realization, exclaiming, "So that's it. You and Goku both hail from the distant planet of Saya. No wonder there are some differences between you and us Earthlings. By the way, could you elaborate on the reasons for sending Goku to Earth?" Saigo casually replied that he was sent to Earth for training, but after such a long time without any news, he came to see how things were. Naturally, he could not reveal to a human that the true purpose of his arrival was to annihilate humanity and seize control of the planet. "So that's how it is," exclaimed the elder son Wukong, suddenly enlightened. In the next moment, he unexpectedly tapped his forehead. "Oh dear, look at my memory. Old age makes one forgetful. Come. Young Saigo, would you care to visit my humble abode?" Saigo shook his head in refusal of the invitation, deeming the timing not yet ripe, and decided to convey a message instead. "By the way, has Sun Wukong ceased his volatile behavior?" "How do you know?" Sun Wukong initially appeared astonished, quickly transforming into a look of realization and ultimately shifting to an expression of remorse. Indeed, Wukong's demeanor has become remarkably gentle and obedient. He had been contemplating how to discuss Wukong's situation with Saigo, but it seemed others were likely already aware, rendering further concealment unnecessary. His sole concern was whether the individual before him would seek retribution upon learning the truth. After a moment of hesitation, he divulged the reality. However, it was worth noting that Wukong had suffered a head injury years prior, which might have rendered him incapable of recalling past events. Upon sharing this, his expression of regret deepened, bracing himself for potential reprimands or other forms of punishment. Yet, contrary to his expectations, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. "This is Wukong's destiny, as well as his opportunity. You need not be troubled," Saigo stated calmly. If Dog Wukong had not sustained a head injury, would he still be Dog Wukong? Would he not have become Dark Wukong? That simply cannot be. While he had intervened in the narrative, altering the fates of others, the character of the destined child must remain unchanged. With the formalities concluded, it was time to seek out Dr. Gero. The response from Saigo left old Sun Wukong astonished, yet he refrained from inquiring why it was deemed the destiny of Sun Wukong. Before departing, Saigo took the time to present 12 mystical beans and a novel detection device to old Sun Wukong, imparting several crucial instructions. First, ensure that Sun Wukong does not gaze upon the full moon. Second, impart essential life knowledge to him. Third, teach him literacy and numeracy. Fourth, emphasize the importance of foundational skills in martial arts. Fifth, educate him to distinguish between right and wrong and good and evil. Sixth, for any urgent matters, he could directly contact Saigo or seek assistance from the celestial deity. After conveying these vital reminders and demonstrating the use of the detection device, Saigo executed a swift teleportation and vanished. Old Sun Wukong, witnessing the spectacle, stood in a daze and after a few moments, murmured to himself, "The Saiyans are indeed a mysterious race. Their strength at such a young age is remarkable, and they possess astonishing abilities." In that instant, his long-dormant heart began to race fervently. Looking down at the detection device and the mystical beans in his hands, he realized that such beans were only available from the cat sage, indicating that Saigo had indeed visited the Korin Tower and encountered events unknown to him. He hoped this was a positive omen. With that thought, he turned and hurried homeward. Unbeknownst to old Sun Wukong, a new visitor awaited him at his residence. Saigo, of course, was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Gohan's home. After some inquiries, he found himself standing before the entrance of the impoverished district in the grand metropolis of West City. Although West City is a haven for the affluent, even the wealthiest of cities inevitably harbors slums, differing only in their size and number. Despite the annual support and assistance from the ubiquitous Capsule Corporation, West City still witnesses its share of disillusioned souls. Chapter 74. The renowned scientist, Dr. Gero. At the moment he glimpsed the impoverished district mentioned in the simulation, Saigo felt his perception profoundly shaken. It was merely a singular community, yet it bore little resemblance to his preconceived notions of a slum. As he surveyed the scene, 6 rare, flat-roofed buildings loomed majestically, each soaring to a height of nearly 100 meters. These edifices were arranged in a hexagonal formation, encircling a spacious plaza adorned with numerous green spaces. The notion that this environment could be deemed a slum seemed utterly absurd. However, recalling the opulent estate of Dr. Briefs rendered it somewhat comprehensible. Sai lightly shook his head and proceeded towards the main entrance. As anticipated, he was intercepted by security personnel. However, benefiting from his youth, he effortlessly garnered their assistance and successfully summoned Dr. Gero. Although Dr. Gero resided there, he refrained from disclosing his doctoral status. "Mr. Gero, is this child your relative?" inquired the security staff. The weathered Dr. Gero, with his crown of white hair, found his gaze fixated on Saigo the moment he laid eyes on him, repeatedly nodding. Yes. Thank you, young man, for calling me over." He then led Saigo towards his residence. Upon reaching the threshold of his home, Dr. Gero slightly hunched over, his demeanor somewhat agitated as he whispered, "Lord Saigo, I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense. However, how did you come to find me?" "I was just contemplating addressing some household matters before setting out to seek you." "Household matters? Could it be that his family was facing difficulties? Was the desire mentioned in the simulation related to his kin?" With this thought in mind, Saigo waved his hand and candidly inquired, "Doctor, have you encountered some troublesome matters at home? Do share with me. Perhaps I might be able to assist." Upon witnessing that Dr. Glow no longer exhibited the subservient demeanor characteristic of the ancient Gula Legion in the previous Saiyans, Saigo's spirits lifted considerably. However, upon hearing Saigo's words, Dr. Glow's expression darkened with difficulty. He felt undeserving of any commendation, which made it hard for him to speak, yet he was profoundly touched. For the sake of his beloved wife, he had sought medical help far and wide, exhausting all his savings, yet after several years, there had been no sign of her awakening. In desperation, he contemplated joining the Red Ribbon Army, not with aspirations of world domination, but rather to leverage the Army's resources to apply his lifelong studies in robotics and android creation in hopes of saving his wife. Had it not been for Saigo's intervention, Dr. Glow's life trajectory would likely have remained unchanged, perhaps only affected by the emergence of new technologies. And he might have developed androids even more sophisticated and comprehensive than those in the original narrative. Observing Glow's reluctance to speak, Saigo feigned annoyance and declared, "If you choose not to share, then as of today, you shall no longer be my subordinate." Saigo's confidence in making such a statement is certainly well-founded. The products of the system are undoubtedly of exquisite quality. This assertion is not made lightly. Previously, Saigo had tested this with the Saiyan Legion. And when he suggested that those warriors return to their mundane lives, none were willing to leave, clinging stubbornly to their roles. This clearly illustrates the unassailable power of the system. Moreover, Saigo, with his impeccable sense of aura, detected the presence of an entity within the room that emanated a unique biological energy. The tranquility of this aura was striking, making it nearly impossible for Saigo to overlook. A typical individual would not exude such stillness. Their energy would fluctuate within a certain rhythm. As anticipated, upon hearing Saigo's words, Dr. Gero fell to his knees, his voice thick with emotion as he implored, "Lord Saigo, please do not forsake me. I shall explain everything." Although he spoke with a quavering voice, his heart swelled with gratitude. A leader who shows such compassion for their subordinates is a rare dream to encounter, and he could not bear to let such an opportunity slip away. Secure him. This invaluable ally must be bound with iron chains. Rise. I do not appreciate those who kneel without cause. Yes, After standing, Dr. Gero laid bare the challenges he faced. It was due to his wife, Lisa, who had tragically become a vegetative state following an accident, that he, a highly esteemed doctor admired by thousands, found himself in such dire circumstances. He had never relinquished hope, tirelessly seeking medical help for years, all in the quest to restore his wife to her former self. Not only Dr. Gero, but even his two sons contributed in their own ways, yearning for their mother's swift recovery. His elder son, Goku, born with a combative spirit and sharp intellect, had joined the Red Ribbon Army without hesitation, seeking financial support to aid his family. Recently, he encouraged Dr. Gero to join, claiming that the higher-ups in the Red Ribbon Army warmly welcomed him and promised substantial rewards, which sparked Dr. Gero's desire to enlist. His younger son, Gula, inherited his father's intellect and was now attending university. Nevertheless, Gula not only refrained from taking a single penny from home but also participated in various competitions to earn prize money, sending most of it back to support his family. A true embodiment of a model child. Well done. You have not brought shame to your family, Saigo thought, genuinely admiring Dr. Gero. No wonder, in the original narrative, Sun Wukong did not confront the Red Ribbon Army. The androids were already in development. It seems this was the root of the matter. With great appreciation, he assured, "Rest assured, I will assist you in this endeavor. Within a day, you shall witness a vibrant and lively Lisa." Is that true? Thank you, Lord Saigo. Dr. Gero's expression turned fervent, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Although he harbored doubts about the possibility of healing Lisa, having a glimmer of hope was a blessing in itself. What if, against all odds, she truly could be healed? He would not spare any opportunity for his wife's recovery. Simultaneously, the feelings within him surged to a new height. Just wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Pay close attention to Lisa. If she shows signs of improvement, remember to temper your emotions. Dr. Saigo instructed earnestly. Dr. Garo opened his mouth as if to inquire, a mix of hope, fear, and curiosity flickering in his eyes, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Ultimately uttering a solitary affirmation, "Yes." Saigo gazed upward, meeting his eyes with an unwavering expression and resolute tone, proclaiming, "Trust me. In no more than 10 minutes, you will witness a Lisa who is as normal as one could possibly be. Do you not wish to see Lisa return to her former self?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Gro fervently nodded, his eyes gradually reflecting a newfound determination, rendered speechless momentarily by the surge of emotions. Saigo said nothing more, merely giving his hand a gentle pat before vanishing before the astonished gaze of Dr. Gero. At that moment, Dr. Gero's perception was profoundly shaken. Unable to comprehend the spectacle before his eyes, he widened his eyes and took a large step to the spot where Saigo had just stood, searching the surroundings for any trace of him, yet found nothing. Saigo had truly disappeared into thin air. Remarkable. Lisa finally had hope of returning to normalcy. Wonderful. At this moment, tears that had not flowed for years welled up in Dr. Gero's eyes as he rushed toward his wife's bedroom. Lisa, there is hope. There is hope. Finally, there is hope. You may finally have the chance to become a normal person again. How splendid. Despite the glimmer of hope illuminated by the miraculous means employed by Saigo, Dr. Gero still harbored a sense of trepidation within his heart. The destination of the instantaneous teleportation is undoubtedly planet Namek, not to mention the capabilities of the eternal dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls on Earth. Saigo had no intention of utilizing the Earth's Dragon Balls. He decided to reserve his first wish for his first love. Chapter 75, A Forthright Harvest. Planet Namek, residence of the Grand Elder. As Saigo made his entrance, the Grand Elder became aware of his presence, though his eyelids seemed to be shut. He was still able to accurately orient his head towards Saigo's direction, as if equipped with an automatic locator. Saigo Wong. Your sudden arrival. Could it be that you bear some pressing matter? Without further ado, I shall get straight to the point. Elder, I seek to borrow your Dragon Balls to fulfill a few wishes. Might that be permissible? Of course, the Elder replied slowly, for Saigo has aided us significantly. The use of the Dragon Balls is certainly not an issue. However, to ensure the success of your wishes, you must articulate them in the language of our Namekian people. Allow me to find someone to assist you in this matter. His tone revealed a hint of surprise, albeit only a trace. He reasoned that since Saigo was aware of the existence of the Dragon Balls, he could not possibly be ignorant of their purpose. The fact that he had restrained himself until now to request their use filled the Elder with a profound admiration that far surpassed any astonishment. Saigo shook his head directly and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder, but on planet Saya, we have individuals proficient in the Namekian language. so there is no need to trouble you with further arrangements. Their cultivation is of greater importance at this stage. Coincidentally, I also need to return to planet Saya. If the elder was merely surprised a moment ago, he was now utterly astonished. After living for several centuries, it was the first time he had heard of outsiders mastering the exclusive language of the Namekians, which left him quite taken aback. However, what truly astonished the elder was Saigo's demeanor. He had never anticipated that Saigo would seek his counsel, even with individuals capable of speaking the Namekian language at his disposal. This particular aspect filled the elder with a profound sense of surprise, admiration, and relief. Saigo could effortlessly utilize the Dragon Balls without anyone being the wiser. Yet he refrained from doing so. This principled approach to conduct evoked a profound respect from the elder. King Saigo, your honorable demeanor fills me with admiration and pride. The elder expressed sincerely, not only praising him but also revealing the time intervals associated with the use of the Dragon Balls. Henceforth, King Saigo may wield the Dragon Balls of Namek at his discretion. However, it is imperative for him to remember that after 3 wishes are granted, a waiting period of 130 days must elapse before they can be employed again. Previously, the elder would never have uttered such words, allowing Saigo only 2 or 3 uses at most. The promise made now undoubtedly reflects the charm of Saigo's character that has moved the elder. Indeed, sincerity is an everlasting ace in the hole. A gentleman should always act with integrity. Thank you for your guidance, and I am deeply grateful for your trust. Rest assured, the Dragon Balls will be utilized for righteous purposes. With that, Saigo took his leave, wishing the elder well. Shortly thereafter, he vanished using his instantaneous movement. I never anticipated that King Saigo possessed such a marvelous skill. The elder marveled, recognizing the potential of this exceptional young man, who is destined to reach unprecedented heights. Alas, he is not my child. A nameless planet. After a brief return to planet Saya, Saigo wasted no time and, without uttering a word, transported Shavia to a nameless planet devoid of intelligent life, yet teeming with primitive organisms. Your Majesty, Saigo, do you have a specific mission for this planet? Shavia inquired cautiously. Saigo did not respond immediately. Instead, he waved his hand and produced the Namekian Dragon Balls before saying, Captain Shaviza, I will need your assistance in conveying my wish to the dragon in the Namekian tongue. After elaborating on his desire for 2.5 minutes, he concluded by asking, Did you comprehend everything? Indeed, I shall remember it well. Shaviza replied earnestly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Filled with anticipation for the dragon that Saigo spoke of, wondering what it would be like. In Saigo's heart, there resided a sense of anticipation. After all, this was the first genuine encounter with the divine dragon. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor and instructed, quickly summon the divine dragon. But remember to refrain from mentioning that I was the one who prompted your wish. Saigo has always perceived that using the Dragon Balls comes with an unfathomable cost, one that ordinary individuals cannot comprehend. In this moment, the ability to employ them within a simulator seems most advantageous. In reality, it is prudent to refrain from such endeavors. Understood, responded Shavia as he advanced towards the 7-inch Dragon Balls, which shimmered with radiant light upon the ground. In both his previous life and this one, Saigo has often pondered why the Grand Elder and the Supreme Kai have not utilized the Dragon Balls to wish for immortality and eternal youth. Is it possible that the creators of the Dragon Balls are forbidden from using them directly? Yet, they could still fulfill their desires through others, could they not? Nevertheless, neither of them has taken such actions. Alternatively, perhaps they possess knowledge of certain secrets regarding the Dragon Balls that deter them. Saigo cannot fathom how anyone could resist the allure of immortality. Ultimately, is it that the creators cannot access the Dragon Balls by any means? Or do the Dragon Balls conceal some unknown secret? Reflecting on the warnings from the North Kai and the Old Kai, Saigo resolves that caution is paramount. If he wishes to make a request, it suffices to do so through his golden finger, avoiding any personal engagement with the Dragon Balls in reality. Come forth, Shinran. Shavia exclaimed, gazing at the colossal Dragon Balls with exhilaration. Taking a deep breath, he began to summon in the language of the Namekians. As his words resonated, the 7 Dragon Balls, each larger than a basketball, erupted in a brilliant golden light that intensified with each pulse. The golden radiance flickered 7 times, culminating in a blinding flash that left both Saigo and Shavia momentarily blinded. Concurrently, the dazzling light surged skyward, piercing the heavens. In that instant, night fell abruptly from the sky. The brilliant light, ascending to an altitude of 650 meters, erupted once more into a resplendent display, transforming into a colossal creature with massive, pointed horns adorning its shoulders and head, muscular chest and arms that instilled fear. Its crimson eyes radiated a formidable presence. Overall, it was a magnificent and awe-inspiring sight. This was the Shinran Purunga summoned by the Namekian Dragon Balls. At this moment, Saigo and Shibuya, witnessing the dragon's true form for the first time, were struck by an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Is this really Shinran? Shibuya marveled. As Purunga fully materialized, it slowly lowered its head. Its scarlet eyes fixed intently upon the two below, particularly on Shibuya. Opening its mouth to reveal gleaming white fangs, it proclaimed in a resonant and authoritative voice, "Fortunate human, speak your wish. Within my power, I can grant you 3 wishes." As Shibuya observed Purunga bow his head, a wave of trepidation washed over him, causing him to instinctively take a step back. However, upon noticing that Saigo remained motionless, he found the courage to advance once more. Steadying himself, he spoke in the language of the Namekians. "Pi, the digits of pi cannot be inscribed. It is utterly exasperating." He then made his wish. "O divine dragon, my first desire is to restore Lisa, who is on Earth, to her former self." It is worth noting that Lisa is the wife of Dr. Gero. Do not confuse her with anyone else. She is currently in a vegetative state. Although Purunga comprehended the request, for Saigo, it merely sounded like a jumble of words without substance. Were it not for his unwavering trust in Shibuya's loyalty, Saigo would have preferred to seek assistance from a Namekian rather than entrust a wish to an outsider. Chapter 76. The Namekian Dragon Purunga. This wish is quite simple and can be fulfilled immediately. Purunga's voice resonated with authority, echoing through the skies. He then slightly raised his head towards Earth, his crimson eyes flashing with brilliance. Gradually, he lowered his head again, his mouth moving as the first wish was granted. "Now, state your second wish." This proclamation was made in the universal language of the cosmos, which Saigo understood. Subsequently, Shibuya articulated the remaining 2 wishes as instructed by Saigo. One wish was to rejuvenate Dr. Gero and his wife, restoring them to the appearance of their 20-year-old selves. The other wish was to enhance planet Vegeta to its utmost potential without altering its gravity. These desires are also straightforward and can be realized forthwith. The crimson glow in Purunga's eyes flickered once more. After 3 breaths, he extended his right claw, which bore only 4 digits. 2 of the toes touched, and a deep, resonant voice declared, "Okay, your 3 wishes have been granted. Farewell." As soon as the words left his lips, Purunga tilted his head back, and in the next moment, the entire dragon's tail ascended, accompanied by 7 shimmering Dragon Balls. Soon, Purunga's massive form transformed into a blinding golden light, illuminating the entire sky. For a brief moment, both Saigo and Shibuya were rendered unable to open their eyes. When they finally managed to do so, they beheld 7 petrified Dragon Balls descending from the heavens, and the sky regained its brilliance. Saigo gazed at the petrified Dragon Ball in free fall, immediately employing his supernatural powers to levitate and capture it, subsequently storing it within his realm. Although Polona had vanished without a trace, Shibuya's eyes still reflected signs of astonishment, prompting him to voice the lingering question in his heart. "King Saigo, have the 3 wishes you requested of me truly been fulfilled?" Had it not been for Saigo personally confirming the 3 wishes he had granted, Shibuya would have found it difficult to believe that the Eternal Dragon could indeed assist in realizing one's desires, even if he had managed to gather all 7 Dragon Balls on his own. This was utterly perplexing, defying all rationality. Moreover, given that these wishes were not immediately tangible, it was entirely rational to harbor doubts. Of course, the mystique of the Dragon Balls is undeniable, a point I can assert with utmost certainty. Saigo nodded. Yet, he pondered whether the enhanced Saiyan planet could rival the strength of the Supreme Kai's realm. Even within the original narrative, the Supreme Kai's domain could only barely withstand the violent clashes of Super Saiyan 3's power for a brief period. Prolonged exposure would inevitably succumb to the catastrophic destructive force unleashed by the initial stages of Super Saiyan 3. What transformations might occur after the Saiyan planet's enhancement? Shibuya inquired further. Saigo pondered for a moment before expressing with a hint of uncertainty, after the enhancement, "We should be able to withstand the destructive force generated by Super Saiyan levels, shouldn't we?" Prior to the enhancement, our Saiyan planet could not endure the full might unleashed by Super Saiyan power. This transformation signifies an intrinsic alteration of the planet. The inhabitants of the Saiyan planet are unlikely to sense any difference. If you wish to know more, you might consider returning to investigate or inquiring with others to see if they have noticed any anomalies. To be frank, Saigo remains uncertain about the specific changes that will occur after the enhancement of the Saiyan planet. However, one thing is certain: its resilience will undoubtedly be considerably strengthened. In battles among Super Saiyans with power levels below 1 billion, as long as there is no deliberate destruction, the previous Saiyan planet might still manage to withstand the onslaught. After all, the Saiyan planet boasts high gravitational forces. Yet now, the few individuals on the Saiyan planet capable of transforming into Super Saiyans possess a baseline combat strength that has reached the tens of millions, and upon transformation, their power escalates to the level of tens of billions. The Saiyan planet prior to enhancement could never endure the destructive force generated by such immense power. Upon hearing this, Frieza was skeptical. Influenced by unwavering loyalty, trust was a significant factor, yet as a rational individual, he maintained a trace of doubt. This matter should remain confidential for now. You may inquire casually or investigate further on your own. For the time being, allow me to escort you back. Understood. Though Frieza yearned to pose further questions, upon hearing Saigo's words, he had no choice but to suppress his inquiries. After returning Frieza to the Saiyan planet, Saigo instantaneously teleported to Earth. In West City, within the impoverished district, Saigo's figure materialized within Dr. Gero's home. Upon arrival, he beheld a young couple, tears streaming down their faces, embracing one another. Indeed, it was the young Dr. Gero and his wife, Lisa. The instantaneous teleportation was executed flawlessly, silently. And as neither Gero nor his wife possessed the ability to sense energy, they remained oblivious to Saigo's presence. "Rogo, I thought I would never see you again," exclaimed Lisa, her voice trembling with emotion. "Little Lisa, I too believed I would never lay eyes on you again. It is truly wonderful that you have returned to normal." The two appeared as if bound by a powerful adhesive, clinging to one another as they poured out their hearts, recounting their deep longing for each other. Entirely unaware of Saigo standing at the doorway, they were oblivious to the fact that they had both grown youthful again. As their dialogue continued, they began to engage in an intimate display, a scene unfolding between their lips and tongues. Saigo had never experienced such an immersive moment. His eyes wide as he coughed softly. Startled by the unexpected sound, Dr. Glow and his wife instinctively recoiled from each other like frightened birds. Just as they turned to discern the source of the noise, they were astonished to find one another transformed into youthful versions of themselves. "My goodness! Rogo, you look so young. My heavens! Lisa, you appear so youthful. I've become younger," they exclaimed in unison, momentarily overlooking Saigo. After confirming their astonishing transformations, they suddenly recalled the cough that had interrupted them and turned in unison towards the entrance. "Whose child are you? Master Saigo, you have returned." The reactions of the couple were strikingly different. Lisa's face radiated confusion and affection, especially upon noticing the amusing flame-shaped hair atop Saigo's head and his cherubic visage, which ignited her maternal instincts. In contrast, Dr. Glow was filled with surprise and gratitude. "Lisa, quickly, come and pay your respects to our great benefactor, Master Saigo. It is he who, through miraculous means, has restored you to your former self, and it is highly likely that our rejuvenation is also due to his benevolence." With that, he urged Lisa to kneel beside him. "We are eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention, Master Saigo. Thank you. Thank you for your mercy." Having been partners in marriage for over a decade, Lisa believed she understood her husband with a 99% certainty. Dr. Glow was a man of formidable will and stubbornness. Even in the presence of the esteemed Dr. Brief, who had developed world-benefiting technologies, he had never bowed his head. Convinced he could create a super technology that would surpass even the universal capsule. Had it not been for Lisa's influence, he might have already unveiled his groundbreaking super robot. Now, this resolute man found himself kneeling before a stranger child, prompting Lisa to question what secrets lay behind this scenario. Given the inexplicable restoration of their youth, she felt justified in expressing her gratitude towards either of them. Yet, extending thanks to a child posed a challenge she found difficult to articulate. Saigo did not flinch this time. He graciously accepted their act of reverence. "Doctor, this is my sincerity. Are you satisfied?" Although Dr. Glow would never betray his own, certain formalities still had to be observed. "Satisfied, indeed. I am exceedingly grateful to Lord Saigo not only for restoring my beloved to life, but also for rejuvenating us both," Dr. Glow said, lifting his head with tears of emotion glistening in his eyes. In Dr. Glow's perspective, the favor of granting them both youth was far more profound than merely restoring Lisa to her former self. The restoration of a comatose individual to normalcy is a miracle. However, Allowing a person to regain their youth without altering their memories is nothing short of divine intervention. Prior to this, had someone suggested the possibility of such rejuvenation, he would have scoffed, perhaps even deeming the speaker as delusional. Yet now, this miraculous phenomenon had unfolded in his very own existence, compelling him to believe. Simultaneously, a door to a new world quietly opened within his heart. He was convinced that this world harbored supernatural abilities and entities beyond his prior understanding and experience. Thus, when he looked at Saigo, his gaze was imbued not only with profound gratitude, but also with an intense thirst for knowledge and aspiration. Please rise. Do you recall what I said before? I do not appreciate others kneeling before me. This is a one-time occurrence, not to be repeated. Saigo gestured for them to stand. Yes, I have not forgotten. We, as a couple, extend our heartfelt gratitude to Lord Saigo once more. Dr. Glow affirmed, nodding as he grasped Lisa's hand and bowed deeply yet again before finally standing upright. Lisa remained silent, following suit, her heart brimming with curiosity about the true nature of Saigo and the reasons behind her husband's repeated declarations of subservience. Observing her husband's uncharacteristic behavior, she harbored doubts. Saiga, unabashedly straightforward, inquired, Dr. Lisa, would you be inclined to join the Saiga Legion and serve me and my empire, just as your husband does? Having learned of Lisa's credentials as a PhD in biology, Saiga had entertained the notion of enlisting her as well. Believing that the collaborative efforts of a husband and wife could yield breakthroughs in the face of challenging scientific quandaries. A scientist who has attained a doctoral degree in this world and has the opportunity to collaborate with Dr. Glow possesses an undeniable worth. Moreover, it would be prudent to welcome the entire Glow family into the fold, allowing them to devote their full attention to research. However, Dr. Lisa did not immediately acquiesce. Although she felt gratitude towards Saiga for saving her, the prospect of serving him was a different matter entirely, given her lack of familiarity with him. In her uncertainty, she cast a pleading glance towards her husband. Lisa, please say yes. Trust me. Dr. Glow, noticing the distress in Lisa's eyes, instinctively nudged her arm, understanding her concerns. Upon witnessing her husband's response, Dr. Lisa felt a surge of reassurance, dispelling her hesitation as she declared, I am willing. No sooner had the words left her lips than she sensed a shift within her, her gaze towards Saiga now infused with admiration and respect, though tinged with curiosity and a hint of skepticism. At that moment, Dr. Lisa was bald, having had her head shaved by Dr. Glow during the years he had become incapacitated to ease her caregiving. Yet, even in her baldness, she radiated an irresistible charm characteristic of a vibrant young woman. This was unmistakable in the way Dr. Glow gazed at her, his eyes gleaming with affection, and Saiga too could not help but admire her further. The appreciation of beauty is a universal sentiment. Applause. Welcome, Dr. Lisa, to our Saiga Legion. Saiga proclaimed with a smile, clapping his hands while surveying those around him. He continued, Dr. Glow, have your two sons return immediately. There is no need for the families of our Legion members to serve anyone else. By the way, how many relatives do you have? Bring them all here. Our Saiyan Legion will provide them with suitable positions. Both Dr. Glow and his wife were filled with excitement and joy upon hearing this. Really? Thank you, Lord Saiga. I shall promptly inform my sons to return. However, we have no other relatives. Upon witnessing the flickering gaze of Dr. Glow and the astonished expression of Dr. Lisa, Saigo surmised that there must indeed be other relatives still living. However, he also recognized the grim possibility that Dr. Glow's family had endured great misfortune, rendering those so-called relatives mere shadows of kinship. There undoubtedly lay untold stories behind this, yet Saigo felt no inclination to uncover them. Such knowledge could potentially weaken Dr. Glow's family in the days to come. Although Dr. Lisa was taken aback, her intellect, worthy of a doctor, allowed her to glean the essence of the situation from her husband's demeanor. She refrained from uttering another word, instead choosing to silently clasp Dr. Glow's hand and share a knowing smile. Very well, you will promptly inform Gula and go when to return. Dr. Lisa, I must trouble you to find a more spacious location for temporary residence. This place is too crowded and unsuitable for the tasks I must assign you. Saigo commanded with authority. As he spoke, he waved his hand and summoned an astonishing sum of 100 million Sony coins from the depths of space, levitating them effortlessly before Dr. Lisa using his telekinetic abilities. In this world, currency primarily circulated in the form of Sony coins, though a more primitive and favored form of currency, gold and silver coins, also existed. Saigo relished this aspect. as it spared him the burden of constantly calculating exchange rates among various currencies. He merely needed to remember the rates among 3 types. This is 100 million Sony coins. Take it for now, and if it proves insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more, Saigo declared nonchalantly, casting a glance at the nearly cubic meter of coins before him, reveling in the moment. Internally, he reveled. At last, he too could boast of possessing a fortune. The exhilaration was simply sublime. Both Dr. Glow and Dr. Lisa stared wide-eyed, astonished not only by Saigo's casual production of such a staggering amount of currency, but also by his remarkable ability to conjure and manipulate objects at will. Master Saigo, what is this extraordinary skill of yours? It is truly astonishing, Dr. Glow exclaimed, gesturing animatedly between the Sony coins and Saigo, his eyes sparkling with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He felt as though he had encountered an overwhelming array of wonders in the span of a single day, causing his decades-long worldview to shatter, and he yearned to rediscover this familiar yet alien world. A subtle smile graced Saigo's lips. Untroubled by the possibility of the two revealing his secrets, he stated, both of these are my extraordinary abilities. One is known as telekinesis, allowing me to manipulate objects from a distance, and the other is termed dimensional space, which permits the storage of various items. In his mind, he added, indeed, a golden finger can be considered a superpower. No doubt about it. Upon hearing this, Dr. Goro's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly approached the stack of Sony coins beside Saigo, gesturing animatedly with his hands while murmuring, incredible. This is the first time I have witnessed the existence of superpowers. I had only heard about them before. I never imagined that Lord Saigo would be the possessor of such abilities. How is this even possible? His curiosity and astonishment were palpable, and even Dr. Lisa stood momentarily stunned. Saigo, unable to elucidate the mechanics of his telekinesis, recognized that it was not akin to the telekinesis depicted in films from his previous life, though it bore some resemblance. If it were true telekinesis, it would be associated with mental prowess. However, after honing his telekinetic skills to perfection, he had not observed any increase in his mental capacity. Thus, he suspected it was not driven by mental energy. He chose not to delve deeper into this matter. After all, possessing the ability was sufficient. Why complicate things further? I have no idea what the underlying principle is. Saigo shook his head, preferring to shift the conversation. Let us not dwell on this. We should first attend to the 2 matters we discussed. Dr. Goro's enthusiasm remained undiminished as he nodded in agreement. Understood. I shall step out to summon Gaon and Gao, and while I'm at it, I'll procure a suitcase. There is no way to contain all this money at home. He turned to Dr. Lisa. Please entertain Lord Saigo while I'm away. I'll return shortly so we can find a suitable residence together. With a nod towards Saigo, he hurriedly exited. Chapter 78. Gao and Gaino, indeed. Lord Saigo, please place these Sony coins on the table. I will fetch you a glass of water. Dr. Lisa, regaining her composure after Dr. Goro's departure, spoke swiftly, under the influence of the Saiyan Legion's loyalty effect. Addressing Saigo as Lord came naturally to her, devoid of hesitation or discord. Upon witnessing the scene, Saigo couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, indeed, having a golden finger makes everything remarkably effortless. However, the effect is truly astonishing. A perfectly ordinary individual has suddenly transformed into a loyal subordinate. Impressive. No wonder everyone yearns for such an advantage. It turns out that having one is immensely gratifying. 2.5 hours later, the couple, Dr. Jero and his wife, temporarily rented a spacious circular house, which epitomizes the prevailing architectural style of this world. From the outside, it appears to be merely a large dwelling. However, upon entering, one discovers it boasts 4 levels. The first floor features a grand living room, kitchen, and storage area. The second floor houses a generous master bedroom, 2 additional bedrooms, and a study. The third floor contains 4 guest rooms, while the top level is adorned with an open-air terrace. Outside, the courtyard is complemented by a modest swimming pool and a garden, making it a quaint villa aptly named Eternal Serenity. Nevertheless, the rent is rather steep, amounting to 25,000 Sony per month. By the time the house was tidied up, dusk had settled in. Most of the cleaning was carried out by Dr. Jero and his wife, who were rather insistent on handling it themselves, despite Saigo's eagerness to assist. Ultimately, Saigo retreated to organize the master bedroom on his own. With his extraordinary abilities, tidying up the space was effortless, and he did not break a sweat. Dinner was also prepared by the couple, and although it lacked the opulence of the luncheon at Dr. Brief's home, it was imbued with a profound sense of homeliness, bringing joy to the 3 diners. It was during this meal that Dr. Gero and his wife gained their initial direct insight into the Saiyan race. Their appetites are truly extraordinary. Despite Saigo's prior warning, the couple was astonished by the Saiyans' voracious consumption, prompting them to hurriedly prepare an array of delectable dishes in the kitchen after merely filling their own stomachs. The dining experience spanned nearly 2.5 hours, after which Saigo managed to satiate his hunger, with the meal costing a total of 300,000 Sony. It is precisely because Saiyans are known for their prodigious appetites that Saigo sought to extensively develop agriculture on planet Saya, cultivating crops, raising cattle, and farming fish. Essentially, anything that could be deemed edible warranted cultivation and care. Saiyans do not engage in agriculture, yet other races do. The Saiyans merely need to lend a hand during their training. Otherwise, how could there be sufficient sustenance for the thousands of Saiyans and the countless other warriors? On this Earth, in the Northern Hemisphere, the weather in mid-February bears no significant difference from that of a past life. The climate oscillates between mild and cool, with sunshine giving way to rain. The following day dawned overcast and rainy. As noon approached, the temperature lingered at a mere 8 degrees Celsius. However, Saigo felt no chill whatsoever. The Grow couple once again observed the Saiyans' remarkable resilience to cold. Though Saigo refrained from hastily explaining that it was due to their own energy levels that they could withstand such frigid conditions, the Grow couple had risen early to engage in their morning tasks, then hurried back to prepare lunch. Drawing from the experience of the previous night in Saigo's council, they prepared a generous meal sufficient for 27 individuals, 25 of which were specifically designated for Saigo. Just as the trio was enjoying their lunch, the landline in the living room abruptly rang. "Excuse me for a moment. I shall answer the phone," Dr. Grow remarked as he rose to attend to the call. Saigo was taken aback by the fact that, in this world where the omnipotent capsule technology existed, communication technology remained so woefully underdeveloped. Resolutely, he decided to introduce advanced interstellar communication technology to Earth, envisioning it as a new source of income. It was not that Saigo was inherently greedy. Rather, he had numerous mouths to feed at home, with over 100,000 relying on him for sustenance. He felt compelled to devise ways to earn money to procure food, lest they face the grim reality of depletion. The thought of hundreds of thousands of formidable warriors going hungry and potentially igniting a wave of invasion across the cosmos was a scenario Saigo was keen to avert. "Dr. Lisa, I presume the call is from your two sons?" Saigo inquired after chewing and swallowing his food. It was worth noting that he had only just arrived on Earth and had yet to familiarize himself with many individuals. The only contacts he possessed were the Cat Sage and Dr. Brief, and even then, communication was limited to their detection devices. With no activity on the latest device strapped to his wrist, it was evident that the call could not be from them. The only ones aware of his temporary residence were Dr. Grow and his spouse, who had no ties to those so-called relatives. Thus, it could only be from Gawain and Ga. Dr. Lisa, donning a grayish-white hat, quickly swallowed her food and replied, "In response to your inquiry, esteemed Saigo, I believe it is indeed them. They mentioned over the phone last night that they would be returning today." Saigo nodded slightly, immersing himself once more in the noble endeavor of dining. Concurrently, he sensed two powerful auras fluctuating vehemently outside the courtyard gate, presumably belonging to the brothers Gawu and Gawain. After swiftly finishing her own lunch, Dr. Lisa began to attend to Saigo's meal. There remained 6 or 7 portions of cooked food, eliminating the need for immediate preparation of fresh dishes. Naturally, there was ample food available. Only the stir-fried vegetables were yet to be made, and freshly prepared greens would be far more delectable. Before long, the sound of calling echoed from the living room. "Mom, where are you? Mom, are you on the first floor? Oh dear, you two rascals, stop shouting. Mother is in the dining room. Wait a moment, don't." Before Dr. Gero could finish her sentence, Gawu and Gawain dashed toward the dining room. Their familiarity with the layout stemmed from their previous residence in a similar house. As they approached the dining room door, they began to shout again. "Mom, I'm back." X2, however, upon entering, they were taken aback to see a child and a young, beautiful woman, an immediate surge of anger igniting within them. At that moment, the brothers could only think of one thing. Their father had abandoned their mother to start a new family. The child was already so grown. The fury within them was palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, the siblings turned around and began to shout angrily. "Dad, where's my mom? Where is she? Dad, who is this woman? You've been gone for just a few years, and you've secretly found a new lover? You even have a child now. Where's my mom? Where is she?" In that instant, both were blinded by rage. Clearly, Dr. Gero had not had the opportunity to mention Saigo's situation. Enough. Silence. Upon hearing his eldest son's words, Dr. Gero, horrified that Saigo was referred to as a bastard, immediately slapped each of them hard, fearful of inciting Saigo's displeasure. He pointed to Dr. Lisa, who was standing in surprise, and admonished, "She is your mother, Lisa. Stop this nonsense. Calm down." At that moment, the brothers, still fuming and having never been struck before, felt the sharp sting of pain on their faces from the force of the blows. Chapter 79. The conclusion of events. In the addition of two subordinates after the slap, their expressions cleared significantly. Seizing the opportunity while they were somewhat lucid, Dr. Gero pointed decisively at the astonished Dr. Lisa and declared, "You two rascals, listen carefully. She's your mother and my only wife in this lifetime. If I see you two causing a ruckus here again, beware, for I shall cast you both out. Open your eyes wide and behold clearly. Does this woman not bear a striking resemblance to your mother in our wedding photograph?" Dr. Gero hastily approached Lisa, who was covering her mouth in delight, and guided her towards their two mischievous sons. "Look closely, you little rascals. Does her face not remind you of your mother? Observe her lips. Examine her nose. And gaze upon her eyes. Did you not often remark on how beautiful your mother's eyes were? Look now, pay attention. You little scoundrels. When I urge you to look at her eyes, why do you stare at her hair instead? Have you forgotten how your mother appeared before?" As Dr. Gero passionately expressed himself, coupled with the reaction of the woman before them and her distinctive eyes, the brothers, Garwu and Garwin, increasingly felt that she resembled their long-missed mother, Lisa. "Mom, mother?" they ventured to call in unison. "Oh, little Wu, little one, it is me, your mother," Lisa exclaimed, tears streaming down her face upon hearing that long-absent title. "Mother, this is our mother. Mother, it is indeed mother. How wonderful." As Garwin and Garwu listened to that familiar voice and recollected their father's earlier words, they finally confirmed that this young woman, merely 29, was indeed the mother they had yearned for day and night. In an instant, the three embraced, weeping loudly, their cries growing more fervent. Dr. Gero, too, found his eyes brimming with tears. They had completely forgotten that Saigo was still nearby, enjoying his breakfast. Saigo has never been fond of excessively noisy environments, particularly during mealtimes. I initially thought that their emotional outburst would subside swiftly. However, a minute later, they continued to wail and whimper. It was exceedingly loud. In his heart, Saigo let out a furious shout and unleashed his telekinetic powers, hurling the four members of the family out of the restaurant. Particularly when it came to the two brothers, Gu and Gu. He tossed them aside with utter indifference, not caring whether they would be harmed. After all, they had just spoken disrespectfully. Did they truly believe he was without temper? Bang! Bang! The sound of two dull thuds echoed, followed by two cries of pain. "Ah!" Saigo waved his hand once more, shutting the restaurant door behind him. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the space. "Ah, at last, tranquility." Exhaling a sigh of relief, he resumed his enjoyment of lunch. After a brief interlude of 2.5 minutes, Dr. Gero entered, supporting a bespectacled youth. There was no need for introductions. A mere glance from Saigo sufficed to ascertain the identity of the newcomer. With an air of refinement, the young man, undoubtedly the university prodigy Gero, bore the marks of misfortune, his expression contorted in pain as he cradled his injured left arm. Clearly, he had suffered a fracture. Upon entering, Dr. Gero promptly knelt with his son, Gero. The young man, cradling his arm, fell silent, willingly following suit. This act of submission was born out of gratitude. For the man before him had healed his mother, who had lingered in a vegetative state, and had rejuvenated his parents. Either of these deeds alone would have compelled him to kneel with humility. Thud, thud, thud. Dr. Gero bowed his head 3 times with great fervor, pressing his forehead to the ground as he pleaded, "My lord Saigo, my 2 sons have acted thoughtlessly and have offended you. I am willing to accept their punishment. I beseech you to spare my unworthy sons." Beside him, Gero watched his father, now youthful, and felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. What should have been a joyous reunion had been marred by the folly of the 2 brothers. He silently chastised himself for his perceived inadequacy and, without hesitation, joined his father in kneeling. However, due to his injured arm, he was unable to bow his head in supplication. "My lord Saigo, I apologize for my earlier recklessness. But all blame rests upon me. Please do not punish my father. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." Yet, Saigo, with his mouth full, was not in a hurry to respond. After savoring his meal with deliberate slowness, he finally directed his gaze to the floor where the Gero father and son knelt, settling his attention upon Dr. Gero. "Doctor, this matter does not concern you. Please rise," he commanded, gesturing with his finger. In an instant, Dr. Gero found himself levitating off the ground, his body moving against his will, legs instinctively straightening as he stood. Just as he was about to kneel once more to plead, Saigo's voice halted his movements. Dr. Gero, I command you to observe from the side. Yes, I shall obey, came the prompt reply. Those who entered Saigo's legion were bound to unconditionally adhere to his commands. The previous night, upon witnessing his wife's induction into Saigo's ranks, Dr. Gero had sought to join as well. It is also difficult to refuse Saigo. Although it is understood that even if Dr. Goro does not join the Saigo Legion, it would not contravene his orders. Nevertheless, he prefers to grant reasonable requests from his subordinates. For instance, he previously facilitated the union between Celebi and Bedak. Saigo slightly tilted his head, his fingers curling as he pulled Gwen up from the ground. You are Dr. Goro's youngest son, Gwen, are you not? Before Gwen could respond, Saigo waved his left hand, and a vibrant green bean soared toward him. Consume this magical bean, and you shall feel revitalized. Initially stunned by Saigo's display of power, Gwen gazed at the green orb floating before him. He looked up at Saigo, then down at the bean. Resolutely, he extended his right hand to grasp the bean, examining it closely, only to discover that this so-called magical bean resembled an ordinary broad bean. Just as he was about to voice his inquiry, memories of the recent events involving himself and his parents flooded his mind, prompting him to swallow his questions. Observing Saigo's calm demeanor, he steeled himself and thought, if I perish, so be it. At least I will have repaid his kindness. With that, he closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and tossed the bean into his mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing. His features contorted, as if he were on the brink of death. However, the moment he swallowed the bean, a warm sensation blossomed within his chest and rapidly spread throughout his body, followed by an exhilarating feeling. To his astonishment, he discovered that his left arm had miraculously healed. Gwen had previously believed that his severed arm would never recover, and that only Dr. Goro's plea for Saigo's forgiveness might yield a remedy. Initially, Gwen was skeptical. Yet, with his keen intellect, he recalled the miraculous events that had transpired with his parents and felt a flicker of hope. Given Saigo's immense kindness toward his family, he reasoned that even if the healing proved futile, sacrificing an arm to repay such a debt was a small price to pay. Yet at this very moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. My left arm? It's healed just like that? Father, my arm is better. How extraordinary. Foolish boy, is it enough that your arm is healed? Dr. Goro, filled with joy at the sight, was nonetheless irritated to see his son neglect to express gratitude. He raised his hand and playfully struck Gwen on the head. Why aren't you thanking Lord Saigo? Look at you, acting so ungrateful despite being a top scholar. The initial reprimand was genuine, but the latter remarks seemed to carry a hint of pride and boastfulness that Saigo couldn't help but notice. Seeing Gwen's excitement, he anticipated that the boy might kneel like his father had done in the past. Do not kneel. If you do, I shall break your legs. Upon hearing this, Gwen's bent knees straightened instantly, and he promptly bowed at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, Lord Saigo, for bestowing upon me the magical bean that has healed my arm. He shouted 3 times. Now, uttering the name Lord Saigo flowed effortlessly from his lips, unlike the initial awkwardness he experienced upon his arrival. Had it not been for Gervin's earlier insolence, Saigo would not have hastily granted him a miraculous bean. Such a favor was indeed unlikely. Even the most good-tempered individuals possess their limits. It could be said that Gervin suffered an undeserved misfortune. Though he had recovered, there remained an unconscious individual outside. Just as Lord Saiga intended to request a magical bean for his brother's healing, he noticed a vibrant green bean hovering before him. In that moment, he regarded the bean not as an ordinary broad bean, but as a divine remedy capable of saving lives. Lord Saiga, he began, but Saiga interrupted him, gesturing towards the dining hall entrance, and stated, Enough. This bean should be given to your brother. It will restore his vitality. Now, do not disturb me while I dine. My stomach is not yet satisfied. What could possibly be more important than a meal? Upon hearing this, Gervin was overwhelmed with joy, bowing repeatedly and exclaiming, Thank you, Lord Saiga. Thank you, Lord Saiga. Please, enjoy your meal. He then seized the bean and, noticing that Saiga had begun to eat, swiftly turned and made his way towards the dining hall exit, opening the door with great care before gently closing it behind him. During this moment, faintly, he could hear Lisa calling out, Shawu, Shawu. The remainder of her words became inaudible. It was Dr. Lisa's voice, laced with urgency. Doctor. Glow's expression grew even more animated as he respectfully bowed, his heart brimming with gratitude. silently thanking Lord Saigo for his generosity. Observing that Saigo paid him no mind, he felt no irritation. Rather, he secretly relished the situation. He understood that the matter had been resolved. Thus, he quietly returned to his original position to serve food to Saigo. As the dishes dwindled, he went back to the kitchen to prepare new offerings. Half an hour later, at last, Saigo finished his meal, casually picking up a napkin to wipe his lips and fingers before his gaze fell upon Dr. Gula and his family, who were quietly waiting by the dining table. He spoke leisurely. "Rise, please. I hope you two brothers will remember today's lesson well. Not everyone is as easy to converse with as I am. With your impulsive natures, you would have perished 100 times in the ruthless cosmos." Dr. Gula and his family were taken aback by Saigo's display of prowess, particularly Gu and Gwen. It was not only his incomprehensible supernatural abilities but also the miraculous beam that resembled a broad beam yet could instantaneously revive the gravely injured. Furthermore, the astonishing methods he employed to rejuvenate his parents left them astounded. After learning the circumstances, Gu felt a mix of fear and surprise. Encouraged by his parents, he approached the dining area to plead for forgiveness. Yet he learned from his younger brother that it would be best not to disturb Saigo during his meal. Thus, the scene of the four of them quietly waiting by the side came to be. "Thank you, Lord Saigo, for overlooking the offenses of my two wayward sons." Dr. Gula expressed his gratitude, immediately scolding Gu and Gwen, "Unfilial sons, why aren't you kneeling to express your thanks to Lord Saigo?" Exchanging glances, the brothers swiftly knelt and spoke in unison. "We are deeply grateful for your magnanimity, Lord Saigo." There was no hint of reluctance on their faces. Rather, they radiated gratitude and joy. "Rise," Saigo stated calmly, yet his tone left no room for argument. Dr. Gula and Dr. Lisa beamed with delight upon hearing this. And noticing their son still on the ground, they gently urged, "Get up, come on, you two, rise." Wu and Gwen were pulled up by their parents, awaiting Saigo's next instruction. They understood that their return was at Saigo's behest, intended for them to join the Saiyan Legion. Thus, their eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for Saigo's invitation. "Do you two brothers wish to join the Saiyan Legion?" Saigo inquired, glancing at Gu and Gwen. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu and Gwen erupted with enthusiasm, shouting, "We are willing. It would be our honor to join the Saiyan Legion." As they spoke, they simultaneously knelt on one knee. "We, Gu and Gwen, pay our respects to Lord Saigo." This was an opportunity leading to a new world. They were not foolish. Without needing to be persuaded by Dr. Gula and his wife, they understood the importance of seizing this chance. Moreover, seeing their parents as examples having joined the enigmatic Saiyan Legion, they knew that missing this opportunity would haunt them for a lifetime. Saigo nodded slightly, his heart secretly exclaiming, "At last, a significant achievement has been accomplished." With the arrival of Dr. Goro, it would take no less than 3 to 5 years, or at most a decade, to develop a mature technology for artificial beings. By then, the entire universe would tremble at the prospect of the 7th universe. With this thought in mind, he signaled for the brothers Gwen and Gu to rise, and his gaze lingered momentarily on each of the 4 individuals before him. He spoke, "Currently, we Saiyans have established a cooperative relationship with the Universal Capsule Corporation, whose cutting-edge capsule technology proves to be exceedingly advantageous for intelligent life across the cosmos. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is highly probable that you will be working on Earth in the future." To Saigo's astonishment, however, the Goro family displayed no signs of joy upon hearing this news. Rather, they appeared somewhat disappointed. A sense of confusion washed over him. Could it be that they wished to venture to planet Saiyan for a first-hand experience? He then tentatively added, "Of course, you may also choose to reside on our Saiyan planet." Upon hearing this, the Goro family indeed revealed smiles, witnessing their delight. Saigo could not help but temper their enthusiasm by stating, "However, the gravity on planet Saiyan is tenfold that of Earth, and you may find it challenging to acclimate to such intense gravitational forces in a short span of time. Therefore, if you wish to live on Saiyan, you must first fully adapt to the tenfold gravity of Earth." To his surprise, the 4 of them displayed expressions of astonishment, devoid of any hint of disappointment. Instead, they appeared eager to take on the challenge. Chapter 80. The Council of Vegeta 3. Subsequently, Saigo took the time to understand the strengths of Gu Wu and Gu Wen, making appropriate arrangements for them. Given Gu Wu's combative nature, he decided to send him to train with the venerable Son Gohan, serving as a sparring partner for Son Goku. To put it bluntly, he would be acting as Son Goku's punching bag. As for Gu Wen, whose college major was also in biology, He was encouraged to focus on his studies and pursue further education, for it was possible that he could one day become another Dr. Goro. There was even the potential for him to surpass his predecessor, which would be nothing short of splendid. Meanwhile, Dr. Goro and his wife were assigned several research tasks. Until the research center was established, they could begin by exploring theoretical knowledge. Among these tasks was the study of the mystical senzu beans, investigating whether it was feasible to cultivate them through conventional means. Should cultivation prove successful, it would provide an additional source for senzu beans, thus alleviating any concerns regarding potential shortages. Afternoon. Upon returning to the Saiyan planet, Saito was poised to bring back the gravity technology, spacecraft technology, and healing chamber technology that Shavija and Vegeta 3 had meticulously prepared, along with some finished products to Earth. However, Vegeta 3 insisted on discussing a matter of secrecy with him. Saigo, noticing his unusually serious demeanor, had no choice but to escort him to the royal palace's courtyard of the Saiyan King. Seated at a stone table, Saigo sipped his tea, observing the reticent Vegeta 3, who obstinately refused to take a seat despite repeated invitations. After a prolonged silence, Saigo inquired, "Captain Vegeta, if you have something to say, please speak freely. There is no one else here to overhear us. You refuse to sit, yet this is hardly a formal occasion. By age, I ought to address you as uncle. Standing there in silence like a mute is rather perplexing. If you still wish to remain silent, I shall take my leave. I have documents to deliver to Uncle Brief. I might as well have enlisted Broly's help for that." Having spoken, Saigo observed Vegeta 3's hesitance, and his patience began to wane. With a hint of irritation, he declared, "If you are unwilling to speak, then so be it. Attend to your own matters." With that, he drained his cup and slammed it onto the stone table. Though thanks to his impeccable control over his energy, the table remained unscathed. Rising to depart, he was suddenly startled by a thud and a crack. Turning, he saw Vegeta 3 kneeling on the ground, having shattered the stone slab beneath him, leaving behind a pattern reminiscent of a vast spiderweb. "What on earth are you doing?" Saigo demanded, his annoyance evident. "You refuse to speak. I have waited patiently, and now you choose to kneel? What is the meaning of this? Even a lump of clay has its limits, and you are a flesh and blood being, a Saiyan with a notoriously volatile temperament. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation, I might just be inclined to loosen your bones. You appear to be in dire need of a lesson." At that moment, the tension hung palpably in the air. The amicable demeanor of Saigo has vanished, replaced by an imposing arrogance that exudes an undeniable pressure, leaving the kneeling Vegeta 3 feeling overwhelmed. As the oppressive aura intensifies, Vegeta 3 steels himself, striking his head against a shard of rock, indifferent to the blood that flows from the wound. Summoning his resolve, he finally vocalizes the words that have been pent up within him for nearly 2 days. Yet, when he speaks, he does not utilize his energy to amplify his voice. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could project his words so that half of the Saiyan planet would hear him. "I beseech you, King Saigo. I come not for personal matters, but for your sake." Upon hearing these words, Saidon was immediately intrigued. He was eager to see if Vegeta 3 could articulate something convincing. He turned around, simultaneously tempering his aura. "Oh, pray tell, if you utter nonsense, I shall have to loosen your joints." He raised his head and stood tall, insisting, "Speak up. What is this kneeling business?" However, Vegeta 3 did not comply. Keeping his head bowed, "There is no need for my subordinate to rise. This position feels quite satisfactory." Upon hearing this, Saigo couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Very well. If you prefer to kneel, then kneel away. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Glancing at the elevated posterior of Vegeta 3, he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a forceful kick. Day after day, it was once he who tantalized others, and now the tables had turned, with others tantalizing him. Truly, the wheel of fortune turns. Today, it has come to my domain. Your Majesty Saigo, I must first offer my sincerest apologies. The words that follow may not be to your liking, and I may even face repercussions for my audacity. However, for the sake of your Majesty and the entirety of the Saiyan Empire, I must speak. Saigo's grave demeanor and his incessant chatter prompted an urgent exclamation to escape from the gaps between my teeth. "Speak." Sensing Saigo's growing impatience, Vegeta 3 inhaled deeply. If he did not seize the opportunity to cultivate Saigo's regal essence while he was still young, the task would become increasingly arduous in the future. With this thought, the hesitation in his eyes vanished, and he resolutely declared, "Saigo, when you visited Dr. Brief's home on Earth with your subordinates and a Shaviza, you ought not to regard Dr. Brief as an uncle. The fact that you can engage with the doctor as an equal is his greatest fortune and honor in this lifetime. Who are you? You are the sole king of all Saiyans, the unparalleled sovereign of the entire Saiyan Empire. Such actions on your part will only bring disgrace upon us Saiyans and the Saiyan Empire before outsiders. You are the supreme commander. How can you involve yourself in every matter? Whatever tasks or ideas you have, you need only instruct us, your subordinates, to execute them. For instance, you could have entrusted the transportation of documents to Broly. Why must you undertake the journey yourself? As Vegeta 3 grew increasingly passionate, he lifted his head from the ground, his once radiant forehead now stained with blood. Yet, he remained unfazed. In his heart, he believed that his audacious counsel would necessitate a sacrifice of his life to atone for such an overstep. Gazing at Saigo, he faced what he perceived to be impending death without a trace of fear, continuing to speak fervently. I understand that you are extraordinary, distinct in both character and approach from us lowly Saiyans. You are destined for unparalleled nobility. You treat all your kin and the people of the Saiyan Empire with equal respect and kindness. However, I implore you to uphold the dignity of our warrior race and the Saiyan Empire in front of outsiders. Initially, I sought to voice my objections during our time on Earth. Yet, before others, I shall unconditionally support all your decisions. I realize that my reckless counsel has undoubtedly offended your majesty. I am prepared to offer my life as penance. I earnestly hope, Saigo, that you will remember my words. Saigo maintained a stoic expression throughout the encounter, uttering not a single word. This only deepened Vegeta 3's conviction that he harbored no hope for survival this time. Yet, he bore no regrets. Once upon a time, even in the face of self-proclaimed cosmic sovereigns like Frieza and the god of destruction, Beerus, he regarded himself as their equal. He showcased the pride and dignity of the Saiyan race in all its glory, though ultimately, reality proved to be an unrelenting adversary. To ensure the survival of himself and his kin, he was compelled to bow his head in compromise. Nevertheless, in the shadows, he perpetually plotted his revenge. The thought of Frieza's clan being utterly annihilated instantly dispelled the sorrow within him, swiftly filling his heart with exhilaration. With a relieved smile, he proclaimed, "It is your grace, King Saigo, that has allowed me to transform into a Super Saiyan and to successfully overthrow the reign of Frieza's lineage. I have no regrets in this life. I, Vegeta 3, wish to serve you once more in the next life. I bid farewell to you, King Saigo." Upon finishing, he smiled and, with utmost seriousness, bowed 3 times before Saigo. Thud, thud, thud. Each bow was firm, rhythmic, and resolute. He then raised his gaze to Saigo, who remained unresponsive, before rising from the ground. There was not a hint of resentment on his face as he gracefully turned away, preparing to seek a place to end his own life. His silhouette appeared somewhat tragic. Just then, a cold voice echoed behind him. Stop. Chapter 81, Saigo's Regret, Part 1. Seeing him halt in his tracks, Saigo exhaled a long, heavy sigh. After listening to Vegeta 3's lengthy discourse, he realized that, as the king of the Saiyan race, he had tarnished the dignity and pride of his people. However, upon reflection, he noticed that he had several subordinates with him. Yet he had addressed a stranger as uncle. Not only did this lower his own status, but it also diminished the standing of his followers. By this reasoning, when Vegeta 3 and his companions encountered Dr. Brief, should they refer to him as Great Uncle? It was no wonder that when he heard them greet Dr. Brief, their tone seemed somewhat stiff. This was the underlying reason. Perhaps it was due to his lack of experience as a leader in his past life. Or perhaps the throne had come too easily in this life. His previous actions had not reflected the conduct expected of a competent ruler. At the very least, the aura befitting a king had yet to manifest. After hearing Vegeta 3's counsel, Saigo came to a profound realization. His image and conduct were intrinsically linked to the representation of the Saiyan race and the entire Saiyan Empire. Yet that afternoon, Vegeta 3 not only piqued his curiosity, but also expounded on matters that seemed trivial. Was this acceptable? It was utterly unacceptable. Desiring to lecture him. Is he truly contemplating death? Is there such an opportunity in this world? What is with this talk of death? I command you, Vegeta 3, to live well. Saigo spoke with a commanding tone. As a sovereign, if one cannot heed the opinions and suggestions of their subordinates, if one cannot embrace sound advice and wise perspectives, then that ruler can hardly be deemed exceptional or sagacious. At this juncture, he paused, a ludicrous thought arising in his mind. Perhaps he should retreat to the shadows. Yet, the moment this notion emerged, it was swiftly dismissed. The frequent change of a supreme ruler within a race, even if unopposed from within, would surely draw the scrutiny of outsiders. This idea was untenable. Moreover, allow me to impart a truth. I hold no regard for the insincere respect of others. Earning respect is quite simple. One must simply be superior to others. Strength is but one facet. However, if one possesses only strength, others will regard you with fear rather than respect. This, too, warrants your contemplation. Furthermore, my rules are absolute. Now, mend this situation and transcribe the imperial regulations 1,000 times. Should I return and find myself dissatisfied, you shall witness my wrath. Additionally, Captain Vegeta, I implore you to express your thoughts more succinctly next time, should you continue with such lengthy discourse. I shall impose upon you the task of copying the imperial regulations 10,000 times. Humph. With a disdainful huff. He intended to utilize instant transmission to depart, but hesitated momentarily, leaving behind a final remark before vanishing. You make a valid point. I shall give it due consideration. The path of an emperor necessitates a firm stance when required, a lesson he was beginning to grasp. He spared him from death, but deemed some punishment necessary. Otherwise, even if Saigo was indifferent, Vegeta 3 might be consumed by restless thoughts. Perhaps he should learn how to be a competent ruler. As Saigo departed, Vegeta 3 finally turned his gaze. In that instant, the once merciless former Saiyan king found himself with misty eyes. With a thud, he knelt and bowed deeply toward the spot where Saigo had stood. Reflecting upon his former self in comparison to Saigo, he realized that apart from the so-called regal demeanor, he fell short in every other aspect. In terms of magnanimity, Saigo surpassed him by several galaxies. At this moment, he grasped a profound truth. Every emperor possesses a unique aura, and King Saigo, in his estimation, was the most extraordinary ruler he had ever encountered, approachable. This quality was indeed Saigo's advantage. Furthermore, from the phrase "my rules are absolute," he sensed the distinctive dominance that belonged solely to King Saigo. This revelation brought a genuine smile to his face. On the other side, Earth, Saigo entrusted the materials and samples to the Grow couple, allowing them to visit the brief residence for collaborative study and exploration of new technologies, while simultaneously developing a gravity chamber suitable for human use. Meanwhile, Gai was sent to the venerable son Gohan to study martial arts. It is worth noting that his current combat prowess stands at an impressive 7 points, a testament to his years of training within the Red Ribbon Army. On the other hand, Gohan returned to university for further studies. With Saigo's endorsement, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the realms of theoretical science, engineering, and agronomy, particularly focusing on biology, agriculture, and mechanics. Although his results may not be immediately visible, his remarkable intellect assures that upon his return, he will undoubtedly become a significant contributor to Saigo's scientific endeavors. After 2 busy days on Earth, Saigo, unusually, did not engage in training. February 15th. Early morning. Planet Saiyan. The tranquil hall within the royal palace. Saigo reclined on the grand bed of the Yangshin Hall, beginning to exhaust the remaining simulation attempts. On February 15th, at precisely 7 o'clock a.m., you transported a compact gravity chamber from planet Saiyan to the sacred world of the Kais, promptly conveying your intent to the Supreme Kai, who graciously granted you permission to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber. However, due to the chamber's considerable size, you had to leave it outside the sacred world. Under Mr. Bobo's guidance, you successfully entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Goodness! Saigo exclaimed, springing up from the bed, sitting cross-legged atop it. He was astonished to discover that he could enter the hyperbolic time chamber during the simulation. He had always believed that with an additional 4 months of time in the simulation, entry into the chamber would be impossible. Initially, he considered this time simulator as a peculiar tool for accelerating time. To his surprise, he could access the hyperbolic time chamber within the simulator. If this continued, he need not worry about his combat power. If this were the case, even Broly, the inheritor of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, would not stand a chance against him. Nice, he shouted, only to suddenly hush himself. Oh no, I got too carried away. I forgot that the Kai, the Supreme Kai, and the angels can spy from great distances. I must be cautious. He decided to lie down and feign sleep. Once again, Saigo reclined, covering his head with the bedding, his excitement driving him to continue reading. Unbeknownst to him, during his use of the simulator, even the North Kai and the angels could not observe his actions. Day 1 in the time chamber. Once the door was securely shut, you could hardly contain yourself, unleashing your full power with reckless abandon. You practiced punches and kicks, chased after energy blasts for sport, and even conjured an energy sphere to kick around. Witnessing this, Saigo's eyes twitched, and his mouth curled in disbelief. Internally, he screamed, "Defamation! This is unequivocally slander. This individual is absolutely not me. Am I losing my mind? Playing around in the hyperbolic time chamber? It's utterly ridiculous. Although I remain vigilant against the angel's prying eyes daily, I cannot be suppressed to such an extent. This is absurd. This wretched system is nothing but a farce. If only I could drag this malfunctioning system out and give it a good thrashing. That should teach it a lesson." With a heart filled with indignation, he continued to read on. Chapter 82, Saigo's Regret, Part 2. After indulging for 2.5 hours, you finally remembered that it was time to attend to serious matters. In a realm where the outside world hesitates to explore, you feel emboldened to take a daring leap. With a unique aura, you skillfully conjure a pristine energy sphere, casting it into the sky where it hovers, transforming into a diminutive full moon. You are on the verge of experiencing your first transformation into the mighty great ape, your heart brimming with excitement as you fixate on the artificial lunar orb above. Moments later, you successfully metamorphose into the great ape form. Upon transforming, you realize that your sanity remains intact. The brown fur adorning your arms reassures you that you are still in a standard great ape state. You attempt to ascend to the Super Saiyan form and achieve it effortlessly. Subsequently, you strive for the Super Saiyan 2 form, and that too is met with remarkable success. As the lightning surrounding you becomes thicker, more concentrated, and increasingly frequent. In this exhilarating moment, you feel capable of shattering the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber with ease. At this juncture, you sense your heart racing with fervor. Astonishingly, after assuming the great ape form, you can still transition into Super Saiyan forms 1 and 2. This revelation challenges the misconceptions established in the original narrative regarding the abandonment of the great ape transformation. How shall one refer to the various Super Saiyan forms while in the great ape state? Shall they be called Great Ape Super Saiyan 1, Great Ape Super Saiyan 2, Great Ape Super Saiyan 3, or perhaps Super Saiyan Great Ape 1, Super Saiyan Great Ape 2, and Super Saiyan Great Ape 3? Yet, these names seem rather unappealing. Perhaps it is best to ponder this later. For now, the second title will suffice, as it rolls off the tongue rather smoothly. Saigo cast aside these trivial thoughts and refocused his gaze on the simulation panel. The transformation into a great ape yields a tenfold increase in power. The Super Saiyan form multiplies it by an additional 50 times, while Super Saiyan 2 further doubles it. This results in an astonishing 1,000 times the base power? With his base strength at 16 billion, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 would grant him 100 multiplied by 1,000 equals 100,000. In other words, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his combat power would soar to 16 trillion. 16 trillion! Good heavens! He must not grow complacent. Complacency is his greatest foe. He remains unaware of the destroyer's true strength and must keep his feet firmly on the ground. Based on his calculations, when the destroyer comes to Earth seeking conflict, Goku's base power would be at most in the hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions multiplied by 400 results in 40 trillion. Thus, even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, which boasts tens of trillions of power, Goku could be easily subdued by Beerus. Presently, with merely 16 trillion in combat power, it is evident that the gap between him and the destroyer remains exceedingly vast. After a moment of internal admonition, Saigo took a deep breath, calming his exhilarated heart before continuing to read. Having experienced the might of Super Saiyan 2, he recalled the transformation techniques he had gleaned from anime in his previous life. He began to unleash a series of roars directed at the artificial moon, each bellow imbued with terrifying energy. Not only did he obliterate the artificial moon, but he also shattered the dimensional barrier of the hyperbolic time chamber, creating a dimensional portal the size of a bath basin. Realizing this, he promptly ceased his shouting, and the dimensional portal closed after 2 seconds. Simultaneously, he gradually reverted to his human form. Upon reading the first paragraph, Saigo felt a wave of disbelief. However, as he progressed to the second paragraph and beyond, his previously calmed heartbeat surged once more with fervor. Overwhelmed by excitement, he involuntarily rolled onto his side beneath the covers, shifting from lying on his back to his side. Could it be that he could roar loud enough to shatter the dimensional barrier of the hyperbolic time chamber? The dimensional portal lasted for 2 seconds. He recalled that in the original narrative, both Kidbu and Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks had also managed to breach the dimensional barrier. Yet, their portals seemed to persist a tad longer, perhaps 4 to 5 seconds. Nonetheless, this detail pales in comparison to the significance of the moment. What matters is that this indicates his current self, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, would possess power remarkably close to that of Kid Bu. Contemplating this, Saigo felt a surge of exhilaration, repeatedly reminding himself, stay calm, stay calm. He was merely approaching Kid Buu's level of power. There remains a considerable distance to traverse. Taking a deep breath to calm the restless heart, you continued to read on. The realization that you had attained the power of Majin Buu in your Super Saiyan 2 form filled you with elation. Thus, you conjured an artificial moon, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and energetically attempted to harness the power needed to evolve into Super Saiyan 4. However, after prolonged efforts, each attempt ended in failure. Upon reflecting on this, Saigo appeared bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be that transforming into the Golden Great Ape would allow one to become Super Saiyan 4? Why was it still unattainable? Was it a matter of insufficient foundational strength, inadequate mental fortitude, or perhaps a hereditary issue? He understood that although Super Saiyan 1 and 2 represent two distinct realms, they fundamentally signify two ascensions of Saiyan blood within. One should ideally follow in the footsteps of Son Goku, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 to further elevate their bloodline, subsequently achieving success through the Golden Great Ape transformation. Yet, he recalled that in Dragon Ball GT, Vegeta, despite being unable to transform into Super Saiyan 3, could become a Golden Great Ape through the stimulus of the Blitzwave generator, allowing him to directly access Super Saiyan 4. Perhaps, it was indeed a matter of his royal lineage. He thought to bring along Vegeta 3 for the next simulation. With this in mind, Saigo nodded slightly and continued reading. On the second day in the hyperbolic time chamber, it was yet another day of futile attempts to achieve Super Saiyan 4, culminating in failure once more. By the 9th day, you endeavored to transform into Super Saiyan 4 via the Golden Great Ape, but again, it ended in disappointment. On the 10th day, you resolved to adopt a new strategy, attempting to achieve Super Saiyan 3 in your base form. Drawing upon the experiences and methods from your transformations into Super Saiyan 1 and 2, you diligently focused your energy towards your back. Ultimately, exhaustion overtook you, and you collapsed to the ground. After a period of rest, you made another attempt, only to fail yet again. Undeterred, once your strength was restored, you persisted in your efforts, but failure continued to shadow your endeavors. Throughout the day, each attempt to surpass Super Saiyan 3 met with disappointment. Upon reading the initial statement, Saigo nodded in approval, recognizing the importance of adaptability and avoiding stubbornness. To persist in an unfeasible endeavor would be akin to folly. However, as he perused the subsequent content, a flicker of doubt emerged. Was it truly impossible to even break through to Super Saiyan 3? Wait, previously, when transforming into Super Saiyan 2, you had breached the dimensional barriers of the hyperbolic time chamber. This indicated that in the original narrative, Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was likely of a similar caliber. Currently, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he possessed a battle power of 16 trillion. If we consider Super Saiyan 3 Goku to be exceptionally powerful at 25 trillion, what might his base form's power be? Multiplying 50 by 2, then by 4, yields 400. After careful calculation, it can be deduced that at that time, Sun Wukong possessed a combat power exceeding 60 billion. It is recalled from the original text that Sun Wukong mentioned he had not long surpassed the Super Saiyan transformation. Therefore, his normal combat power while attempting to transform into Super Saiyan might reasonably be estimated at around 40 to 50 billion. Thus, it stands to reason that upon reaching such formidable power, the likelihood of successfully transcending to Super Saiyan would significantly increase. Saigo found his reasoning increasingly sound. Believing that he had discerned the conditions necessary to transcend into Super Saiyan 3, he could not help but silently commend himself. He then continued to read on. On the 11th day in the time chamber, he realized that without a sufficient foundation of strength, aspiring to transform into Super Saiyan 3 or 4 was but a fanciful dream. Therefore, he resolved to first enhance his base power. In an effort to make up for the 10 days he had squandered, he decided to dedicate an additional hour to training each day for the next 100 days. After 1 day of rigorous training, his power increased by 500. Upon reading this, Saigo nodded approvingly, a rather wise decision. On the 110th day in the time chamber, he trained for 11 hours, resulting in another power boost of 500. On the 111th day, he returned to his normal training regimen, completing a day's workout for an increase of 5,000. Chapter 83, Saigo's Regret, Part 3, on the 720th day in the time chamber. After finishing another day's training, he gained an additional 5,000 in power. He exited the time chamber earlier than planned and inquired with Mr. Popo about the time. He was informed that it was 6:55 a.m. on February 17th. Mr. Popo kindly offered to prepare food for him, but he declined, as he sensed ulterior motives behind Mr. Popo's generosity. After bidding farewell to the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo, he returned to planet Saya. Following a brief rest of 2.5 hours, he resumed his training in the gravity chamber. It was only late into the night that he completed his training for the day, culminating in a power increase of 250,000. Upon seeing this, Saigo silently exclaimed, "Impressive." Having just emerged from the realm of mental time, he took but a brief respite before returning to his cultivation. "I shall honorably refer to you as the Emperor of Dedication, the Great Emperor of Exertion." Saigo believed that he was incapable of achieving this feat. He discovered that the simulator consistently amplified certain traits within him, leading to unforeseen circumstances in his simulated self. On February 18th, after a day of training under 50 times the gravity of a Saiyan, his combat power surged by 250,000. On March 2nd, Dr. Gero contacted him, announcing the successful development of a universal capsule gravity chamber based on Earth's gravity, with a maximum gravity limit of 1,000 times. To ensure safety, he advised them to conduct multiple tests while prioritizing the creation of a Saiyan version of the universal capsule gravity chamber. He then returned to planet Saiyan to continue his training under 50 times Saiyan gravity. After completing his daily training regimen, his combat power increased by another 250,000. Oh, a universal capsule gravity chamber based on Earth's gravity could be developed by March 2nd? How remarkably swift. 1,000 times Earth gravity? Splendid. At that point, his combat power would experience an exponential increase. Observing the multiple universal capsule gravity chambers displayed on the simulator panel, Saigo conceived yet another idea. Should he wait until Dr. Gero and his team had manufactured the universal capsule gravity chamber before simulating his entry into the hyperbolic time chamber? If the simulation mirrored the restrictions of Dragon Ball, allowing entry only twice, the potential loss in combat power would be considerable. After careful contemplation, Saigo deemed it worthwhile to test this theory. What if he could exploit a glitch? That would yield significant gains. Regaining his focus, he continued to peruse the information. On March 15th, after a day of training, his combat power rose by 250,000 once more. On March 21st, he received news from Dr. Gero that the universal capsule gravity chamber test had stabilized, and preparations for production could commence. He agreed and took possession of a sample. Upon returning to planet Saiyan, he eagerly unveiled the universal capsule gravity chamber, Earth version, adjusting the gravity to 510 times and commencing his gravity training. By day's end, his combat power had increased by an impressive 255,000. 666. Upon witnessing this, Saigo couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Remarkable. How brief a period has elapsed, merely a month, and yet the versatile capsule version of the gravity chamber has already been developed. And in its stable form no less. Moreover, the gravitational force has been enhanced. The collaboration of two of Earth's foremost scientists has indeed produced extraordinary results. However, it will be essential to establish a classification for the varying levels of gravity. The manufacturing cost of a high-multiplicity gravity chamber is substantial, and consequently, its price will be steep. Furthermore, Earthlings will certainly face challenges in adapting to such elevated gravity levels in a short time. It appears prudent to determine a price soon. As the versatile capsule version of the gravity chamber is on the verge of being released, this contemplation leads Saigo to feel he possesses a certain aptitude for commercial enterprise. With this resolution in mind, he continued to read. On April 18th, the Universal Capsule Group officially rebranded itself as the Universal Saiyan Galaxy Technology Group. You did not attend the renaming ceremony. Instead, you entrusted Representative Frieza and Vegeta 3 to partake in the grand event while you persisted with your daily training. Under the gravity of 530 times that of Earth, a day of cultivation resulted in a combat power increase of 265,000. Wasn't there another address to consider? Saigo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Dr. Brief would directly rename the Universal Capsule Corporation to Universal Saiyan Star Technology Group. However, he wholeheartedly agreed with his absence. After all, attending such tedious meetings would not enhance his combat prowess, and it was sufficient for others to undertake such duties. On May 8th, the production lines for the gravity chamber and healing pod were completed and officially commenced operations. On the same day, the detectors, equipped solely with communication functions, began sales and experienced an extraordinary surge in demand. You remained absent from both the commencement ceremony and the sales event, continuing your training under 550 times Earth's gravity. At the end of the day, your combat power increased by 275,000. By June 8th, the Universal Gravity Chamber was launched, quickly becoming a hot commodity. Concurrently, the production of the Universal Healing Pod was reduced to amplify the output of the Gravity Chamber. Under 580 times Earth's gravity, you trained for a day, resulting in a combat power increase of 290,000. On June 14th, you trained for a day under an environment of 590 times Earth's gravity, adding 295,000 to your combat power. On June 15th at 7 a.m., having indulged in a leisurely morning, you had just finished breakfast. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Combat power, 35,080,002. Future memory 3. Experience for transforming into Super Saiyan Great Ape 2x14. Experience for transforming into Super Saiyan Great Ape IX1. Saigo was somewhat disheartened to discover that the universal capsule version of the Gravity Room, Earth, was absent from the selection of rewards. Had it been available, he could have adapted to the higher gravity environment much sooner, thereby enhancing his combat prowess in the simulation. The second reward, Future Memory, held no significance here and was easily dismissed. As for the final two rewards, the transformation during the simulation was not particularly challenging, thus they too could be disregarded. Ultimately, Saigo could only accept with a heavy heart the 35.08 million combat power. He chose the first option. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 35.08 million combat power, raising your total combat power to 52,544 billion. The increase of over 35 million combat power stirred no emotions within Saigo, rather. He felt a twinge of anxiety. His next endeavor was to simulate once more, to see if he could once again access the Spirit Time Room. If he could, new ideas might flourish, and he might also regret a previous decision. After taking a deep breath and pressing his palms together in prayer, Saigo finally clicked the Start Simulation button on the virtual screen. February 15th, 7:15 a.m. After teleporting to Earth for breakfast, he proceeded to the Temple of the Gods. Upon stating his purpose, the deity consented to his use of the Spirit Time Room. Guided by Mr. Bobo, he successfully entered the Spirit Time Room. Wow! Saigo exclaimed. Overwhelmed with excitement, he sprang up from his bed and sat cross-legged. Rubbing his eyes, he meticulously read through the lines once more, confirming that he was not hallucinating. He erupted with exclamations from his previous life. Wow! Is this for real? I can actually enter? If I have enough time, wouldn't that render me invincible? Wait, was it foolish of me not to select the secret technique when I had 10 times the combat power? Damn, is this simulator truly that formidable? It even disregards such limitations? Clearly, the Dragon Balls have restrictions, even if they are ineffective in reality, once used in the simulation. One must wait for a sufficient number of days to wish again. He had assumed that the Spirit Time Room, like the Dragon Balls, was a special item of bug-level status with limitations. To his astonishment, there were none. Wow, what a monumental loss. Saigo lamented. Had he known that he could access the Spirit Time Room with every simulation, he would have come to Earth long ago. In that moment, regret washed over him as he struck his chest in dismay. What a loss. A tremendous loss. Truly, he felt as if he had squandered everything. He felt as though he were on the brink of succumbing to depression. This was rather absurd. The Dragon Balls had been restricted, yet the hyperbolic time chamber, a time-accelerating tool, remained unregulated. Reflecting upon the web novels from his previous life, he wondered if there existed any time traveler whose golden finger simulator was as formidable as this one. None could compare. Looking at his own simulator, he initially believed that enhancing his combat power would extend the duration of the simulation. However, he soon realized that this was not the case. Astonishingly, he could only simulate for 4 months. At that moment, he deemed the simulator rather unimpressive. Moreover, after utilizing the Dragon Balls within the simulation, he discovered that it bore the same time constraints as in reality. This further solidified his belief that if the Dragon Balls were limited, then the hyperbolic time chamber would be even more restricted, certainly usable only once within the simulation. With this thought in mind, he felt it prudent to reserve the use of the time chamber for emergencies. Yet now, he found there were no restrictions at all. There seemed to be no discernible pattern. He wallowed in frustration and regret for 2 full minutes before he managed to convince himself that the past need not be mourned or lamented. With lingering discontent, he continued onward. Day 1 in the time chamber. After a day of arduous training, his combat power increased by 5,000. Day 720 in the time chamber. Upon completing a day's training task, he emerged, with his combat power again boosted by 5,000. Upon exiting, the external time was 7:14:50 a.m. on February 17th. He decisively declined Mr. Popo's invitation. After bidding farewell to the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo, he returned to planet Vegeta, rested for 2.5 hours, and resumed training in the gravity room. It was not until late at night that he completed his daily training task, resulting in an increase of 250,000 in combat power. On March 2nd, Dr. Gero contacted him, announcing the successful development of a universal capsule version of the gravity room based on Earth's gravity, with a maximum gravity limit of 1,000 times. To ensure safety, he instructed them to conduct additional tests. Simultaneously, he requested that they prioritize the development of a universal capsule version of the gravity room, Saiyan version. Subsequently, he returned to planet Vegeta to continue training under 50 times Saiyan gravity. After a day of training, his combat power rose by another 250,000. On March 21st, he received word from Dr. Gero that the testing of the universal capsule version of the gravity room, Earth, had stabilized and preparations for production could commence. He agreed and instantaneously teleported to Earth to retrieve a qualified sample of the universal capsule version of the gravity room, Earth. Upon returning to planet Vegeta, he eagerly set up the universal capsule version of the gravity room, Earth, and adjusted the gravity to 510 times, commencing his gravity training. After a day's training, his combat power surged by 255,000. On April 18th, the Universal Capsule Group was officially renamed to the Universal Saiyan Technology Group. You did not attend the renaming ceremony, instead delegating Frieza and Vegeta 3 to represent you at the grand event while you continued your daily training. Under the intense gravity of 530 times that of Earth, your training for a single day resulted in an increase of 265,000 in battle power. On May 8th, the production line for the gravity chamber and treatment pod was installed and officially commenced operations. On the same day, detectors with only communication functions began sales, and the business flourished beyond demand. You again chose not to attend the inauguration and sales ceremonies, opting to train under 550 times Earth's gravity. By the end of the day, your battle power had risen by an additional 275,000. On June 8th, the Universal Gravity Chamber was launched for sale, with customers flocking in droves to each store, creating a bustling atmosphere. On that same day, production of the Universal Treatment Pod was reduced to focus more on the gravity chamber. You trained for one day under 580 times Earth's gravity, resulting in a battle power increase of 290,000. On June 14th, you trained for a day under the gravity environment of 590 times that of Earth, yielding a battle power increase of 295,000. At 7:15 a.m. on June 15th, you had just finished your breakfast. This simulation has concluded. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. Battle power of 35,080,002. Future memory. Without the slightest hesitation, Saigo decisively opted for the combat power reward. I choose the first option. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 35.08 million combat power, bringing your total regular combat power to 56,052 billion. Saigo cast a cursory glance at the final pop-up message before dismissing it. He silently recited the intention to enter the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta 3, aiming to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 before finally pressing the start simulation button. On February 15th at 7:23 a.m., after teleporting to Earth with Vegeta 3 to resolve the issue of hunger, you transported him to the sacred world of the Kais. Upon understanding your purpose, the Kai graciously permitted your use of the time chamber. Under the guidance of Mr. Popo, you and Vegeta 3 successfully entered the hyperbolic time chamber. On the first day within the time chamber, after briefing Vegeta 3 on essential precautions, you casually conjured an artificial moon. Vegeta 3 gazed at the artificial moon for a few moments before successfully transforming into a great ape, followed swiftly by a transformation into Super Saiyan Great Ape. Enraptured by the overwhelming power of the tenfold Super Saiyan, Vegeta 3 then endeavored, as per your instructions, to concentrate the surging energy within his body onto the back of the Great Ape. However, despite several attempts, all ended in failure. It is well understood that even Saiyans of royal lineage cannot directly transcend from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 4. The simulated Vegeta 3 serves as an exemplary case. In GT, Vegeta dedicated many years to mastering Super Saiyan 2, and his baseline strength must have been extraordinarily formidable, enabling him to transform into the strikingly impressive Super Saiyan 4 through the Golden Great Ape transformation. Thus, even for Vegeta 3, who shares the same royal bloodline, achieving Super Saiyan 4 would necessitate at least a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2 for any chance of success. Of course, this remains a conjecture. To arrive at a definitive conclusion, we must await further developments. Chapter 84, The Fractured Mind of Saiyan Gao. On the 10th day in the time chamber, Vegeta 3 continued to follow your instructions in attempting to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Yet again, he met with failure. Saigo gazed impassively at the simulated information displayed on the virtual panel, and he was not surprised by the results. It was the 20th day in the time chamber. As the day drew to a close, he observed that Vegeta 3 had once again concluded in failure. Aware that further attempts would be futile, he resolved to commence combat training the following day. Vegeta 3 wore a countenance of deep shame, prompting Saigo to offer him some words of comfort. However, upon witnessing the combat training, Saigo momentarily froze, as he suddenly became aware of a cognitive oversight. He realized that he had entirely forgotten the inherent combat characteristics of the Saiyans. The Saiyans are indeed a race capable of rapidly enhancing their combat prowess during battle. Even if one must conceal their strength in the real world, it is entirely feasible to attain immense power through endless combat and simulations. How could I be so foolish? I actually forgot such an incredibly significant innate characteristic. He felt a disconcerting sensation. Logically, this was something he should not have forgotten. Yet, at this moment, it had inexplicably slipped from his mind. The implications were deeply unsettling. In an instant, a chilling hypothesis took shape in his mind. In the next moment, Saigo suddenly raised his hands high, making an international gesture of friendship towards the sky. He maintained this pose for a full 2.5 seconds. In the end, he muttered, "It's over. This time it's really over." There was always a voyeur lurking above him, and he felt utterly powerless against it. Finally, he exclaimed with fierce determination, "Just wait. One day I will definitely get back at you." At that very moment, a new message box unexpectedly appeared on the simulation panel. It read, "I'm waiting." Saigo glared at the 3 characters, his teeth grinding in frustration. He muttered, "Hurry and upgrade my bloodline talent. This world is perilous. Without strength, I am deeply unsettled." Yet, the simulation panel remained unresponsive. "Hey, don't play dead," Saigo exclaimed in annoyance. "Unfortunately, I cannot fulfill that request. You must fend for yourself," replied the figure known as Dida. "Moreover, I have some rather unfortunate news. I can only respond to you 3 times. Do not inquire as to why. My world is far more intricate than you can imagine. This is already your 2nd response, leaving you with but 1 opportunity. Make haste and ask your questions. As for what follows, I can only be an onlooker. Oh, and do not blame me for the inadequacy of the talents and advantages I have assigned to you, nor for neglecting the combat characteristics of the Saiyans. That is not my fault. Best of luck, young one. I have great faith in you." Glaring at the information on the simulation panel, Saigo seethed internally. Had he squandered 2 valuable chances to communicate? Damn it. After a considerable wait, he managed to calm himself and scrutinized the message from the entity known as Dida with newfound seriousness. There was no doubt that the name was a pseudonym, not a true identity. The world he inhabited was supposedly more complex than he had envisioned. Was it possible that this world surpassed even that of Dragon Ball? Furthermore, he could only stand by and watch as events unfolded? What did that imply? Did he, too, lack knowledge about the future trajectory of the plot? How could a negligent author be so unreliable? Just you wait, he thought, filled with determination. Saigo silently cursed in his heart, not daring to utter a word for fear of squandering his final chance at communication. Just as he attempted to gather his thoughts, an untimely sound interrupted, a gurgling rumble. Saigo let out a bitter smile, gently caressing his abdomen. It turned out he had forgotten that he had yet to have breakfast. He then took out his detector and sent a message to Dr. Gero. Immediately after, he retrieved a magical bean from his spatial pocket and consumed it. The stomach, which had been protesting in hunger, instantly calmed down, and the gnawing sensation vanished without a trace. If it were not for this sudden and strikingly authentic feeling of hunger, Saigo would have believed himself to be merely a fictional character. Subsequently, he began to ponder deeply, integrating the information he currently possessed. First and foremost, he had indeed traversed dimensions. The memories from his previous life, along with the events of this existence, were vividly clear. To suggest that it was all an illusion left him at a loss on how to comprehend this world. The world he referred to encompassed not only the Dragon Ball universe, but also his previous life, and perhaps even other, more extraordinary realms. Could it all merely be a figment of imagination? No. The memories of 2 lifetimes were distinct and undeniable. They could not be false. As this thought crossed his mind, Saigo immediately shook his head in denial, effortlessly conjuring a sphere of energy in his hand. His gaze fell upon it as he murmured, could this too be a fabrication? The overwhelming power contained within the energy sphere felt palpably real. With a simple grip, he obliterated the sphere. No, regardless of its authenticity. It sufficed that I perceive it as true. Whether real or not, there will come a day when I will unravel all of this. At this moment, Saigo cleared away all obstacles, his gaze becoming resolutely steadfast as never before. Thus, a new objective emerged for him. Moments later, he regained his composure, took a blank sheet of paper, and meticulously organized the questions he yearned to unravel. 1. In which timeline of Dragon Ball does he find himself? 2. Can the Namekian Dragon Balls or the Black Star Dragon Balls grant wishes for the means to obtain the Super Saiyan bloodline and achieve divinity? 3. What is the established power level of deities of destruction like Beerus and angels like Whis? 4. Within the narrative, what are the dire circumstances that lead to certain death? And what will be the ultimate fate of the protagonist? 5. Who are the major antagonists featured in the storyline? 6. According to the narrative, what level has Universe 7 attained by the time of the Tournament of Power, and is participation still necessary? 7. Are there stronger adversaries in universes that did not participate in the Tournament of Power within the original work? 8. Besides the entirety of the universe and the underworld, are there other realms, such as the Dragon God Realm, Demon Realm, and Demon God Realm? 9. Is the Omni King the creator of the entire universe? Or does he possess a lineage, with the current Omni King merely being a successor? 10. What level of power is required to return to the original world? Saigo set down his pen and meticulously reviewed the document from beginning to end, contemplating deeply, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. Once satisfied, he recited it aloud. Perhaps his focus was entirely consumed by this matter, for he remained oblivious to the stillness enveloping the outside world. In this moment, within this realm, he was the sole individual capable of movement. Even the deities, whom he regarded as more powerful than the high priest and the sovereign, were frozen in their original postures, utterly immobile. Had he been aware of this phenomenon, he might have been filled with profound trepidation. After Saigo concluded his recitation of the petition, approximately 2.5 minutes elapsed. Saigo cast a fleeting glance at the time displayed on the monitor, 7:25:30. At that moment, the simulation panel finally echoed back. However, as he read the first line, a wave of desolation swiftly enveloped his heart. Great One, if memory serves me right, this should pertain to Dragon Ball Super's time-space, right? Oh, wait, perhaps not. Alas, this was originally an ill-defined matter that has been haphazardly referenced. I apologize, but this predicament cannot be attributed to me. Chapter 85. The terrifying realizations. Having perused the initial lines, if given the chance, Saigo would undoubtedly seize the individual responsible and deliver a thorough beating. No, it would be a multitude of thrashings, the kind that inflicts severe injury. After all, he had an abundance of senzu to ensure the other would not perish. Suppressing the ire swelling within, he continued to observe the incessantly flickering text on the simulator. His mood grew increasingly grave. Great One, I hope you don't mind? Let me extend my apologies, my friend. Us gentlemen hold no grudges past tonight. Now, let us see what queries you have posed. Addressing your second question, I recall that the Dragon Balls of planet Namek and the Black Star Dragon Balls in GT cannot grant wishes for something as extraordinary as transcending to a higher realm. As for methods to attain divinity, they should be feasible. After all, one can only know the path, not directly ascend to godhood. When you have the time, perhaps you might experiment with your golden finger. Great One, regarding your third question, this aspect has yet to be properly established, and I have forgotten the specifics. However, I seem to recall that I designated Beerus, the god of destruction, with a base power level of around 700 quintillion? Or was it 700 nonillion? I cannot quite recall. The details are incomplete, and I am uncertain. You may refer to what I have thus far. Subsequently, you can utilize your golden finger to gauge his true strength. Great One. Now, moving on to your fourth question. This is straightforward. In the predefined narrative, you are invincible, encountering no particularly challenging scenarios. The subsequent plot shall depend on your own actions, for I cannot divulge more. Great one, for your fifth inquiry. Concerning the major antagonists, you must have perused the original work, at least enough to recognize the prominent villains, yes? Reflect on this yourself. As for any unknown adversaries, I am equally in the dark. Let us proceed to the next question. Upon reaching this point, Saigo ground his molars together with a resounding crunch. Yet, observing the rapid updates of information, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart, compelling him to stifle his burgeoning rage and hastily continue reading. Great one. This has also not been fully designed, but it appears I have sketched out a rough outline. It seems that the seventh universe enjoys certain privileges. This question, you should already have the answer within yourself. Given your current momentum, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the seventh universe is poised to secure the top position among the 12 universes. You must have confidence in yourself regarding this matter. Regarding the seventh inquiry, well, in universes that did not participate in the Tournament of Power, there may exist individuals stronger than Jiren, or perhaps not. However, I can assert with certainty that the humans of those universes, given their prominence, indicate a remarkably high overall level of strength. Admittedly, that seems somewhat redundant. Let us proceed to the next question. As for the eighth question, I recall the existence of the demon realm, yet I have not documented the dragon god realm or the demon god realm. Please do not misinterpret. I mean that I have not written about them, and I am unaware of the nature of your world. My own world is rather bizarre. Alas, it seems I cannot express that. How vexing. My friend, do not fault me for my reticence. The messages I send you become garbled when they pertain to those wretched matters. To be frank, concerning the settings of your book, I have only elaborated on the Saiyan aspects, while the others are merely sketched in broad strokes. I trust you can comprehend that. Now, having glanced at the final two questions, I shall provide a unified response. The answer is, I do not know. Regarding the last query, I too am in search of answers. I can only convey so much, as they impose time restrictions. My friend, should you ever find your way to me in the future, I shall treat you to tea or a sumptuous feast, whichever you prefer. Keep striving. I wish for our future endeavors to flourish. Alas, more garbled text. Have you finished reading, my friend? Hurry, time is of the essence. Remember to become extraordinarily powerful and make sure to find me. In the next moment, the message box that had just appeared vanished in an instant, leaving only the familiar simulated panel. As the information within the uppermost box updated rapidly, a sense of foreboding welled up within Saigo. Thus, aside from observing the initial response from the first message box, he diligently read through the rest, maintaining pace with the speed of the information updates. Ultimately, upon seeing the time constraint, his earlier apprehensions were validated. Simultaneously, he silently congratulated himself for his astuteness in not dawdling. He managed to finish reading all the information in less than 2.5 seconds before the uppermost message box disappeared, as if it had never existed at all. At this moment, Saigo's thoughts were unprecedentedly clear, giving rise to an illusion that he had finally encountered his true self. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily seized the detector to check the time. 7:25, 31, 32, 33. Upon witnessing this scene, he became acutely aware of a profoundly unsettling truth that he was reluctant to accept. During the brief exchange he had just experienced, it appeared that time itself had come to an absolute standstill. What kind of existence possesses the power to halt time across the entire Dragon Ball universe? The implications were chilling. Yet, now was not the time for such contemplation. The paramount task was to meticulously review the information conveyed to him before the details faded from his memory. With a swift motion of his right hand, he activated his telekinetic abilities, causing a pin that lay on the table to soar into his grasp. While the memory was still fresh, he hastened to sketch and annotate on paper. The clock read 7:50. Saigo set down his pen once more, scrutinizing the answers to the 10 questions before him. The longer he gazed, the more furrowed his brow became. It was unclear what dimension he inhabited, yet it was evident that it contained elements of the Gula, distinctly not a dimension of the multiverse. However, the existence of the god of destruction, Beerus, was known to Vegeta 3. The convergence of these two realities rendered the situation illogical. With both present, it could not merely be the GT dimension. What, then, could it be? The future dimension of Trunks seemed even less plausible, as that was a future within the multiverse where Beerus also existed. Might it be a dimension that encompassed both realities? This thought startled Saigo. If that were indeed the case, this dimension would pose a greater threat than the multiverse, the hyperfuture dimension, and even the GT dimension. Contemplating this instilled a sense of urgency within him. He then turned to the answer to the second question. Silently reflecting, it would be prudent to find a moment to test whether this set of Dragon Balls could enhance his innate abilities. If he could wish for the legendary Super Saiyan lineage, he would no longer have to harbor concerns. He believed that by the time the Dragon Ball saga unfolded, he would have already attained invincibility. In Saigo's eyes, a glimmer flickered as he turned to the answer of the third question. Is Beerus's normal combat power 700 quadrillion or 700 quintillion? Such an extraordinary level of power in its base form? What kind of insurmountable strength could he possess in his destroyer form and ultra instinct state? Is it at the level of Ji, or even at the level of Rome? Or perhaps the level of Go? Goodness! If the god of destruction wields such immense power, how formidable must the angels and the grand priest be? Surely, they must possess at least Go-level strength? By the heavens! Saigo could not help but exclaim a curse. What level of power does he currently possess? Merely a paltry billion-level strength. In comparison to Go-level power, he is still several zeros short. Chapter 86. Saigo's resurgence in another world at this very moment. Despite Saigo's previous confidence, a tinge of trepidation crept into his heart. Yet, he noticed his body beginning to tremble slightly. A surge of excitement emanating from within and spreading throughout his entire being. This realization caused him to exclaim in surprise. What? In an instant? The feeling of fear vanished without a trace, replaced instead by an exhilarating urge to test his limits. Meanwhile, the tail behind him, unbeknownst to him, had loosened from his waist, swaying gently in the breeze. Saigo clasped his hands, which trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's, and he could distinctly sense a surge of excitement and exhilaration. A flicker of realization flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, could this be the Saiyans' characteristic of fervent enthusiasm? The fervent enthusiasm he spoke of was indeed the Saiyans' relentless competitive nature, particularly pronounced when confronted with formidable opponents, often yielding unexpectedly potent effects. Reflecting on the legendary figure of Goku, the chosen one in the Dragon Ball universe, one could recall how this trait propelled him to transcend his limits time and again, overcoming numerous crises. However, in the hands of the martial enthusiast Goku, this characteristic undeniably became an unstable factor, leading to a cascade of challenges. In that moment, Saigo felt invigorated, tightening his grip against his chest, igniting an insatiable fighting spirit. Saiyan bloodline, I can feel your battle intent. I shall ascend to the pinnacle. His laughter erupted, grand and unrestrained, resonating through the air. This time, he did not stifle his voice. Rather, he unconsciously infused it with energy to amplify its impact. The resounding waves of laughter emanated from the Saiyan Palace, swiftly diffusing outward. In mere moments, his mirth reached a significant portion of the Saiyan planet. Almost everyone on the planet heard this hearty laughter, causing those engaged in training to pause. In one instance, a voice questioned, who dares to laugh so audaciously on Saiyan planet? Have they lost their mind? Silence. Can't you recognize King Saigo's voice? Another retorted, if you can't discern the voice, can you not even sense the aura? How did we end up with such a clever individual in our ranks? Hey, Captain, you think I'm clever too, don't you? Huh? Did you all hear that? Humph. Even the captain acknowledges my intelligence. I knew I was smart. If you ever say my wits are lacking again, I'll take issue with it. Right, Captain? The captain's face darkened, and he growled, shut up. The other teammates echoed, just be quiet. The self-proclaimed genius replied, yes, Captain. Those laboring also ceased their tasks, pondering if the joyful laughter stemmed from some delightful revelation of King Saigo. Quiet. Focus on your work. Do you dare show disrespect to King Saigo? Hurry up and finish your tasks so you can train. Understood. You are quite nagging. Ah. Who can blame us for not being Saiyans? I envy them. Their battle power escalates effortlessly, while we toil endlessly for just over 1 million in battle power. Those idling in conversation fell silent. Wait, do you hear that? It's King Saigo's voice. It seems that Saigo King is quite pleased. You are absolutely right. That is indeed the voice of Saigo King. However, do you not find his aura even more terrifying than his laughter? This presence is truly both fearsome and awe-inspiring. Fortunately, Saigo King is one of us. Indeed, what a frightening aura. If only one day I could become as powerful as that, it would be magnificent. Debo, you must have confidence. Like Saigo King, we are all Saiyans. Surely we will reach such heights in the future. We certainly will. Pabujan, you speak the truth. I will definitely achieve it. But why is this cow so slow in grazing? Wouldn't it be simpler to just cut the grass and shove it into their mouths? Haha, Debo, you are quite the thinker. Haha, no, that won't do. You crack me up. Truly, you are exceptionally clever. Haha, Debo, embarrassed and furious, silenced. You. With your pot-lid head. Oh, you Landweller. On the other side. After a period of emotional release, Saigo felt an unprecedented sense of ease within. Subsequently, his gaze returned to the paper before him. With newfound determination, he glanced briefly at the answers to questions 3 through 7, dismissing them from his mind. Those responses were as good as non-existent, holding no meaningful reference. Even the answers provided for questions 8 and 9 were equally ambiguous. Saigo chose to disregard it as well. The answer to the final question was what truly concerned him. He observed intently, his expression grave. He murmured the phrase "I am searching" several times. Could it be that this individual, referred to as Dada, was also seeking a way home? Was he, too, a traveler from another realm? Given his ability to bestow extraordinary capabilities upon others, he must possess immense strength. Yet, why did he claim to be searching as well? The depth of his power seemed to render him incapable of finding his way back home. Upon realizing this, Saigo's pupils constricted sharply. Did this not imply that his own quest to return home was fraught with uncertainty? Furthermore, he recalled that the other party had seemingly extended an invitation to him, suggesting he had the strength to embark on such a search. What a ludicrous notion. Could someone who could bring the entirety of the Dragon Ball world to a standstill require his assistance in finding a way? Nevertheless, despite these thoughts, Saigo felt a flicker of curiosity about the world in which the other resided. With a mere flick of his fingers, the paper in his hand was reduced to ashes. He gazed up at the clear sky, murmuring to himself, "If given the chance, I shall go." However, this was merely his unilateral speculation. Meanwhile, in an unknown world, on a planet strikingly similar to Earth, within a modest dwelling, a youthful man leaned back in his chair. His eyes were fixed on the official website's information displayed on the screen, his face adorned with a bittersweet smile. Just then, a voice filled with remorse resonated from behind him. "Brother, have I caused trouble?" Upon hearing the voice, the young man immediately donned a gentle smile. He turned around to find a pitifully delicate face before him, adorned with an expression on the verge of tears. This charming little girl was his sister, affectionately named Ineen. He promptly rose to embrace her, cheerfully assuring her, "Not at all. Ineen, you haven't caused any trouble. I was planning to reference this book anyway. Come on, I'll take you out for some delicious food, all right?" Upon hearing the prospect of going out to eat, the little girl swiftly cast aside her earlier concerns, her innocent age allowing her to remain blissfully optimistic. "Really? That is wonderful. Brother, can we have wontons?" "Absolutely. Let us go. We're off to enjoy wontons." The young man cradled the little girl in his arms, laughing as they exited the room. Inside, the futuristic computer screen prominently displayed the following information. Title: Dragon Ball. I have a time simulator genre. Otherworldly travel world. Dragon Ball universe protagonist of another world. Saigo creator. Midnight coffee creation method. Incomplete setting. Protagonist-driven development, predicted difficulty. 10 stars, predicted rewards. Reward distribution method. Number of communications with the protagonist. 3. Exhausted citation status. Completed rewards distributed. Chapter 87. Terrifying power surge. Thus, Saigo acquired a new goal. He was eager to discover whether he could locate the world of the other party once he dominated the Dragon Ball universe. After calming his restless heart, he refocused on the original simulation panel and continued reading. Time Chamber, Day 21. You and Vegeta 3 engaged in a purely physical contest, battling for an entire day, resulting in a power increase of 1.5 million. Upon testing Vegeta 3's battle power, you discovered it had also risen significantly, reaching 1.8 million. You lamented how you could have forgotten this characteristic of the Saiyans. Recalling memories from your previous life while watching Dragon Ball, you remembered that once a Saiyan transforms, their power could rapidly increase through combat training with another. You only felt regret for a brief moment before dismissing it from your mind, knowing that the past was immutable. You believed that as long as you could effectively utilize this trait moving forward, it was not too late. After all, the narrative of Dragon Ball had yet to officially commence. At this point, Saigo's previously settled heart suddenly raced again. 1.5 million? Merely a day of practice had led to such a staggering increase? Was it truly so extraordinary? And Vegeta 3 had increased by 1.8 million. That was a staggering 300,000 more than him. Even considering royal bloodlines, was such an increase truly warranted? Among the trio of Vegeta 3 and his sons, Saigo's aptitude was intermediate. The finest was, of course, Vegeta 4, while the least talented was Taboo. Judging by this, although Taboo was a low-class warrior, the influence of some royal blood would likely afford him a greater power boost post-battle, at the very least balancing out the differences. Sai gazed blankly at the information displayed on the simulation panel. Although he had anticipated a significant increase, he had only estimated an enhancement of around 100,000 per day. To his astonishment, the increase surpassed 1 million in battle power. This revelation brought immense joy to Sai. Indeed, the Saiyans are indeed a formidable warrior race, seemingly born for battle. It comes as no surprise that the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, in both his original and revised forms, embodies an awe-inspiring and desperate power that epitomizes the Saiyan trait of becoming stronger through combat. I recall the original series during the Android and Cell sagas, when Goku and his son first entered the hyperbolic time chamber, emerging with their Super Saiyan forms at full power. They achieved the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1. Despite Goku having faced death and returned with a measure of enhanced strength, nonetheless, his base combat power would not exceed 100 million. For the sake of argument, let us consider it 100 million. Yet, upon exiting the chamber, they reached an astonishing 750 million. This was achieved even after their abilities had seemingly hit a plateau, necessitating their exit. It is noteworthy that they spent less than a year within those walls. If we assume a full year, their daily increments in power would range approximately between 1.8 million to 2 million, a truly staggering enhancement. It is no wonder that Vegeta, the perennial second-in-command, struggled to match Goku's pace, relying on high-gravity environments for training. This disparity in growth rates could very well be one of the reasons for Goku's superiority. Consider Goku's ascension from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3 during his battles in the afterlife, while Vegeta barely attained the mid-level of Super Saiyan 2. The gap between them is not trivial. Furthermore, Vegeta and his son, upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, might have engaged in fewer combat-based training sessions, hindering their ability to reach their own limits. Vegeta's pride led him to pursue his own methods of growth, lacking the adaptability that Goku possesses. Goku is willing to study and master techniques from others, such as solar flare, afterimage technique, instant transmission, and energy blade, recognizing the value in effective skills. He openly acknowledges and praises the techniques he learns, making them his own once mastered. With a silent sigh of admiration, I continued to observe. On the 25th day in the time chamber, you and Vegeta 3 engaged in an entire day of intense combat, resulting in an increase of 1.5 million to your combat power, while Vegeta 3's strength rose by 1.8 million. Upon reviewing this information, Saigo silently nodded. It appeared that, under the gravitational conditions of planet Saiyan, the maximum combat power he could achieve after a day of battle was merely 1.5 million. In contrast, Vegeta 3 surpassed him by an additional 300,000 in combat power. He mentally noted this information before continuing to read. On the 720th day in the time chamber, after completing a day's martial arts spar with Vegeta 3, his combat power increased by 1.5 million. After a brief respite, they exited the hyperbolic time chamber. The external time read, February 17th, 7:22:50 a.m. Upon returning to the outside world, having bid farewell to Mr. Popo and the Kai, he took Vegeta 3 to indulge in a lavish meal in South City, costing a total of 800,000 zeni. Vegeta 3 praised the Earth's culinary delights incessantly, even attempting to concoct excuses to remain on Earth to assist, but was met with refusal. After returning him to planet Saiyan, Saigo rested for 2.5 hours before commencing training under 50 times the Saiyan gravity. It was only at 11 p.m. that he completed his training for the day, resulting in a power increase of 250,000. On March 2nd, Dr. Gero contacted him. By March 21st, he received word that the capsule version of the gravity chamber, Earth, had been thoroughly tested and was deemed stable enough for production preparations. He instantaneously transported to Earth, consented to their plans for the gravity chamber's production, and brought one back with him. Upon returning to planet Saiyan, he eagerly deployed the capsule version of the gravity chamber, Earth, hastily activating it and adjusting the gravity to 510 times that of Earth before commencing his training. After completing his daily training regimen, his combat power surged by 255,000. On June 14th, he trained under 590 times the gravity for an entire day, resulting in a power increase of 295,000. The following morning, June 15th, at 7:23 a.m., he instantaneously transported to Earth for breakfast. This simulation has concluded. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. Combat Power 1,081, 480,002. Future memory upon glimpsing the combat power. Saigo's pupils constricted to a mere point. Combat power exceeding 1 billion? Nearly reaching 1 billion? No, If he had not squandered those 20 days, it should have sufficed to reach 1 billion. This augmentation finally aligned with the substantial increases in combat power experienced by Goku and his son upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber in the original narrative. Yet, the mere thought of this caused Saigo to feel despondent. The simulator, it seemed, imposed no restrictions on time-accelerating artifacts like the time chamber, while paradoxically limiting the Dragon Balls. In his view, this was utterly nonsensical. Without a moment's hesitation, Saigo opted for the first reward. Selecting the first option. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a combat power of 1,081,480,000. The host's current total combat power is 17,642 billion. Upon reaching this point, Saigo felt an unprecedented sense of elation. As for the events that should have occurred sooner but did not, he had come to terms with them. After all, the past is immutable. One must learn to look ahead. Forge onward. Stride forward with courage. That is the true demeanor of a man. Indulging in incessant regret is merely a sign of weakness. Chapter 88. Enhancing proficiency in the art of refining the spirit. Glancing at the clock. It was 7:51, a perfect time for breakfast. Saigo decisively rose from his slumber, employing his extraordinary abilities to perform his morning rituals, brushing his teeth, washing his face, and dressing, thereby achieving a true liberation of his hands. After teleporting to Earth to enjoy breakfast, he returned to the Saiyan Palace to continue his simulations. Although he had consumed a sins of bean and felt no hunger, the thought of wasting hundreds of thousands of Sony was intolerable. Such money represented his hard-earned labor, and he could not allow it to go to waste. Remarkably, despite the absence of hunger, he was still able to consume his usual portion. Having utilized his simulation capabilities 3 times, he had 212 remaining. During the first simulation after his meal, Saigo replicated his earlier success, bringing King Vegeta 3 into the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon completion, his battle power surged by 112 billion, bringing his total battle power to an astonishing 18,754 billion. As he collected his rewards, a realization struck him. If he continued to simulate at this pace, his power would undoubtedly increase rapidly. However, such swift advancement was not reflective of the gradual progress he had achieved in reality. This accelerated enhancement could potentially overwhelm his physical and mental faculties, risking catastrophic repercussions. Contemplating this, he recalled Master Roshi's insights, recognizing the urgent need to bolster both his mental fortitude and physical resilience. While he had devised a method to enhance his mental strength, he remained uncertain whether rigorous gravity training alone could elevate his life dimension. It was clear that a high-gravity environment could undoubtedly strengthen his physique, but the elevation of life dimension likely required a distinct approach. Otherwise, with so many high-gravity planets in existence, the beings inhabiting them would surely possess elevated life dimensions. Thus, Saigo deemed it necessary to simulate strategies for enhancing his life dimension. He sensed that such an elevation was intricately linked to the interplay of physicality, energy, and mental prowess. In his previous life, he had read numerous martial arts novels where warriors achieved transcendental states through the convergence of their spiritual essences. This transcendental state might very well represent the lowest realm inhabited by deities in this world, although this remained merely conjecture on his part. Subsequently, Saigo decided to first enhance his proficiency in the spirit refinement technique. Only by elevating this practice, which amplifies mental strength, to a flawless level could he expedite the increase of his mental prowess. After all, the adage sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting would resonated with him. Currently, the proficiency level of the spirit refinement technique required 25 days of cultivation to elevate his mental strength by a single point. He surmised that achieving perfection in this technique would have the time required, estimating it would take approximately 10 to 13 days to gain a point of mental strength. By then, he would swiftly catch up and surpass his previous progress. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Upon silently contemplating a particular thought several times, Saigo embarked on a new round of simulation. At 8:25 a.m., you teleported from planet Saiyan to the Temple of the Gods on Earth. After obtaining the consent of the deity, you successfully entered the hyperbolic time chamber under Mr. Popo's guidance. On the first day within the chamber, you practiced the divine refinement technique for a full day, resulting in a mental power increase of 0.04 and a proficiency boost of 0.1. Fast forward to the 720th day, you devoted another day to the divine refinement technique, achieving the same increments, mental power 0.04 and proficiency 0.1. Upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, the external time read, February 17th, 8:24:50 a.m. After returning to planet Saya and resting for 2 hours, you resumed your practice of the divine refinement technique. After a full 10 hours of training, you gained an additional mental power of 0.04 and proficiency of 0.1. On March 2nd, Dr. Jero communicated with you, and you merely advised them to conduct further experiments to ensure the safety and stability of the product before returning to your practice. By day's end, your mental power increased by 0.04 and your proficiency in the divine refinement technique by 0.1. On March 21st, Dr. Jero contacted you again, announcing that the universal capsule version of the gravity chamber had completed testing and preparations for production could commence. You opted not to visit Earth and briefly replied before continuing your training. After another day of practice, your mental power rose by 0.04, and proficiency in the divine refinement technique increased by 0.1. On June 6th, you engaged in the final day of training for the divine refinement technique, yielding a mental power increase of 0.04 and proficiency of 0.1. The following day, June 7th, you teleported to Earth to retrieve the universal capsule version of the gravity chamber, commencing training under a gravitational force 510 times that of Earth. After a day of rigorous training, your battle power surged by 255,000. On June 14th, under the same 510-fold gravity, you trained for another day, again increasing your battle power by 255,000. On June 15th at 8:25 a.m., after 2.5 hours of training in the intense gravity, your battle power rose by an additional 63,750. This simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Mental power 33. 2. Proficiency in the divine refinement technique, 465,610,000. 3. Battle power 2, 103,754. Future memories after reviewing the simulation results and available rewards. Saigo decisively chose the second option. Select the second. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations. The proficiency of your secret technique, divine refinement, has reached 4,656. Please continue your diligent efforts. He recalled that the previous proficiency of the divine refinement technique was 4,573, indicating that this simulation, enhanced by the special artifact of the hyperbolic time chamber, had facilitated an impressive increase of 83 points in proficiency. This rate of improvement was several times greater than the usual increment of 12 proficiency points per simulation. Indeed, the hyperbolic time chamber is a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. After a moment of exclamation, Saigo once again repeated the simulation. In the subsequent 65 simulations, without exception, all were devoted to enhancing the proficiency of the refinement of the divine method. By the 65th attempt, he finally elevated it to a state of perfection. Saigo eagerly summoned the information panel for the perfect level spirit refinement technique. The spirit refinement technique, perfect, a specialized method for enhancing mental prowess. At the perfect level, one can increase their mental strength by 1 point every 12 days of practice. Upon reading this, Saigo silently mused. Indeed, it aligns closely with my speculations. Consequently, the time required to enhance one's mental strength by a single point has been halved. In light of this, Saigo was exceedingly content. Upon checking the time, he realized that over 2 hours had elapsed, and noon was fast approaching. Just as he intended to continue his simulation of the grand endeavor to enhance his mental fortitude, the detector suddenly emitted a sound. Hello? Hello? Saigo Wong, can you hear me? It was the voice of the cat sage. The timing of the call suggested a craving had arisen. Chapter 89, Delivering Fish to the Cat Sage, Black Star Dragon Ball. Saigo, recognizing the voice of the cat sage, chuckled softly and promptly replied, Please hold on. I shall come over shortly and bring you a fish. By the way, cat sage, how many fish would you like this time? After handing over the communicator to Dr. Brief and the cat sage, Saigo instructed the setup to be a direct line of communication. This meant that only Saigo would receive any messages from either Dr. Brief or the cat sage, while no one else would be privy to their correspondence. Just as he finished speaking, the device on his wrist began to beep. Thank you, Saigo Wong. Please, don't make the fish too large. Something smaller than last time will suffice. Also, I must say, this communicator is truly remarkable. The clarity is exceptional. You Saiyans are truly impressive for inventing such a device. Saigo felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him at the praise. even though the invention of the communicator had no ties to the Saiyans. Nevertheless, it was now under the auspices of the Saiyan Empire, and could indeed be considered a Saiyan creation. All right, just wait a moment. I'll be there shortly. After concluding the communication, he swiftly exited and soared towards the Korin Tower. Along the way, he spotted a lake and seized a freshwater fish weighing approximately 10 pounds. With Saigo's nearly 20 billion in regular combat power, he could traverse the distance from West City to Korin Tower in less than a minute. And including the time spent selecting the fish, he had only taken 2.5 minutes, primarily due to his dissatisfaction with the size. Saigo Wang, you can fly? The cat sage exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld Saigo hovering effortlessly outside the tower. Upon noticing the large brown fish drifting toward him, his eyes widened, and he unconsciously drooled at the sight. Curious at the cat sage's surprise, Saigo inquired, "Cat sage, can you not control your energy to lift yourself into the air?" Flight is a fundamental skill. Nearly everyone on our planet possesses it. How else do you descend to the mortal realm? Do you climb down? Is it possible to fly by manipulating your inner energy? The cat sage's face lit up as if he had discovered a new world. And upon sensing the energy emanating from Saigo, he realized it was indeed greater than before. What a brilliant idea. That is quite convenient. Previously, whenever I wished to descend to the mortal realm, I would rely on the flying nimbus. Oh, by the way, Saigo Wang, would you like to have your own flying nimbus? The cat sage's final question caught Saigo off guard. He had never considered wanting a nimbus. Furthermore, with all the advanced knowledge he had acquired in his past life, he feared that he might embarrass himself if he couldn't ride it properly. If memory served him right, one needed a pure heart to ride the nimbus, and he felt as though he was neither entirely pure nor entirely impure. It would be best to preserve some dignity. Thus, he decisively declined, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, cat sage. Flying independently is already quite convenient. There's no need to squander the nimbus cloud. So let it be reserved for those in need." Fearing that the cat sage might linger on this issue, I guided a fish weighing around 10 pounds towards the tower, initiating a shift in conversation. "Is this fish large enough? If not, we can certainly catch a bigger one next time." Taking in the fragrant aroma of the fish, the cat sage inhaled deeply, lowering its head as its gaze seemed irresistibly fixed on the fish below, exclaiming repeatedly, "It's sufficient. It's sufficient. Next time, we could aim for something smaller. Around 7 pounds will do." I expressed my gratitude to the esteemed Saigo Wang for delivering the fish to me. "Aren't you supposed to be attending to matters with the celestial beings? You should hurry along. Important matters await." As I spoke, saliva began to uncontrollably dribble forth. Were it not for Saigo's presence, I dare say I would have pounced upon the fish to indulge in a feast. Occasionally, consuming it raw is perfectly acceptable. After all, it's sashimi. Upon observing the demeanor and actions of the cat immortal, Saigo could not help but smile silently, regardless of whether the cat immortal noticed. He nodded slightly and continued his ascent towards the celestial palace. The pinnacle of the Korin Tower was still a considerable distance from the celestial palace. No wonder. In the early stages, it was utterly impossible for Earthlings to reach the celestial palace without external assistance. After traversing layers of white clouds, he finally arrived at the celestial palace. At that moment, the celestial being and Bobo happened to be standing at the edge, presumably engaged in their routine inspection of the mortal realm. However, their positions differed slightly from Saigo's, separated by merely 2 or 3 meters. The celestial being and Bobo were already aware of Saigo's arrival and had overheard his conversation with the cat immortal. Upon witnessing Saigo's ascent, they genuinely praised him, exclaiming, "Saigo, I did not expect you to master the art of flight. It is truly remarkable that you have attained such proficiency at such a young age." The celestial being, who had also learned the art of flight, did not possess this ability from the outset. Though he had fragmented memories of human flight, he had gradually acquired it through diligent practice. Even with his skills, he could not assure that his proficiency surpassed Saigo's. "Good morning, celestial being and Mr. Bobo." Saigo greeted them before shaking his head and humbly responding, "You flatter me. Flight is merely a fundamental application of energy. If one cannot even manage this, they would undoubtedly suffer significant setbacks in practical situations." Amused by Saigo's modesty, the celestial being couldn't help but smile. The prowess of extraterrestrials was indeed formidable. What took him great effort to learn was merely basic knowledge to them. It seemed that the Lord of the Kais was correct. The martial arts level on Earth was indeed far inferior to even the lowest standards of the universe, especially when compared to the Saiyans. What truly concerned me was what intentions Saigo harbored, to the extent that even the Lord of the Kais could not discern them. However, Piecing together the fragmented information from the fortune teller and the Lord of the Kais, it appeared that Saigo harbored no malice towards Earth. I can only hope that their intentions are genuinely to aid Earth in enhancing its strength. The celestial being's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He then collected his focus and inquired, "Might I ask, what brings you to us, Saigo?" Meanwhile, he silently prayed for it to be a favorable matter. Celestial being. I have heard that prior to your ascension as celestial being, you created a set of Black Star Dragon Balls. I wonder where they are now. Could you possibly bestow them upon me? Saigo stated directly. The celestial being would eventually need to merge with the evil entity, Bic, and at that time, the Black Star Dragon Balls would prove invaluable. The Black Star Dragon Balls, crafted by the complete entity of Bic, undoubtedly possessed powers far surpassing those of the Dragon Balls created by the benevolent Bic, very likely even exceeding the capabilities of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Hearing this, the celestial being was taken aback. How did he know I had created the Dragon Balls before becoming the celestial being? However, upon contemplating the enigma of Saigo, even the North Kai could not fathom his intentions, yet he soon found solace. Was King Saigo seeking to make a wish with the Dragon Balls? However, the Dragon Balls created prior to becoming the Supreme God were no longer operational. If King Saigo harbored a wish to fulfill, he could utilize the current Red Heart Dragon Balls. A hint of regret flickered across the Supreme God's visage. In the presence of Saigo, the Supreme God reminded himself of the necessity for caution. Chapter 90. Successfully acquiring the petrified Black Star Dragon Balls. Should he provoke the adversary, not only would he face dire consequences, but even the Supreme God Palace and perhaps Earth itself could suffer the repercussions. Hence, prudence was paramount. He must strive to accommodate Saigo's desires. He had heard from the North Kai of Saigo's formidable combat prowess, which had toppled 3 cosmic overlords, boasting a battle power exceeding 1 billion. He himself had merely over 200, and even Bobo's presence only amounted to a little over 1,000. Should a conflict arise, what could they possibly employ as defense? No, I do not wish to make a wish. I merely desire the Dragon Balls you previously created, even if they are petrified, Saigo stated, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the Supreme God realized the existence of the Black Star Dragon Balls, and a surge of joy welled within him. Moreover, even if he were to gather all known Dragon Balls into his possession in the future, Saigo would refrain from utilizing them personally, sensing an underlying secret. In reality, he would never employ them. This was a principle he had set for himself. If he wished to use them, the simulations would suffice, despite the fact that the usage intervals for the Red and Black Heart Dragon Balls were both 1 year. Yet, to avoid entanglement in fate, he deemed it necessary to adhere to this course. A mere year, he could wait. The Supreme God hesitated for a moment, pondering before he spoke. No problem. He then turned to Mr. Bobo, saying, "Mr. Bobo, could you kindly assist in retrieving those 7 petrified Dragon Balls?" In the Supreme God's eyes, those 7 petrified Dragon Balls had become utterly useless. Rather than allowing them to languish as mere ornaments, it would be better to present them to Saigo, perhaps fostering a closer relationship between them. "Very well, Supreme God," Mr. Bobo replied calmly, turning to walk toward the pavilion behind him. Once Mr. Bobo departed, although the Supreme God was certain that he and the evil entity Piccolo would never fuse, and that the petrified Dragon Balls had no chance of restoration, he still sought to discern Saigo's intentions, inquiring, "King Saigo, might I inquire what purpose you have for the petrified Dragon Balls?" Upon hearing this, Saigo smiled mysteriously and replied, "The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. When the time comes, the purpose will be revealed." Turning to the celestial being, he inquired, "By the way, how do you intend to promote martial arts?" The celestial being, noticing Saigo's reluctance to disclose further information, refrained from pressing the matter and instead focused on the subsequent question. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke slowly. "Throughout these many years, I have encountered countless individuals and have come to understand that people are often driven by profit and the pursuit of personal gain. I believe it prudent to begin by addressing financial incentives. For instance, we could significantly increase the prize money awarded at the World Martial Arts Tournament, held every 5 years in the mortal realm, and also expand the number of rewards distributed. There is a saying in the mortal world, under heavy rewards, there will surely be brave men. I am convinced that in the face of such generous prizes, few will be able to resist the allure. Once they have established a solid foundation, we can gradually introduce them to the cultivation of chi." Saigo nodded subtly, his thoughts aligning seamlessly with those of the celestial being. "What will you do about the righteous martial artists who are indifferent to fame and fortune, and the nefarious ones he inquired. The celestial being maintained an expression of calm composure as he replied, "The righteous martial artists, who shun worldly accolades, must first be gathered together to impart to them the methods of cultivating their inner energy. They shall form the backbone of Earth's future. As for those who engage in malevolence, they are unworthy of the title martial artist. However, with the promotion of martial arts, they too will inevitably encounter the teachings of inner energy cultivation. I believe that by that time, the righteous martial artists will have far surpassed them, equipped to deal with those pests. As a celestial being, I am not permitted to intervene lightly in the affairs of the mortal realm. Achieving this is the extent of my capabilities. I hope that you, Lord Saigo, will offer your assistance generously." Saigo nodded with a sense of inevitability and remarked, "If I did not wish for humanity to grow stronger, I would not have taken the trouble to visit Earth. However, I shall only provide some auxiliary training equipment. The rest can be discussed later. By the way, you mentioned increasing the prize money for the martial arts tournament. Do you possess currency from the mortal realm?" Upon hearing Saigo's inquiry, the celestial being visibly grew embarrassed and replied with a hint of reluctance, "Well, if we were to raise the prize money, the funds for the tournament would likely become insufficient." Upon witnessing the situation, Saigo could only sigh and say, all right. I shall sponsor the prize deficit for the martial arts tournament of the world's best." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized there might be an issue. It seemed that the celestial being had some connection to the tournament. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Saigo felt a jolt of concern and tentatively inquired, "Wait a moment, celestial being. Could it be that you orchestrated the martial arts tournament of the world's best in the mortal realm?" The celestial being's awareness of the tournament's financial shortcomings indicated a profound familiarity with its fiscal matters. Who, apart from the owner and the accountant, could possess such intimate knowledge? As expected, the celestial being nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, I have covertly orchestrated the martial arts tournament of the world's best in the mortal realm." Following this revelation, Saigo finally grasped the full context. It turned out that the celestial being had established the tournament with the original intention of selecting talented martial artists and providing them with training to prepare for the potential return of the malevolent entity known as Bick, who claimed to be of the demonic lineage. This way, there would be individuals ready to rise against him, preventing a lopsided confrontation. However, it later became evident that human efforts could not retrieve the rice cooker sealing Bick from the depths of the ocean, leading to a gradual cessation of the cultivation of martial artists. Just yesterday, the celestial being had made a special visit to the island designated for hosting the tournament and discovered that the increased rewards had resulted in insufficient funds. Initially, the celestial being contemplated seeking sponsors to cover the financial gap, but upon hearing Saigo's willingness to assist, there was no longer a need to pursue sponsors. "Really? Thank you, Saigo Wong, for your generous support." "Thank you." The celestial being expressed his gratitude profusely. In truth, if he had been unable to find sponsors, the celestial being had planned to gather the Dragon Balls and have someone wish for financial assistance as a last resort. Saigo waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "It's nothing." At that moment, Mr. Popo approached, carrying a bag containing 7 petrified Black Star Dragon Balls, and presented it to Saigo with a calm demeanor, stating, "Mr. Saigo, here are the 7 petrified Dragon Balls you requested." In the presence of Mr. Popo, Saigo refrained from being overly presumptuous. Upon receiving the bag, he expressed his gratitude sincerely, saying, "Thank you very much, Mr. Popo." "No need for thanks." Mr. Popo replied with an impassive expression before resuming his position beside the Supreme Kai, resembling a faithful guardian. Saigo raised the bag in his hand and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I also thank the Divine for bestowing these petrified dragon orbs upon me. Until we meet again." Just as he turned away, a thought struck him, and he pivoted back. "Divine, in a few days, could you arrange for someone to promote the increase in the martial arts competition's prize money? We just held it last year, and there are still several years to prepare. So early promotion would be beneficial. By the way, perhaps we could wait until the Universal Capsule Corporation officially changes its name before we begin the promotion. By then, the machines that assist in training should also be available for sale. This request is not too much to ask, is it?" The Divine nodded repeatedly, his aged face wrinkling like waves as he replied, "Of course, that is not a problem. I will ensure that they fully cooperate with the promotion. You can rest assured." King Saigo. Saigo nodded slightly, clearly satisfied. He then turned and departed. The god gazed at Saigo's retreating figure, not turning back, and quietly inquired, "Mr. Bobo, what do you think is the reason behind Saigo Wang's actions? The Earthlings and the Namekians have no familial ties with their Saiyans. Why would he choose to assist these two races in enhancing their strength? And, Mr. Bobo, are you content with the idea of Saigo assuming your position? Instead of addressing the god-esque questions, Bobo countered with his own. The response from Mr. Bobo astonished the god greatly. He had not anticipated such high praise for Saigo from him. The fact that Bobo could directly pose such a question indicated his deep satisfaction with Saigo. It is worth noting that before Shandy Bick ascended to the role of god, Mr. Bobo had never proactively suggested him for the position. It was only after Shandy Bick had endured numerous trials to officially become the god that Mr. Bobo began to regard him with renewed respect. Over the years, there have been Earthlings who have ascended to the goddess temple, yet Mr. Bobo had never favored anyone quite like this. The god observed Mr. Bobo for a considerable time before revealing a relieved smile and stating, "If Saigo Wang wishes to be the god of Earth, I would gladly relinquish my position." Throughout these years, the god had recognized that his physical condition was deteriorating year by year, and he had been searching for a suitable candidate to succeed him, though he had yet to find anyone fitting. However, after Mr. Bobo's suggestion, he realized that Saigo was indeed very suitable for the role of god. It was not difficult to discern, even within a brief encounter, that Saigo possessed many rare and commendable qualities: composure, humility, approachability, integrity, and kindness. Moreover, his exceptional talent was evident. As long as Saigo refrained from using his flight technique, one could only perceive a faint aura surrounding him. It is known that any ordinary Earthling without martial training cannot possess such an ethereal presence. This indicates that Saigo's mastery over his aura has reached a remarkable level, making him exceptionally well suited for cultivating divine energy. All these factors unequivocally demonstrate that he is the best candidate to inherit the position of god. However, after many years in the role and sharing both mentorship and friendship with Mr. Bobo, it would be impossible for the god to be devoid of any feelings of nostalgia or reluctance. Perhaps sensing the melancholy in the god's eyes, Mr. Bobo reassured him. "There is no need for such sorrow, dear god. The time is not yet ripe. For now, you should continue to fulfill your duties as the god." Upon hearing Mr. Bobo's comforting words, the god felt a sense of relief. "Mr. Bobo, I understand. As long as I remain the god, I shall dutifully carry out my responsibilities." Upon reaching this point, there were originally more words to be spoken, yet they remained unuttered at the tip of the tongue. The celestial being yearned to inquire about the origins of Mr. Bobo, yet Mr. Bobo consistently responded, "I am merely a servant of the celestial." He understood that regardless of how persistently he questioned, Mr. Bobo would never divulge the truth. Thus, he relinquished the thought of asking further. Leaning on a staff that matched his own height, he took several steps to the edge of the divine hall, continuing to observe the myriad facets of the mortal realm. Mr. Bobo, as customary, stood silently by, his expression devoid of emotion. It was noon. Planet Vegeta. After addressing the issue of sustenance on Earth, Saiga has returned to the Saiyan royal palace, becoming the subject of discourse between Mr. Bobo and the deity. He refrains from immediately engaging the simulator, opting instead to dedicate a day to his training regimen. With the knowledge that a more exhilarating world awaits his exploration and pursuit, his fervor for training has been reignited. No matter how busy he becomes, completing his daily training tasks remains imperative. A good habit is essential for cultivating a fulfilling life. Perseverance in training is indeed an admirable practice. The following day, at precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, awakening promptly, the first task was to elevate one's mental fortitude. Should the enhancement of combat prowess occur too swiftly and the mental strength fails to keep pace, there would be no opportunity for remorse when complications arise. The physical resilience was not a significant concern, given the prolonged training under intensified gravity and the unique constitution of a Saiyan, which ensured sufficient bodily strength. With a mere thought, the simulation panel was summoned, initiating the first round of simulations. On February 16th, at precisely 7 o'clock in the morning. After addressing personal physiological needs, one instantaneously transported to Earth for breakfast. By 7:30, one had arrived at the sacred temple to convey intentions to the deity, who readily consented to the use of the hyperbolic time chamber. At 7:32, under Mr. Popo's guidance, entry into the time chamber was successfully achieved. Day 1 within the chamber commenced with a clear objective, to enhance mental prowess. Upon entering, meditation practices were immediately undertaken. After a monotonous yet diligent day of seated training, mental strength increased by 0.083. On day 321 within the chamber, a full day was devoted to meditation, culminating in an additional increase of 0.084 to mental fortitude. By day 720, another day spent in focused meditation yielded a further increment of 083. Noticing the time nearing its end, one decisively exited the time chamber. In the external world, February 18th at 7:31:50 a.m. Upon emergence, Mr. Popo expressed admiration for the significant enhancement in mental strength, offering generous praise and extending an olive branch, suggesting a succession of the deity's position. However, this was respectfully declined under the pretense of a preference for freedom. When the deity encountered one, he too was astounded by the displayed talent and extended an invitation to inherit his divine position, which was again declined due to a disinclination towards constraints. Subsequently, amidst the eager gazes of the deity and Mr. Popo, one bid farewell. After attending to miscellaneous matters, a 2-hour respite was taken on planet Saiyan before resuming meditation practices. Following a day of training, mental strength increased by 0.083 on February 19th. After another day of meditation, mental fortitude rose by 0.083. By June 7th, a full day was devoted to meditation, resulting in a further increase of 0.084. On June 8th, training occurred within the universal capsule version of the gravity chamber on Earth. Under 510 times the normal gravity, one trained for an entire day, enhancing combat strength by 255,000. On June 15th, another full day of training under 510 times Earth's gravity resulted in an identical enhancement of combat strength. Finally, on June 16th, at 7 o'clock in the morning, one awoke from slumber. This simulation has now concluded. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. 69 points of mental strength. 2. 2.04 million combat power. 3. Future memory. Once the reward options were presented, Saigo immediately knew which one to choose. He promptly declared, "I choose the first one." Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 69 points of mental strength, bringing your total mental strength to 98. Keep up the great work. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Saigo felt a refreshing sensation, followed by an enhanced clarity and sharpness in his perception of the surroundings. He couldn't help but murmur, is there such an advantage to increasing mental strength? At present, his rapid enhancement of mental strength was entirely due to the unrestricted simulations provided by the mental time chamber. Without it, even with the perfect level method of refining one's spirit, he would only gain 10 points of mental strength after a full 120 days of training in each simulation. The disparity between the two was substantial, by about 50 or 60 points. He believed that mental strength was no longer a concern. Rather than hastily increasing either mental strength or combat power, he intended to alternate between the two. Thus, in the next 28 simulations, Saigo consciously controlled his actions within the simulation, alternating between combat power and mental strength, fearing that an excessive increase in mental strength might lead to complications. And given that he could manage over 100 billion combat power with just a little over 20 points of mental strength, he opted for mental strength 6 times, followed by selecting combat power for the remainder of the simulations. In the 6 simulations where he chose mental strength rewards, he accumulated a total of 414 points. During the 22 simulations where he opted for combat power, he deliberately invited an additional person into the mental time chamber for combat, resulting in an increase of 12 billion combat power each time. Had he relied solely on the gravity chamber for training, the increase in combat power would not have been so remarkable. By the final simulation, he could only achieve 393.75 million in combat power, as he was just short of reaching the normal limit of 42.5 billion combat power, which was necessary for his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. After selecting the rewards, Saigo summoned his personal information panel with a single thought. Name: Saigo. Age: 5. Talent: Superior Gift, Giant Ape Super Ability, Telekinesis, Perfect, Mental Strength, 435. 98 Combat Power, 42. 5 billion Secret Techniques, Potential Guidance, Perfect. Spirit Refinement Method, Perfect. Skills: Artificial Moon, Perfect. Flight Technique, Perfect. Space: Petrified Namekian Dragon Balls, Petrified Black Star Dragon Balls, 7 Sins of Beans in a Ceramic Jar. 133 million Sony simulation time. For month's number of simulations, 118 loyal subordinates. In the realm of the Saiyan Legion, Dr. Jero and his family of 4 gazed at the numbers displayed in the combat power section behind the galaxy. With a sense of wonder, Saigo exclaimed, "At last, we have reached the limit of Super Saiyan 2's normal combat power. The next step is to attempt the breakthrough to Super Saiyan 3. May fortune favor us." After calming his thoughts, he retrieved a Senza bean, consumed it to soothe his rebellious stomach, and commenced a new simulation. This time, he aimed to transcend the boundaries of Super Saiyan 2 and attain the form of Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 92. The arrival at Super Saiyan 3 form on February 16th. At 9:18 a.m., you instantaneously teleported to the Earth-as Sacred Temple. Upon receiving the deity's consent, under Mr. Popo's guidance, you successfully entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Day 1 in the chamber. As soon as you entered, you transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and then further ascended to Super Saiyan 2. You felt the surge of overwhelming energy erupting within you, instilling you with unwavering confidence in your impending breakthrough to Super Saiyan 3. You began to shout, attempting to gather the energy once more at the center of your back, striving to awaken the dormant power within. After 0 seconds, beads of sweat began to form on your forehead. At 20 seconds, your energy suddenly surged dramatically. By 30 seconds, your hair began to lengthen gradually. Just as you believed success was imminent, darkness enveloped you, and you collapsed to the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, you found yourself utterly drained of strength. After a brief rest, you checked the time and realized that 10 minutes had elapsed. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, you felt no discouragement. Instead, excitement bubbled within you. You knew you were on the verge of success. With a buoyant spirit, you settled down to await the restoration of your energy before embarking on a second attempt. Observing the information on the virtual screen, Saigo felt a surge of excitement. Remarkably, the first attempt had nearly succeeded. There is hope. It seemed that his previous conjecture had not been in vain. Upon reaching the limits of each realm, as long as the method is appropriate, the breakthrough to the new realm would be significantly easier. Based on the current information, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 was merely a matter of time. With anticipation, Saigo continued to observe. After an hour of rest, your energy was fully replenished. Instantly, you transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and initiated a new round of attempts. Thanks to your impeccable breath control, you rapidly concentrated the immense energy obtained from your Super Saiyan 2 form to the center of your back, seeking to awaken the slumbering power within. After 8 seconds, sweat began to bead on your forehead. At 15 seconds, your energy surged once again. At 25 seconds, your hair began to grow longer. You sensed a transformation occurring within you, felt the lengthening of your hair, and the explosive energy erupting from your body. Just as you quietly reveled in the thought of successfully breaking through to Super Saiyan 3, darkness suddenly consumed you once more, and you collapsed to the ground. After perusing the information displayed on the virtual screen, Saigo's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. Initially, upon observing the diminishing time, he entertained hopes of success. However, to his dismay, he ultimately faced failure, leaving him with fleeting joy. Once he regained his composure, Saigo meticulously contemplated the reasons behind this setback. As he pondered, a sudden insight struck him. Could it be that the pace was too swift? The rapid accumulation of energy may have hindered the complete sublimation of the S cells within him, suggesting that additional time was necessary for stabilization into the Super Saiyan 3 form. Enlightened by this thought, Saigo felt a spark of clarity. His hypothesis appeared to be on point. Indeed, it was the haste that thwarted him. Yet, he realized there was no practical way to convey this revelation to his simulated self, so he could only silently hope for an earlier recognition of the issue. Sometimes, speed can be a double-edged sword. It must be managed with care. An hour later, you awaken from a deep slumber. Although you are awake, a lingering fatigue persists. As you rest to recuperate your strength, you meticulously reflect on the reasons behind your prior failures. Another hour passes, and suddenly, the cause of your setbacks dawns upon you. Eager to rectify your mistakes, you roll up your sleeves and begin your attempts anew, swiftly transforming into the Super Saiyan 2 form. This time, you deliberately regulate the speed of energy accumulation, no longer hastily gathering power at your back, but rather allowing it to coalesce gradually. 30 seconds in, beads of sweat begin to form on your forehead. After 60 seconds, your energy surges dramatically. At 90 seconds, your hair starts to lengthen gradually. 2 minutes in, your eyebrows begin to fade. After 2.5 minutes, your hair ceases to grow, and your energy peaks. With a short, explosive shout of triumph, you successfully transform into the Super Saiyan 3 form. Once stabilized in your new state, you swiftly glide to a mirror, relishing the alluring appearance of your Super Saiyan 3 form, striking various poses. At this moment, Saigo cannot help but applaud in approval, nodding silently in appreciation. Finally, this individual has utilized some intellect. It appears that the reward for this selection, featuring the Super Saiyan 3 form, is assured. As for the simulated version of himself, Vainly preening before the mirror, Saigo decides to overlook that. What is there to admire? With such a petite stature, perhaps his flowing hair would merely serve as a mop. Lacking sufficient height, he fails to embody the essence of the Super Saiyan 3 form. With this thought, a smirk graces Saigo's lips as he continues to observe. 5 minutes later, you return to your normal state. Although a sense of weariness lingers, you have thankfully not collapsed. You are aware now that you have successfully transformed into the Super Saiyan 3 form. An hour later, you continue to transform into Super Saiyan 2, and subsequently into Super Saiyan 3. This time, the duration required for your transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was reduced by a full 10 seconds compared to the previous attempt. This revelation filled your heart with immense joy. You realized that you were exceedingly close to the ability to shift directly from your normal state into Super Saiyan 3. After maintaining the Super Saiyan 3 form for a remarkable 15 minutes, you finally reverted to your normal state. Observing this, Saigo felt a hint of confusion. Was it truly impossible to transform directly from normal to Super Saiyan 3 during your initial attempts? This could indeed be considered a new discovery worth remembering. Meanwhile, he was curious to see how long it would take for the simulated version of himself to achieve this feat after resting for 2.5 hours. You resumed your efforts to solidify your Super Saiyan 3 form. It was only when your timed alarm rang that you concluded a day of training. However, despite the day's endeavors, you still could not manage to transform directly from your normal state into Super Saiyan 3. On the second day within the time chamber, you continued your rigorous training to stabilize your Super Saiyan 3 form. By the end of the day, you had successfully reduced the time needed to transform into Super Saiyan 3 by another 10 seconds. On the 15th day in the time chamber, you achieved an impressive milestone, shortening the transformation time to under 10 seconds. Now, you required only 5 seconds to transition from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3. On the 18th day, after a full day of attempts, you finally succeeded in transforming directly from your normal state into Super Saiyan 3. 18 days. It took a staggering 18 days to accomplish the transition from normal to Super Saiyan 3. Upon witnessing this, Saigo was utterly astonished. It appears that solidifying a new realm indeed requires an immense investment of time. One must recognize that his mastery over the control of breath had reached a level of perfection. Logically, stabilizing a newly attained realm should not demand such an extensive duration. Yet now, it necessitates considerable time, indicating that the Super Saiyan 3 form is not easily solidified. On the 19th day within the hyperbolic time chamber, you effortlessly transitioned into the Super Saiyan 3 form, intentionally maintaining it to observe how long you could sustain it. Half an hour elapsed, and you remained in the Super Saiyan 3 form. An hour passed, and your Super Saiyan 3 state still stood firm. After 2 hours, you noted that there was little to no significant depletion of stamina or energy. However, after 6 hours, you were ultimately compelled to revert from the Super Saiyan 3 form back to your normal state. Could one truly maintain the Super Saiyan transformation for such an extended period? After watching, Saigo was left in a state of bewilderment. He recalled that in the original work, Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 resulted in a rapid depletion of energy and stamina. Yet, what he observed now unfolded over a span of 6 hours. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes as he reached to touch the tail coiled around his waist. Could it be the tail that made the difference? The more he pondered this notion, the more plausible it seemed. After all, the tail could be regarded as the ultimate secret weapon of the Saiyans, an essential element for transforming into the Great Ape, the Golden Great Ape, and Super Saiyan 4. One must not underestimate the significance of this tail. Thus, he continued to reflect on this thought. Saigo nodded slightly and continued to observe. If the Super Saiyan 3 could achieve full power, it would indeed be captivating. An hour later, you regained your strength and once again tested the duration of maintaining the Super Saiyan 3 form. After 6 hours, you were compelled to exit the form. On the 20th day in the time chamber, you continued to test how long you could sustain the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. After a day of testing twice, the duration remained 6 hours. You realized that, much like the Super Saiyan 2, the Super Saiyan 3 did not possess a full power state akin to that of the Super Saiyan 1. It only achieved a state of full energy. At this point, Saigo nodded in agreement. While full power was absent, every form possessed a state of full energy, which was sound logic. However, he also understood that the simulation indicated a 6-hour maintenance of the Super Saiyan 3 form only applied in the absence of combat. In actual battle, sustaining the Super Saiyan 3 form for 1 or 2 hours would be quite impressive. On the 21st day in the time chamber, you began your daily training tasks as usual. At the end of the day, your battle power increased by 20,000. The gravity in the time chamber was akin to that of planet Vegeta, allowing for a daily increase of 20,000 in battle power. This indeed aligned with the previously observed pattern of training speed, reflecting a quadrupling of effectiveness. Saigo nodded subtly, then continued to read on. Day 720 in the temporal room. After completing a day's training task, your combat power increased by 20,000. On June 16th at 9:18 a.m., you utilized the universal capsule version of the gravity chamber, Earth, set to 590 times Earth's gravity, training for 2 hours, resulting in an increase of 180,000 in combat power. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Combat power of 137,680,002. Super Saiyan Form 3. Future Memories. Upon the appearance of the first reward, Saigo bypassed the combat power option entirely, no matter how substantial the combat power reward was, claiming it would result in a wasted simulation attempt. Without hesitation, he decisively stated, "I choose the second one." Ding selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Super Saiyan form. For further details, please refer to the talent section. After selecting the rewards, Saigo, not waiting for the system's voice announcement to conclude, immediately noticed the 4 freshly emerged characters at the bottom of the talent section indicating the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. With a single tap, an informative box promptly appeared. The Super Saiyan 3 form is a unique transformation of the renowned Saiyan race in the universe. It is an advanced transformation based on the Super Saiyan 2 state. In this form, the golden hair extends down to the waist, the eyebrows vanish. The brow bone becomes pronounced and closely aligned with the eye sockets. The irises transition from a light green to a deep green, and the golden aura transforms into a fixed shape of radiance, surrounded by denser and more robust lightning than in the Super Saiyan 2 form. The power increase is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2 and 400 times the base state. Yes, after perusing the introduction of Super Saiyan 3, Saigo couldn't help but celebrate with a handshake. Now possessing the Super Saiyan 3 transformation equates to having the Super Saiyan Great Ape form, boasting a staggering combat power of 64 million. At this current stage, as long as formidable beings like gods of destruction or angels do not intervene, who could possibly contend with him? Fueled by this fervor, Saigo decisively stowed away the simulation panel. It was time to commence a day of training. Under 50 times the gravity of a Saiyan, a single day of cultivation would yield a combat power increase of 1 million. Although such a boost might seem trivial for Saigo at present, he understood the principle that even the most substantial numbers accumulate gradually from smaller increments, little by little. He grasped this concept and felt no need to disparage the small gains. Moreover, relying on the simulator for prolonged periods to enhance strength could potentially yield more drawbacks than benefits. His body might struggle to adapt swiftly to the surging energy. Had it not been for his Saiyan physiology, he would have already sought to enhance his physical form first. Therefore, moderate training can help circumvent this issue. After a day of training, he recorded an increase of 1 million in combat power, bringing his total combat power to 42,501 billion. Chapter 93. Starting to pluck Master Roshi's tortoise hair the following day, February 17th, began with a clear morning. Saigo woke punctually, ready to commence his daily simulation while still in bed. His gaze fixated on the simulation panel. He pondered, perhaps I could acquire some skills from Master Roshi. I recall that Master Roshi possesses several remarkable techniques, such as the evil containment wave and that other powerful move whose name escapes me. Most importantly, his automatic evasion technique is truly formidable. If I could master that, combined with impeccable combat skills, I might very well achieve a counterfeit version of the Ultra Instinct. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he silently chanted the intention to learn skills from Master Roshi before using his will to initiate the simulation. February 17th, morning. After teleporting to Earth to satiate his hunger, he instructed Goku to procure high-quality study materials for him, then set off to find Master Roshi alone. At 8 a.m., he successfully located Master Roshi and, after presenting him with the study materials, became his disciple. To assess Saigo's prowess and devise a training regimen, Master Roshi intended to showcase his own abilities, but ended up facing a harsh reality. Astounded by Saigo's strength, he inquired why someone so powerful would seek him as a mentor. Saigo candidly expressed his desire to learn Master Roshi's ultimate techniques, revealing a hint of his own capabilities. Impressed by Saigo's honesty and exceptional talent, Master Roshi decided to impart his wisdom. At noon, after generously treating the old master to a sumptuous meal, Master Rashi resolved to begin teaching Saigo in the afternoon. At 2:30 p.m., after demonstrating the max form and executing a Kamehameha, Master Rashi asked if Saigo wished to learn this technique first. In response, Saigo unleashed a super Kamehameha, utterly astonishing Master Rashi. To save face, Master Rashi inquired about Saigo's existing skills, but Saigo feigned ignorance, claiming to know only that move. Master Rashi, determined to assert his authority, promptly employed the multi-universal shockwave to control Saigo. Although Saigo felt little effect, he pretended to be ensnared for the sake of Master Rashi's pride. Once Master Rashi released him from the technique, Saigo declared his eagerness to learn that very skill. Master Rashi promptly elucidated the principles behind the multi-universal shockwave, and Saigo listened with rapt attention. After an afternoon of study, although he had not mastered the technique, he gained some insights. Truly, Master Rashi, your ability to gather disciples with just a morsel of study material is remarkable. Saigo wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. The turtle sage truly embodied authenticity. After a moment of reflection, he continued to read. On February 18th, drawing from yesterday's experience, you successfully transformed your breath into high-pressure electricity in just 1 hour that morning, having initially grasped the world-shaking palm. By the afternoon, you were able to hit your target with precision. The turtle sage was profoundly astonished by this. Upon realizing this, Saigo appeared enlightened. Oh, so it is called the world-shaking palm. This technique has been performed so infrequently that its name had nearly slipped from memory. Nevertheless, possessing the extraordinary ability to manipulate objects from a distance, this skill also falls under the category of control. Is it not somewhat redundant? Yet, it matters little. Having multiple skills is never a burden. After all, it is merely an alternative application of breath. Once mastered, one would undoubtedly become a human generator. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, another image suddenly surfaced, a bare-chested fool with 4 large drums strapped to his back. Away with such thoughts. How could he have crossed his mind? What a nuisance. Saigo shook his head with a chuckle and then continued to read. On February 19th, you persisted in your training of the universal astonishing palm, believing there was still room for improvement. By March 15th, you continued your practice and, through diligent effort, successfully enhanced the skill's power that afternoon. Master Rashi was profoundly impressed and praised you as someone born for martial arts, expressing admiration for your relentless pursuit of perfection. On March 2nd, Dr. Jero and Dr. Brief successfully constructed a gravity chamber based on Earth's gravity. To ensure its reliability, you instructed them to conduct several tests. You then resumed your training of the universal astonishing palm. By April 18th, you remained engrossed in your studies of the technique, and Master Rashi was captivated by your determination. On the same day, the Universal Capsule Corporation officially rebranded as the Universal Saiyan Star Technology Group, and you appointed Frieza to represent the company at the renaming ceremony. Concurrently, the organizers of the World Martial Arts Tournament issued a statement declaring their collaboration with the Universal Saiyan Star Technology Group, increasing the rewards and slots for each tournament. Eagerly anticipating the participation of martial artists 4 years hence. Upon reading this, Saigo paused, his finger hovering over the screen. On April 18th, the Earth-S World Martial Arts Tournament organizers will issue a statement. It seems that either yesterday or today, the deities have already communicated with the tournament. Otherwise, new developments would not emerge in the simulation. They have provided all the assistance they could. What follows now rests in the hands of the Earthlings. Saigo then resumed reading. On May 18th, the production line for the Universal Capsule Gravity Chamber, Earth, and the healing pods was completed and officially commenced production. On the same day, detectors featuring only communication functions began selling on Earth, experiencing an exceptional surge in business. You, however, did not attend the commencement ceremony or the sales event. Continuing your training of the Universal Astonishing Palm, the emergence of new developments in the simulation, particularly those you had previously addressed, filled Saigo with joy. Excellent. The efficiency is remarkable. It seems Frieza has already begun implementing the tasks I outlined last night. Otherwise, we wouldn't see information regarding the sale of detectors with only communication functions. On the afternoon of May 25th, you successfully enhanced the power of the Universal Astonishing Palm once more, receiving abundant praise from Master Rashi, although you expressed a belief that further enhancement was still possible. In response, Master Rashi offered encouragement but cautioned you about the importance of a gradual approach to martial arts, warning against impatience and emphasizing the necessity of rest. You assured him you would maintain balance and turn back to continue your training. Observing your dedication, Master Roshi finally resolved to recommence his martial arts training. At this point, Saigo paused in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh, has Master Roshi not yet made the decision to resume his martial arts training?" The celestial deity has notified even the foremost martial arts tournament, leaving no reason to withhold the news from Master Roshi, who is widely regarded as the god of martial arts in the mortal realm. This suggests there may be other underlying reasons. However, this matter pertains to Master Roshi, and he is disinclined to speculate further. On June 8th, the universal capsule version of the gravity chamber, Earth, commenced sales, experiencing an overwhelming demand. On the same day, the production of the universal capsule version of the healing pod was reduced, while the manufacturing of the gravity chamber was intensified. You continued your study of the world-shattering palm. By June 16th, you dedicated an entire day to practicing the world-shattering palm, yet its power remained stagnant. The simulation has concluded. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. Skill, world-shattering palm, proficiency 49, 310, 000. 2. Become Master Roshi's disciple 3. Future Memories Chapter 94, World-Shattering Palm and Ultimate Freedom from the Simulations of Recent Days. Saigo has made a new discovery, that any elements within the simulation to which he did not directly contribute, regardless of their occurrence, will not appear among the selectable rewards, even if they bear relevance to him. For instance, the universal capsule versions of the gravity chamber and healing pod were present, yet they did not feature among the available rewards. Saigo intended to validate this discovery in the coming days. If his conjecture proved accurate, engaging in more activities within the simulation might yield even greater rewards. With this thought, an expression of anticipation graced Saigo's face as he selected the first reward. Ding! Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the new skill, World-Shattering Palm Proficiency 49, 310, 000. For further details, please refer to the Skills section. Saigo, with a flicker of inspiration, summoned his personal information panel and swiftly located the Universal Thunder Palm, clicking on it. The Universal Thunder Palm is a remarkable technique that involves clasping the hands together to gather energy, transforming the body's vitality into a high-voltage electric current, which is subsequently unleashed upon the opponent. If the attack successfully strikes its target, it ensnares them, rendering them immobile, while continuously inflicting electric assaults that paralyze the adversary. The duration of the attack amplifies its potency and inflicts greater harm upon the human body. At the proficient level, the Universal Thunder Palm can sustain the transformation of bodily energy into a regulated electric current, adjustable in magnitude, with a maximum output of 600 milliamperes. The skill boasts an impressive hit rate of 60, disregarding the target's combat prowess. Once the target is struck, they remain under control until either their demise or the depletion of the user's energy. Upon absorbing this information, Saigo's pupils suddenly constricted. If memory serves correctly, he recalled that the safe electrical threshold for the human body is below 50 milliamperes. Therefore, the ability to convert energy into a staggering 600 milliamperes poses the potential to instantly electrocute an adversary. A hit rate of 60 is decidedly commendable. If the proficient level achieves such a high accuracy, one can only surmise that the perfect level would surpass it. Most intriguingly, this skill disregards combat levels entirely. This implies that even deities and angels could be struck, provided one employs the technique repeatedly. The question remains, can they be electrocuted to death? To vanquish a divine being with electricity would indeed be a spectacle. Nonetheless, this undoubtedly qualifies as a godly skill. Quite splendid. Saigo, filled with delight, stored away the simulation system and then rose with a buoyant spirit. After breakfast, he returned to planet Saiyan to train in the gravity chamber. Elated by joyous events, Saigo exerted himself considerably during his training that day, culminating in an impressive increase of 1 million in battle power. Over the subsequent 9 days, Saigo thoroughly explored Master Roshi's skills within the simulation, acquiring 5 new abilities: Demon Sealing Wave, Expert Level 1, 681, 000, Binding Technique, Novice Level 18, 100. Hypnosis, Novice Level 18, 100, Telepathy, Novice Level 18, 100, and Automatic Evasion Technique, Expert Level 181, 000. The simulation process has been omitted. Both the Demon Sealing Wave and the Automatic Evasion Technique reached an expert level of proficiency immediately upon learning, aided by his flawless breath control and combat skills. The effects of the demon sealing wave and the universal shocking palm derive from unique applications of energy. And under the influence of his exceptional breath control skills, Saigo was able to learn them swiftly. However, the proficiency increase for the demon sealing wave proved significantly more challenging than for the universal shocking palm, thereby reaching the expert tier. The same principle applied to the automatic evasion technique, which, with the enhancement of his perfect combat skills, was mastered in a manner that would have otherwise been impossible within merely 3 simulations. In reality, Saigo remained industrious, traversing between Earth and planet Saya, training diligently for 9 days, resulting in a total battle power increase of 9 million. With new skills at hand, his first course of action was to elevate them to perfection. Thus, from February 27th to April 15th, over the span of 49 days, on March 2nd, Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief successfully collaborated to create the first Earth-based gravity chamber, one grounded in Earth's gravitational force. Following Saigo's directives, they conducted extensive tests and prepared the production line. Beginning on March 21st, Saigo utilized the universal capsule version of the gravity chamber, Earth, to enhance the gravity multiplier for his training, increasing it by 10-fold every 10 days. By April 15th, he was adapting to a gravity level of 530 times that of Earth. Additionally, after a staggering 166 simulation attempts, Saigo successfully elevated all newly acquired skills to perfection. Among these, the techniques of demon sealing wave and automatic evasion accounted for a substantial portion of the simulations. However, an unforeseen event transpired on April 15th when Saigo achieved mastery in automatic evasion, yet he was oblivious to it at the time. It was not until the morning of April 16th when Saigo, driven by an inexplicable urge, decided to inspect his neatly arranged perfect level skills, that he discovered an additional piece of information on his personal information panel. Name: Saigo. Age: 6. Qualification: Superior Talent, Super Saiyan Full Power, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. Abilities: Telekinesis, Perfect, Sphere of Confinement, Perfect, Celestial Eye of Exploration, Special Ability, Mental Strength, 435. 98 Combat Power, 42. 5609 billion Divine Technique, Free and Unfettered Ultimate Dash. Upon discovering a new information section titled Divine Mastery beneath the combat power bar, Saigo abruptly halted his gaze and shifted it to the right. As he discerned the subsequent details, his pupils involuntarily constricted into mere pinpoints, and he exclaimed, "What the heck? The free-flowing supreme skill? This is a divine technique that even the average destroyer cannot master. How on earth did I inexplicably acquire it?" Despite his contemplation, Saigo found himself unable to unravel the mystery behind it. For a fleeting moment, frustration washed over him. Honestly, I've been so engrossed in my training. He had never anticipated that he would stumble into a realm so elusive to others. Wasn't today the 50th day? He had no idea when this divine skill had manifested. However, this annoyance was short-lived, as excitement and joy swiftly filled his heart. Enthusiastically, he clicked on Free-Flowing Supreme Skill, and an explanatory box immediately appeared. The Free-Flowing Supreme Skill represents the foundational stage of a divine technique, a further evolution achieved through surpassing one's limits and unleashing latent potential, allowing entry into the profound depths of the divine realm. In this state, one's entire being is enveloped in a searing silver energy. While in this condition, combat occurs without the need for cognitive intervention. The body engages in battle through transcendent instinct alone, eliminating the necessity for the brain to deliberate before action. This state maximally enhances attack, defense, speed, and reaction capabilities, resulting in a staggering combat power increase of 3 million times. However, utilizing such a divine ability places an immense burden on the body, making prolonged use unfeasible. Those with insufficient physical strength may face dire consequences, while individuals with robust fortitude will only revert from this form due to exhaustion. "Oh my heavens! This is the true essence of a divine skill," Saigo exclaimed, his heart racing with exhilaration as he meticulously read every word. He had anticipated the free-flowing supreme skill would be formidable, yet he had not fathomed its sheer magnitude. A 3 million times increase. What does that even imply? Given his current combat power of over 40 billion, if he employed the free-flowing supreme skill, 1 trillion would equate to 1. Thus, multiplying 300 by 400 yields 12,000, which translates to a combat power level of Jing. What does 12 Jing of combat power signify? That could rival the strength of an average destroyer, couldn't it? After reviewing the information several times, nodding in acknowledgement with each iteration, Saigo ultimately ensured he wasn't imagining things before exclaiming in genuine admiration, "Truly, this is a divine skill par excellence." The extent of the enhancement provided by the initial stage of the Ultimate Freedom technique remains unclear. I will draw inspiration from the notion of Dog Kong's 3 million standard battle power transforming into Super Saiyan, and tentatively set the amplification at 300 million times. Should there be any differing opinions, I invite you to voice them promptly. Chapter 95. Contemplating the concept of mental enhancement techniques after casting another glance at the information panel. I closed it and resumed my exploration of the personal information interface. Secret techniques, skills, artificial moon, perfect, martial arts, perfect, world-shattering palm, perfect, new ceiling wave, perfect, new binding technique, perfect, new hypnosis, perfect, new telepathy, perfect, new automatic evasion technique, perfect, new space, Namekian petrified Dragon Balls, Black Star petrified Dragon Balls, 7 Senza beans in a ceramic jar, Sony 200 million simulation time, for months number of simulations, 1 loyal subordinates, Saigo Legion. Dr. Gero's family. Despite possessing this extraordinary skill, I fear that my current physical strength may not suffice for prolonged application, or may render me incapable of utilizing it altogether. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, resulting in irreversible harm to my body, it would be a grave miscalculation indeed. After swiftly perusing the personal information panel, Saigo's thoughts remained entangled with the art of Zaiji. He understood that although he had mastered this technique, its application would not come easily. The physical toll it would impose was significant, and even the miraculous Senza beans might not suffice for recovery. Saigo was acutely aware of the balance between risk and reward. Upholding a human-centered approach was a principle he steadfastly adhered to. Simultaneously, a dawning suspicion loomed in his mind. Jiren's combat prowess could very well have reached the 100 billion or even 1,000 billion level. To attain such formidable strength in a mortal form was nothing short of terrifying. It is worth noting that in the original series, during the Buu saga, Goku's base power was merely at the 100 billion level. Even with the guidance of angels in the Super Arc, his base power barely scraped the trillion level. In terms of base strength, Jiren could effortlessly overpower all contenders. Realizing this, Saigo felt a sense of urgency and promptly accessed the simulation system interface. After meticulously contemplating a particular thought several times, he initiated the final simulation. On April 16th, you teleported to Namek and requested the Grand Elder to teach you the secret technique to enhance mental power, which he readily agreed to. On April 18th, you continued to delve into the secret technique for mental enhancement, yet struggled to grasp its essence. On the same day, the Universal Capsule Corporation officially rebranded as the Universal Saiyan Galaxy Technology Group, and you appointed Frieza to represent the company at the renaming ceremony. Concurrently, the organizers of the World Martial Arts Tournament issued a statement announcing their collaboration with the Universal Saiyan Galaxy Technology Group, enhancing the rewards for each tournament and encouraging martial artists to eagerly register for participation in 4 years. On May 18th, the production lines for the Gravity Room and Healing Pods were completed and officially commenced operations. On the same day, detectors equipped solely with communication functions began selling on Earth, garnering remarkable popularity. You refrained from attending the inauguration and sales ceremonies, continuing your pursuit of the technique to enhance mental power. By May 28th, you remained engaged in learning the secret technique from the Grand Elder, yet still found it elusive. However, you refused to be disheartened and pressed on with your studies. At this point, Saigo couldn't help but wonder, is mastering this mental enhancement truly so challenging? After a month of study, why had he not succeeded? Could it be that this simulation would end in failure? No. Such thoughts were unwarranted. Surely, he would master it in due course. Keep striving, Saigo. On August 15th, you still found yourself at a loss regarding the secret technique. That evening, fatigued in body and spirit, you quickly succumbed to slumber, dreaming of effortlessly mastering the technique for mental enhancement. This simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Experience in learning the secret technique for mental enhancement. 1-2. Future memory. 3. Dreaming experience. After perusing the 3 available rewards, Saigo felt an overwhelming sense of speechlessness, accompanied by an urge to chastise himself. He muttered in frustration, "Goodness gracious, this is utterly humiliating. Surely, this secret technique cannot be as challenging as the instantaneous movement from before, can it? With only a day remaining and no progress made, it appears learning this will indeed be an arduous task. Thankfully, I am spared from the need to learn it myself. Otherwise, I would surely be driven to madness." Saigo consoled himself internally, simultaneously affirming the value of this secret technique and underscoring the significance of mental fortitude. However, in the face of such circumstances, the original joy in his heart had considerably diminished. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped himself, exclaiming, "What a fool I am! Waiting for 180 days. Only to wish for the Dragon Balls from Namek in the simulation would have been far more expedient. How foolish. Now, the die has been cast. The number of simulations has been entirely depleted, and there is no way to salvage the situation. Alas, I have squandered 1 billion battle power in vain." Saigo let out a deep sigh. Subsequently, he opted for the second reward, swiftly stowing it away before the simulation system could announce it. With a heavy heart, he hastily rose from his bed, and after addressing his physiological needs, he resumed his daily training. Aware of Julian's general prowess and the existence of the formidable Broly, he felt an unsettling urgency to exert himself further. Under the crushing weight of 530 times Earth's gravity, he dedicated an entire day to his training, achieving a remarkable advancement of 1,060,000 in battle power. As for the secret technique that could enhance his mental fortitude, known as mental augmentation, he would have to wait until the petrification period of the Namekian Dragon Balls concluded, which was a matter of 66 days hence. In the days that followed, Saigo refrained from utilizing another simulation, as he had an instinctive foreboding that the mental enhancement technique would demand considerable time. In the realm of reality, his gravity training remained unwavering, conducted daily without fail. On the morning of April 18th, the Universal Capsule Group, akin to its simulated counterpart, officially rebranded itself as the Universal Saiyan Galactic Technology Group and announced a collaboration with the esteemed First Martial Arts Association. Simultaneously, the First Martial Arts Association publicly declared its partnership with the Universal Saiyan Galactic Technology Group, revealing an expansion of the reward slots for martial arts competitions to 100 participants, alongside an increase in prize money. Furthermore, alterations were made to the competition rules. For the upcoming 20th First Martial Arts Tournament, all contestants, regardless of age or gender, must possess a combat power of at least 60 to qualify for the preliminary rounds. These announcements reverberated across the world, creating a seismic shift in the community. Not only did martial artists and enthusiasts erupt with excitement, but the general populace also reacted with fervor. Speculations abounded regarding the motives behind the actions of these two titanic entities, prompting many to embark on their own martial arts training. Consequently, martial arts schools sprang up in every corner of the globe, flourishing like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, quickly reaching full capacity. Nonetheless, the influx of individuals seeking to enroll in these schools remained relentless. Those of keen intellect chose to seize the moment, focusing on instructing their current disciples, while the avaricious sought to expand their establishments, reaping substantial profits. Meanwhile, curiosity regarding the newly introduced concept of combat power grew. Yet the First Martial Arts Association maintained that details would be disclosed at the time of registration for the next tournament. This strategy effectively piqued public interest. Yet, due to the formidable prowess of the Martial Arts Association, many harbored grievances but dared not express them openly, channeling their frustrations instead into their training. Astute observers noted the emergence of reclusive martial artists who began to unveil themselves, establishing schools and passing down their martial arts legacies. Thus, a fervent wave of martial arts training swept across the earth. This fervor reached its zenith on June 8th, coinciding with the official launch of the gravity chambers and healing pods for sale. Saigo was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, paying no heed to the changes occurring on Earth. In reality, his gravity training had never ceased. As the saying goes, diligence is rewarded, at last. On the morning of June 24th, Saigo attained the coveted secret technique of spirit enhancement. Chapter 96. The acquisition of the spirit enhancement technique, Laboratory Mouse Pabugen. Morning of June 24th. Location, Saiyan Planet Royal Palace. Exact position, upon the throne within the Royal Hall. Saigo was intently observing the simulation system panel. Before the throne lay 7 colossal Namekian Dragon Balls, shimmering with a golden glow. On June 24th, you transported Frieza to a desolate planet, enlisting his assistance to make 3 wishes. Frieza, your loyal subordinate, complied without hesitation, helping you besiege the Namekian dragon Purunga for 3 desires. First, the secret technique of mental enhancement. Second, the language of the Namekians. And third, the amplification of innate talent. Upon the fulfillment of these wishes, you returned to planet Saiyan with Frieza. carefully placing the petrified Namekian Dragon Balls before you entered the gravity chamber of the Universal Capsule, Earth, to continue acclimating to extreme gravity. This marked the 4th day of your adaptation to 600 times Earth's gravity. After a day of rigorous training, your battle power increased by 1.2 million. On June 25th, you recognized the necessity of elevating your kin's mental fortitude, while the threshold for cultivating the divine mental technique was excessively high for widespread dissemination. To remedy this situation, you delved into the secret technique of mental enhancement, aspiring to one day create more Super Saiyan 4 warriors. Yet, after a day of practice, you felt minimal progress. On July 23rd, you persisted in your studies of the secret technique of mental enhancement. Then, at noon on July 30th, while practicing, a sudden flash of inspiration struck you, and the technique became noticeably more manageable. You chose Pabujan as a test subject, and after applying the technique, his mental strength surged from 8 to 12. You realized your proficiency in the technique had advanced. After sending Pabujan away, you continued your research into the secret technique of mental enhancement. At this juncture, Saigo's gaze sharpened slightly. Was it merely a 1.5-fold increase? It remained uncertain whether this was a beginner's level or a proficient one. If it were at the proficient level, such a modest enhancement would be somewhat disappointing. He recalled previously bringing Broly to the Namekian Elder, who had successfully doubled his mental strength. If that were indeed the case, there existed a disparity between the current proficiency level of the secret technique in the simulation and the mastery possessed by the Elder. It was either at the entry level or the proficient level, but Saigo leaned towards the notion that it was at the entry level within the simulation. Only such an interpretation could align with the difficulty of acquiring this technique as experienced with the Elder. Achieving entry-level proficiency in just over a month would align with the prestige of mental techniques. Saigo collected his thoughts and continued to read. On August 29th, he practiced the secret skill of mental enhancement for an entire day, feeling little change. By September 30th, after another full day of practicing the same skill, he noticed no difference. On October 24th, he dedicated yet another day to this technique, but the spark he had hoped for remained elusive. He could only lament the lack of luck and talent. The simulation concluded, and he was presented with 3 rewards to choose from. First, the beginner-level mental enhancement technique, 8,100. Second, combat power of 1.2 million. Third, future memory. Upon seeing only 3 options, and upon noticing the specifics of the first reward, Saigo murmured, "Indeed. It's merely at the beginner level." He decisively selected the first reward. Selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the new secret technique, mental enhancement, beginner 8100. Please check the technique section for details. After a swift and adept maneuver, the information regarding the technique appeared before him. Mental enhancement is a unique skill designed to elevate one's mental capacity, not exclusive to Namekians. The beginner level of this enhancement can increase the target's mental strength by up to 1.5 times their original capacity. This technique can be applied to oneself, and each target may only benefit from it once in their lifetime. At last, it was in his grasp. A smile graced Saigo's face, enhancing his mental strength by 1.5 times at the beginner level was quite commendable. Alas, it was yet another technique limited to a single use in a lifetime. If only there were no restrictions. Humans are inherently greedy, and the difference lies in their ability to temper that greed. As soon as he finished this thought, Saigo shook his head and chuckled to himself. Saigo, being excessively greedy is not good. One must learn to be content. He added inwardly, this time, I want to recklessly use it in reality. I'll first utilize it in the simulation when needed, and then claim it. With this thought, Saigo felt a wave of joy wash over him. Yet, a moment later, he slapped his forehead in frustration. Does this mean my training in the divine refinement technique was in vain? It mattered little. At least he could pass it on to his disciples, kin, and other deserving individuals. Now, he should first test whether this new technique could rapidly enhance others' mental strength to increase his proficiency. If it were like the divine refinement technique, which relied on the passage of time for skill improvement, that would be troublesome. He wondered who was on duty outside today. Raising his voice, he called out with a hint of authority, all guards outside, please come in. The echoes of voices lingered within the royal hall as the rotating guards made their entrance. The moment the 5-member team stepped in, Saigo immediately recognized who was on duty. They were none other than the subordinate squad of the 20 elite warriors, known as the Bardak team. What a coincidence. Here stood individuals whose mental prowess did not exceed 10. The royal guards, even in Saigo's absence from the palace, continued their daily rotations and cleaning duties, a decision made by the higher-ups. Naturally, There were other arrangements for the cleaning of the sleeping quarters. Your subordinate pays respects to King Saigo, they proclaimed in unison. At ease. Thank you, King Saigo. The five lined up, with Bardock standing in the center. His expression grave as he inquired, King Saigo, please feel free to command us with any tasks you may have. Saigo gazed at Bardock, adorned in a yellow and white battle suit emblazoned with a single star, and inquired slowly, Captain Bardock. I am curious to know how long it takes for our Saiyan lower-tier warriors to train in order to retain their sanity while transforming into their great ape form independently? Saigo recalled that even a low-ranking Saiyan warrior could retain their sanity while transforming into a great ape through rigorous training. Yet he had yet to comprehend the specifics of such training. Upon hearing this inquiry, Bardock appeared momentarily taken aback before standing tall and stepping forward with conviction. Responding with clarity, in response to your majesty, to maintain rationality during the transformation into a great ape, a low-ranking warrior requires the accompaniment of royal blood. With repeated transformations, this can be achieved. The exact number of transformations needed varies from individual to individual, but generally, around 20 transformations suffice. After delivering his answer, he returned to his place in the formation. 20 times. Must it truly require such a considerable number? Saigo was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that with a few training sessions, perhaps 10 at most, he would achieve the desired results. But he was astonished to discover that he was still significantly lacking. Casting a glance at the 5 individuals before him, he inquired, which of you can accomplish this? Please raise your hands so I may see. He intended to test someone who could not maintain their composure while transforming into a great ape. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 hands shot up in unison. The only exception was the man on the far right, who did not raise his hand. This was none other than Pabujan, the least proficient warrior in Bardock's team, possessing the weakest talent among the 20 elite fighters. At that moment, Pabujan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Simultaneously, Saigo discreetly activated his special skill, the Eye of Insight, and Pabujan's basic information became clear. Target, Pabujan, mental strength, 8, battle power, 2, 330, 000. Saigo mused internally, with a mental strength of only 8, he mirrors the simulation precisely. He doesn't even reach 10 points. No wonder he loses control upon transforming into a great ape. Looking at the other 4, he noted that their mental strengths all exceeded 10 points. It appeared that 10 points served as a critical threshold. Those with mental strength above this mark could retain their rationality during their transformation, while those below would succumb to madness. As for the rapid ascension of their battle power to over 2 million, this was naturally due to the implementation of paired training sessions. Otherwise, given Pabujan's qualifications, he would not have surpassed 1.5 million solely through gravity training. The introduction of paired training significantly accelerated the overall enhancement of the Saiyan warriors' abilities. Although many were still unable to transform into Super Saiyans, their daily practice and the progress made by those who could not compare. The increase in their battle power was considerably greater than when relying solely on gravity. Particularly, healing in a recovery pod after sustaining severe injuries resulted in even more astounding power boosts. Presently, the battle power of the Saiyans exceeded 2 million. Returning to the matter at hand, now that he was well informed, Saigo gestured for them to lower their hands. In the resigned gaze of Pabujan, he asked, Pabujan, would you be willing to allow me to experiment with a new technique? Pabujan initially feared he might be reprimanded, but contrary to his expectations, Saigo's words were the opposite of what he had imagined. Once he realized this, his head, which had been slightly bowed and turned aside, suddenly shot up. His eyes gleaming with excitement, he began to nod vigorously as if he were powered by a motor, quickly responding, yes, I am willing. He understood that Saigo's previous 2 experimental techniques had resulted in the emergence of new Super Saiyans. How could he possibly let such a monumental opportunity slip away? He eagerly wished for more chances. In his heart, he was engulfed in ecstasy. Has Lady Luck finally smiled upon me? This is wonderful. Long live Saigo. Chapter 97. The Disappointment of Saigo. The other 4 individuals displayed expressions of envy, particularly Toma and Tadibo. Come forth. Saigo beckoned with a small hand. Remember to maintain silence. Yes. With a heart full of excitement and anticipation, Pabujan swiftly ascended the steps and knelt before the throne on one knee, bowing his head slightly. Typically, when a Saiyan stands before their king, they must avert their gaze and lower their brows in a demonstration of respect. Saigo placed his hand gently atop Pabujan's head, closing his eyes as he silently invoked the mystical technique of mental enhancement. Pabujan strove to suppress his exhilaration, even regulating his breathing to avoid disturbing Saigo's spellcasting. While his mind was already conjuring visions of himself transforming into a Super Saiyan, would he not appear as magnificent as Captain and the others? The anticipation was palpable. Beneath the throne, the four warriors of Bardock gazed on with expressions of hope, though Debo and Toma's eyes shimmered with profound envy and yearning. However, as several breaths passed, they noticed that Pabujan's aura remained unchanged, and confusion began to etch across their faces. Nevertheless, none dared to utter a word to disrupt the moment. Not only the four warriors, but even Pabujan himself was overwhelmed with questions. What was happening? Why did he not sense any alteration in his aura? Yet, his mind felt remarkably clear. Could it be that Saigo was employing a different technique from the one used on Captain and the others? Wait a moment. He recalled that Saigo had mentioned testing a new move. Could this new technique be one that alleviates fatigue? He felt invigorated and mentally refreshed. What new techniques has King Saigo devised now? At this moment, Saigo withdrew his hand, his bright eyes fixed ahead as he spoke. It's time, Pabujan. Go out and attempt to transform into the great ape form alone, and see if you can maintain your sanity. His gaze then fell upon Bardock. Captain Bardock, you should accompany him. If there's a chance of unforeseen circumstances, you may summon Vegeta 3 to stand by. He added, remember, regardless of the outcome, return swiftly to inform me. Should Pabujan lose control in his great ape form, having Vegeta 3 nearby would allow for a timely transformation to mitigate any potential devastation caused by the monstrous Pabujan. One must cherish their own planet. The urgency for Bardock to return was, of course, driven by a desire to teleport to Earth for a delectable feast. On planet Saiyan, culinary delights were scarce. The fare consisted solely of roasted meats, devoid of seasoning, rendering it utterly unappetizing. Yes, I shall complete the task post-haste, Bardock replied with solemnity. Noticing that Pabujan lingered on the steps, he called out, Pabujan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry, do not waste time. Huh? Oh. Pabujan was startled into awareness, quickly lowering his head in gratitude towards Saigo. Thank you, King Saigo. I take my leave. With an expression of hopeful anticipation, he swiftly descended the stone steps. Although it was not the combat-enhancing secret technique he had envisioned, the ability to maintain sanity in great ape form was indeed a pleasant surprise. This meant he would no longer need the presence of royal blood to prevent losing control during transformation. As he watched Bardock and his team exit the royal palace, Saigo eagerly activated his personal information panel, swiftly locating the secret technique section. His eyes widened in shock, and he held his breath for a moment. After a while, he took a deep breath, smacking his forehead in realization. Oh no, did I speak this into existence? How come every word I utter becomes reality? The proficiency hasn't even increased. How frustrating. The information box still displayed, entry level 8100, next to the mental enhancement. Great, yet another time-consuming secret technique. What terrible luck. Why couldn't it be like the potential guidance technique, where each person helped would yield a slight increase in combat power? With a sense of discontent, Saigo dismissed his personal information panel. Suddenly, a surge of energy amplified several-fold in an instant. Sensing it, Saigo immediately recognized its source. He murmured, it seems a transformation into the great ape form has occurred. There is no sound of a roar. That must mean all is well. Thus, he resolved to first raise his proficiency before contemplating a boost in mental strength for all Saiyans. Saigo is not in a hurry to enhance the mental fortitude of his kin. His actions merely serve as a means to ascertain whether this approach can indeed elevate proficiency. It is evident that it cannot. It is prudent to wait until the mastery of the secret technique reaches a competent level before considering further enhancements. Given the considerable difficulty in augmenting mental strength, it is essential to ensure that the effects of the secret technique are significantly potent. Moreover, during this period, there is little danger, allowing for a focus on steady development. Most importantly, he believes that the significance of mental strength will become increasingly apparent over time. However, this time, it seems that Pabujan must endure some hardship. Shortly thereafter, Bardock returned to the royal palace to report the final outcome. Saigo instructed Bardock to keep the knowledgeable individuals discreet, awaiting the completion of the new skills before collectively enhancing the spiritual strength of their kin. Bardock accepted the command and departed. Meanwhile, Saigo teleported to Earth to indulge in its exquisite culinary delights, which left one enchanted and yearning for more. Subsequently, the focus shifted to simulating the mastery of the secret technique for spiritual enhancement. From April 17th to June 24th, there were a total of 68 simulations. Each simulation selected the mastery of the secret technique, yielding an increase of 69 mastery points per session. After 68 simulations, a total of 692 mastery points were acquired in the secret technique of spiritual enhancement, mastery level 36001. Saigo then turned to the universal capsule gravity chamber located within the palace, embarking on a fourth-day training journey under 600 times Earth's gravity. As the day concluded, his combat power surged by 1.2 million. Thus, the narrative unfolds. The standard combat power of Saigo stands at 6,388 billion. On May 18th, akin to the simulations, a detector with solely communication capabilities was officially launched on Earth, presented in the form of a wristband. Due to its singular focus on communication, Saigo aptly named it the Star Universe Communication Wristband, abbreviated as Star Universe Wristband. Upon its release, the Star Universe Wristband was met with an overwhelming demand, resulting in a temporary shortage. Concurrently, Saigo acquiesced to Dr. Brief's request to enhance the production capacity of the Star Universe Wristband. In early November, the Saiyans proclaimed to the outside world, "The Saiyans are no longer the beings they once were. From this moment forth, they shall never again initiate invasions of other planets." Instead, they embraced the prospect of engaging in harmonious trade and interactions with various races across the universe. However, there is a caveat. The Saiyans have long been notorious throughout the cosmos, although numerous races have not reported any recent invasions of their planets by Saiyans. Nor have they heard the rumors of the Saiyans overthrowing the reign of the Frieza clan. Very few factions or races dare to venture to planet Saya for a closer inspection. Only 4 factions have publicly responded, indicating their intention to visit planet Saya on November 12th. The Galactic Patrol, the Namekians, the Yardratans, and the Brekians. Chapter 98. The first visit of foreign guests to planet Saya. The Brekians are likely to have been informed intentionally by the Frieza, as they have long desired to establish relations with the Saiyans but lacked means to do so. Upon hearing that the Saiyans welcome interstellar relations, they were the first to publicly express their desire to visit. The Galactic King, emboldened by his formidable Galactic Patrol, is unperturbed by rumors of the emergence of Super Saiyans who have dethroned the Frieza clan. Unlike the Frieza clan, who self-proclaimed themselves as cosmic overlords, the Galactic King is the legitimate ruler of the mortal realm in the 7th universe, recognized by the Kaishin. Were it not for the Destroyer Goddess' intent to have the Frieza clan manage the cleanup of inferior planets, the Galactic King would have turned a blind eye to their actions. Otherwise, a race as heinous as the Frieza clan would have faced extinction long ago, or, at best, been imprisoned in cosmic penitentiaries, preventing them from wreaking havoc across the universe. As allies of the Saiyans, the Namekians naturally support this initiative. They were the first to respond upon receiving the news. The Yardratans also expressed their intention to visit, which surprised Saigo. He speculated that the Yardratans, relying on their extraordinary ability of instant transmission, might be sent to gather intelligence, likely taking on the role of scouts. Aside from these 4 factions, other races in the universe, despite receiving invitations, have adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Since learning of the impending visit from foreign guests, the inhabitants of planet Saya have been fervently preparing for 10 consecutive days. The preparations are wholly managed by the Saiyan 2nd Legion, while the 1st Legion continues its training in a methodical manner. The 1st Saiyan Legion is predominantly composed of Saiyans, while the 2nd Legion primarily consists of elite warriors from foreign tribes. Together, they form part of the Greater Saiyan Army, which encompasses a total of 12 legions. Aside from the 1st Legion, the remaining 11 legions each comprise approximately 30,000 members, with 21 Saiyans stationed in each legion. Upon learning of the visiting dignitaries, Saigo appointed Frieza and Vegeta III to oversee the reception. In the lead-up to the guest's arrival, Saigo gleaned an intriguing insight from his simulations. Time swiftly passed, silent and unnoticed, and soon the day of the visitor's arrival arrived, November 12th, precisely at 8 o'clock in the morning. Various factions began to arrive at the Saiyan planet. The first to arrive were the Namekians, totaling 7 individuals, escorted by Neru, BAS, and KZ, with Elder Jisen leading the group, while the other 3 were non-combatant Namekians. The second faction to arrive was the Breachans, consisting of 20 powerful warriors, their strength far surpassing that of the past Gula era's Frieza. Their current prowess can be attributed to Saigo's earlier permission for Frieza to impart the techniques of energy cultivation back home, supplemented by gravity chambers and healing pods. The third arriving faction was the Adetra, comprising only 2 individuals, who did not utilize any flying vessels. Interestingly, Their arrival was merely 1 minute apart from that of the Breachins, suggesting a prior acquaintance or that they were simply following the energy signature of the Breachins. After all, the Breachins had publicly declared their intention to visit the Saiyan planet, and the Yudetra would naturally be aware of this development. Finally, the last faction to arrive, despite being the most formidable among the four, also consisted of only 2 individuals. The powerful Galactic King, known for his overwhelming might, sent merely 2 representatives, leading one to speculate whether this visit was more of a reconnaissance than an official greeting. In truth, only one of the visitors belonged to the Galactic King's entourage, while the other was an unexpected individual. At this moment, within the specially constructed reception hall meant to greet the guests, the representatives from the first 3 arriving factions had already taken their seats, awaiting the final faction. "Father, what kind of power does this Galactic King wield? Such grandiosity. And yet he is half an hour late," Vegeta 4 remarked, glancing at the time displayed on his wrist-mounted device, his brow furrowed in concern. In former times, Saiyans would never have tolerated such delays from foreign entities. In the past, any Saiyan exhibiting such tardiness would have faced severe retribution, let alone an outsider. "Patience," replied his father. "Such grandeur signifies their strength. I once heard Frieza mention the Galactic King and the Galactic Patrol, advising me to avoid conflict upon encountering them. From my perspective, even Frieza must show them a degree of respect, suggesting their power exceeds that of Frieza's own kin." "Just wait patiently," explained Vegeta 3 softly. "Look at the other 3 factions. They have no objections and are willing to wait here, indicating that their strength is not to be underestimated." After a brief pause, he added, "If you grow impatient, you may visit the spacecraft center. If you find no one there, and do not wish to wait, you can choose to train. Frieza and I are sufficient to manage here." "Then I shall take my leave," Vegeta 4 replied with a nod. He promptly rose and exited the reception hall. Unbeknownst to them, the representative of the final faction they anxiously awaited was currently stirring a commotion at the spacecraft center designated for foreign guests. "Hey, I truly know Vegeta 4. Please take me to meet him." "Please, Taisi, I beg you, do not say that. This is Saiyan territory. If we provoke them, it could spell disaster." The 2 individuals were none other than Taisi and the elite Galactic Patrol officer, Gak. Seeing Taisi shouting at the reception team, Gak's heart nearly sank with fear, regretting bringing her along. He swiftly covered Taisi's mouth, whispering urgently in her ear before hastily apologizing to the nearby reception team member. As fate would have it, that individual was one of the few Saiyans in the 2nd Legion, evidenced by the tail coiled around his waist. Consequently, Gak felt a rising panic within him. "Please disregard what she just said. She has a few issues and often speaks nonsense. My sincerest apologies." Though Gak was an elite among the Galactic Patrol, his strengths lay not in combat, but in his exceptional eyesight, observational skills, and information-gathering capabilities. In terms of combat prowess, he was currently no match for Taisi. Upon hearing Gak suggest she had issues, Taisi's temper flared. In a swift motion, she seized his arm and hurled him forward with all her might. "Gak, you are the one with problems." The moment she flung Gak away, she inwardly regretted her strength. "Oh no, I hope he is fine." Fortunately, as an elite of the Galactic Patrol, Gak was agile and adept. Though lacking in combat ability, he executed a series of nimble flips before regaining his footing. However, he now stood several meters away. "Taisi, you were not joking earlier, were you? How did you suddenly gain such strength?" Gak sprinted back to Taisi, his face a mask of shock, his compound eyes narrowing in disbelief. He had initially thought Taisi was jesting. Now, it seemed her claim of knowing several Saiyans was indeed true. Upon this reflection, a troubling thought suddenly emerged in Gak's mind. Could it be that the Saiyans are contemplating an assault on Earth? No. Regardless of the circumstances, Taisi is my friend. I cannot allow her to remain in the dark. I must seize an opportunity to alert her. Who told you I was joking? Taisi shot him an annoyed glance. Hands on her hips, her expression one of displeasure. I have already informed you that I am quite strong now, and I have mentioned that I know Vegeta 4 and his companions. It is you who refuse to believe it. Do you not consider me a friend? You possess not a shred of trust. Humph. Gak felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was just about to offer an explanation when he heard an incredulous voice. You have adapted to 10 times Earth's gravity in such a short span of time. Chapter 99. Concealing one's strength and fame. Both Gak and Taisi turned towards the source of the voice. And there they beheld a Saiyan child with a fiery hairstyle, gracefully descending from the air. This child was none other than Vegeta 4, who had come to investigate the situation due to his displeasure. He was astonished to encounter someone unexpected here. Vegeta 4. Taisi exclaimed upon seeing him. You arrived just in time. I came to apologize and hope you can forgive me. I had no idea that matter was so significant to you. I am truly sorry. In order to apologize to you in person, I have completely adapted to 10 times Earth's gravity, so please forgive me. She said this while bowing earnestly, her delicate face radiating hope, laced with a hint of pride. Gak, witnessing this scene, was instantly taken aback. Oh no, Taisi is truly not exaggerating. She really knows a Saiyan. This is disastrous. Will she incite this Vegeta 4 to take revenge on me? I should have treated her better. May the Galactic King protect me. May Mels bless me. Grant me a safe return. In a moment of panic, Gak felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead and bald crown. Meanwhile, Vegeta 4 was quite taken aback by Taisi's arrival, as she had lived on Earth, where the gravity was merely a tenth of that on planet Saiyan. The fact that she had adapted to 10 times Earth's gravity in such a brief period was indeed remarkable. It is worth noting that during his previous visit to Earth, he had discreetly assessed Taisi's combat power, which was a meager 2, pathetically low. Among the Saiyans, he had only heard of one individual possessing such a feeble combat power, and it was said that this person had been dispatched to Earth. During his previous visit to Earth, he failed to sense any formidable presence. Typically, the 4th Prince of Vegeta would not concern himself with those of inferior talent. Even after receiving several forms of education, he merely refrained from mocking his kin or assaulting them without cause. Nonetheless, the pride within the 4th Prince of Vegeta remained unyielding. It was rare for him to hold anyone in esteem. However, this time, Tei's actions did indeed prompt him to regard her with newfound respect. Moreover, since he had been unable to fulfill the initial condition for apprenticeship due to her disruption, and his father had later informed him that she was unaware of the situation, coupled with the passage of time, he had long since grown indifferent to many matters. Yet, to expect him to respond graciously was an impossibility. Humph! With a disdainful snort, the 4th Prince of Vegeta bid farewell to the past, crossing his arms defiantly across his chest, tilting his head slightly as he coldly remarked, "In light of your apparent sincerity, I shall grant you forgiveness. However, are you the representative dispatched by the Galactic King? Are you Earthlings currently in service to the Galactic King?" At this juncture, a flicker of displeasure flashed in his eyes. In the 4th Prince's perspective, Earth was merely a subordinate planet of their Saiyan Empire. If there were any ties to the Galactic Patrol, it would understandably irk him. Upon hearing this, Teiz leapt joyfully, lifting off the ground and spreading her limbs wide, appearing as if she were a star without a tail. Wonderful! Your forgiveness means my recent hardships were not in vain. She then descended and clarified, "No, I simply asked Gak to bring me along. I am not a subordinate of the Galactic King. Gak is." As she spoke, she tugged Gak forward, causing him to stumble slightly. "Ah, I have met Prince Vegeta. My name is Gak, and I am the only representative sent by the Galactic King." Gak's legs trembled slightly as he feigned composure while introducing himself. The backing of the Galactic King and the Galactic Patrol lent him the courage to stand here. Otherwise, he would not dare to provoke or even face a Saiyan. The 3rd Prince of Vegeta did not move his head, casting a sidelong glance at him, his tone icy and tinged with inquiry. "The Galactic King sent only you? Why are you over half an hour late?" Initially, the 4th Prince had anticipated the arrival of a formidable figure from the Galactic King, only to find he had been sent a mere weakling. From any angle, Gak exuded no signs of exceptional capability, let alone a powerful aura. Did this not signify a disdain for the Saiyans? The 4th Prince of Vegeta felt a twinge of discomfort. Had it not been for the orders from Saigo, he would likely have sent Gak back without a second thought, and his words would not have been laced with such politeness. "Prince Vegeta, please allow me to explain." "Please, let me explain. I was delayed by half an hour because I had to go to Earth to fetch Tais. Tais can vouch for me." Seeing the dissatisfaction etched on the face of Vegeta 4, Gak hastily explained. As he spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with Tais, even resorting to a gesture of prayer, hoping she would corroborate his story. Fortunately, having learned from her previous experiences, Tais had become more reasonable when it came to serious matters. "Indeed, it was I who asked him to come to Earth to pick me up, which is why he was late. Gak did not mean to be tardy, so please do not blame him." Upon hearing this, Vegeta Ivy's displeasure somewhat abated, yet he refrained from explicitly absolving Gak. Instead, he gestured to the attendant nearby, instructing, "Quickly escort the representative of the Galactic King to the reception hall. So many are waiting for him." Yes, on the Saiyan planet, everyone recognized Vegeta 4. They were aware that he was the brother of Tabor, the disciple of the Saiyan King, and the son of the legendary Super Saiyan, Vegeta 3. Although the old ways were no longer in vogue, he still commanded a modicum of respect. The attendant swiftly approached Gak, gesturing for him to follow. Esteemed guest, please accompany me. Gak opened his mouth to inquire further, but upon noticing Tai's walking closely with Vegeta 4, he swallowed his words, lamenting inwardly, "The one I should be worried about is myself. Tai's truly knows the Saiyans. Her safety is undoubtedly assured. I am the one who ought to be concerned." With that thought, he proceeded to follow the attendant. "Come, as I promised, as long as you visit our Saiyan planet, I shall share with you all that is permissible." Vegeta 4 said once Gak had distanced himself. Tai's was overjoyed to hear this. It was precisely her ultimate objective. "Really? Let us go. Hurry, lead the way." The mere thought of meticulously documenting the lore and history of the Saiyan race exhilarated her, as it provided invaluable material for her writing, an opportunity not to be missed. Although her novels had not met with success, this did not diminish her passion for storytelling. This fervor was precisely what Vegeta 4 admired in her, the zeal she exhibited in her writing, and the gathering of inspiration. During their last encounter on Earth, when the topic of novels arose, she transformed, eloquently sharing a plethora of captivating tales without needing any drafts. This impressed him deeply. Now that she was fulfilling the request he had previously made, there was even less reason for him to be dishonest. After all, the agreement made on Earth had numerous witnesses. During their flight, the two engaged in continuous conversation. "When did you learn to fly?" 2 months have passed since then. The silhouettes of the two departing figures were observed by Saigo from the shadows. It can be said that Tai's ability to adapt to 10 times Earth's gravity and master the art of flight in such a brief period is largely due to Saigo's efforts. During her acclimatization to the gravity, Saigo provided her with 125 senzu beans to prevent serious injuries in the initial stages. Later, he facilitated her learning the art of flight from Son Gohan. All of this was orchestrated to bring her and Vegeta 4 together. "Taze, this is all I can do for you. Best of luck. I hope you win over Vegeta soon." After silently cheering for Tai Si, Saigo instantaneously returned to the palace to continue his training. The matter concluded, he departed discreetly, concealing both his achievements and identity. The reason for not personally attending the meeting was that the person Saigo cared about most had not arrived this time. He would have to wait until tomorrow. As for the others, he entrusted the task to Vegeta 3, the acting Saiyan king. With the former emperor of the Breach Star Dynasty assisting by his side, he was confident they would manage well. All he needed was to hear the final outcome. Chapter 100, Galactic Patrol Officer No. 1, Myers 2 hours later. Various factions dispersed in high spirits. The representative from Namek merely made a brief appearance. As long as the demands were reasonable, Saigo was inclined to accommodate them. The compatriots of Shaviza, representing the Breach Star delegation, gained significant rewards from this visit. Not only did they establish an alliance on the spot, but they also purchased numerous gravity chambers and healing pods to take back. Meanwhile, the Galactic Patrol officers Gak and Keen from the Adetla Star were also quite satisfied. Having collected the information they sought, they refrained from making any purchases, citing inadequate preparation, and planned to return for further negotiations. As one of the representatives of the Adetla Star, Keen naturally possessed the secret techniques of his race. After exchanging simple farewells, he demonstrated instantaneous movement before the eyes of the crowd, returning to his homeland. Before departing, Gak approached Tai Si to inquire if she wished to return with him. But Tai Si expressed her desire to remain until she had finished documenting her materials. Vegeta 3, accompanying Gak, observed the two engaged in lively conversation, wearing an expression of understanding. He had also heard that Tai Si was adapting to tenfold Earth gravity as an apology, and that she had done so in such a short time. A strong-willed woman like her garnered the admiration of Saiyans, and he held her in high regard. It was evident that Vegeta 4 also harbored feelings for Tai Si, yet he chose not to reveal this. Such matters required patience. Generally, ordinary women did not capture Vegeta IV's attention, not even exceptionally powerful female Saiyans of his age, who had never received such patient treatment from him. Vegeta 3 hoped that the two would unite in the future, harboring a subtle intention behind this wish. If they were to become partners, it would firmly bind the Universal Capsule Corporation to the Saiyan cause. Mere paper agreements provided little security, and he had witnessed many instances of betrayal. Soon, at the Reception Spacecraft Center, Gak sat inside the spherical ship gifted by Vegeta 3. He felt considerably more relaxed than when he first arrived on Saiyan planet. Having realized that the Saiyans had indeed undergone significant transformation, not only had their strength become unfathomable, but they had also grown humble and courteous. With his keen observational skills, Yak easily discerned that the Saiyans he encountered were genuine, exhibiting no signs of pretense, each greeting him with natural smiles. Had it not been for the unmistakable tales behind them, he might have initially believed he had arrived at the wrong place. King Vegeta, I shall return now to report. Rest assured, I shall convey your demands as Saiyans to the Galactic King without omission. Farewell. Yak waved his hand as he spoke. King Vegeta III also raised his right hand and remarked, I am most grateful. The destination of the spacecraft has been predetermined, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will reach the Galactic Patrol headquarters in merely 8 days. Wishing you a smooth journey. Yak nodded, his heart brimming with astonishment. He had not anticipated that this new type of spacecraft would possess such remarkable speed. The journey from planet Saya to headquarters requires merely 8 days, 2 days swifter than that wretched contraption. It is imperative that the Galactic King consents to procure the Saiyan spacecraft. Thus, our efficiency in undertaking missions will greatly enhance. With these thoughts in mind, he pressed the button to close the hatch, which began to descend slowly. Vegeta III also prudently distanced himself. In the next moment, the spherical spacecraft piloted by Yak soared skyward, piercing through the clouds. Observing the successful breach of the atmosphere, Vegeta III turned to Frieza beside him and said, Captain Frieza, the welcoming task for tomorrow is entrusted to you. I must devote myself to training, as I have squandered a considerable amount of time today. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression instantly morphed into one of envy, though he derided, Humph. You simply offload the task onto me. King Saigo has instructed us to welcome together. How dare you assign it solely to me? Besides, you are the acting leader, while I merely assist. And aren't you curious about the visitors arriving tomorrow? By now, Frieza had become acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of the Saiyans. Even synchronizing training with them, their rate of power enhancement could only be described as monstrous. Initially, he had believed that the Saiyans' ability to transform into giant apes was their sole extraordinary talent. Yet he soon realized that each of them possessed training capabilities that left him in the dust. Gradually, he began to lament not being a Saiyan himself. Ultimately, he had come to terms with it, yet he still relished the banter with Vegeta III. Not curious, Vegeta III replied without hesitation, the elevation of strength is paramount. I have fallen significantly behind. I shall train until midnight to reach a normal training quota. With that, he patted Frieza on the shoulder and continued. King Saigo has proclaimed that those who are capable must endure greater labor. The more one toils, the more one reaps. You are quite capable, and I trust you will excel. Thank you for your efforts. Until we meet again. Before Frieza could respond, Vegeta III had already vanished from sight with a burst of speed. All that remained was Frieza, left bewildered. What kind of person is this? He just left like that? How inconsiderate. I want to train as well. Indeed, Frieza longed to strengthen himself, after realizing how to become stronger. What warrior would not desire such power? The answer is none, even though he is not a Saiyan. His ability to elevate his combat power from tens of thousands to 500,000 within mere months, even if merely serving as a training partner for Gula, suggests that his talent is far from mediocre. It simply lacks the extraordinary potential. Now, with the departure of Vegeta III, Frieza finds himself solely responsible for preparing for tomorrow's reception. Meanwhile, in the inky darkness of space, a vessel emblazoned with the Galactic Patrol insignia swiftly approaches the Saiyan planet. The occupant of this craft is none other than Melis, the foremost warrior among the Galactic Patrol. However, his identity transcends that of a mere patrolman. He is, in fact, an apprentice angel, sent to the 7th universe for the sake of training. Having deactivated all communication devices, Melis harnesses his angelic abilities to glean more information about the Saiyans. After perusing their history, particularly that of a Saiyan named Saigo, he murmurs to himself, aren't Saiyans inherently brutal? How could such an unforeseen variable arise? And that Saiyan named Saigo, his past is shrouded in mystery. Did the Super Saiyan God truly exist? Why do I have no recollection of it? I must investigate further and then report back to my brother. Perhaps he knows about the Super Saiyan God. He might have some insights. It is quite fascinating that his brother has also ventured to the Saiyan planet. Subsequently, Melis reactivates his communication devices. Prolonged disconnection could arouse suspicion. He had only learned of the Saiyans' invitation to various cosmic races upon returning to the Galactic Patrol headquarters after completing his mission on November 5th, prompting him to seek permission from the Galactic King to travel to the Saiyan planet. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the God of Destruction's realm, A figure with azure skin and towering white curls, adorned with a large light blue halo around his neck, is conversing with an entity through a staff. This individual is none other than Whis, the angel of the seventh universe, Melis's brother, and the attendant and mentor to the god of destruction, Beerus. Yes, I shall warn him. Very well, goodbye. As his words fade, the magical orb atop the staff ceases to glow. Really? My brother has once again recklessly employed his angelic abilities? Has he not heeded our father's counsel? Such a disobedient child. Let me see what he is currently engaged in, to compel him to utilize his angelic powers and staff during his training. Surely, he must be encountering some trouble. With a wave of his staff, the magical orb emits a beam of light that shoots upward, transforming into a screen approximately a meter away, revealing Melis seated within the vessel. On the spacecraft? What could he possibly be up to? Chapter 101. The inquiry of Melis. With a sense of perplexity, Weiss twirled his staff several times before halting, commencing his examination of the past through the magical orb. After a considerable duration, he finally set down the staff, murmuring in astonishment, "How intriguing! The arrogant yet feeble Saiyans have managed to overthrow Frieza's dominion? It is astonishing to discover that the Saiyans can further transform. With that golden-haired form, they have decisively vanquished the entire Frieza clan. Truly unexpected. The most enigmatic of all is that exceptional Saiyan lad, whose emergence appears to have catalyzed this transformation among the Saiyans. Well, I shall let this matter rest, as it is better suited for Lord Beerus to ponder. As for me, I shall feign ignorance. Oh ho ho, how astute I am. Nevertheless, I do find myself curiously anticipating what the future holds for the Saiyans. Alas though, with the complete annihilation of the Frieza clan, who shall assist Lord Beerus in fulfilling his customary destruction tasks? Oh ho ho. Will Lord Beerus be vexed upon awakening to find his assignments unaccomplished? I am merely an angel. Such matters are not for me to fret over. Though Weiss felt a tinge of surprise, his inability to hear the sounds within the historical imagery rendered him relatively composed. After all, the term Super Saiyan God had been mentioned by that exceptional individual on more than one occasion. Melis, being privy to this knowledge, had undoubtedly misused certain angelic abilities. Had he perused the historical footage in a conventional manner, it is possible he would have escaped reprimand. On November 13th, precisely at 8:00 a.m., Melis arrived on planet Saiyan. Angels are endowed with remarkable perceptive abilities, and Melis was no exception. The moment his feet touched the soil of planet Saiyan, he sensed the immense power emanating from its inhabitants. In terms of overall combat strength, the warriors here far surpassed those of Frieza's era. Despite this, Melis remained unfazed. After exchanging brief pleasantries and introducing himself to Captain Frieza, he got straight to the point, stating, "Captain Frieza, may I have an audience with the Saiyan King? I have matters of great importance to discuss with him in person." Had it not been for the prior communication from Saigo, Frieza might have hesitated. But with Saigo's advanced directive, he felt no qualms. "This is certainly permissible. Please follow me." Though he harbored a flicker of curiosity regarding the Galactic Patrol, which had prompted King Saigo to issue specific instructions, he refrained from voicing his inquiries. He was acutely aware of one truth. As a subordinate, there are certain matters best left undisclosed. His succinct response, devoid of hesitation, left Melis somewhat astonished. He had anticipated that securing an audience with King Saigo would be a cumbersome endeavor, yet it proved to be surprisingly effortless. As they traveled, Melis, possessing a keen observational acuity, discerned that his guide, Captain Frieza, appeared to lack a tail, leading him to speculate that he was not of Saiyan descent. Moreover, he noticed that many inhabitants of the planet remained indoors. However, the energy fluctuations emanating from within the structures were substantial. Thus, he casually inquired, "Captain Frieza, you must not be a Saiyan, correct? May I ask how you came to be on planet Vegeta, now referred to as planet Saya? Additionally, I observe that there are numerous individuals here, yet they all seem to be confined to their dwellings. Is there a stringent requirement compelling them to do so?" Without breaking stride, Frieza offered a wry smile as he responded, "If only I were a Saiyan. Alas, I am not." Melis felt a jolt of surprise upon hearing this. What could possibly be so admirable about Saiyans that an outsider would covet their existence? Nevertheless, he held his tongue and continued to listen intently. "Though I am not a Saiyan, I take great pride in being a member of the Saiyan Legion, and I am profoundly grateful to be part of the Saiyan Empire. As for how I arrived on planet Saya, you may find it hard to believe. I was once in service to the self-proclaimed Cosmic Emperor, Gula, with the intent to invade and annihilate the Saiyans. However, in the end, Gula lost his wager against King Saigo. We were the vanquished, and as the victors. King Saigo could have disposed of us at will, yet he chose not to. Instead, he graciously took us in and even entrusted me with the significant role of a diplomat. I am immensely thankful to King Saigo. He is truly magnificent and extraordinary. They remain indoors because they are engaged in training. I apologize for my unsolicited verbosity. Please, follow me this way. Upon concluding his remarks, Frieza reached a corner and gestured for Melis to proceed ahead. No worries. I enjoy hearing various tales, Melis remarked, raising an eyebrow as he continued to probe softly. Are you not coerced into this service? He sought to uncover whether the foreign inhabitants of this planet were compelled against their will to serve the Saiyans, as such knowledge would furnish him with a rationale for intervention. Even though he had previously perused historical accounts revealing that Gula's legion had indeed surrendered to the Saiyans following Gula's demise, with no instances of defection, it remained a perplexing enigma to him. Logically, Gula, as the supreme ruler of a legion, should have had at least a few loyal confidants. Perhaps dozens among the hundreds of thousands who would remain steadfastly loyal. However, at this moment, not a single individual had defected or harbored thoughts of avenging the former leader. This was truly the most astonishing aspect, and it perplexed him greatly. Upon hearing this, Frieza immediately shook his head and declared, "No, we are here of our own volition. If it were possible, I would willingly serve as the subordinate of King Saigo for eternity." His tone was resolute. Melis, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt in his heart, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Could it be that the newly appointed Saiyan King Saigo possessed such immense charisma? It was remarkable that an adversary would willingly bow in submission. At that moment, his curiosity about King Saigo deepened. Subsequently, the two exchanged no further words. Before long, Frieza guided Melis seamlessly into the royal palace. King Saigo had already anticipated Melis' arrival through simulations and awaited him on the throne. As soon as Frieza and Melis stepped through the grand entrance, they beheld the sight before them. Melis was clad in a fitted galactic patrol uniform that accentuated his well-defined muscles, showcasing powerful contours. A laser weapon was holstered at his waist, and he wore a headset adorned with antennas, likely a device for information reception and transmission. His distinctive white, pot-shaped hairstyle complemented his light blue skin. Upon entering, Melis' gaze remained fixed upon Saigo. Saigo, perched upon the elevated throne, reciprocated the scrutiny, silently reflecting. Is this the apprentice angel Melis? Indeed, he exudes a commanding presence. As they approached the steps of the throne, Frieza bowed deeply and announced, "Your subordinate pays his respects to King Saigo. This is Galactic Patrol Officer Melis, who seeks an audience with you." Melis, seizing the moment, greeted, "Greetings, King Saigo. I am Melis, a member of the Galactic Patrol." From the instant he entered the palace, his attention had not wavered from Saigo, for he sensed a profoundly familiar and divine aura emanating from him. The closer he drew, the more potent and vivid that sacred presence became. Yet, he could not immediately recall its source. "Welcome to planet Saiya." Saigo, aware of Melis' purpose, raised his right hand and addressed Frieza. "Thank you for your efforts, Captain Frieza. Please wait outside." "Certainly." Frieza replied with understanding, nodding at Melis as he made his way toward the palace entrance. As Frieza departed, Saigo waved his hand, initiating a telekinetic movement that summoned a cup filled with lukewarm water to Melis' side. With another gesture, he rearranged the furniture from the corner to position it in front of Melis. After completing these actions, he opened his palm upward in a gesture of invitation and gently said, "Please, have a seat and enjoy some warm water. We Saiyans are not overly particular, and I hope you do not mind." Melis, displaying no sense of restraint, could be said to be unperturbed by Saigo's antics. He gracefully accepted the warm water, sipping thoughtfully as he took a seat, his actions imbued with an elegance that produced not a single sound. Were it Saigo in his place, even if it were merely water, he would undoubtedly make a show of slurping it to convey some semblance of appreciation. Yet, even while partaking of the warm liquid, Melis's gaze never wavered from Saigo's presence. After savoring a sip of the soothing water, he inquired, "Saigo, your youth and accomplishments are truly commendable. To ascend as the leader of your clan at such a tender age fills me with profound admiration." With a chuckle, Saigo remarked, "Melis, as the foremost Galaxy Patrol officer, your actions should be both decisive and brisk. Speak plainly. I have little patience for circumlocution." Melis was taken aback for a moment, but then recalled that there were remnants of Gula's faction on planet Saiya, which made it plausible for Saigo to possess pertinent information. "Then I shall speak candidly. If I cause any offense, I kindly ask for your understanding, Saigo Wang. Seeking book reviews. Honest ratings will suffice. Thank you. Chapter 102. Mel's inquiry continued. Saigo offered no response, merely gesturing for him to continue. Thus, Mers gathered his thoughts and inquired, Saigo, may I ask what the transformation of Saiyans into golden-haired beings entails? How is it that upon adopting this golden hue, you were able to effortlessly vanquish the Frieza clan? Of course, if this question proves to be inconvenient, I can readily move on to another. Although angels possess the ability to observe the annals of history, they can only perceive images devoid of sound. Hence, Mers was unaware that the golden-haired Saiyans were referred to as Super Saiyans. His knowledge of the term Super Saiyan God was derived from the utilization of a certain ability. Consequently, he surmised that the golden-haired Saiyans were likely the so-called Super Saiyan gods. At this moment, he sought to confirm this notion. Saigo nodded and explained, there is nothing inappropriate to discuss. This is a unique ability of our Saiyan race, which we refer to as Super Saiyan. It is only after transforming into a Super Saiyan that we can defeat Frieza and his ilk. Super Saiyan? Mels repeated the term twice, realizing he had no prior knowledge of it. However, he refrained from inquiring further and instead committed it to memory before posing his next question. Saigo, I would like to know your perspective on the Frieza race and their past actions. Upon hearing the inquiry, Saigo inwardly mused. Indeed, this mirrors the questions posed in simulations. Let me demonstrate how I will outmaneuver them. The Frieza race possesses formidable might. If they were not so powerful, they would not have perpetrated their misdeeds across the cosmos for so long. The strength of their lineage is evident to all, yet their methods are exceedingly ruthless, often resorting to any means necessary to achieve their ends. Such conduct has led to the displacement of numerous cosmic species, with some even facing total annihilation. In the past, our Saiyan ancestors, in their struggle for survival, were compelled to feign submission, only to ultimately amass sufficient strength to rise in rebellion and successfully dismantle their tyrannical regime. Indeed, we Saiyans are fortunate to have reached this juncture, all thanks to the divine Super Saiyan who imparted visions to me, resulting in our current flourishing state. Otherwise, we might have faced extinction. Now, we Saiyans have successfully liberated ourselves from the clutches of the Frieza race, and we shall never tread the same path as they did. The world belongs to all humanity collectively, and only through cooperation and peaceful development can we forge the correct path forward. Listening to Saigo's impassioned discourse, Meruz, despite his inherently good nature, found himself at a loss for words. If one were to discuss brutality, it is the Saiyans who historically have resorted to any means necessary to achieve their goals. Although they acted under Frieza's command, was such extreme cruelty truly warranted? They remained silent on their own brutal actions while incessantly denigrating a race that has already faded into history. Indeed, an old adage rings true. History is pinned by the victors. Moreover, he harbored no concern for the demise of the Frieza race. On the contrary, he felt a sense of vindication. Were it not for the so-called neutrality principles upheld by angels, he would have long since eradicated those cosmic blights without waiting for Saigo to act. After a brief pause, Meruz then inquired, how does King Saigo define crime? I must admit, this question is rather intricate. A typical inhabitant of the seventh universe might struggle to articulate an answer, let alone a child like Saigo. However, possessing the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Saigo, though his response may not be entirely precise, would certainly not falter in answering. Meruz, your question lacks a definitive answer. Allow me to share my humble perspective. I believe the definitions of crime are manifold. They vary depending on the subject of the offense. For an individual, any infringement upon one's legitimate rights constitutes a crime. For a race, actions that violate the rightful interests of that race are deemed criminal. For a nation, any harm to national interests is considered a crime. And for the universe, actions that disrupt or endanger the fundamental order of the cosmos are criminal. This, then, is my rudimentary viewpoint. Mers, with his eyes sparkling with curiosity, remained undeterred in his quest for knowledge, as he sought to lay the groundwork for subsequent inquiries. Seizing the moment, he pressed further. How does the Saiyan king perceive the massacre of his Afurians, as well as the wanton occupation of other planets and the senseless annihilation of their inhabitants, culminating in the trafficking of these celestial bodies? Upon hearing this, Saigo secretly gritted his teeth. How should I look at it? I'll just sit back and watch. It's not my doing. Mels, were you perhaps in the media in your past life? Why are there so many questions? And so methodical? So this is the challenge mentioned in the simulation. Well, truly a perplexing dilemma. You certainly know how to dig a pit. Thus, sighing with a furrowed brow, Saigo lamented, firstly, the wanton slaughter of others and the usurpation of their planets for profit is both shameful and detestable, and it is indeed tragic. Secondly, I regret not being born a little earlier. Had I arrived sooner, I could have diverted the Saiyans from their misguided path and guided them towards righteousness at an earlier stage. Moreover, I feel profound sorrow for the plight of the Zaphel people. Since ascending to the throne, I have already punished all Saiyans on planet Vegeta, subjecting them to the relentless torment of intense gravity. They have come to realize their transgressions and have endured their punishment with resilience. I firmly believe they have now reformed. Here, I can assure you that any Saiyan who has returned to planet Vegeta will never engage in the indiscriminate killing of innocents. Lastly, while I do not condone the egregious acts of slaughter committed by my ancestors, if I were to assess their actions, I could only describe it with 8 words. Guilt lies in the present, benefit spans the ages. Without their actions, our Saiyan race might have faced extinction long ago. Thus, in this regard, I find no fault in their choices. As he concluded, Saigo's tone grew resolute. Upon hearing this, Myers silently harbored his doubts. You have completely glossed over the atrocities committed by the Saiyans. And as for punishment, the torment of intense gravity, isn't that merely training? Finally, upon hearing his evaluation of the Saiyans' invasion and annihilation of the Zaphel people, Myers fell into silence. In this world of survival of the fittest, what fault did they possess? They were merely striving to survive. At that moment, he gained a new perspective on Saigo. No wonder he could transform the Saiyans in such a short span of time at such a young age. Besides his formidable strength, he also possessed an exceptional talent for fabricating the truth. However, he did not deny the events that transpired, which Myers found quite admirable. He merely wished to understand Saigo's viewpoint and his plans for the future of the Saiyans. Dwelling too much on those who had already perished served no purpose. Now aware of Saigo's intentions, Myers contemplated what the future of the Saiyans would look like under his leadership. He remarked, I hope King Saigo can keep his word. Otherwise, we Galactic Patrol will pursue this matter to the end. Furthermore, I eagerly anticipate how far your Saiyan race can progress. His assertion was not made lightly. He possessed the strength to back it up. Rest assured, Saigo patted his chest and continued, as long as they belong to planet Vegeta, I will ensure their well-being. In short, as long as I am here, the Saiyans under my leadership will only continue to prosper and will never tread the path of old. Myers found himself somewhat impressed by Saigo's eloquence, sensing the sacred aura surrounding him. At that moment, he finally recalled what it was. Hesitating for a moment, he inquired, King Saigo, could you explain the source of that aura surrounding you? Aura? What aura? Saigo feigned ignorance regarding his inquiry, then summoned a small orb of energy in his hand and inquired, Is this the essence you seek? Upon hearing this, the astonishment on Mirza's face deepened as he shook his head and replied, It is not the energy within, it is the essence of the physical body. Do you truly not comprehend what this entails? Saigo nonchalantly tossed aside the energy sphere in his hand, continuing to feign ignorance as he replied, I have no idea. How would I know? What's wrong with me? Is there something amiss with my body? His words came forth in a rapid-fire succession of questions. Even if the other party could respond, they would likely be momentarily taken aback. In Chapter 103, Mel's inquiry, Mel's quickly reassured, No, Saigo, please do not misunderstand. Your body is in impeccable condition, so much so that it is almost beyond belief. Shaking his head slightly, the fleeting glimmer of envy in his eyes quickly vanished as he said with profound significance, Saigo, you truly possess extraordinary talent. He had discerned the divine aura enveloping Saigo, a state that many deities could only dream of attaining. Yet, here was a mere mortal, so young, who had reached a level that those divine beings could only aspire to but never grasp. Such prodigious talent was nothing short of terrifying. In truth, it was no longer merely a matter of extraordinary talent, it was more aptly described as unprecedented and unparalleled. At that moment, an absurd thought took root in Mel's mind. He yearned to engage more with Saigo and the Saiyans, to steer them away from any potential misdirection. His gaze began to reflect admiration, and inadvertently, he found himself employing respectful language. Unbeknownst to Saigo, even with the ability to read minds, the vast disparity in their strengths rendered such a skill ineffective. After hearing Mel's words, Saigo nodded with feigned seriousness and began to boast, Indeed, I too believe my talent is exceptional. Then, shifting his tone, he added, However, this world is not lacking in geniuses. I shan't become complacent merely because my aptitude is commendable. Without sufficient strength, talent alone remains a mere abstraction. This discourse elevated Mel's assessment of Saigo to new heights, even kindling a sense of fondness within him. After all, in all his years, he had never encountered a human with such extraordinary insight and character. This realization ignited his appreciation for talent, yet as an angel, he was bound not to interfere with the development of mortals, even as a mere apprentice angel. While he could not directly disclose matters pertaining to the ultimate state of freedom, he could still offer subtle reminders. Suddenly, he burst into applause and sincerely advised, Saigo, it is truly remarkable that you possess such profound understanding at your age. Your talent is indeed exceptional, and there is no doubt about that. If you continue to cultivate as you have, I believe you will undoubtedly reach new heights. Keep up the good work. He then added silently in his heart, if you cannot attain the perfect state of ultimate freedom, then no one in this world ever could. No wonder you can effortlessly defeat the Frieza clan. Such talent is truly captivating. Too much flattery. Saigo responded. Saigo humbly remarked, however, I genuinely aspire to reach new heights. As Saiyans, we possess few merits, and the desire to grow stronger is one of the few we hold dear. He smiled broadly as he spoke. Upon hearing his declaration of wanting to grow stronger, Mel's raised an eyebrow and seized the opportunity to inquire, why does King Saigo wish to continue growing in strength? With your current prowess, you are already among the elite in the universe. Saigo reflected on a similar question posed to Goku by Whis or Beerus in the original narrative. Yet he was determined not to respond like the martial arts enthusiast Goku. He was a man who neither sought competition nor was inclined to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. If given the choice, he would prefer to live a tranquil life, occasionally practicing martial arts, transforming into a Super Saiyan, marrying several wives, and raising children, a life truly idyllic. Unfortunately, the world was fraught with instability. One individual's strength does not equate to true power. It is the strength of a collective that embodies true might. Thus, in order to possess the capacity to address these destabilizing elements, he felt compelled to strengthen himself while simultaneously uplifting his companions. In doing so, he hoped for a more stable world. Firstly, as a martial artist, there exists no rationale to shun the pursuit of greater strength. I wish to discover how far I can traverse the path of martial arts. Secondly, only through continual growth and strength can one adequately confront unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, possessing greater strength enables the protection of oneself, loved ones, kin, and even safeguarding humanity from extinction. Mels, having served as a galactic patrol for so long, you must understand the universe's inherent instability, right? So what reason do I have not to strive for greater strength? Mel smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. He had posed this question to many, yet no one had offered a response as profound as Saigo's. This was, thus far, the finest answer he had encountered, and it resonated deeply with him. To have such a person as the supreme ruler of the Saiyans was indeed a blessing for both the Saiyan race and the world at large, he mused. Out loud, he praised, King Saigo, you are truly remarkable. Haha. Mels, you are quite special as well. Saigo replied with a chuckle, his words carrying a double entendre. Observing the sudden seriousness on Mel's face, he inwardly cursed himself, thinking, oh no, I spoke too quickly. He hastily sought a way to amend his slip, hoping to navigate through the awkwardness. His eyes darted around as he continued, every individual in this world is unique, possessing their own special qualities. The key lies in the ability to recognize one's own uniqueness. This sentiment resonated deeply. The corners of Melis's mouth curled into a smile, revealing his excellent mood. While conversing, he discreetly observed Melis's demeanor and felt a sense of relief when he noticed him relax. Subsequently, their discussion revolved around trivial matters, such as the phenomenon of Saiyans with golden hair, to which Saigo provided succinct explanations. It was not until 10:30 in the morning that Melis expressed a desire to visit the Saiyan planet, prompting Saigo to assign Frieza as his guide. Melis departed from the Saiyan planet only in the evening, as Melis piloted the Galactic Patrol's specialized spacecraft through the inky blackness of the cosmos. He received a transmission from his brother, Whis, after just 2 hours of flight. Melis, is it a convenient time for you to talk? Upon receiving the message, Melis swiftly disabled the communication device aboard his craft. He had intended to contact Whis at some point, but the latter's initiative spared him considerable trouble. Brother Whis, is there something you need? Melis, I reached out to inform you that Father is aware of your unauthorized use of angelic abilities. I had forgotten to mention this earlier. I've advised you against recklessly wielding your powers. Why do you persist in ignoring my counsel? Now, Father has extended your training period by 360 days. What a predicament you find yourself in. His extending my training period is something I cannot complain about, Melis replied. But putting that aside, Brother Whis, it has been a while. How have you been? Throughout his life, Melis had been regarded as the troublesome child among Whis and the rest of the family. Though he was an angel, he continually sought to challenge the neutrality expected of his kind. In a fit of anger, their father had demoted him to a trainee angel and sent him to the 7th universe for training. Indeed, Melis had spent more time in the 7th universe than the god of destruction, Beerus, had been in power. And this marked his second violation of the rules regarding angelic abilities. However, the consequences this time were considerably milder, merely an extension of 360 days, which Melis wouldn't mind having increased. Ah, my younger brother has grown up and learned to express concern for his elder sibling. As for me, everything is as it should be. However, Melis, do refrain from misusing your angelic abilities in the future. You are only 600 days away from being promoted to full status. Melis chose not to dwell on this issue, but instead articulated his intention to inquire further with Whis. Thank you for your concern, brother. By the way, have you heard of the Super Saiyan God? He decided it was best to keep silent about Saigo's mastery of Ultra Instinct. Sign. Chapter 104. The conversation between Melis and Whis in the realm of the gods of destruction. Whis's expression transformed into one of astonishment upon hearing the words emanating from his staff. Oh, have you discovered the Super Saiyan God? Did you encounter the legendary Super Saiyan God during your recent visit to planet Vegeta? This is the individual that Lord Beerus has long sought after. Should we wait for Lord Beerus to awaken before informing him? Ever since returning from planet Vegeta, Beerus took a brief nap and experienced a prophetic dream, envisioning a formidable adversary known as the Super Saiyan God. Coupled with the prophecies of the Oracle Fish, this has piqued Beerus's interest, although he found no evidence of such a being during his time on planet Vegeta. As for the request for the so-called most comfortable pillow in the universe, it was merely a ruse. The former Saiyans were notorious for their reckless behavior, mercilessly slaughtering innocents, and completing tasks for Frieza, leaving few races unscathed. Furthermore, they displayed utter disdain when confronted by Beerus, even reserving the most comfortable pillow for themselves. Consequently, Beerus dismissed the matter and instructed Frieza to deal with the Saiyans before returning to his slumber. Mears feared that Whis would inform Lord Beerus, potentially interfering with the developments on the Saiyan planet, yet he could not exhibit too much concern and composed himself to correct. No, brother Whis, you are mistaken. The planet where the Saiyans reside has been renamed Saiyan Planet. Moreover, I am confident in my perception that there is no divine presence on Saiyan Planet. I learned of the name Super Saiyan God from the newly appointed Saiyan King, Saigo, who mentioned receiving a dream from the Super Saiyan God, leading to subsequent events. I trust you have investigated this matter as well? He does not believe Whis would have informed him without first utilizing his angelic abilities. The use of angelic powers this time serves 3 purposes. First, to ascertain the overall strength of the current Saiyans. Second, to determine whether the Saiyans pose a threat to the beings of the universe. And third, to uncover the fundamental reasons behind the current situation, specifically investigating the individual Saigo, which is the primary objective. Indeed, I have looked into it, Whis acknowledged graciously. However, I only witnessed the Saiyans transforming into golden-haired forms, subsequently defeating Frieza's race. Interestingly, he did not transform into golden hair while defeating Cooler. Mears, you have encountered that Saiyan child. What are your impressions? By the way, are the Saiyans still as arrogant and disdainful as ever? Whenever Whis thought of the Saiyans, he could only recall their haughty demeanor. Had it not been for Mears's predicament, he might not have paid any attention, nor would he have learned that the Saiyans had overthrown Frieza's rule. Now, upon hearing that the new Saiyan King seems to be aware of the Super Saiyan God, his interest was momentarily piqued. Brother Whis, you have met the Saiyans before, have you not? Before answering the question, Mels remarked, although I have never encountered a Saiyan before, I have heard of them, mostly negative rumors about their brutality and ferocity. However, this time, I witnessed a different kind of Saiyan. While they still exude a wild and malevolent aura, I do not perceive any trace of arrogance or disdain in their demeanor. As for that Saiyan child named Saigo, the current king of the Saiyans, I believe the transformation of the Saiyans is intrinsically linked to him and the Super Saiyan God he mentioned. He claimed that it was the Super Saiyan God who appeared to him in a dream, revealing how to achieve the golden-haired transformation, which they refer to as Super Saiyan. Furthermore, I discerned that he possesses wisdom and insight far beyond his peers, perhaps influenced by the dream of that Super Saiyan God. These are the tidings I have gathered. Brother Whis, what is your perspective? Mel spoke at length without mentioning that Saigo had reached the realm of Ultra Instinct, Sign, nor the significant change in the Saiyan strength. From Whis' previous remarks, it was evident that he had encountered Saiyans before. Oh, have the Saiyans changed so remarkably? How intriguing. Whis, situated in the realm of destruction, finally displayed a hint of surprise after patiently listening to Mel's account. Clearly, everything seems connected to that Super Saiyan god. Alas, the Saiyans have annihilated the Frieza clan, who will take over Lord Beerus' duties in managing the subpar planets now. Such a conundrum. Whis sighed, dismissing it as a matter for Lord Beerus to address. Yet, Lord Beerus was currently in a deep slumber, proving to be quite the negligent destroyer. Oh dear, I mustn't speak ill of Lord Beerus behind his back. Mels, you must keep this confidential, he added with a chuckle, though his expression betrayed his amusement. For Mels, it was preferable that Beerus remained asleep, perhaps for several millennia, lest countless newly born beings across the universe face annihilation. Very well, I heard nothing, Mels said, relieved that Whis would not intervene. If there's nothing further, let's end this communication. I risk raising suspicions if I remain disconnected for too long. Whis responded, that is agreeable. However, Mels, you must not act recklessly. During your training, refrain from utilizing your angelic abilities. Should you complete the training within the designated period, the position of Angel of Universe 9 will be yours. There will be no room for anyone else. Whis spoke with a tone of disappointment, wishing for Mels to take the matter seriously. All right, I understand. Goodbye, Brother Whis, Mels replied dismissively before severing the connection. Turning to gaze at the pitch-black cosmos from the spacecraft, he murmured, the position of Angel? I have no desire for such a thing. The communication devices within the spacecraft were promptly restored, allowing for a continued journey towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Before departing from the Saiyan planet, Frieza had intended to bestow a more advanced spherical spacecraft upon Mels, as per Saigo's directive, yet regrettably, Mels declined the offer. In the realm of destruction, was fixated on the now-vanished image within the magical orb, his slender brows slightly furrowing as he murmured with concern, how stubborn he remains, when will his disposition ever change? With a sigh tinged with disappointment, he gently shook his head a few times and began to make his way towards the Temple of Destruction. As for the Saiyans, he harbored no intentions of interference, yet he contemplated the necessity of keeping a watchful eye on them in the future. Both Whis and Mels had noticed that during their review of history, the period in which Saigo utilized the simulator had been conspicuously omitted. Although this lapse of time was but a mere fragment in the span of several years, its existence was undeniable. However, they were unaware of this discrepancy. Had they discovered it, significant events would undoubtedly have unfolded on the Saiyan planet. Fortunately, whether in the annals of history or the fabric of the future, even angels were unable to observe the circumstances surrounding Saigo's engagement with the simulator. Otherwise, these otherwise neutral angels would certainly have found themselves in a state of unease. As the conversation between the two brothers, Mels, drew to a pleasant close. On the planet of Saya, Saigo has finally accomplished his daily training regimen, enduring a day under the immense gravitational force of 750 times that of Earth, resulting in an impressive increase of 1.5 million in battle power. During these past 2 days, he refrained from teleporting to Earth, solely to behold the legendary apprentice angel, Males, in person. Prior to this, he instructed Dr. Glow and his team not to prepare his meals for these 2 days. Oh, I completed 3 chapters today, surpassing the word count of the previous volume. Just a note. Chapter 105, Methods to Enhance Life Dimensions after receiving intelligence from Gak and Males, and with Males' assurance. The Galactic King ultimately acquiesced to Saigo's request that the Saiyans could assist the Galactic Patrol in apprehending galactic criminals. Upon completion of their tasks, they would receive corresponding remuneration, though the Saiyans would not formally join the Galactic Patrol. Simultaneously, a delegation was dispatched to Saya to procure advanced equipment, such as gravity chambers, spaceships, healing pods, mechas, and combat suits. Upon their return, the delegation from the Bright Star system did not hesitate to come back to Saya, placing substantial orders for equipment. On December 30th, 741, they became a vassal of the Saiyan Empire. At Saigo's behest, all Brachians were integrated into the Saiyan Legion, causing the Legion's population to surge to an astounding total of 200,045,670. For administrative ease, the original 12 legions remained unchanged. However, an elite unit and a reserve unit of the Saiyan Legion were established. Membership in the elite unit required meeting a minimum battle power threshold of 20 billion, with no upper limit on numbers. Currently, the elite unit comprises only 2 members, Broly and Saigo. Warriors who fail to meet the minimum battle power requirement for the 12 legions, or those who are eliminated, must remain in the reserve unit. The Adetra people served as messengers, returning to relay their observations to their kin and representatives of other cosmic races. However, skepticism lingered regarding the Saiyans' sudden turn from malevolence to benevolence, resulting in a lack of immediate response. Upon learning of the formal collaboration between the Galactic Patrol and the Saiyans, several races dispatched representatives to Saya to negotiate cooperative efforts, primarily in pursuit of advanced technology. Only 7 races made the journey: the Adetra, the Metamorians, the Kanashans, the Chaomu, the Dalan Wang, the Great Bear, and the Shurju. To be precise, it was the Shurju who approached the other 6 races, persuading them to collaborate with the Saiyans. Saigo was somewhat familiar with the first 3 races, but had no prior knowledge of the latter 4. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that the Chaomu was Gak's homeland, with its inhabitants referring to themselves as Chaomu people due to their remarkable eyesight. The Dalan Wang were an intelligent race resembling pigs. The Great Bear were an intelligent race with bear-like features, and the Shurju, hailing from the Galactic King's homeworld, inhabited the planet known as Shurju, characterized by their octopus-like appearance. Following them, other intelligent cosmic races also arrived at Saya, seeking collaboration. The Saiyan Empire welcomes all without exception. It is of no consequence if there are no products available, as one may simply place an order along with a deposit. However, those matters are of secondary importance. Let us return to the present moment. On the day following Mel's departure, specifically November 14th, 741, the Dragon Balls of Namek have become accessible once more within the simulation. Saigo contemplated testing whether he could achieve the previous queries. On November 14th, he teleported to a desolate planet with Shavia, requesting her assistance in making 3 wishes. Shavia facilitated his appeal to the Namekian dragon, Purunga, for these 3 desires. First, the Saiyan bloodline of Super Saiyan. Second, the language of the Namekians. And third, the elevation of his life dimension. However, the dragon Purunga informed them that it could not fulfill the first and third wishes, as such transcendent bloodlines and the enhancement of life dimensions exceeded its capabilities. Upon hearing this, Saigo silently mused. Indeed, the fanfictions he had read in his past life were merely fabrications. The Namekian Dragon Balls could not grant the Super Saiyan bloodline. It was only logical. Such a formidable bloodline could hardly be easily attained. It was likely that even the Black Star Dragon Balls would be incapable of fulfilling such a request. Only the Super Dragon Balls might suffice. As for the third wish regarding the elevation of life dimensions, Saigo had never held any hope. Thus, there was no disappointment. He could sense the energy of the Earth's deities, proving their non-divine nature, at least in their physical forms. Regaining his composure, he continued reading. Eventually, he altered these 2 wishes to a method for cultivating the elevation of life dimensions in the room of spirit and time. Yet again, the dragon Purunga informed him that the wish for the room of spirit and time could not be realized, as it too surpassed its power. He inwardly cursed the dragon for its inadequacy. He then modified his wish to enhancing his innate talents. After completing his wishes, he returned to planet Saya with Shavia, settled the petrified Namekian Dragon Balls, and promptly entered the gravity chamber of the Universal Capsule version Earth to continue acclimatizing to the intense gravitational force. Today marked the 4th day of his adaptation to 750 times Earth's gravity. After a day of rigorous training, his combat power surged by 1.5 million. Was it truly impossible to attain the room of spirit and time? Saigo suddenly recalled certain memories. He remembered that when the benevolent Tebi became the deity, the hyperbolic time chamber had already existed, coupled with the enigmatic presence of Mr. Bobo, the deity's attendant. He surmised that the hyperbolic time chamber was not as simple as it seemed. Perhaps there lay an astonishing secret hidden within. However, at present, he lacked the strength to delve into this mystery. It would be wise to focus on enhancing his abilities first. Other matters would naturally resolve themselves when the time was right. He contemplated selecting the cultivation technique to elevate his life dimension as the reward this time. He could always choose the language of the Namekians next time. It was unreasonable to carry the burden of Shaviza with every wish. With this thought, Saigo nodded to himself and continued reading. On February 1st, 742, he received the joyous news from Dr. Jero regarding the successful development of the Universal Capsule version of the high-gravity spaceship, the standard spaceship, and the passenger spaceship. After congratulating and praising them, he resumed his adaptation to high-gravity training. Under 830 times Earth's gravity, he trained for a day, increasing his battle power by 1.66 million. On March 13th, he trained under 870 times Earth's gravity for a day, boosting his battle power by 1.74 million. The simulation concluded. He was presented with 5 rewards to choose from. 1. Battle power of 33.54 million. 2. Cultivation technique to enhance life dimension. 3. Talent enhancement. 4. Language of the Namekians. 5. Future memories. After reviewing the 5 potential rewards, Saigo did not hesitate and softly declared, "I choose the second one." Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the cultivation technique to enhance life dimension. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Saigo felt a slight dizziness and instinctively closed his eyes. In just a moment, he regained his clarity. Had his mental prowess been insufficient previously, he might have fainted. Now, he merely felt a touch of heaviness. In this moment, a multitude of extraordinary knowledge flashed through Saigo's mind. This was indeed the cultivation technique to elevate his life dimension. 15 minutes later, Saigo opened his eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing within them. He murmured to himself, "So this is how it is. The so-called dimension of life is merely a reflection of the varying levels of living beings. The disparity in the levels of these beings results in distinct auras. Higher-level entities possess a certain degree of dominance and intimidation over their lower counterparts. Particularly, divine beings exert a natural suppression over mortal forms. To elevate the status of a living being, one must undergo a process of refining both the physical body and the essence, involving purification and evolution. Naturally, during this journey, mental fortitude plays an indispensable role. Yet, the precise number of levels among mortal and divine entities remains elusive. It appears that one must proceed step by step. Although he had discerned the method to elevate the dimension of life, a sense of elation did not fill his heart. According to the knowledge imprinted in his mind, the challenge of advancing one's life dimension is undeniably formidable. Otherwise, this realm would not be so sparsely populated with high-level beings such as deities. Recognizing this, Saigo concluded that the elevation of a living being's level should be approached gradually. Moreover, the time to experiment was now. With a newfound determination, he immediately set his plans into motion, initiating a new round of simulation. On November 14th, at 8:15 a.m., you instantaneously transported to the heavenly temple on Earth, seeking the deity and successfully obtaining his consent to utilize the spirit time chamber. Mr. Bobo took it upon himself to escort you to the chamber. Along the way, Mr. Bobo unexpectedly extended a fervent invitation for you to inherit the position of the deity. Yet, you remained unable to perceive the full extent of Mr. Bobo's abilities. Fully aware of his mysterious origins and perplexed as to why he insisted on your succession. In light of this, you adopted a stance of utmost vigilance and politely declined his offer. Fortunately, Mr. Bobo did not press the matter further. Upon reaching this point, Saigo displayed little emotional fluctuation, for he had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. Ever since he elevated his mental prowess beyond 100, Mr. Bobo had consistently performed this theatrical display during each simulation in the Divine Hall. Moreover, the demeanor of Mr. Bobo within the simulation contrasted starkly with his previous indifference, transforming into an exuberant enthusiasm. This led Saigo to believe that the fluctuations in Mr. Bobo's attitude were directly correlated with the level of his mental strength. It was highly probable that achieving a mental prowess of 100 represented a crucial turning point. He speculated that only those with mental strength exceeding 100 could inherit the divine mantle. Concurrently, he affirmed that mental strength was one of the pivotal factors in attaining divinity, true divinity, as opposed to the superficial realms of the so-called pseudo-gods mentioned in the original text. The realm of the pseudo-gods offers only fleeting moments of divine experience, lacking the essence of true divinity. Under Mr. Bobo's guidance, you successfully entered the time chamber. On the first day within this sanctuary, you began to experiment with the method of refining breath, a technique acquired through your wishes to enhance your life dimension. The entire process occurred within your body, in a meditative state, with your focus solely on the refinement of your breath. By the end of the day, you had managed to refine only a single strand of breath. You felt as if you had been reborn with this minute strand, imbued with a more potent energy. Overcome with joy, you named it spiritual energy. Furthermore, you discovered an intriguing phenomenon. The refined spiritual energy did not coexist harmoniously with ordinary breath. Instead, the spiritual energy remained tranquil in its own space, with neither interfering with the other. Completing the refinement of just one strand in an entire day? Could this truly be the case? Saigo was aware that the refinement of one's essence would prove challenging, yet he never anticipated it would be this arduous. It took an entire day merely to distill a single strand of essence. If this single strand requires a whole day, how long will it take to refine his hundreds of billions of combat power? Furthermore, he would also need to temper his physical body, which is yet another process that demands an immense amount of time. Saigo stared at the simulation panel for a few moments before releasing a heavy sigh. No wonder everyone yearns for divinity yet remains mere mortals. Which human could possibly withstand such torment? Those who ascend to godhood may vary in strength, yet their willpower is invariably formidable. Had he known that achieving divinity would be fraught with such challenges, he lamented. How he wished he had discovered the methods to elevate his life dimension sooner. Perhaps by now, he might have already attained godhood. At this moment, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his overwhelming power. He pondered how much time would be required to refine the aura of his formidable energy, which amounted to hundreds of billions in battle prowess. With a complex expression, he continued to observe. Only by delving deeper could he ascertain the approximate combat strength of this strand of energy within the simulation. He hoped it would possess a battle force in the range of hundreds of thousands, or even millions or tens of millions. Unbeknownst to him, his ability to extract a strand of spiritual energy so swiftly was attributable to the perfection of his aura control. In contrast, for others in such an environment, managing to refine a strand of energy into spiritual essence within 5 days would be considered the mark of an extraordinary genius. Typically, even the most talented individuals would require around 10 days to complete such a refinement. On the second day within the time chamber, you continued to diligently extract the new strand of energy. By day's end, you had successfully obtained another fresh essence. When you combined the newly refined energy with that from the previous day, you discovered that they blended seamlessly, unlike the other unrefined auras that exhibited a repulsive nature. The two energies remained distinct, harmoniously coexisting without interference. After watching, Saigo nodded subtly. It is best to avoid interference. The most frightening scenario is when two energies clash, leading to chaos and madness. It appears that during the refinement of energy and the tempering of the physical body, one must ensure that external disturbances are completely eliminated. He then continued to read on. On the 720th day within the time chamber, you successfully completed the refinement of a new strand of energy, acquiring yet another small wisp of spiritual essence. Carefully, you integrated this new spiritual essence into the existing small mass. After resting for 2 hours and feeling somewhat rejuvenated, you exited the time chamber. In the outside world, the time was 8:14:50 a.m. on November 16th. Upon seeing you, Mr. Bobo immediately approached with fervent enthusiasm, treating you as if you were a celestial being to be honored. As you departed, both the celestial being and Mr. Bobo invited you to visit the celestial hall whenever you had the opportunity. You casually agreed, indicating that you would come by when time permitted. You felt no compulsion to become a celestial being, knowing they could not force your hand, which gave you a sense of security. After indulging your appetites on Earth, you teleported back to planet Saiyan. You instructed your subordinates to refrain from entering the heart-nourishing hall and then rested peacefully for 2.5 hours. Subsequently, you resumed the refinement of the new strand of energy. Late into the night, you acquired another small wisp of new spiritual essence. Exhausted, you fell into a deep slumber. On February 1st, 742, you received joyous news from Dr. Goro regarding the successful development of the universal capsule version of the high-multiplicity gravity spaceship, alongside ordinary and passenger ships. After congratulating and praising their achievements, you continued to quietly refine your own energy within the heart-nourishing hall. As the day concluded, you obtained another wisp of new spiritual essence. On March 13th, after a day of refinement, you acquired yet another wisp of new spiritual essence. On March 14th, at 8:15 a.m., you returned from breakfast on Earth. This simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. Level 1 Spiritual Power 838-2. Future Memory. Chapter 106. The Long and Arduous Path to Ascendancy, the Feasibility of First Becoming a Pseudo-Deity. With only 2 rewards available, there was little room for hesitation. However, before making a selection, Saigo took a moment to assess his combat power without the presence of spiritual essence, which would allow him to estimate the combat power derived from a single strand of energy. Normal combat power, 42. 8,395 billion. After silently reciting the number several times and committing it to memory, Saigo decisively proclaimed, "I choose the first one." With a sound indicating success, the notification followed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 838 strands of spiritual energy, bringing you one step closer to divinity. Please continue your efforts. As the system's announcement resonated, Saigo swiftly accessed his personal information panel. Name: Saigo. Age: 6. Qualification: Superior Talent, Superpowers, Mental Power, 435. 98. First Level Spiritual Energy, 838. Combat Power, 42. 83112 billion, 428. 395 billion. Simulation Count, 45. Saigo discovered an additional information bar labeled Level 1 Spiritual Energy nestled between the Mental Strength and Battle Power sections. Puzzled, he mused. Level 1 Spiritual Energy? Does spiritual energy truly possess varying levels? Therefore, the energy obtained from refining once equates to Level 1? After some contemplation, he concluded that this must indeed be the correct interpretation. The subsequent figure displayed was 838. Without further delay, his gaze shifted to the Battle Power section, where he voiced the number aloud. 42. 83,112 billion? Huh? The figure enclosed in parentheses appeared to be the battle power value prior to receiving the reward. What could it signify now that it was encapsulated in parentheses? Yet, he merely registered this as a fleeting curiosity, dismissing it as inconsequential. He promptly began to calculate in his mind. 3,112 plus 838 totals exactly 3950. This indicates that a mere 10,000 units of battle power yield 1 point of level 1 spiritual energy. Conversely, 1 point of level 1 spiritual energy embodies 10,000 units of battle power. A ratio of 1 to 10,000. One could only imagine that the destructive force unleashed by this single point of spiritual energy would undoubtedly surpass the impact of 10,000 battle power. The essence of 10,000 condensed into 1. Could the resulting explosion of power be anything less than formidable? Saigo contemplated the notion of unleashing a fragment of his spiritual energy to gauge its potency, yet he restrained this impulse, for an alternative experimental method flickered in his mind. Should he conduct a trial at this moment, the energy would be expended, leaving him devoid of its benefits. However, if he were to engage in a simulation, he would incur no losses while still discerning the outcome. One simulation, after all, was a trifling matter, not worth lamenting. Yet, a greater concern lingered. When would he fully refine his immense combat power? In terms of reality, alongside the simulated training and actual cultivation, he could only extract 8.39 million units of combat energy daily. He optimistically estimated that with a bit more effort, he could convert 10 million units of combat power into spiritual energy each day. Yet, to fully transmute the over 40 billion units of combat power would require more than 4,000 days. What is 4,300 divided by 360? It would take over a decade to achieve complete transformation. A decade? How old would he be by then? Approaching 20, perhaps? He could not afford to stagnate in reality, idly awaiting the refinement of his internal energy. How long would he fall behind Broly? This was utterly unacceptable. Suddenly, Saigo's eyes sparkled with inspiration. With a swift motion, he clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm, producing a crisp sound. Indeed, he could first transform into the super blue form. He believed that with his mastery over his energy, he could flawlessly execute the transformation into a Super Saiyan form without allowing his energy to leak outward. By concentrating the surging energy within himself, he aimed to achieve a state akin to spiritual energy, especially since he already possessed spiritual power within him. Thus, he ought to be able to attain the super blue form. The more he pondered this, the more he felt convinced of its validity. He did not subscribe to the notion that in the original narrative, Goku and Vegeta had entirely converted their energies into a higher form of spiritual power, particularly Vegeta, who, without the catalyst of a righteous heart possessed by a Saiyan, managed to evolve into a Super Saiyan god through mere training. It was likely that both of them had also transformed and mastered a substantial portion of their spiritual energy, combined with their control over their own aura, thus reaching a pseudo-divine realm, commonly referred to as the Super Saiyan God state. Without employing spiritual power, they remained mere mortals. Once they tapped into it, they ascended to the status of pseudo-deities. The super blue form adhered to a similar principle. It merely utilized spiritual energy as the driving force to stimulate the S cells within, transforming them into an alternate Super Saiyan form. With this thought in mind, Saigo immediately set his plan into motion, intending to pursue dual paths. He resolved to engage in spiritual energy conversion during simulations, while simultaneously acclimatizing to the intense gravitational environment in reality to enhance his strength. Thus, throughout the next 45 simulations, he opted for the 838 spiritual energy reward each time, ultimately acquiring 37,710 spiritual energy, bringing his total to 38,548. Meanwhile, His combat power column reflected a decrease of 377. 1 million. After exhausting the 45 simulations, nearly an hour and a half had elapsed. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Saigo immersed himself in training under the 750-fold gravity of Earth. As the day concluded, his combat powers surged by 1.5 million. In the days to come, every day, Saigo diligently acquires spiritual energy through simulation, subsequently adapting to an environment with significantly increased gravity in reality. Life is both fulfilling and highly structured. Until August 10th, 742, a span of 266 days has elapsed. Saigo has thoroughly adapted to the thousand-fold gravitational environment of Earth, resulting in a remarkable transformation in his prowess. On the morning of August 11th, precisely at 7 o'clock, his remarkably punctual biological clock roused him from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by an almost blinding white light. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes and stretching his legs and waist, his consciousness gradually returned to normal. Once his thoughts were clear, Saigo swiftly summoned the simulation panel. The night before, he had resolved to test whether, with his current reservoir of spiritual energy, he could transcend into either the Super Saiyan God form or the Super Saiyan Blue form. 8 months prior, he had contemplated this notion, but upon further reflection, he deemed the probability of success to be rather slim due to his insufficient energy. Thus, he had refrained from attempting to transform into either form during simulations. A failed transformation would render the simulation futile. It would be far more prudent to wait until his energy reached a substantial level before making such an attempt. On that fateful day, after satiating his appetite on Earth with Vegeta 3, he instantaneously transported himself to the Kai's palace. Upon seeing him, both the Kai and Mr. Popo welcomed him with an enthusiasm akin to that of long-lost family. They extended an invitation for him to inherit the title of Kai. Graciously, he declined their offer and expressed his true intentions. Upon hearing his request, the Kai readily acquiesced, extending an open invitation for him to assume the role of Kai whenever he wished. Observing this exchange, Saigo remained silent. He had grown numb to such simulation beginnings. Each simulation following his acquisition of spiritual energy had commenced in a similar manner. It was evident that both the Kai and Mr. Popo recognized his latent energy, prompting a shift in their demeanor towards him. Their enthusiasm had escalated to an eager and urgent desire for him to take up the mantle of Kai. However, witnessing this, Saigo felt an increased apprehension towards the position of Kai and Mr. Popo. It was likely more complex than he had imagined. Consequently, in reality, although he occasionally presented fish to the cat sage, their interactions remained brief and superficial. He had not returned to the Kai's palace since. Under Mr. Popo's guidance, he successfully entered the room of spirit and time. Along the way, Mr. Popo warmly elaborated on the room's operational methods and precautions, while Vegeta 3 was treated as if he were invisible. On the first day within the time chamber, after instructing Vegeta 3 to prepare the detector, he began to gradually channel his spiritual energy throughout his body. Yet, he noticed no changes within himself, and Vegeta 3, astonished, informed him that he could not sense his energy. Even the detector yielded no readings of combat power. After confirming that the detector was functioning properly, he instantaneously transported himself before a mirror, only to find that he had not transformed into the Super Saiyan God form. Could it truly be that he was unable to change? Upon reading this, even with Saigo's mental preparation, a trace of regret still flickered in his eyes. Chapter 107. The terrifying amplification of the Ultra Blue form. When he previously encountered the term first-level spiritual power, he sensed that the situation was likely more complex than he had anticipated. After all, he currently lacked sufficient heart power to serve as a catalyst within his body. This led him to a conclusion. The level of spiritual power embedded within the righteous heart power might surpass that of first-level spiritual energy, though the exact degree of this enhancement remained beyond his verification. To ascertain this, he could only look forward. Furthermore, the existence of pure righteous heart power was fleeting. It merely acted as a precursor to transforming into Ultra Saiyan, a transient catalyst for the innate spiritual aura within him to undergo a brief metamorphosis. The sole source of solace for him was the realization that when mobilizing spiritual energy throughout his body, the detector could no longer ascertain specific combat strength. At the very least, he had not labored in vain. Given the current circumstances, the probability of transforming into the Ultra Blue form appeared exceedingly slim. Yet hope was not entirely extinguished. He recalled a statement made by Angel Whis, as long as one enhanced their aura internally without external leakage, Goku and Vegeta had naturally transitioned into Ultra Blue form after achieving this step. Of course, at that time, their auras had not fully converted into spiritual energy. Otherwise, it was unlikely that Goku, in his full spiritual energy Ultra Saiyan state, would have been so swiftly defeated. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Saigo continued to read. You stood before the mirror, gazing at your luminous self for several seconds, before returning to your normal state. With a swift motion, you ventured outside to attempt the second transformation. Before commencing, you instructed Vegeta 3 to practice independently. You endeavored to transform into the Saiyan form internally, without utilizing spiritual energy. After a day's effort, you found yourself unable to achieve the internal transformation into Saiyan form. Accomplishing an internal transformation into Saiyan form was not as straightforward as it seemed. The transcendent Goku and Vegeta could achieve this in a short time, undoubtedly connected to Angel Whis. The only notable impression from the encounter is the staff held by Whis, whose magical orb at the apex seems to harbor a space that is exceptionally conducive to cultivating and transforming innate energy into spiritual power. Otherwise, it is unfathomable how they achieved the super blue form in such a brief period. On the second day in the time chamber, you continued to endeavor to accomplish the transformation into Super Saiyan within your body, yet you met with failure. On the 361st day, however, you succeeded in executing the transformation internally. As you reveled in your triumph, Vegeta 3 informed you that he could still sense your faint energy, and the scouter was capable of detecting your battle power. Skeptical, you utilized the scouter and confirmed his assertion to be true. When you darted to the mirror, you discovered that your appearance was indistinguishable from that of the Super Saiyan form. The only distinction lay in the minimal overflow of energy, with the scouter registering a battle power of merely 100. Unperturbed by this revelation, you exuberantly proclaimed your near success and hastily ventured outside to experiment with stimulating your S cells using spiritual power, hoping to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation driven by this energy. Yet, spiritual power is essentially a refined and concentrated essence of innate life energy. Gathering it in a confined space and applying continuous pressure resulted in such immense resistance that your initial attempt led to a backlash, causing you to spit blood. Vegeta 3, witnessing this alarming outcome, was nearly petrified with fear and urgently advised against further attempts. You calmly reassured him that there was no cause for alarm and dismissed his concerns. During your brief respite, you meticulously reflected on the recent events. However, upon Vegeta 3's persistent urging, you resolved to postpone your next attempt until the following day. Upon reading the initial line, you felt a surge of joy, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of your mouth, and internally you celebrated with a fervent yes. Yet, as you continued reading, it became evident that your elation was premature. You also concluded that, regardless of how adept one becomes at controlling energy, the innate energy of an ordinary life form remains detectable by the scouter. As for the unexpected backlash and subsequent blood spitting during your first attempt to stimulate the S cells with spiritual power, you had not anticipated such a reaction. You had presumed it to be a near certainty that you would transform into the super blue form. Perhaps, the rapid accumulation and compression of energy were the underlying cause? Saigo squinted, pondering for a moment before realizing something was amiss, leading him to abandon the thought. Rather than squander time in deep contemplation, he deemed it more prudent to observe how the simulation would unfold. On the 362nd day in the time chamber, having gleaned valuable insights from the previous day's failures, you began to gradually channel your internal energy towards your back, methodically executing the actions of convergence and dispersion. After 2.5 hours of relentless attempts, you finally transformed into the super blue form. You felt an overwhelming surge of pure and formidable power coursing through your entire being, eliciting immense joy. You immediately inquired of Vegeta 3 whether he could detect your battle power. Vegeta 3 was astonished by your super blue form, repeatedly reporting that the scouter was unable to register your battle power, nor could he sense any of your aura, only a slight feeling of oppression. Upon realizing that you had successfully achieved the super blue form, exhilaration washed over you. You promptly instructed Vegeta 3 to transform into Super Saiyan form and unleash his full strength, to which he complied without hesitation. Soon, you and Vegeta 3 engaged in a fierce confrontation. Intentionally testing the might of your super blue form, you allowed Vegeta 3 to strike at you. After dozens of exchanges, you discovered that his attacks were utterly ineffective against you. The grandiosity of Vegeta 3's assaults felt inconsequential to you. Consequently, you ceased the battle. Indeed, the super blue form had been accomplished. Witnessing this, a smile finally graced Saigo's face. The uncontainable upward curve of his lips unmistakably reflected his inner excitement. However, he was also aware that the strength of this super blue form might still be lacking. The thought of it being only at the first level of energy made him feel significantly weaker. At that moment, Saigo began to comprehend why the super blue form often resulted in evenly matched battles. It likely pertained to the levels of energy and the quantity available. Given his current first-level energy and the limited amount he possessed to achieve the super blue form, he speculated that he would struggle to match even his full power in the Super Saiyan form. He did not believe that Goku and Vegeta from the hyperdimensional realm could distill their normal aura twice. Rather, it seemed to be an issue of energy quantity. With their battle powers in the hundreds of billions, even after distillation, they would possess tens of millions of first-level energy. In contrast, he currently had only a couple 100,000 energy, falling far short of the tens of millions. Continuing to observe, he was about to attempt further transforming his aura into energy when he suddenly recalled a matter that required verification. He instructed Vegeta 3 to prepare to assess his normal strength. After testing, it was revealed that your total battle power, when fully unleashed, was an astounding 43.29 billion. Albeit without releasing any aura, Vegeta 3, upon witnessing this colossal number, was left in utter admiration of you. Realizing that the distillation of aura into energy did not affect the normal Super Saiyan strength reassured you significantly. Subsequently, you focused quietly on refining your aura. By the end of the day, you successfully acquired a small thread of energy. Saigo nodded slightly, contemplating inwardly. It appears that until one fully ascends to divinity, no matter how abundant the spiritual energy within, one can only be deemed a pseudo-god. Without the use of spiritual power, the strength one can manifest remains limited to what was previously achievable. As long as one remains in a mortal form, they cannot escape the confines of mortality. The divine spirit, divine body, and spiritual energy are indispensable prerequisites for attaining godhood. Lacking any one of these elements condemns one to perpetual status as a pseudo-god. This knowledge has been gleaned from methods aimed at enhancing the dimensionality of life, which essentially seeks to facilitate the evolution and advancement of living beings. The divine body is merely a tier within the process of elevating life dimensions. Having gathered his thoughts, Saigo resumed his reading. Timehouse. Day 363. You continue to refine your essence into spiritual energy. As the day concludes, you acquire a small thread of spiritual energy. Timehouse. Day 720. After refining your spiritual energy, you rest for 2 hours before venturing out with Vegeta 3. External time, August 13th, 742, 7:29, 50 a.m. After politely declining the invitations from the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo, you and Vegeta 3 addressed the hunger crisis on Earth before teleporting back to planet Saya. Following a restful 2.5 hours, you resumed the refinement of spiritual energy. It is not until late at night that you manage to acquire another thread of spiritual energy. On September 3rd, you receive news from Dr. Jero, informing you that the universal capsule versions of the high-gravity spaceship, standard spaceship, passenger spaceship, and combat power limiters, along with anti-gravity garments, have officially entered production. After advising Dr. Jero on several matters, you once again focus on refining and transforming spiritual energy. As the day concludes, you acquire a new thread of spiritual energy. On October 1st, after a day of refining and transforming spiritual energy, you gain yet another thread of spiritual energy. On December 13th at 7:30 a.m., you return from breakfast on Earth. The current simulation has concluded. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. 477 units of spiritual energy. 2. Ultra Blue Form 3. Experience from battling Vegeta 3-4. Memories of the future. After a considerable period of contemplation regarding the energy level of 477, Saigo finally declared, I choose the second option. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the special form of the Saiyan, the Ultra Blue Form. Ding. The system has detected that the host has attained a unique divine realm, and the personal panel has been updated. Please review it at your convenience. Upon hearing the system's voice announcement, Saigo felt a rush of joy and anticipation. With a mere thought, he summoned his personal information panel and meticulously examined it from top to bottom. Name, Saigo. Age, 7. Qualification, Superior Talent, Ultra Saiyan Full Power. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3 Abilities, Mental Power, 435. 98 Level 1 Energy, 260, 618 Combat Power, 40. 68382 billion, 43. 29 billion, Divine Realm, Ultra Blue Form, Pseudo-Divine Realm, Life Form Level, Mortal level 5. Upon noticing the divine realm listed immediately after his combat power, Saigo's gaze froze. His breath caught in his throat. With trembling fingers, he clicked on the 4 weighty characters representing the ultra-blue form. At that moment, he shut his eyes tightly. After taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes to find a detailed description of the ultra-blue form displayed prominently on the virtual screen above. The ultra-blue form is a transient transformation allowing the Super Saiyan to harness divine power, achieved through relentless training. It is a pseudo-divine realm attainable only by exceptionally gifted Saiyans. Transforming into this form necessitates a certain amount of energy, ample physical strength, and sufficient bodily endurance. These 3 factors determine the duration of the transformation. Note: this form is extremely taxing on stamina. Combat power amplification, 80,000 times in normal state. After absorbing each word and phrase, Saigo felt his heart racing intensely, especially upon reading the combat power amplification. His breath, heartbeat, and thoughts momentarily halted, only returning to normal after a couple of seconds. Doubting his perception, he averted his gaze, rubbed his eyes, and turned back, widening his eyes to reassess the information. Confirming that he had not misread, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Combat power amplification, 80,000 times." He had speculated that the amplification could exceed 10,000 times, but never expected it to reach such staggering heights. 80,000 times. Given his current strength, what would 400 billion multiplied by 80,000 yield? An astounding 2 trillion. How much does Super Saiyan 3 amplify? Just 400 times. Super Saiyan 4 only achieves 4,000 times. By this calculation, the combat power amplification of the Super Saiyan God form would only be 1,600 times in a normal state? That seems implausible. The mere 4 times amplification of Super Saiyan 3 could hardly compete with Beerus. Suddenly, Saigo contemplated a possibility. Indeed, Ultra Blue is an enhanced form of Super Saiyan God, yet the amplification may not be as dramatic as the typical transformation from normal to Super Saiyan, which boasts a 50-fold increase. Such a magnitude would be rather extravagant. There is likely to be a multiple increase, but the precise factor of enhancement to Super Saiyan God remains elusive. Currently, the energy within him is predominantly based on the innate essence of living beings, and his spiritual power is still insufficient to assume the form of Super Saiyan God. Furthermore, based on his calculations, even if he could transform into Ultra Blue, the quantity of spiritual energy he possesses would not sustain that form for an extended duration. Redirecting his gaze to the simulation panel, he caught a glimpse of a new information tab appearing beneath the realm of the gods. Lifeform level, mortal body level 5. Is the innate lifeform level of Saiyans truly this high? Upon seeing this, Saigo understood that it likely represented the realm of life dimensions, indicating that all levels of mortal bodies exist within a singular dimension. However, the endurance, vitality, and innate talents of different levels of mortal bodies would vary significantly. Just as he finished this thought, he shook his head in denial. No, the innate life level of Saiyans could not possibly be this elevated. This must be the result of years of rigorous gravity training. After persevering through such intense gravitational training for so long, his physical body had undergone profound refinement, making self-advancement entirely plausible. From this, he also realized that mortals could elevate their levels through diligent cultivation. Yet, he remained uncertain about the total number of mortal body levels. Based on the information previously acquired, there was no indication of how many levels existed for mortal bodies, nor were there specific requirements regarding mortal body levels for ascension to divinity. It merely stated that one of the prerequisites for ascending to godhood was to undergo transformation through the refinement of spiritual energy, shedding the mortal form to attain the divine body. The above is solely my personal understanding. Chapter 108. Over 2 years later, black-haired Super Saiyan 4 form. After a moment, Saigo ceased his various speculations and sighed softly. The path to divinity is truly a long and arduous journey. Simultaneously, he had made a decision in his heart. Since transforming into the Super Blue form is based on his normal power level, it was unnecessary to hastily convert his spiritual energy. At present, he had fully adapted to a gravitational force 1,000 times that of Earth, achieving a combat power enhancement of 2 million through a day's training. Moreover, with no formidable adversaries emerging at this stage, rather than expending considerable simulation attempts to elevate his spiritual energy, it would be more prudent to first cultivate to the Super Saiyan 4 level. By then, his training speed would likely be further augmented. Additionally, with the acquisition of the multifunctional gravity chamber, Earth variant, if he were to simulate training within the hyperbolic time chamber while utilizing it. He believed he could swiftly achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. He aimed to first attain the red-haired Super Saiyan 4 by that time. There might be an even more conducive environment for refining and transforming spiritual energy. He recalled that in GT, there existed a red-haired Super Saiyan 4 form, although it was attained through fusion, following the precedent set by Trunks and Goten's fusion resulting in a Super Saiyan 3 form. It implied that a fused warrior would possess corresponding forms, contingent upon the individual's ability to cultivate them. If all else fails, perhaps a rotational approach could be adopted. Simulate to enhance combat power one day, and the subsequent day, simulate to refine and transform spiritual energy. In this manner, the enhancement of combat power and the transformation of spiritual energy could proceed harmoniously. After closing the information display, he glanced at the other details on his personal information panel, noting no changes. Subsequently, he casually shut the panel, teleported to Earth for breakfast, and then returned to planet Saya to train under the 1,000 times Earth gravity. At the end of the day, his combat power increased by 2 million, bringing his normal combat power to 292 billion. Time flowed swiftly like a string. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. During this period, the Saiyan Empire experienced rapid development, establishing trade relations with 9 alien races, namely, Wufians, Miaoyans, Spirit Clan, Bullmen, Celestial Beings, and Men, Serpents, Winged Beings, and Leopardians, along with the previous 11 planets. A total of 20 intelligent life forms now engaged in normal trade activities with the Saiyans. Although numerous races were in contact, only 2 maintained a formal alliance, the Namekians and the Brekians. With an ample supply of various resources, the Saiyans no longer had to worry about hunger. These races were intelligent species located within the northern galaxy, but they did not represent all the species. Over the past 2 years, many events transpired. In September of 742, anti-gravity clothing, passenger spaceships, high-gravity spaceships, and non-high-gravity spaceships, along with combat power limiters, were officially put into production. Though only a limited number of combat power limiters were manufactured and not sold externally, various spaceships imposed restrictions on individual purchasing quantities. In 743, the interstellar travel project commenced in January, quickly gaining popularity across the 20 life planets. To ensure passenger safety during interstellar journeys, each trip was accompanied by a high-power team, successfully promoting comprehensive development across 19 life planets. Significant advancements were observed in various domains, including economy, culture, social ecology, and the mental and spiritual quality of individuals, particularly in martial arts. After visiting other races, they became acutely aware of the formidable strength of extraterrestrial species, recognizing their own weaknesses. Consequently, 6 months after the surge in interstellar travel, the project's popularity diminished considerably. Meanwhile, the martial arts trend rapidly spread across the 18 planets, excluding Namek and Brech, particularly among the Earth's inhabitants, who were the weakest on average. An unprecedented fervor for martial arts training erupted across major planets, coinciding with a surge in demand for gravity chambers suitable for each race's training needs, often leading to shortages. In response to the overwhelming demand, scientists from various races began attempting to develop gravity chambers, though few succeeded. Ultimately, some races opted to purchase gravity chambers from the Universal Scion Star Technology Group, especially those utilizing the multifunctional capsule technology, which garnered immense admiration from extraterrestrial beings, leading many to seek collaborative opportunities. On the morning of February 18, 745, Saigo acquired the black-haired Super Saiyan 4 form as a reward from simulations. His training speed increased tenfold, resulting in a combat power enhancement of 200,000 for a day's normal training under 1 times Saiyan gravity. His normal combat power reached 1.55089782 trillion, while his spiritual energy remained unchanged at 260,618. Saigo was meticulously perusing the instructions regarding the black-haired Super Saiyan 4 form displayed on the simulation panel, a smile gracing his face. The initial transformation into Super Saiyan 4, commonly referred to as the black-haired Super Saiyan, represents the primitive ancestral state of the warrior race known as the Saiyans. To achieve this transformation, one must possess a certain level of combat power, with the Saiyan bloodline elevated to an adequate degree, along with the presence of a tail. Once these conditions are met, the individual can retain their intellect while transforming into a golden great ape, subsequently reverting to the primitive ancestral form. The characteristics of this form are as follows. Firstly, the hair becomes elongated and disheveled, cascading over the shoulders and down the back, though not as lengthy as in the Super Saiyan 3 form. The color of the hair varies among individuals, predominantly black and brown. Secondly, aside from the chest and palms, the body is covered in fur, the color of which also varies by individual, yet is universally red. The distinction lies in the fact that the higher the Saiyans' bloodline rank, the deeper and more vibrant the fur's hue. Thirdly, the eyes feature red rims and eyelids, with the color of the irises determined by bloodline rank. Purebred Saiyans of middle to lower tier possess golden irises, while those of higher tier exhibit light green irises, with greater prowess resulting in a darker hue. Saiyans of royal lineage have green irises, which become increasingly darker with stronger royal blood. Upon achieving this form, a Saiyan's body has transitioned into an ancestral state, resulting in significant physical enhancement. In this form, the bodily strain is negligible, and the Saiyan enjoys formidable defensive capabilities, regenerative abilities, self-healing, and energy absorption, allowing them to withstand extreme temperatures and frigid climates without harm. The mastery over one's own aura reaches an unprecedented level of perfection, with a combat power increase of 4,000 times in their normal state. Having thoroughly examined the details, Saigo expressed his thoughts. While the 4,000-fold increase in power of the black-haired Super Saiyan 4 is notable, it pales in comparison to the Divine Realm's capabilities. However, pursuing the Divine Path carries substantial risks. Should one fail to attain divinity or their life form rank falter, the physical toll would be immense. After acknowledging that the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 imposes negligible strain on the body, a thought crossed his mind. What if, while in the Super Saiyan 4 form, one could harness divine power? Would that result in a Super Saiyan 4 divine form? If such a feat were achievable, he would become invincible. Yet, after a moment of consideration, he promptly dismissed this notion, recognizing it as a fanciful whim. The Ultra 4 transformation relies on the tail, using it to metamorphose into the Saiyan Great Ape, thereby unleashing the most primal and latent power of the Saiyan within. This power is characterized by a wild essence rather than spiritual energy. This method, it seems, is unlikely to succeed. However, if one were to achieve a state of normalcy, divinity would already be inherent within the body, allowing for the transformation into the Ultra 4, Divine First form. Alternatively, under the condition of normalizing the Ultra 4 form, if the internal essence has completely transitioned into spiritual energy, and if this energy reaches a significant threshold, it may indeed lead to the successful transformation into the Ultra 4 Divine form. Verifying these two hypotheses will require time. End of this volume. Chapter 109. Speculations on the Ultra 4 Divine form. Closing the information display box, I accessed the personal information panel and scrolled down, gazing at the digits behind the combat power column, murmuring, normal state 1. 5 million combat power. How long must one refine and transform spiritual energy? In that moment, Saigo found himself in a state of distress, burdened by the overwhelming might he possessed. Suddenly, a bold thought flickered through his mind. Indeed, upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber in the simulation, he could remain there without haste, thus acquiring an additional 120 years for cultivation. Even if the experience became unbearable, he could simply shatter the dimensional barrier to escape. The more he pondered this notion, the more feasible it seemed. After all, this was merely a simulation. The hyperbolic time chamber could be manipulated at will. However, he realized he had exhausted his simulation attempts for the day. He would have to wait until tomorrow to test this theory. If successful, the day of his ascension to godhood would not be far off. With this thought in mind, he deactivated the simulation interface. After indulging in a hearty meal on Earth, he returned to planet Vegeta to continue his training under a gravity 1,000 times that of Earth. As the day drew to a close, his power had surged by an astonishing 20 million. The following day, which marked February 19th, 745, awaited him. Through simulation, Saigo discovered that he could not remain in the spirit time house for an extended duration. When the external time elapsed by 2 days in the simulation, he would emerge punctually from the spirit time house. He understood that this was an intentional design of the simulator, or rather, a predetermined aspect of the enigmatic world. However, Saigo did not feel much disappointment about this. After all, gaining an additional 838 days compared to others was already extraordinarily remarkable. If he were to gain an extra 120 years, it would be far more advantageous for him to begin his journey invincible, rather than navigating through such convoluted circumstances, without any surprises. He opted for the 838 spiritual energy as his simulation reward. In reality, he did not abandon his cultivation, achieving a combat power increase of 20 million in the process. In the days to come, after each simulation, Saigo consistently opts for spiritual rewards, diligently practicing in reality. His primary objective is to refine his physical form, enhancing both its strength and the level of his mortal body. He firmly believes that with a sufficiently robust physique, the strain on his body while utilizing the ultimate mastery technique will significantly diminish, thereby prolonging the duration for which he can employ his divine abilities. On May 6th and 7th, the Earth hosts the 20th World Martial Arts Championship, featuring a competition arena fortified with protective shields capable of withstanding destructive forces of up to 1 million combat power. The top 100 martial artists possess combat prowess exceeding 120,000, and they are all seasoned practitioners in the martial arts community. Although the combat power of the participants has generally increased, it has rendered the ordinary spectators utterly incapable of perceiving any action. In an absurd twist, their collective attempt to protest resulted in their names being permanently blacklisted. The champion of this championship is Master Rashi, boasting a combat power of 500,000. Despite his title, he is not the participant with the highest combat power. Rather, he achieved victory through his self-created supreme technique, the Kamehameha Wave, earning a reward of 100 million Sony. This triumph has propelled the Kamehameha school into the limelight. The runner-up is Goku, with a staggering combat power of 530,000. Although he employed the Kamehameha Wave, his lack of proficiency rendered his technique less formidable compared to Master Rashi's Kamehameha in its maximum state. Nevertheless, he has gained honor in defeat, and the Kamehameha school has garnered significant recognition due to his performance, earning a reward of 50 million Sony. The third place is claimed by the venerable Son Gohan, possessing a combat power of 450,000. His opponent was his junior disciple, Bull Demon King, with a combat power of 390,000. Although Bull Demon King has recently acquired the Kamehameha Wave, he is no match for the seasoned Son Gohan, who is well versed in its application. The reward for third place is 25 million Sony. This year, the Kamehameha school swept the top 4 positions, solidifying its reputation across the globe, with countless individuals eager to become disciples. However, due to the lack of knowledge regarding Master Rashi's whereabouts, many returned disheartened. Those with extraordinary talent, through their own exploration, have also managed to develop the Kamehameha Wave in the Dodonrai. Certainly, the strength of Earth's inhabitants has evolved remarkably, with countless successes to their names. As for the self-proclaimed #1 assassin Tao Pai Pai, despite his combat power of 200,000, he still falls short against Master Rashi and Son Gohan. The Crane School also shone brightly in this martial arts tournament. Their seemingly lower combat power stems from their late adoption of the gravity chamber for training, commencing in December 743 and only just acclimating to the 500 times Earth's gravity the day before the tournament. The strongest among them is Tien Shinhan, with a combat power of 250,000. However, it is their fierce combat style that has earned them recognition. Meanwhile, the once favored Son Goku failed to even secure a position within the top 100, let alone contend for the top 3. Upon learning this, Saigo roughly surmised the underlying reason. However, he wished to observe for a while longer before making a decision. Additionally, shortly after the conclusion of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, Saigo brought Dr. Gero to planet Saya, presenting him with a Namekian Dragon Ball, the 7th of its kind, and requested the development of a Super Dragon Ball radar detector, with an emphasis on maximizing its range. Naturally, Dr. Gero would not refuse Saigo's command. Rather, he felt an immense curiosity towards the colossal Dragon Ball from Namek. Saigo provided a simple explanation, and Dr. Goro was filled with enthusiasm. He greatly cherished anything that could fulfill people's wishes, especially after learning that Saigo had resurrected his wife, Lisa, and rejuvenated both of them, all thanks to the power of the Dragon Balls. Without any urging from Saigo, he eagerly immersed himself in research. By the end of June that same year, a global adult combat power census was conducted on Earth. The results revealed that many adults possessed combat power exceeding 50,000, with the average combat power rising from 518 to 168, finally shedding the title of weaklings. Concurrently, various cosmic races recognized the martial arts talent and potential of Earthlings. Their previous weakness stemmed from the low gravity of their planet. In reality, the martial arts aptitude of Earthlings was not lacking, ranking above average. Moreover, under the deterrent influence of the Galactic Patrol and the Saiyan Corps, who jointly proclaimed a declaration of peaceful development. The cosmic races reigned in their previous predatory instincts. The era of annihilating entire races became less frequent, as they focused on nurturing their own strength and influence. In July of that year, the multifunctional capsule version of the detector was officially launched for sale. Customers could exchange their previously purchased Star Universe wristbands for the new model, enjoying certain discounts in the process. As word spread among the various races that the new Star Universe wristband not only featured communication capabilities but also detected biological combat power, customers flocked to purchase it, resulting in an exceptionally booming business. It was even more popular than the previous gravity chambers and healing pods. Even warriors from different races, who had mastered the art of sensing energy, eagerly acquired one for convenient communication. On August 10th of the same year, after 2.5 months of dedicated effort, Dr. Garo finally succeeded in creating the Super Dragon Ball radar detector. On the day of the experiment, Saigo conducted distance detection, leaving a Namekian Dragon Ball on the Saiyan planet before teleporting to various other life-bearing planets. After thorough testing, it was revealed that the coverage of the Super Dragon Ball radar was quite extensive. The female lead is about to make her entrance. I shall attempt to draft a few chapters, predicting 5 in total. Chapter 110, A Night of Blossoms and Full Moons. 2 Women Arrive. Part 1, August 15th. At precisely 9 o'clock in the evening, at the Nanshan Villa, Saigo intentionally completed his morning routine early and dismissed the servants within the villa. He extinguished the lights, plunging the villa into utter darkness. For he was aware that tonight, 2 individuals would stealthily approach his residence, both of them women. 2 distinct types of earthly women. Ordinarily, he would retire between 10 and 11 in the evening, yet tonight, the lights were dimmed at 9th. All in anticipation of the 2 unsuspecting guests who would arrive at his doorstep, allowing him to resolve a significant matter in his life. Unfortunately, it was not until 2 hours after the lights had been turned off that the 2 targets stealthily entered, one after the other. He had assumed that by feigning rest with the early lights out, they would arrive sooner. However, both of them exhibited remarkable caution. Saigo was on the verge of drifting into slumber, just as his eyelids engaged in a fierce battle against the weight of sleep. He suddenly sensed 2 distinct presences gradually approaching, one trailing just a minute behind the other. Their movements were erratic, zigzagging left and right, likely to evade surveillance. At last, they had arrived. A surge of anticipation coursed through Saigo, banishing all traces of drowsiness. To bolster their enthusiasm, he had discreetly placed varying amounts of money in each room, with the sum in each successive room increasing, starting from a minimum of 10,000 soni. Before long, Saigo discerned the 2 presences, one on the 1st floor and the other on the 3rd. The one who had entered first was on the 3rd floor, while the last to arrive was on the 1st. One was a robber, the other a thief, their thought processes likely divergent. As the individual making a beeline for the master bedroom approached stealthily, Saigo employed his ability to manipulate the confinement sphere, swiftly immobilizing her. She was rendered completely mute. 2.5 minutes passed thereafter. Saigo finally sensed the arrival of 2 individuals on the 2nd floor, one following closely behind the other. Unlike the simulation, the 2 unexpectedly encountered one another in the secondary bedroom, where they engaged in a hushed discussion for a brief moment, seemingly reaching a consensus. Subsequently, they cautiously approached the master bedroom, unlocking the door and slipping inside. Upon discovering that the bed was unoccupied, they resumed their conversation. "I told you there was no one here. What were you so afraid of?" one of them remarked. "Let us hurry and see if there's any money left. That greedy owner must have made a fortune. I can't fathom why he invented this gravity chamber, making it so difficult for me to rob anything these past few years." Right. But let us agree that whoever finds something gets to keep it." "Absolutely. I'm on board with that." After reaching an agreement, the duo began their search, feeling around the room. Remarkably, one of them managed to keep everything undisturbed, as evidenced by the moonlight streaming through the window. In stark contrast, the other left a trail of disarray in her wake, though she did handle items with care. From their dialogue and searching habits, Saigo could easily deduce which individual was the blonde-haired Lanchi. Once they had searched sufficiently, Saigo stealthily approached the light switch. With a swift motion, he flicked it on. Click! The bright light illuminated the room instantaneously. "Who? Which scoundrel dares to startle me? Show yourself." As the lights flickered to life, the 2 young women jumped in surprise, their reactions markedly different. In the ample illumination, Saigo finally discerned their features. Both were strikingly beautiful, adorned with long, naturally curly yellow hair and faces brimming with youthful vitality, prompting an irresistible urge to reach out and touch them. the more boisterous of the two. With a red silk scarf tied atop her head, was undoubtedly Lanchi, her expression fierce with anger. The other, likely the Hayaseki from the simulation, wore a vigilant demeanor. Trapped within the confines of the confinement sphere was a girl with flowing purple hair. Upon seeing Saigo, the first instinct of the two was not to flee, but to scrutinize him closely. Realizing he did not match the information they had gathered about the elusive Saigo Wang, their initially tense expressions relaxed considerably. Their intel suggested that Saigo Wang was a diminutive figure, reportedly standing less than 2 meters tall. The individual before them, however, was clearly taller than both. Thus, they did not perceive Saigo as the legendary Saigo Wang, but rather as a fellow competitor. Who are you? You nearly scared me to death. Quickly turn off the lights. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Huang Falanqi, suppressing her anger, scolded softly. In contrast, Haoseki acted with remarkable swiftness, recognizing that Saigao was not the Saigao queen. She immediately leaped forward, swiftly extinguishing the lights with a decisive clap, leaning slightly forward as she whispered, "Esteemed colleague, you have arrived rather late. If you wish to leave with something in hand, you ought to search for yourself. We shall not be accompanying you. Your presence is rather agreeable, I must say. However, this scent. It is truly delightful. It seems that her genetic lineage has indeed favored her." As Saigao became entranced by the fragrant aura emanating from Haoseki, she was already preparing to exit. However, her departure could not be permitted. Instantly, she activated her supernatural ability, conjuring a sphere of confinement to immobilize her. In that moment, Haoseki was struck with terror as she realized her body had become unresponsive. At that juncture, Lanchi approached, and as she passed by Saigao, she uttered with malice, "Consider yourself fortunate. On account of my current good mood, I shall spare you this time. Should we cross paths again, you shall face the consequences." Saigo remained silent, quietly savoring the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. It seemed that both scents were exquisite, and thus, both must be experienced. Lanchi, there's no need to wait for another time. Stay here. With a beaming smile, Saigo immobilized her with his supernatural abilities. He then illuminated the room with a bright light. Those ensnared by the sphere of confinement found themselves utterly unable to move, or even utter a word. Noticing the fear and anger reflected in their eyes, along with their frantic attempts to speak, Saigo suddenly recalled the nature of his confinement ability. He hastily withdrew it, replacing it with his telekinesis. As the sphere of confinement dissipated, the blonde Lanchi regained her mobility and immediately unleashed a torrent of curses. "You bastard! What is this trickery? Let me go at once, or I swear I will not let this go," she shouted. Haoseki discovered that she could twist her body and move her limbs, but could not touch the ground. Upon attempting to do so, she quickly gave up. She realized she was floating in midair. Despite the lingering fear gnawing at her, upon hearing her colleague, who often referred to herself as old lady, speak, she forced herself to remain calm. She understood that she was no match for her captor, and a direct confrontation would be futile. Thus, she had to employ wit. "Dear sir, let us converse amicably. We are all in the same business, and there is no need for such hostility. If the unscrupulous owner of this place returns, it will spell trouble for all of us. How about this? We can split the spoils evenly." Though she spoke with a semblance of reason, she cautiously began to inch backward. Seeing Saigo remain silent, she assumed he was contemplating her words and took the opportunity to cast him a flirtatious glance, continuing, "Could you perhaps turn off the light first? Let us leave this place before dividing the loot. Otherwise, we might attract unwanted attention. Don't you agree, handsome?" Until now, Haoseki still believed that Saigo was merely here to borrow something. However, Lanchi was far from sharing this sentiment. Her eyes burned with fury as she continued to shout, "Why should we share anything with him? I refuse. You coward, if you have the guts, let me go and face me in battle. Can you hear me? You weakling. Are you deaf? Release me at once." With that, she glared fiercely at Saigo, wishing nothing more than to flay him alive. In Chapter 111, A Harmonious Reunion, Haoseki watched this scene unfold, her teeth nearly grinding to dust, inwardly lamenting, "This fool of a teammate. Does she not grasp the gravity of our situation? The adversary possesses at least 2 incomprehensible abilities. What do we have to resist with? It's over, it's truly over. This man is bound to go berserk. How infuriating. I'm only 12, I've never even been in love. Am I really going to perish like this? How frustrating." She felt as though her life was on the verge of concluding. Enveloped in a sense of helplessness and desolation, she slowly closed her eyes, seemingly foreseeing her impending tragic fate. Would it be a swift execution? Or perhaps a drawn-out torment before the inevitable demise? Or would it be a series of grotesque tortures culminating in death? The mere thought of such scenarios filled her with dread, and tears of regret involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. If Saigo were to discern her innermost thoughts, he would likely be rendered speechless, perhaps even exclaiming. The girls in the Dragon Ball universe mature far too quickly. However, the situation unfolded in a manner she had not anticipated. A gentle voice resonated, assuring her, "Do not worry, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I am not here to steal, as this is my home, and I may utilize it as I wish." Saigo remarked leisurely, observing that Launchi's incessant chatter had finally ceased. "What?" X2 Haoseki abruptly opened her eyes, scrutinizing the figure clad in pajamas before her. She shook her head energetically, akin to a rattling drum. "Impossible. You cannot possibly be the legendary Saigo." She had heard tales of the Saiyan prince, a mere child. Yet this individual before her, with such a stature and devoid of the distinctive Saiyan tale, could not be that detestable Saigo. Initially startled by the revelation, the blonde-haired Launchi, upon hearing Haoseki's words, felt assured that this pajama-clad figure could not be the fabled Saigo. "You cowardly little brat, cease your nonsense. Who among Earth's inhabitants is unaware that the loathsome Saigo stands merely at 1 meter 20? If you wish to impersonate someone, at least bear a resemblance," she declared. "Enough with the idle chatter, release me at once. I demand a duel of 300 rounds. Upon hearing this, Saigo immediately revealed a mischievous smile and inquired, "Launchi, the epic battle you mentioned involving 300 rounds, what manner of combat do you refer to? Is 300 rounds sufficient, or should we increase the count?" He added a playful wink towards her. The golden-haired Launchi, upon witnessing this scene, quickly realized she was being teased. Instantly, she transformed into a furious mode, exclaiming, "How dare you toy with me? I shall make you pay. Release me at once. Do you hear me, you scoundrel? You pretty boy. Coward. Silence yourself." As her tirade grew increasingly outrageous, Saigo waved his hand and employed his superpower, the sphere of confinement, effectively silencing her while her honey lips were still agape in protest. At last, tranquility reigns. Saigo gently cleared his ears, which still echoed slightly, and then, with his telekinetic powers, he effortlessly transported the two of them onto the grand bed, even kindly removing their shoes with his abilities. Upon witnessing this scene, Haoseki was engulfed in terror. This is it. This man must have succumbed to his primal instincts. Oh no, how could I be so unfortunate? In this desolate place, even if I screamed for help, no one would hear me. At that moment, she felt as though the world had plunged into darkness. Nevertheless, she refused to relinquish her hope for survival. Adopting a pitiful demeanor, she pleaded, handsome, I will give you all my savings if you let me go, please? Let us just get out of here, otherwise. When that Saigo returns, things will only worsen. We can leave first, and I will give you the money, I promise. I, the cunning thief Haoseki, will certainly keep my word. By the way, I can give you all the money I have on me right now. See how sincere I am? Handsome, please say something. What do you think of my proposal? Saigo listened to her prattle on endlessly, feeling compelled to remark that her expressions and gestures would only serve to invite further errors. It was utterly perplexing how these two had grown up, each one seemingly so oblivious. Instead of addressing her question directly, she inquired, "Pray tell, what fate befalls a thief caught in the act by the homeowner?" Upon hearing this, Haoseki was immediately incensed. How could one be so pretentious? She thought. What is this, a pig's nose inserted into green onions? Do you truly believe this is your domain? She ought to take a good look in the mirror and reflect on her own character. After all, she too had come to pilfer, clad in garish pajamas. How utterly unsightly. Do not presume that donning sleepwear and sporting a hairstyle akin to a gaudy king makes you the rightful owner of this place. Humph. Whether I am to be killed or maimed, I shall bear it all. If I, Haoseki, were to furrow my brow, I would no longer be a master thief. Furthermore, who exactly are you? Enlighten this thief, and cease your pretentious antics. Humph. Saigo couldn't fathom how her thought process could be so remarkably unconventional. If he were not the master of this place, how could he possibly be wandering around at such a late hour clad in his pajamas? It is hardly the behavior of a rational individual to meander about in nightwear at such an hour, is it? How much trust must one have in the intelligence they possess? Standing at a mere 1 meter 20 centimeters, that was his height from several years ago. Has he not grown at all during this time? Furthermore, is such a hairstyle truly in vogue? Weary of further explanations, waved his hand to remove the confinement sphere enveloping the blonde-haired Launchi. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he pointed at her menacingly and warned, "Should you continue to insult, do you dare to challenge me on the prospect of rendering you mute for a lifetime?" Despite Lan Qi's typically fiery and untamed nature, the threat to her very existence prompted her to swallow back the words that had nearly escaped her lips. Having experienced the confinement sphere twice, she had no desire to endure it again. Faced with the choice between a fleeting moment of bravado and a lifetime of silence, she wisely opted for the latter. However, her large, expressive eyes bulged in disbelief, seemingly capable of piercing through Saigo with their intensity. Yet, in the next moment, the two young women's faces visibly flushed crimson as they turned away, shouting phrases like "pervert," "get out, you disgusting fiend." Their words were punctuated by furtive glances in his direction. Suddenly, Saigo turned his back and, without warning, removed his pajama pants, revealing his underwear and a fluffy brown tail. "Did you not think I was Saigo Wang? Behold this unique tail, complemented by my signature hairstyle. Surely, no one could impersonate me." He continued with a teasing challenge. "Shall I remove my underwear as well, to prove the authenticity of my tail?" Lan Qi and Haosiki, relieved to see that he had not completely disrobed, felt a tinge of disappointment. Upon hearing his words, they exchanged knowing glances before turning back, their cheeks still flushed, openly gazing at the tail that swayed playfully. Its lively and realistic appearance left little doubt of its authenticity. In fact, as they watched, a flutter of excitement stirred within them, igniting a desire to touch and feel. Yet, outwardly, they hastily exclaimed in unison, "No, no, no. Please, dress yourself." Their faces betrayed embarrassment and indignation, accompanied by a hint of regret as their eyes darted about. Both shared a singular thought. This was an utterly mortifying moment. An eye-watering narrative indeed. Bear with me as I attempt a few chapters. Hee. Chapter 112. A harmonious reunion under the moonlight. The two maidens arrive. Part 3. Saigo could only don his pajama pants, inwardly lamenting the situation. To his surprise, these two girls merely exhibited a rather assertive demeanor, with the blonde-haired teacher, Lan Qi, being the most prominent example, appearing rather carefree. However, beneath their exterior lies a warmth that contradicts their aloofness. Nonetheless, even if he refrained from revealing himself, there remained alternative avenues to explore. As long as his resolve remained steadfast, there would always be more solutions than obstacles. Saigo adjusted his jaw before turning around, casting a sincere gaze upon the delicate faces of the two young women, which still bore traces of embarrassment. Suddenly, a look of regret crossed his features as he eloquently declared, "Among us Saiyans, there exists a custom. If one displays their tail in front of a member of a different race, it signifies a strong affection for that individual. Conversely, if that outsider fixates on the tail, it indicates a mutual attraction. I just revealed my tail to you, and your rapt attention to it breaches this custom." The blonde-haired Lan Qi and the dark-haired Haosiki were taken aback, unable to fathom such an eccentric notion. Could it be true? Surely. We were unaware of your Saiyan customs. He wouldn't act recklessly, would he? Who established such a ridiculous rule? Has their mind gone awry? It was unintentional. What are we to do now? Their eyes widened in disbelief as they mentally cursed the architect of this peculiar regulation countless times. Struck momentarily speechless, they fixed their cold stares on Saigo, eager to discern his next words, all the while fearing he might insist upon marrying them. As Saigo observed their anxious expressions, a barely perceptible smirk crept upon his lips. He feigned a look of melancholy, hesitating for a moment before uttering, "How about this? As long as you keep this to yourselves, I won't consider it a breach of the rules." He intentionally paused, watching as they fervently nodded their heads. With a slight grimace of disdain, he continued, "After all, you both look rather ordinary. What do you think?" Upon hearing his concluding remarks, Huang Fa Lan Qi and Haosiki erupted like two agitated cats. Initially, they found Saigo dashing and sensible, their fondness for him soaring. Yet, after his final words, their admiration plummeted, even dipping below zero. "What do you mean? Are you saying I am unattractive? Have you lost your sight? Countless suitors have courted me. Who do you think you are? Ordinary, you say? What kind of eyes do you possess, Sai? Am I not beautiful? Have your eyes been devoured by a dog? Oh, you think you're above me? Fine, I'll set my sights on you and marry you. Lan Qi, what about you?" Haosiki, seemingly influenced by her blonde counterpart, also began to address herself as I. "It is clear that women cannot bear to hear others disparage their beauty. Humph. I shall marry this blind fool and flaunt myself before him every day, driving him to despair. Such a waste of being so handsome, disguised as a delicate flower. What do you consume to look like that? Very well. From now on, we shall vex him endlessly." From the moment he encountered the two, Saigo utilized his probing vision to assess their strengths. Target, Lanshi, blonde. Mental strength, 6. Combat power, 2000 target. Houseki, mental strength, 3. Combat power, 4000. Houseki's combat prowess surpassed Lanshi's by 2000. Should they engage in battle, Lanshi would undoubtedly be the loser. However, if their strengths were more closely matched, Saigo would not mind witnessing an evenly matched duel. Observing their jubilant demeanor, Saigo could not help but smile. His objectives had been achieved, leaving no room for discontent, though he employed a slight ruse. The goal had been attained. As dusk approached, he inquired, "Which room do you wish to rest in?" "Oh dear, how could I forget? Do you have other family members at home? If so, do let me know so I can make arrangements for tomorrow." Upon hearing Saigo's words, Lanshi and Houseki were momentarily taken aback, their hearts stirred with emotion. They had not anticipated his immediate inquiry about their families, which unmistakably indicated that he regarded them as wives. In that instant, both women exchanged glances filled with admiration and a hint of intrigue, their gazes softening. Ever since those so-called family members had callously abandoned her upon discovering her peculiar affliction, Lanshi had navigated the world alone, devoid of kinship or companionship. Although numerous suitors pursued her, they were merely bounty hunters. Without the slightest hesitation, she boldly replied, "I have neither family nor friends. Are you satisfied now? If you wish to present a betrothal gift or something of the sort, just hand it over directly. I am not one to be picky. Even a few million will suffice, for I have a fondness for wealth." Saigo immediately discerned the fleeting sadness reflected in her eyes. Yet she still had the presence of mind to jest. For Houseki, hailing from a lineage of skilled thieves, her keen observational skills had been honed from a young age, allowing her to perceive the sorrow within Lanshi's gaze. However, she was taken aback by the revelation that this seemingly carefree peer bore a painful past. The words she had spoken hinted at a profoundly tragic experience. Reflecting on this, Houseki felt a pang of sympathy for Lanshi, who seemed unduly unfortunate. Unlike her, although she too was embarking on a solitary journey through life, she had enjoyed 2 years of happiness prior to the tragic loss of her parents in a car accident. It was only after that heart-wrenching event that she found herself alone. Since then, she had relied on her ancestral skills to navigate the world, surviving until the advent of the gravity chamber and the rise of martial arts. After a moment of silence, Houseki calmly remarked, "I, too, am without family. Should Saigo offer any betrothal gifts, please direct them to me. I have an affinity for wealth, and the amount is entirely at your discretion. May I also stay here with you tonight?" Saigo observed that women on this planet tend to possess a rather direct and forthright demeanor, with the majority favoring straightforwardness in both their actions and speech. After listening to Houseki, he noticed a fleeting shadow of sorrow on her otherwise composed face, which was soon replaced by a mischievous smile as she inquired, "Do you wish to share my bed here, or would you prefer to sleep in the adjacent guest room?" Upon hearing this, Houseki instantly retorted, her previous sadness vanishing in an instant, replaced by a flush of embarrassment. "You think it's that easy? Lanshi, let us go." At that moment, the two united once more in their resolve. Trying to sleep with me so early? I'm not even at that age yet. How presumptuous." Despite her feigned bravado, her flushed cheeks betrayed her, revealing the rapid beating of her heart. As her long legs moved toward the edge of the bed, Saigo found himself captivated, his throat suddenly parched. After all, he had been observing for quite some time. Those familiar with the original work would know that the blonde-haired Lanshi often appeared in extremely short shorts and tank tops, perhaps out of laziness or other reasons. Although Houseki's attire was less revealing, one of her pants legs was deliberately cut to resemble a pair of short shorts. The sight of her 3 long, fair legs was truly a feast for Saigo's eyes. Indeed, it was 3 splendidly long legs. This was owing to the fact that Houseki wore long pants on her right leg, while the left was styled as a short. Once they had donned their shoes, the blush on their faces remained, their shy glances towards Saigo laden with allure. Without uttering another word, the two clasped hands and made their way to the door. Upon witnessing the situation, Saigo felt an overwhelming urge to leap forward, yet the thought of not having reached the deadline for drawing her weapon, coupled with the fact that they had not yet arrived to receive guests, compelled her to suppress the agitation within. As she observed them opening the door, a sudden recollection struck her, prompting her to call out to them. "Hey, Lanshi, remember not to sneeze arbitrarily. You must communicate effectively." Upon hearing this, the golden-haired Lanshi hesitated, retracting her foot mid-step, and in astonishment, inquired, "How do you know I can't sneeze recklessly? Have you known me before?" The fact that her sneezing would result in a personality shift was a secret known only to her unfeeling parents, and thus, remained largely unknown to outsiders. Consequently, Lan Shi had long utilized this quirk to evade the pursuit of both the police and bounty hunters. Before each episode of sneezing, Lan Shi would prepare a note, informing the blue-haired Lan Shi that the money she held was a reward for completing the tasks outlined on the note, an approach that had proven unfailingly effective. Each mission concluded with the directive for her to sneeze, thereby allowing Lan Shi to take control of the body. While Lan Shi was aware of the presence of her blue-haired counterpart, the latter remained oblivious to Lan Shi's existence. In stark contrast to Lan Shi's rough, wild, and avaricious demeanor, which thrived on chaos and robbery, the blue-haired Lan Shi embodied gentleness, innocence, kindness, and diligence. It was precisely due to the purity and benevolence of the blue-haired Lan Shi that Lan Shi had repeatedly succeeded in her endeavors. Saigo naturally refrained from revealing the source of his knowledge about her, opting instead to chuckle and fabricate a tale. When I first arrived on Earth, I had the fortune of glimpsing you, though you were unable to see me. I was soaring high above, and I happened to witness your transformation from golden locks to azure tresses. I initially assumed you were a hybrid of Saiyan descent. However, after trailing you for a while, I discovered otherwise and ceased my observations. Little did I anticipate that tonight you would seek me out. I suppose this is what one might call fate. LNQ, with her golden hair, listened intently. Upon hearing the latter part of his story, the faint blush that had just graced her cheeks reappeared with fervor, and her gaze became evasive. Who has any connection with you? Utter nonsense. Go to sleep, she retorted. We are leaving. As she spoke, she caught sight of HOSQ's teasing expression, which caused her face to flush even more. With a swift motion, she broke free from her grip and fled, covering her face in embarrassment. HOSQ, intrigued, pursued her, calling out, Hey, LNQ, please tell me what's going on. The hurried sounds of a door opening and slamming echoed through the slightly ajar door of the master bedroom. With a swift motion, Saigo activated his supernatural ability to manipulate objects from a distance, sealing the door behind him. Clenching his fist, he whispered in triumph, Yes. My feat of securing 2 wives simultaneously must surely be unparalleled, right? After having denied their advances numerous times in simulations, I shall now consider it my acceptance of their pursuits. 3 months prior, Saigo had anticipated that Lan Shi and Haoseki would pay him a visit this evening. In each simulation, he had subdued them, relegating them to the role of servants, who catered to his every need, preparing 3 meals a day. Over the course of more than 100 simulations, they had never attempted to escape, for his financial prowess was formidable enough to ensure their compliance. Among the selection of potential rewards, both Lan Shi's affection and Haoseki's devotion had made appearances, which Saigo had previously dismissed. It was only during the simulations of yesterday and today that he finally chose them. The many refusals prior had only served to underscore their relentless pursuit, hadn't they? Now, the most crucial aspect was that, judging by their recent reactions, it seemed they held no aversion towards him. Yet, to expedite the process and ensure safety, he opted to utilize the 2 rewards available in his space. As long as he did not act recklessly, success was largely assured. The prospect of marriage and the possibility of raising exceptional offspring together filled him with excitement. Would their child with Lan Shi possess the innate ability to seamlessly transition between normal and Super Saiyan forms? Just the thought of it sent waves of exhilaration through him, igniting his imagination. Caught in this fervor, he began contemplating names. What should he call a son or a daughter? Lost in these thoughts, he did not retire until the clock struck 1 in the morning. Meanwhile, the golden-haired Lan Shi and Haoseki engaged in lively conversation in the second bedroom, chatting animatedly until the early hours, not falling asleep until 2 o'clock. The following day, at 9 in the morning, Saigo summoned the 2 individuals, but encountered a minor issue while awakening them. He was met with a disgruntled Huang Fa Lan Shi, who unexpectedly produced a submachine gun from seemingly nowhere and unleashed a barrage of bullets, emptying the magazine. However, it was a futile endeavor, as the ordinary firearms ammunition posed no threat to Saigo. After Saigo skillfully deflected each bullet, he offered Huang Fa Lan Shi a unique awakening experience, an aerial service, utilizing his extraordinary ability to manipulate objects from a distance, allowing her to feel the sensation of being compelled to soar through the skies. 1 hour after the meal, Saigo summoned Huang Falanki and Haoseki to his personal gravity chamber in the courtyard. As I mentioned during our recent meal, the gravity on my home planet, Saya, is 10 times that of Earth. Henceforth, it is imperative that you both acclimate to a gravitational force tenfold that of Earth, as prolonged stays on Earth will no longer be feasible for you. Now, do share how well you have adapted to the increased gravity. He harbored no desire for his wives to be feeble. Thus, he aimed to ensure they could endure 10 times Earth's gravity to avoid any embarrassment upon their arrival on Saya. Furthermore, he had recently received reports from his subordinate, Dr. Jero, regarding advancements in the artificial human technology, which was nearing perfection. However, several issues remained to be addressed. Otherwise, the recruitment of volunteers would have already commenced. Saigo harbors ambitions for the future, envisioning a transformation of his wives through advanced artificial human technology, far surpassing the capabilities of the original androids, namely androids 17 and 18. He seeks a more sophisticated form of enhancement, akin to the superior android technology exemplified by Super Android 17. However, realizing this aspiration will require considerable time and the involvement of a unique individual. Saigo is preparing to employ special means to bring this individual under his command. Upon hearing this, Haoseki promptly replied, I have adapted to 7 times Earth's gravity. Huang Falanqi, taken aback by Haoseki's remarkable achievement, noted that it exceeded her own adaptation by a full factor. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she admitted, I have adapted to just half of that. In merely one night. The bond between Huang Falanqi and Haoseki deepened significantly. This newfound closeness was likely influenced by the utilization of the two system rewards. Considering the considerable time spent in their respective simulations, confirming their romantic feelings seemed almost effortless. Otherwise, they would not have appeared so at ease and natural in Saigo's presence. Chapter 114. A flourishing moonlit night. The two ladies arrive, and Saigo couldn't help but marvel internally. Women are truly remarkable beings. Yet, he uttered, in that case, from today onwards, you shall adapt to a gravity 7 times that of Earth. Hearing this, the blonde-haired Lanchi shot him a disgruntled glance. Adjusting to such immense gravity would be exceedingly challenging. She had barely survived adapting to 5 times Earth's gravity, and now he was suggesting an increase. Was he not simply wishing her demise? Alas, Saigo. She almost blurted out an expletive, but upon catching his stern gaze, she promptly rephrased. I suppose I shall simply refrain from visiting the Saiyan planet in the future. I detest gravity training. Spare me, I beg you. There was no choice but to comply. Saigo was hardly a typical man. The moment she addressed him with a term of endearment, he would restrain her and plant a kiss, leaving her face flushed like a ripe fruit during mealtimes. Saigo found the tiger girl to be quite amusing, despite her usual demeanor that seemed to repel strangers. Ever since she agreed last night to marry him in the future, coupled with the system rewards, she appeared transformed upon waking this morning. Particularly after he kissed her cheeks twice during breakfast, the glimmer in Saigo's eyes suggested a newfound affection. However, he thought to himself, if he did not fully acclimate to the tenfold gravity, his monthly allowance would be a mere 5,000 Sony. With a resolute shake of his head, considering their mutual love for money, he proposed, let us begin at 7 times Earth's gravity. For every additional increment in gravity, your monthly allowance shall increase by 10,000 Sony. How does that sound? 5,000 Sony was insufficient for an average Earthling to live on for a month, especially after engaging in martial training, which naturally increased their dietary needs. Not to mention, both Lanchi and Haoseki consumed 4 to 5 times more than before. In the midst of the martial arts frenzy, food consumption and the prices of various grains had been surging daily. To address this issue, the King of Earth had continually urged society not to abandon agriculture in pursuit of cultivation. The Universal Saiyan Universe Technology Group and the official First Martial Arts Association expressed their strong support for this appeal. And it was not until last year that the food crisis began to ease. Although there was some relief, prices remained significantly higher than before, and 5,000 Sony was still inadequate for the expenses of a typical martial artist on Earth. Upon hearing that their allowances would increase with each additional increment of Earth's gravity, the blonde-haired Lanchi and Haoseki's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially harboring resentment towards Saigo for reclaiming a portion of the money they had earned the previous night, that grievance vanished in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, doubt clouded their expressions. Is that true? You must not go back on your word. If you do, then our agreement from last night will be null and void. Is this for real? But last night, someone said that the money we earned would belong to us. And yet you just took some back. Upon hearing this, Saigo felt somewhat embarrassed. He immediately waved his hand and retrieved the 1 million Sony he had just taken back, handing 50,000 to each of the two women. Pretending to be a bit displeased, he remarked, Here, take it. I'm merely concerned that carrying so much money might be inconvenient for you. Really, do I seem like someone who lacks such trivial amounts? What a jest. Who am I? The principal shareholder of the omnipotent Xingyu Technology Group. The two women burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, we know you're wealthy. Rest assured. As long as you truly deliver, money will not pose an issue. However, should you fail to meet expectations, even if you're my fiancé, there shall be no arbitrary increase in pocket money. We must establish this clearly." Being addressed as fiancé by Saigo made Huang Falanqi and Hao Siki feel somewhat uncomfortable, their fair and delicate faces quickly flushing with a rosy hue. Yet, compared to the previous night, their gazes no longer darted away. It seemed they had begun to accept the identity of Saigo's fiancé. You mentioned that for every increment of doubled gravity on Earth, an additional 10,000 in pocket money would be granted. Should you retract your words, you shall no longer be deemed human. Huang Falanqi seized the opportunity to say. Seeing Saigo nod in agreement, she beamed with joy and turned to Hao Siki, saying, "Sister Siki, let us demonstrate to him. It's merely a matter of adapting to gravity. I refuse to believe I cannot acclimate. Could you stop glaring at me?" She added, "I just can't help but speak this way. It's a habit I can't easily change." "Oh, please, don't come any closer. Give me a moment. I promise I will improve." As Saigo appeared to approach her for a kiss, Huang Falanqi became instantly flustered, even a bit panicked, retreating behind Hao Siki for cover. Observing this scene, Hao Siki felt an inexplicable mixture of envy and disappointment. She realized that Saigo seemed to take pleasure in teasing Falanqi. The emergence of such thoughts startled her. Could it be? Am I actually developing expectations for this man I met only last night? Am I losing my mind? She quickly shook her head to dispel the bewildering thoughts and then, almost instinctively, asked, Saigo, will you practice with us as well?" Upon speaking, she felt utterly hopeless. What kind of tone was that? A tone filled with longing. Ah. Indeed, I have gone mad. This is merely the first day. This was Hao Siki's assessment of herself. The reason she no longer referred to Saigo as Saigo Wang was that during their previous meal, he had told them that his name was simply Saigo. Saigo Wang was merely a title bestowed upon him by others. As his fiancée, there was no need for such formalities. Upon hearing this, Saigo had initially no intention of training alongside them, nor did he anticipate that they would agree to practice together. However, upon receiving the invitation, he could not refuse, as it presented an opportunity to deepen their bonds. "All right, if you don't mind, I'd be delighted to join you." In the following days, Saigo trained with the two young women, though not in the same gravity chamber. Rather, they practiced on the open grounds of the villa. The camaraderie between them blossomed rapidly. By September 2nd, 17 days had elapsed. After their training that day, Lanchi and Hayaseki had become fairly adept at controlling their own energy. Previously, they had struggled even to grasp the rudiments of energy control, let alone the nuances of energy sensing and aerial techniques, not to mention executing energy attacks. Their approach had been fundamentally flawed, particularly given that they possessed significant combat prowess exceeding several thousand. Nonetheless, on Earth, there were many who shared their misguided notions, believing that the primary objective was to amplify their energy after drawing it out, unaware that a solid foundation was essential for enhancing their strength. With Saigo as their mentor, Lanchi and Hayaseki managed to elevate their proficiency in energy control, aerial techniques, and energy waves to a basic level, though they remained only partially enlightened regarding energy sensing. Over the span of 17 days, the two had fully acclimated to 6 times the Earth's gravity. Yet, considering their physical well-being, Saigo decided to allow them an additional 3 days to adjust. Chapter 115. An unexpected turn of events that evening, the night of September 2nd. Having just returned from the planet Saya, Saigo's figure suddenly materialized in the courtyard of the Nanshan villa. At that moment, he strolled leisurely along the tranquil corridor, activating his perfect level aura perception, which attuned him to the multitude of energy signatures, both grand and minuscule, scattered across Earth. His spirits lifted as he reflected on the current prowess of humanity. At last, Earthlings were no longer at the bottom of the cosmic hierarchy. It is no exaggeration to state that the strength of Earthlings now rests at a lower mid-tier level within the universe, with exceptionally gifted individuals reaching combat powers of approximately 1 million. As time progresses, the capability of Earthlings is poised to ascend from a lower mid-tier to an upper mid-tier, or even to an upper echelon standard. Certain extraterrestrial races, despite being born on planets with significantly higher gravitational forces, possess rather mediocre martial talents. According to the normal training intensity of Earthlings, a majority of these beings, when engaged in daily practice, struggle to match the combat power gains of an average Earthling. Naturally, there are prodigies among other races as well. Relevant data indicates that under the gravitational pull of one Earth gravity, diligent training for a day enables most Earthlings to enhance their combat power by 0.5 to 1. Only those with exceptional talent can exceed 1, yet none surpass 2. Currently, the most gifted individual known on Earth is the hybrid Earthling, Tianjin Fan. Through rigorous training, he can augment his combat power by 2 points in a single day. This martial aptitude is roughly equivalent to that of a lower-tier Saiyan warrior's minimum training talent, excluding Son Goku. Curiously, Goku's current training talent is even inferior to that of an ordinary Earthling. Under the same gravitational conditions, despite matching others in training intensity, he can only improve his combat power by 0.25 each day. How can such a limitation be acceptable? Saigo intends to meet him in person tomorrow and accompany him to resolve the issue. After a brief moment of joy within the villa, he noticed that Lanchi and Haoseki had already retired for the night. He then paused, summoned his personal information panel, and began to peruse it with great interest. Name: Saigo. Age: 10. Qualification: Superior, Max Enhancement. Talent: Super Adaptability New, Super Learning Ability New, Photographic Memory New Superpower, Time Stasis New, Object Restoration New Mental Strength. 439 Level 1 Spiritual Power, 411. For 58 Combat Power, 15, 525. 796 billion, 15, 593. 12 billion, Divine Realm, Ultra Blue Form Life Form Level, Mortal Body Level 6 Divine Skill, Ultimate Freedom, Terra Secret Technique, Skills, Space, Namekian Dragon Balls, Petrified Black Star Dragon Balls, 7 Senza Beans. Sony 155. 7 billion, Golden Staff 28, 256, Silver Staff 2, 800, Copper Staff 4. 396, Universal Capsule Box X6 Simulation Duration, for month simulation count, 14 loyal subordinates, over the course of more than 2 years. Saigo utilized the Namekian Dragon Balls and simulations to acquire 3 new talents and 2 superpowers. The 3 new talents are Super Adaptability, Super Learning Ability, and Photographic Memory. Super Adaptability, as the name suggests, enables rapid acclimatization to various new environments, including harsh conditions. This was a deliberate choice by Saigo, as he felt that merely possessing the ability to survive in the void was insufficient, leading him to incorporate Super Adaptability. Although he had already acquired the capability to survive without air, withstand extreme temperatures, and endure radiation, the addition of Super Adaptability allows him to harness these abilities swiftly while also adapting quickly to other tasks, thereby achieving or surpassing expected performance levels. Super Learning Ability enhances one's capacity to learn to its maximum potential, enabling the acquisition of knowledge or skills in a remarkably short time. Photographic Memory strengthens memory capabilities, rendering recollections clearer and more enduring. The 2 new superpowers are Time Stasis and Object Restoration. Time Stasis allows for the instantaneous halting of time within a localized area. However, it consumes personal energy and requires breath holding during use. When energy levels are sufficient, the longer one holds their breath, the longer time can be stilled. Object Restoration enables the repair of damaged items to their original state, although it also demands energy expenditure. Furthermore, on the morning of September 2nd, Saigo has utilized a simulator to elevate his qualifications to the pinnacle of a Saiyan elite warrior, achieving the status of max enhancement. Consequently, his maximum combat power at each level surpasses the previous benchmarks, though the exact extent of this increase remains uncertain. It is evident, however, that with the transformation to max, his training velocity has accelerated. Initially, after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, under the standard gravitational force of 1 times that of a Saiyan, he could augment his combat power by 200,000 in a single day. Yet, following the enhancement of his innate talent, he is now capable of increasing it by 300,000 within the same time frame. Under a gravitational force of 100 times that of a Saiyan, training for a single day allows for an astonishing augmentation of 30 million in combat power, a staggering increase observed after the training session concluded on September 2nd. This is indeed formidable. It is estimated that both figures represent the ultimate potential of a pure-blooded Saiyan elite warrior's talent. Although no such elite warriors of this qualification level have yet emerged since the beginning of this year, every so often, Saigo summons 20 Saiyan warriors to the royal palace, primarily to enhance the mental fortitude of lower-ranked fighters and certain intermediate warriors who, due to their transformation into great apes, struggle to maintain their sanity. One by one, they are empowered, and subsequently, every Saiyan warrior, regardless of age or gender, can retain their rationality while in the great ape form. This effectively mitigates a potential threat. Beginning on February 19th of this year, Saigo dedicates each day to refining and transforming his spiritual energy through simulation, resulting in a rapid increase in his primary spiritual energy. In reality, he diligently practices daily, unfaltering in his rigorous gravity training, even with his two fiancées, Lan Chi and Haosiki, by his side. Indeed, he has grown considerably stronger. Satisfied, Saigo retracted his personal information panel, stretched lazily, and prepared to slumber. Suddenly, he sensed a rapidly expanding aura emanating from the east. This energy seems reminiscent of our Saiyan essence. How has it suddenly surged to such an extent? Saigo pondered. Even the teams of warriors he had assigned to protect Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief could not recklessly transform on Earth. At that moment, a figure flashed across his mind, and he exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, it's that fool. Son Goku. He must have gotten up to relieve himself and caught sight of the moon. How could I have forgotten about him? How could I have neglected to enhance his mental prowess? Grandpa Gohan, you must hold on." Saigo swiftly donned his attire, poised to teleport to the scene. However, he discerned dozens of auras rapidly converging towards that location, their numbers swiftly multiplying, among which were several Saiyan presences. In the brief moment of distraction, two immensely powerful auras clashed violently. Even though Saigo is situated on the West Capital continent, he could feel the tremors of the earth. It appeared that the venerable Son Gohan and Son Goku had engaged in battle. I must hasten to their aid. Without further hesitation, he invoked his instantaneous movement and vanished from his location in an instant. As soon as Saigo departed, the doors swung open abruptly, and a robust young man rushed in. Saigo. The individual was none other than Dr. Gero's eldest son, Goku. At present, his combat prowess was nearly on par with that of his mentor, the venerable Son Gohan, albeit lacking in practical experience. Had he been well-versed in the crucible of battle, he might have claimed third place in the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. Although he had surpassed the prime age for martial arts training, Goku possessed remarkable talent akin to that of Son Gohan. Observing the vacant room and the disheveled bedding, Goku quickly realized that Saigo had already hastened to the scene. He exclaimed, "Why didn't Saigo take me along?" Two formidable presences clashed nearby, one of which felt astonishingly familiar, his mentor. But who was the other? Alarmed, he thought, "I must rush to my mentor's side. Hang in there. I'm coming." Goku discerned that one of the energies in conflict belonged to his mentor, Son Gohan, who was currently at a disadvantage, leaving him no longer composed. In a frenzy, he dashed out of the house, his aura flaring as he soared towards the eastern continent with all his might. Chapter 116. The rescue of elder Son Gohan on the eastern continent, at Baozi Mountain. Two beings of vastly differing sizes and strengths were locked in fierce combat, causing the very earth to tremble beneath them. These beings were none other than elder Son Gohan and his grandson, Son Goku, who had transformed into a great ape. With his power surging tenfold, Goku's overwhelming strength compelled Son Gohan to abandon direct confrontation after a brief skirmish, opting instead for a strategy of attrition. Yet he still underestimated the might of the great ape transformation. He barely managed to evade the mindless onslaught of the great ape, lacking even the time to activate his scouter for assistance. "Goku, wake up. It's your grandfather." Elder Son Gohan shouted desperately, evading attacks while calling out to his grandson, attempting to rouse him from his stupor. The sound of his voice momentarily halted the great ape's assault, its crimson eyes fixated with curiosity on the figure before it. Seeing this, Elder Son Gohan felt a flicker of hope, disregarding the pain of his fractured arm as he continued to call out, "Goku, Goku, it's your grandfather. Please wake up. I know this isn't you, Goku. Please, awaken." As the colossal ape Sun Wukong remained motionless, the elder Sun Wufan's heart brimmed with joy. He was about to seize the moment to share more intimate stories between the grandfather and grandson. However, upon witnessing the giant Sun Wukong open his massive jaws and unleash a beam of crimson energy, the joy on his face evaporated, replaced by profound fear and a deep sense of reluctance. As the red energy attack drew ever closer, Sun Wufan, overwhelmed with affection, called out the name of Sun Wukong, Wukong. His words bore no trace of reproach, only an abundance of sorrow and regret. The reluctance stemmed from his inability to let go of Sun Wukong, while the regret was rooted in his lamentation over his own lack of strength. Sun Wukong's transformation under the full moon was known to Sun Wufan since the 3rd year after he found him. At that time, Sun Wukong's base power was exceedingly low, merely at 4 points. resulting in a mere 40 points upon transforming into the giant ape. In contrast, Sun Wufan's power exceeded 100, allowing him to easily subdue the giant ape Sun Wukong of that era. Thus, even without Saigo's admonition to prevent Sun Wukong from gazing at the moon, Sun Wufan had long cautioned him against it. Yet, the current Sun Wukong was not the same as the one from the original tale, possessing a staggering battle power of over 200,000. Upon transforming into a Saiyan giant ape, he boasted a power level exceeding 2 million, far surpassing Sun Wufan's current strength, which still fell short of the million mark by over 4,000, despite years of training in the gravity chamber. With a power exceeding 50%, if Sun Wukong retained his intellect in his giant ape form, he could effortlessly annihilate Sun Wufan with his 2 million power. However, conversely speaking, if Sun Wukong, transformed into a Saiyan giant ape, possessed his faculties, he would undoubtedly refrain from harming his grandfather. Just as Sun Wufan resignedly closed his eyes to accept his fate, Saigo's figure suddenly appeared before him. With a mere gesture, he intercepted the looming crimson energy sphere, dispersing it effortlessly. He then directed his powers towards the giant ape Sun Wukong, activating a confinement sphere that securely bound him. Given Saigo's current prowess, escape was impossible. Subsequently, he employed his telekinesis to elevate the confined giant ape Sun Wukong into the sky, executing rapid ascents and descents, thereby preventing him from unleashing chaotic energy attacks. After completing this series of actions, Saigo retrieved a mystical beam from the ether and spoke, "Elder Sun Wufan, my apologies for my tardiness. Please, open your eyes." Upon hearing the voice, Sun Wufan opened his eyes in astonishment. Under the luminous moonlight, he discerned that the individual before him was none other than Saigo, the supreme ruler of Sun Wukong's kin. A deep sigh of relief escaped him as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, King Saigo, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I fear I would have met my demise tonight." After expressing my gratitude, I suddenly recalled the mighty ape, Sun Wukong. "Ah, yes, Saiyan King. Wukong has transformed into a gorilla. Surely, all of you Saiyans can undergo such a transformation as well? What should be done about Wukong's current predicament? This old face of mine shall be disregarded tonight. I implore you, save this child, Wukong." Despite his severe injuries, he remains oblivious, his attention entirely focused on Sun Wukong, which reveals his genuine affection for him, treating him as if he were his own grandson. Otherwise, in the original tale, his combat power reached an impressive 120, surpassing the 100 of the transformed giant ape Wukong by a notable margin. How could he allow the giant Wukong to trample him into a pulp? It can only be concluded that he refrained from exerting his full strength for fear of harming Wukong, resulting in this tragic circumstance. Now, with Saiyan King's interference, how could such a tragedy possibly unfold again? I possess a method to rescue Wukong. However, before I proceed, esteemed elder, you must first attend to your own wounds. As Saiyan King spoke, he handed over a mystical bean, stating, "This is a Senza bean. You should be familiar with it. Consume it promptly." Under the moonlight, old Son Gohan gazed at the giant ape Wukong frolicking not far away, feeling a sense of relief before turning his attention to the object in Saiyan King's hand. It must be said, the moon on this earth is exceptionally luminous, casting the entire sky in a silvery hue. Upon discerning what it was, he exclaimed in astonishment, "A Senza bean? How do you possess this, Saiyan King?" Only the Korin sage is known to have such items. Naturally, old Son Gohan was well acquainted with Senza beans, having consumed them several times in his youth. These miraculous beans are capable of saving lives, and how could he not recognize them? His curiosity, however, lay in how this Senza bean came to be. After inquiring, he unceremoniously accepted the bean and consumed it without hesitation. Having confirmed that Sun Wukong was in no danger, he prioritized his own survival. The moment the bean was swallowed, all of old Son Gohan's injuries were instantly healed. This was acquired through a transaction with the cat sage. The specifics of the deal are not for disclosure, Saiyan King casually explained. "Now, you rest, while I address the issue of Wukong's uncontrollable state." With that, he soared upward, positioning himself directly before the giant ape Sun Wukong. Just as he halted, he observed the giant ape Wukong open his massive mouth, swiftly gathering crimson energy, likely intent on unleashing another fierce energy wave. Bang! Sighing, Saigo showed no mercy as he wielded two extraordinary abilities, telekinesis and the sphere of confinement. Once he calibrated his strength, he launched a formidable punch towards the grotesque visage of the giant ape. Bang! The immense force struck Sun Wukong's simian head, causing it to twist violently to the side. However, this only ignited the competitive spirit within the Saiyan, who let out a thunderous roar and opened his mouth wide, preparing to unleash an energy attack. Unfazed, Saigo feigned regret, murmuring, "It seems my strength was a tad insufficient. Let us proceed." With that, he continued to swing his palm, harder than steel. Slap, slap, slap. This time, he struck with both hands, preventing the giant ape from even having a moment to roar in protest. The rhythm of his strikes was almost musical. Witnessing this scene, the elder son Gohan, who had flown up alongside, felt a pang of heartache and turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. At that moment, Saiyan guardians from Earth and martial artists also arrived on the scene. Beneath the bright moonlight, they immediately perceived a colossal, fearsome creature. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find a young boy casually assaulting the beast. For a moment, aside from the few Saiyans, the rest of the onlookers were left agape, utterly unable to believe their eyes. Chapter 117. The startled elder son Gohan as they drew closer for clarity. They were astonished to discover that the boy tormenting the creature was, in fact, a Saiyan. Yet, this revelation was not the most shocking aspect. It was the demeanor of the 5 Saiyans they had encountered earlier that left them bewildered for 2.5 years, if not longer. The 5 Saiyans soared over in an animated fashion, collectively bowing and exclaiming, "We humbly present ourselves before King Saigo." X5 seeing the 5 Saiyans exhibit such reverence. Even the Earth's martial artists, despite their usual lack of insight, realized that the youth mercilessly battering the creature was undoubtedly the legendary Saiyan King, Saigo. Although this young boy significantly differed in stature from the advertised Saigo, they were confident that the Saiyans would not mistake his identity. Thus, the assembly of Earth's martial artists dared not act presumptuously, cautiously approaching while maintaining a respectful distance. They proceeded to bow deeply towards Saigo, offering heartfelt greetings. Martial artist Wution acknowledged King Saigo. Martial artist Nanmu acknowledged King Saigo. Martial artist Ji Lang acknowledged King Saigo. Martial artist Tao He Lin acknowledged King Saigo. Martial artist Tao Bai Bai acknowledged King Saigo. Martial artist Tian Jin Fan acknowledged King Saigo. Captain of the Earth Guardian Team, Gula acknowledged King Saigo. In this current era on Earth, who was there that remained unaware of the name of King Saigo? In this present age, it seems that no martial artist is unaware of the prevailing knowledge, except perhaps for the uncultivated. Take, for instance, the formidable being known as Meat-Armored Yasu. The current prowess of Earthlings can be attributed to the support of the Saiyan King, Saigo, whose influence is felt even without direct acquaintance. Thus, on this contemporary Earth, one might claim ignorance of various martial artists, the so-called King of Earth, or even the legendary martial arts deity, Master Roshi, who is celebrated within the martial arts community. However, if one were to profess ignorance of the Saiyan King, Saigo, they might provoke the ire of those formidable martial artists, potentially facing a swift and merciless retribution that could leave them bedridden for days. In today's martial arts realm, even the legendary figure known as Master Roshi cannot rival his stature. This situation, however, was not of Saigo's design. Rather, it arose from the unsolicited promotion of his achievements by Dr. Gero and the Supreme Kai, coupled with the Earth's King joining the fray, making it nearly impossible for any reasonable person to remain oblivious. By the time Saigo became aware of this, it was too late. Presently, it can be said that wherever he chooses to patronize on Earth, should the proprietor recognize him as the Saiyan King, Saigo, he could indulge without expending a single coin. Returning to the matter at hand, as the 5 Saiyan warriors approached, Saigo continued to unleash his vigorous punches for the faces of the giant ape, Son Goku. We're nearing a state of fullness. Symmetry is the essence of perfection. How can a masterpiece bear flaws? It was only when the Earth's martial artist drew near that Saigo completed his magnum opus, pausing to turn around and smilingly proclaim, "There is no need for formalities. My presence suffices. Please, continue with your endeavors. You 5 as well, take the time to rest, and do not forget the tasks I have entrusted to you." The final remark was directed toward the 5 Saiyan warriors. Certainly, the Saiyans are well aware that their missions should be undertaken during the day, as nighttime operations are assigned to another squad. Yes, we take our leave. With this respectful acknowledgement, the 5 Saiyan warriors turned and soared back in the direction from whence they came. The Saiyans are no longer the same as they were 6 years ago. Although their loyalty remains unwavering, they have developed a tendency to inquire excessively at times. Now, whenever Saigo issues a command, they execute it resolutely without question, embodying the principle of strict adherence to orders. This scene inevitably evokes admiration among the Earthlings. The Saiyans truly are an enviable race. You all should return with my presence. There will be no trouble. Do you not believe in my strength? Saigo remarked, observing that the earth martial artists were reluctant to depart. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads in disbelief. What a jest! How could one possibly underestimate the strength of someone who can effortlessly overpower this formidable being, whose aura is so overwhelming it leaves us breathless? Only a fool would consider Saigo's power to be lacking. Moreover, it is inconceivable that the leader of the battle-hardened Saiyan race would be anything but formidable. Many among them had journeyed to planet Saiyan and even to other planets inhabited by extraterrestrial races of higher combat capabilities. They understood all too well that the overall combat prowess of the Saiyans significantly surpasses that of other races, including that of the Galactic Patrol. Saigo, you jest. Your strength is undeniably immense. Dealing with this creature should be a mere trifle for you. Indeed. For you, Saigo, this matter is as effortless as a mere breath. Saigo, we merely wish to understand the nature of this creature. If it is inconvenient for you, we shall take our leave. Yes. Saigo, do you know where this creature originates? It seems we have yet to encounter this species on Earth. As they exchanged their curiosities, the knowledgeable Son Gohan, standing nearby, suddenly turned pale with alarm, especially when he heard them refer to it as a creature or species. His face drained of color. However, it was nighttime, and even with the moon's glow, it was challenging to discern the changes in his expression from afar. Gohan's mouth moved rapidly, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Anxiety, fear, and concern surged within him in an instant. Suddenly, his aura became erratic, fluctuating significantly, prompting Master Roshi and the others to notice. They ceased their chatter and directed their attention toward him, filled with confusion. Gohan, what is the matter? Are you all right? Master Roshi inquired. He had sensed his disciple's unstable energy during his flight and rushed over, relieved to find Gohan unharmed upon his arrival. Realizing he had overreacted, Gohan took several deep breaths before respectfully responding, Master, I am fine. The words were answered, yet the gaze remained fixated on Saigo, apprehensive that he might suddenly erupt due to the recent disrespectful remarks from others. Saigo also noticed the predicament surrounding Son Gohan and had a general understanding of its cause. What has happened to the creature? The Saiyans are inherently a race of extraordinary beings. Otherwise, how could they possess such formidable martial prowess and potential? With a mere smile, one of them explained, the monster you speak of is a unique transformation of our Saiyan lineage, which we refer to as the Great Ape. Its loss of control is merely an unfortunate incident. There is no need for concern. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present, with the exception of the venerable Gohan, was utterly astonished. They could not comprehend how the Saiyans could morph into such a creature, as there seemed to be no correlation between the two forms. Saigo naturally refrained from providing excessive explanations, promptly issuing an order for departure. Now that you are apprised of the situation, you may return. I have important matters to attend to. Furthermore, on your way back, kindly summon those who linger behind, informing them that the matter has concluded. His tone was unremarkable, yet the unmistakable air of authority was palpable to all present. With little time for contemplation, they could only bid their farewells and depart. In a short while, the gathering was significantly diminished, leaving only Master Roshi, Mateto, the venerable Gohan, Master Shin, Tao Pai Pai, the ever-composed Tien Shin'an, the Earth's guardian Captain Gyurikia, and the recently arrived Goku. The sound heralded his arrival, indicative of his remarkable speed of flight. Master Saigo, you indeed arrived first. Master Gohan, are you unscathed? I sensed an overwhelming weakness in your aura on my way here, yet you appear to be in good health now. What could possibly explain this? Chapter 118. The Great Ape Son Goku regains his composure. Saigo nodded slightly and spoke. I am now going to address the issue of Son Wukong's loss of control. Please keep your distance and do not disturb me. Upon hearing this, the others dared not voice any objections and promptly stepped back. Meanwhile, aside from Old Son's meal, the others were quite curious about Gowu's address to Saigo. Seeing his disciple so concerned for him warmed Old Son's heart, yet it sounded a bit playful. He chuckled and chided, You little rascal, are you not pleased that I am living well? Though he spoke in jest, the smile on his face was undeniable. His disciple not only possessed remarkable talent but also had a kind heart. With such a fine pupil, how could he feel anger? Delighted. Absolutely delighted. How could I not be happy? You are in excellent health now and surely have another 100 or 80 years ahead of you, Gowu flattered. Old Son nodded in satisfaction and began to introduce the others. Now, let us be serious, no more fooling around. Allow me to introduce you. This esteemed individual is my master, known as the Turtle Sage. You may address him as Ancestor or Master Wutian. Upon hearing this, Gowu hurriedly paid his respects. Disciple Gowu pays homage to ancestor. He thought to himself, so the legendary god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian, is indeed my ancestor. No wonder during the World Martial Arts Conference, I sensed a difference in his attitude towards my master and myself. The turtle sage examined Gowu with a smile. Clearly pleased. Not bad, not bad. A good disciple indeed. It seems the turtle school has a promising future. Gowu humbly responded. It is all due to my master's excellent guidance. Old Sun then saluted the crane sage, saying, Nephew Sun Wufan greets Uncle Master. Although the crane sage had reformed, he still held a grudge against the turtle school. He haughtily snorted, After Old Sun saluted again, he continued the introductions. This is your ancestor's junior brother, known as the crane sage. You may also address him as ancestor or uncle ancestor. Having witnessed the crane sage's prowess, a figure who could spar evenly with his master, Gowu naturally did not dare to be dismissive. He respectfully bowed. Disciple Gowu pays homage to crane ancestor. The crane sage nearly exploded with anger at Gowu's address, but, recalling his earlier demeanor towards Saiga, refrained from causing a scene. Instead, he cleared his throat and, with a slight dissatisfaction, corrected him. Disciple Gowu, you may call me crane sage or simply ancestor, but please refrain from calling me crane ancestor. He found himself perplexed by the relationship between Goku and Saigo. Reflecting on the painful memories from a while back, he was now cautious in his actions, no longer daring to act with such arrogance. As old Son Gohan introduced Goku to the various members of their faction, Saigo had already completed his secret technique of mental enhancement on the Saiyan Great Ape, Son Goku. This flawless mental enhancement could elevate the target's mental capacity to 3 times its original level. Withdrawing his hand and gazing at the grotesque visage of the Great Ape, Saigo suppressed a chuckle and called out, Son Goku, can you hear me? Huh? Who are you? How do you know my name? Why are you so small? The Great Ape Son Goku bombarded him with questions, ultimately realizing just how diminutive the person before him appeared. Upon regaining consciousness, the mighty Saigo promptly relinquished his extraordinary powers. It was then that the colossal ape, Sun Wukong, became acutely aware of an excruciating sensation radiating from his visage. Why does my face ache so? He gasped. As he raised his hand to touch his face, a wave of terror washed over him. His hand had transformed into an exceedingly robust gorilla paw. What has happened to my hand? He exclaimed in disbelief, ignoring the pain etched upon his face. The giant ape hurriedly examined his body. To his utter astonishment, he was met with the shocking realization, am I truly a gorilla now? How could this transpire? Is it even possible for a human to become a gorilla? This was a concept he had never fathomed before. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to Saigo. Who are you? Did you have a hand in my transformation into a gorilla? Revert me back to my former self at once. Sun Wukong's thought process, indeed, was uniquely peculiar as he effortlessly shifted the blame onto another. Saigo shook his head and said, I am Saigo, a Saiyan like yourself. He then pointed to the resplendent moon hanging in the sky. When we Saiyans gaze upon the full moon, we transform into mighty apes, and our strength surges tenfold. Perhaps you should take a moment to sense your own power and see if it has indeed intensified. A Saiyan? My grandfather and master never mentioned that I was a Saiyan. I have heard of the Saiyans. They are renowned for their formidable strength. However, I was unaware that they could transform into colossal apes. Goku, the great ape, was filled with skepticism, yet he simultaneously sensed a tremendous energy within himself, which left him utterly astounded. Indeed, my power has significantly multiplied. Yet, upon seeing the humanoid Saiyan, he countered, you are also a Saiyan. Why have you not transformed into a gorilla? Are you deceiving me? Goku had heard tales of the Saiyans. Goku had ventured to the Saiyan planet and other celestial bodies, but he refrained from disclosing the characteristics of Saiyans to Goku at the behest of Saigo. Furthermore, Gohan, the elder son, maintained strict silence and did not reveal anything in advance. Additionally, during the first martial arts tournament of May, Goku's combat strength did not even rank among the top 100. Consequently, other Earthlings perceived him as a visitor from the Saiyan planet, unaware that he had been raised on Earth. We Saiyans cannot transform into great apes at will. Specific conditions must be met. Saigo gazed at him, raising his hand to point at the full moon hanging high in the sky, explaining, it is imperative to witness the full moon to transform.